I was clearly about to face the college entrance exam and should have been racing against time to study, but instead, I was conducting crazy experiments on energy absorption at this tense moment. While other students were buried in their books, I was in the bungalow, sometimes filling hot water, sometimes plugging keys into the power strip, trying to gain upgrade points from various energies. Having just obtained the system, I was completely overwhelmed by the novelty and changes it brought. Looking at the upgradable options on the attribute sheet, how could I still have the heart to care about those 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of mock tests? To level up, I sometimes feel the shock of electric current, and sometimes endure the scalding heat of boiling water. Chapter 1: Obtaining the System. In an ordinary bungalow, Xiaohan frowned as he looked at the 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulation book on the desk. Achoo! At that moment, Xiaohan let out a heavy sneeze. Damn cold, causing trouble right before the college entrance exam. Xiaohan, his train of thought interrupted, rubbed his nose and then helplessly picked up the cold medicine nearby. Ha! No hot water? Suddenly remembering that there was no hot water, he had no choice but to get up and fetch some hot water. Gulp gulp. With the sound of flowing water, the water level in the glass gradually rose. However, just as the water level reached the position of Xiaohan's finger, an anomaly occurred. Ding, energy absorption detected, beginning absorption. A cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Xiaohan was stunned instantly. This voice. Could it be the legendary system? The next moment, this thought instantly flashed through Xiaohan's mind. As soon as this thought appeared, Xiaohan immediately became excited. Although high school studies were busy, he still liked to secretly read novels in his spare time. This strange voice that appeared was exactly like a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained an upgrade point, 01. Just as Xiaohan suspected he was hallucinating, another cold electronic sound appeared. At the same time, a virtual projection suddenly appeared before Su Xiaohan's eyes. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Body, 5. The normal human limit is 10 points, including strength, resistance to impact, injury recovery speed, etc. Speed, 7 milliseconds. The normal human limit is 10 points, including reaction speed, movement speed, etc. Soul, 8. The normal human limit is 10 points, representing intelligence, soul strength, etc. Skills, general high school knowledge 35. Upgrade points, 01. Looking at his own attribute sheet in front of him, Xiaohan completely confirmed that this was indeed his system. There really is a system, but he didn't know what these upgrade points were actually used for. Xiaohan excitedly looked at his attribute sheet over and over again. But no matter how much Xiaohan tried to communicate with the system, there was no response. Right, upgrade points. Just now when I was fetching water, I heard the system say it was absorbing energy. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xiaohan quickly directed his gaze towards the glass cup in his hand. Cold. Could it be that the system can absorb heat energy and convert it into upgrade points? Thinking of this, Xiaohan quickly poured out the water in his hand and then refilled it with hot water. As the water level rose higher and higher, Xiaohan's heart climbed up to his throat. Ding! Energy detected for absorption, beginning absorption. As expected, Xiaohan's mouth immediately curved upward. As the system's prompt tone ended, Xiaohan clearly felt the temperature of the water in his cup dropping, until it reached room temperature. 10 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. At the same time, another system prompt sound came. Hot water can increase upgrade points? Then. The next moment, Xiaohan's mouth curled up slightly, and he glanced at the power strip beside him. Immediately, Xiaohan hurriedly rummaged through the drawer to find his keys. System, you better be reliable, or else accidentally getting electrocuted would be a real problem. Xiaohan, holding the key to heaven in his hand, swallowed hard, then closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and directly plugged the key into the power strip. Buzz! The next moment, a terrifying numbness instantly spread throughout Xiaohan's entire body. At the same time, his whole body began to twitch uncontrollably. Ding! Absorbable energy detected, beginning absorption. Accompanied by waves of tingling sensations, Xiaohan heard the system's prompt sound in a daze. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained an upgrade point, 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. At the same time, the system's prompt sounds were rapidly flashing in his mind at a rate of once per second. It only ended after more than 10 seconds, when the key Xiaohan was holding was melted by the electric current. After several minutes, Xiaohan finally came to his senses and shook his head dizzily. Damn, I almost played myself to death. Xiaohan looked at the power outlet fearfully. If he hadn't unconsciously let go just now, he would definitely have been dead after a few more seconds. He had just received the system and hadn't figured out how to use it yet, but he almost killed himself. It seems he can't take such risks in the future. Xiaohan just didn't want to let go, but human movements are all driven by electrical signals within the body. After being shocked by the current, the person is no longer in control of themselves. Xiaohan quickly looked at the gains he had earned with his life. Total upgrade points 15. And at the same time, all of Xiaohan's attributes had a big plus sign behind them. Even the skill general high school knowledge was everywhere. Xiaohan thought for a moment and directly used his mind to click the plus sign behind his physique. Because only strength is the best test. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 upgrade point, attribute, body 1. Chapter 2, Enhance the body, wash the muscles and marrow. As the upgrade points decreased by 1, a system notification sound rang out again. At the same time, waves of warm energy began to flow through Xiaohan's body. This feeling made Xiaohan so refreshed he almost flew. At the same time, strands of black impurities were also expelled from Xiaohan's body. Phew! So refreshing, I didn't expect this is what it means to enhance the body. Xiaohan looked at the black impurities on his body and was not upset at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. After all, although he had seen the attribute panel before, it was just a glimpse, completely different from what he was feeling now. Xiaohan clenched his fists. Although there wasn't much change, he could feel his body was more comfortable than ever before. 1 upgrade point is equivalent to the energy of a cup of hot water. If he boiled a pot of water, it should also yield some upgrade points. It seems that for now, the main way to gain upgrade points is through hot water. Xiaohan touched his chin with his dirty hand, pondering. After all, although electricity is fast, it is still not suitable for Xiaohan at the moment, as he cannot yet withstand household electric currents. Thinking of this, he had no mood to study. After all, upgrade points could be used to improve his high school knowledge. If there is already a plane, why bother with a bicycle? Immediately, Xiaohan hurried to his kitchen and turned both liquefied gas stoves to the maximum, boiling a large pot of water at once. However, when Xiaohan saw the red flames, his eyes instantly lit up. By the way, since electrical energy can be absorbed, flames are also energy, so they should definitely be absorbable too. However, Xiaohan only dared to think about it in his mind. After all, if he really put his hand into the flames, he'd probably get burned in a second. Household flames are much more dangerous than household electricity. While tending the fire, Xiaohan also poured out all the hot water in the house and absorbed all the heat energy from it. At the same time, 16 upgrade points were obtained. Together with the previous 0.5, Xiaohan now has a total of 2 upgrade points. All of them will be used to improve the physique, the rest will come slowly. After all, a physique value of 6 is really too low. Xiaohan did not hesitate and directly clicked twice on the number behind the physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2 upgrade points, attribute, physical 2. Once again, 2 system notification sounds rang out. The next moment, an even larger warm current instantly surged into Xiaohan's body. At the same time, more impurities were expelled from Xiaohan's body. As time passed, the warm current gradually merged into Xiaohan's body. Crack! Xiaohan moved his body, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. Such a powerful feeling, completely different from before. This time, with a direct increase of 2 points in strength, Xiaohan finally felt the terrifying boost in his power. It should be noted that before the upgrade, Xiaohan's physical strength was only 5, and now it has risen to 8, an increase of more than half. However, this time the impurities expelled seemed even fewer than before. It seems that once the strength reaches a certain level, there is no need to worry about having to take a bath every time the strength is increased. Looking at the impurities in his body, Xiaohan breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly rushed into the bathroom to take a cold shower. As for why it was cold water, the reason is simple, because when hot water was sprayed on Xiaohan, all the heat energy was directly absorbed by the system. After taking a bath, Xiaohan gained nearly 2 full upgrade points. However, this time Xiaohan did not use the upgrade points to enhance his body or anything else. The college entrance exam is in 2 days, so it's better to first raise his high school knowledge to 100. As for why his proficiency in high school knowledge was only 35, Xiaohan was also very clear. Although he was not a top student, he was not a poor one either. Scoring 400 out of a total of 750 in the college entrance exam was still quite easy for him. With a bit of luck, getting into an ordinary second-tier university was quite normal. However, there was so much high school knowledge, not just the stuff on the exam papers. Xiaohan estimated that as long as the proficiency is above 80, getting a perfect score would definitely not be a problem. Thinking of this, Xiaohan directly tapped into his high school knowledge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 upgrade point to improve the skill, General High School Knowledge Proficiency 20. Chapter 3 Cold Medicine 2, Powerful Effect. With a system prompt sound ringing out once again, a vast amount of knowledge began to flood into Xiaohan's mind frantically. Only a small portion of this knowledge had been studied by Xiaohan before. Many of the knowledge points were things Xiaohan had never heard of or seen. However, Xiaohan knew that these were definitely at the difficulty level of the college entrance examination. These pieces of knowledge flooded into Xiaohan's mind like a torrent. Although it was all crammed in like force feeding, Xiaohan was amazed to find that he had actually already integrated and understood the knowledge. 10 seconds later, the knowledge infusion was finally complete, and Xiaohan had thoroughly mastered the knowledge that had been instilled. Rushing to the desk, Xiaohan picked up his pen and began to write. His hand did not pause for even a moment. In just 15 minutes, Xiaohan had completely finished a set of mock college entrance exam math papers. I didn't expect it to be this simple. It seems I underestimated the proficiency of 55's high school knowledge. At this moment, Xiaohan finally understood why those top students love studying so much. The sense of achievement from solving a difficult problem with your own hands is truly captivating. And underachievers will never understand this. With my current knowledge, scoring over 700 on the exam will definitely be easy, but getting a perfect score still depends on luck. Well, at worst, I can just level up a few more times. Xiaohan smiled. At this moment, his gaze was also directed toward a farther place. With the system, a small college entrance exam was merely to meet his family's expectations. After that, what Xiaohan wanted was to explore a much broader world. Of course, these are all matters for later. At this moment, the water Xiaohan had boiled earlier finally came to a boil. After all, it was 2 large basins, not a small kettle. Fortunately, Mom hadn't come back today, otherwise it would have been hard to explain. Xiaohan quickly ran to the kitchen, swallowed as he looked at the 2 basins of boiling water, then placed his hands on the edges of the basins. He is not foolish enough to directly put his hand into boiling water, unless his physical strength increases by 4 or 5 times. But even so, Xiaohan's hand was scalded bright red. If it weren't for his upgraded body, he would probably have developed large blisters. Ding! Host has come into contact with the energy body, beginning absorption. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. One system notification sound after another echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Time passed by second, and the temperature of the 2 large basins of water was rapidly dropping. Xiaohan spent 3 continuous minutes absorbing all the heat energy from the 2 large basins of boiling water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a total of 64 upgrade points. Each of the 2 large basins contained about 3 large pots of water, directly providing Xiaohan with 6 upgrade points. It only took about 30 minutes in total, which was much less than the dangerous electric energy, but it was definitely very fast. Xiaohan was excited to see that the upgrade points had reached 71 including the previous ones. 30 minutes for 6 points, 1 hour for 12 points, if he boiled water all day long, or used more large basins. Just thinking about it made Xiaohan a little excited. Ding! Found ordinary stainless steel basin 1, upgrade available, upgrading requires 3 upgrade points. However, at this moment, a system prompt sound immediately interrupted Xiaohan's train of thought. Stainless steel basin can be upgraded too. Damn, could other things be upgraded as well? Xiaohan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. As for spending 3 upgrade points to upgrade an ordinary stainless steel basin, Xiaohan wasn't that stupid. Then Xiaohan placed his hand on the nearby refrigerator, but the system gave no prompt sound. Remembering something, he quickly picked up the nearby kitchen knife. Ding! Detected 18 Sun's kitchen knife 1, upgrade available. Upgrade requires 5 upgrade points. Seeing this, Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Then he experimented with dozens of things, some big, some small as a lighter, which only required a few upgrade points to upgrade, while some larger ones could not be upgraded. However, Xiaohan found that the larger the size or the more powerful the function, the more upgrade points were needed. And for even bigger items, there was no prompt at all. Sure enough, everything could be upgraded, it's just that large items like refrigerators didn't show an upgrade prompt, probably because I don't have enough upgrade points. It seems the system I got is not that simple at all. Xiaohan touched his chin and smiled. Achoo! However, at that moment, another sneeze came from outside the room. Then came the sound of the door opening. Mom's back. Xiaohan immediately recognized the source of the voice upon hearing it. It had been raining continuously for the past few days, and many people had caught colds. Right, cold medicine can be upgraded too, can't it? Although I improved by 3 points because of my physical enhancement, I can still give some to Mom. Xiaohan suddenly remembered. Then quickly ran into the room and picked up the medicine he had just prepared to take. Ding! Found cold medicine 1, upgrade available, upgrading requires 1 upgrade point. Chapter 4 Breaking the Limits of the Human Body. Sure enough, the system's prompt sound followed. Upgrade. Xiaohan spoke directly. Ding! Consumption of upgrade points 1, starting to upgrade the item. With a system prompt sound, a light visible only to Xiaohan emerged from his body and flowed directly into the cold medicine. Ding! Upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Cold Medicine 1. Cold Medicine 1 can quickly cure a cold and provide immunity to colds for 1 year. Upgradable. Upgrade cost 3. The attributes of the cold medicine appeared before Xiaohan's eyes as the upgrade was completed. 1 cold medicine can cure a cold? And provide immunity for a year? This effect is simply miraculous. It should be known that ordinary cold medicine needs to be taken continuously for several days, or even weeks to recover, and stubborn cases can last for 1 or 2 months. And just one upgraded cold medicine can cure it. It's simply terrifying. It can actually be upgraded. Let's try upgrading it again. Xiaohan's face showed a look of disbelief, then he clicked to upgrade once more. Another 3 upgrade points disappeared. Cold medicine 2 can cure a cold within 10 seconds, grants immunity to colds for 20 years, and provides 5 immunity points. Upgradable. Upgrade cost 10. However, the data for cold medicine 2 appeared again, which made Xiaohan laugh thoroughly. Although Xiaohan didn't know exactly what 5 immunity points represented, in terms of body and soul, 5 points of immunity was equivalent to most of a person's immunity. It's you! Xiaohan's mouth curled up slightly, then he took the cold medicine and a cup of hot water and walked toward the living room. As for why the water was hot, it was because Xiaohan discovered that whether or not the system absorbed energy was something he could control. This greatly reduced the chances of Xiaohan exposing any abnormalities. Xiaohan's father died in a car accident a few years ago, leaving behind a modest house and a small shop. Over the years, Xiaohan's mother has been relying on a snack shop to make a living. Xiaohan, you're still not asleep? Although the college entrance exam is in a couple of days, don't stay up and ruin your health. By the way, Mom is going to make you a late-night snack. Xiaohan's mother said this after seeing him. She immediately got up to prepare the late-night snack. Mom, no need, I just had dinner not long ago, I'm not hungry. By the way, is your cold still not better? Take your medicine first. Xiaohan quickly stopped his mother, then hurriedly handed over the medicine and water. Watching his mother take the medicine, Xiaohan finally gave a slight smile. As for the effect of the medicine, his own strength and knowledge were the best proof. Under the countless reminders and instructions from Zhao's mother, Xiaohan could only helplessly go back to sleep. But before sleeping, Xiaohan took a hot shower again, gaining 2 upgrade points, both of which he used to enhance his physical body. Of the remaining 3 upgrade points, Xiaohan used 2 to improve his proficiency in college entrance exam knowledge, and the last one to increase his speed. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Body, 10 normal human limit is 10 points. Speed, 8's normal human limit is 10 points. Soul, 8 the limit for an ordinary person is 10 points. Skill, general high school knowledge 75. Upgrade points, 0.5. Early the next morning, Xiaohan got out of bed. With his physical strength enhanced to the limit of an ordinary person, he simply didn't need to sleep for long. Of course, Xiaohan's purpose for getting up so early was naturally to increase his upgrade points. Zhao's mother left home promptly at 6 o'clock, and Xiaohan also got up on time at this moment. There was an hour and a half before class started at 7:30. After subtracting the 20-minute commute, I still had about an hour left. Having tasted the benefits of system upgrade points, how could Xiaohan possibly slack off on any time to improve himself? Next, the liquefied gas stove at home was ignited directly, while Xiaohan himself rushed to the bathroom and turned the hot water to the maximum. Even the water dispenser was turned to the maximum. Every 20 minutes, Xiaohan would come out and absorb the heat energy from the already boiling hot water once. Because Xiaohan discovered that after his physical attribute reached 10, further improvement would no longer expel impurities, he no longer prioritized enhancing his physique. After all, the other 2 attributes are much lower than the physical one. An hour later, Xiaohan also walked out of the house on time. Gaining 20 upgrade points in just over an hour, not bad at all. Xiaohan's mouth curled up slightly. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Body, 15 normal human limit is 10 points. Speed, 13's normal person's limit is 10 points. Soul, 13 normal person's limit is 10 points. Skill, general high school knowledge 95. Upgrade points, 44. Chapter 5 Zhao Zhixin. Hero saves the beauty? Xiaohan added 5 upgrade points to each attribute, and at this moment, his strength, speed, and soul had completely surpassed the limits of the human body. After the baptism of the upgrade points, Xiaohan, who was originally quite handsome, had now reached the level of a great handsome guy. While waiting for the bus at the bus stop, the surrounding girls couldn't help but stare at Xiaohan, secretly blushing as they discussed whether to ask for his WeChat. Ah, so being handsome is also a kind of crime. Xiaohan shamelessly thought. Soon, Xiaohan got on the bus heading towards the school. Because it was the morning rush hour, the bus was a bit crowded, and at that moment, a figure caught Xiaohan's eye. A young, fresh-faced girl was standing near the bus exit. Zhao Zhixin? Seeing her again. Is she also on this bus? Xiaohan thought to himself as he looked at Zhao Zhixin. Zhao Zhixin and Xiaohan are both students of Tianyun No. 2 High School. The difference is that Zhao Zhixin not only consistently ranks among the top students in the entire school but is also recognized as the school beauty. This is worlds apart from Xiaohan, a student with an ordinary family background and average academic performance, without any particular strengths. The only connection between the two is that they both take the same bus to and from school. However, at this moment, a sneaky man slowly approached Zhao Zixin, and his hand restlessly reached toward the pocket of her school uniform. Thief? In an instant, Xiao Han knew the man's identity. Just got the system and already given this kind of opportunity? Could it be that I'm the protagonist? Xiao Han immediately laughed, then quickly pushed through the crowd and walked towards Zhao Zixin. On the other side, the thief saw that he was about to succeed, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. These students wearing this kind of school uniform are easy targets for theft. Could it be that the principal who ordered the uniforms was once a thief too? The proud thief began to have chaotic thoughts, even already planning to use the money to buy a new pair of loafers. Oh! Student Zhao Zixin, we meet again. However, at that moment, a voice rich with masculine magnetism came from the side, and the next moment, a 1.8-meter tall figure stood directly between the thief and Zhao Zixin. The thief's hand, which was about to steal the money, was instantly held suspended in mid-air. His face immediately turned the color of pig liver, because Xiao Han had casually elbowed him the moment he separated them. After all, Xiao Han hated these thieves the most. When she heard someone call her Zhao Zixin and turned around, she just happened to see that awkward hand. With her not being unintelligent, she immediately guessed what had happened. Then, her gaze fell on Xiao Han, who had stopped the thief. So handsome. Seeing Xiao Han smiling brightly in the morning sun, a thought suddenly popped into Zhao Zixin's mind. The next moment, she quickly lowered her head, her little face instantly turning rosy. Thank you, classmate. A voice only Xiao Han could hear came out. Ha, we're all classmates, no need to be so formal. By the way, my name is Xiao Han, also from number 2 high school. Xiao Han smiled slightly and began to introduce himself. As for the thief behind him, he was already sitting on the steps nearby, clutching his stomach in pain, too weak to even shout. Hello, Xiao Han. By the way, how did you know my name? Zhao Zixin felt a bit embarrassed by her earlier loss of composure. How could I not know the name of the school's top beauty, Zhao? If those beasts at school found out I was talking to you, they'd probably want to beat me to death. Xiao Han said with a smile. Zhao Zixin's face turned even redder upon hearing this. But being praised naturally made her feel very happy inside. Hey, young man, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Just then, an auntie who was about to rush to the market to grab some vegetables saw the thief sitting on the steps with a pained expression. This shout immediately attracted the attention of the people around. The thief's eyes lit up at once and he was about to lie down to fake an injury. However, at that moment, a pair of strong hands grabbed his shoulders. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lie down. Xiao Han looked at him with concern and helped him up. Since this brother isn't feeling well and the next stop is the hospital, don't try to tough it out. Let me take you there. After saying this, Xiao Han applied a little force, and the thief was terrified to find that his body was actually lifted up, as if he had stood up on his own. You are small. The terrified thief hurriedly opened his mouth to say that Xiao Han was the one who hit him. However, the next moment, a piercing pain came directly from his shoulder. Ah, big brother, since your body feels so uncomfortable, there's no need to thank me. Come, I'll take you downstairs first. Xiao Han's expression of I am Lei Feng made the thief's already ugly face even uglier. To outsiders, the scene before them looked like a young Lei Feng saving a seriously ill man. The young man is commendable, he truly represents what this generation of youth should do. Yes, when I go back, I'll have my son and younger brothers learn from him. By the way, little brother, if anything happens, we'll be your witnesses. Go with peace of mind. Mom, this big brother is so kind. From now on, I want to find a boyfriend like him. Chapter 6 Skill Theft. Praises echoed on the bus, and some even quickly took out their phones to record a few videos, posting them on Doushou and Kuaijiao with captions like role model for the new generation of youth, shocked that a high school student actually did this to a stranger on the bus, and so on. These scenes almost made the thief spit blood in anger, his face turning even paler. However, after witnessing Xiao Han's terrifying power and hearing others praise him, he wasn't stupid. If he bit back now, he would only be accused of provoking trouble. It was better to wait until they got off the bus to find an opportunity to deal with Xiao Han. At that moment, the bus stopped, and under the watchful eyes of everyone on board, Xiao Han got off the bus with the thief. Xiao Han, I'll go with you. Zhao Zixin quickly said. After all, Xiao Han had just helped her. Although she hadn't seen that the thief trying to steal money was the one in Xiao Han's hand because Xiao Han was blocking her view. No need, I'll be fine soon. Xiao Han wouldn't let the other person follow him. After all, he really didn't want to send the other person to the hospital. After saying that, he helped the thief with a pale face off the bus and walked towards a secluded alley. And the reason Xiao Han was so enthusiastic was because just as he gave the thief a crutch, the system gave a prompt sound. Ding! Host has discovered skill, Theft LV1 upgradable. Learn? Learning requires upgrade points, 1. It was the system's prompt sound that made Xiao Han so enthusiastic. Kid, consider yourself unlucky today. If you're smart and let me go, today's matter will be wiped clean. Otherwise, when my big brothers arrive, you'll be as good as dead. The thief glared fiercely at Xiao Han, then threatened him. Oh? I was originally going to let you go, but now you've piqued my interest. Come on, I'll give you a chance, call for help. However, Xiao Han's words immediately stunned the thief. He didn't expect Xiao Han to play by his own rules. You little brat, just you wait. After speaking, the thief immediately picked up his phone and started making a call. Xiao Han, on the other hand, opened the prompt on the attribute sheet. Learn the theft skill. Xiao Han spoke to the system with his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending an upgrade point. 1. Learning skill, Theft LV1. Theft LV1, can steal ordinary items, success rate 80, host strength bonus, 30. With 2 system prompt sounds, several years of theft experience were added to Xiao Han's mind. And this experience came effortlessly, as if Xiao Han had trained it himself. Moreover, with Xiao Han's current strength and speed that surpass human limits, ordinary people absolutely cannot avoid being stolen from. Stealing? Although it's not honorable, there should be plenty of opportunities to use it. Let's try it first. Xiao Han didn't feel anything shameful about this skill at all. After all, any skill depends on the person using it. Thinking this, Xiao Han turned his gaze to the thief on the opposite side who was making a phone call. With both hands, he quickly swept over the thief, and the next moment several wallets along with a few phones appeared in Xiao Han's hands. How much stuff did this bastard steal in the end? Seeing the things in his hands, Xiao Han was speechless. He didn't expect this kid to be so fierce. Xiao Han casually stuffed the wallets and phones away, planning to find a security office to throw them in. Monkey, where is the person you mentioned? Anyone who dares to mess with my tiger shark doesn't want to live, ha! Just then, a string of curses came from not far away. A burly man with tattooed arms appeared, accompanied by 17 or 18 followers wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, and even machetes, all storming over angrily. This whole area, spanning several streets, was under his tiger shark's protection, so he never expected anyone to dare mess with his people. Brother Hu, you finally came. It was this kid who almost got me killed just now. Seeing Tiger Shark bring people, the monkey acted like a naughty child who just saw his parents, instantly shouting arrogantly. I didn't expect it to be Tiger Shark. Seeing the newcomer, Xiao Han was momentarily stunned. He has lived nearby since he was a child, and he often heard about the notorious Tiger Shark. The leader of the biggest group of little followers at their school was actually Tiger Shark's cousin. Smack! However, when Tiger Shark heard Monkey's words, he immediately slapped Monkey. Damn, just one student managed to bully you? If you weren't so good at stealing, I'd have taken you down today, you useless piece of trash. The Tiger Shark was immediately furious when he saw that Xiao Han was just a student. He had thought it was someone from that gang daring to mess with the tiger. No, brother Tiger, this kid is really something. His strength is even greater than a bull. The monkey quickly began to explain. Shut up. The Tiger Shark snorted coldly and glared at him. Then casually pointed to a tall and strong follower. This kid is pretty tough, not afraid of us at all. Diaozi, break his right hand. Let's see how he takes the college entrance exam now. The Tiger Shark was suddenly interested when he saw that Xiao Han showed no fear at all. But his cold tone made the surrounding followers shudder. Breaking the right hand of a top college entrance exam student, what difference does it make to ruin someone's future? Upon hearing this, Diaozi immediately became excited and then walked towards Xiao Han holding a steel pipe. Kid, remember to keep your eyes open from now on. Not everyone can be a hero. Read fewer online novels in the future. Speaking, he strode forward, swinging the steel pipe heavily down towards Xiao Han. But Xiao Han stood there dumbfounded, as if scared stiff. However, just when the steel pipe was still more than 10 centimeters away from Xiao Han's right hand, Xiao Han moved. Smack! With a crashing sound, the steel pipe strong enough to break bones was firmly gripped by Xiao Han. You didn't have breakfast? Chapter 7, 1 against 18, or instant kill? You didn't have breakfast? This voice of doubt instantly changed Diaozi's expression drastically. He instinctively wanted to pull the steel pipe out of his hand, but found that the steel pipe seemed to be embedded in Xiao Han's hand. No matter how hard he tried, Xiao Han's hand did not move an inch. It should be noted that Diaozi, although battle-hardened, had crippled countless young men from society. But strength is always just that of an ordinary person, at most 8 or 9 points. Xiao Han's strength had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. His strength was no different from that of a 3-year-old child in front of Xiao Han. Leaving? I'll see you off. Xiao Han laughed immediately upon seeing Diaozi's flushed face, then his left hand shot out like lightning with a punch. Diaozi only saw an afterimage, and the next moment his face felt like it had been hit by a car. Puff! The terrifying force sent Diaozi flying backward 3 or 4 meters, half of his teeth falling out. After hitting the ground, he couldn't move even a bit. Xiao Han would never go easy on someone trying to break his own hand. This scene instantly changed the expressions of the group led by Tiger Shark. Although Diaozi wasn't the strongest under Tiger Shark, he was definitely in the top 5. They didn't expect him to be crippled after just one encounter. All of you attack at once. I don't believe you still have 3 heads and 6 arms. The tiger shark snorted coldly. Xiao Han's strength was still far beyond his expectations. He was already certain that Xiao Han was definitely his rival sent here to cause trouble. But no matter how powerful Xiao Han was, he was still just one person. Having so many armed followers under his command, he still couldn't defeat Xiao Han. At the command of Tiger Shark, 17 or 18 followers all surged forward at once. Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless either. After all, he had only just obtained the system for a day and had very little combat experience. Fortunately, Gaozi had just given him a solid steel pipe. System, the remaining 3 upgrade points are all added to speed. In this kind of chaotic battle, only speed can ensure a safe retreat. As for strength, it's already enough. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending upgrade points. 3, speed 3. As the system's prompt tone sounded, the dozen or so followers, who already seemed slow in Xiao Han's eyes, became even slower. Trying to hit me at such a slow speed? What a joke! Xiao Han's lips curled up slightly, and in the next moment, the steel pipe in his right hand suddenly swung. Bang! A follower closest to Xiao Han was directly struck in the chest by the steel pipe. With a miserable scream, the follower fell to the ground in pain and instantly lost the ability to fight. The surrounding followers felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing this scene. However, just as they were about to give up, Xiao Han made a move. A speed of 16 points is already 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. At such a terrifying speed, these followers simply can't react in time. And Xiao Han's steel pipe kept smashing down on each person one blow after another. Run, run fast. This kid is not human, run. Brother Hu, hurry and go, we'll hold him back. Watching Xiao Han knock down a follower with one strike, and they couldn't even touch Xiao Han, everyone's morale instantly collapsed. Several followers rushed up quickly, trying to use their bodies to block Xiao Han so that Hu Sha could escape first. Damn it, brothers, hold on, I'm coming. But the tiger shark would never abandon his own brothers. With a kick, he knocked over the troublemaking monkey who was trying to run away and charged towards Xiao Han. The machete in his hand gleamed with a cold light. A few seconds later, Xiao Han looked at the bruised and battered tiger shark, whose whole body seemed to be falling apart, as if from another world. Damn, I didn't expect myself to be like this right now. Xiao Han saw that even the tiger shark, who was revered like a god by the school's followers and had elite forces, couldn't last more than a few seconds in front of him, and immediately knew that he had truly taken off. He also knew that the tiger shark was nothing but trash in front of those big shots in the underworld. However, at least in this area, the reputation of the tiger shark can scare quite a few people. Boss, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? If someone hired you to deal with me, I'll pay double the price. Please, brother, let me go. The tiger shark endured the severe pain and quickly said to Xiao Han. Well, no one really hired me, and I'm not involved in the underworld. If you guys hadn't come to me, we probably wouldn't have crossed paths for decades. Xiao Han said helplessly. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Tiger Shark immediately realized that he had truly been screwed over by that stupid monkey. However, when he heard Xiao Han say that he wasn't involved in the underworld, Tiger Shark's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, the boss is right. It was our blindness that offended you, boss. Please show mercy and let us off this time. By the way, I have a card here with 100,000 yuan on it. The password is 66. Consider it a gift to honor you, sir. Chapter 8: Absorbing Life Energy. The tiger shark shakily sat up, then took a bank card out of his pocket and respectfully handed it to Xiao Han. Oh? If that's the case, then forget it. Seeing the tiger shark so sensible, Xiao Han waved his hand and took the card directly. If there's a bargain, why not take it? As for whether the tiger shark would bite back after being helped, Xiao Han was not worried at all. It should be known that at the tiger shark level, although not high, it's not low either. If someone at this level seeks help from security, they can forget about making it in life. At that time, not only would his followers look down on him for rebelling, but even his enemies would come after him. Seeing Xiao Han take the money, the tiger shark's eyes immediately lit up. This means that there is really hope to get close to the big shot, Xiao Han. One person defeated so many elites by himself. If he could get Xiao Han's help, it would be easy to expand his territory several times in the future. Ding! Discovered the life energy of the traveler, beginning to absorb. However, at this moment, a system notification sound was transmitted into Xiao Han's mind. Life energy. Could it be? Hearing the words life energy, Xiao Han immediately turned his gaze to the followers lying on the ground groaning. A faint green light, visible only to Xiao Han, emanated from their bodies, and this light was rapidly absorbed by Xiao Han's body. Ding! Congratulations, host has gained an upgrade point, 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an upgrade point, 01. At the same time, a series of system notification sounds followed. The sounds only stopped after 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a total of 9 upgrade points. That's right, 9 points. Xiao Han looked around and saw exactly 18 people, which means each person provided Xiao Han with a full 0.5 upgrade points. He didn't expect the system to be able to absorb even life energy. This was just from injuries. If he killed someone, he wondered how many upgrade points he could get. Thinking of this, Xiaohan glanced with interest at the followers around him who were fearfully watching him. And his glance immediately made the more than 10 big men shudder all over in fear. But since Xiaohan had taken the money, he wouldn't make a move anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. After looking around and finding nothing worth getting, Xiaohan lost interest. Originally, he thought that these followers who carried knives and sticks every day and chopped people might be able to contribute one or two skills in knife techniques or stick techniques, but unexpectedly, they were all trash. It seems that only after having a certain level of proficiency in a particular skill can a skill be formed. Xiaohan pondered. After all, Husha had just said that the monkey was able to be protected by Husha because it was good at stealing. Otherwise, how could an ordinary thief be noticed by a high-level follower like Husha? Boss, this is my business card. If you ever need a follower in the future, just one call and I'll be there immediately. Seeing Xiaohan about to leave, Tiger Shark wasn't too foolish and quickly handed his business card to Xiaohan. Alright. We'll talk later. Xiaohan casually took the business card and then strode directly towards the school. Looking at Xiaohan's back, Tiger Shark not only didn't feel angry but also felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, Xiaohan looked like just a student, not someone involved in gang activities. Otherwise, he and his men would probably have lost at least a hand or a foot. But the piercing pain in his body the next moment reminded him of his own injuries. Damn, what are you all lying around for? Hurry up and help me to the hospital. The Tiger Shark looked at the henchman lying on the ground groaning and immediately cursed. Then, a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people helped each other out of the alley and headed towards the nearby hospital. The tattoos on several of them scared the people around, who all kept their distance. Ding! Absorb stray light energy. Upgrade .01. Just after Xiaohan walked out of the alley, a system notification sound made him pause. Chapter 9, Sunbathing for a Day. But after some thought, he let it go. After all, if heat energy can be absorbed, light energy certainly can too. It's just that shortly after going out, Xiaohan took a bus and then scolded someone in a sunless alley, so it took this long to get the upgrade point from 01. Roughly calculating, it seems that just about 5 minutes of sunlight can earn 0.1 upgrade points. Thinking of this, Xiaohan's eyes lit up. That means in 1 hour, he can get 12 upgrade points, and if he sunbathes for more than 10 hours a day, he can gain over 10 upgrade points, which is equivalent to the strength of 2 people. Although it's not much, sunbathing can be done anytime, so it looks like he needs to exercise more from now on. After walking under the sun for 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaohan also arrived at school. Although he was half an hour late, since today was the last day of school, tomorrow was the holiday, and the day after was the college entrance exam, Xiaohan didn't pay much attention to it. Report! Xiaohan shouted report at the classroom door. However, as his voice fell, all the students turned their eyes toward him. It was just that the middle-aged balding teacher on the podium also glanced at Xiaohan a few more times. Come in. The teacher pushed up his glasses and let Xiaohan in. On the way back to the classroom, the eyes of the students were fixed on him one by one, and some male classmates even showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Seeing this, Xiaohan roughly guessed why. It must be because Zhao Zixin asked for leave on his behalf that these bastards are so jealous. You have to know that only very close people would ask for leave for others. Envy it, be jealous, you trash. Xiaohan looked proudly at those jealous beasts. Immediately, all the boys wished they could come and beat up Xiaohan. Have you noticed that Xiaohan seems to have changed a lot? Changed? He seems to have become much more handsome. Yeah, really handsome. Could it be because he didn't dress up much before? At the same time, some girls' whispers made that group of beasts jealous. But with the college entrance exam approaching, this is just a small interlude. Next, Xiaohan began to study his system, or rather, to learn about it. Just kidding, even if you add up all the teachers in the whole school, none of them understand high school knowledge better than Xiaohan. So why bother studying? Ding! Absorbed free light energy. Upgrade .01. Ding! Absorbed free light energy. Upgrade .01. Ding! Absorbed free light energy. Upgrade .01. Xiaohan, sitting near the window, had been exposed to the sun since he sat down. If it had been before, Xiaohan would definitely have been troubled, but now he wished there were several more suns in the sky. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Body, 15 normal human limit is 10 points. Speed, 16 normal human limit is 10 points. Soul, 13 normal human limit is 10 points. Skills, general high school knowledge 95 theft LV103. Upgrade points, 105. After 2 lessons, Xiaohan's upgrade points increased, and he successfully broke through level 10. He also gradually gained some understanding of the system. For skills like my high school knowledge, as long as I fully master all the high school knowledge, it is equivalent to completely learning the skill, so his skill level is displayed as a percentage. However, the skill of theft seems to have no upper limit, meaning I can level up infinitely, and this type of skill can be directly upgraded. I don't know about knowledge, but after mastering all high school knowledge, what would it be like if I leveled up? Thinking of this, Xiaohan directly clicked the plus behind the high school knowledge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming upgrade points, 05, ordinary high school knowledge proficiency 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fully mastering the general high school knowledge. The skill can be upgraded to undergraduate knowledge, requiring 10 upgrade points. Sure enough, as Xiaohan mastered all the general high school knowledge, the system's prompt sound followed. It really is university level knowledge, but these upgrade points seem a bit high. Better to hold off for now. After all, upgrading to undergraduate knowledge doesn't seem very useful at the moment, since there's still at least a month and a half before starting university. And the class time passed by second. Soon, the last day of classes came to an end. Xiaohan had been under the sun for half a day, gaining a full 6 upgrade points. Including the previous ones, Xiaohan evenly distributed 5 points to each of his attributes. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Body, 20 normal human limit is 10 points. Speed, 21 milliseconds the average person's limit is 10 points. Soul, 18 the average person's limit is 10 points. Skills, General High School Knowledge 100, 010 Theft LV 103. Upgrade points, 17. 3 years of high school, just like that, have come to an end. Xiaohan glanced at the clock hanging on the blackboard, the one he had seen every day for the past 3 years. But this time, it was probably the last time he would see it. Just like his high school classmates and teachers around him, this farewell might be for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Xiaohan felt no attachment, stood up directly, packed all his books, and walked out of the school. Chapter 10, The Fool Who Gave Upgrade Points? At the school gate, many students were holding books or crying bitterly while hugging their friends. However, the only discordant sight was a group of young guys standing not far from the school gate, looking around the students with a shady demeanor. And just as Xiaohan was walking over carrying a stack of books half a meter high, one of the blonde guys suddenly spotted him. "Boss, that kid Xiaohan is here." The blonde guy's shout immediately attracted the attention of a few nearby accomplices. The big brother the blonde guy referred to also looked toward Xiaohan. "Damn, block him quickly." At the command of the big brother, the 11 or 12 followers present immediately surrounded Xiaohan. This scene made the surrounding students quickly step back, afraid of getting involved. Isn't this the leader of the school's followers, Zhao Daxiang, and his gang? How did this classmate get involved with this kid? No matter what, let's keep our distance. The classmates around began whispering after seeing this. "You brat, are you Xiaohan?" Zhao Daxiang immediately smiled upon seeing Xiaohan, then coldly asked. That's me, what do you want?" Xiaohan was stunned for a moment, he didn't seem to have provoked Zhao Daxiang and his group. "That's enough, come with us." Zhao Daxiang smiled. "Oh, that's fine." Xiaohan didn't hesitate, after all, it was inconvenient to make a move here, and they were all students. Unexpectedly, Xiaohan was so proactive that Zhao Daxiang and his group were stunned for a moment, but then they immediately wore faces full of mockery. A few minutes later, a group of people arrived in a secluded alley. "What can I say now? I'm still waiting to go home and study," Xiaohan said with an innocent look. "Ha, study? Are you really stupid or just dumb? Forget it, I won't waste words with you. Someone asked me to break one of your legs, and I have one more thing to tell you, some women are not for you to touch." Zhao Daxiang sneered twice, then waved his hand, and more than a dozen followers behind him surged towards Xiaohan. "Ugh! Am I really this attractive to idiots today?" Xiaohan was speechless. He never expected to encounter such a plot that only appears in novels. As for who hired people to beat him up, Xiaohan wasn't too curious. After all, Zhao Daxiang would reveal it himself soon enough. Xiaohan was actually a bit happy that these followers came looking for him. These are all just experience points to be gained. Since they want to die, then let's do it together. After saying that, Xiaohan casually threw the book in his hand down. The next moment, Xiaohan made his move. With a slight step, his figure instantly appeared in front of Zhao Daxiang, the leader, and Xiaohan kicked towards him. The piercing pain instantly twisted Zhao Daxiang's entire face. Xiaohan had only used half of his strength in that kick. Even so, this half of the force still kicked Zhao Daxiang flying backward 3 or 4 meters, crashing to the ground without even the strength to groan. Everyone present was stunned in an instant. "The boss is dead." Then, a scream burst out from the mouth of a foolish lackey. Zhao Daxiang, who was already in excruciating pain, trembled with anger as soon as he heard his own followers' words. "Damn it, you bastard, I'm still alive, take him down for me." But it was precisely this sentence that woke his followers up. In the next moment, more than a dozen followers all charged at Xiaohan with steel pipes. However, what awaited them was a severe beating. A few minutes later, Xiaohan looked at the group of followers lying unconscious on the ground and casually threw the broken steel pipe he was holding onto the floor. He then approached Zhao Daxiang, who was hiding in the corner, pale and trembling. "Speak, who sent you here?" Xiaohan spoke. Zhao Daxiang, whose bones all over his body and limbs were broken, no longer dared to act tough. Now, in his eyes, Xiao Han was a demon spirit. I'm telling you, stop hitting, it's Li Yaowen, he's the one who gave me 5,000 yuan to break one of your legs, all because of the leave request Zhao Zixin made for you this morning. Big brother, I was momentarily blinded by greed, please have mercy on me. Zhao Daqian almost burst into tears as he spoke. At this moment, he completely dared not mention that his cousin was a henchman of the tiger shark. He's not a little cutie. With Xiao Han's combat power, even if my cousin came, he'd probably get beaten. As for the tiger shark, it's impossible that he would offend Xiao Han just for a small underling like himself. Li Yaowen? So it was him. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. Li Yaowen was a passionate suitor of Zhao Zixin. Of course, his family had some money. But it wasn't a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Xiao Han directly took out his phone and dialed Hushark's number. Hello? Who is this? On the other end, Hushark's rough voice came through. I am at the entrance of number 2 middle school. A few of your followers came to cause trouble for me. Handle it however you see fit. After saying this, Xiao Han directly hung up the phone. The tiger shark on the other end instantly lost his temper. However, suddenly, the image of Xiao Han's school uniform appeared in his mind. Damn, it's the big shot. Who the hell went and provoked that god again? Thinking of this, Tiger Shark kicked away the doctor who was about to put a cast on his hand and hurriedly limped outside. Call all the brothers, go to number 2 middle school. After calling Tiger Shark, Xiao Han picked up his book and headed home. As for Zhao Daqian and Li Yaowen, the Tiger Shark will take care of them. Chapter 11 Upgrade Points 84. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy and gaining upgrade points, 01. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy and gaining upgrade points, 01. Ding. Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy and gaining an upgrade point, 01. After beating Zhang Daxiang and the others half to death, Xiao Han naturally gained quite a few upgrade points. Combined with the previous ones, it reached a total of 10 points. However, Xiao Han did not rush to use them. After all, the real time for Xiao Han to quickly improve and level up would be after he got home. Wait, it would always be somewhat inconvenient to stay at home, so it seemed more convenient to rent a place outside first. Xiao Han knew that, firstly, there weren't that many stoves at home, and secondly, it would be hard to explain once his mother came back. Therefore, Xiao Han directly walked towards a rental agency. After more than an hour of site selection, house viewing, and signing the contract, Xiao Han successfully rented a 2-bedroom apartment in a community near his home. Next up was buying induction cookers. Xiao Han's goal was simple, to get a bunch of induction cookers and large basins for boiling water, so that his speed of gaining upgrade points would definitely increase significantly. Soon, Xiao Han bought a total of 15 induction cookers and 15 large iron basins at an appliance mall. It's not that Xiao Han doesn't want to buy more, but he did the math. It takes him exactly 2 minutes to absorb the heat from one basin of hot water. And it takes 20 minutes for a basin of hot water to heat up. In other words, 10 induction cookers are just enough for Xiao Han to continuously absorb heat energy. Of course, this speed might increase as Xiao Han's strength improves. Therefore, Xiao Han prepared 5 more induction cookers. After another hour, Xiao Han finally finished all the preparations. In the next few hours, in a well-decorated room with complete furniture, Xiao Han's figure moved back and forth between several large basins steaming with hot water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing thermal energy, upgrade point 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing thermal energy, upgrade point 01. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing thermal energy, upgrade point 01. One system prompt after another echoed in Xiao Han's mind. However, Xiao Han was not annoyed by these sounds at all. Ding! Congratulations, host has gained a total of 74 upgrade points. After 3 hours passed, Xiao Han also withdrew his hand from the cold water that had absorbed the heat energy. Phew, awesome! Xiao Han excitedly looked at the 84 upgrade points in his balance. 84 points, enough to push one of Xiao Han's attributes over 100. But Xiao Han knew that if the 3 main attributes lost balance, there would definitely be problems. System, add 25 upgrade points to each attribute. The wealthy and confident Xiao Han spoke grandly to the system. The next moment, powerful waves of warm energy began to surge wildly into Xiao Han's body. 3 streams of warm energy started to strengthen Xiao Han's body and soul from different aspects. At first, Xiao Han was curious why speed and the physical body were separate. After all, if the body is strong, the speed should naturally increase. However, with each upgrade of the system, Xiao Han came to understand. This speed is not the reaction speed or movement speed of the physical body. It also includes stamina recovery speed, thinking speed, and the recovery speed of soul consumption, among others. Perhaps in the later stages, if he comes into contact with cultivation methods from some novels, this speed could also enhance the pace of cultivation. Of course, as time goes by, Xiao Han will also discover more abilities. However, Xiao Han knows that speed and the physical body are absolutely equally important, if not more so. This is also why the system separates them individually. Ding! The three major basic attributes have been enhanced. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Body, 45. Speed, 46. Soul, 43. Skills, General High School Knowledge 100, 010 Theft LV 103. Upgrade points, 94. The three main data points are basically the same. This way of allocating points has both advantages and disadvantages. Being all the same also means that Xiao Han does not have any outstanding attribute. But it also means that Xiao Han is almost well-rounded. If Xiao Han allocated points like this in a game, it would definitely be terrible, but this is reality, not a game. Only by allocating points this way can Xiao Han go further. It's already 10:30, if I don't go home soon, Mom will be home. Xiao Han was shocked when he saw the time, and the next moment he hurriedly packed up and rushed home. Limit of 5 chapters. Limit of 5 chapters. Limit of 5 chapters. Chapter 12 what? Only 400 people? Fortunately, the room Xiao Han rented is very close to home, otherwise it might have taken some more time. Xiao Han, with a speed reaching 46, means his speed per second has reached 46 meters per second. That is about 6 times that of an ordinary person. At this speed, even a car would be quickly left behind by Xiao Han. The people along the way only felt a gust of wind blow past them. In just half a minute, Xiao Han was back home. Fortunately, Zhao's mother had not returned yet. After putting away his things, Xiao Han went straight back to his room and began pretending to study. Sure enough, it was only a few minutes before Zhao's mother returned home. Under his mother's urging, Xiao Han also went back to bed. The next day, because of the holiday, Xiao Han went to the training room early in the morning. However, at noon, a phone call made Xiao Han stop what he was doing. Seeing that the incoming call was from Tiger Shark, Xiao Han was momentarily stunned. Tiger Shark? Why is that guy calling me? With curiosity, Xiao Han answered the call. Hello? May I ask if this is the boss? The Tiger Shark opposite politely asked. Just call me Xiao Han. What's up? Xiao Han asked directly. Young Master Xiao, I just wanted to report to you about yesterday's matter. I've already crippled Zhao Dacheng's 2 legs, and I also had someone break one of Li Yaowen's hands. You probably won't see them anymore. The Tiger Shark respectfully reported the handling results to Xiao Han. Oh. I understand. But judging from your tone, it seems this is not just a small matter. If there is something else, go ahead and say it. There was a trace of anxiety in the Tiger Shark's voice, which Xiao Han could clearly hear upon careful listening. Therefore, Xiao Han knew that this guy must have something to ask of him. The Tiger Shark opposite immediately showed respect upon hearing Xiao Han's words. He really is a big shot to know this. Sure enough, you can't hide anything from young Master Xiao. I do have something to trouble you with, sir. As you know, we people in the underworld all have some enemies, and I am no exception. Just yesterday I received a secret report after I finished dealing with Zhao Dacheng, saying that my nemesis Morning Biao and Black Dog had joined forces and wanted to eliminate me. They will be the masters of Tianlong district. I had no choice but to find you, brother Xiao. If I can survive, I'm willing to pay Xiao $1.5 million. What do you think? Tiger Shark trembling to Xiao Han said to, now he is really no way, after all, if the real war, originally they can only in a group of people evenly matched, now 2 groups, their own followers have long been scared to slip half. And this promised 1.5 million out fee is also his last liquid assets. Oh? Firefight? How many people are on the other side? How many of us? Xiao Han immediately came to the interest to know the absorption of life energy is very fast, a firefight down, at least hundreds of people, then at least a contribution to their own 1 or 200 upgrade points. So many upgrade points, enough to let his strength upgrade a grade. At the same time, so many people, maybe someone can contribute a combat skill or something to Xiao Han. As for money, it was secondary. There were more than 300 people. There's only about 100 of us. Tiger Shark gulped, not daring to lie. The total must be only 400? Xiao Han froze, feeling that it was a bit less. And Tiger Shark was confused when he heard Xiao Han's words, totaling 400? Feelings you mean even your own people to beat? However, remembering the beating yesterday morning, Tiger Shark immediately felt that Xiao Han was a fighting maniac. At the same time, his heart was slightly excited, listening to Xiao Han's tone seemed not to be afraid at all. By the way, does the other side have weapons? Suddenly, Xiao Han asked a question that made Tiger Shark a little confused. No, of course not, this is in the Great Summer where we have that ability to get weapons. Tiger Shark helplessly wiped his sweat, and not a movie. To have weapons, it would have to be those thousands of people on the head of the large scale possible. Good, time, place. Xiao Han is not ambiguous, as long as there is no weapon, that is some send upgrade points, come more is also dish. Unless it really comes the kind of strong person who breaks through the limit of flesh like himself. But not to mention that this kind of person has no, even if there is, how can it be and deal with the Tiger Shark? This kind of small group have to unite the heal cooperation. Thanks Xiao Xiao, the time is around 5 o'clock this afternoon, the place is at the Tianlong racecourse, I will personally come to pick you up at that time. Hearing Xiao Han's agreement, Tiger Shark hurriedly said excitedly. Not to mention whether Xiao Han can pick hundreds of them, according to yesterday morning's fighting strength, one of them will definitely have no problem to beat 30 to 50 elites, with Xiao Han's joining in, he may really blot down the other party's extermination. Contact me when the time comes. Xiao Han hung up the phone directly after saying that. 400 people in a firefight, it seems that you still need to prepare something. Although his own body strength of General Machete cannot break the defense, but cannot guarantee that the other side really have weapons. Then Xiao Han looked at his clothes. System, upgrade my full body clothes, pants. Chapter 13 Skill Sprint. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming upgrade points. 3. Obtaining, clothes 1, pants 1, shoes 1. Clothes 1, comfort 1, upper body defense 3, upgrade required, 3. Pants 1, leg strength 1, lower body defense 3, upgrade required, 3. Shoes 1, speed 1, foot defense 3, upgrade requirement, 3. As the system's tone fell, Xiao Han looked at his clothes and realized that there was no change. However, the strength of the legs had increased by a fraction of a second. Keep upgrading, sooner or later you will have to upgrade anyway. Xiao Han didn't hesitate, after all, now after 4 or 5 hours of absorption he already had over 100 upgrade points. If you keep it and don't use it, can you still give birth to pups? Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming upgrade points. 9. Obtaining, clothes 2, pants 2, shoes 2. Ding congratulates the host on consuming upgrade points. 30. Obtaining, clothes 3, pants 3, shoes 3. Ding congratulates the host on consuming 90 upgrade points, obtaining, clothes 4, pants 4, shoes 4. Another series of 3 system beeps ended, Xiao Han's more than 100 upgrade points instantly bottomed out. However, the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment were immensely satisfying to Xiao Han. Clothes 4, comfort 30, upper body defense 100, blood recovery 10, skill, 1000 changes, can be transformed into 100 different shapes of clothes, upgrade requirements, 100. Pants 4, leg strength 30, lower body defense 100, room 10, skill, 1000 changes, can be transformed into 100 different shapes of pants, upgrade needs, 100. Shoes 4, speed 30, leg defense 100, skill, sprinting, short time speed increase 200, upgrade need, 100. Although 132 upgrade points had been consumed, these attribute bonuses alone had already paid for themselves. There was actually a blood recovery bonus, which meant that in the future, even if you received a serious injury, you could recover as long as you recuperated. There's also sprinting, it's simply a divine skill. As for the 1000 changes, Xiao Han is also more satisfied. After all, he has been wearing the same set of clothes is really inconvenient, but change the clothes then these bonuses are equivalent to no longer. This skill just solved Xiao Han's concern. 100 defense, plus my own defense, I wonder if I can resist hand weapons. Xiao Han stroked his chin. Forget about it, it's important to raise his strength first. At this time, Xiao Han was not interested in continuing his research, but proceeded to go back and forth between the pots of hot water. Time passed by minute by minute. A few hours later, Tiger Shark drove to Xiao Han's neighborhood downstairs on time. And at this time, Xiao Han's strength had also undergone a drastic change. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Physical, 80. Speed, 80. Soul, 80. Skills, General High School Knowledge 100, 010 Theft LV 103. Equipment, clothes 4, pants 4, shoes 4. Upgrade points, 544. Several hours of time was enough to raise Xiao Han's upgrade points by more than 150 points, of which more than 90 points were all used to raise Xiao Han's triple stats, while the rest was saved for when he met a good skill during this battle. Xiao Xiao, I'm coming. After seeing Xiao Han coming down the stairs, Tiger Shark said respectfully with his 2 followers. I'm here. The other 2 followers also bowed respectfully to Xiao Han. Mr. Xiao Han, let's go. Xiao Han nodded slightly and then directly got into Tiger Shark's car. Along the way, Tiger Shark introduced Xiao Han to the layout of the forces that mixed black in Tianyan City, but Xiao Han had no interest. It was now that Xiao Han wanted to try his own strength, otherwise, Xiao Han had no interest in these followers, no matter how big or small they were. Seeing Xiao Han closed his eyes and ignored himself, Tiger Shark closed his mouth wisely. However, Xiao Han's action of not caring made Tiger Shark even happier. After all, the fact that Xiao Han didn't care meant that Xiao Han couldn't possibly come to mix with him in this business, otherwise, there seemed to be no other way for him but to be sincere. Soon, the group arrived at the location where the 3 forces had originally made an appointment. You guys are still so civilized in your fights? Even the location is an appointment? Xiao Han looked at the car outside the side of about 400 people, the other side only 70 or 80 people in the confrontation. It seems that the Tiger Shark does not come, or not hands. Xiao Yang is not on the road of nature, do not understand, like us this large-scale fire fight but to be in advance and the top of the relationship. Otherwise, when the time to send out the special tube to us a pot and that is to win is also no use. So the firefight and so on can only be in the ordinary citizens cannot see the place to do it. Tiger Shark quickly explained. So said Xiao Han understood. It seems that no matter what, it can't be compared to a class management machine. And, let's go, and early, no time to spend with them. Xiao Han nodded and directly opened the door and walked down. Chapter 14, One Hit 400, Terrifying Xiao Han. As for the tiger shark's mouth that he had more than 100 people and the other side had more than 300 people with wrong information, Xiao Han completely ignored it. He had already thought about it. How could anyone risk their lives in this situation to support Tiger Shark, who was definitely losing? Except for those diehards. Tiger Shark sighed in relief and hurriedly got out of the car to follow him. Tiger Shark, Niet, can you hurry up, surrender before it is too late than anything else, have to see blood is not it. The stout, dark-skinned black dog saw Tiger Shark coming and immediately cursed. Tiger Shark, not that I do not give you a chance, now defected to us, the size of the time is also a small leader, otherwise, you think that your men are Ip Man? Can one fight 10? And Morning Biao also said in a deep voice. Cannot see blood, not see blood, after all, see blood to be medical, that can be money ah. Martyr, I Tiger Shark when I was afraid of you, to do it on the hands, do not special nonsense. Xiao Han backed up the Tiger Shark immediately gas enough, directly began to dislike with the opposite side. Now Morning Biao and Black Dog became angry. Give face, brothers, give me to waste him. Morning Biao snorted coldly and directly charged up with his large sword. Black Dog's group also raised their weapons and rushed up. Brothers, give me on. Tiger Shark let out a low roar and similarly charged up with his watermelon sword. Both sides quickly fought together. A sound of angry curses and miserable screams spread around. Tiger Shark's followers were just a few dozens, and there were more than a dozen elites who were half crippled by Xiao Han, and in just less than a minute, Tiger Shark and his group were the only ones who could still barely stand. At this moment, Tiger Shark was dumbfounded as he saw Xiao Han standing not far away watching the show. Xiao Xiao, save your life. Tiger Shark shouted in a hurry. Xiao Xiao? Just that kid? Tiger Shark. Are you out of your mind? Black Dog was stunned when he heard Tiger Shark's voice, but he laughed when he saw Xiao Han as a youngster. Go a few, break his legs for me. Morning Biao glanced at Xiao Han and ordered disdainfully. Are they all down? Then I'll do it. Xiao Han is laughing, to know, Tiger Shark line of people also count half of their own people, they are not good to start, can only wait for them all kneel Xiao Han hands in order to maximize the benefits. As for the death of the Tiger Shark followers, it seems to have nothing to do with him, he only needs to ensure that the Tiger Shark does not die. Just when more than 10 funeral Puma followers laughed and rushed towards Xiao Han moved. Brush. Xiao Han, whose speed had reached a full 80 points, instantly disappeared in place. Where is that kid? Disappeared. Ah. Poof. Xiao Han had just disappeared when a shriek came out, however, the next second the shrieks all turned into one miserable shriek after another. These miserable screams were what continuous. And after every scream there was a follower spitting blood and flying out. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Upgrade point 03. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Upgrade point 05. Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Upgrade point 04. For every follower that fell, a system beep appeared in Xiao Han's mind. Life energy could be absorbed much faster than heat energy, which was why Xiao Han had wasted his time running here. What's going on with this? Morning Biao and Black Dog's faces turned pale as they watched their men fly out one by one. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Xiao Xiao is so terrifying. Tiger Shark, covered in blood, looked at this scene and instantly became excited. He knew that he had gambled right, although out of his savings over the years, but worth it. The more than 400 people present were all horrified as they scanned in all directions, fearing that the next one to be sent flying would be themselves. However, with their eyesight, against the speed of Xiao Han is even Xiao Han's shadow cannot be captured. I surrender, I quit. Suddenly, someone finally couldn't bear the pressure in his heart. After all, looking at their own not far away from the brother one by one vomit blood smashed on the ground, life and death do not know, is the mind again good also want to collapse. With his scream, one of the followers around him hurriedly dropped his weapon and raised his hands to surrender. Put. However, how could Xiao Han let the other party off the hook just by saying a word of surrender? Morning Biao and Black Dog's henchmen continued to fall one after another. And every person who wanted to run just ran out 2 meters and was instantly killed in seconds. In only half a minute, there were only 3 people left on the field, Morning Biao, Black Dog and Tiger Shark, whose legs were trembling. Xiao Han's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the 3. Chapter 15 Skills Flying Dagger LV4. Puffing. Morning Biao instantly knelt down when he saw Xiao Han. Warrior, Xiao Xiao. Spare your life, we will never dare again. Morning Biao was sweating profusely, not even daring to look at Xiao Han. And the Black Dog on the side saw this as also legs soft directly kneel down. Xiao Xiao, we have no eyes to offend you, please have mercy and spare us this time. Black Dog shivered and said. To know, then Xiaohan ruthless people they are not seen, but let them cannot afford a trace of resistance is only Xiaohan one. To realize that Xiaohan's 80 points of soul comes with the pressure, already let them instantly psychological collapse. Ding discovered skill, Flying Dagger LV1. Learning consumption, 1 upgrade point. And just then a system beep appeared in Xiaohan's mind. Flying knife? Xiaohan was a bit puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, a level 1 flying dagger was only an ordinary person level. Xiaohan also roughly understood the system's leveling. LV1 skills, the levels were all at the ordinary person level, while LV2 levels reached the ordinary person limit. LV3, on the other hand, was beyond the ordinary person limit. As for LV4, it was those whose attributes reached a whole 100 or so. As for what 100 points of attributes meant, right now Xiaohan wasn't very clear. Learn it. Xiaohan also didn't hesitate to directly click on learn. In the next moment, a stream of knowledge about the showblade surged into Xiaohan's mind. In an instant, it was as if he had been practicing for several years. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Flying Knife LV1. Flying Dagger LV1 can skillfully use Flying Dagger to attack others, damage 4. The Flying Dagger skill of LV1 only added 4 points of damage value, but these 4 points of damage were enough to explode over 10 points of damage if used by an ordinary person with their own force. That is, it could instantly kill an ordinary person. Of course, this was hitting where it mattered. But even so, this skill was considered incomparable. Sure enough, those who could form skills were only able to do so by practicing a certain line to a certain level. Thinking of this, Xiaohan tapped upgrade several times in a row. Ding, congratulations to the host, Flying Dagger has been upgraded to LV2, consuming upgrade points 3. Ding, congratulations to the host, Flying Dagger has been upgraded to LV3, consuming 10 upgrade points. Ding congratulates the host, the Flying Dagger has been upgraded to LV4, consuming 30 upgrade points. Flying Dagger LV4 can use 8 Flying Daggers to attack the enemy at the same time, with 100 damage. The terror of the Flying Dagger of LV4 can be said to be able to instantly penetrate a wall. Bullets are also dregs in front of them. It is true that the place where there are more people can have more gains. Xiaohan nodded with satisfaction. You handle the rest on your own, I won't get involved. Xiaohan ignored the 2 people who were kneeling on the ground colorfully trembling, but directly walked towards the car. Seeing Xiaohan completely ignoring his 2 people, the black dog was suddenly bright. Die boy. A silver flying knife from the black dog's hand shot out Xiaohan's neck over. This knife he brewed for a long time, but also his black dog can break out in this area of the reputation of the strongest means. He was confident that Xiaohan was no longer strong enough to catch it at such a close distance. Not good. Xiao Yung, careful. Tiger Shark's face changed and he let out a cry of alarm. However, amidst the crowd's disbelief, Xiaohan caught the Flying Dagger with just 2 fingers. Flying Dagger, I can do it too. Xiaohan looked at the Flying Dagger in his hand but smiled. Then his right hand slightly shook, and in the next moment, a silver light instantly cut through the air, instantly shooting towards the black dog. Boom! A muffled ringing sound instantly spread across the surrounding hundreds of meters. My hand! A terrified cry came out. Only to see that black dog's right hand actually looked like it had been blown off from the shoulder by explosives, and a blood-colored arm fell to the ground. And on the concrete floor behind the black dog, there was a small pit in which a twisted flying knife was stuck. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Tiger Shark and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. How is this possible? Tiger Shark and the others were looking at Xiaohan as if they were looking at a god. This kind of visual impact was simply too horrible. Using flying daggers to shoot pits out of the concrete floor, how could humans do it? And Xiaohan ignored the screaming black dog. Black dog's flying dagger skills all relied on his right hand, and with his right hand wasted, the human was also wasted. And Tiger Shark couldn't easily spare the other party. Returning to the car, he began to organize his gains. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a total of upgrade points, 2,435. With more than 400 people, each person on average could just contribute around 0.5 upgrade points. Together with what was left over after upgrading his flying dagger, Xiaohan now had 2,495 points. The harvest was not bad. It was not a wasted trip. Xiaohan nodded with satisfaction and then began to rest his eyes in the car. Chapter 16, with this garbage question, you still want to stop me from working part-time? More than 10 minutes later, Tiger Shark arrived in front of Xiaohan with 3 flying daggers. Xiao. This is the flying dagger I searched from the black dog, according to his account as a kind of alloy to build, is the top grade among the flying dagger, also please Xiao Yung eyes. Xiaohan took it over and looked at the 3 flying knives. Alloy flying dagger, crafted with a special alloy, it has a strong killing power. Damage 5. The 3 flying knives were as one. And seeing the attribute of damage 5, Xiaohan was also bright. No, to realize that ordinary kitchen knives damage is only just 2, that is still because of the large size of the reason. The damage of the flying knife is one of the lowest among many weapons. After all, he relies on sneak attack and concealment. Looks like Black Dog didn't spend a lot of money on this kid. Xiao Han smiled slightly. It's good that Xiao Xiao likes it. Seeing Xiao Han receiving the flying dagger tiger shark was so happy that he almost jumped up. By the way, Xiao Xiao, the strike fee of $2 million that was mentioned before, I have already called that one card before. If young Xiao still has things to do, I will let my brother send you back first. Tiger Shark stood outside the car and bent down respectfully and said to Xiao Han. As for the previously agreed $1.5 million to now $2 million, Xiao Han didn't say anything and just nodded. Well, then I'll leave first. Xiao Han slightly nodded his head, and the follower who drove the car was also sensible and hurriedly started the car and drove towards Xiao Han's home. The next morning, Xiao Han was driven up by Xiao Mother. The helpless Xiao Han can only quickly wash up after taking a car toward the school drive. After all, today is the college entrance examination. Yesterday Xiao Han did not go to find the examination room, if you go later for fear of missing the examination. Yo, little brother, go to the second high school is the college entrance examination. Car driver saw Xiao Han with a stationery bag asked with a smile. Yes, this cannot afford to be late, only taxi. Xiao Han said with a smile. If the night, Xiao Han would rather run by himself, after all, faster. But during the day if you run with extreme speed, I'm afraid that the next day will be put on the major media serial broadcast. Ha, since it is a high school student, then this time I will pull you for free to help you get a good score. The driver smiled. After all, free transportation for exams is nothing new these years. Then thank you, master. Although Xiao Han was not short of money, but the other party was so kind, Xiao Han would not spoil the fun. Soon Xiao Han came to the examination room. Outside the examination room, a large numbers of parents in a variety of positions toward the school inside. Xiao Han squeezed a little before barely squeezing into the school. Soon, Xiao Han found the examination room, and the examination was soon held. The first is the language. Xiao Han slowly write, but even so, just half an hour to when Xiao Han just finished writing, and a kind of students under the gaze of curiosity to hand over the paper away. The second afternoon, math is also so. The next two Xiao Han is not too much time, directly half an hour to the end of the paper to go. However, when the last game of Inger language ended, there was a little bald male student and Xiao Han about the same time to hand in the paper. Xiao Han glanced at him when he left and actually found that most of this kid was right. Sure enough, there are still a lot of geniuses out there, but this kid was bald in his third year of high school? After handing in his paper, Xiao Han sized up the classmate and then walked out of the examination room with the other side toward the school outside. Bald male student's backpack out to the school gate also said a disdain. With this garbage questions, you still want to stop me from working part-time. After saying this, he walked out of the school as dashingly as a gust of wind. Xiao Han. Finally ended, 3 years. 3 years. Xiao Han walked towards the front with some emotion instead of going straight home. Speaking of which, he hadn't properly wandered around on the road like this since the beginning of his senior year. Boom. However, right at this moment, a roar suddenly came from not far away. Xiao Han looked over and instantly realized that it was actually a van that had overturned a luxury car. There was a car accident, quickly report an ah. The one that was hit was Bentley? The one who hit the person is afraid to be cool. It's on fire. Quickly run. A cry of alarm followed. The driver of the truck saw that the car was going to explode and immediately threw down his car and ran away. There are still people in the car. Suddenly Xiao Han realized that there was an unconscious middle-aged man in the burning car, and subconsciously he ran towards the car. Not caring about the unthinkable, Xiao Han ripped the car door off and then directly ripped off the other person's body safety belt to drag the person out. Boom! The two just left the car a few meters. The car instantly exploded. The good thing is that Xiao Han hastily threw the unconscious man out, or else with the other side of the body strength is afraid of instantly dead. Chapter 17 Medical Arts LV5. This won't get people killed? In the sea of fire, Xiao Han ran out. Good in the explosion of the moment many people are subconsciously avoided, and there is no one to see this scene. This young man is really lucky that he didn't get blown up. What are you talking about? Want people to be blown up before you are happy? None of the onlookers started to applaud Xiao Han. Xiao Han could only smile helplessly and then walked near the middle-aged man. Luckily not dead, or I would have worked for nothing. Xiao Han was relieved to see that the other person was still alive. After some time, ambulances, fire trucks, and traffic controllers came. Ding found the skill, medical skill LV1. Learning consumption, 1. And just as the ambulance opened, a system beep came with it. Only to see a doctor with a few emergency nurses rushing to put the man on top of the stretcher to start first aid. Medical skill? Finally a good skill. Xiao Han's eyes lit up and then directly clicked learn. He directly used 144 upgrade points to upgrade his medical skill to LV5. Healing Art LV5 can heal all diseases of ordinary people, as well as can heal all cultivators below the dark strength stage. Attached skill, yellow rank low level alchemy, recovery speed of the healed person is 300%. The introduction of the LV5 level healing art made Xiao Han freeze. Dark strength stage cultivator? Could this be the level of a cultivator? Xiao Han secretly guessed up. As for the term dark power, of course he had heard of it. Some network novels divided the cultivation level of martial artists into 3 levels: Ming Jin, Dark Power, and Huan Jin. He had heard of the term dark power in some online novels, which divided the cultivation levels of martial artists into Ming Jin, Dark Power, and Huan Jin. I can't imagine that the term dark power actually exists, that is to say, the chemical power Ming Jin should also exist? You are a witness, right? You and we will go to the hospital. The ambulance doctor said to Xiao Han directly after settling the injured. Xiao Han froze, wanting him to go to the hospital? Isn't that because he's afraid to pay for each person? I can't imagine that these hospitals are so snobbish, people are dying and still afraid to pay per person. However, although Xiao Han thought so but also did not care too much, after all, these doctors are also to live, there are really patients after the medical not recognize the account. In the end, the doctor can only pay out of pocket. But understand, Xiao Han is not going to have any good feelings about this kind of doctor. As for why not find the driver, the other party has now been taken away by the traffic controllers, where to find. Xiao Han, who has LV5 medical skills, also saw that the middle-aged man's current state was afraid that he wouldn't last until the hospital. With that, Xiao Han directly peeled off a few nurses who were doing first aid. In this situation, a few small nurses who only know CPR are useless. This gentleman, what are you doing? Can't you see that his situation is very serious? Our hospital is not responsible for his death. After seeing Xiao Han's action, the emergency doctor became anxious. He has saved a lot of people in first aid. Of course he knows that the middle-aged man's situation is critical, so he hurriedly looked for Xiao Han to go to the hospital with him. Who knew that Xiao Han would come to this hand? However, Xiao Han completely ignored them, but directly pointed towards more than 10 acupoints near the middle-aged man's various wounds. In just a few seconds, the wounds that were still bleeding actually slowly stopped bleeding. This scene immediately caused the several small nurses on the side to cover their mouths in disbelief. They had to know that they had just used a lot of hemostatic drugs and bandages, but they were completely useless, and the only way to close this situation was to stitch it up quickly. However, the next moment, Xiao Han's action was what made the faces of those present change. Only to see Xiao Han actually pressed his right hand on the middle-aged man's fractured chest. The next moment he pressed down heavily. Stop, his ribs are fractured, you will die if you do this to him. After saying that, he went to pull Xiao Han, however, his strength couldn't even move Xiao Han to push him, let alone pull him away. This is Hua Tuo orthopedic method, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. However, just at this moment an old man came over. I didn't expect a young man of this age to be able to use Hua Tuo's orthopedic method. The old man looked at Xiao Han excitedly. Dean? Why are you here? And the Hua Tuo bone setting method you mentioned? What is that? The emergency doctor was a Western doctor, of course he had never heard of these Chinese medicine terms. The surrounding nurses were shocked when they heard that the person coming was actually the dean of the city hospital. You should know that the president is not in the hospital all year round, only a very few times such as a certain big shot to the hospital will come out. And the dean is also the head of the Provincial Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Chinese medicine attainments are second to none. You are still young, read more medical books, emergency doctor is not so good to do. The dean stroked his beard helplessly, then watched Xiao Han's movements seriously. But the more he watched, the more he was shocked. This hemostasis technique was actually so precise, that is, the teacher back then couldn't even manage to find the acupuncture points so quickly. This was the Huaishir 9 needles. It can be used without needles? How was this possible? As the medical techniques used by Xiao Han became more and more skillful, this head of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association actually couldn't even read it. Dean? This. It's alright. The emergency doctor gulped. It should be fine. Evaluation votes are 571 now, to 600 plus more. Flowers also 2,500 now to 3,000 plus more. Chapter 18 Flesh 150. By now, the dean couldn't confirm it. His words immediately made the doctor on the side wipe his sweat. You old man is an authority, it should be fine. What kind of spirit is it? Speaking back, if not for the fact that Xiao Han was using the basic rescue method in the beginning, then the dean also thought that he was messing around. After all, at this time Xiao Han used his hands instead of needles to acupuncture. This method has never been heard of. Phew! Finally good. After a few minutes Xiao Han let out a sigh of relief and withdrew his hand. Just as the dean and the others held their breath looking at the man still lying on the ground. Cough! Suddenly, the man coughed violently a few times, and a blood clot coughed out of his mouth. I'm there. The man looked around in a flurry of confusion. He can pay his own medical bills, he doesn't need me, right, so I'll leave first. Xiao Han drew out a piece of paper and wiped the blood on his hands, frowned and then said, Little friend, I do not know where the teacher, I am the director of the city hospital Sun Miao, just passing by here to take a look. I did not expect that I actually let me find little friend this kind of heavenly talent. This is the old man's business card, I wonder if there is time to talk to the old man? Seeing that the middle-aged man actually woke up, the dean's face immediately changed greatly. The dean's face changed dramatically. He knew that the other man's injuries could not be seen from the naked eye, and unless he was in the hospital, even he could not save him. But Xiao Han not only saved back, actually let the other side can so quickly back to consciousness. It is simply a miracle. And Xiao Han, who did this kind of miracle, is definitely a treasure for doctors like him who are pursuing medical skills. I still have something to do now, wait for the time later I will come to bother it, this is my phone, the patient to you, I go first. Xiao Han did not have the leisure to talk to these people. However, Xiao Han still took the other party's business card over, and at the same time, he also made a phone call to the other party. After all, the dean of the city hospital, maybe he can still trouble people. Good, little friend go slowly, little friend go slowly. The dean hurriedly smiled and led the way for Xiao Han, looking at the several doctors and nurses on the side in a daze. Being able to ask for Xiao Han's phone number already made the dean excited beyond measure. As for the rest, take your time. After the middle-aged man was sent back to the hospital for a full body checkup, the people who checked him were baffled. Because from the results of the examination, the middle-aged man's fatal injuries are more than one, but these injuries from the inside to the outside actually in the rapid healing. However, this healing was relying on the potential of the middle-aged man to recover. A miracle, simply a miracle. Could it be that little friend is one of those people? Yes, only that group of people have such abilities. Dean's son instantly became serious when he thought of this. Everyone, no one should say anything about what you saw today, I am doing this for your own good, I hope that you will not make any mistakes. Dean's son's words instantly caused those present to change their expressions, but they all nodded. Since Dean's son had said so, they didn't care. System, open the attribute table. At night, Xiao Han in front of the window looked at the stars in the sky and spoke to the system. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Physical, 150. Speed, 150. Soul, 150. Skills, General High School Knowledge 100, 010 Flying Dagger LV50300 Chinese Medicine LV50300. Equipment, Clothes 5, Pants 5, Shoes 5, Alloy Flying Dagger 43. Upgrade points, 654. Xiao Han in these days would absorb the upgrade points whenever he had time. The 600 or 700 upgrade points that he had accumulated were also basically used to improve his overall strength. The clothes and pants of 5 had boosted Xiao Han's defense by 300. However, just these upgrades consumed Xiao Han's 400 upgrade points. According to the system's calculations, 1 point of flesh value seems to correspond to 10 kilograms of strength, which means that my current strength has reached 1,500 kilograms. The power of this power in a fist is definitely no less powerful than an ordinary cannonball. Ha! What was that? However, right at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared between the tall buildings in the distance. Chapter 19, Cultivator. Little Lingzi? The speed of the several figures and their speed flashing rapidly between the tall buildings. Of course, this fast was only relative to ordinary people. A few people were 2 or 3 kilometers away from Xiao Han, and if it wasn't for the fact that they happened to be seen by Xiao Han, no one would have really noticed. It was actually people. Ordinary people could actually break out at such a fast speed. This speed definitely breaks through the human body limit. Is this a cultivator? Xiao Han's spirit was immediately shaken. Although he was powerful, he didn't seem to have much to strive for. I didn't think that there was really such a thing as a cultivator in this world. Interesting, go and take a look first. Xiao Han thought of this, instantly moved with a thought, and in the next moment, the clothes on his body instantly transformed into a set of nightclothes, wrapping Xiao Han in such a way that only a pair of eyes were left outside. Go! With a thought, Xiao Han's figure instantly disappeared in place. Gu Yunjun. You think you can run away? You've been poisoned by us and you still want to run? Be a good boy and go see Amaterasu God. Only to see 2 men with East Continent country accents who were dressed in ninja uniforms and wrapped themselves up tightly just like Xiao Han chasing a middle-aged man to the death. Gu Yun, on the other hand, was covering his shoulder and quickly running for his life, but there was a wound at his shoulder. The blood flowing out above the wound was actually black. Humph. I have already notified the nearby Dragon Soul members. Fujino, are you guys so rampant? Aren't you afraid that my Dragon Souls will catch you? Gu Yun said with a cold snort. Ha, barbarians are really stupid. How can you possibly hold out for help in your current state? Koizumi-kun, let's make this quick. Fujino let out a fierce smile, then instantly threw out several hand swords with his right hand. On the side of Koizumi also did not show any weakness, also several hand swords shot out. The speed was so fast that it directly blocked all of Gu Yun's paths. Damn! Gu Yun roared angrily, wanted to dodge but it was already too late. Puff! The next moment several hand swords directly inserted in the body of Gu Yun. His speed, which was already poisoned, instantly dropped. Die! Autumn Crane Slash! Fujino's eyes lit up and he instantly drew the short sword at his waist and slashed down heavily towards Gu Yun's back. However, just when both Fujino and Koizumi thought they had gotten it, a strange change occurred. Swoosh! Suddenly, a silver-colored light exploded from the distance and instantly blasted on top of Fujino's arm. Puff! With a penetrating sound, the silver light instantly shattered both of Fujino's arms, and what was even more unbelievable was that the silver light actually turned around and flew back in the direction it came from. Nani? My hands! A disbelieving scream came out from Fujino's mouth. How is it possible that a shinobi's hand was destroyed in just a moment? Who is it? Koizumi's face was ugly as he looked towards the direction the silver light came from. Instead, he saw a figure in nightclothes standing straight at the top of a utility pole. You don't need to know who I am, just ask your Amaterasu Amikami later. Xiao Han said calmly. He just came to hear Fujino's East China accent Mandarin and immediately guessed the identity of the other party. With that, he directly threw out a flying dagger and flew Fujino. LV5's flying dagger skill already allowed Xiao Han to manipulate the trajectory of the flying dagger at will, so shooting it out and retrieving it was as simple as a match. Escape. Fujino's two faces changed, and then they let out a low cry to stay. Can instantly waste Fujino, although it is a sneak attack, but this strength is definitely not something they can resist. After saying that, the two instantly fled in two different directions. This strength want to escape? The two of them instantly fled in two directions after saying that. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully, then his right hand slightly shook, instantly two silver lights shot out from his right hand. Soon, two miserable screams came from not far away. The two flying daggers that were shot out also returned. This thing was much better than a hand weapon. Looking at the two silver flying daggers that he had strengthened, Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. I don't know which senior is the one who rescued me. Dragon Soul Gu Yun is here to thank him. Gu Yuan stood trembling in place and arched his hand at Xiao Han. Gu Yuan was incomparably fortunate at this moment, not expecting to meet such a strong person even in this place. Instantly killing two middle ninjas this strength as the entire Dragon Soul is not much, right? And Xiao Han just swept him a glance, then threw out a bottle of medicine. You are poisoned, eat some medicine first. Xiao Han slowly said. As for what the other party was, Xiao Han didn't care, but as long as it was Xiao Lingzi's enemy, Xiao Han definitely couldn't let him die just like that. And Gu Yuan instantly brightened up and caught it in a hurry. He thought it was some kind of holy medicine for healing. However, when he saw Yunnan Baiyao internal medicine written on the bottle, he was speechless. Chapter 20, Cultivation World Situation. So I'm already a big brother? But since it was given by Xiao Han, he didn't dare not to eat it. With that, he picked up the bottle and poured it into his mouth. Hey! You save it. It's very expensive, alright. Xiao Han's face turned green at the other party's action. This was Yunnan Baiyao for that he had spent a full 44 upgrade points to upgrade. A tiny bit as big as a fingernail cap was enough for Gu Yun to use, who knew that this guy actually poured it directly. This. Gu Yun was instantly startled by Xiao Han's words. Looking at the bottle of medicine has been eaten, most of his own cold hairs suddenly stood up. Hurriedly head shrinking for fear of Xiao Han angry up to give himself a flying knife. Forget it, blame me for not understanding. Xiao Han heartache will Yunnan Baiyao collected back. At the same time, Gu Yun suddenly felt his whole body began to heat up slightly. The wound on his shoulder was actually healing rapidly. He hurriedly pulled off the several shurikens that were stuck in his body. The wound area was actually recovering at an extremely fast speed. Because of the amount of medicine he had taken, it was actually fully recovered in more than 10 seconds. Even the poison that he had been hit by, and even the internal injuries that he had once suffered were healed. What kind of medicine is this? It was actually so terrifying. Gu Yun couldn't believe it and looked at Xiao Han's carefully hidden Yunnan Baiyao. Instantly his eyes turned green. If he had a bottle of such a divine medicine, he could definitely become the existence of the Dragon Soul's deadly guardian. This kid still rely on it? Xiao Han was speechless when he saw the other party's eyes. However, he did not care. If the other party could provide himself with some information, such a small thing, Xiao Han did not mind giving it away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Gained upgrade points 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Gained 6 upgrade points. Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Gained 2 upgrade points. And right at this moment, a series of 3 system beeps came along with it. There are actually so many. Could it be because they are all cultivators? Xiao Han was stunned, but he was relieved when he thought about it. From his speed, strength analysis, the flesh speed of these people should all be around 30 to 40 points. Adding to that, the other 2 were killed directly, so Xiao Han gained upgrade points a little higher still. Thank you, senior, for saving my life, as well as saving my life. I can't thank you enough for your help, but if there is anything you want to do, I will be there for you. Gu Yun hurriedly knelt down on one knee towards Xiao Han. As a person of the Dragon Soul, he would definitely repay the favor of saving his life. Get up, it's just a small matter. But, then again, there is something I really need to ask you. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Senior, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. As long as it doesn't involve state secrets, I will definitely tell you everything. Gu Yun respectfully said. State secrets? Could it be that his so-called Dragon Soul was still a state organization? Thinking about this, Xiaohan was even more concerned about the information he could get later. State secrets I have no interest in knowing, I only want a microcosmic cultivation world level division. Xiaohan asked the thing he wanted to know the most at this time. However, the moment Xiaohan's words came out, Gu Yun was instantly confused. The rank division of the cultivation world? This you can even kill a middle ninja in seconds and you still don't know. However, this question Gu Yun directly swallowed back without asking. He then told Xiaohan about the rank division of all the schools he knew as well as some of the basic intelligence of the cultivation world. The cultivation world was generally divided into the following schools. There was the ancient martial arts school led by Yan Xia. Ancient martial arts is the cultivation of physical strength and qi. Cultivation levels were divided into martial artist, Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Huan Jin. A martial artist is a person whose physical body has not yet broken through the limits of the human body, but because of the practice of ancient martial arts, the combat power is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. This kind of cultivator, generally a person to fight 7 or 8-10, is the limit. This level is also the largest number of people in the ancient martial arts world today. On top of this is the realization of the strength of the qi, that is, the true qi cultivator. However, this true qi only flows on the surface and cannot be hidden, so it is called Ming Jin. The power of those who possessed Jin Qi in battle was far beyond that of those who did not have Jin Qi. According to Xiaohan's numerical calculations, it was equivalent to a cultivator with a flesh value of 1099. A Ming Jin powerhouse can already be called an expert, because having Jin Qi is far from being comparable to an ordinary person. Just like Gu Yun, with just 30 or 40 points of strength he was able to travel back and forth between a tall building. And experts like him had a high status amongst the major ancient martial arts families, as well as the upper echelons of the country. Enough to enter the secret upper echelon of the country, the Dragon Soul. And members of the Dragon Soul, facing the county magistrate, can even order at will. Of course, members of the Dragon Soul cannot reveal their identities at will. Power Qi? I didn't expect that Power Qi was so useful, but why didn't the system prompt Gu Yun to have the skill of Power Qi? Hearing this, Xiaohan was a bit puzzled. However, he didn't care too much about it and continued to listen. After Ming Jin is Dark Jin. When the comprehension of Ming Jin's Jin Qi reaches a certain level and at the same time the strength of the physical body reaches the standard, the Jin Qi will be transformed into Dark Jin. The dark energy is hidden in the body and has reached the level of returning to the basics. Gu Yun looked at Xiaohan without a trace of true Qi fluctuation, also assumed that Xiaohan was a great master of the dark power stage. As to why this master even asked for such rudimentary knowledge, it was not for him to know. However, thinking of this, Gu Yun hurriedly said to Xiaohan, "Senior, with your dark strength cultivation, if you come to my Dragon Soul, at least is also the captain level, at that time is to face some of the chief of the matter, people have to bow to you." Chapter 21, Dragon Souls. Dragon Soul? Xiaohan nodded slightly and didn't refuse. And Gu Yun was instantly excited upon hearing this. If he had gotten himself attached to such a big man like Xiaohan, he would have a place in the Dragon Soul in the future. "Senior, this is my contact method, if you really want to come, just give me a phone call." Senior immediately in place. Gu Yun quickly offered his contact information when he saw the wind at his back. Xiaohan smiled, and also did not polite directly received. And after that, Gu Yun has in Xiaohan said a little located in the ancient martial arts world at the apex of the Huanjing expert. Huanjing expert Yan Xia explicitly only 4 big families of the old ancestor and the Dragon Soul's 3 big hallmaster is. And there are no more than 50 strong people of this level in the entire world. None of them are humanoid destructive weapons, and they are fearful existences wherever they go. Gu Yun was instantly excited when he talked about the harmonization power masters. After all, he was fortunate enough to have seen that kind of powerhouse once, and just one glance made him feel as if the heavens and earth were imposing. Huan Jin? Xiaohan's eyes flashed. According to Gu Yun's description, harmonization strength was also equivalent to a physical body strength of over 1,000 points. That is to say, just the strength alone was 10 tons. Coupled with the addition of the power of Huan Jin, the power was not at all an exaggeration to say that it was a humanoid destructive weapon. It seemed like the first order of business was really to get some methods of cultivating Jin Qi. Xiaohan's eyes flashed as he began to ponder. Gu Yun then talked to Xiaohan about other cultivation methods other than ancient martial arts. That is, Xiaolingzi's ninja, the lower ninja is also the ordinary martial artist level, while the middle ninja that he just killed is the Ming Jin level, the upper ninja is the Dark Jin, and the Shadow class powerhouse is the Harmonized Jin. Shadow class powerhouses are only found in the 3 major ninja villages in the eastern continent countries. It was said that the election of the sons of the earthly gods was all by the word of mouth of the 3 shadow level powerhouses. One could imagine how terrifying a harmonization power level powerhouse was. As for the other countries, they are also divided into corresponding ranks. Looks like this world is not as boring as I thought. Xiaohan smiled, to know that being invincible is actually really lonely. Well, I've roughly understood everything you've said, and when you say it like that, I really do have some interest in your so-called Dragon Soul. Xiao Han touched his chin. He was interested not in joining the dragon soul to get some kind of shelter or something like that, but he was a bit interested in the resources controlled by the dragon soul. After all, although his current self was powerful, he didn't have a corresponding cultivation method. And it seemed that the dragon soul was the most convenient place to get cultivation methods. And Gu Yun was instantly excited upon hearing Xiao Han's words. I didn't expect Xiao Han to really be interested. Senior, if you are really interested in joining the Dragon Soul, Senior is willing to be your guide. The Dragon Soul's internal standard for recruiting Dark Force stage powerhouses is 10 million activity funds per year, as well as a cultivation method corresponding to the Dark Force level, and a martial art. At the same time, there is also the Dragon Soul Captain's Medal, which is one level greater for both the Seeing Chief and the bigwigs below the Chief of Staff. As long as approval is given to buy these things will soon be delivered to Senior. And if seniors don't want to show their true colors, they don't need to reveal their true identities even when facing the Hall Master, as long as they participate when there is a mission. Gu Yun hurriedly told all the benefits. Xiao Han, who heard that there was a merit law, naturally lit up. His purpose was naturally the merit law, and he didn't need to expose his identity. These 2 points were naturally the best for the current Xiao Han. Then I will trouble you. Xiao Han's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. Alright, please wait for a few minutes, Senior. I'll go pack up the bodies of those 2 little spirit children. Gu Yun hemmed and hawed, then even ran aside not far to carry back the bodies of the little spirit children that had been penetrated through their chests. Xiao Han looked at the dead two without a single fluctuation in his heart. Soul has reached 150 of his Manhwa firm, is to eliminate 10,000 people as long as he feels that he is right, will not have a trace of discomfort. Elder, also please follow me. After Gu Yun finished speaking, he swept towards the center of the heavenly cloud city with the corpse of a small spirit child in one hand. Xiao Han also followed behind without slowing down. The 2 of them flew to a huge office building. Gu Yun walked to the security guard and pulled out the documents in his arms. The security guard was a burly man, and the aura emanating from the burly man Xiao Han roughly projected that he was a rookie chicken who had just entered the limits of the human body not long ago. If the security guard knows that his proud strength is so bad in front of Xiao Han, he is afraid that he will be angry to death. Please come in. The security guard spoke respectfully to Gu Yun, and then glanced suspiciously at Xiao Han, who was dressed in night clothes. Elder, let's go. Gu Yun turned back and respectfully said to Xiao Han. This instantly made the security guard's face change. Even the Ming Gene stage Gu Yun was so respectful to Xiao Han. Could it be that Xiao Han was a dark gene expert like the head of the branch hall? Gu Yun, don't you know that this is the Dragon Soul branch hall? Any cat or dog can come in. Who is that person beside you? And just then a questioning voice came from behind Gu Yun and the others. Dragon souls and whatnot were all existences that were hung by the protagonist. Chapter 22, Special Class plus Skill Ming Gene. Only to see a middle-aged man with glasses walk across to Xiao Han and the 2 of them with an icy face. However, his eyes saw the 2 ninjas that Gu Yun was carrying in his hands before his eyes shrunk slightly. Impossible, how could Gu Yun's strength kill 2 ninjas? However, there was not much change on his face. Lu Jun, what do you mean? This is the new member that I am going to introduce to the Dragon Soul. Do you like this one to go against the rules set down by the Hall Master? Gu Yun, where does he not know what this guy Lu Jun means? The 2 have always been at odds. This time it is just borrowing the matter of Xiao Han to make things difficult for himself. Xiao Han is who? That is the dark power stage of the big brother, so Gu Yun also played a small mind, did not directly address Xiao Han Sr., or explain the strength of Xiao Han. The Dragon Soul had always accepted strong people from all over the country. As long as they wanted to join, they could do so if they passed the rank test. Therefore Lu Jun immediately frowned when he heard Gu Yun's words. Humph. Among the rules set by the Palace Master is also the rule that one must examine whether the other party is an enemy or not. This guy doesn't even dare to show his true colors. I suspect that he is a spy for Xiaolingzi. Although the right to lose, but Lu Jun where will show weakness. A newcomer is just, they want to get a wave is not impossible. Lu Jun. Put the dog. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Gu Yun was instantly enraged. However, his heart is happy. To know Xiao Han's heart degree of ruthlessness he has just seen, this Lu Jun is afraid of not less than a lesson. Lu Jun, right. And just at this moment Xiao Han, who originally did not want to speak, opened his mouth. Kid, my name is you can call? Not to mention that you have not yet become a member of the Dragon Soul. Even if you do, you still have to call me a senior. Lu Jun knew that if he argued with Gu Yun any longer, he would definitely have to fight, and with slightly less strength, he directly turned his spearhead towards Xiao Han. However, hearing Lu Jun's words, Gu Yun knew that he seemed to be in trouble. Sure enough, Xiao Han moved. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lu Jun. Such a terrifying speed caused the faces of several people present to change drastically. And the next moment Xiao Han directly threw out a slap. Slap. A crisp slapping sound came out. Xiao Han's terrifying force directly deformed Lu Jun's cheek and the whole person directly flew out. At the same time more than 10 teeth with blood instantly sprayed out from his mouth. Boom. The unlucky Lu Jun smashed on top of the ground like a ragbag. Ding, congratulations on absorbing life energy, gained upgrade points 5. This dragon soul, it seems to be this kind of high-minded and proud people. I am this kind of mountain village boy. It is better not to defile your eyes. The matter of joining the dragon soul is over. Xiaohan withdrew his hand and then said calmly. And his words immediately caused Gu Yun's face to change. Elder. Gu Yun's face turned pale as he tried to explain. He knew that his small mind had already been seen through by Xiaohan, and instantly felt remorse in his heart. Xiaohan had saved himself, and he was still using Xiaohan so much. Different paths, do not conspire with each other, this kind of collusion, I'd better not get involved. Farewell at this point. Xiaohan waved his hand and stopped Gu Yun. He was merely on a whim before, and now that the whim had passed, he was no longer interested. Since your excellency is here, why don't you go and have a seat in my Dragon Soul branch hall? And right at this moment, a loud voice came out from within the branch hall. Immediately after that, a burly man carrying a long sword walked out with a few martial artists with powerful auras emanating from their bodies. Captain! What brings you here? Gu Yun spoke in surprise. Greetings to the bastard sword captain. The security guard also saluted in a hurry. On the way from there, Xiaohan also learned from Gu Yun about the Dragon Soul branch in Tianyun City. Beiji Dao is the person in charge of this branch of the temple, the strength of the early stage of the Dark Force. It was said that there were not many people in the entire Dragon Soul who could match his strong blade skills. And under Beiji Dao there were 15 main Jin stage and more than 100 ordinary martial artists. After all, although Tianyun City is not big, but at least it is also a third-tier city, this point of deployment should still be there. I am Beiji Dagger, one of the Dragon Soul captains. I have not taught you well and have bumped into you, please forgive me. The bastard sword ignored Gu Yun's people and instead arched his hand towards Xiaohan. While at this moment, Xiaohan was attracted by the system's beat. Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the blade technique LV3, is it to be learned? Learning consumption, 10. Ding, congratulate the host found the leg method LV1, whether to learn? Learning consumption, 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the special bonus skill, Ming Jin LV1, do you want to learn it? Learning consumption, 10. A series of 3 system beeps immediately brightened Xiaohan's eyes. Among them, there was actually the Ming Jin usage skill that Xiaohan wanted the most. Learn them all. Chapter 23, Legendary Alchemy. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Knife Technique LV3, consuming 10 upgrade points. Ding congratulates the host on learning the skill, Leg Technique LV1, consumes 1 upgrade point. Ding congratulates the host on learning the skill, Ming Jin LV1, consumes 10 upgrade points. With the system's beeps, Xiaohan also successfully mastered the LV3 Knife Technique and Ming Jin skill. Blade Technique and Leg Technique were left aside for now. After comprehending Ming Jin, Xiaohan felt that the qi in his body began to coalesce at a rapid pace. The original loose power became solid. If he was able to utilize 50% of his power before, he was now able to utilize 10% of it. And this was not counting the combat power that Ming Jin itself could enhance. Although the upgrade points consumed to upgrade Ming Jin was 10 times that of other ordinary skills, Xiaohan felt that it was completely worth it. Knife skill LV3, when using a knife as a weapon, the combat power is increased to 400, upgrade needs 30. Leg Technique LV1, when using a leg technique, the combat power is increased to 150, upgrade needs 3. Ming Jin LV1, a martial artist uses his/her body's energy to condense into Jin Qi, which can be attached to his/her body and weapon, thus exploding his/her combat power by 150. Upgrade requirement 30. Looking at the introduction of the 3 skills, Xiaohan was naturally incredibly happy. At this time, he also knew why Gu Yun, Lu Jun, and the 2 little spirit children had not comprehended Ming Jin. It wasn't that they hadn't comprehended Ming Jin, but that their understanding of Ming Jin had only reached the point of condensing it out. They hadn't reached the point where they could make it more solid and thus explode into a more powerful strength. Xiaohan guessed that the fact that Bazhou was able to condense dark energy and become a dark energy powerhouse had a lot to do with the fact that he had comprehended Ming Jin to LV1. Perhaps only by practicing the use of Ming Jin to a certain degree can one successfully condense dark power. And in order to successfully coagulate harmonization power, one must also cultivate dark power to a certain degree. However, the principle may be known to everyone, but it is definitely much more difficult to implement. However, I have a system, perhaps the dark energy can directly cohesion, LV1 Ming Jin cannot, then LV2, and then cannot LV3 LV4, it is impossible to cohesion does not come out. Thinking of this, Xiaohan's mouth slightly up. As long as the beginning is there, subsequent to relying on the system, Xiaohan can definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But the 7 or 8 martial arts cultivators present only had 3 combat skills. And this Ming Jin and blade technique both seemed to be from the bastard blade. It seemed that it wasn't the stronger the strength, the higher the skill level. The skill level still depended on the level of proficiency in something. Gu Yun had said that although the strength of the Baji blade was not even ranked in the top 100 amongst the Dark Force, the blade technique was able to be ranked in the top 5. No wonder it's a LV3 blade technique. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Xiao Han indifferently glanced at the few martial artists present, not putting them in his eyes at all. Nonsense, if Xiao Han, who now had Ming Jin, fought, all the others present were vegetables except for the bastard sword. After saying that, Xiao Han turned around and directly left. Captain, let him go like this? The matter of Lu Jun. A few martial artists on the side whispered to Ba Dao. Humph, do you guys still want to go on? This person's breath has already reached the return to the bottom at least or dark power, because Lu Jun, my dragon soul, lost a dark power expert. How? You guys think you can win a dark force? Ba Dao immediately coldly snorted. Guyan came on the way to inform the matter of Xiao Han. He didn't expect that he had just come out and had already been sabotaged by this stupid hanging Lu Jun. Now he had the heart to eat Lu Jun. He was also dark strength. If someone provoked himself as much as Lu Jun, he was afraid that he would just slap him to death, whereas Xiao Han was merciful. However, he didn't know that Xiao Han slapped down Lu Jun was more painful than death. Not good, boss, Lu Jun's chi-si is broken. Suddenly, a martial artist who was still on good terms with Lu Jun shouted in horror after checking the fainted Lu Jun on the ground. What? The chi-si is broken. Bastard Blade's pupils shrank, then he rushed up to check. He wasn't worried about Lu Jun's safety, but he couldn't believe it. How could hitting a person's face break their chi-si? This was simply a fantasy. However, after checking, Lu Jun's chi-si was indeed broken, which meant that from now on, Lu Jun's strength would decline day by day and eventually be reduced to a situation where he would not even be as good as an ordinary person, and this time would only be a week at most. Hiss. Good means. The bastard sword inspected a bit, completely unable to check where Lu Jun had gone wrong. Captain, I was seriously injured by both Fujino and Koizumi before, but that senior gave me medicine, and it only took a few seconds for me to fully recover. Guyan seemed to be remembering something and hurriedly spoke to Bastard Sword. What? It can make a seriously injured person recover in a few seconds? Are you kidding? A martial artist said in disbelief. Could it be the legendary elixir? Does that mean Lu Jun's chi-si was shattered because his acupoints were sealed? The Bastard Sword's pupils shrunk and he said with some disbelief. Chapter 24, This person, the dragon soul, cannot be offended. Pills? How is this possible? Isn't the art of alchemy extinct? Guyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but thinking about it, it seems that only legendary pills have such a divine effect. Today's matter will be reported to me, and in the future, if there is any news of that mysterious person, I will definitely report it over, remember. Lest he give me to offend people again. Bastard Sword said coldly. Guyan, a few people scared and nodded in a hurry. As for Guyan, his more intestines are repenting. If not for him to engage in things, Xiao Han has now joined the Dragon Soul. He has a guide in the future is not a dream. The ability to use gas to control the sword, this ability, seems to be good. Tianyun City, a tall building roof. Xiao Han looked at the hands of the flying knife above the Ming Jin condensed out of the gas blade, said with satisfaction. In the next moment, Xiao Han's hand slightly shook. Swoosh! With a cracking sound, the flying dagger instantly flew out hundreds of meters. The flying knife directly slashed through an abandoned utility pole in the distance. Thumbing. The utility pole was instantly cut off by the flying knife as if it was paper mache. In the next moment, the flying knife instantly flew back. So sharp. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, knowing that although the power of the flying dagger was horrifying, but if it did not have the strength of Ming Jin, it could only violently shatter the wire bar. At the same time, a small amount of power would be lost. But at this time with the Ming Jin's power chi, it was able to cut the wire bar in an instant. The difference was huge. It was true that a LV1 power chi boosted combat power by 50%, so it seemed like it was time to raise the level of Ming Jin a bit more. In addition to killing Fujino and the others and seriously injuring Lu Jun, Xiao Han's total upgrade points had reached 84 points, but he had used 21 points to learn the skills. Now Xiao Han still has 63 points. System, upgrade Ming Jin to LV1. Upgrade them all by one level. Xiao Han spoke to the system in his consciousness. Ding, start upgrading. With the system's response, the Jin Chi in Xiao Han's body began to condense at a rapid pace, and at the same time there were countless more messages about the blade technique in his mind. A LV4 blade technique could be said to be reached only after 100 years of cultivation, and all the feelings of 100 years poured into Xiao Han's mind, making Xiao Han's blade technique skills improve at a rapid pace. Ding, upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host to obtain Knife Skill LV4, Leg Skill LV2, Ming Jin LV2. Knife Skill LV4, when using a knife as a weapon, the combat power is increased to 500, upgrade required, 100. Leg Technique LV2, when using leg technique type martial arts, the combat power will increase to 250, upgrade requirement, 10. Ming Jin LV2, a martial artist uses his/her body's energy to condense into Jin Chi, which can be attached to his/her body and weapon, thus exploding his/her combat power to 250. Upgrade requirement, 100. In an instant, Xiao Han's upgrade points were all depleted, but Xiao Han didn't care. It seems that the upgrade points are still not enough, so I can only sleep late today. Xiao Han was a bit helpless, and then swept towards the cultivation room in a hurry. The next night, Xiaohan spent in the cultivation room. The next morning, Beisho City, Dragon Soul headquarters, an old man carefully examined Lu Jun brought by Bastard Sword with a frown on his face. In its surroundings there was a single dark power stage powerhouse who carried the Dragon Soul Captain's medal just like Bastard Blade. Using acupoint impact to break down the Qi Si? This kind of tactic is something that even the old man is unable to do. The old man's words instantly caused Bully Blade's face to change. Not only him, but all of the Dark Force stage powerhouses present were shocked. Second Palace Master, you are the most powerful person in the world in terms of medical skills, even you can't do it. Could it be that that person really knows the lost alchemy in the legend? Ba Dao asked with some disbelief. The second Hall Master in his mouth is the old man in front of him. This person was not only one of the 3 major harmonization stage experts among the Dragon Souls, but also the oldest strongest person among the Dragon Souls. At the same time, he was also a powerful level of Chinese medicine nowadays. Don't look at the old man's rosy cheeks, but he had actually lived for more than 300 years. One should know that for an average harmonization power stage expert, 300 years old was the limit. And the average dark power stage expert would at most live to be over 150 years old. At 300 years old, he had survived since the Tartar era. When the old demon woman was critically ill, he was invited to go. But all those sent were killed by the old man with a single slap. If it wasn't for the fact that the Great Hall Master came out of nowhere with unparalleled and terrifying strength, and at the same time the philosophy was basically the same as his, he wouldn't have been able to become the Dragon Soul's second Hall Master. I'm still a little bit short of which step, and this person's medical skills are, in all probability, above mine. Do you think he knows alchemy? The second Hall Master smiled and asked rhetorically. And his words instantly shook those present, sure enough. At this moment, Bastard Blade was very glad that he didn't go and take a shot at Xiaohan just because of this stupid hanging Lu Jun. His whereabouts, no one should trace. I don't care if it's that family behind you, at this time, this is just. And right at this moment, the second Hall Master spoke. At the same time, an aura like that of heaven and earth instantly crushed towards the dozens of dark power experts around. Everyone felt breathless. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. Obey orders. The matter of the North Head City, Xiaohan naturally did not know, but knowing would not care. Chapter 25 Absorbing Electricity. 1750 Upgrade Points. Time back to the first night. Xiaohan, who came to the rented cultivation room, looked at the induction cooker water basin in front of him that had accompanied him for a few days and fell into deep thought. It seems like the strength of my current flesh could have adapted to the electric current a long time ago. Thinking of this, Xiaohan, where else would he come to slowly absorb the heat energy? He took out the key to heaven that he had prepared long ago. It was actually a plug made of pure iron. With that, Xiaohan directly inserted the plug in. The next moment, Xiaohan felt a tingling sensation. But it was simply child's play for the current Xiaohan. Ding began to absorb electrical energy. Upgrade point 01. Upgrade point 01. Upgrade point 01. A loud system beep came along with it. In a second's time, the upgrade point was raised by a full 01. This speed could be said to be a full 10 times faster than the previous heat absorption speed. In other words, at this speed, Xiaohan would be able to obtain a full 360 upgrade points in an hour's time. Developed, isn't it? The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. Because with the cultivation method of Mingjin, Xiaohan could also raise his upgrade points while cultivating Mingjin at the same time. After all, there were many uses that Xiaohan had yet to fully understand. Time passed by, and Xiaohan returned from the Dragon Soul branch at exactly 1 in the morning. When the sun's ray of sunlight rose in the sky, Xiaohan also finally stopped. Phew! Xiaohan exhaled a breath while slowly opening his eyes. System, how many upgrade points do I have now? Xiaohan asked directly to the system. Ding, total number of upgrade points, 1750. The system's beep made Xiaohan smile. System, give each of the 3 attributes 350 upgrade points. Xiaohan directly commanded. Ding accepted the command. Starting to upgrade the 3 attribute data, total upgrade points consumed, 1050. Boom. However, with the system's beep, a terrifying stream of warm light instantly and crazily erupted from within Xiaohan's body. Wherever the warm stream went, Xiaohan felt incomparably hot. In the next moment, the impurities that Xiaohan thought would not appear again began to be expelled. It seemed that before it was because the value of each boost wasn't high, this time it directly boosted 350 points, triggering the second layer of cleansing the sinews and marrow once again. Xiaohan looked at the black impurities that were rapidly discharged from his pores and rushed to the bathroom. Although Xiaohan didn't live here much, but the necessities of life Xiaohan had prepared. As time passed by, Xiaohan's flesh slowly regained its calm. This enhancement had consumed half an hour. However, after boosting so much in half an hour, Xiaohan naturally wouldn't mind being too slow. One should know that those cultivators, such as Bastard Sword, although he looked like a middle-aged uncle, he was actually over 70 years old. It was because the dark power stage cultivation could live for 150 years, as well as the reason why people who practiced martial arts had strong blood chi, that's why they acted almost like they were in their 40s. However, Bastard Sword had started practicing martial arts since he was 7 or 8 years old, and even now, after 70 years, he had only reached the early stage of dark power. At this moment, Xiao Han had already reached the middle stage of dark power. In such a comparison, Xiao Han's speed could be said to be enviable. Cracking. Xiao Han casually moved his body and a bone-popping sound was emitted from within his body. It was awesome. The thrill of boosting strength was enough to make any cultivator obsessed, and Xiao Han was no exception. System: upgrade Ming Jin to LV4. At the same time, upgrade Flying Knife to LV6, Blade Technique to LV5. Looking at the remaining 700 upgrade points, Xiao Han directly spoke to the system. As for other unimportant skills, Xiao Han didn't bother. After all, some of the leg techniques and such now Xiao Han did not have any corresponding martial arts skills, so there was absolutely no need to upgrade. And the system was quick to respond. Ding, start upgrading. Ding, congratulate, the host upgrade is complete. Obtain skills: Ming Jin LV4, Flying Dagger LV6, Knife LV5. Tomorrow, counting the extra shifts, 6 shifts from, as usual, Flower's evaluation votes increased and then add more. Thank you for your support. Chapter 26, more than 10,000 kilowatts of electricity in one night. The upgrading of skills was accompanied by a terrifying stream of messages. The two combat methods as well as the condensation method of the LV4 Ming Jin caused quite a few memories to spring up in Xiao Han's mind. These memories as well as experiences were instantly embraced by Xiao Han, thus blending together. The power chi in Xiao Han's chi si was also being compressed at a rapid pace. Martial artists who had not condensed their Jin chi to become Ming Jin also had a certain amount of chi in their bodies. However, these chi were very loose, just like the silk that had just been stripped from the cocoon. Just comprehending the time is equivalent to these silks slowly straighten out, have a unified attack and thus the power of the great increase, but not formed skills of the strength of the chi is only to enhance the strength of 1 or 2%. When the energy begins to compress for the first time and becomes tougher, it is the LV1 Ming Jin. It was equivalent to a thread of wool condensed by a silkworm, and its power skyrocketed. At this time, Xiao Han's Jin Chi has been condensed 3 more times to reach LV4. The strength is equivalent to a steel rope made of iron wire compared to the LV1 of wool. Knife skill LV5. When using a knife as a weapon, the combat strength will be increased to 600, and the upgrade requirement is 300. Ming Jin LV4. A martial artist uses his or her body's energy to condense into a powerful energy that can be attached to the body and weapon, thus exploding his or her combat power by 500. Upgrade requirement: 1000. After upgrade, Ming Jin will be transformed into Supreme Dark Jin. Flying Dagger LV6. When using a flying dagger, the combat power is increased to 800. Upgrade requirement: 1000. If other people knew about the Ming Jin, they would definitely think that Xiao Han had lost his mind. If other people knew that, they would definitely think that Xiao Han had lost his mind. You have to know that the most common dark force is only 3 times the combat power. Supreme dark power? What kind of spiritual thing is that? Xiao Han was a bit puzzled. But it seemed like it could be, so Xiao Han didn't think much about it. After all, by the LV4 Ming Jin condensed out, how can not be worse, is not it? With that, Xiao Han exported his attributes. Attribute table. Name: Xiao Han. Race: human. Martial realm: Ming Jin limit. Physical body: 500. Speed: 500. Soul: 500. Skills: General High School Knowledge 100, 010 Flying Dagger LV6 01000 Chinese Medicine LV5 0300 Knife Skills 0300 Ming Jin 01000 Theft 03. Equipment: Clothes 5, Pants 5, Shoes 5, Alloy Flying Dagger 43. Upgrade points: 74. At this time, Xiao Han's strength had been raised to an outrageous level. It was the harmonization power stage. Xiao Han had the confidence to touch base with his opponent. After all, the bonus of harmonized power was only 5 times the combat power. Although there is a power gap, but if you use flying daggers, Xiao Han is confident that he is strong enough to kill an ordinary Huan Jin powerhouse. I didn't realize that my strength is already so strong. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. Buzz. 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 And right at this moment, Xiao Han's cell phone vibrated. Landlord? Xiao Han was stunned. What was the landlord doing calling him at this time? But Xiao Han still put the call through. Little brother. Is there something wrong with your meter? You used more than 10,000 kilowatt hours of electricity in a few days? When I rented my house to you, I paid you $500 for electricity, and now not only is it gone, but I still owe more than $5,000. The landlord is also a little confused. This is only a few days. Used more than 10,000 degrees of electricity. Xiao Han in the end with what machine? It is to open a large factory seems to not use so much it. Xiao Han was also speechless when he heard it. It seems that 10 degrees of electricity just happens to be an upgrade point. It had only taken a few hours to use this much. That is to say, if the full power is turned on, one has to consume one or two $10,000 of electricity a day. The landlord's first suspicion was that there was a problem with the meter. Nonsense, what a concept of 10,000 degrees of electricity. Now an induction cooker is open to the maximum is 2200 W, that is to be an hour to feed 2 points, that is to say, 1000 induction cooker, enough to open 5 hours, in order to exhaust 10,000 degrees of electricity. That's a lot of power. Looks like it's time to buy a suite. Xiaohan was a bit helpless. He originally thought that he could just rent a room, but now after he started using electricity he didn't want to be questioned by his landlord early in the morning every day. I'm sorry, I won't rent it at the end of the day. The rest of the rent will be treated as the electricity bill, and the other things I have here. If you want to stay, don't want to throw it away, it's fine. Since he decided not to live here, Xiaohan will not hesitate. Ha! There is such a good thing. The landlord's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaohan's words. After all, Xiaohan has paid more than 10,000 yuan, a year's rent, that is to say, he paid the electricity bill, not only did not lose but also earned several thousand for nothing. How can he not do this good thing? This side of Xiaohan hung up the phone directly left. There's not much to remember anyway. First go to buy a house, but I'm here just $2 million, it seems to be unable to buy any good house. Xiaohan was a bit helpless. Just as he was walking towards his home while thinking, suddenly he frowned. There's actually someone following me. Interesting. Could it be someone from Dragon Soul? Chapter 27, The Zhao Family. Ming Jin Wan Lao. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly when his soul exceeded 100. One of the skills he awakened was the legendary spiritual sense, or divine sense. Now that he had 500 soul points, nothing within a 500-meter radius could escape his divine sense. Not far from his house, a Lincoln was parked there, still extended, and the person in the car had been staring at himself since he saw him. Finally appeared, but how did he come back from outside? The man in the car, who was wearing a straight suit while wearing black sunglasses, looked at Xiaohan, who was slowly walking over from the distance. Then he looked at the photo in his hand and realized that it was exactly the same as Xiaohan. Then he got excited. Ha! Where is the person? However, in just an instant, Xiaohan lost sight of him. The sunglasses man's face suddenly changed, and he hastily stuck out his head to look around. Boom! However, just then a sound of a door closing came from behind him. You are looking for me. In the next moment, a voice full of male charisma made the sunglasses man's face change. He looked in the rearview mirror and didn't know when Xiaohan had actually sat in his car. Excuse me, is this Mr. Xiaohan? The sunglasses man boasted that he had been a bodyguard for decades, and never had a person been able to appear behind him so stealthily. Instantly, he associated Xiaohan with cultivators. Only those people could be so powerful. Of course, it could also be a momentary oversight on his part. What are you looking for me for, or what are the people behind you looking for me for? Xiaohan found a comfortable position lying on top of the back seat, not to mention, it is really comfortable. A night without sleep he almost fell asleep. Mr. Xiaohan, first allow me to do a self-introduction. I am Mr. Zhao Yunlong's bodyguard. Mr. Zhao is the man you saved yesterday in the construction of the road. Mr. Long woke up to learn that you saved him, so very grateful to you, so took the liberty of accessing that section of the road security cameras, learned about your residence. If Mr. Zhao hadn't just recovered and his status was inconvenient, he would have come to thank you personally. So under the last resort can only send me to pick you up to the mansion to talk. Sunglasses man spoke very politely. After all, he knew that Xiaohan is Zhao Yunlong's life-saving benefactor, and Zhao Yunlong's nature, if he knew that he was not polite to his benefactor, is afraid to waste himself. Zhao Yunlong? So it's him. Xiaohan's eyes slightly narrowed, finally remembered the middle-aged man who was saved by himself yesterday in order to verify his medical skills. You are his bodyguard, then why weren't you with him yesterday? Xiaohan was a bit puzzled, but he didn't see the sunglasses man yesterday. After all, the sunglasses man is also practicing martial arts, and physical strength seems to have reached the limit of ordinary people. This strength is enough to react over the big truck. Alas! Truth be told, yesterday was Mr. Zhao's daughter's college entrance exams. Mr. Zhao said to go alone to send, the end of the time ready to personally go to pick up only when the car accident. Sunglasses man is also helpless. I see, anyway, I'm fine, then go around. Xiaohan also did not refuse. Anyway, mom has long been out of the house, their own home is just to go to dinner. Nestled in the house all day, not moldy. Good, Xiao please sit tight, I'll set off right away. The sunglasses man smiled when he heard Xiaohan agree and hurriedly started the car and drove towards the distance. Xiaohan, on the other hand, closed his eyes and rested his mind. Half an hour later, the car finally stopped at a luxurious villa area. Xiao, we are here. The sunglasses man hurriedly got out of the car to help Xiaohan open the door. Thanks. Xiaohan smiled faintly and got out of the car. Mo Yun Tin Jiao? Looks like this Zhao Yunlong was still rich. Xiaohan had naturally heard of the most expensive villa area in Tianyun City. Legend had it that the people living here could be the most powerful or the richest people in Tianyun City. Mr. Xiao please. The sunglasses man respectfully led the way for Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded and followed. The villa was a private manor covering dozens of acres. After passing through the exquisitely tended garden, Xiao Han arrived in front of a castle-like villa. In front of the villa, there was already a butler-like old man waiting. "This is young Master Xiao. I am the butler of Xiao family. My name is Wang." When the butler saw Xiao Han, he hurriedly came up and introduced himself enthusiastically. "Elder Wang, then I will retire first." The sunglasses man left after saying that. "Young Master Xiao, please come inside." After Wang Lao finished speaking, he led Xiao Han towards the villa and walked in. This old man was actually a Ming Jin stage powerhouse. It seems that this Zhao Yunlong is not a small person. After all, it seems to be owed 7 or 8 chapters, now. Chapter 28 Goodbye Zhao Zixin. Xiao Han's eyes flashed. But it was just a mere middle-stage Ming Jin martial artist. To put it bluntly, although Xiao Han could not use his soul power yet, he could crush a Ming Jin stage with his soul pressure alone. Ding discovered skill, Cloud Exclusion Palm LV1. Learning Consumption, 1. And at the same time a system beep came along with it. There are still martial arts skills, of course learn them. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He currently lacked the most unarmed attack martial arts, did not think that this old man could actually cultivate a martial art to the extent of condensing a skill. It seemed that the other party was afraid that he had been learning this martial art for his entire life. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the martial art, Pai Yun Palm LV1. Pai Yun Palm LV1, condense majestic energy in the palm of the hand, thus erupting into a powerful palm force. Powerful palm power, 150. With the 2 system beeps, Xiao Han instantly comprehended the level 1 Pai Yun Palm. It also filled the void of Xiao Han's unarmed martial arts. Young Master Xiao saved Master this time, but all of us in the Zhao family are incredibly grateful to young Master Xiao. I watched Master grow up. If it wasn't for you, young Master, Master would have gone to heaven. If it wasn't for you, the Master would have died in heaven. Wang Lao said to Xiao Han with emotion on the way. "I just happened to be passing by, just happened to come across it, it's just a matter of raising my hand." Xiao Han smiled, did not say anything. And Xiao Han is so not show the appearance of credit to let the old man Wang is also secretly nodded. This is everyone's demeanor. According to the words he had spoken with President Sun, Xiao Han's medical skills could be said to have reached the peak of the world. It was simply a miracle that such a young man like Xiao Han possessed such medical skills. "By the way, Mr. Xiao, because we really want to find you to repay you, so we investigated the monitoring without permission. Please don't blame Mr. Xiao." Wang Lao was a bit embarrassed and said to Xiao Han, "After all, whoever secretly investigated others would not be happy. No harm done. I'm just a little old man." Xiao Han said calmly. Xiao Han's words let Wang Lao speechless. Have this kind of medical skills are small people, then their Zhao family, afraid of even small people are not as good. However, knowing that Xiao Han was more or less upset, he could only smile helplessly, but it was better to say it than to hold it in. And just as the two walked to the living room, a middle-aged man covered in bandages sat on top of a wheelchair accompanied by a young girl walked over. However, Xiao Han froze when he saw the young girl's appearance. One. Zhao Zixin? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. And Zhao Zixin on the opposite side was also stunned after seeing Xiao Han. "Mr. Xiao Han." Zhao Zixin covered her mouth in disbelief, not realizing that the person who saved her life in her father's mouth was actually Xiao Han. You are Mr. Zhao's daughter." Xiao Han was speechless. "Ha, miss, you two know each other? It's really fate." Elder Wang on the side pretended to be surprised. Xiao Han heard this and instantly gave the other party a viciously contemptuous look. Both knew their names and schools, how could they not know that Xiao Han and Zhao Zixin knew each other? "Little friend, do not blame, I also take advantage of my things and little friend to say thank you, before Shiner things thank you out." Zhao Yunlong, covered in bandages, spoke to Xiao Han. The sincerity in his tone made it impossible for Xiao Han to get angry. After all, the recognized goddess of the school was next to him, and although Xiao Han was not a licking dog, he would not lose his temper in front of a woman. "They are all classmates, I saw the natural step, in exchange for who is the same." Xiao Han smiled and said. And hearing Xiao Han's words, Zhao Zixin's eyes darkened. Is it really just because of classmates? Zhao Zixin somehow fought with some loss. After all, since that day, Xiao Han's handsome appearance as well as his character of helping others had been deeply imprinted in her mind. But then again. And just then, Xiao Han spoke up. He frowned as he looked at Zhao Yunlong. "Little friend has something to say, but there's no harm in saying it." Zhao Yunlong's heart was shocked. He thought he was what, after all, he was in a car accident only yesterday, and he wouldn't have been able to go home if he hadn't been notified that his body was fine in the evening. "My medical skills, I know myself, although because of this injury is too serious, Mr. Zhao's qi and blood may be the recent period of time will be weak point, but not to tie into a dumpling it, wheelchair seems to be unnecessary. And I see you have not been injured again. Xiao Han is a little depressed, this is to their own medical skills, doubt not? To know that LV5 medical skill is already far beyond the mundane, at the same time there is 300 speed of recovery from injuries, one night is enough time for Zhao Yunlong to recover. Cough. However, Xiao Han's words instantly caused Zhao Yunlong to cough a few times, and then he glanced at his daughter with a grudging look. Zhao Zixin's face instantly turned red. I'm not seeing you covered in wounds, I'm afraid you're not well. A mosquito-like voice came out from her mouth, and if it wasn't for Xiao Han hearing the horrible words, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hear it. So it was this girl who did it, it was quite cute. Xiao Han guessed the cause and effect after suddenly helplessly smiled. Let the little friend see the joke, right? Early in the morning to pick up the little friend, really sorry, but also please the little friend to enjoy the face and we have breakfast, after that we will talk again. Zhao Yunlong smiled and slowly stood up. Then, I will disturb you. Xiao Han wasn't polite either. Flanked by the Zhao family's group, Xiao Han arrived at the dining room. The dishes on the table were the most usual home-cooked dishes, just a little more sumptuous. Xiao Han wasn't restrained either. On top of the dining table, Zhao Yunlong was also smiling in Xiao Han's parents, so that Xiao Han did not have a trace of discomfort. Zhao Zixin, on the other hand, kept her head buried in her food, occasionally stealing a glance at Xiao Han, who was laughing and joking with her dad. Chapter 29, Learning Medicine? Sorry, they are not qualified to teach me. By the way, Xiao Han, you guys just finished the college entrance exam, do you have any intention of applying for the exam? With your medical skills, enrolling in a medical university should be the best way forward, right? Hearing this, Zhao Zixin was stunned and didn't even eat anymore. In the time of just one meal, the relationship between a few people had gotten much closer. I do not intend to study medicine, and the direction to engage in later is not determined, but my mother has always wanted me to take a Waterwood North First City. I will be two schools randomly choose a forget it. Xiao Han did not care at all what school he could take. And Zhao Yunlong and Zhao Zixin froze when they heard it. But Xiao Han, your medical skills are so good, why don't you go study medicine? Zhao Zixin on the side was a bit anxious. With Xiao Han's medical skills, he might be the next Nobel Prize in the future. The future is at stake. Xiao Han heard Zhao Zixin's so anxious words, suddenly froze. This little girl, how then is own still anxious? Seeing Xiao Han's puzzled eyes, Zhao Zixin brushed her face red again and hurriedly lowered her head. Zhao Yunlong looked at the side is also a little stunned. His own daughter does not seem to be so concerned about a person it. Learning medicine, to be honest, not to say the country, but those who can teach me inside the medical school teacher should not have, I do not need to go to waste time. Xiao Han slightly smiled, incomparably modest said. That's right, it was modest, because only he himself knew how terrifying LV5 medical skills were. With his level of medical skill, treating cancer was simpler than an ordinary doctor treating a cold. Only he didn't want to treat people every day, his ambition might not be above this planet. While Xiao Han's such confident words were what made the Zhao family's father and daughter freeze. Yeah, how did they not think of that? Even the head of the Provincial Chinese Medicine Association, the country's #1 medical bull Sun Dean, has expressed the desire to learn from Xiao Han's heart, those medical schools, and who is qualified to be Xiao Han's teacher. What Xiao Han said is very true. With your medical skills, perhaps the world's only medicine old man is qualified to do your teacher it. Zhao Yunlong said with emotion. When Wang Lao heard the word pill elder, his eyes flashed with a hint of splendor. Pill elder was not only the foundation of the Yanxia cultivation world, but also the ancestor of the medical profession. Of course, the existence of medicine elder was only heard of by those within the circle. Medicine elder? Could it be someone from the cultivation world? The essence in Xiao Han's eyes flashed. He had known from early on that Zhao Yunlong was not an ordinary person. Although he had not practiced martial arts, he actually had Ming Jin stage henchmen. Medicine elder? Perhaps. Xiao Han smiled and said casually. Medicine old man may be more powerful than his current medical skills, but Xiao Han big deal is to spend a few hours to improve the level of medical skills, by then is to come to a few hundred so-called medicine old man cannot be compared to Xiao Han. For Xiao Han's arrogance, Zhao Yunlong and others did not feel wrong. To Xiao Han's age has such achievements, no arrogance that is not normal. By the way, Xiao Han, this time I invited you to come, in fact, I mainly want to thank you for saving my life. Zhao Yunlong nodded towards Elder Wang after he finished speaking. Elder Wang then carried a tray up. On top of the tray was a set of keys, a real estate certificate, and a bank card. This was. Xiao Han frowned. Xiao Han, don't be angry, I don't mean anything else, it's just that you saved my life. I really can't find any way to thank you. This little gift is just a meet and greet gift, it's really insignificant compared to my Zhao's life. If you don't even accept this, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well, Uncle Zhao. If there is any errand in the future, as long as I can do it, I will absolutely be obliged to do it. Zhao Yunlong saw Xiao Han frowning and quickly explained. Hearing Zhao Yunlong's words, Xiao Han also nodded. Good, in that case, I won't be polite. Xiao Han didn't have a reason to be polite. After all, when people spoke so nicely, he couldn't let others down. Moreover, all of these things seemed to happen to be what Xiao Han needed at the moment. It's good that you're not angry. By the way, I just recovered. Some people who are looking forward to my death are afraid that they can't wait now. There are some things to be dealt with. Xaner, you accompany Xiao Han for a stroll, just to recognize the door. Xiao Han, then I'll excuse myself, I'm really sorry. 30th chapter. My family seems to be an ordinary family. Zhao Yunlong was relieved when he saw Xiao Han collecting his things, then he apologized and said to Xiao Han, "And, you go and get busy." Xiao Han nodded slightly. He also knew that there was something strange about Zhao Yunlong's car accident. After all, the place where the accident happened didn't have a lot of traffic and it was usually impossible for a truck to enter that road. However, he wasn't interested in paying attention to it. After all, looking at Zhao Yunlong's appearance, there didn't seem to be any big deal. "Let's go, Xiao Han, let's go see your new home." When Zhao Zixin saw her father and elder Wang leave, she immediately said to Xiao Han with a red face. Xiao Han nodded, and then led by Zhao Zixin towards another manor next to this one. Out of the blue is a set of manor? This Zhao Yunlong was so generous? Xiao Han was a little helpless. He thought it was just an ordinary suite, at most a small villa. Who knows that it is also the villa of Mo Yunjiao? This set down is afraid that at least to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of it. Xiao Han secretly calculating. After all, it is said that Mo Yun Tianjiao cost billions of dollars. The total must be just 20 manor. Zixin, your family in the end what do? So rich? Xiao Han is a little speechless. So rich, but also every day in their own squeeze bus. Simply no reason. What? My family is ordinary to do real estate. Seems to be called what the Cloud Dragon real estate it. Zixin some natural dull said. Put. Xiao Han almost sprayed out a mouthful of salt water. Yunlong real estate? This is not the biggest real estate group in Yanxia? Assets of hundreds of billions of have wood. Xiao Han is somewhat speechless. This Zhao Zixin is not stay general. But yes, no wonder you can take the two suites next to each other in Emoyan manner. Feelings are covered by their own family. My family so powerful? My father did not always say that we are only a little rich. Zhao Zixin was a bit confused. It was the first time she knew her family was so rich. What's going on in your little head besides studying? Xiao Han breathlessly touched Zhao Zixin's small head, however this time both of them froze. Zhao Zixin's face turned red again. Xiao Han awkwardly took his hand down. Cough cough, since we're all here, let's go in and take a look, huh? Xiao Han awkwardly snorted, then took big steps towards the villa. Zhao Zixin, on the other hand, hurriedly followed with a red face. Master it seems like it's the first time that Miss cares so much about a teenager Not far from the villa, two figures were secretly observing the two Xiao Han in the distance. It was Zhao Yunlong and Wang Lao. I told you that XANR wasn't normal, see I guessed right. Zhao Yunlong had a smug look on his face. Where was the heaviness from before when he had to go and deal with the so-called internal matters? In fact, the matter of his car accident was found out on the first night. As for the murderer, he was now in prison with his whole group of people all ready to eat their meals. The so-called dealing with things is just leaving space for Xiao Han and Zhao Zixin. Master if this is known by the young lady, you'd better take care of yourself. Elder Wang were seeing Zhao Yunlong so pleased with himself and directly struck out. However, Zhao Yunlong who heard this instantly froze. Cough cough, if you don't say it, I don't say it, who knows it's not, and I've already inquired about this Xiao Han. Although his studies are not great, but his character is definitely fine. Not only does he help people, but he is also positive. And this medical skill is enough to make the whole Yanxia people hate to flatter him. Most of all, XANR and him are also talented women who are in love with each other, simply a match made in heaven. The more Zhao Yunlong spoke, the more energized he became. Elder Wang on the side was also nodding his head. By the way, Master, just now Shaoli said that when he went to pick up young Master Xiao he was noiselessly approached by young Master Xiao. I suspect that young Master Xiao is also a martial arts practitioner, and his strength is not bad. After all, it's unlikely that his medical skills can be performed by an ordinary person. And right at this moment, Elder Wang was speaking in a grave manner. And his words were what made Zhao Yunlong serious. This is something I had guessed. I just thought that you, Elder Wang, would be able to see it, but I didn't realize that even you couldn't see the other side. But it could be that the other side had hidden their breath with their medical skills, which is normal in the cultivation world. Zhao Yunlong touched his chin and slowly said, Alas! Everything depends on God's will. No one can stop the young lady if she really likes it. But if young Master Xiao is really like what we guessed, you won't have to worry about the main family side, Master. Elder Wang sighed quietly. The main family. Sooner or later, I'm going to let them know that I, Zhao Yunlong, am not something that can be held by just anyone. Zhao Yunlong snorted coldly and spoke icily. Chapter 31 Goodbye Dragon Soul. I didn't expect to get a caravan together so quickly. It seems that things are unpredictable. Xiao Han looked at this one Aston Martin in the middle of the garage and was somewhat emotional. However, it seems like I don't have a driver's license yet. What can I do with a car? Xiao Han is somewhat speechless. After all, Xiao Han did not learn to drive. Zhao Yunlong is not good enough to give a driver's license directly, although it can be, but still have to think about the safety of others. Roughly understand the layout of the villa after Xiao Han secretly nodded to the security of the neighborhood and so on. Xiao Han also rest assured that their mothers will be brought over. Just this explanation up but let Xiao Han some headaches. Forget it, take one step at a time. Xiao Han thought helplessly. After all, now he can absorb electricity and does not need an before so big sight, so that his Xiao mother moved in is not any inconvenience. After casually strolling around for a bit, Xiao Han realized that it was already noon. After having lunch, Xiao Han couldn't afford to stay any longer, so he said goodbye to the Zhao family and left directly. Right, Xiao Han, the day after tomorrow is my birthday, do you have time to come over? Before leaving, Zhao Zixin finally summoned up the courage to speak to Xiao Han. Xiao Han froze, his mind instantly brainstormed about what big families only see fights on birthdays and such. At once his heart wanted to refuse, however looking at Zhao Zixin's expectant look, Xiao Han still gave up. "And I will come." Xiao Han smiled then said. "Good, then I will wait for you." Zhao Zixin finished and slipped away with a red face. I didn't think that the big school flower actually likes to blush so much. Xiao Han helplessly laughed. After the Zhao family watched Xiao Han author Sunglasses Man Li's car left the Amoyun Tianzhou. Along the way just happened to pass a building. I did not expect to actually to the Dragon Soul branch. Xiao Han froze when he saw this building. The location of this building is not very hidden, but not many people know what the people in this building in the end. Bastard sword. Suddenly, Xiao Han saw a big, burly man walk out from the middle of the mansion, and in the next moment, one after another silhouette behind him also walked out. Gu Yun and a dozen other Ming Jin stages actually came out. Interesting. Seeing this, Xiao Han's car just turned a corner. "Xiao Li, stop the car in front, I still have something to do." The car drove out not far. Xiao Han suddenly opened his mouth. "Yes, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Li hurriedly pulled the car to the side and left directly after Xiao Han got out of the car. It seems like there is something fun going on that can make Tianyun City as a whole come out. Go and join in the fun. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly, and then the clothes and pants on his body changed instantly. In the next moment, a black robe appeared on Xiao Han's body. With Xiao Han's foot pointing, his figure instantly shot up into the sky, instantly arriving at the top of the Dragon Soul mansion to the side. It was just at this moment that Bastard Blade and his group got into a car and drove towards the distance. Xiao Han's foot pointed down, and at the same time, he wrapped himself in the power of his soul and chased after them towards the front. Xiao Han's silhouette traveled back and forth between buildings at an extremely fast speed. Because of the power of the soul, even if they looked in Xiao Han's direction, they would subconsciously ignore him. This was another use of the power of the soul. Along the way, the car made by these few people and a few other identical cars changed position back and forth as if they were avoiding something. However, Xiao Han did not realize that there were other people watching. Eventually the car came before a clubhouse. What are they doing here? Xiao Han was a bit puzzled. This Dragon Soul was also a part-time pornographer, wasn't it? However, soon after he spread his divine sense, he found something unusual. There were actually fluctuations of qi, and it looked like the strength was not bad. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. In the middle of the clubhouse, there were actually 7 or 8 Ming Jin's breath, and at the same time, there was a hidden breath, which was definitely the dark gene level. And Xiao Han looked at the aura. It was a lot stronger than the bastard sword. Interestingly, these auras were somewhat similar to the 2 little spirit children from before, and it seemed that they were ninjas from the eastern continent country. I just don't know what they are doing in Tianyun City. Xiao Han was a bit puzzled. An upper ninja secretly sneaking into Yanxia with 7 or 8 middle ninjas. Surely it couldn't be to swim in the mountains. Boss, from the intelligence, Xiao Lingzi is hiding here. I just don't know if the person is still there. Are we going up or not? A middle-aged man with a sword calmly spoke to Bastard Blade. And Bastard Sword looked through the window towards the closed clubhouse. Do it! Chapter 32, the Bastard Sword is being penetrated? And right at this moment, Bastard Sword opened his mouth. With his order, Bastard Sword rushed towards the clubhouse with more than a dozen Ming Jin stage Dragon Soul members in a hurry. Drink! With a stern shout, the long knife in his hand blasted towards the huge roll-up door of the clubhouse. A wave of dark energy flowed above the long blade. Boom! With a loud bang, the roller shutter door instantly burst open. The next moment, more than 10 people instantly rushed in towards the clubhouse. At the same time, a large group of security guards ran out from the surroundings at an unknown time, blocking off hundreds of meters in a circle. At the same time, many of the security guards were curiously looking towards the direction of the explosion. They also didn't know exactly what had happened. Yo, this is rushing in, aren't you afraid of traps? Xiao Han stood in a dark corner, a black robe concealing his figure. At the same time, his divine sense wrapped the entire clubhouse. And within his divine sense, Xiao Lingzi had already laid a trap waiting for Bastard Blade and the others to arrive. Ha, Your Excellency must be Dragon Soul Bastard Blade Jun. I, Koizumi Ichiro, have been waiting for you for a long time. A small old man in samurai uniform, holding a tai sword, Koizumi Ichiro smiled as he looked at Bastard Sword and his party. Humph, Koizumi Ichiro, you have been surrounded by our Dragon Soul. Will you put down your weapon and surrender, or will you be beaten by me and surrender on your knees? Bastard Sword snorted coldly, while his gaze was rapidly scanning towards the surroundings. Because from amongst the intelligence, there were a full 10 little souls. Apart from the 2 that had already been casually killed by Xiao Han, there were still 8 more to go. Surrender? Your Excellency killed my son and you still want me to surrender? Are all barbarians as stupid as you? Koizumi Ichiro snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the sake of revenge, he would have left overnight, but it was also because he had enough certainty that he stayed. After saying that, his right hand swung. Not good, there is a trap. Bastard Sword suddenly shouted harshly. The other 10 or so Dragon Soul members hurriedly fled in all directions. Boom! The next moment, the clubhouse hall exploded. Flames instantly flooded the entire hall. Almost all of the Dragon Soul members were instantly blown up and drenched in blood. Damn it, I didn't expect them to actually use explosives. But how could they prepare so many explosives in such a short period of time? Bastard Blade was enraged as he watched his men get seriously injured one by one. He knew that there was a trap, but he didn't think that it was actually explosives. To know, from the intelligence, Xiaoquan and his party had come for just 2 days. For the 2 to find so much explosives in Yanxia where the control was so strict, there was only one possibility. I didn't realize that you guys actually have an inside man in Yanxia. If you want to get so many explosives, your inside man's status is not low. Bastard spoke to Koizumi Ichiro in a low voice. Yoshi, your IQ isn't low, but you'll go to hell with these doubts. Koizumi sneered, and in the next moment, with a single point of his foot, he rushed towards Bastard Blade. At the same time, several Nakanabu also instantly rushed out from the dark ground towards the more than 10 more or less injured members of the Dragon Soul. Damn Xiaoquan, I'll split you. Bastard Sword roared angrily, instantly copied the machete in his hand and chopped towards Xiaoquan. Clang! In an instant, the 2 men's weapons clashed together, and a loud metallic clash made the eardrums of everyone present ache. In the next moment, the 2 frantically slashed at each other. And several other Dragon Soul members were also fighting the East Continent ninja to the ground. Damn it, if it wasn't for the precious time wasted by barring Lu Jun from delivering him to Beisho City, it wouldn't have been possible for these little spirits to prepare so many explosives. The Bastard Sword secretly blamed himself and frantically slashed towards Xiaoquan. This time, they were afraid that it would be fatal. Suddenly, Koizumi Ichiro's figure instantly exploded back, and in the next moment more than a dozen handswords appeared in his hands. The rain of hand swords. With a low shout, the hand swords in his hands instantly exploded out, and their terrifying speed broke open the surrounding air. Bastard Sword chop. Bastard Sword coldly grunted, his hands frantically danced up the machete in his hands. The machete accurately slashed each of the hand swords. Puff. Suddenly, a sound of flesh being penetrated reached the ears of the Bastard Sword. At the same time, a sharp pain came from the chest. This is impossible. The Bastard Sword looked at his chest, which was actually penetrated by a taijutsu at some point. And this taijutsu was Koizumi's. Chapter 33, Disguised Body Technique. Instantaneous movement in disguise? Batusai looked at Koizumi in front of him in disbelief. However, the Koizumi in front of him actually only had one piece of clothing left at some point. How about it, Bastard Blade Kuan? How about my East Continent Kingdom's disguise technique? Koizumi's voice came from behind Battling Blade, only to see the topless Koizumi looking at Battling Blade with a sly smile. Body double art? It's actually a body double art. Bastard Blade said in disbelief as blood flowed out of his mouth. In the Eastern Continent, the double jutsu is a powerful ninjutsu that only the top geniuses can learn. Of course, it was actually one of the blindfold techniques, but this kind of blindfold technique needed to rely on strong spiritual power to be able to catalyze it. Otherwise, it will not be able to confuse others. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is the same as Xiao Han using soul power to hide his own body or reason. However, it was a lot more advanced than Xiao Han's own research. And the effect of this ninjutsu in actual combat is comparable to a divine skill. The Bastard Sword is a witness to the horror of this ninjutsu. This is a move that I made by exploding my spiritual power that I have accumulated for several years. You should be proud of it. Koizumi finished speaking as he turned the long sword in his hand with force and endless pain instantly made the Bastard Sword directly scream in pain. Boom. Chest was penetrated. He has lost control of his own power. Directly straight kneel on the ground. Captain. Not good, something happened to the captain. Damn little kid, I killed you. Bastard Knife miserable screams naturally heard by other people. However, by the explosives to blow up the hand injury, they are naturally incapable of rescuing Bastard Knife. Even their own has long been defeated. Sooner or later is a death. What? Now no regret. Don't worry, you killed my son Koizumi's things, I will find back one by one. Koizumi Ichiro coldly snorted and said that he directly drew out the taijutsu in the middle of Beiji's chest. Puff. A stream of blood directly rose to the sky. This knife directly pierced through the heart and stirred it. If not for the fact that Beiji Dao sealed the wound with dark energy, he was afraid that he would have died in that instant. But his death was only a matter of a few seconds later or earlier. Xiaoquan coldly grunted, and in the next moment, holding a long knife in his hand, he slashed towards Beiji Dao's neck. Clank. However, a strange change occurred. With a flash of silver light, Koizumi Ichiro's Tai saber, which was made of a special alloy, was actually shattered in an instant. Who? This scene instantly startled Koizumi. He let out a cold snort and looked towards the surroundings. Instead, he saw a figure covered in a black robe appear above the battlefield at an unknown time. It's you! Bastard Sword's blurry eyes on his knees could no longer hold on after seeing Xiao Han in a black robe and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Who is your excellency? Is it also the Dragon Souls? Xiao Quan warily gripped the taijutsu that was broken down to a single piece and shouted down at Xiao Han. Ding found spiritual martial arts, substitute art LV1. Whether to learn, learning needs, upgrade points 100, learning requirements, soul value, 100 or more. However, right at this moment, a system beep was transmitted to Xiao Han's mind. It was actually a skill that required 100 upgrade points to learn. Xiao Han was a bit surprised. Xiao Han also discovered that all skills were divided into two types. One was like knife skills, sword skills, a type of skill based on proficiency. This type of skill is that ordinary people may be able to practice, so the conditions for learning are very low, starting from 1 point. The other category is martial arts. For example, Paiyun Palm, this kind of low-level martial arts, is also 1 point upgrade points at the bottom, but like Ming Jin, such as only Ming Jin above the strong people may cultivate, will be the need for 10 points at the bottom. After all, there was no way that an ordinary Paiyun Palm could be upgraded with the same number of upgrade points as the mythical 9 revolutions of Xian Gong and other techniques, right? Upgrade it. Xiao Han didn't hesitate. After all, he knew that the more powerful a skill was, the higher the learning requirements were. This skill would definitely be of great use after learning it. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, substitute art LV1. With a system beep, Xiao Han's mind instantly surfaced countless methods on practicing body double art. It was only at this moment that Xiao Han realized why this body doubling technique required a full 100 upgrade points. Double art LV1, interfere with the other party's consciousness with powerful spiritual power, and at the same time, link the previously set up spatial node with spiritual power to move. The movement distance does not exceed 10 meters. Upgrade requirement, 300. Looking at the introduction of the substitute art, Xiao Han sucked in a breath of cool air. Amazing, isn't this instantaneous movement in disguise? Chapter 34, Special Energy Aura. Although it was only above LV1 level, there was no doubt about his power. Xiao Han believed that as long as he could upgrade it to an extremely high level, realizing instantaneous movement would not be a problem at all. It seemed that this time, he had earned a lot. With such a big gain, Xiao Han looked at Koizumi Ichiro a lot more favorably, but the dam still had to be killed. Dragon Soul? It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Han's calm voice came out from under the black robe. Xiao Quan was relieved to hear it. Since it wasn't a dragon soul, then it could be a friend. However, Xiao Han's next sentence made him lose his mind instantly. However, that sun in your mouth, if it's the Xiao Quan who died last night, I'm sorry, you killed the wrong person, the person who killed him is me. Xiao Han calmly said. Nanny, you killed my son? Baka, die. Xiao Quan roared with fury. The next moment his body rushed towards Xiao Han like a bolt of lightning. And Xiao Han slapped out with his right hand. Roll. With a low shout, Xiao Han's slap was thrown at Xiao Quan's face with a roar. Ka. With a sound of bones bursting, Xiao Quan's head turned several times directly on his neck. Xiao Quan's eyes were wide with disbelief. The next moment his eyes directly lost their luster and eventually fell towards the ground. Boom. The sound of the body falling to the ground was extraordinarily clear, as everyone present had been scared pale by this scene. Dead, dead, dead. Koizumi was an upper ninja, a strong person whose strength was comparable to the middle stage of the Dark Force, and he died just like this. Nanny, the chief is dead? The entire battlefield was incomparably quiet. Xiao Han had killed a Dark Force in seconds with a single strike, a strength that made the heavily injured Gu Yun and the others gulp. By the way, there are a few of you also go down to accompany him. Suddenly, Xiao Han opened his mouth, his eyes looking directly at several other ninjas. Run! One of the ninjas let out a cry of alarm and rushed towards the outside of the clubhouse with a single point of his foot. Several other ninjas also fled towards the outside world in terror. The fear Xiao Han had given them was too great, knowing that the upper ninja was a top combatant in the eastern continent country. However, this kind of strong person in Xiao Han's hands gave a second with a slap. It was simply an international joke. Shoo! However, in the next second, 3 silver rays instantly shot out from Xiao Han's hands. Put! In the next moment, these ninjas were like threading a needle as Xiao Han made a hole in his chest. As the 3 flying daggers returned to Xiao Han's hands, 7 ninjas also fell to the ground in a smooth manner. It seems the flying daggers are a bit insufficient. Xiao Han's words left the few Dragon Soul members present speechless. So that's all you care about? Great, the captain is still breathing. Suddenly, one of the members who had gone to check on Bastard Blade's injuries shouted in excitement. But his excitement subsided instantly. A few other team members did the same. Yes, the heart was pierced. Even if he lives, he can only live for a few minutes. Senior, please save our captain. Suddenly, Gu Yun, whose body was drenched in blood from the bomb and at the same time had his hands tendons picked by Xiao Lingzi, boomed and knelt down towards Xiao Han. He knew that as long as Bastard Sword was not dead, Xiao Han could be saved. Of course, only Xiao Han could be saved in this world. I beg Senior to save our captain. I beg Senior to save our captain. One after another, the members of the Dragon Soul of Tianyan City all knelt down towards Xiao Han. Except for those few Dragon Soul members who had already died. All of them were looking at Xiao Han with anxiety and anticipation. Saving people? Not no, why save? However, Xiao Han opened his mouth. If it wasn't for him stepping in, none of the people present would have survived. He had stepped in because he didn't want to watch Xiao Lingzi destroy his own people. However, he has no friendship with Bastard Sword, right? Casually shot, he is not a mother of God. Xiao Han's words instantly made a few people freeze. Yes, why save? It was already a great favor for Xiao Han to make a move to kill Xiao Lingzi. And right at this moment, one of the Dragon Soul members had a heartbeat and pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket. Elder, this is an object passed down from my ancestors. I have found an appraisal master to appraise it. It has a history of more than 300 years. It is worth a lot of money. In addition, this is all of my money. I also ask Elder to save the captain for a while. This Dragon Soul member finished pulling out another card from his pocket and respectfully placed it in front of Xiao Han while he himself was kowtowing a few times towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han frowned. Ding found special energy, aura. Begin absorption. Chapter 35, Leave after pretending, beautiful. Ding found special energy, aura, start absorbing. However, just at this moment, a system tone was followed by Xiao Han's ears. The next moment, a green energy that only Xiao Han could see actually came out of the jade pendant and directly integrated into Xiao Han's body. Ding upgrade point 325. Another system tone reached Xiao Han's mind. Aura? Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Aura he had always known, the aura so-called Jin Shi was the power formed after the aura was integrated into the physical body. Only it was said that the amount of aura in the heavens and earth was not high, thus the system could not directly absorb it. Could it be the relationship of jade? Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Jade contains aura this bridge but almost all novels inside Ah. However, Xiao Han realized that the jade pendant on the ground didn't seem to change much after the aura was absorbed. Forget it, it's back in the book anyway, so let's save it. Thinking of this, Xiao Han slightly shook his right hand and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao appeared in his hand. Alas! It's just that. Seeing that you guys are so sincere, I'll save him, you guys take back the stuff, I don't need it. Xiao Han said calmly. Nonsense, the jade pendant energy was absorbed, naturally useless. As for the bank card, Xiao Han was not short of money right now. And as soon as his words came out, it was as if a divine light poured onto his body. Xiao Han's figure instantly became much more magnificent in the eyes of Gu Yun and the others. This was the style of a man of the world. This kind of godly person, we actually insulted him with money. It was simply like treating a gentleman with the heart of a small man. One by one, the members of the Dragon Soul began to feel remorse. Especially Gu Yun, he felt that his hands being ruined was not as hard as this moment. All of you who are injured, take a little bit, after all, it is also for the sake of the country. Looking at the miserable appearance of these people, Xiao Han was helpless and then threw the medicine over. Thanks for the reward, Senior. I, Dragon Soul Sky Cloud Branch Temple, will definitely remember the great kindness of Senior. If there is any dispatch from Senior, we will definitely go through fire and water. Each and every member of the Dragon Soul was excitedly speaking to Xiao Han. However, Gu Yun was a bit embarrassed, because it seemed that he had already said these words once. After receiving the medicine, a few people didn't care about their own injuries and hurriedly gave the medicine to Bastard Sword to take. Less, this thing is very strong medicinal power. Gu Yun, who had learned from the previous experience, hurriedly told them to use it sparingly. After all, using too much is a waste. As the medicine was taken, the Dragon Soul members were shocked to find that Bastard Blade's chest that had been penetrated actually healed rapidly. Being able to heal is fine, it means it's not dead. Xiao Han's words immediately put them at ease. At the same time, their hearts were also shocked. What exactly was this kind of divine medicine made of, and what kind of medical skills were needed to make such a horrible divine medicine? At this time, Xiao Han's identity as a pill refiner had already been confirmed. They didn't realize that even though an ordinary yellow-ranked alchemist was magical, it was still quite a bit worse than this bottle of medicine that had been strengthened to 4 by the upgrade points. After all, Xiao Han himself was a yellow order pharmacist. After Yunnan Baiyao force treatment, the members of Dragon Soul who were still alive were all alive and well. Even the Bastard Sword was also waking up. After learning that Xiaoquan Ikiru, who had barrel-coaled himself with his own hands, had actually been slapped to death by Xiao Han, Beiji was naturally so surprised that his jaw was hanging down. But immediately afterward naturally thanked Xiao Han profusely. They were injured, all healed. But there was no one who was happy, because even with Xiao Han's medicine, there were still 3 people who had fallen forever. Of course they were all dying at the time of the explosion, being also supplemented by Xiao Lingzi. Completely dead, they Xiaohan is really the gods and immortals cannot save back. Martial artist, naturally has his home, you are practicing martial arts, naturally also understand this reasoning, future action must remember safety first. Xiaohan calmly said, he is not the Dragon Soul babysitter, and as a martial artist, and at the same time as a member of the Dragon Soul, should be prepared to die at any time. This was something that Dragon Soul members knew better than anyone else. Elder's teaching is right, we will definitely not be so reckless in the future. I have an unshirkable responsibility for this loss. Bastard Sword's eyes turned red as he looked at the bodies of his former brothers and comrades. If it wasn't for Xiaohan's timely rescue, the Skycloud Dragon Soul branch would have been wiped out this time. It's good that you've learned your lesson. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Xiaohan said calmly. But every day being so polite by these martial artists who were easily 30 to 40 years older than himself, or else 50 to 60 years old, Xiaohan was still a bit uncomfortable, so Xiaohan was ready to leave after seeing that nothing was wrong. By the way, senior, this is the rest of the medicine. Gu Yun hurriedly presented the medicine. The rest is sent to you guys, I'm going too. Seeing that there was only a tiny bit, Xiaohan didn't take it. Anyway, right now he didn't lack upgrade points. After saying that, Xiaohan instantly disappeared in place. Disappearing without a sound, without a trace of trajectory, as if he had never appeared before. This moment made Bastard Sword and the others go completely crazy. Captain, we've met a real god. Chapter 36 Balance 998-720-0000. The jade actually contains spiritual chi, this trip was worth it. Xiaohan walked on the road and looked at the colorful crowd, smiled. Originally just wanted to go and join in the fun, didn't expect to not only gain a powerful skill but also discover a new source of energy. Let's go to the jade store first. Xiaohan casually stopped a car and then drove directly towards the nearest jade wholesale market. As for his instantaneous disappearance in front of Bastard Sword and the others was also the use of the body double technique. The power of the body doubling technique was naturally self-evident. Soon, Xiaohan arrived at the jade wholesale market. This street was basically filled with jade stores, as well as the legendary gambling stones. Xiaohan casually found a store and walked in. The clerk took a look at Xiaohan and saw that he was only a young man and was not wearing any famous brand name. However, she still came over as her duty demanded. The shopkeeper smiled and said to Xiaohan. The clerk smiled and said to Xiaohan. And, to pick a birthday gift. Xiaohan nodded, thinking about Zhao Zixin's birthday, he is not good to go empty-handed. Just came to see if there is any suitable gift. Is it for the girlfriend? Or is it for the elders? The clerk asked curiously. I'm not sure if it's for my girlfriend. Female friends? Xiaohan said helplessly. And his words instantly caused the sales clerk to show an expression of I know it all. It left Xiaohan speechless. Since it's a gift for a girlfriend, then let's take a look over here, said the clerk and brought Xiaohan to the jewelry section. After all, it was a jade store, and basically everything here was jade, so all of these pieces of jewelry were made of jade. Surprisingly, none of them possessed aura. What's going on here? Xiaohan frowned. If there was an aura, he should have heard the system beep when he came in. Since there was no aura, Xiaohan had no interest in staying here, but suddenly a string of necklaces caught his attention. The shape of the necklace made Xiaohan like it very much. How much does this one cost? Xiaohan asked directly. The clerk took a look at the necklace that Xiaohan pointed to and his heart sank, because the price of this necklace Xiaohan could not afford. Handsome, you have a good eye, this necklace is the best necklace in our store, the necklace itself is platinum crystal, the emerald used is also glass seed. The price is $128,000. Although she knew Xiaohan couldn't afford it, she still introduced it with dedication. Well, not bad, wrap it up. Xiaohan nodded and spoke directly. However, the moment his words came out, the clerk froze. This is not even a counteroffer? What's wrong? Can't you buy it? Xiaohan looked at the clerk, who was a bit confused, and asked suspiciously. No, I'll get it for you right away. Please ask whether you are a credit card or pay cash. The clerk said hurriedly, fearing that Xiaohan would not want it. Swipe your card. Xiaohan casually took out the card given by Zhao Yunlong. Although $128,000 was very expensive, but the money was given by the Zhao family anyway, so it didn't hurt to use it. The clerk took the card and went directly to the cashier. However, the balance that was displayed after the card was successfully swiped was what made her instantly freeze. It was the cashier who was a bit confused. Balance 998-720-0000. This horrifying number, even though the jade store was infested with rich people, after all, who would buy these luxuries if they didn't have money? But this was the first time they had heard of such a horrifying deposit. Soon, the clerk trembled and returned the wrapped necklace and card to Xiaohan. Sir, do you have anything else you fancy? The clerk's attitude before was also good, but now it was even better by a few notches. No need, please. Xiaohan smiled and then left the jade store with the necklace. Since it wasn't the jade that had the aura value inside, it seemed that it was necessary to check where the cause was. Xiao Han stroked his chin and then started searching in one of these jade stores after another. Just when Xiao Han had already given up, Xiao Han arrived at the largest jade store in the market. Ding found energy, aura, start absorbing. Xiao Han had only stepped into the store with his front foot when he heard a system beep with his back foot. His spirit instantly shook upon hearing this beep. Finally found it. Xiao Han let out a sigh of relief, and then his eyes hurriedly looked towards the surroundings. The next moment, he saw that in the depths of the store, a green light emanated from the ancient Guanyin jade statue that was enshrined. The light instantly surged into Xiao Han's body. Ding upgrade point 548. Chapter 37, Terrifying Amount of Knowledge. More than 500 upgrade points, although it wasn't much, it was better than fast, which was why Xiao Han was in a hurry to find the source of the aura. After all, these 500 or so upgrade points were absorbed in just an instant. If it was thermal energy, Xiao Han would have to absorb it for a few days. Electrical energy would also take 2 hours. If he could find a new source of energy, Xiao Han would naturally be incredibly happy. Oh, little friend has also taken a liking to this Buddha statue of mine? And just as Xiao Han came before the Buddha statue and looked at it carefully, an old man in a green-colored robe walked out next to him. Xiao Han was not surprised, after all, he had already detected the old man. Some interest, I wonder if the old man can explain to me the origins of this Buddha statue. Xiao Han smiled and spoke to the old man. Since you are interested, then the old man will tell you. The old man could see that Xiao Han seemed to be really interested and not just mentioning it casually, so he brought Xiao Han to sit down in front of the coffee table on the side. I am the owner of this store. This statue of Buddha is I received 50 years ago. It is said that this statue of Buddha ancestor generations to be provided for, if it is not a family in decline, urgent use of money, but also not to go out. I look like is also enshrined. And Xiao Han heard, immediately bright. That is to say, this is still an antique? Xiao Han's eyes lit up, seems to have caught something. That's right, it is an antique, more than 500 years ago, the end of the Ming dynasty. And the old man's words instantly brightened Xiao Han's eyes. It turned out that the order of magnitude of this upgrade point was his yearly score. It turned out to be so. Xiao Han also remembered that the Dragon Soul member of the previous Jade Pendant had said that his family's ancestors had been worshipping it for more than 300 years. It just so happened that Xiao Han had gotten more than 300 upgrade points. However, it should not be so simple. After all, antiques, I seem to have seen some in the Zhao family. There seem to be some that are 300 to 500 years old, but none of them have aura fluctuations. It seems like this aura should only be possessed by those jade items that have been consecrated. Xiao Han's mind raced with thoughts. And his deduction was not unreasonable. After all, it was recognized that jade had a spirit, which was why jade could better store the aura. But then, Xiao Han didn't have much interest in it. How many jade artifacts could there be in the world? I'd rather absorb electricity, honestly. Xiao Han was helpless, but the speed of absorbing electricity was already terrifying. Xiao Han was just bored and wanted to explore. It was better if he could find it, and forget about it if he couldn't. Now that the results are out, perhaps it's possible to actually use this deduction in the future as well. Thanks for the explanation, old sir. Xiao Han slightly arched his hand at the old man. Ha, there aren't many young people who like jade. The old man is also guarding this store all day long with nothing to do. The old man smiled. Old gentleman thus hobby, many people still envy not come it. Xiao Han also smiled, then the two began to chat. Has elevated their high school knowledge to the university knowledge, while also filling Xiao Han can be said to be the university of all professional knowledge has been integrated. Tianan blew the old man's scalp. This young man, bad ah. The old man was late completely immersed in Xiao Han's majestic knowledge. The two talked from ancient times to modern times, and blew from foreign countries to domestic. Even the trend of the development of the next few decades are analyzed by Xiao Han head to head. The old man heard their own will only be able to hasten to interject. This I know, new energy well, I'm familiar with the old. A few hours later, the old man's eyes burned as he sent Xiao Han out the door. Xiao old brother free time must often come Can not old brother I go to find you also can. The old man's expectant face made Xiao Han speechless. Ahem, well, I will come when I have time. Xiao Han could only snort. After saying that, he hurriedly skipped away. He was afraid that the old man would behead the chicken head and worship his own. New energy program fizzled. Xiao Han returned home bored. The new home has been determined, but to fool Xiao mother is still a difficult thing. After Xiao Han can only be idle boredom, drummed up a software, was Yunlong Group to a suite and a few $1 million to buy the reason to coax Xiao mother. In order to implement the plan, Xiao Han also greeted Zhao Yunlong's side and made Zhao Yunlong come personally. Confused Xiao mother so believe. Nonsense, even other people's boss came home are in a few hours to move good. The real estate license is also written on Xiao Han, the bank card balance is there, she wants to not believe it cannot be. But the next day, Xiao mother went to the snack bar early in the morning as usual to open the store. After all, after more than 10 years, Xiao mother cannot stop at all, and only here she is more comfortable point. Xiao Han also cannot. After a period of time Xiao mother slowed down should not go. As for the body, Xiao Han had recently given his mother all kinds of upgraded medicines that boosted her physique without any side effects in secret. Now Xiao mother's body would not have the slightest problem in the plague area. In a flash, 2 days passed. Chapter 38, Zhao family's youngest. Zhao Yi. Today, on the other hand, was Zhao Zhixin's birthday, and the crowd of the Zhao family next door was bustling in preparation. On this day, quite a few dignitaries came to the scene. And Xiao Han also arrived very early. But Xiao Han, who had no interactions with these people, just sat alone in the corner silently studying his attribute table. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial realm, peak dark power. Occupation, yellow rank advanced pill refiner. Physical, 1000. Speed, 1000. Soul, 1000. Skills, general subject knowledge 100, 01000 Flying Dagger LV601000 Traditional Chinese Medicine LV601000 Knife Technique LV60100 Supreme Dark Strength LV103000 Burglary LV60100 Payan Palm LV60100 Substitute Technique LV30300 Equipment, Clothes 6, Pants 6, Shoes 6, Alloy Flying Daggers 63. Upgrade points, 5974. In 2 days' time, Xiao Han had used 40,000 to 50,000 kilowatts of electricity and gained 4,000 to 5,000 upgrade points. And 4 or 5,000 upgrade points. Xiao Han's almost all skills have been upgraded once after the bottom has been reached. It was worth mentioning that the LV1 Supreme Dark Power was able to increase its combat power by 8 times. It's more than double than ordinary dark power. With this enhancement and Xiao Han's own physical strength, it was easy to fight against harmonization strength. Not to mention a single terrifying skill. The LV3 level substitute technique, which had already shown its first signs, not only had its use of spiritual power reached the extreme, but the distance of instantaneous movement had also reached 1,000 meters in a square circle. This and the real instantaneous transfer is not far away. Of course, this instantaneous transfer still needed to set the coordinates a few minutes in advance. And the coordinate time can't be too long, otherwise it can't be used out. However, Xiao Han could foresee that as long as he raised it to level 6 or 7, he might really be able to reproduce the real instantaneous movement. I really don't know where the little kid got such a horrible skill from. Right, it just so happens that I'm not doing anything lately. I can go to the brat's place and take a look around. Maybe there's an unexpected harvest. Other countries can also take a look around. Xiao Han suddenly brightened up when he thought of this. It was as if he had found a direction for his boring life. Buzz. However, right at this moment, a powerful air current came down from the sky. The meeting place that was originally well arranged was immediately blown into a mess by this air current. Xiao Han's eyebrows immediately frowned, not for any other reason, because he was eating a cake and it actually blew his cake to the ground. Xiao Han slowly raised his head, but found a helicopter slowly falling down from the air. Humph! Who was so bold to come to the Zhao family to cause trouble? Thinking that just because there is a helicopter, you can't go to the sky. Which of the ones in the making can't afford to buy 10 or 100 of them? Whoever can be invited by the chairman of the real estate giant Yulong Group is worth less than 1 billion or 10 billion. And the value to this extent, which is not a well-known figure in society. However, they were now made to look like dirt by this airplane. In an instant, everyone exploded, all intent on bringing down the future. Oh, I, Zhao Yi, am sitting in a helicopter. Do you all have a problem with that? However, right at this moment, a teasing voice came from above the falling helicopter. The next moment, a young man jumped down from the airplane. Oh, a late-stage Ming Jin martial artist? Xiao Han was stunned when he saw this arrogant youth. Xiao Han saw the level of vigor emanating from his opponent's body at a glance. It was an extremely low level of Jin Qi. Of course, to be able to reach such strength at this age, this person seemed to be a genius. And not an ordinary genius at that. And the people present instantly changed their faces after seeing the visitor. Zhao Yi? The eldest young master of the 4 great families Zhao family, Zhao Yi? Zhao Yunlong's nephew. That Zhao Yi who was known as the Zhao family's #1 martial arts genius for 100 years? Legend has it that Zhao Yunlong's original qi was broken and the contemporary family head, that is, his elder brother is inextricably linked, and now Zhao Yi, the son, has come. I seem to be in a bad mood. The people present have basically all been exposed to the cultivation circle. After all, to reach this level, the horror of the cultivation world is also incomparably clear. And the 4 great families are the apex of the cultivation world. As the only 4 families that possessed super powerhouses at the harmonization stage other than the dragon soul that represented the country. The power of the 4 great families spread all over the world, and in the country, they even had a hand in the sun. If anyone present disobeyed the 4 great families, they were afraid that the next day, even their companies and people would be directly erased from the world. So it's Mr. Zhao? I apologize for the delay in welcoming you. I told you that only Mr. Zhao can be such a great man. It's all right for Mr. Zhao to come in a fighter jet, not to mention a helicopter. In just a few seconds, the business giants who were originally outraged all began to brag with shy faces. Looking at Xiao Han, he got a chill. Humph. Big brother has been going back more and more over the years, teaching you such a disgrace. However, right at this moment, an icy cold snort came out from the villa. The faces of those present all changed drastically. Chapter 39, Zhao Family Head. Zhao Zilong. Only Zhao Yunlong slowly walked out from the villa. And beside him followed Elder Wang, as well as the snow-white Zhao Zixin. His words caused Zhao Yi's face to instantly become incomparably ugly. Nay, Zhao Yunlong was his uncle, and with the strict family style of the Zhao family, even how much of a genius he was, he didn't dare to scold him back. Yo, isn't this my dear uncle? What's the matter? Nestled in this tiny Tianyun city and forgot that you are a member of the Zhao family? Zhao Yi said with a sneer. Right, I almost forgot, my Zhao family doesn't seem to need people who can't cultivate, it's a pity. Suddenly, Zhao Yi had a look of sudden realization, causing Elder Wang's face to instantly turn ugly. It was Zhao Zixin who was also furious. Young master, the old master is your uncle, how dare you be so treacherous? Elder Wang snorted coldly and spoke directly to Zhao Yi. Hearing that the person who opened his mouth was Elder Wang, Zhao Yi immediately let out a cold snort. He didn't dare to say anything to Wang Lao, after all, Wang Lao had accompanied him for a lifetime of war. His status was higher than his father's in his eyes. Alright, since you're here, then find a place to sit down, and don't disgrace your father, and the Zhao family. Zhao Yunlong's face was incomparably calm, but he wouldn't have a good face towards Zhao Yi either. After all, when his own qi was broken in the first place, it was already certain that it was Zhao Yi, his old man, who messed with his spirit. Shame on me? Brother, your words are just not right. However, right at this moment, a calm voice came down from above the helicopter. Hearing this voice, Zhao Yunlong's face finally turned ugly. It was Elder Wang, whose face also changed slightly. In the next moment, a middle-aged man who exuded a sense of majesty slowly walked down from the airplane. An aura also erupted from his body. This aura pressed down on everyone present. Phew! Finally, he came down. His cultivation level is in the middle of the dark force, not bad. However, there is another one who is not coming down. Xiao Han was eating his own cake, and the corner of his mouth rose when he saw the person coming. Zhao Zilong. What are you doing here? Zhao Yunlong snorted coldly. Zhao Zilong? The current head of the Zhao family? Zhao Yunlong's words instantly caused the faces of the business bigwigs present to change drastically. In Yanxia, the family heads of the four great families were like earth emperors, and there was a saying that even those in power couldn't be offended by the four great families. Because the people in power would not bother you for the sake of the greater good, but the four great families would not care about that at all. These business bigwigs hurriedly retreated towards the Zhao family, fearing that they would be remembered. Ha, second brother, look at what you're saying, my niece has a birthday, how could I not come? After Zhao Zilong finished speaking, he slightly waved his right hand. In the next moment, a dark power stage martial artist on the airplane directly carried a tray down. Zhao Wu, send it to Zixin. Zhao Zilong said with a smile. Zhao Yunlong and the others looked at this scene and were a bit puzzled. Could it be that Zhao Zilong had really changed his personality? However, when Zhao Wu, who was trained by the Zhao family to be a die-hard loyalist to the Zhao family army, lifted the red cloth on top of the tray, Zhao Yunlong's face instantly darkened. Only a letter of appointment was seen, placed on top of the tray. Zhao Zilong, what do you mean by this? Zhao Yunlong asked in a cold voice as his fists were clenched tightly. Without waiting for Zhao Zilong to speak, Zhao Yi on the side spoke. My father sees that cousin Zixin isn't too young. It just so happens that the Murong family came to propose marriage. My father made the decision to already betroth my cousin to the third young master of the first line of the Murong family. This is their letter of engagement, and the bride price will be delivered in 2 days. Zhao Yi's words were like a thunderbolt that froze the few people present. Zhao Zixin couldn't believe it and glanced at Xiao Han, who was not far away. It was Xiao Han who was also a bit confused. Mom's ass, the wall corner to my head? Xiao Han is not a little cutie. Xiao Han is not a little sweetie, he doesn't know that Zhao Zixin is interested in himself. He is not to Zhao Zixin no feeling, but he is still young, okay, so early by the love bondage that also wave hairline. However, this time, Xiao Han can't sit still. Let go of your bull. Zhao Zilong, Zixin has long been promised to someone else, you are late. Zhao Yunlong instantly raged, his daughter somehow was given away, anyone would be angry burst. If he didn't know that Zhao Zilong's father and son were powerful and his own cultivation was already ruined, he would have done it long ago. Promised? Zhao Yunlong, are you joking? Zhao Zilong's face instantly turned ugly when he heard Zhao Yunlong's words. This was a good marriage that he had personally pulled off for the Zhao family. If it was messed up, not only would the Murong family hold a grudge against him, it was that if the old ancestor found out what he had done afterwards, he would chastise himself. Of course, if it was beneficial to the family, the old ancestor would also turn a blind eye. That's right. Jixin has long been ready to marry me. You two scumbags who don't want to be beaten should roll back to where you came from. And just then, a lazy voice came from the corner. Chapter 40, Rebellion. Dark Strength Intermediate Zhao Yunlong. Xiao Han. Zhao Yunlong's Telson shrunk. Xiao Han actually opened his mouth. Because Xiao Han's words had completely offended the two fathers, Zhao Zilong, to death. Xiao Han, you. Why are you so stupid? Zhao Zixin's heart only felt infinite joy after hearing Xiao Han's words, but the joy was followed by worry. Although she didn't understand it very well, she knew that Zhao Zilong and his father couldn't afford to be offended. Snap. And right at this moment, Zhao Zilong laughed, and while laughing, he also applauded. Zhao Yunlong, Zhao Yunlong, why is this brain of yours not as bright as it was when you were a child? Finding such an ignorant child and trying to swindle me. You think that if I don't dare to kill you, I won't dare to kill this kid. Zhao Zilong said, his eyes slowly mesmerized, followed by a violent murderous aura that erupted from his body. Wherever the killing aura went, Zhao Yunlong as well as Elder Wang, Zhao Zixin all felt a bloody aura. However, the next moment, this aura slowly dissipated. Killing some minions and condensing a bit of killing aura, thinking that you are unrivaled? Xiao Han slowly walked to the front of Zhao Yunlong's family, completely blocking that aura of killing. And Xiao Han's body still didn't emit a single breath. Zhao Yunlong's face instantly surprised when he saw this. Xiao Han, you finally made a move. Zhao Yunlong's face was full of excitement. He had long guessed that Xiao Han's strength was not bad. Perhaps it had really reached dark strength. The only person present who didn't have any contact with the cultivation world was Zhao Zixin, who didn't know what had happened. However, she knew that she almost suffocated just after Zhao Zilong finished speaking, and that feeling was instantly gone after Xiao Han arrived. In an instant, Xiao Han's image was infinitely elevated in her mind. This brat. Just what kind of person is he? It's actually possible to rival me with his aura. Zhao Zilong's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Xiao Han, who was nothing more than a mountain villager in his opinion, to actually have such a powerful strength. And the age actually looks so young. You dare to meddle in my Zhao family's affairs? Are you tired of living? Zhao Wu, waste this kid. The one who was hit the hardest at this moment was Zhao Yi. The self-proclaimed first genius of the Zhao family in 100 years was actually compared to one 7 or 8 years younger than himself. Burning with jealousy, he knew that he might not be able to beat Xiao Han, and then he directly ordered. It's the young master. Zhao Wu slightly arched his hand at Zhao Yi, then with a point of his foot, he rushed over towards Xiao Han, and in the next moment a long knife appeared in his hand. Want to make a move? Pass me first. However, right at this moment, Zhao Yunlong was laughing. With a cold snort, a berserk aura erupted from within his body. Just as this aura appeared, the Zhao family's father and son, as well as Zhao Wu and Elder Wang's faces changed drastically. Mid-dark strength, old master, your strength. Wang Lao looked at Zhao Yunlong in disbelief. Impossible, how is this possible? I watched your chi shatter with my own eyes back then. I personally administered the medicine. This is impossible. Opposite Zhao Zilong's face instantly turned white. Zhao Yunlong, on the other hand, had an incomparably cold face. Zhao Zilong, you finally admit it. I knew that you were the one who caused my chi to shatter. If it wasn't for Xiao Han reviving me a few days ago and healing my chi, then I would still be an invalid at this point. Zhao Yunlong smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. So it was young Master Xiao who did it, I see. Elder Wang's gaze instantly became agitated, then he gratefully glanced at Xiao Han. Zhao Yunlong, on the other hand, turned his gaze to Zhao Wu, who was on the side. Zhao Wu, as a member of the Zhao family, what is the crime of mutilating your hand and foot? Zhao Yunlong snorted coldly. Zhao Wu's figure shook and instantly stood up straight, clasping his hands towards Zhao Yunlong. Reporting back to Second Master. In accordance with the rules of the Zhao family, if you kill each other, you should lose your cultivation and be expelled from the Zhao family. The heaviest person shall be sent to the death row of the Zhao family, and shall not be allowed to leave the prison for eternity. It's tragic. Chapter 41, Hidden Killers appeared. 8 dark power experts. Zhao Wu's words caused Zhao Zilong and Zhao Yi's faces to change dramatically. Because Zhao Wu, these family diehards would only listen to the Zhao family ancestors' dispositions alone, and he himself, the head of the family, would merely be able to mobilize. If the charges were really established, he was afraid that he would have to cool off. Even if he himself was now the head of the family. And now there is only one way. Thinking of this, a trace of coldness flashed in Zhao Zilong's eyes. Zhao Yunlong, on the other hand, let out a cold smile. Zhao Wu, if you don't make a move now, when will you wait? With Zhao Yunlong's low drink, Zhao Wu instantly moved. The long knife in his hand instantly chopped towards Zhao Zilong, who was on the side. Zhao Zilong, who had violated the Zhao family's family rules, was no longer the Zhao family's family head. I knew that these die-hard loyalists of the Zhao family couldn't be relied upon. Hidden killers, don't make a move yet. Zhao Zilong snorted coldly and drank lowly. However, the faces of the people present suddenly changed when they heard the words hidden kill. The next moment several figures instantly rushed out from the vicinity of the Zhao family manor. These figures all exuded a sea of blood-like aura, and each one of them was at the dark force level of strength. These figures were all wearing blood-red clothes, and above the chest of the clothes was the symbol of a sharp knife. Zhao Zilong, you actually colluded with the hidden kills? This is a crime of treason. Seeing that it was actually really someone from the hidden killing, Zhao Yunlong's face instantly changed. Collusion? Don't say that harshly, this is cooperation, just like back then when you, the real Zhao family's first genius in 100 years, had your qi broken. Zhao Zilong said with disdain at the corner of his mouth. The premise of Zhaoyi being called the Zhao family's 100-year first genius was not counting Zhao Yunlong, who had become an invalid. Otherwise, Zhao Yunlong, who became a dark force at the age of 25, would be the Zhao family's well-deserved first genius. Second master, you guys go quickly, I'll block them. Zhao Wu finished with a cold snort and charged directly towards the 5 hidden killers. However, even though Zhao Wu was a mid-stage dark force powerhouse, he fell into a disadvantageous position against the 5 dark force level hidden killers in just a breath. Want to go? All of them had to die. Where would Zhao Zilong let Zhao Yunlong slip away? This time he had brought the hidden killers just to exterminate Zhao Yunlong. Because Zhao Yunlong's Yunlong group had grown by leaps and bounds in the past few years, it was on the verge of surpassing his control. When the time came, the big deal would be to dump all the pots on the people of Hidden Kill. After saying that, he rushed towards Zhao Yunlong's people. Elder Wang, take Xiao Han and the young lady and go. Zhao Yunlong's face was ugly as he drank lowly. With that, he directly rushed up and fought with Zhao Zilong. Elder Wang's eyes instantly reddened as he finished pulling up Xiao Han and Zhao Zixin to leave. And at this moment, Zhao Yi brought 2 members of Hidden Kills to instantly kill towards Xiao Han's several people. Not good. Zhao Yunlong exclaimed in shock, but his figure was blocked by Zhao Zilong, who was unable to rescue him. One by one, life and death, have you considered me? And at this time, Xiao Han was helplessly speaking. Is he so low profile? Even some cats and dogs come to kill themselves. Kid, dead to the end and still talk tough. Zhao Yi snorted coldly, and immediately after, the 2 Hidden Kill members beside him instantly killed towards Xiao Han. Boom! Boom! However, the next moment, 2 loud bangs came with it. Everyone hurriedly looked over towards the direction of the loud bangs, however, this glance instantly confused those present. This is impossible. Zhao Yi stood frozen in place looking ahead in disbelief. Kai! An international joke? Even the 2 brothers, Zhao Yunlong and Zhao Zilong, who were not far away, were staring in disbelief. Only to see that the 2 stealth-killing members who had originally gone to kill Xiao Han were actually set in the ground by one of Xiao Han's punches. Their bodies were as rotten as mud, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to survive. Actually, both have skills, not bad at all. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. As the 2 hidden killers approached him, 2 system beeps came with them. Ding found skill, concealment LV2 whether to learn. Learning requirement, 300. Ding found skill, stealth step LV3 whether to learn. Learning requirement, 100. The 2 skills, although concealment had a lower level than hidden step, the upgrade points needed to learn it were more. Naturally, concealment is quite a bit higher ranked. Xiao Han directly learned both martial arts skills. After all, it just so happened that both were what he was lacking. Who exactly is your excellency? Why are you meddling in the affairs of my Zhao family? Also, you killed someone from Hidden Kill, aren't you afraid of Hidden Kill's pursuit? Zhao Zilong snorted at Xiao Han. Kill the hidden killer? I'll still kill them. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully, the next moment his right hand shook and 3 streams of light instantly erupted. Put! Instantly, not far away, 3 dark force level hidden killer powerhouses also had their heads instantly exploded. This scene instantly caused the 2 father and son Zhao Zilong to tremble. So strong, so ridiculously strong, other than harmonization power strongmen, they couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. However, what made them even more fearful were Xiao Han's words in the next moment. I not only want to kill the hidden killers, you and your son also want to die. Chapter 42, Violent Blast, Instantaneous Dark Strength. An icy cold voice erupted from Xiao Han's mouth. Zhao Yi was instantly paralyzed with fear. The young master of the Zhao family who was coaxing a second ago, at this moment, even the dogs of the scattered family had more dignity than him. Father, save me. Second uncle, I don't want to die, please let him not kill me. Terrified, Zhao Yi hurriedly ran to Zhao Yunlong's feet and hugged his feet before crying out. He was not stupid and naturally knew that only Zhao Yunlong could save him now. Alas! If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I don't have the right to decide on this matter either. Zhao Yunlong sighed helplessly, then kicked Zhao Yi away towards the interior of the villa. Not to mention whether or not he would forgive Zhao Zilong and his son who were trying to kill their father and daughter, even if he wanted to forgive. He was also unable to sway Xiao Han's opinion. After all, this daughter hadn't married out yet, so he couldn't say anything. Humph! Adverse son, get up for me. Even if the people of my Zhao family die, they will not beg for forgiveness from the enemy. Zhao Zilong looked at his son kneeling on the ground in such an unfavorable manner, and immediately frowned and snorted coldly. Zhao Yi was so scared by his old man that his body trembled and didn't dare to be in the middle of the nonsense. He just shivered and hid behind Zhao Zilong. Second brother, this time it's me who's lost, and forever, but don't forget that the person who became the Zhao family head in the first place was me, not you, aha. Zhao Zilong laughed out loud. Alas, do you really think that you won in the first place? After Zixin her mother died, I have long since lost the heart to fight for power. If I hadn't given up the position of family head, where would it have been your turn? I just didn't realize that I had already given up, and you were still so aggressive that you destroyed my chi. Big brother, big brother, is the position of family head really so important? Zhao Yunlong's unwilling rhetorical question caused Zhao Zilong's body to instantly tremble. He had somehow become the head of the family in the first place as well, and it turned out that he was the head of the family that someone else didn't want. And Zhao Yunlong's last sentence instantly blinded him. Yeah, did it really matter? Zhao Zilong, who thought of this, looked towards the middle of the sky. Second brother, I'll ask you one last thing. Zhao Zilong slowly said. Zhao Yunlong heard this and naturally knew what Zhao Zilong meant. Zhao Yi is my nephew, I will naturally save his life. However, in the future, he will no longer be a member of the Zhao family, and at the same time, I will also nullify his martial arts skills. Zhao Yunlong calmly said. Zhao Zilong nodded slightly as he listened. Thanks a lot, second brother, see you in the next life. After Zhao Zilong finished speaking, his right hand transported a furious energy and blasted towards his brow. As his body collapsed to the ground under Zhao Yi's disbelieving gaze. The Zhao family head thus fell. Xiao Han didn't say anything when he saw it. Zhao Yunlong's face still has to be given, but well. Thinking of this, Xiao Han picked up a stone from the ground. Swoosh! The stone with a forceful air blasted Zhao Yi's abdomen. Puff! Zhao Yi instantly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and in the next moment, the energy in his body drained away like a flood. Alas! A good birthday, so spoiled. Xiao Han looked at the scene of being blown down by the vigor chi that rose up in the middle of the battle and spoke with emotion. Xiao Han, thank you for your help. If it wasn't for you, my Zhao family would have been poisoned. Zhao Yunlong smiled and said to Xiao Han. Yes, brother Xiao Han, thanks to you, I can't imagine that you were so powerful. Zhao Zixin looked at Xiao Han with an adoring face. Every girl has a dream of a prince, and Xiao Han seems to be her Prince Charming. Little thing, by the way, this is the gift I prepared, I hope you like it. Xiao Han looked at Zhao Zixin, who was wearing a white dress and had drawn light makeup. Her heart was also slightly trembling. Then he pulled out an exquisite box from his arms. After the box was opened, a string of crystal clear necklace appeared in the box. The emerald above the necklace bloomed with a hint of light. Tears of Starlight 5 can absorb starlight as energy, summoning a guardian shield when the wearer is in danger, able to withstand a total of 1000 points of damage when full of energy. Attraction 100 can be turned off. As soon as the necklace came out, not to mention Zhao Zixin, who was a girl, or Zhao Yunlong and Elder Wang, who were on the side, were all looking at the necklace incredulously. Xiao Han hurriedly turned off the attraction. Only then did it return to normal. Brother Xiao Han, thank you, I like it very much. However, can you help me put it on? Zhao Zixin was full of joy. In fact, as long as it was given by Xiao Han, she liked it. Of course. Xiao Han smiled, then helped Zhao Zixin put the necklace on amidst her expectant gaze. Seeing this scene, Elder Wang and Zhao Yunlong on the side both smiled in relief. Chapter 43, College Entrance Exam Score of 760 points? Night Zhao Family Parlor. Uncle Zhao, what is this hidden killing? It seems to have come from quite a lot. Xiao Han was a bit curious and spoke to Zhao Yunlong. After his birthday, there were some things Xiao Han didn't understand, so he chatted with Zhao Yunlong in the parlor. When he heard the words hidden kill, Zhao Yunlong also stared. Hidden Kill, in fact, originally belonged to an assassination organization in Yanxia. This organization had countless strong people, and nowadays there were 5 rulers of the harmonization stage alone. Hidden Kill never care what morality, also no matter what the other side is, as long as the money in place on the line. However, because it was hired by the brats to kill a lot of resistance generals during the Second War, it was expelled from Yanxia by Taizu after advancing the construction. But because of the nature of the problem, Hidden Kill more and more growing, now become an international force. And in Yanxia, as long as anyone dares to have contact with Hidden Kill, as long as they are found out, they will be punished for treason. Zhao Yunlong slowly explained some of Hidden Kill's deeds to Xiao Han. Listening to Xiao Han, he was a bit surprised, not realizing that the Hidden Kills had actually been passed down from 1,000 years ago. Moreover, from the announced personnel, there were 5 platinum-level Hidden Killers at the harmonization power level. There were more than 200 gold-level Shadow Slayers at the dark power level. And there were tens of thousands of Ming Gene experts at the silver assassin level. The yearly assassination flow reached hundreds of billions. 90% of those assassinated presidents in the old United States were done by Shadow Kill. TSK, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful force. Xiao Han was also a bit surprised. After all, the whole of Yanxia, chemically strong people in the open, also only 7 people. There are just over 500 people in the dark force. Yes, that's why I'm departing tomorrow to return to the Zhao family in North Head City, for Jixin's safety. Zhao Yunlong sighed quietly. Well, returning to the Zhao family is naturally the best plan, you guys just need to be more careful. Xiao Han nodded slightly. However, just as he finished his own sentence, Zhao Yunlong suddenly stared at Xiao Han with a deadly stare. By the way, before leaving I can warn you kid, don't take advantage of the time we leave to be outside the woman, otherwise you kid is against strong, I can't spare you. Zhao Yunlong said, exuding his own late-stage dark force aura. When his chi was broken, he was at the peak of the dark force, only 35 years old, and was known as the genius who had the most hope to become the next harmonization force expert in the past 100 years. Now that 10 years had passed, his chi had regrouped, and in just a few days, he had already recovered to a state close to his peak. Of course it was only hope, knowing that countless strong people had been blocked at the doorstep of dark power and harmonization power for who knows how many years, and in the end could only end up regretting their old age. Otherwise, how could there be only a few harmonization power experts in the world that were so rare? When Xiao Han heard this, he was helpless. How dare I won't even let myself go when the time comes. Xiao Han naturally patted his chest to ensure that, after all, his future old husband had spoken. How could Xiao Han dare to say anything? You remember just fine. When it's done over there, I'll open up your marriage. Zhao Yunlong nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Han almost pissed himself when he heard this. He and Zhao Jixin were only a few years old and they were ready to get married? However, Xiao Han could only nod his head repeatedly and didn't dare to let out a single fart, completely losing the domineering spirit that he had when he casually blasted several hidden kill powerhouses to death. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, but she was so happy to see me. This birthday over, somehow more a fiancé. Xiao Han helplessly walked towards his home while lamenting. Jingling. However, right at this moment, his cell phone rang. Xiao Han opened it, but found that it was a call from the counselor. Hey, what's wrong with the teacher? Xiao Han asked suspiciously. At night, what kind of call did the counselor give himself? Hey Xiao Han, did you check your scores? The counselor said to Xiao Han in an agitated tone. At that moment, Xiao Han remembered that the scores of the college entrance examination were released today, and he actually forgot about it. But that's right, so many things have happened recently. I forgot to check. What's wrong? Xiao Han said awkwardly. What? You don't even care about the college entrance exam scores anymore. The opposite counselor instantly screamed in anger, and Xiao Han hurriedly took his phone farther away. Your kid scored 760 points, don't you know? However, the counselor's words were what confused Xiao Han. Wait, isn't a perfect score 750? Xiao Han was a bit confused. You didn't know? You were given 10 extra points for your heroic deeds of saving others during the college entrance exam, and then you scored a perfect score, and now your house is afraid to be surrounded by reporters. The counselor was incomparably excited between his words, as if the person who got a perfect score was him. Oh, that's right, thank you teacher, I know. Xiao Han scratched his head, then hung up the phone, then looked in the direction of his house. There wasn't even a single spirit shadow, let alone reporters. Where are the reporters? This teacher read too many novels. Xiao Han shook his head and then returned home. His score naturally made Zhao's mother, who had just returned from the snack bar, incredibly happy. Regardless of whether Xiao Han ate dinner and gave Xiao Han to do a large table of sumptuous dishes. It is good that Xiao Han's digestion is horrible, otherwise I am afraid to be propped up. And the next morning, Xiao Han finally know why yesterday no reporter came. Feelings all the reporters went to Xiao Han's hometown to block. Early this morning Ink Rhyme Tianjiao Gate was dozens of crazy reporters dead surrounded. Good in the security guards or special forces veterans, dead guard the door of the Ink Rhyme Tianjiao. Finally a business Big Brother morning run was annoyed, a sentence down, these reporters doggy all by TBV, the newspaper scolded back, the next day all were fired. However, this side of Xiao Han's home is ushered in a number of uninvited guests. To be exact, it was the front door. Early in the morning does not allow people to live in peace. Xiao Han snorted and then walked out of the villa. Chapter 44 You are the senior? Ba Dao, this is the home where Zhao Yulong is? And the intelligence you got to determine that the hidden killers are here? Xiao Han's home entrance, a common Wuling Hongwang parked there. Then there are 10 Dragon Soul members stuffed inside. And all of them are captain level. Nonsense, Laozi's intelligence network you think is fake? I just don't know what the hidden killers came to Zhao Yunlong's house to so-called do, and it said that Zhao Zilong came here yesterday. Could it be that they want to assassinate Zhao Zilong? Bastard Sword's analysis caused all the Dragon Soul captains present to change their faces slightly. If the current head of the Zhao family died here, then Tianyun City would be turned upside down. Hello? It's early in the morning, what are you guys doing here? However, just at this moment a lazy voice suddenly reached the ears of several people. The 10 Dragon Soul captain level characters immediately changed their faces. Not good to be discovered. Mad Blade's face changed and he instantly opened the car door and rushed out. Several other Dragon Soul captains also rushed out, however, the next moment, they were instantly confused after seeing Xiao Han who was wearing slippers and playing hatchet. Not hidden kill. Mad Blade scanned towards the surroundings warily while whispering to the people around him. Oh, you're looking for hidden killers, people said earlier. Xiaohan said helplessly as he looked at Dragon Soul's group who were on guard for fear of alerting the snakes. However, the face of a group of Dragon Soul members around him instantly changed. Make a move. With a low shout, all 10 Dragon Soul members erupted powerful attacks towards Xiaohan. Obviously, Xiaohan's words had made them consider Xiaohan as someone from Hidden Kill. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys brought so many skills, I would have hammered you guys long ago. Xiaohan was speechless. He just came to say hello to the hands when he was a clay pinch-off. After saying that, his right hand slightly raised. The next moment Xiaohan blasted out a fist towards the void. Boom! Terrifying dark force erupted from Xiaohan's hand, and in an instant, a huge impact was like an out-of-control truck blasting over towards the 10 Dragon Soul captains. Bang! A series of collision sounds caused the 10 Dragon Soul members present to instantly fly backwards. Fresh blood instantly spurted out of every mouth. Boom! After one loud bang after another, all 10 Dragon Soul captains were set into the wall tens of meters away. Xiaohan indifferently clapped his hands after doing this, as if he had casually slapped a few mosquitoes to death. Cough! How is this possible? Mad Blade's face was ugly as he looked at Xiaohan, who was not far away. He had never seen such a terrifying person who actually blasted them away with a single punch in the air. If it wasn't for Xiaohan staying his hand, they were afraid that all of them would have to die. Bazho, why didn't you kids say that you have this kind of strong person in Tianyun City? Yes, this kind of strong person is at least at the harmonization stage, and you actually didn't tell us. Coming down from the wall, one by one, the Dragon Soul captains started to complain about Bully Blade. How did I know? If I knew, I wouldn't have been beaten up. The sword was furious. He almost died 2 days ago, and then again today. What's going on here? If he had known that being the captain of the Dragon Soul was so dangerous, he might as well have gone home and inherited the billions of dollars from his family. TSK, bastard sword, you've forgotten about me after not seeing me for 2 days. However, just as Bully Blade was trying his best to deny that he knew Xiaohan spoke. Xiaohan's words instantly caused Bully Blade to freeze. Instantly a figure in a black robe appeared in his mind. You are a senior. Bastard Blade couldn't believe it as he looked at Xiaohan, whose appearance was only in his teens. In his imagination, Xiaohan was at least a couple 100 years old. After all, how could a Huanjing powerhouse be young? However, combined with Xiaohan's strength that just erupted, he knew that Xiaohan was really the Black Robe. You still say you don't recognize, come to support you, really we are blind. That's right. Wait a minute, Ba Dao, you said senior, can't be the mysterious alchemist that you said saved you before, right? Suddenly, remembering that Bully Blade bragged to them 2 days ago about being saved from death by a pill refiner, instantly the people present looked solemn. This senior, we are the Dragon Soul captains. We came today because the people of Hidden Killing were infested in the vicinity later, so we specially came to catch them, so please bear with us if there is any offense. As the temporary leader, Mad Blade hurriedly clasped his fists towards Xiaohan. As for whether Xiaohan would be a person of Hidden Kill, jokingly, if Xiaohan was, they would have just died. And the other party had saved Bastard Blade. No harm done, it's just that this intelligence of yours is also too backward. Hidden kills are only coming after I've taken care of them, but since you're here, do you want to come to my house for breakfast before you leave? Chapter 45, They're all toilet passers. Xiaohan's words caused the faces of the Dragon Souls group to change slightly. Coming late? But come to think of it, with a great god like Xiaohan living in this neighborhood, it's the harmonized power that came and was afraid that they wouldn't be able to kill anyone, not to mention a group of gold-level hidden killers. Since senior is so polite, then we will not be polite. However, Bastard Sword was bright at this time, and hurriedly spoke excitedly. Several other Dragon Soul captains also lit up. They hurriedly climbed up the pole just like Bastard Sword. Xiaohan was speechless when he heard this. He just said it, but these dogs took it seriously. However, after all was said and done, Xiaohan could only helplessly lead the Dragon Soul team home. Mom! Guests are coming, make more breakfast. However, Xiao Mother was startled when Xiaohan came in with a large group of Dragon Soul members. Not to mention Mother Xiao, the group of Dragon Soul members all stumbled and almost fell after hearing Xiaohan call Mom. They didn't realize that Xiaohan was really only in his teens. This is a ING international joke. At first, they thought that it was just some old monster who had returned to his old age by residing in his face. Ms. Baudemay, how are you? Mad Blade thought of a few names in a row, and realized that none of them were appropriate, saying Auntie? Although they look 30 or 40 years old, they are 70 or 80 years old, and their daughters are all older than Xiao Mother. Said Big Sister, that is not higher than Xiaohan's seniority? Helplessly he could only call Xiao Mother Ms. this strange name. Ms. Good. Good day, ma'am. One by one, the Dragon Soul members hurriedly followed suit. Xiaohan on the side instantly had black lines all over his head. Are these people jokers? You guys are good, you guys are good. Xiaohan, you first take them to the living room to sit for a while, then come and help mom with the dishes, it'll be ready soon. Xiao Mother forced out a smile, then spoke to Mad Blade and his group. After all, Mad Blade and the others looked too inexplicable. Oh, come right away. Xiaohan was helpless and led Mad Blade and the others to the living room to make good before walking directly to the kitchen. However, just after entering the kitchen, he was grabbed by Xiao Mother's ears. Little brat, how do you what people are brought to the home? You look at them fierce look as mixed society. Say, you are not learning bad, also want to do the spirit of the boy. How can you let me face your dead father like this? Xiao Mother instantly to Xiaohan lowered voice as a scolding. Hey, mom, you lighten up, I'm wrong, not ah. It's not what you think. Xiaohan quickly began to beg for mercy. However, the conversation between the two mothers and children made the several people in the living room of the Mad Blade instantly hold their faces red and almost did not squirt with laughter. After all, as strong as they were, although Xiao Mother had already whispered very quietly, they still heard it clearly. It was unthinkable that Xiao Han, whose strength was so terrifying, was actually hung up so much by an ordinary person's mom. Imagine that the injuries just sustained seemed to have healed instantly. However, Xiao Han's next sentence instantly made their faces bitter. Then you say, ah, what are they? Xiao Mother hated the iron and said to Xiao Han. They are all people I know from my time here. They are either sewers, street sweepers, and garbage truck drivers. They are all suffering people. Ah, I got up this morning to see that they seem to have not even eaten breakfast before going to work to invite them to dinner. How can I be a spiritual boy? Xiao Han hastened to look like a good boy. Sure enough, hearing Xiao Han's words, Xiao Mother's originally dark face cleared up. So it's like this, that's good, and don't say anything about clearing the sewers, whatever, how hurtful, they are all the laboring people. Your mom and dad have done this before. But you're such a kind-hearted mom, so I'm relieved. Since we're all grassroots, I'll show you what I can do. You give mom a hand. Xiao Mother was naturally happy to hear her son being so kind. However, the Wild Blade and his party in the living room were baffled. You look at me, I look at you, because being beaten by Xiao Han and covered in filth felt really a bit like passing the sewers and driving a garbage truck. Soon, the meal came up. Xiao Mother was extremely enthusiastic in greeting the few people of Mad Blade. Come and eat more, work so hard, the consumption must be very big. Mother Zhao's enthusiastic words made Mad Blade and his group cry. Hard work? You mean sweeping the streets and cleaning the toilets? Xiao Han, who was on the side, just buried his head and ate because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. A meal was finished under this atmosphere. However, when he thought that the topic ended there, Xiao Mother, who had a consultative face, spoke up. By the way, there is a toilet on the second floor that seems to be broken, so please ask the master to help pass it, and there seems to be some garbage in the backyard, so I'm still bothering the masters. In order to be afraid to give money directly hurt their self-esteem, Xiao Mother kindly said to the crazy edge of the line to be considered to take care of business. This time, the Wild Blade and other people blindfolded. In the end, 10 people spent more than an hour, the villa inside and outside cleaned once, even the entire building toilet all through once. Then took the market price of 3 or 4 times the salary with a dumbfounded face out of the Xiao family. Xiao Hana, to remember, in the future, do not rashly invite people to dinner, will hurt people's self-esteem, so how good, as taking care of their business. Xiao Mother educated Xiao Han like a loving mother. Put. However, at this time, Xiao Han on the side finally laughed and sprayed. Chapter 46 Departure. Target country R. Mad Blade, look at $1,550, 1 hour I earned $1,550, if this is a day shall not be how much? A Dragon Soul captain excitedly holding the hand of 15,000 said. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The Wild Blade instantly gave him a slap. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Mad Blade said breathlessly. Kill and kill this predecessor is simply to burst. Berserker Blade had a frenzied look on his face. But then again, Senior's such a horrible existence seems to have no grudges with my Dragon Soul seems to be able to pull together. As the most powerful dark power peak under the chemical power, Berserk Blade's status in Dragon Soul was naturally not low. However, the bastard Blade on the side laughed awkwardly. Before, Senior was prepared to join my Dragon Soul, but was ruined by that kid Lu Jun. Bastard Sword's awkward words instantly caused everyone present to darken their faces. The grass drafted it, that Lu Jun where is now? I'll chop him up. Not to mention Berserker Blade, several other Dragon Soul captains were furious. He is now in the hospital recovering from his ruined cultivation. Berserker Blade said splendidly. However, a few minutes later, Lu Jun, who was still recuperating in the hospital, was severely beaten by a group of big men who rushed in, and if he didn't just happen to be in the hospital, he was afraid that he would have received a box lunch. System, call up my attribute table. Xiao Han, who had sent away the Dragon Soul, raised his eyebrows and spoke directly to the system. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial realm, peak dark power. Occupation, Yellow Order advanced pharmacist. Physical body, 2000. Speed, 2000. Soul, 2000. Skills, General Subject Knowledge 100, 01000 Flying Dagger LV601000 Traditional Chinese Medicine LV601000 Knife Technique LV601000 Supreme Dark Strength LV10300 Burglary LV60100 Payan Palm LV60100 Substitute Technique LV30300 Stealth Killing LV30300 Stealth Step LV50300 Equipment, Clothes 6, Pants 6, Shoes 6, Alloy Flying Dagger 6-3. Upgrade points, 21544. Now my strength is at least a foot in the whole of Yanxia, but modern battles can definitely be resolved by more than just force. Although it is said that a Huanjing expert is comparable to a humanoid destructive weapon, but then again, it is also a body of flesh and blood. If it is really attacked with a destructive weapon, it is absolutely only a way to die. Xiaohan touched his chin and secretly pondered. The destructive weapons attack reached at least 100,000 million levels from Xiaohan's calculations now. That is to say, to be able to resist the destructive weapon head, the current Xiaohan was still far away. It seemed that the road now was a long way to go. Xiaohan sighed. Moreover, my current practical combat experience is not high. If I meet a martial artist with the same strength as me, I'm afraid that I will be blown away by the other party with my experience. Thinking of this, Xiaohan became serious. It seems to be necessary to go to the Little East continent country. Thinking of this, Xiaohan took out the phone and dialed the opposite side of the Badao's phone, which he just left. Senior, what are your orders? Receiving Xiaohan's call, Beiji Dao was naturally incredibly excited. After all, I at least Huanjin level of combat power and also a pill refiner. Climbing on the friendship words absolutely benefit endlessly. And just now, after they reported Xiaohan's matter to the Dragon Soul's 3 Hall Masters, they all ordered to do their best to make friends with Xiaohan. After a while, they will personally come to draw Xiaohan in. Prepare my visa and passport for the Eastern Continent. Then buy me the earliest flight to East Continent country. Xiaohan didn't have any unnecessary words and hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. At the same time, Xiaohan started to prepare his luggage. Ba Dao instantly became serious when he heard Xiaohan's words. A few phone calls were then dialed out. The entire processing points in Tianyun City began to run at a rapid pace. In just an hour's time, everything was delivered to Xiaohan's doorstep by Bully Blade. And at this moment, he was talking to Xiao Mother. Mom, I'm going out with my friends for 2 days. I will be back in a few days. By the way, this is the bracelet I bought for you. You can wear it every day, said Xiaohan, pulling out a jade bracelet from his pocket. Jade Bracelet 5 can absorb the spirit of heaven and earth as energy. In the wearer of the time of danger to summon a guardian shield, energy is full of can resist a total of 1,000 points of damage. At the same time, it also has the effect of prolonging life and is invulnerable to all poisons below the Huanjin level. And Zhao Zhixin's necklace is basically the same effect as to have a shield, but also has an additional 100 poison invulnerability. This is much more useful than Zhao Zhixin's increased attractiveness. You come back early, do not go to any dangerous place Xiao Mother took the bracelet, did not care about how much the bracelet is worth, just worried about Xiaohan said. I understand, I'll leave first, they are still waiting for me at the airport. Xiaohan finished putting on his backpack and walked towards the door of his house. Is everything ready? Arriving at the gate, Xiaohan directly sat on an armed vehicle, and sure enough, Beiji Dao had already been waiting in the car for a long time. All good, senior, this is the passport, visa, and air ticket, we will leave now. Ba Dao asked curiously. The first thing I want to do is to get out of here and get out of here. Let's go. Chapter 47, Fusher Mountain. Naruto Village. Cherry blossoms are in full bloom at the bottom of Fusher Mountain. Well, there are no cherry blossoms in this season. And at this time, Xiaohan holding a camera, a pair of sunglasses, just like a look to travel. From the information given to me by Bazho, there are 3 major ninja villages in East China, and one of them, the Fire Shadow Village, is located at the mouth of the fire on Fusher Mountain. Then let's start with the Fire Shadow Village first. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly at the thought of this, and the next moment, Xiaohan walked towards the top of the volcano under the guide's leadership. Anyway, having come here, Xiaohan didn't intend to kill through Little Spirit Z as soon as he came. The scenery still needed to be seen. So he signed up for a local tour group that specialized in touring Mount Fusher. Was Oni-chan also traveling to Fusher Mountain from out of town? A 13 or 14-year-old little girl looked at Xiaohan, whose size was incomparably prominent amongst the crowd of East Continent countrymen, and asked curiously. Xiaohan froze, and then looked towards the little girl, who had fair skin and a pair of big watery eyes. The little girl also carried a small rabbit school bag. Yes, I am also from abroad. By the way, are you here with your parents? Xiaohan smiled and spoke to the little girl in fluent language. Having all the majors of the university, he was naturally proficient in the Terra Nova language department as well. However, the little girl instantly froze when Xiaohan turned his face around. Good. What a handsome big brother. Not only her, after hearing Xiaohan's magnetic voice, the people around her subconsciously looked over. Almost all the young girls were shocked by Xiao Han's handsome appearance. What's wrong with you, little sister? Is there something dirty on my face? Xiao Han smiled and joked. Yikes. No, Big Brother's face is clean. By the way, my name is Aoyama Jingya. What is Big Brother's name? Jingya hastily waved her hand with a red face while looking forward to Xiao Han and asked. Aoyama Jingya, nice name. My name is Xiao Han. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly as he spoke his name. Xiao Han? Big Brother's name is so strange to say. Jingya scratched her small head. Jingya, so you are here, lost what to do. There is no trouble for others. And just at this moment an anxious came over. He was relieved to see that Young Ah was fine. I'm sorry, sir, but Young Ah didn't give you any trouble, did she? Jingya's mother apologized and said to Xiao Han. No, Jingya is very cute. Xiao Han said with a smile. That's good, Jingya is a very naughty child, often running around. It's great that she didn't cause any trouble for you. Jingya's mother said with a smile. What's the matter, Mom just like to talk nonsense. I'm very good, and I'm 14, not small. Once Jingya heard her mother say she was naughty in front of her sweetheart, she retorted with a puff of anger. Hearing Jingya's words, Xiao Han and Jingya's mother both laughed helplessly. And soon, the group entered Fusher Mountain under the guidance of the tour guide. Fusher Mountain was the largest extinct volcano in the eastern continent country. However, this one was a private property. It was not owned by the country. And his owner, Xiao Han naturally knew, was the Fire Shadow Village. A few kilometers from the top of the mountain was already a place where entry was forbidden. And there were quite a few inns in this circle of land. Xiao Han and his group had explored roughly all of Mount Fusher under the guidance of the tour guide. During this time, Aoyama Jingya has been sticking to Xiao Han. Xiao Han all the way to boredom is also to explain to Jingya a lot about the century countries of human history. In this regard, the young Jingya's eyes have never left Xiao Han. Jingya's mother just smiled helplessly, but she was also shocked by Xiao Han's erudition. And as the night slowly descended, Xiao Han and his group also stayed in the inn in Fusher Mountain. Naruto Village, I wonder how many surprises it can bring me this time. Xiao Han stood at the window and looked at the direction of the mountaintop with a faint smile. In the next moment, the clothes on his body instantly transformed into a long black robe. The fire-red runes flowing rapidly on top of the robe made Xiao Han look like he had a suffocating sensation. Swoosh! In the next moment, with Xiao Han's foot pointing, the hidden step was unleashed, and his figure instantly disappeared into the air. Chapter 48, Terrifying as Hell. Supreme Dark Power. Xiao Han's figure was like a ghost in the night rushing towards the top of Fusher Mountain. Soon, Xiao Han arrived at the place where the top of the mountain was located. The top of the mountain was like a huge basin, and in the middle of the basin, some ancient bamboo buildings were situated below. Xiao Han estimated that there were tens of thousands of people living here in a 4 to 5 mile radius. There were not only the ninjas Xiao Han was looking for, but also some ordinary people who had lived here for generations. These people have been serving these ninjas all their lives and are not allowed to leave the Naruto village. And in the Naruto village around, there are a lot of middle ninja with a team after a team of lower ninja patrol. As long as the ordinary people who do not enter here, all of them were killed or reduced to slaves here. Tread. Xiao Han's figure slowly landed on top of a bamboo tree. He who possessed stealth steps was already not far from flying. Of course, the stealth steps that were only LV5 now could not support him to fly, but standing on the top of the bamboo that was like a willow was simple and incomparable. First, I will give you a big gift. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment, his figure slowly floated down directly from the tip of the bamboo. Drink! With Xiao Han's low roar, his right foot heavily stepped towards the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the bamboo forest with a radius of several hundred meters rose up from the ground. Pai Yun Pong! In the next moment, Xiao Han let out a low shout. The vigor of his body flowed crazily. The earth began to tremble crazily. Endless dark power erupted from within his body. Supreme dark strength was more than twice as powerful as ordinary harmonization strength. In the next moment, thousands of palms condensed from the vigor energy surfaced in the air. Go to! With a low shout, Xiao Han blasted out a palm. These thousands of palms blasted out at the same time, and each palm blasted on top of the thousands of bamboo trees that flew up around them. Swoosh! Thousands of bamboo trees instantly exploded out, shooting madly towards the Fire Shadow village not far away. Each one of them contained a terrifying energy. Tano-kun, it seems to me that there are quite a few flower girls down there again. Why don't we go and grab a few of them? Those women in the village are tired of playing with them. The closest to the bamboo forest is a team of dozens of ninjas led by Nakanobu Tano. One of Tano's doggy hands, with an excited face, said. And Tano brightened up when he heard it. Yoshi, I am also tired of playing. It is also time to introduce some new blood to the village, but it is still necessary to wait until the end of our patrol. Tanos gave a smile while his mouth spoke. Shoo! However, right at this moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from the bamboo forest not far away. How could Tian Yi, who had countless battle experience, not know that this was the sound of breaking air under the high-speed movement of an object? Not good, there is an enemy attack. Tian Yi gave a low shout, and in the next moment, all the ninjas instantly drew out their bitterness or taijutsu. Such reaction speed made Xiao Han, who was not far away, secretly smack his lips. No wonder Xiao Lingzi was so difficult to deal with back then. This kind of strict training from top to bottom, it would be strange if it couldn't crush the then Yan Xia. However, these ninjas didn't know that they were facing Xiao Han. Thousands of bamboos carrying supreme dark force instantly burst out from the bamboo forest. The terrifying speed caused Tian Yi's face to instantly turn white. Not good, escape. He let out a low cry in shock. However, it was already too late. Thousands of bamboo trees instantly penetrated dozens of them. In just a moment, the field squad became riddled with holes. However, the speed of the bamboos was not reduced at all as they rushed towards the Naruto village below. Ding absorbed life energy. Upgrade point 8. Ding absorbed life energy. Upgrade point 1. Tinker absorbs life energy. Upgrade point 2. Tinker absorbs life energy. Upgrade point 2. At the same time, a loud system beep came out. Xiao Han's upgrade points instantly rose by nearly 100. It was true that killing people was the fastest way to earn upgrade points, but you guys think that's the end of it? Give you guys another big one. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. There was a saying that under an avalanche, no piece of snow was innocent. And the same was true for these ninja villages. Some of the villagers inside might not have been out of Mount Fushir in their entire lives, but under the great power, none of them could hide. Explosion. With Xiao Han's low shout, at the same time, his right hand fiercely clenched. Pop! The next moment, thousands of bamboo trees in the distance instantly burst apart into countless fragments, instantly spreading the entire Naruto village. Please readers also greatly support. Chapter 49, 12th Generation Naruto. Hellfire Dragon Technique. And the terrifying thing was that all of these fragments carried a strong and powerful aura. And the sound of the bamboo bursting apart was what instantly woke up those sleeping ninjas. Baka, what kind of person dares to come to my Naruto village to cause trouble? There is an enemy attack. What was that? A sound of angry curses, exclamations, and screams came from the entire Naruto village. And in the very center of a building, an old man in the middle of a row appeared on top of the building. Is this power? The person coming is a person of Yanxia? What, Yanxia thinks I'm an old man who's about to die, so he's come to give me a ride. The old man is the 12th Naruto. And within his thin, dry body was a powerful aura that exploded. Pa! In the next moment, his hands flew to form seals. Ninjutsu. Gale Jedi breath. With a low drink, he took a deep breath, and in the next moment, his body's chakra converged on his chest. Phew! Immediately afterward, a gale that was enough to tear apart large trees erupted from his mouth. Where the gale swept, countless pieces of Xiao Han's bamboo were blown away. This was the ninjutsu that Bastard Sword and the others had talked about. Xiao Han looked at the 12th generation Naruto, who was not far away from him, who was casting a ninjutsu technique, and immediately raised an eyebrow. Because this was the age of the end, the amount of aura in the heavens and earth was far lower than in ancient times. Therefore ninjutsu could only be performed by the lowest top shinobi. And are using their own power as fuel. Not only is the power a lot smaller, is the difficulty of casting also from the original lower middle ninja into the upper ninja above can only use. Of course, ninjutsu originated from the 8 gates of the summer. In the ancient time of Yanxia, when the aura of heaven and earth was rich, the strength of ancient martial arts was much more terrifying than this ninjutsu. However, do you think I am opposed? Xiao Han coldly snorted, and in the next moment, with the point of his foot, his entire person shot out explosively like a black lightning bolt. In just a few breaths of time, it arrived at the center of Naruto village. The intruder is there, don't let him disturb Naruto-sama. All Naruto village ninjas, kill the intruder. Despite this bellowing, dozens of upper ninjas with nearly 1,000 middle ninjas as well as thousands of lower ninjas rushed towards Xiao Han from all sides. However, Xiao Han didn't even bother to look at them. Xiao Han slightly shook his right hand, and in the next moment, 2 flying daggers appeared in his hand. Old man, I wonder if you can dodge it. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly, and the next moment as his right hand shook, the 2 flying daggers instantly transformed into 2 silver lights rushing towards the old man of the fire shadow. The terrifying speed had far exceeded the speed of sound. Unbeatable. Feeling these 2 flying daggers, such a thought instantly surfaced in the 12th generation Naruto old man's mind. In the next moment, he hastily closed his mouth, and 10 shuriken appeared in his right hand. Ninjutsu. Wind Rapier. A terrifying stream of wind attribute chakra surged out of the old man's hands, and all of it surged into the hand swords in his hands. In the next moment, he waved his hands, and 10 hand swords instantly shot out. Each one of them emitted a powerful chakra. The strength of this chakra was already comparable to that of a normal harmonization power. The 10 hand swords all came towards Xiao Han's 2 flying swords. The terrifying speed blew away the air around them. My hand swords are made of titanium alloy developed in the West, and their hardness is comparable to that of diamonds. The 12th Naruto stroked his chin and thought proudly. However, in the next instant, his face froze. Put. With a series of shattering sounds, the 10 hand swords were like papier-mâché, instantly shattered by Xiaohan's 2 flying swords. And the fragments shattered in the sky as blinding as starlight. Although Xiaohan's 2 flying daggers had slowed down a bit, they still exploded with a terrifying speed. Damn, this is impossible. How is this possible? The 12th Naruto's face could look. However, there was no way he could sit back and wait for death, and his hands once again formed seals quickly. Secret technique, Hellfire Dragon technique. With a roar, he pressed his hand towards the earth. Rumble. In the next moment, the earth began to shake crazily. Immediately after that, a crack hundreds of meters long opened up above the earth, and violent magma gushed out, transforming into a 100-meter divine dragon biting towards Xiaohan's flying dagger. Relying on their own power to trigger the underground volcanic magma, this old boy is not afraid to detonate the volcano? Xiaohan raised his eyebrows and looked at the earth that was constantly shaking. Boom boom. At this moment, Xiaohan's 2 flying daggers instantly blasted 2 holes in the magma dragon that the 12th generation Naruto had high hopes for. Immediately after that, it continued to stab towards the 12th generation Naruto. However, these 2 SAXS flying daggers were actually burned red in an instant by the fire dragon just now. Humph. Do you think I'm targeting your flying daggers? Go to hell. However, the 12th generation Naruto was the corner of his mouth rose slightly. In the next moment, with a low roar from him, the magma dragon instantly erupted and swallowed Xiaohan in one bite. And Xiaohan's 2 flying daggers also directly penetrated his chest. Chapter 50 Power of Inferno LV1. Xiaohan's 2 flying daggers instantly ran the 12th generation Naruto's chest through. This scene caused the countless ninjas watching from a short distance away to turn pale. The 12th generation Naruto was one of the 3 existing Shadow Class super powerhouses, and he didn't expect to actually end up with this Yinxia martial artist who came from nowhere. Boom. However, just at this moment, the 12th generation of Naruto who was shot actually instantly exploded and turned into a wooden stake. And the next moment, not far away as the 12th generation Naruto's figure appeared. Substitute art? Lord Naruto did not die, actually a double jutsu. I told you, how could Lord Naruto die? Damn savage, I must go savage to kill in tens of thousands of Yinxia trash to relieve my anger. That's right, this time in we go together. One by one, the ninjas of the Naruto village were laughing. In their view, the light of Amaterasu Amakami still shone upon them. It's also time to settle these little troubles. The 12th generation Naruto at this time looked at the countless pieces of bamboo in the sky that had originally been blown high into the air by him and were now falling down again. His hands began to form seals at a rapid pace. Puff. However, a sound of flesh being penetrated suddenly reached the 12th generation Naruto's mind, while a sharp pain came from his chest. His Telson instantly shrank. Unbelievably, he looked towards his chest. However, he realized that his chest had actually been penetrated by a taijutsu. If the bastard sword were to do it again, he would definitely be excited and say, I'm familiar with this section. The same method, the same weapon, only the person being cut had become the 12th Naruto, one of the 3 pillars of the shinobi world. Substitute jutsu well. I know it too. Maybe even more than you. You who just used the substitute jutsu once, I wonder if you can use it again. And Xiaohan's calm voice came out from behind the 12th generation Naruto at that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the innate skill, Inferno Power LV1. Learning consumption, 1000, learning requirements, soul, 1000. However, just at this moment a system beep was to make Xiaohan's eyes light up. Learning. He has just seen the power of inflammation. If the 12th generation of Naruto toward the entire ninja village put then afraid of instantly can destroy the Naruto village. Unfortunately, he was facing Xiaohan. Learn. LV1 level was 1000 points of learning requirements, as well as a terrifying soul value. Xiaohan was looking forward to it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Inferno Force LV1. Inferno Force LV1 can manipulate the power of the flames in heaven and earth to explode with a power of soul value, 800. In places where the flame element is strong, the power is even more terrifying. Upgrade requirement, 3000. With its terrifying power, it was strange that it didn't instantly nearly melted Xiaohan's 2 6 flying daggers. If they were 5s, I'm afraid they would have been turned into iron in an instant. Hearing Xiaohan's voice, the 12th generation Naruto telephones contracted violently. And the mockery in Xiaohan's tone made the 12th Naruto's face instantly ugly. No. Impossible. Substitute jutsu is exclusive to my ninja. What you are using is power chi. Without chakra, how could you possibly use a substitute jutsu? The 12th generation Naruto instantly sprayed a mouthful of blood from his mouth as he finished speaking. Chakra? It's just a branch extracted from the power of ki, plus a residual product made from a combination of spiritual power. How can you praise it to the heavens? Xiaohan smiled disdainfully. Just by touching the chakra, he casually analyzed it. These brats still think they're so awesome. Naruto-sama. Impossible. Isn't this kid dead? Go on, kill him to avenge Naruto-sama. Savage, suffer death. Naruto was passed by Xiaohan with a single slash, which instantly made all the ninjas explode. All of them cursed angrily and rushed toward Xiaohan. Trying to save this old man? The guy who couldn't even save himself. Xiaohan laughed disdainfully. After saying that, he waved his right hand, and the countless bamboo fragments in the sky that contained his vigor instantly and frantically blasted towards the bottom. Poof! The countless bamboo fragments were like raindrops as they blasted each ninja and civilian into 1,000 holes. The tens of thousands of Naruto village had been killed in just a few minutes, leaving only a few survivors. The bamboo blocks containing Xiaohan's supreme dark energy were blasted down even 1 meter below the ground. The entire top of Mount Fushir was riddled with holes. No! Impossible, what kind of person are you? Looking at the instantly destroyed Naruto village, the 12th generation Naruto knelt down powerlessly. The Naruto village that had been painstakingly built up by hundreds of years of predecessors had actually been destroyed by his own hands. The 12th generation Naruto was furious and another mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. Go to hell and ask your Amaterasu Amikami, forget it. Xiaohan disdainfully laughed, then a palm shot out directly shattered the 12th generation of Naruto's brain. For this old man he did not have the slightest bit of pity, when the little spirit of the invasion of the summer of this old boy but with the entire Naruto village came to the land of the summer of wanton destruction, died in their hands of no less than 100,000 people. Such an atrocious crime, how could Xiaohan let them go? Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Chapter 51 Surprise. Inferior Spirit Stones. Ding upgrade point 256. Ding upgrade point 2. Ding upgrade point 15. Ding upgrade point 05. And just then countless system beeps erupted from within Xiaohan's mind. It was not until a full hour later that the sounds slowly subsided. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a total of 35,450 upgrade points. Phew! The first time I killed so many people, I feel that there is still some discomfort. Xiaohan was somewhat helpless. Looking at the sea of corpses and blood not far away, there was not much fluctuation in his heart. It was as if none of these people were killed by him. Of course, there was still a handful of ninjas who fled in panic, but Xiaohan did not go after them. Because he didn't just come this time to kill people. But I didn't expect to actually be able to contribute more than 30,000 upgrade points. Xiaohan looked at his balance and instantly smiled slightly. However, it seemed like it was time to get himself a better weapon. Xiaohan stroked his chin and thought after bringing back the 2 flying knives that were stabbed on the mountain from afar. Since there was a knife technique, then let's go with the knife. Thinking of this, Xiaohan began to search throughout the Naruto village. This seems to be the old man Naruto's home, right? It looks as if there are quite a few private collections. After searching around and not finding a weapon with a satisfactory shape, Xiaohan came to the Naruto residence where the old man lived. After searching for a while, Xiaohan found a hidden compartment located underneath the Naruto residence. Without a key, and not knowing how to open it, Xiaohan had no choice but to blast his fist towards the wall of the secret room. Boom! With a terrifying roar, the entire Naruto residence shook fiercely, as if it was going to collapse the next moment. The wall of the secret room was also blown away by Xiaohan's punch with supreme dark force. Hiss! This little spirit child was actually so rich. Just after walking into the secret room, Xiaohan was shocked by the scene in front of him. Only to see that the surrounding walls were actually all built up with gold nuggets. Roughly estimated there were tens of tons. And amongst the gold nuggets were all sorts of gems and diamonds. Ding, found energy, aura. Start absorbing. However, right at this moment, a system beep sounded from within Xiaohan's mind. In the next moment, a stream of green energy rushed out from amongst the piles of jewelry and surged into Xiaohan's body. Ding upgrade point 582. Ding upgrade point 1230. Ding upgrade point 652. Ding upgrade point 780. A series of 7 or 8 system beeps caused Xiaohan's upgrade points to instantly increase by more than 10,000. At this moment, Xiaohan's upgrade points had reached more than 40,000. Actually possessing so much spiritual energy, what in the world is it? Xiaohan's Telson shrunk, and then he walked over towards a source of spiritual energy. However, what caught his eyes was a jade Buddha. Xiaohan's brows furrowed as he vaguely felt that there was definitely more than just a jade Buddha in these auras. With that, he searched towards the surroundings. Soon, he targeted a thumb-sized piece of jade. At this moment, this piece of jade was full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. Xiaohan picked it up. Lower grade spirit stone, spiritual chi exhausted, a spiritual object of the heavens and earth born from a spiritual vein, possessing a huge amount of spiritual chi. It is divided into lower grade spirit stones, medium grade spirit stones, as well as upper grade spirit stones, and the legendary extreme spirit stones. Spirit stones can speed up a martial artist's cultivation, and a single lower grade spirit stone can quickly spawn several dark power masters. Spirit stones that have run out of aura are no different from ordinary stones and can be upgraded. Upgrade consumption, 10,000. However, the system's appraisal also caused Xiao Han's eyes to instantly light up. There are actually such things as spirit stones? That means there is one more way for me to absorb energy points in the future. Xiao Han, who thought of this, instantly brightened up. But that's all. According to the whole Naruto village only has so many points, that is to scour the whole earth for fear that it can't come up with much. There is this time, Xiao Han has nothing to give himself electricity, 10 times 100 times the upgrade points to hand. The world's martial artists are so difficult to cultivate, if I didn't have the system, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to touch the cultivation world for the rest of my life. And now that I've only gotten the system for such a short period of time, I'm already standing at the top of the Earth's cultivation world. Xiao Han couldn't help but feel emotional when he thought about this. Sometimes he wondered if he was dreaming. Analyzing from above the strength of the 12th generation Naruto, he should be equivalent to the middle stage of the harmonization power, or the middle stage of the shadow level as they say. Only the strength in front of me is so bad. Xiao Han has some feelings, he is not just above the surface of more than 2,000 attributes. After all, this point of attributes is also that is the early stage of the power, he is the most powerful or a set of horrible skills. The 12 generations of Naruto above Xiao Han got the control method of the power of inflammation is also regarded as one of the biggest gains of this trip. Ha! This knife. Chapter 52, Blood Drinking Mad Knife. A weapon that can only be touched by an innate. Suddenly a long blade with a glint of blood appeared in the corner of Xiao Han's eye. There were quite a few weapons in the secret room of the old Naruto boy. It could be said that all of them were some of the rare divine weapons in the world. Of course, compared to the titanium alloy sword Naruto used before is a grade lower. However, the corner of a blood-red long knife wrapped in countless talisman paper is to let Xiao Han eyes bright. Drinking blood wild knife. 2,000 years ago, the killing god Bai Chi used the knife, and the hands of the human butcher sword known as the world's two major killers, because of the excess of killing sins, resulting in the creation of the blood spirit. The user, if the mind is not tough, will be devoured by the blood spirit of the blood body blood. Attached skill, drinking blood. As long as the enemy is hit by a slash, the enemy's blood will be absorbed instantly. Attachment skill, blood rage. Explode the accumulated power of blood chi and gain a terrifying strength bonus, 10 times. Damage, 10,000. Minimum soul value, 10,000 points, minimum flesh value, 10,000 points. Upgradable. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 upgrade points. The system's introduction caused Xiao Han's face to change. The world only knew that Bai Chi only used a 70cm sword called the Human Butcher, which was also the origin of Bai Chi's other title. However, they have never heard of Bai Chi having such a heavy killing sword. It seems that the killing god Bai Chi, who killed 400,000 people, should be controlled by the blood-drinking sword. No wonder even the history has never appeared the second in his general horror of the killing god. And this upgrade actually requires 10,000 points, and none of these two skills are horrible. Together with the self-inflicted damage value, it was feared that it could instantly kill the legendary innate experts. Xiao Han couldn't believe it. There was actually such a terrifying weapon in the world. No wonder Xiao Lingzi did not dare to use this use of the minimum limit are innate experts, and innate experts may be controlled. After all, the soul value wants to raise up incomparable difficulties. At this time, Xiao Han finally knew why Xiao Lingzi attached so much importance to the cultivation of the soul. It seemed that the invention of chakra was born for the use of this weapon. Xiao Han's Telson shrunk slightly. Innate masters, throughout the ages, were legendary figures. The last one could be directly traced back to Zhang Sanfeng. However, with Zhang Jinran's character would definitely not use this kind of weapon. Looks like there is something to play with. System, give me all 3 circumference data plus 10,000. Xiao Han did not hesitate to speak directly to the system. In the next moment, a terrifying force instantly erupted from the void, and this force instantly swept over Xiao Han's entire body. Ka! Xiao Han's bones all over his body began to be insanely tempered this, while the strength of his flesh was also insanely raised. It had more than doubled in just an instant, and this enhancement was still soaring. At the same time, Xiao Han's divine idea was also rising crazily. The original 2 kilometers of coverage instantly grew to 5 kilometers, 7 kilometers. Eventually it slowly stopped at 12 kilometers. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Attribute enhancement is complete. With a system beep, Xiao Han snapped his eyes open. A wild and boundless vigor swept out from within his body. Upgrade Supreme Dark Power. Xiao Han once again spoke to the system. After all, at this time, Xiao Han's physical body had already reached the terrifying innate level, and the innate level was already able to transform his chemistry strength into a full body of innate true chi, which was incomparably terrifying in its power. Ding! Start upgrading LV1 Supreme Dark Force. The system also quickly responded. Ding! Supreme Dark Force level reached LV2, upgrade points consumed, 3,000. Ding! Supreme Dark Force level reached LV3, upgrade points consumed, 5,000. Ding! Supreme Dark Strength has been upgraded to Supreme Harmonization Strength LV1, consuming 10,000 upgrade points. A series of 3 system beeps ended. Xiaohan's dark energy instantly changed crazily and eventually condensed into the power of chemistry power. Chapter 53, Cam Pouch 6. With Qiankuan inside. The 3 basic realms of martial arts, Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Huan Jin, are each different. Ming Jin is to fully utilize a force while allowing the flesh to explode with great power. Dark power is the ability to release a greater destructive force from within the flesh while at the same time allowing the flesh to explode with its own power. However, both are within the body to use the energy, but to the Huan Jin, but the body will be able to energy outward, fully utilize the horror of the energy. Previously, Xiaohan's use of the externalization of strength qi was in fact a hint of the use of Huan Jin. However, the consumption of that method of use was incomparably huge, and Xiaohan's body was instantly emptied of all his vital energy in one move. This is also the reason why Xiaohan used the spiritual attack method to kill the 12th generation Naruto. However, at this time, the transformation of dark energy into transformed energy was different. The previous attack, Xiaohan used the same power and the same energy, enough to explode more than 10 times the power. This is also the reason why Huan Jin masters are called walking weapons of destruction. This upgrade point wasn't really enough. It's been depleted so quickly. Xiaohan looked helplessly at the upgrade points that he had already by empty, and then his eyes looked towards the blood-drinking mad sword that was sealed not far away. In the future, you are my weapon. Xiaohan stepped forward, then a hand will drink blood wild knife grip directly draw out. Buzz. As the blood-drinking mad knife was drawn out from the ground by Xiaohan, the entire body of the knife instantly erupted with a bizarre red light. This light crazily attacked Xiaohan's soul. And right at this moment, Xiaohan let out a cold snort that instantly erupted out, and in the next moment his divine sense bombarded the blood-drinking mad knife's body like a shocking wave. Instantly, the body of the blade returned to calm after a tremor. And as if the blood spirit was also frightened by Xiaohan's terror, it hid in the body of the blade, not daring to make any movements. Become my weapon and still want to attack me, you are afraid that you want to be rebuilt. Xiaohan smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth as a furious killing aura erupted from Xiaohan's body. The killing aura that Xiaohan, who had just blasted tens of thousands of ninjas, had erupted was far more than that of Bai Qi, who had pitted and killed 400,000 ordinary people 2,000 years ago. To know, these tens of thousands of ninjas killed more than 100,000 people in just a few days in the land of Yanxia. If given a year, it is enough to exterminate more than 10 million people in Yanxia. Xiaohan, who had killed tens of thousands of ninjas, had condensed a murderous aura that Bai Qi could not match. Seeing the blood spirit honestly down, Xiaohan smiled with satisfaction. Unfortunately, there is no legendary storage magic treasure, otherwise all of these things sold at least have a 10 billion or so. Xiaohan looked at the hundreds of square meters of secret room filled with jewelry and gold with some regret. By the way, aren't storage treasures made of ordinary materials? If I upgrade some artifacts that can hold things, will I be able to inspire the legendary storage space as well? Thinking of this, Xiaohan hurriedly searched the ground and then found a pouch that originally contained a small bag of diamonds. Brocade pouch, a brocade pouch made of ice silk that can keep objects intact without being bumped. Upgrade requirement, 1. Not realizing that this pouch was still a premium item, Xiaohan directly clicked on upgrade. Brocade pouch 1, the enhanced brocade pouch has a powerful preservation function, which can ensure that living things will not die for a month, and that flesh and blood will not rot for a year. Upgrade requirements, 3. However, just a brocade pouch of 1 though, but it was not what Xiaohan wanted. With that, Xiaohan continued to upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining pouch 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining pouch 3, consuming 10 upgrade points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining bag 4, consuming 30 upgrade points. When Xiaohan upgraded to 6, the pouch finally changed. Just after upgrading, Xiaohan felt a familiar fluctuation emanating from the pouch, the same fluctuation he felt when he used the substitution technique. Pouch 6 absorbed the surrounding space debris during the enhancement process and gained the space storage function, space size, 10 cubic meters. Due to the time flow problem, it is impossible to store living things. Upgrade requirements, 1000. Chapter 54, 1/to kill. Xiaohan looked at this pouch in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, it was similar to what he had imagined. The system upgraded to a certain level could really make a qualitative change in something. 10 cubic meters of storage space, although it's not big, it can hold quite a lot of things, but let's upgrade the system one more time. 10 cubic meters, which was only a space of 2-point-something meters in length, width, and height, wasn't very big. The things Xiaohan had to put down now were far more than that. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining brocade bag 7. Brocade pouch 7, space size, 100 cubic meters. Because of the time flow problem, it is impossible to store living things. Can collect objects enveloped in thoughts. Upgrade requirements, 3000. As the system's beep fell, the spatial aura emanating from above this pouch in Xiaohan's mind's hand became even thicker. 100 square meters, it should be enough. Xiao Han thought secretly, but even if it wasn't enough, there was nothing he could do about it. Xiao Han's upgrade points were all left at just over 1,000, completely insufficient for another upgrade. Thinking of this, Xiao Han directly shrouded all the jewelry and gold around him with a thought. Brush. In the next instant, everything directly disappeared. And Xiao Hang's brocade bag directly became bulging. Sure enough, it is a good thing to kill people in goods, this trip is worth it. Xiao Han said with a smile. Looking at the bag full of jewelry and gold, Xiao Han put it into his pocket. The good thing is that the pouch is now using its own space to place the items, and there is not much difference between the main space where Xiao Han is located, so the weight and other things are completely ignored. Since it was emptied, Xiao Han didn't have anything to hold on to. After all, there was still a battle waiting to be fought outside. The movement of the little devils is quite fast, so quickly surrounded this place. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he walked out from the Fire Shadow residence with his blood-drinking mad sword. At this moment, the entire Fusher Mountain was surrounded by dozens of armed helicopters. The planes didn't dare to get very close to the ground, they were all hundreds of meters above the ground. The self-defense forces on the planes, armed with heavy weapons, looked down at the crater. Attention all units. The Yan Xia martial artists are coming out. And right at this moment, a gravely voice simultaneously reached the ears of all the self-defense force members. Everyone looked towards the bottom warily, and sure enough, a silhouette wearing a black robe and carrying a blood-red sword in his hand stepped out from the middle of the Fire Shadow residence. However, what was shocking was that the blood-colored sword was actually crazily absorbing the blood of the tens of thousands of ninjas and civilians who had died around it. As the blood poured in, the sword became more and more demonic. Although these self-defense forces were not very clear, but the commander was well aware of the terror of these martial artists. Xiao Han had just revealed himself, he hastily ordered. Attack! With the commander's stern cry. Dozens of weapons opened fire at the same time. Not only that, a single rocket launcher crazily blasted towards Xiao Han. The small missiles carried on top of the armed helicopters also crazily blasted over towards Xiao Han. Boom! Terrifying explosions instantly drowned Xiao Han. The flames directly rushed to a height of tens of meters. The surrounding hundreds of meters were directly leveled by this terrifying explosion. However, the commander's face was grave. This was the mouth of the Fusher Mountain fire. If the fire erupted, he would be the sinner. Tens of thousands of people would die. However, the amount of ammunition was strictly controlled by them. If it really hit, it was enough to kill an unprepared Shadow-class powerhouse. Of course, this was only speculation by those so-called experts. Tap. However, an unmistakable sound of footsteps came from below. Footsteps? Impossible, how could footsteps appear on this kind of ground? This was the first reaction in everyone's mind. However, the next moment, a scene that made their faces turn pale appeared. Only Xiao Han actually stepped in the air and slowly walked out of the explosion circle. And there wasn't a single bit of damage on his body at all. Do you look down on me so much? Attacking me with a weapon that can't even kill a peak dark force? Xiao Han's skillful language reached the ears of everyone present. However, the next moment, without waiting for them to react, Xiao Han moved. Humph! As Xiao Han let out an indifferent voice, he slashed out with the blood-drinking frenzy blade held in his right hand. The next moment a blood-red blade aura erupted from above the blade. The blade aura instantly lengthened to hundreds of meters, and in the next instant, it slashed through the necks of every single person in the sky. Boom! With a series of airplane explosions, Xiao Han's figure slowly disappeared into the night. Chapter 55 Dragon Soul Grand Hallmaster. The next day, countless countries were shocked by the East Continent country's Fusher Mountain incident. The Naruto village of the Eastern Continent Kingdom had been destroyed, and it could be said that no one could hide such a big event. Yan Xia. Dragon Soul Headquarters. Did you find out who did it? A middle-aged man covered in black robes looked at the photos taken by the invincible detector and fell into deep thought. Only to see that at this moment, there were countless airplane wreckage as well as a sentence of corpses that had been beaten into a hornet's nest on top of the summit of Fusher Mountain. To describe it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was not an overstatement at all. And at the bottom of the middle-aged man stood dozens of Dark Force level powerhouses. These people weren't just at the Dark Power level, they were also at the Dark Power limit. They were also the heads of the Dragon Souls in each province. And among them was Mad Blade. Grand Hallmaster, the person who made the move has already been confirmed. It is the Harmonization Strength Powerhouse from Tianyun City in Maitsaisha Province. Mad Blade hurriedly spoke. He didn't even dare to raise his head in the face of the Grand Hallmaster at this moment, because the aura emanating from the Grand Hallmaster was just too terrifying. In Xiao Han's presence, Xiao Han had completely suppressed his own aura, thus Mad Blade had no feelings. However, seeing the Grand Hallmaster for the first time, he finally realized just how terrifying a harmonization power level powerhouse really was. Is that the Xiao Han that you are talking about? The Grand Hallmaster hadn't come back to Dragon Soul for decades and no one knew where he had gone. It was also the first time that Mad Blade had seen the Grand Hallmaster, and if it wasn't for the fact that the second Hallmaster and the third Hallmaster were also present, then no one would have known that this unfamiliar man would be Yen Xiao's most deservedly strongest person, the Grand Hallmaster. Yes, Great Hallmaster. It's the senior Xiaohan that I reported up earlier. Mad Blade hurriedly replied. This person's medical skills are the only ones I've seen in my life, and I'm afraid that his level of medical skills is far above my master, the Pill God. In my opinion, this person is definitely a pill refiner. The second Hallmaster, also known as the Pill Elder, rumored to be in the outside world, also said in a grave manner. Hearing the second Hallmaster's words, the Grand Hallmaster's Telson shrunk slightly. I didn't expect even Pill Elder to be like this. It seems that this person is truly unusual. It is said that he is only 16 years old. The Grand Hallmaster asked in a condensed voice. Yes, from all the birth records as well as growth records and study records, Senior Xiaohan's age is just 16 years old, and by the way, he is also the national top student of this session of high school candidates. Also, it seems that he is in a couple relationship with the daughter of Zhao Yunlong, the second master of the Zhao family. Mad Blade hurriedly told all that he knew. Each piece of news caused the faces of these Dragon Soul branch heads present to change for a while. Some of the elders affiliated with the Zhao clan immediately brightened up, and they originally had no problem with Zhao Yunlong's return. After all, if it wasn't for Zhao Zilong making a mess back then, Zhao Yunlong definitely had hopes of becoming the second Huanjin powerhouse of the Zhao family. Now that the king had returned, the elders couldn't wait to be excited. Now that they heard that Zhao Yunlong's daughter was actually a couple with the newly promoted harmonization powerhouse, these old things of theirs instantly trembled with excitement. The Zhao family, I wonder if Elder Zhao is still doing well all these years. The Grand Hall Master spoke in a nostalgic tone. However, soon his face froze. Xiaohan's situation is really special, everyone ordered to block all news about him. If I hear his news being spread by anyone, shoot on sight. In addition, give some convenience to the Zhao family's business. The Grand Hall Master's tone was incomparably cold, and the faces of all the sub-hall masters present instantly turned white. On the other hand, everyone in the Zhao family was thrilled. The Great Hall Master's tone had shown that he had paid enough attention to Xiaohan's strength. Western country. Within the Black Palace. Captain. What do you think of this black-robed man? The fat-headed plant looked at the video of the Battle of Fushur Mountain that came over in the screen and spoke suspiciously to a shield man next to him. The shield man was the strongest person in the American nation's Alien Energy Bureau. An S-rank alien, the captain of the American nation. Of course he wasn't the same captain of the Amelia country in Marjan, because even Marjan's captain of the Amelia country was created based on him. From the time of World War I, the prestige of the captain of the American nation had been fought. This man, who had become known as the strongest physical body on Earth because of the Amelia country's genetic modification program, had once killed 3 or 4 Huanjin-level super powerhouses with his bare hands. His shield was made of titanium steel alloy, an upgraded version of the 12th Naruto's weapon. He was very powerful. However, the captain of the Amelia kingdom spoke in a grave manner. His words instantly caused Plant's face to change. Can't even you defeat him? Unbelievable. Chapter 56, Xiaohan is worth my hand. The president said in disbelief, knowing that he had grown up reading the captain's comics since he was a child, and now that he could see the real person every day, he naturally admired him immensely, even if the other party was now his henchman. The captain, on the other hand, smiled confidently. No, just worthy of my hand, just my president lord. The captain's self-confidence is not blown at all, physical strength is comparable to that of an innate powerhouse, he has not had a single defeat in his decades of battles except for his defeat to the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master decades ago. And over the years he has become even more powerful. For Xiaohan, such a person who even killed a 12th generation Naruto did not kill in seconds, how could he feel that he could not beat Xiaohan? Even he felt that Xiaohan was weaker. Great, since that's the case, Captain, please also take a shot once and go and kill that kid. After all, my MD wants to clamp down on Yanxia and needs their help. The president's words were incredibly disdainful. However, for the sake of the greater good, the East Continent Kingdom must not be destroyed. No problem, I'll set off now. The captain was also a battle maniac, and now that there wasn't much of a war going on, he could be said to be idly itching. Just as soon as the president's words were finished, he put his shield on his back and headed towards the outside of the Black Palace. Just a few minutes later, the warplanes flying to the Eastern Continent country were already on their way out. With his warplanes, he was completely free to enter the territory of the Eastern Continent country at will. Relative to the calmness of an MD as well as Yanxia, other countries were unable to sit still, especially those countries that were hostile to Yanxia were even more fearful of whether Xiaohan, the ruthless man, would come to their country for an annihilation. To know that this level of combat power is absolutely not ordinary, missiles can be bombarded. And these countries have not even appeared in the strong man of the level of Huajin, not to mention the strong man who can fight against this level of Xiaohan. So all the countries are starting towards Xiaohan's country to propose a visit, hoping to improve relations. However, the time of the subsoil mountain was only known to the top level of those more developed countries. Therefore even these travelers who were in the Vice Earth Mountain did not know about it. Xiao Han also enrolled in a 2-day tour for the Vice Tushan line. Yesterday, he climbed the mountain, and today he went down. After arriving at the bottom of the mountain, Xiao Han realized that a large number of police forces surrounded the mountain. And in the sky a ship patrols back and forth frantically. Of course, these warplanes were all sent out by MD's military base in East China to assist in searching for Xiao Han's traces. What's going on? How could there be so many armed divisions? Could it be the sound of the explosion last night? It was very likely that there were many helicopters that flew into the subsoil mountain last night. I wonder if they encountered violent elements. Countless tourists could only honestly start lining up when they looked at so many people with loaded weapons and bullets. However, when it was Xiao Han's turn, the guard who checked Xiao Han's documents suddenly frowned. "You are not from East China?" The guard frowned. "So what?" Xiao Han said calmly. And Xiao Han's attitude immediately angered the guard. "I suspect that you are harboring contraband. Come with me." The guard instantly raised his weapon and said with a cold snort. When the surrounding guards heard his words, they also instantly raised their weapons and pointed them at Xiao Han. The surrounding tourists hurriedly raised their hands and left beside Xiao Han in fear. "You guys stop, Big Brother is not a bad guy." Aoyama Jingya hurriedly blocked in front of Xiao Han and said timidly. "Jingya, come back quickly. Big Brother will be fine." Jingya's mother's face suddenly changed and hurriedly went to pull Jingya. Eyes closed. However, just at this moment, Xiao Han's magnetic voice reached Aoyama Jingya's ears. Aoyama Jingya was already scared, and after hearing Xiao Han's voice, she immediately closed her eyes. However, the next moment, she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she realized that she had returned home. And her mother was unconscious next to her. Special information. A massive explosion occurred at the foot of Vice Tuzan, killing over 10,000 people, of which over 9,000 were sacrificed by the police force. Scrapped 5 MD fighters. More than 20 helicopter gunships. No one at the top has taken responsibility for this incident yet. However, just at this moment, the images played on a loop in the TV made Aoyama Jingya freeze. Chapter 57, Crazy. Time went back to 5 hours ago. "Jingya, close your eyes." Xiao Han smiled faintly and spoke softly to Jingya, who was blocking her way. In the next moment, Xiao Han pointed his fingertips and a powerful chi instantly knocked Aoyama Jingya unconscious. At the same time, in a flash, he knocked her mother aside. Clank! With a sword sound, the blood-drinking mad knife instantly appeared in Xiao Han's right hand. He was the suspect. Shooting! The guard instantly turned white as he hurriedly shouted out, not caring at all if there were any other residents of the Eastern Continent Kingdom around Xiao Han. As he shouted, the guards around him all subconsciously looked towards Xiao Han, and then the weapons in their hands frantically swept towards Xiao Han. Blood shield. And Xiao Han completely ignored these attacks and just inserted the blood-drinking berserker into the blood shield erupted out. Buzz. With a fluctuation in the body of the blade, instantly the blood-drinking berserker emitted a red energy shield to cover Jingya's mother and daughter in it. "Ah! Don't, we are also from the Big R Empire. Why did you open your weapons?" However, Xiao Han was fine, but the hundreds of tourists around him who had just come down from the top of the subsoil mountain were out of luck. One by one, they were all shot into a hornet's nest by the guards' bullets. They all died in just a few seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Ding! Upgrade point 05. Ding! Upgrade point 08. Ding! Upgrade point 07. One system beep after another appeared in Xiao Han's mind. TSK, even the people of his own country are randomly killed. Xiao Han's gaze was slightly cold. Looking at these guardsmen's frantic sweeping shots in terror, Xiao Han's right hand slightly clicked. The thousands of bullet heads that had originally hit his body and were bounced to the ground by the power chi instantly flew up. "Go back." With a calm voice from Xiao Han, these bullet heads exploded back at a speed dozens of times that of before. Poof! Hundreds of guard members who had surrounded Xiao Han before they could react were instantly pierced through their chests. Blood mist waved freely in the sky. Swoosh! However, right at this moment, a missile was instantly crashed into Xiao Han's feet. Rumble! With a terrifyingly loud bang, this one missile instantly exploded. A huge mushroom cloud instantly rose from the surrounding tens of meters. Boom! And the next moment, another and another missile exploded beside Xiao Han. Before that, a fighter jet in the sky quickly flew by, completely ignoring the deaths of the surrounding guards. Hit the target, hit the target! Requesting a second round of attack. An airman above one of the fighters looked down at the sea of fire below with disdain. "Oh, Colonel Jet, look at this bunch of trash, they can't even take down a single Yensha. I really don't know why His Excellency the President is helping them." The airman mockingly spoke to Colonel Jet above another fighter. "Ha, Major, you don't know, right, this is His Excellency the President's brilliance. Only by letting a few of their countries kill each other, my MD can better suppress them. We'd better give him a few more shells when the time comes. We'll say that it was this Yinxia martial artist who did it." Colonel Jet said with a smile. Colonel Jet said just what I wanted. The major frantically pressed the firing button in his hand after he finished speaking. In the next moment, the 5 fighters instantly shot out a missile towards the sea of fire that didn't fall. Buzz. However, a strange change occurred, only to see a strange fluctuation suddenly sweeping out from where Xiao Han was before. A square kilometer was instantly enveloped by this fluctuation. A flaming missile instantly stopped in the void. Even a fighter jet that was originally roaring was fixed in place. This scene instantly made each pilot as if they had seen a spirit. Oh God, what kind of international joke is this? Magic, this is magic. With a cry of alarm, those missiles moved once again. However, the direction of flight was towards the 5 fighters in the sky. Shat! With a desperate cry of rage, the 5 fighters instantly exploded into 5 clusters of flames flying in the sky. Even the residents dozens of kilometers away from the Deputy Tushan were able to see the 5 clouds of smoke and fire. Xiao Han, on the other hand, slowly walked out of the sea of flames towards the distance with Jingya's mother and daughter. Chapter 58. This chapter is under urgent repair, please be patient. Chapter 59, Terrorizing Xiao Han. The Might of a Sword. Your Excellency has been waiting for me in the neighborhood for so long and doesn't come out for a chat. However, just at this time Xiao Han squinted his eyes towards a corner off to the side. And the next moment, a tall white man with a handsome face walked out from that corner. There was also a round shield on his back. Worthy of being a Yanxia martial artist, his perception is just strong. Hello, strong man from Yanxia, I'm Steve. You can also call me Captain Amelia Country. Team America smiled and spoke to Xiao Han. And the terrifying aura emanating from his body made the air around him heavy. So it's the #1 genetic modifier in the Western country, Team America. I've heard a lot about you, but I just don't know what you're doing here. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. He naturally knew that this Team America wasn't the Team America in the Mahjong, because even that Team America was nowhere near as powerful as this Team America. From the information given by Beiji Dao, Xiao Han had long known that the strength of this Team America was incomparably terrifying. Ordinary harmonized power in his hands simply cannot be a few strokes. And such a powerful person, actually completely because of the genetic agent and produced. At this time, Xiao Han had a great interest in this genetic potion. Haven't had a good shot for decades, and seeing your Excellency's itchy hands, I came. Of course, His Excellency the President wants me to kill you. Since he is the President, then I can only listen to him. Team America smiled brightly. And in his mouth, Xiao Han seems to have lost. Kill or not to kill Xiao Han completely depends on his own will. Plant? This fat guy seems to have itchy skin. If I can survive under the captain, I will definitely go to the Black Palace to beat him up properly. Xiao Han said helplessly. I really wanted to see that scene, but unfortunately, I can't let you walk out of the Eastern Continent Kingdom alive. Sorry. Team America apologetically spoke to Xiao Han, and in the next moment, he took the shield off his back. TSK. I didn't expect to be able to fight someone like you. It's kind of an unexpected gain. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly as he thought of this, and in the next moment, the blood-drinking mad sword in his right hand instantly blossomed with a terrifying force of blood chi. At the same time, Xiao Han's entire body's chemical energy surged madly into the knife. The terrifying aura blasted the surrounding ground to collapse and sink inch by inch. This aura made even Team America a little surprised. I'm coming. Team America's face turned serious. He knew that this time his opponent was perhaps second only to the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master of that year. And he also wanted to see how much he had grown over the years. After saying that, Team America's feet violently stomped, and the whole person suddenly rushed towards Xiao Han at extreme speed like a bolt of lightning. Good timing. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment, the knife in his right hand chopped down towards Team America. This slash contained half of Xiao Han's strength. However, the aura that erupted under the support of the terrifying knife skill and the power of the Supreme Transformation Force was more than 10 times more powerful than the slash that had attacked the Yasukuni Divine Toilet before. This slash caused the surrounding air to distort. An aura of death instantly enveloped Team America. So strong. Team America's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised the shield in his right hand to block towards this blade. However, in the next second, he hurriedly threw out his titanium alloy shield and smashed it towards Xiao Han, while he himself was hastily dodging to the side. In the next moment, Xiao Han's knife finally collided with the titanium steel alloy shield. Boom! An earth-shaking roar instantly arose. The simultaneous eruption of airwaves directly lifted a layer of the surrounding earth. The titanium steel alloy that was known as the hardest alloy on earth was more than 100 times harder than diamonds. However, under Xiao Han's knife, it was actually instantly torn into several pieces. Team America, who had jumped to the top of a dozen-story building, looked in disbelief at the dozens of meters deep pit below that had been cut out by Xiao Han's knife. How could this be done by human power? Oh! The material of this shield was actually so hard. Xiao Han looked around at the shield fragments that were set tens of meters below the ground with some curiosity. The distant American team gulped. Hard? Hard my ass, again hard things in front of you is not the same as dog, randomly a knife on the broken, is still how to play? At this moment, Team USA still has endless shock in their heart. Xiaohan just cut himself with that knife, he is afraid that he will die. Terrifying, this person's strength is definitely more terrifying than the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master. How could this ancient martial arts develop the human body to such an extent? Team America was incomparably shocked in his heart. He could not understand at all why the strongest genetic warrior that he had developed only with the strength of the whole nation was still no match for a person of Yen Xia who practiced alone. Team America, aren't you here to kill me? Why did you run so far? Xiaohan raised his head towards Team America on top of the tall building and asked with a smile. Chapter 60 Super God Serum. Xiaohan's gaze was dead set on Team America not far away, while Team America's cold sweat slowly dripped down under Xiaohan's gaze. OMG, looks like I'm going to die here this time, son of a god, never trust you again. Team America thought here and then pulled out a box from their arms. Xiaohan froze after seeing the box. Actually using this shield and the same metal to build, in the end inside put what things so mysterious. Xiaohan who thought of this was a bit surprised and curious, so he didn't take any action because if he wanted to seize it a substitution technique would be able to snatch the thing. But Xiaohan was going to see what the hell this Team America was up to when the time came. Seeing that Xiaohan didn't stop his Team America let out a sigh of relief. Yen Xia martial artist, you will pay for your arrogance though. I'm no better, if I'm unlucky, I'll see you inside hell. I admire an opponent like you, but sorry about that, we have different positions. Team America smiled at Xiaohan after opening the box. If he wasn't the captain of the American nation, he would have preferred to die and probably wouldn't have used this thing. However, after he inherited this name, this one life is not his alone, but the West country's realization of the ultimate freedom weapon. Oh? Regret? I haven't seemed to regret my decision since I practiced martial arts. Xiaohan laughed then put the blood-drinking frenzy blade on top of his shoulder staring at Team America with a burning gaze. Alas. Then I'm sorry. Team America took a deep breath and then took out the contents of the box, which was also a red potion. From within the potion Xiaohan actually felt the infinite power of life. What a huge power. What the hell is this? Xiaohan frowned slightly as this force was actually more terrifying than the power of the innate level. It wouldn't play offline. Xiaohan thought helplessly after watching Team America inject the potion into his body. But immediately after Xiaohan looked at his background above the 30,000 upgrade points and slightly relieved. There is still a way back, when he really cannot use the upgrade points to enhance their strength. Thinking of this, Xiaohan looked over towards Team America, which was injecting potions. And in the distant tens of thousands of kilometers away. The Black Palace. Dropping alert, the Super God Serum has been turned on, the Super God Serum has been turned on. Please make the relevant preparations. Dropping alert, the Super God Serum has been turned on, the Super God Serum has been turned on. Please make relevant preparations. Drop. One alarm after another spread throughout the entire Black Palace. Plant's face instantly changed. Super God Serum? The captain had used the Super God Serum. How was this possible? As the president, Plant naturally knew that Team America had not even used the Super God Serum above the battle between Team America and the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master decades ago. At that time, Team America had already reached the time of life and death. But in the face of the Dragon Soul Grand Master, Team America still escaped, although the rest of the years but still survived. However, at this time, Team America actually used the one. Prepare the destructive weapon button. Plant grunted coldly and spoke directly into the air. Roar. However, on the other side of this injection of the Super God Serum, Team America's body began to erupt with a stream of red energy in its veins. The entire body seemed to be covered by a red network. Boom. An aura that was the crown of heaven and earth erupted from Team America's body. That 1/10-story high building was instantly crushed by this terrifying aura. It was the surrounding tall buildings that collapsed instantly. Xiaohan's feet pointed out and rushed up into the sky, dodging a collapsed building. What a strong aura, what exactly is this person note? And when did the old United States have such a horrible thing? If this thing has more points if you want to dominate the world, fear is not a joke. Xiaohan was a little surprised. But that's all, after all, he also knows, can use the United States team's weapons. The same material made of the box to hold things absolutely cannot have many. It was possible that this one would be the last one. Xiaohan stood on top of a tall building not far from the collapsed area in front of him, watching the dust slowly fall. Here it comes. Xiaohan frowned. The next moment only saw a man with a fiery red aura walk out from among the ruins. Chapter 61, The Captain is Open. Captain of the American Nation. Born at the beginning of World War I. And the movie and television in the United States team experience is basically the same. However, he was not frozen. At the same time, the strength is more than 100 times more powerful than in the movie and television. Because, he is the first generation of genetic warriors developed by the Western country exhausted the efforts of the whole country. It is said that the batch of genetic warriors a total of 1,000 armed sector elite, but the experiment finally only the United States team a person survived. And the experiment used as special material is also in that experiment all depleted. Without that special material, the strength of the second generation of genetic warriors, the third generation, the fourth generation, and now the latest generation of strength is only beyond the strength of ordinary people. Team America in the experiment not only got a matchless powerful strength, comparable to the limit of chemical power, at the same time also got a long life force. Some experts predicted that his lifespan could protect the West for 500 years. This was also why the Western country had developed rapidly over the years. It was because except for Yanxia, who possessed the Dragon Soul Grand Hallmaster, any country that resisted, its Yuan Yen city could only wait to be blasted to death. If it wasn't for the fact that decades ago, the Grand Hallmaster had stepped in to severely injure Team America and at the same time set a pact with the American nation that Team America couldn't launch an attack on any country's leader. Otherwise, many countries would have been pressured by Team America to join the Western Kingdom by now. And at this time, the strength of Team America that used the Super God Serum directly broke through to the innate level. And in Xiao Han's opinion, it wasn't the ordinary innate. Hum. With a cold hum, Team America moved. Brush. A red light flashed, and Team America's figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Han, and at the same time blasted towards Xiao Han with an incomparably terrifying punch. Innate power. Me too. Xiao Han grunted coldly, and in the next moment, the blood-drinking berserker in his hand fell with a roar, and clashed with Team America's fist that was wrapped in red light. Boom! An earth-shattering roar instantly came. The surrounding hundreds of meters of earth instantly caved in. Immediately after that, the two figures flew out thousands of meters backwards with a loud bang. The terrifying impact directly dragged out a narrow crack in the earth. Cough. What kind of hormones did this Team America take? It's so terrifying. Xiao Han coughed twice and breathlessly looked at his hands that had been instantly shattered. Xiao Han estimated that this Team America's physical strength had already reached the mid to late innate stage. Combined with the weird red battle chi around his body, it allowed Team America's strength to reach the point of no return. If not for the fact that he was using a knife technique and the knife was a blood-drinking mad knife, this punch would have instantly torn his flesh apart. However, although Xiao Han's hands were shattered, but he did not have the slightest intention to do so. With a thought, a bottle of 7 Yunnan Baiyao in his pouch instantly appeared in Xiao Han's mouth. With a tilt of his head, the powder was directly sprinkled into his mouth. Spending more than 3,000 upgrade points to get this medicinal powder was not a waste of time, and in just an instant, all of Xiao Han's injuries were restored. On the other side, Team America, who was blasted away by Xiao Han, was not as easy as Xiao Han. A hand was directly chopped in half by Xiao Han, and at the same time, although most of the blood energy was instantly extracted by the blood-drinking knife, it was actually instantly replenished by that inexplicable force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Upgrade points 5,000. However, at this moment, a system tone came. Xiao Han was curious at first where the life energy came from. However, in his senses, he realized that Team America had consumed a large amount of life energy because they had recovered their blood. However, Xiao Han was speechless. The red breath of life energy on his body was even higher, actually increased by 4 or 5 times. The chopped up flesh was also recovering at a rapid pace. The next moment rushed towards Xiao Han at an even more terrifying speed. The next moment, with an even more terrifying speed, he rushed towards Xiao Han. This still play a hair want. Can only use the big move. Xiao Han thought of this face instantly stared down. At this time the United States team, Xiao Han does not know what level he reached, but Xiao Han knows that he does not have to use his full strength, really will die. Blood fury. Xiao Han raised the blood-drinking frenzy blade in his hand high. With a roar, the blood-drinking mad knife instantly erupted with a flood of blood chi power. These blood chi forces madly surged towards Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han instantly felt endless power surging out from within his body. Xiao Han felt that the power of his entire body instantly skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Such a terrifying power would not have been controllable had Xiao Han not possessed the Seven's Blade technique. Poof! Looking at Team America, who blasted a fist towards him, Xiao Han let out a cold snort. The next moment Xiao Han moved. With a little bit of foot, he rushed towards Team America with a speed that was several times more terrifying. Drink! With a furious shout, Xiao Han slashed out with one hand, and the surrounding emptiness seemed to be shattered by the attack of this knife containing infinite blood chi as well as power chi. And the breath of the United States team is not inferior, is still plain and simple punch, but this punch above the horror of the power contained is to make the earth begin to tremble. Boom! Finally, the two once again collided together. 8 more. 8 more. The readers greatly flowers, evaluation votes smash up ah. Chapter 62 Upgrade. Blood Drinking Mad Sword 2. The old site of the Jingbo Divine Toilet. The original place was the most solemn and prosperous location in the eastern continent. However, at this time, nearly 100 miles around this place was in ruins. For the originally small eastern continent, this was simply a part of the land that had been erased. In the midst of these ruins, two red figures had been bombarding each other madly. The earth would tear down a layer after each collision. Boom! At the same time, countless counter-boom sounds echoed throughout the earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Upgrade points 400. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Upgrade point 300. Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Upgrade point 500. A loud system beep also echoed in Xiaohan's mind after each collision. Only it wasn't as terrifying as the first upgrade. At this moment, Xiaohan was incomparably helpless. What in the world was this Team America using? It was actually the same as the undead little strong man, recovering quickly after every injury. At the same time, it could also explode into an even greater strength. It was a good thing that apart from the first one-time outburst of more than 5 times the fighting strength, every time after that, it was only boosted by a little bit. However, his life force was already getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that there were still consequences to being open, and life force-powered potions didn't seem to be of much use even if they were obtained. Xiaohan, who had been scanning Team America again using his soul power, slowly let out a sigh of relief as he knew that Team America wouldn't be able to last long in this state. As long as he was willing to do so, he could use a body substitution technique to leave in a faraway place, temporarily avoiding Team America's front line, and the other party would slowly die due to the depletion of his life force. However, Xiaohan would not do that, because he knew that this could be the last time he used his full power to fight on top of the earth. If the Team America of that year had used this move to deal with the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master, he was afraid that there would be no Dragon Soul as a top. Because even if the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master was powerful, it was impossible to fight the current Team America for an instant. Therefore, Xiaohan, who had exploded with all his might, only had this one chance to hone his combat power, even if his life was in danger. Of course, the bottles of Yunnan Baiyao 7 in the brocade pouch weren't just for show. The battle between the two slowly began to ripple towards the distance. After all, people of this rank were moving at a speed of 10 kilometers a second. As the battle between the two began to expand, the East Continent country's governing body finally couldn't sit still. Baka, that stupid bastard plant actually let the American country captain's destruction here go unchecked. Doesn't he put my greater empire in his eyes? The human godson looked at the exclusive report sent back from wherever the war correspondent was with an ugly look. Originally, he was thinking of blocking the news and saying that it was an earthquake when the time came. After all, the people who could see Xiaohan and the captain of the America Kingdom were dead. At that time, wanting to cover up the panic wasn't an easy thing to do. However, now if you do not let the people evacuate, then Edo will be moved flat. As soon as he changed, he ordered his men to get on the phone to the Black Palace of the Western Kingdom, and the earthly godson as soon as he changed, he ordered to start evacuating Edo with all his might. Edo's already crowded Shinkansen line suddenly became a sea of people. Even so, these people listening to the sound of a horrible roar from the distance is still trembling in fear. No one knew what was happening over there. And what happened in Edo, almost all of the world's more developed countries got the news. After all, this year's invincible detector technology is incredibly developed, especially Edo. This kind of equivalent to the East Continent country Yin Cheng place happened such a thing, as long as the invincible detector technology point of all the shock monitoring to the screen. Of course, this image is the same as the previous Fushiyama incident, only a small portion of the management body bigwigs know. Most were not aware of it. There was not a single person who didn't care how it turned out. And the name of Xiaohan's Bloodblade was also spread throughout the entire planet. But there was no country that dared to investigate Xiaohan's information. Because Yen Xiao's Dragon Soul Grand Commander of that year, because his family was exposed by the Western country, directly killed the head of all the management organs of the Western country at that time, resulting in an instant refreshment of the Western country's power. Now there was a person who appeared to be even more terrifying than the Dragon Soul Grand Commander, and Xiaohan's killing aura was far more powerful than the Dragon Soul Grand Commander by an unknown number of times. If he were to provoke such an existence, he was afraid that he would just need to buy a coffin and prepare for his burial. In other words, the only turnaround now was Xiaohan being blasted to death by Team America. However, this possibility, as time passed, they sent down that Team America's strength had stopped growing and instead had a downward trend. Xiaohan's strength, on the other hand, had remained at its peak. Comparing the two, the results seemed to be no longer in doubt. However, right at this moment, Xiaohan was able to connect to the system with his mind. System, upgrade the blade technique twice, as well as upgrading the blood-drinking frenzy blade. Xiaohan did not hesitate, but directly gave the order to the system. The reason why he chose to upgrade his blade technique and blood-drinking berserker at this time was simple. Xiaohan knew that he had already won, so there was no need to waste any more time. Choosing to upgrade his blade technique, as well as his weapons, was purely because he wanted to let Team America die a good death. Ding! Start upgrading. With a system beat, an incomparably terrifying force crazily surged out towards Xiaohan's body. One of these strands of power instantly enveloped the blood-drinking mad knife, while the other strand erupted with countless messages of blade techniques. Xiao Han's blade technique realm sword. This elevation seemed complicated, but only an instant had passed. As an opponent, Team America also discovered the change above Xiao Han's attack, as well as the change in his weapon. There is actually a hidden strength. Team America sighed helplessly. He knew that he had lost. Ding, congratulations to the owner for acquiring the skill. Chapter 63, Team America defeated. Ding, congratulations to the master for obtaining the skill blade technique LV7. Ding congratulates the master on acquiring the skill blade technique LV8. Consuming upgrade points, 3000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill blade technique LV9. Consumption of upgrade points, 10,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, the weapon upgrade was successful. Acquired, blood drinking mad knife 1, consumed upgrade points, 10,000 points. Along with a series of system beeps, a raging breath began to flow wildly within Xiao Han's body. This was because as the blood-drinking berserker blade was upgraded, the increase in combat power that he could bring about became even more terrifying. Blade technique LV9. When using a blade as a weapon in battle, it can increase combat power 15 times. Blood drinking mad knife 1, 30,000 damage. Minimum soul value of user other than host, 30,000 points. Minimum flesh value, 30,000 points. Attached skill, blood drinking. As long as the enemy is hit with a slash, it will instantly absorb the enemy's blood. Attached skill, blood rage. Explode the power of accumulated blood energy and gain a terrifying strength bonus 15 times. Upgrade requirements, 30,000 upgrade points. After upgrading, the power of the blood-drinking Fury Blade became even more terrifying, and the momentum that erupted in just a moment blew Team America backward by hundreds of meters. If Xiao Han was not the owner of the blood-drinking knife, Xiao Han's physical strength would not be able to activate the blood-drinking knife. After all, the other party's requirement to use it was simply too terrifying. I didn't expect that I would still lose. Team America, who was instantly shaken away by Xiao Han, whose strength had risen greatly after the upgrade, smiled and said to Xiao Han as if his death was not something that frightened him. Yeah, this one, I won. But your strength is enough to make you and the West proud. Xiao Han said calmly as he looked at Team America, whose breath was rapidly decaying down and whose life force was depleted. The red serum used by Team America is also a curiosity to Xiao Han. There is an eventuality in everything. If there is really a second bottle, a third bottle of that kind of serum, although he is not afraid, but sooner or later it is a scourge. You are worried about the Super God Serum, right? Don't worry, the Western Kingdom only got one copy in the first place. I've already used it up. If you want to get a second copy, you have to wait for 20 years. Team America slowly found a big rock and sat down and said calmly. 20 years? There's actually a second copy? It looks like the West country found it from someplace. I just don't know where I can get such a marvelous thing from. Xiao Han frowned. But he didn't dwell on it if he couldn't figure it out. The big deal was that he had punched through the entire West country. He didn't believe it anymore that Goon Pranter would still be able to hold on to his brutal beatings and not say anything about it. Well, my last mission is accomplished, I'll go first. At that moment, Team America's eyes slowly looked towards the sky, and a slight smile instantly appeared on his face. And the next moment his body finally ran out of gas, and eventually turned into a piece of dust that disappeared into the air. Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing the upgrade point, 01. Xiao Han expected that Team America had burned all their lives, and in the end, they had only provided themselves with 01 upgrade point. However, Xiao Han had gained more than 80,000 upgrade points one after another in this battle. After all, so many people had died, and the upgrade points contributed by Team America had reached 40,000 to 50,000 points. If this upgrade points are not simply a joke. The last mission. However, when he thought of Team America's last words, Xiao Han frowned, but in the next instant, an incomparably dense aura of death suddenly enveloped him. Xiao Han lifted his head towards the sky and was instantly confused. This ING Western country is poisonous. Every day to take the atomic bomb to bombard Shaolingzi. Shaolingzi, dig your ancestral tomb? That's right, the one falling from the sky is a nuclear bomb. And also the largest single quantity of nuclear bombs in the West, equivalent to the 2 atomic bombs that exploded in the East continent more than 10 times the sum of the year. However, in the face of this atomic bomb with a diameter of tens of meters, Xiao Han did not have the slightest worry. System. Give me the upgrade pouch. Upgrade 2 levels. Xiao Han looked at the falling atomic bomb, and with a single point of his foot, he rose up into the sky and rushed towards the atomic bomb, while communicating with the system in his mind. Ding, start upgrading pouch 7. Ding, congratulations to the owner for obtaining the item, brocade bag 8, consumption of upgrade points, 3000 points. Ding, congratulations to the owner for obtaining the item, brocade bag 9. Pouch 9, space size, 10,000 cubic meters. Because of the time flow problem, it is impossible to store living things. Can receive objects enveloped in thoughts. Upgrade requirements, 30,000. With a flash of flashy light, the brocade pouch was instantly upgraded, and the space inside was increased by more than 100 times. Collect. In the next moment, with Xiao Han's thought. The nuclear bomb in the sky instantly disappeared into the void. Chapter 64. This chapter is under urgent repair, please wait patiently. Chapter 65, 150,000 upgrade points. Ding absorbing life energy. Upgrade point 06. Upgrade point 12. Ding upgrade point 1. Ding upgrade point 845. Walking within the range of the nuclear bomb explosion, Xiaohan's mind echoed with countless system beeps. However, this time there were not only the beeps of absorbing life energy, but other beeps as well. Ding absorbing thermal energy. Upgrade point 2. Ding absorbing thermal energy. Upgrade point 2. Tink absorbs radiant energy. Upgrade point 5. These beeps contain thermal energy from the terrifying heat brought about by the explosion of the nuclear bomb. There was also radiation energy from the radiation brought about by the explosion of the nuclear bomb. Of course, although the absorption speed of these two types of energy was much faster than electrical energy, it was much slower than life energy. And as time passed and the heat dropped, Xiaohan's speed of absorbing heat energy also slowly dropped. As the last sound of life energy being absorbed fell, Xiaohan's background upgrade points also instantly reached the number of 150,000. System, call up the attribute table. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Martial realm, early innate. Power, Supreme Harmonization Power LV10300000, bonus strength 1500. Occupation, Yellow Order Advanced Pharmacist. Physical, 12,000. Speed, 12,000. Soul, 12,000. Skills, Flying Dagger LV703000, Traditional Chinese Medicine LV601000, Knife Skill LV903000, Cloud Pushing Palm LV601000, Substitution Skill LV503000, Stealth Killing LV30300, Stealth Step LV50300. Talent, Power of Inferno LV10300. Equipment, Defense Set 7, Alloy Flying Knife 7-3, Blood Drinking Mad Knife 2, Brocade Pouch 9 10,000 cubes. Upgrade points, 157,000. Note, some unnecessary skills hidden, after all, accounted for the number of words, but also a waste of upgrade points, the later may not be able to use, we know that they're on the line. Xiaohan originally thought that his 150,000 upgrade points were already enough, but looking at the skills that he still had to upgrade was a bit speechless. Despite removing those skills that can't be used, it's still a drain on upgrade points if you want to upgrade yourself now. Let's improve our own strength first. System, first raise all of my circumference data to 50,000. The current Xiaohan's circumference data was a bit weak amongst the innate powerhouses, but of course, the overall combat power was the absolute top. Therefore, upgrading the 3 circumference data now was the most cost-effective. Boom! And as Xiaohan's words fell, an unrivaled and massive energy instantly enveloped Xiaohan's entire body. These life energies began to crazily transform up Xiaohan's flesh. However, with the enhancement speed of the system, in just an instant, Xiaohan's physical body had already been remodeled. Ding, congratulations to the host, his circumference data has been upgraded to 50,000, and his realm has been upgraded to mid-innate stage. Consumed upgrade points, 114,000. Some people might be curious as to why Xiaohan kept upgrading his physical body data. The reason was simple, for one thing, with only a physical body and no combat skills, one simply couldn't utilize one's full strength. Just like the United States team has the physical body strength to the end of the fear is enough to reach 100,000, this physical body strength has reached the limit of the innate. Eventually died in the hands of Xiaohan, who only had 10,000 strength value at that time. Secondly, for example, now Xiaohan has 50,000 full body data. If Xiaohan does not have any skills, even if all the upgrade points used up before are added to the physical strength, at the end of the day, it is only 200,000 physical strength. The damage dealt is only 200,000 points. And now Xiaohan is using the sword, and then use the blood drinking sword. The combination of the two, the power of the outbreak is nearly 1,000,000 points. This is the reason why Xiaohan upgraded his martial arts skills. As for upgrading so many skills was also to prepare himself for the future when he wouldn't be unable to use a certain skill due to venue restrictions. And even if Xiaohan upgraded so many skills, the number of upgrade points consumed on the skills was not more than 50,000. With such a small amount of upgrade points to get such a horrible result, how could Xiaohan not upgrade? System, the remaining 40,000 upgrade points were all used to upgrade skills and protective equipment. Xiaohan looked at all his skills and then directly ordered Ding to start the full upgrade. With a system beep, all of Xiaohan's skills, weapons, and of course this time the upgrades were for other skills and items besides those powerful skills and items that require 30,000 upgrade points at every turn. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade. Acquired skills, Inferno Force LV3, Flying Dagger LV8, Chinese Medicine LV8, Paiyan Palm LV8, Stealth Killing LV4, Stealth Steps LV6. Acquired items, Defense Set 8, Alloy Flying Dagger 8-3. Total upgrade points consumed, 42,000. Chapter 66, an innate master who is a drop driver. Attribute table.
Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial realm, middle innate.
Power, Supreme Harmonization Power LV10300000, bonus strength 1500.
Occupation, peak yellow stage alchemist. Flesh, 50,000. Speed, 50,000. Soul, 50,000. Skills, Flying Dagger LV90300000, Traditional Chinese Medicine LV80100000, Knife Technique LV90300000, Cloud Pushing Palm LV80100000, Substitution Technique LV50300000, Stealth Killing LV40100000, Stealth Steps LV60100000. Talent, Power of Inferno LV30300000. Equipment, Defense Set 8, Alloy Flying Knife A3, Blood Drinking Mad Knife 2, Brocade Pouch 9 10,000 cubes. Upgrade points, 1250.
With just one upgrade, Xiao Han's upgrade points were instantly emptied. The remaining 1,000 or so points and more than 200 were raised by absorbing the surrounding radiant energy and heat energy when upgrading.
Alas! Looks like I'm still a poor man.
Xiao Han was somewhat helpless. However, after this upgrade, he expected that if he encountered a fully exploded Team America again, he would be able to kill it without using Blood Rage. After all, Blood Rage was really too consuming of blood energy. He had only used it once, and he had used up a lot of the blood chi value he had accumulated before. I should have known not to use the atomic bomb. This ash is blown away, there is still what blood chi power. Xiao Han somewhat regretted his impulsiveness, but it was not bad to see a firework. Of course, there is another ninja village in the East Continent country, that is the Water Shadow Village. However, Xiao Han had no interest in finding trouble with the Water Shadow Village, because the Water Shadow Village had always been hidden from the world. When the Second War period, the Son of God on Earth personally went to them to fight, were beaten back. Unless they were in danger of being exterminated, they would not invade other countries with their rulers. This was also the reason why Xiao Han said that the Earth Shadow Village was his last stop. After all, Xiao Han wasn't some kind of murderous demon king who was going to exterminate people when he saw them.
It was finally over. It was time to go. Xiao Han looked at the devastated Earth without a trace of sympathy. When Shanghai City was annihilated, these ninjas almost came out of their nests, and if it wasn't for the Yanxia martial artists who swore to resist, the whole of Yanxia might have been annihilated. Now pity them? Then who pitied those dead innocent people of Yanxia? Thinking of this, Xiao Han's feet instantly disappeared in the same place. Now that his substitute art had reached LV5, the distance he could instantly move had reached a terrifying 100,000 meters. That is, 100 kilometers away. Of course, the farther the distance, the more terrifying the consumption of mental power. Xiao Han's current mental power could only release the longest distance 10 times. However, if it was a close distance such as when fighting, it could be released tens of thousands of times, and if it was within 100 meters at a time, the consumption value was not as fast as Xiao Han's recovery speed. However, 10 times, it was also enough for Xiao Han to return to Yanxia. After all, it was a straight line distance. A few seconds later, with 10 instantaneous transmissions, Xiao Han had successfully arrived in Yanxia's territory. After resting for a while, Xiao Han continued his journey, and with a few more transients, Xiao Han eventually arrived in Beishou City. After all, the location where Xiao Han logged in was actually very close to Beishou City. Therefore, Xiao Han chose to come and take a look at it first. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that the recent development was a bit fast and exceeded Xiao Han's prediction, the Waterwood University would be his university for the next 4 years. Of course. Now Xiao Han, afraid that there is no need to go to the university to mix these 4 years. However, volunteers are filled, at least go to see is not it. Xiao Han smiled and then took a car and came to the entrance of Shuimu University. As expected, it was the foot of the sky. The surrounding buildings as well as the development was far from being comparable to a small third-tier city like Tianyun City. However, just as Xiao Han was using the DDT to take a taxi, the Dragon Soul, as well as those national leaders who had access to this level, all instantly received the news that Xiao Han had arrived in Yancheng. This news instantly made countless people serious. Nonsense cannot be anxious. A few hours ago Xiao Han, but also in Edo, now Edo basically as well as the West, and just a short time ago, the East Continent country's Osa city was also an atomic bomb wasted most of the Earth Shadow Village completely destroyed. But now Xiao Han has come to Yen City 1. With the previous case of Xiao Han, even though many people knew that he was from Yanxia, they didn't dare to take the slightest chance. Who knows if Xiao Han is some kind of murderous devil? Well, after several hours of agonizing anxiety, they realized that Xiao Han had already taken a taxi from Shuimu University again and left. Dropping the car. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. When did an innate expert also come to be a dropshipping driver? This Yen Chang? Chapter 67, Alien Civilization. When innate masters also come to do drop driver? This Yinqing so? Shortly after getting into the car, Xiao Han asked the driver with some curiosity. At this time, the driver was a middle-aged man. At the same time, the breath emanating from the middle-aged man was the legendary innate True Qi. This person is precisely the Dragon Soul Grand Hole Master. And once again, before none of the people knew that he had successfully become the legendary innate powerhouse that no one had reached in hundreds of years. Life is forced, life is forced. The driver smiled helplessly, not expecting his identity to be detected in an instant. It is indeed a super strong person who can violently blast Team America. Ding discovered skill, Dragon Fist LV3. Learning consumption, 10,000. Ding found skill, Sky Dragon Technique LV9. Learning consumption, 10,000. Ding found. At the same time, a series of skill beeps made Xiao Han's eyes light up. There were actually boxing skills and feats. These two were the ones he was currently lacking in. However, as a poor man, Xiao Han was helplessly finding himself unable to learn. However, the other side is unlikely to run, is not 20,000 upgrade points. Well, the big deal is that Xiao Han went to the small East Continent country again. If the people of the Eastern Continent heard Xiao Han's thoughts, he would be angry and spit out blood. Yes, life in Yen City is very stressful. Xiao Han nodded his head in a serious manner. Look, he had only just met someone who wanted 20,000 upgrade points for himself. Could this pressure not be great? The Great Hall Master's cold sweat dripped helplessly. He didn't know why. He always had a horrible pressure in front of Xiao Han. It was also true that he had just advanced to the innate not long ago. That is, facing the previous Xiao Han might have felt the pressure, and now the aura emanating from Xiao Han, whose flesh and soul had both reached 50,000, could definitely make most of the innate experts feel fear. Say, you're coming, identity. Xiao Han snorted and asked. With that, he directly closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. After all, he hadn't slept in a long time. And he acted as if he completely disregarded the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master, a terrifying innate expert, in his eyes. And the Grand Hall Master didn't care in the slightest. Instead, his face slowly became serious. I am the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master. The Grand Hall Master directly stated his identity. Oh. Continue. However, Xiao Han did not have the slightest surprise. Guessing could have guessed that the only person who could have an innate level of strength in Yen Xia was the mysterious and unpredictable Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master. Seeing Xiao Han's unconcerned expression, the Grand Hall Master immediately had a sense of frustration. From the beginning of practicing martial arts, he was the best among his peers. 30 to 40 years later, he even directly became the #1 strongest person in the entire Yen Xia martial arts world. After that, he directly beat the world's #1 at the time, Team America, allowing him to sit in the Earth's #1 martial artist. Now even become the legendary innate master. Unexpectedly now is in front of a 15 or 16-year-old teenager with strength crushed. Fortunately, his martial arts heart is firm, otherwise I am afraid that he will be struck down to the ground. After defeating the captain back then, I realized that the captain was far more powerful than I thought. Therefore, I was a bit curious about the superhuman serum researched in the Western country, and then I killed the 13 regions of the Western country and downloaded all the information about the captain in it. And right at this moment, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. Obviously, the words of the Grand Hall Master had aroused his interest. It turned out that the material used to develop the Superman serum was found inside a relic at the bottom of the sea in Bermuda. The original name of that object was Class B Blood Essence. Moreover, it was also recorded that the Western Kingdom had not only obtained 1,000 copies of Class B Blood Essence from it, but also a copy of Class C Blood Essence. And that C-grade Blood Essence was made into a Super God Serum, the same one that the captain used when he fought you. Xiao Han's Telson shrunk slightly after the Grand Hall Master said this. 1,000 copies of B-grade Blood Essence eventually produced a superpower comparable to the innate, while 1 copy of C-grade Blood Essence was used by Team America to obtain a terrifying combat power comparable to the innate limit. What in the world is this Blood Essence? Xiao Han sat up straight. He knew that something even more explosive was yet to come. Seeing Xiao Han's interest, the corner of the Grand Hall Master's mouth suddenly rose slightly. As you can imagine, these things were very much on my mind at the time, so I traveled to the middle of Bermuda to explore it after settling all the matters of Yen Xia. And as a result, guess what I found? The Grand Hall Master began to sell his words when he said this. Xiao Han was speechless. Where could he guess this stuff? It's hard for you to discover aliens. Xiao Han was so out of breath that he said his guess. However, this time it was the turn of the Grand Hall Master to be speechless. There were no aliens, but there was an alien ship. Chapter 68, I'll leave you with something good? After the Grand Hall Master finished speaking, he tapped a button on top of the car, and in the next moment, a display screen appeared on the seat in front of Xiao Han. On top of the display was the image that appeared on the bottom of the sea. At the same time, there was actually a tens of kilometers long terrifying spaceship sunk in the middle of the seabed. Over the years, the unsolved mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle and other things are with the spaceship itself emitted fluctuations in the impact. After I found the entrance to go in, I did not expect, but was directly blocked in the inside. Speaking of here, the Great Hall Master some egg pain. Blockade? Could it be that someone inside is controlling it? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and said curiously. I don't know. The Grand Hall Master shook his head in denial. Don't know. Didn't you go inside? Xiao Han asked with some doubt. That's right, I went in, but I was blocked in a cultivation room.
And in this one cultivation room inside has some replenishment medicinal liquid, appeared a bottle every year, a bottle, but can guarantee a year of human body needs, and cultivation room actually have Chinese records. Want to go out, only will my ancestral cultivation techniques and boxing cultivation to the level corresponding to the innate level. Thinking of this, the great hall master is a little afraid, if his talent is weak, afraid of a lifetime cannot come back. However, there were also rewards. He had originally expected that he would need at least 100 years to cultivate to the innate level. However, in the cultivation room it only took him 20 years to reach it. After that, he spent the next 30 years practicing Dragon Fist. I can't believe I let you go. Shouldn't I have dissected you according to the usual practice? Xiao Han some curiosity spit some. The great hall master heard immediately speechless. This kid heart so black? Just wishing for something to happen to himself. Cough cough, I think I may have been set up by the airship to test something, but I did not meet the standards of the test, so I was kicked out. The Grand Hall Master coughed dryly twice, and then stated his conjecture. But Xiao Han was a bit puzzled when he heard this. Then how in the world did the Western Kingdom get those blood essences and whatnot? Xiao Han asked directly. The Grand Hall Master instantly became serious upon hearing this. The Western country at first can see the airship is also because of good luck. After all, there is at the bottom of the sea more than 3,000 meters. The Western country at that time the technology simply cannot go, but from their information on top of the record, the airship will be open every 100 years, and that time just the Western country's aircraft passes by, the pilot was sucked into it. It was that time that the pilot brought out these things from inside, as well as some titanium metal. The Grand Hall Master said here with some chagrin, why did he hold himself to be powerful in the first place, wanting to find out what was going on? This one was locked up for 50 years for nothing. If not for the lack of gains, he was afraid that he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Good thing to become an innate. One's life expectancy is basically more than 550 years is equivalent to 10 years of imprisonment. While Xiao Han, who heard this, was touching his chin. No wonder the US team said that the next time they want to get the Super God Serum, the Western country still needs 20 years originally this meaning. Xiao Han nodded and said, "That's right, so I came to you this time because I want to make an alliance with you, and we will go and explore it again after 20 years, and as for those stupid hangers on the West Country, if they dare to come and grab it, we will join hands to exterminate him." The Great Hall Master was imprisoned for 50 years is naturally incomparably angry, although it is his own impulsiveness, but these foreign spirit children do not know to stop themselves. However, the Western countries know for fear that they will be infuriated. Can they stop themselves? Even if they could stop it, they still couldn't wait for the Great Hall Master to go to his death one. This is also why the Great Hall Master disappeared these years. The Western country so arrogant, directly jumped into the world's first power, is to think that the Great Hall Master dead ball. Of course, for insurance purposes they still have not been able to lay hands on Yen Xia. Interesting, alien spaceship do not know what good things inside. Xiao Han's eyes lit up slightly. It was definitely a lie to say that he wasn't interested. The current Xiao Han had already stood at the apex of the Earth. Even if he advanced further, he was still invincible on Earth. Perhaps this one alien ship was the springboard for him to set sail into the universe. Xiao Han, look, what do you think of my suggestion? The Grand Hall Master smiled and spoke to Xiao Han. Not great. Give me a copy of the information you got from the Western Kingdom, and in a few days, I'll go directly to take a look at this so-called spaceship. If there's a lot of good stuff, I'll share some with you, and if there's not much, I'll take it all. However, Xiao Han's words immediately caused the Grand Hall Master's smile to stiffen. This is a naked threat. This person is not at all polite. However, the situation was stronger than the man, and he could only honestly hand over all of his information to Xiao Han. After sending Xiao Han away, the Grand Hall Master cursed and returned to the Dragon Soul headquarters. "Robber, this kid is simply a robber. I curse you for being trapped inside. I will come back to visit the prison after 20 years. Outside the Great Hall Master's cultivation room, the second Hall Master and the others were dumbfounded as they listened to the voices coming from inside and looked at each other. Chapter 69 Upgrade. Excavator. The entrance of the Ro Palace Museum. Xiao Han rubbed his chin in thought. Alien spaceship, that is to say, the Earth has been searched by aliens? Xiao Han had no doubt about the existence of aliens. The universe was huge, like the solar system. There were countless galaxies such as the Milky Way. There were countless planets in these galaxies that could harbor life as well as Earth. Not to mention the galaxies outside the Milky Way. Only Xiao Han did not expect is actually above the Earth really alien spaceships, and look at them actually have Chinese Xiao Han attack. Spaceships in 9 out of 10 have alien lifeforms. Of course, it may also be advanced intelligent life. Never mind, how he cares. Now the priority is to quickly improve my strength, only enough strength to qualify to touch the alien lifeforms. Thinking of this, Xiao Han took big steps towards the museum. Come to the museum. Xiao Han's purpose is only one, that is to see if these antiquities are worthy of their own shot. Of course, he also came to see if there were any ancient objects that could store aura. Ding found energy, aura. Start absorbing. With a system beat, a green light instantly surged towards Xiao Han. Ding upgrade point 1254. Ding upgrade point 1455.
Ding upgrade points 785. Ding upgrade points 2120.
As expected of a national-level museum, Xiaohan instantly absorbed tens of thousands of upgrade points just by walking in.
These should be known that the speed of absorbing aura was very fast. Tens of thousands of points only took a few seconds.
Not only that, as Xiaohan went deeper, the system gained more and more upgrade points.
Ding upgrade points 105,452.
However, right at this moment a system beep instantly confused Xiaohan.
Xiaohan looked at this system prompt and counted the number over and over again. 100,000? Could it be something from 100,000 years ago?
To know, the aura contained in these ancient objects is differentiated according to the number of years. 1,000 points is 1,000 years. And 100,000 points, if it's an ancient ritual item, it's definitely something from 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, human beings were not even civilized. In the end, what is it?
Xiaohan frowned.
His eyes scanned rapidly towards the surroundings, yet he did not find anything that could be 100,000 years old.
The direction that aura came from just now seemed to be this way.
Xiaohan found the right direction and then slowly walked over.
However, this direction was the wall. Inside the wall? Impossible. But that aura came from this direction.
Xiaohan frowned tightly, and then his divine thoughts instantly erupted, enveloping the entire palace museum.
Instantly, this terrifying pressure made everyone present almost kneel down. What happened? Why do I feel that the air around me is so heavy? What's pressing down on me? Is there a spirit? Is there some ancient spirit here?
One by one, the tourists said in terror, it was those martial artists hiding in the dark guarding the palace museum that were all pale in color. Because of this force, the stronger their own power, the stronger the sense of oppression on him.
Hiss. I didn't realize that this row palace was actually built on top of a large tomb. It was just that the earth was piled too high, so it wasn't excavated.
Xiaohan's divine thought extended 100 meters into the ground. What kind of concept is this? Is equivalent to the bottom of a 20 to 30 story high building.
It's definitely not humanly possible. It was also very difficult with the current technology. And the style of the building below is actually damning.
The palace was built by the Great Ming, so it seems that this ancient tomb should belong to one of the emperors of the Great Sun and Moon dynasty. Thinking of this, Xiaohan withdrew his mighty pressure. Afterwards, Xiaohan directly left the palace. Within the ancient tomb, there were definitely a lot of things that Xiaohan could not expect, and if he could have an object worth 100,000 upgrade points, there could definitely be unexpected gains if he explored it carefully. This is how the blood-drinking sword in Xiaohan's hand was unearthed. Digging up people's ancestral graves, or the ancestral graves of the old Zhu family. At night, Xiaohan, standing behind the palace, was dressed in black. Like a gold-digging thief. As for how to get this one ancient tomb open, Xiaohan naturally had his own method.
Boom! With a wave of Xiaohan's big hand,
an excavator landed on the ground with a loud bang, and the sound it caused woke up all the sleeping people around. However, Xiaohan didn't care about that. A divine thought went over and everyone within a 10-kilometer radius was instantly knocked out.
Upgrade the excavator. Xiaohan directly spoke to the system.
That's right, the method he was using now was to just dig through the ground directly. And the tool was the upgraded excavator.
Ding, start upgrading.
With a system beep, a light instantly enveloped the entire excavator. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining excavator 1.
Chapter 70, Reclaiming the Sea and Land.
After a flash of flashy light, the excavator became several times more massive than before.
Excavator 1, Enhanced Excavator.
Earth displacement capacity of 100 tons per hour. This amount of earth displacement was far from enough compared to a 100-meter deep pit, but this speed was equivalent to several excavators working together. Next, Xiaohan waved his hand and more than 1,000 upgrade points were all smashed in.
The excavators instantly upgraded madly.
The original 6 or 7 meter tall excavator directly turned into a behemoth that was nearly 100 meters tall. And the look was also completely changed. Like a tall building sitting here.
It was completely unrecognizable as a machine that could dig.
Excavator 6 possesses artificial intelligence that can set its own digging routes, and at the same time, it can use reinforced quick-drying cement to fix the already dug channels around it to ensure construction safety. Displacement capacity, 1 million tons per hour. Consumption, solar energy, 1 hour in the sun, 10 days of work.
Quick-drying cement, made from excavated soil.
The various attributes made Xiaohan incomparably satisfied. If I had known that upgrading these technological items was so, I would have upgraded them long ago. In the future, it is to be a contractor can also get rich.
Xiaohan said mockingly.
Then Xiaohan directly ordered to start digging. To Xiaohan's immense satisfaction, such a huge excavator worked without the slightest noise. Only a high-speed rotating thick pipe stretched out from the bottom of the excavator and was inserted into the ground at great speed. This insertion speed could be said to be about 10 meters a second. The soil inside the pipe was all transported up by the pipe to be directly made into quick-drying cement.
In just over 10 seconds, the excavator's pipe began to recover.
And in the process of recycling, countless mechanical arms, reaching in from inside the pipe, began to rapidly reinforce the surrounding soil. Another 10 seconds later, a terrifying deep well with a width of 10 meters and a depth of 100 meters was completed. The surrounding area was not only incredibly smooth but also tiled, while an elevator was still parked there. This pipeline, if you use Yen Xia, this infrastructure maniac, to do with less than a few months, more than a few years to get through. After all, reinforcement is an incomparably difficult thing. After all, more than 100 meters below is a hollow ancient tomb. Yet at this moment, in just 20 seconds, this one machine had done it. This speed was nothing short of a miracle. And the reason why this excavator used the pipe digging method was simple, because he would make a completely different program according to Xiao Han's instructions. This excavation method is also because Xiao Han, as long as fast, do not want what quality, otherwise to now excavator is equipped with the equipment is exactly the same row of houses. A few seconds to build a building can be done, even above the cracks in the tiles as can be done.
Now becomes so big, I seem to be unable to put off.
Suddenly, Xiao Hang realized a serious problem, that is, after upgrading this excavator himself is no longer able to take it back to the brocade bag.
Forget it, let him stay here, no one will steal it anyway. Time back to the first night. Elevator down.
Xiao Han got on the elevator and then directly descended towards the bottom at a rapid pace.
In just a few seconds he arrived at his destination, only to see a staggering lowly mausoleum appear in front of Xiao Han.
This underground mausoleum had a main palace, a side hall, and a series of buildings that were actually similar to a real palace. However, the architectural features were from the Sun and Moon Dynasty period.
Ding began to absorb the aura. Chapter 71, a terrifyingly strong man. Ding upgrade point 1200. Ding upgrade point 1500. Ding upgrade points 1100. Ding upgrade points 1300.
However, right at this moment, a terrifying aura madly surged towards Xiao Han's body. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Xiao Han's upgrade points increased by tens of thousands. Xiao Han's gaze was fixed on the door of the mausoleum that was carved with a divine dragon.
The divine dragon was holding a round dragon pearl in its mouth.
And this dragon pearl was covered with countless cracks.
It was actually a dragon pearl made of spirit stone.
Xiao Han's Telson shrunk slightly. This scene was exactly the same as what had happened when he had absorbed the energy of that one inferior spirit stone. And judging from its size, the size of this one dragon bead was also just about the content of about 100 lower grade spirit stones. That is, 100,000 upgrade points. Those auras just now were all around 1,000 upgrade points, which means they were all one lower grade spirit stone. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's divine thought instantly enveloped the entire underground palace. Sure enough, there were countless organs on top of each palace, and the energy source of these organs was all inferior spirit stones. Only now the spirit stones of these palaces that were a little closer to Xiao Han had all been absorbed by Xiao Han, which meant that there was no more excess spirit energy to supply the organs. Inside, there were some powerful organs, that is, the strongest person of the Huanjing stage would fall down if he was not careful. In this way, this underground palace is equivalent to a void. However, for Xiao Han, there is no difference at all. After all, even if the organs are intact, for him, the innator hung up on people, it is possible to kill the Huanjing stage of the organs is just randomly bombarded, but also cannot break the defense. It was also time to see whose tomb this was. There were only a handful of emperors who could build such a horrible underground palace. Thinking of this, Xiao Han took big steps towards the front. With Xiao Han's rapid advancement, the spirit stones embedded in the inner dungeon were absorbed by Xiao Han at a rapid pace. The upgrade points transformed into a single aura plus the previous 100,000 upgrade points were enough to bring Xiao Han's upgrade points to a terrifying 200,000. This was the most Xiao Han had ever obtained so far. Of course, this also let Xiao Han know that if he wanted to rapidly increase his upgrade points in the future, it seemed that he would only have to explore the ruins around the world. He just didn't know why the owner of this dungeon was able to get so many spirit stones. It was simply unbelievable. Xiao Han did not think so without reason, because he had asked the Dragon Soul Grand Palace Master that this spirit stone had long been extinct, and the number of spirit stones found each year did not exceed one. It would even take many years to find one in the middle of some jade mines. With such a low yield and the inability to rationally utilize its energy, the Dragon Soul, as well as the other great clans, were not interested in expending so much energy in searching for it. As a result, the entire Dragon Soul's inventory didn't seem to add up to 10. And now Xiao Han had absorbed the equivalent of 200 spirit stones here. One must know that the mining technology in ancient times was far lower than now. It was absolutely difficult to collect them. Moreover, the technology of utilizing spirit stones in ancient times was incredibly developed, and would definitely not let a single spirit stone remain. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's footsteps became even faster. After all, these mysteries were waiting for him to solve. Finally, Xiao Han arrived at the main entrance of the main hall. This one hall was tens of meters tall, more massive than any other hall in existence. Click. As Xiaohan slowly opened the temple, a pure gold coffin locked in the air by 8 chains made of pure silver appeared in front of Xiaohan. On top of the coffin was inlaid a single spirit stone, combining to form a weird set of formations. However, the spirit stone's aura had all been absorbed by Xiaohan. Dang! Dong! Knock! However, right at this moment, a heartbeat came out from within the pure gold coffin. A swindle? Zombie? Xiaohan froze. There was actually something so bizarre. And as Xiaohan pondered that, one heartbeat got louder and faster. Boom! With a roar, the lid of that one coffin made of pure gold flew up. Who is it that disturbs the seat's closed door, impacting the heavenly Tao? An old voice came out from within the pure gold coffin, and in the next moment, an old man with a white robe and long silver hair and beard slowly flew out from within the coffin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the skill, Intermediate Xian Rank Formation. Whether to learn. Learning consumption, 30,000 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the skill, Dragon Cutting Decision LV10, whether to learn it or not. Consumption, 30,000 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the skill, Divine Fate Divine Calculation LV2, to learn or not to learn. Learning consumption, 30,000 upgrade points. Chapter 72, Half-Step Patriarch. Chopping Spiritual Vein Lubo 1. A face full of several system beeps caused Xiaohan's brows to instantly furrow. There was no other reason. All of these skills would actually reach above the innate, and not just any innate rank. There were even formations that surpassed the innate level. All of them were learned. The 3 most powerful skills were all what Xiaohan needed, and Xiaohan directly clicked on them to learn them without a hint of hesitation. For example, formation. Xiaohan, who had alchemy, naturally knew the terror of these professions. Alchemy favored assisting, while alchemy favored attacking and guarding. The combination of the two could definitely make Xiaohan's strength soar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Intermediate Formation of the Xian Rank. Zhanlong Decision LV10, Divine Fate Divine Calculation LV2, total consumption of upgrade points, 90,000. Xian Rank Intermediate Formation. Xian Rank Formation, low intermediate, corresponds to an innate powerhouse, and can be casually constructed to exterminate an innate powerhouse. However, it requires a corresponding spirit stone as a benchmark. Xian Rank Advanced, Peak Formation, corresponding to the Sect Master level powerhouse, can build the corresponding formation to exterminate the Sect Master level powerhouse. Upgradable, upgrade requirement, 100000. Dragon Slaying Decision LV10, Stacked Class Skill, a technique inherited from ancient times. It can condense dragon slaying true chi and skyrocket its power. Upgrade requirement, 100000. Divine Fate LV2, stemming from the I Ching Bagua, it is a divination method created by Lu Bowen of the Sun and Moon dynasties, which can measure good and bad luck, no misfortune and fortune, and change the fate of heaven. The higher the level, the deeper the understanding of divine fate. Reaching a certain level will hopefully lead to the realization of the 4 ultimate laws, the laws of fate. Upgrade consumption, 100000. Looking at the introductions of the 3 skills, Xiaohan naturally lit up. Leaving aside the power of the formation, the upgrade was too terrifying, but the power was not weak at all. As long as the upgrade once more will be able to exterminate the Sect Master powerhouse, so it seems that this point of consumption is just a drop in the bucket. On the other hand, the technique Dragon Decision belonged to the technique category of skills. That is to say that it could be stacked with any martial skill, and it could also strengthen true chi. Equivalent to having this skill, Xiaohan's strength had increased 5 times out of nowhere. With such a horrifying increase, it was completely possible to kill someone over the level. Therefore, upgrading this type of skill once didn't raise the strength much because it was easy to raise it from the basics, whereas a merit law raised the upper limit. The equivalent of an ordinary person who could only run 100 meters in 10 seconds was the limit, but now it was allowing this ordinary person to run 100 meters in 2 seconds. This kind of enhancement was outrageous. As for Divine Fate, Xiaohan didn't care too much about it. He learned it first, but after all, it was tied to the laws. It was actually a child. However, just at this moment, after seeing Xiaohan, who was stunned by himself, the old man frowned. Xiaohan suddenly speechless. Their ing-16, children? Your child. Suddenly, think of here, Xiaohan froze. Right, this old man, the family children are afraid of the earth a few hundred years. Their own in his eyes as a child seems to be right. You have no energy fluctuations, not to mention the power of true chi. How did you enter the old man's dojo? The old man slowly floated to the front of Xiaohan, actually able to fly. It seems that the old man should be half a foot into the realm of the patriarch. Because only strong people who had reached this realm could fly in the air. However, the old man wasn't able to fly for a long time, so he should have made a breakthrough here again, just to be disturbed by himself. Dojo? Old man, you live dizzy, right? Look where you just came out from, and what is the meaning of the magic ceiling formation above the coffin? However, Xiaohan rolled his eyes. Then he pointed to the old man's back. The old man's face instantly changed when he heard the words Demon Ceiling Formation. He looked towards his back and his face instantly darkened. Demon Ceiling Array. The 8 trigrams Spirit Locking Formation.
And here. Isn't this the mausoleum I designed for Zhu Chongba? Why am I here?
The old man who had been sleeping for hundreds of years already in a daze finally woke up at this moment. It seems that this old boy seems to have been punked. Looking at the old man's face of madness, Xiao Han sighed helplessly. Kid, what year is this year? How many years has it been since Zhu Chongba ascended to the throne and became emperor? The old man hurriedly spoke to Xiao Han, who was on the side. The color of his face was incomparably ugly.
Xu Chongzhang? Xu Yuanzhang, right, claimed the throne more than 800 years ago now.
He established the Ming dynasty has long been destroyed. You want to take revenge for fear that it is impossible.
Xiao Han spread his hands and said to the old man like a thunderbolt. 800 years. Xu Chong 8 Zhu Chong 8, the old man was deceived by you personally destroyed the Chinese dragon vein, but you are taking advantage of my breakthrough with the Ian will lock me into my hand laid the sealing of the devil in the array of 800 years. I Lu Bowen asked myself not to have any anti-heart, I did not expect you actually so to me. Poof. Speaking here, Lu Bowen sprayed out a mouthful of blood arrows. His complexion instantly shriveled up. The end is near, old man you less angry. Chapter 73, I am also at the limit of an 8.
The old man, naturally, is Lu Bowen. That is, in the legend, the person who cut off the spiritual vein of the earth with his own strength. That is to say, the arrival of the era of the end of the law is completely caused by this old man. Countless cultivators do not want to this old man will be thwarted. And as the innate limit, half a foot into the level of the patriarch, Lu Bowen, together with his life extension method, is enough for him to live for 600 or 700 years. However, when he started his seclusion he already had more than 300 with it. 800 years passed, if not because of the demon sealing formation as well as the 8 trigram spirit locking array then he would have died long ago. However, was restricted 800 years of freedom, even the consciousness is left in 800 years ago, prolonged life with 400 or 500 years what is the use? Moreover, now, because Xiao Han saved him, his life force is rapidly passing away, perhaps in a few years he will be dead.
Alas! The time is also fate.
At first, before I closed the door, I thought there was a danger to my life, but I didn't realize that the danger was from the outside world. Lu Bowen sighed helplessly, he was counted, but also too close to Zhu Chongba.
Oh, so you do not need to be so discouraged, as long as you are alive this period of time to break through not on the line. Xiao Han said indifferently. However, Lu Bowen shook his head with a bitter smile. It's hopeless, want a breakthrough, with my body now it's completely impossible, even in my heyday, breaking through is only a 30% certainty. But then again, it seems like you haven't answered me just now?
This is the Imperial Tomb, although it is not as heavily guarded as my dojo, it is still not something that an ordinary person can enter. Moreover, this place is connected by a teleportation array passed down from the ancient times, and since it is 800 years later, it is impossible for the land of the Kyushu kingdom, where I severed the dragon vein, to produce a strong person with the strength to catalyze the teleportation array.
Lu Bowen curiously asked at Xiao Han.
As for whether Xiao Han would have come in on his own, how could that be possible? He could read people's life chakras, and Xiao Han was definitely no older than 20.
Reaching an 8 at 20? Dream on. Boom.
However, just as his words had finished asking, a supreme aura instantly erupted from Xiao Han's body. The terror of this aura instantly caused Lu Bowen's face to change drastically.
Innate limit? You are also an innate limit. Impossible. Chapter 74, The Art of Advanced Alchemy. Simuwa Tripod.
Request for first booking.
The innate limit? You're also at the innate limit. Impossible. How old are you? Lu Bowen instantly had doubts about his own life.
You should know that 800 years ago, he cut off the spirit vein for the sake of the world's martial artists. After all, at that time, Zhu Chongba had ordered to kill all the martial forces. If he hadn't been under pressure to cut off the spirit vein, there might not be any more martial artists in the world. However, now 800 years later, a teenage doll can become the limit of innate, and he looked at Xiao Han's body of true chi condensation actually far more powerful than his own. While Xiao Han looked at the disoriented Lu Bowen but smiled. I am a special case, you don't need to worry, so, I still have that question now. Do you want to feel the changes on Earth in these 2 years, or do you want to take me as your master, and I will help you to break through to the sovereign master? Xiao Han's words caused Lu Bowen's face to change slightly.
Being Xiao Han's subordinate?
To be honest, for a person in ancient times this kind of thing is not a big deal at all. After all, one's own strength is not as good as Xiao Han's, becoming the other party's henchman is more than normal. This point is commonplace in the Yuan dynasty, Sun and Moon dynasty, so for Xiao Han's words, Lu Bowen did not have much anger, but rather some anticipation.
However, not to mention, can you make me break through? Even if you can make me break through, why don't you break through yourself? Aren't you also out of the critical period of breakthrough now?
Lu Bowen took a deep breath and stared at Xiao Han. He didn't believe that Xiao Han would give himself the chance to break through to become a Zongshi rank. Zongshi, the realm that countless powerful people in history aspired to. There was that demon master Zhang Jiao, there was that Confucian supreme sage. None of these people were strong, great sages from the ancient times, however, in the end, they were all stuck at the innate limit, unable to break through.
Being originally thought that his outstanding natural talent, coupled with the spirit stone fragments after the spirit vein was chopped off, would allow him to make a smooth breakthrough. However, the end result was that he was counted on by Zhu Changba. Therefore, when Xiao Han said that he could make himself break through, Lu Bowen basically didn't believe it. It's normal that you don't believe it. I just need a promise from you. If I help you make a breakthrough, how about you help me guard my family for 100 years? Xiao Han, however, laughed and did not rush to prove himself. Lu Bowen's Telson shrunk. 100 years? If he breaks through, he can definitely make up for the life lost before. After all, he is only sealed, to a large extent above not completely will be the loss of life. This kind of fake death state survival is not a rare thing, but no one to do. After all, there didn't seem to be any difference between a fake death and a real death. Therefore, as long as the breakthrough, another 300 to 500 years of life is absolutely not a problem. I, Lu Bowen, swear by the devil in my heart, if it is little friend still do not know what you call? Lu Bowen awkwardly asked to Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Han was speechless, even do not know his own name to start swearing? This old man is really sleepy. Ahem. I, Lu Bowen, swear by my heart demon, if Xiao Han can help me break through to the Grandmaster, I am willing to guard his family for 100 years. If I violate this oath, my heart demon will destroy my heart. Lu Biaowen's face was serious, and after he finished swearing, Xiao Han felt that there was a nebulous connection between the two men, and this connection tightly linked the two men together. As expected, the person who practiced the divine fate divine calculation, casually swearing an oath, can attract the attention of the divine fate. In that case, I also fulfill my promise. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Then Xiao Han slightly shook his right hand, and in the next moment some medicinal herbs appeared in his hand. After seeing the herbs in Xiao Han's hands, Lu Bowen was stunned. He was a person who was well versed in pharmacology. The grade of these herbs was merely the grade of the Wisdom City common completely. There was not a single herb that was able to make a martial artist look at it. He was even curious about where Xiao Han found such trashy herbs. After all, good herbs are not easy to find, and this trashy herbs are not easy to find either. System, upgrade all these herbs 17 times. Xiao Han directly said to the system. Ding, accept the instruction to start upgrading. With a system beep, Xiao Han's hand instantly bloomed with a huge life energy, and this life energy madly surged into this strain of medicinal herbs. What a huge life energy! Lu Bowen's face was slightly shocked. Such a horrifying life energy, if all of it was absorbed by him, he would be able to increase his lifespan by at least a few decades. And at this moment he finally somewhat believed that Xiao Han had the strength to make his level rise. Ding, congratulations to the host, the upgrade is complete. To obtain the items, Ginseng 7, Angelica 8, consume upgrade points, 35,000. All are some ancient and simple herbs can say that these herbs can to some typhoid what fever others still believe. But even the most simple medicinal herbs, after the system's upgrading, is to become incomparable horror. Ginseng 7, strengthened by the system, ginseng has powerful medicinal properties, comparable to 5,000 years of ginseng. Angelica 7, after being strengthened by the system. The medicinal properties of each herb after being strengthened to 7 are extremely horrifying, reaching a level of 5,000 years that has never been seen in the world before. In other words, all the herbs that have been growing since the beginning of the Yanxia civilization are only at the same level as one of the plants. And this kind of medicinal herb, how could it be possible to have? At the very least, it was impossible to possess it on Earth. However, the horror of the pills made from these herbs might be far more than what Xiao Han had promised Lu Bo. 35,000 upgrade points. Ah, damn, what a loss. Xiao Han was incomparably heartbroken, however he knew that the big head was still behind. The system upgraded pharmaceutical alchemy. After all, with the appropriate medicinal materials, there is a corresponding level of refining in order to completely refine these medicinal materials. And to refine herbs that have not appeared in China for 5,000 years, the alchemy required is definitely not just a yellow-ranked alchemy. Ding started upgrading the pill refining technique. With a system beep, Xiao Han's mind began to explode with countless knowledge. At the same time, Xiao Han also took out a medicine cauldron from his pouch. And this medicine cauldron was actually the famous Simuwa cauldron, which Xiao Han, the dog, had borrowed from the museum in passing. Because this tripod was made to make pills, but there are not many refiners in the later generations, so this tripod will be wasted. Simu Wooding, the largest bronze casting alchemy furnace in existence, increasing the rate of pills of the Xian order by 15, the rate of pills of the Yellow order by 50, and the rate of pills of the Earth order by 0.1. Upgrade consumption, 30,000 upgrade points. The level of Simu Wooding was originally extremely high and was created by an ancient master alchemist. It is said that when Emperor Qin sent people to Panglai to get the immortality pill, and the master of Panglai used the Dan Ding, which was Simu Wooding. But since then, no one has heard of anyone who was qualified to activate this tripod. Looking at Xiao Han taking out such a huge tripod out of thin air, Lu Bowen's eyes stared in disbelief as he looked at Xiao Han. However, after recognizing the Dan tripod, he changed his face. Simu Wooding, actually really is Simu Wooding. When Shenwan-san, that boy, begged me to find him Simu Wooding, I let Yu Changba to find a full 10 years, did not find. I did not think that 800 years later actually can once again see this a tripod.
Lu Bowen was as excited as a country bumpkin entering the city as he looked at this tripod furnace. He also really did not expect to actually see this tripod. However, Xiaohan ignored Lu Bowen, who was as excited as a country bumpkin, and looked at the Simua tripod with satisfaction. The level was so high, then he didn't need to spend any more upgrade points to upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading his alchemy to the intermediate Xian rank. Upgrade points consumed, 40,000. Previously, Xiaohan's pill refining art was but just an ordinary yellow rank. This time it was directly upgraded to Xian rank intermediate, a full 2 ranks up. Alright, I'm starting. Chapter 75, Patriarchal Powerhouse? Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Seeking first booking. Below the Ro Palace Museum, a huge underground palace stood. And in the depths of the underground palace, a teenager was exploring the surrounding buildings. While in the center of the main hall, a silver-haired, long-bearded, immortal old man was sitting there. The old man exuded a stream of terrifying strength. These strengths were like scaly dragons roaming between his body. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura instantly erupted from Lu Bowen's body. This aura instantly swept through the entire underground palace, and in the next moment it shot up into the sky from within the passageway that Xiaohan had fought out. This wave of pressure instantly filled the entire Yen City, and millions of people in Yen City were pressurized by this force. Deep within the Dragon Soul, originally sitting in meditation and cultivation, the Dragon Soul Grand Hall Master's eyes snapped open. What a terrifying aura! Who is it? Can have such an intimidating pressure? The Great Hall Master's eyes revealed a hint of shock. While there was also an endless amount of gravity, such a character actually appeared above the land of the Kyushu Kingdom. This breath and is not Xiaohan, and the power has broken through the sect master. In the end, what kind of person? The Grand Hall Master got up and took big steps towards the Dragon Soul headquarters outside. Great Hall Master. This aura is. Pill Elder said to the Grand Hall Master with a gloomy face. It is not Xiaohan's. And the Great Hall Master took a deep breath and spoke in a grave manner. It's not Xiaohan? Could it be that a new innate expert has come out? Who on earth could it be? It can't be the group from Hidden Killing. The Third Hall Master's face was slightly ugly. Innate? Third brother, you're underestimating this aura. It's an aura that only patriarchs have. Hearing the Third Hall Master's words, the Grand Hall Master shook his head helplessly. Boom! The two words patriarch slammed into their hearts like a 1,000-pound boulder. How was this possible? Hadn't a sect master level powerhouse not appeared for thousands of years? How could they appear in this end times era? Could it be aliens? The Third Hall Master had naturally heard from the Grand Hall Master about being trapped in an alien ship for decades. And now the patriarch level powerhouse that had inexplicably appeared should in all likelihood be an alien powerhouse. I'll contact Xiaohan first. Only he might be able to resolve this crisis. The Grand Hall Master said in a grave voice, and in the next moment, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Xiaohan's number. Ha! I never thought that I, Lu Biaowen, would have a new breakthrough. It's a miracle. Lu Biaowen suspended in the void, laughing wildly. Once again woke up the body dying. He has long been planning to find some successor, did not expect to meet Xiaohan actually can let him become a master level of strong. And from the strength of life in his own body looks, he can at least live another 500 or 600 years, is simply a divine skill. After laughing, Lu Biaowen slowly fell to the ground. I pay my respects to the master. From now on 100 years, Lu Biaowen is the master's house slave. Please master to stay. Lu Biaowen knelt down towards Xiaohan and said respectfully to Xiaohan. And, not bad, your current strength, not to mention the Yanxia Earth, even the entire planet, there is no one as your opponent. With you as my guardian, I am relieved. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. He naturally knew that the other party could not possibly break the oath. To know that people who cultivated fate-related techniques, as long as they made a poisonous oath, heaven's fate would mark it, and if they violated it, they were not far from death, I'm afraid. This is the fate of the people who practice divination, a kind of restriction. After all, want to touch the fate of heaven, to change the fate always have to pay some price. This was also something Xiaohan learned after practicing divine fate. This restriction, however, didn't seem to exist for Xiaohan. The strand of connection that wanted to restrict Xiaohan was blocked back by the system in the next instant. Buzz. However, right at this moment, Xiaohan's cell phone began to vibrate. In the case of Lu Bowen's curious face, Xiaohan picked up his cell phone and spoke to the opposite side of the Grand Hall Master. You say this is I just collected the followers sent out, don't worry, have me in, you are afraid of a chicken hair. That's it, by the way, let you prepare the things you are ready, I will leave at any time in the next 2 days. The conversation between Xiaohan and the opposite side of the Grand Hall Master made Lu Bowen look like he had seen a spirit. Hiss. 1,000-mile sound transmission, actually the legendary 1,000-mile sound transmission. The master is the master, actually has the duty this legendary object. Lu Bowen is even more admiring Xiaohan beyond words. Well, let's go home. Hanging up the phone, Xiaohan waved his hand and prepared to take Lu Bowen to leave. Wait master, I still left something here. Suddenly, Lu Bowen remembered something and hurriedly spoke to Xiaohan. Oh? There are still things?
Xiao Han raised his eyebrows.
Yes, this is the mausoleum that I presided over for Zhu Chongba, that bastard, and here I also prepared a set of heavenly dragon armor, which was originally intended to be used for his wake here before my return to the heavens, but I can't imagine that bastard actually did this to me.
Lu Bowen was indignant. The heavenly dragon battle armor? Xiao Han froze.
Lu Biaowen nodded seriously and then came to the center of the main hall, that is, next to the pure gold coffin, a hand to lift the coffin flying. Xiao Han took a look and instantly put this one coffin away with a wave of his hand. Such a large pure gold coffin, at least 2 tons of weight, so much gold is worth a lot of money. And Lu Bowen saw the scene, suddenly remembered that Xiao Han also had such a horrible storage magic treasure.
The master could have gotten the ancient inheritance?
Not only does he have such a powerful strength and such a terrifying ability to refine medicine, but he also has a lot of terrifying magic treasures. Lu Bowen had a curious look on his face, but as a subordinate he knew what to ask and what not to ask. As the pure gold coffin was lifted, Lu Bowen threw a heavy punch towards the ground.
Boom! With a loud bang, the ground was instantly blown out by Lu Bowen, a huge pit. Inside the pit was a well-sealed set of black battle armor.
Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, and then an appraisal was thrown over. Tianlong battle armor is the Yanxia ancient powerhouse Shenyuan Huangdi battle Chiyu. When wearing armor, wearing not only has a strong defense, is able to burst out of the unparalleled horror of the strength.
Defense 1500. Combat power 500.
Upgrade consumption 100000. Can be used with the host of the suit fusion, access to the skills of 1,000 variations. Looking at the information of this set of battle armor, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up.
I didn't expect this battle armor to be so terrifying.
Just the combat power alone could be enhanced by a full 5 times.
Good stuff.
Xiao Han would not be polite. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly dragon battle armor was instantly lifted up by Xiao Han's supreme transformation force and flew towards his body. The moment it touched Xiao Han, this set of heavenly dragon battle armor directly integrated into Xiao Han's clothes.
Boom!
In the next moment, a terrifying aura that made even Lu Bowen's face change dramatically instantly erupted from within Xiao Han's body. Those people in Yen City who had just been awakened by Lu Bowen's aura hadn't yet slowed down, and were once again crushed by Xiao Han's even more terrifying aura, and one by one, they instantly slumped to the ground. And the Dragon's Soul headquarters. How did Xiao Han, this kid, also become a Zongshi? The Grand Hall Master said with a horrified face.
Chapter 76, 470,000 upgrade points. Tianyun City, Emoyun Tianjiao, Xiao family. Mom! I'm back!
Xiao Han, who opened the door, shouted with a smile. And beside him Lu Bowen was holding a cell phone and drumming earnestly.
TSK, this high-tech things are magical. Lu Bowen sighed in his heart. Xiao Han, you little brat, finally came back.
You. A few days did not see Xiao Han home. Xiao Mother heard Xiao Han's voice, immediately puffed towards the door, ready to teach Xiao Han a lesson.
However, after seeing Lu Bowen, a white-robed, immortal old man, Xiao Mother immediately froze. Xiao Han, this is. Xiao Mother took a look at Lu Bowen's temperament and knew that this old man is not simple, definitely under the footbridge fortune-telling hand. With this temperament, he can definitely fool countless people. Hello, ma'am.
I'm the young master's new slave.
Just call me Old Lu.
When in Rome, Lu Bowen smiled and said to Zhao's mother,
I'm the newest slave of the family. Xiao Mother looked at Xiao Han and Lu Biaowen with a confused expression.
In desperation, Xiao Han could only tell Xiao Mother about his martial arts training. It had been explained for a few hours before Xiao Mother realized that at this point Xiao Han had become the strongest person in the world. Of course, this had to remove the period during which more than 10 times Xiao Mother cried and wanted to take Xiao Han to the psychiatry to see a doctor. In the end, it was only after Xiao Han performed a wave of slapping a big tree with one palm that Xiao Mother accepted Xiao Han's statement in a confused manner. System, pull up my current attributes. At night, Xiao Han sat in the middle of his room and looked at his data background with a heavy heart. Attribute table.
Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial realm, mid-innate.
Power, Supreme Harmonization Power LV10300000, bonus strength 1500. Occupation, Intermediate Xian rank pharmacist, Intermediate Xian rank formation master.
Physical body 50,000. Speed 50,000. Soul 50,000. Skills, Flying Dagger LV903000, Traditional Chinese Medicine LV801000, Knife Technique LV903000, Cloud Pushing Palm LV801000, Substitution Technique LV503000, Hidden Steps LV601000, Chopping Dragon Determination LV101000, Heavenly Fate Divine Calculation LV201000. Talent, Power of Inferno LV303000. Equipment, Celestial Dragon Battle Armor, Alloy Flying Knife A3, Blood Drinking Mad Knife 2, Brocade Pouch 9 10,000 cubes. Upgrade points, 175400.
At this moment, Xiao Han's body data had changed drastically.
At the same time, there were still 170,000 upgrade points left. This transformer that I got from Dragon Soul can be adjusted to a maximum of 1 million volts, but my current body is terrifying, but it can only be exposed to 1 million volts for a short period of time. Let's try to see how fast I can absorb the upgrade points first. Xiaohan thought of this and then arrived at a power station 200 kilometers away with a few instantaneous movements. Xiaohan then connected the transformer to the power station. Let's try 100,000 volts first. Xiaohan took a deep breath and then connected the two connectors of the transformer to his hand. With a thought, Xiaohan directly tapped the transformer switch. Crackling. The next moment a terrifying current surged into Xiaohan's body. Xiaohan instantly felt a wave of tingling, but this level was far within his tolerance. Ding started absorbing electrical energy. Ding upgrade point 1. Ding upgrade point 1. Ding upgrade point 1. As the electrical energy was connected, a loud system beep was instantly transmitted to Xiaohan's mind. 1 point per second, then 220V can actually be upgraded 10 times. Xiaohan's eyes lit up. But why only 10 times after all? 100,000 volts is nearly 500 times more than 220V. In fact, the reason is very simple: the speed of the body to absorb energy is a limit. And now Xiaohan used the huge current to expand the limit. There must be a large amount of loss in it. 1 point a second, that means 1 hour is 3,600 upgrade points? A day is more than 80,000? Xiaohan's eyes lit up at the thought. Sure enough, this attempt of his was very meaningful. With that, Xiaohan directly raised the size of the current to 500,000 volts. It was important to realize that a current of more than 600 volts could already instantly burst open an ordinary person's head. Now Xiaohan was accessing 500,000 volts. If it wasn't for the sake of his body, Xiaohan would have wanted to directly access 1,000,000 volts. However, Xiaohan's speed of absorbing upgrade points only increased by 1.5 times when he increased from 100,000 volts to 500,000 volts. Ding upgrade point 15. Ding upgrade point 15. Ding upgrade point 15. One system tone after another played back rapidly in Xiaohan's mind, and Xiaohan had no choice but to directly turn off the upgrade tone temporarily. Instead, Xiaohan sat down cross-legged and began to rapidly organize the knowledge in his mind. After all, the amount of knowledge that he had recently received was a bit much. And for the next few days Xiaohan went home to accompany Xiao Mother during the day and came here at night to absorb the electricity. Until 5 days later, the sun rose from the distance. System, how many upgrade points do I have now? Xiaohan slowly removed the electric ring connected to the generator from his hand. Ding, total number of upgrade points, 472,000. A system beep appeared in Xiaohan's mind. That's right, it was 470,000. 470,000 upgrade points was all Xiaohan had gained in these 5 days. 12 hours every night, just over 60,000. 5 days was over 300,000. This absorption speed wasn't as fast as the speed Xiaohan earned when he went to the underground palace for a few hours, but it was better because it was almost unlimited. After all, those spirit stones in the underground palace were dug out from the spirit vein after Lu Bowen cut off the spirit vein, and according to Lu Bowen, it would take at least 1,000 years for the new spirit vein to coalesce again. Of course, Xiaohan wouldn't come back after today, because a few days would be the day Xiaohan had planned to explore Bermuda. The 470,000 upgrade points, it was better to not use them first, and use them again when the time came to prepare. If all of these upgrade points were used, Xiaohan's strength could be increased by several times at least. However, Xiaohan knew from the analysis of the Grand Hall Master that the airship seemed to be testing those who came to the airship. As long as they reached the target set by the other party, they would be able to open the airship. Therefore Xiaohan left all these upgrade points behind for a purpose. Brush. Xiaohan's feet clicked and instantly disappeared in place. A few disappearances later Xiaohan's figure appeared in the sky above the Bermuda Triangle. Master, are you sure you really want to go? Lu Bowen spoke to Xiaohan in a grave manner. Yes, such a mystery, if I don't solve it I can't even sleep well. Xiaohan smiled and nodded. Then I wish the master a safe return. Lu Bowen knew that he couldn't persuade Xiaohan, he couldn't fight and he couldn't listen to the persuasion, he could only wish helplessly to Xiaohan. My mom is in your hands. Then I am leaving. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment he directly made a dive towards the bottom. Alas! Master I can't divine your destiny, I hope you return safely. Lu Bowen sighed, then his body Zhongshi Jin Yuan instantly exploded, the whole person instantly towards the north of Yanxia Rapid swept away. The speed is so fast that an airplane is 10 times faster than it. Chapter 77 Atlantis Ruins. Seek first booking. From the hallmaster that guy gave the location look, seems to be in this neighborhood but my divine mind actually scanning cannot, is that guy fooled me. 3,000 meters under the sea. Xiaohan looked at the surrounding pool of stagnant water and frowned because he actually couldn't find a single object that looked like a spaceship. However, the sea here is emanating a strange fluctuation, as if in the upper head sonar and God's mind probing, and even a fish are not. Looking at the surroundings so strange, Xiao Han was also roughly sure that he was not looking for the wrong thing. Go down a little more to see. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's body strength instantly erupted, pushing him towards the bottom in a hurry. Soon, Xiao Hang arrived at the bottom of this sea. Tap. As Xiao Han's feet stepped on the seabed, the sound of his feet caught Xiao Han's attention. Hang on, how could it be buried at the bottom of the sea? No wonder it couldn't be found. Xiao Han looked at the object below that showed a bit of metal edge inside in relief, finally found it. But where was the door that the Grand Hall Master had mentioned? Xiao Han began to search above the entire airship under curiosity. This one airship was very huge. It was tens of kilometers. And the outer appearance was similar to the shape diagram given by the Grand Hall Master. It was just that he didn't know what the fluctuations around it were, and Xiao Han's divine thoughts actually lost their usefulness here. Xiao Han searched for a few hours before he finally found something that looked like a door. Next to the door, there was a panel similar to a fingerprint unlocking panel. Curious, Xiao Han pressed his hand on it. Carbon-based life form detected. It possesses spiritual intelligence and is authorized to enter. With a cold electronic voice, a tunnel-like opening appeared in front of Xiao Han's eyes. What surprised Xiao Han was that the content of this electronic voice was not Chinese nor any language on the earth, but after it reached Xiao Han's mind, it was clear that Xiao Han knew what he meant. What kind of language is this that is so amazing? Xiao Han knows that this is not a spiritual transmission, is the actual language, so this makes Xiao Han a little surprised. But since it all came, Xiao Han was not ambiguous directly toward the tunnel. Click. As Xiao Han just walked into the tunnel, the hatch at the back instantly closed. Xiao Han hastily used the spatial transfer of the substitution technique but found that it was impossible to go out. No wonder the Grand Hall Master had been trapped here for more than 50 years. The strength of this metal was afraid that even the peak of the Sovereign Master could not break through. Xiao Han Teal hole slightly shrink, but he isn't, not much anxiety, can come and naturally have a way out. Welcome here, outsider. And just at this moment a cold electronic voice reached Xiao Han's mind. It was still that marvelous language. The next moment, a man's figure appeared in front of Xiao Han. Seeing this figure, Xiao Han frowned as he couldn't feel a single breath of life from the other party. You're right, I'm not a real person but the brain of a spaceship. That is what you call an artificial intelligence. You can call me Carl. Carl spoke. And his words made Xiao Han freeze. There was life surviving here? Xiao Han surveyed this one tunnel while speaking to Carl. And Carl smiled. Don't worry, there aren't any other sentient life forms here besides me. Come with me. Carl smiled faintly and then led Xiao Han towards the other direction of the tunnel. Xiao Han frowned as this encounter with him was completely different from what the Grand Hall Master knew. The Grand Hall Master said that he was locked in a secret room just after he arrived here, and that he was directly kicked out after 50 years of meeting the requirements. Are you thinking that what Long Xiaotian said is different from what you saw? Instead, Carl was smiling and said to Xiao Han, You know what I'm thinking? Xiao Han frowned. No, it's just calculations, inferred from your body language and your life. The entire planet is under my surveillance. Including you, so trying to analyze your thoughts is very simple. Carl's words caused Xiao Han's Telson to shrink slightly. You are indeed very intriguing. The fact that a person who has never been exposed to martial arts since birth can actually become an innate level martial artist in such a short period of time, this point is very surprising to me. From my database, I assume that you have awakened the ability to transform any energy to strengthen your physical body, right? Carl smiled faintly, as if he wasn't surprised by Xiao Han's situation. You can even analyze this? Xiao Han was a bit surprised, but thinking about it seemed about right. But his own system was much more than that. Yes, this kind of psychic ability is not much in the universe, but it's not absolutely rare either. There are still quite a few geniuses who possess such a skill. I just didn't expect that your martial arts talent is also so powerful. With your alien ability, in the future, if there is hope, becoming the master of a star field is not that difficult. Carl slowly said. At the same time, Xiao Han actually heard a trace of excitement from his tone. You haven't said what planet you're from. And what are you taking me to do? Xiao Han stared at Carl with a stern gaze. Although the defense of this ship was incredibly strong, Xiao Han would not sit still. Alas! Has the ancestral star really worn out all of our footprints, so that even the descendants have not heard of the name of my Atlantean clan? However, Carl's words were the words that instantly made Xiao Han's Telson shrink slightly. This airship is the airship of Atlantis? Xiao Han asked with some disbelief. Let's go to the front and you'll know. However, Carl didn't answer Xiao Han's words, but rather sped up towards the end of the tunnel. Xiao Han followed with great strides as well, harboring doubts. Soon, the two arrived in a control room. At this time, the control room was full of holes, and there was a body lying on the ground. Each person was bleeding to death. This is where some of the last members of my Atlantis clan ended up falling. The middle-aged man sighed quietly, then slowly recounted what happened. 30 million years ago, the Atlantis civilization was born on Aquamarine, which is also known as Earth. Because of the extremely high intelligence as well as the strong research and development ability, the Atlantis clan developed rapidly.
It soon traveled to the stars. However, Atlantis has a fatal weakness, that is, the ability to reproduce is very weak, so even hundreds of thousands of years of star travel did not make the population of the Atlantean race become more. But even so, with a population of only a few 100 million, the Atlantean race still had a certain status in the galaxy. During this period of time, the Atlantean race had also learned the mainstream martial arts in the universe. And it developed rapidly. However, such rapid development has also let the galaxy great races have fear, and finally in several major races under the Atlantis civilization destruction. And this ship is carrying the last spark of the Atlantean race to return to the hope of the ancestral star. Unfortunately, this spark was eventually extinguished because the ship was damaged. Speaking of this, Carl remained incredibly calm. Chapter 78 Cal. The plan to suck the sun dry. I didn't expect there to be such a thing, then this Atlantis clan is also unlucky enough. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders, completely without a trace of sympathy. However, Carl, who was also an intelligent being and had no sympathy, was absolutely right about Xiao Han. Yes, is unlucky enough, but more unlucky is me, just born the spirit of wisdom. Atlantis was destroyed, make me now can only be here to wait for 30 million years. You know what 30 million years taste? Talking about himself, Carl almost cried. I'm sorry, right, since the fire is gone, what are you still doing here? Xiao Han consoled Carl 2 times, then said doubtfully. However, when he said this, Carl sighed quietly. I also want to leave, but I'm only an intelligent life form, which means that my main body can move in any range that the signal can cover. And without a connection to the cosmic civilization I can't go anywhere. But it's been 30 million years, and I've cultivated 4 or 5 civilizations, such as the Mayan civilization, but all of these death-defying civilizations played themselves to death in less than a few tens of thousands of years, and didn't even give me any hope of bringing me out. Speaking of this, Carl was so angry that his body formed from data was shaking a little. Oh, that means that without being able to connect to the signals of the universe's civilization you're stuck here for the rest of your life? The thought of a person being trapped in the same place for 30 million years, Xiao Han was a little scared just thinking about it. Life is worse than death is not even enough to describe this kind of fear. That's right, not only that, the energy I have in reserve is getting less and less, and I can only awaken once every 100 years. Therefore, this time the human civilization is my last hope. So 180 years ago, I gave a shadow country people who inadvertently came here a piece of information, after which he invented a generator with this piece of information, invented the alternating current, rapid promotion of human development. Unfortunately, the human race is incomparably selfish, and that kid was finally killed by that dog gripper called Edison. But the good thing is that my information was also obtained by Edison, and eventually invented a lot of good things. 80 years ago, I gave some blood essence to the then West Country, hoping that they would speed up the speed of martial artists who knew about these, and used them to make some kind of genetic warrior. The blood essence that was originally able to cultivate a Zongshire, 1008s, was all wasted by them. Carl's face turned purple with anger as he spoke of this instantly. That was the last bit of hope he had. It was actually wasted by these stupid hangers. Thinking about it made his liver hurt. What is the concept of 1008, that is, 1000 Team America after taking the super god serum? Such a waste, not to mention Carl, is Xiao Han listened to some heartache. However, it is good that the people of the Western countries are stupid, to what is all can be explained by science, otherwise 1008, other countries still play the woolen line. Alas, forget it, talking about it is all tears. 50 years ago Long Xiaotian mistakenly came to me, I see his talent is also good, also gave him a little trial. Unfortunately, in the end, he still did not meet my expectations, otherwise, see this as he is not you, but when he went out I just happened to find you in the East Continent country. Originally thought you would wait some more years before coming here to explore, I did not expect you kids so unafraid of death. Carl rubbed his chin and sized up Xiao Han. Xiao Han was speechless, Laozi was well prepared, otherwise how could I come to die? So, what are you looking for me to do now? Xiao Han's Telson slightly condensed and asked directly to Carl. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Carl's face became serious. This time is the last time, and my last chance, and you are the only person I see hope in, someone who can cultivate to reach the starry sky level. Therefore I will help you with all my might so that you can advance to the starry sky level in your lifetime and take me across the stars. Or let you live until the human race develops a spaceship that can smoothly reach the nearest living planet to Earth. If you fail, I die. And you will never be able to explore the mysteries of the universe. Carl's grave words caused Xiao Han to raise his eyebrows. Star level? What level was that? As for what crossing the stars or whatever, Xiao Han didn't care. If he really had this strength, he would naturally take this guy out himself. It's just that Xiao Han was still a little curious about what the rank division was in Carl's mouth. Since you asked so, then I will take that as a yes. Next I will speak with you about the hierarchical division in the universe. Carl smiled slightly, he knew that Xiao Han could not possibly not agree. After all, as a martial artist, knowing that one's whole life can only be nestled in such a small planet, and outside of this planet there are ruthless and classless stars that can be explored, would not be willing. And Xiao Han, this kind of young man, is even more so. My Atlantis civilization has explored most of the star field of the Milky Way. And these star fields at that time there are tens of millions of intelligent races. And the most powerful of them are 5 races. These 5 races of people throughout the galaxy, according to the other tens of millions of intelligent races, are not subordinate to these 5 major races. And Atlantis is the beginning as the most powerful of the secret sea, a race of subordinates to survive. But the development is too fast, was afraid of the final extinction of the tribe. And the cultivation method is from the 5 major races in the obtained, among them. Cultivation method is divided into countless kinds, but the mainstream has the way of the martial artist. Martial artist, the realm is divided into Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin, Innate, Grandmaster, Broken Sky, Starry Sea, and the other way is the soul cultivator. The other way is to cultivate souls, also known as supernatural beings. Level F corresponds to Ming Jin, level E corresponds to Dark Jin. E level corresponds to dark power, until the A level of Grandmaster, after which the level is the same as that of a martial artist. These two are the most mainstream cultivation methods. To put it plainly, one cultivates the body and the other cultivates the soul. It's just that the cultivation of the soul is a slow progress, so I didn't pass it on to the human race. Of course, there are still above the star ocean level, but want to become that level of powerhouse with the resources of the earth is absolutely impossible. Even if you empty the earth's resources, it is difficult to become a strong person at the level of breaking the sky. After all, the strongest person in the galaxy is only at the star ocean level. Carl sighed quietly. Wait, you said that it would be difficult for me to become a skybreaker even if I emptied the earth, so how do you guarantee that I will be able to become a starry sky level? Xiao Han was a bit puzzled. Of course, Xiao Han didn't agree with Carl's words. His own system was not the kind of trash alien energy that could convert energy, as he said. That kind of alien energy conversion rate is extremely low, and Carl said that absorbing the entire earth cannot become a broken space, and Xiao Han, if the earth can be sucked dry, throwing sieve can also become a star sea level it. The gap between the two is so large that it is not too much to describe it with trillions. Without Earth, can't we use the sun? My plan is that the rank becomes a Grandmaster, and your strength will be able to reach the surface of the sun on its own. With your supernatural ability to suck the sun dry, 9 times out of 10, you can also become a sky-breaking level. After that we will wander the starry sky, and suck all the stars around us dry. I don't believe it anymore. With the lifespan of 10,000 years of a sky-breaking level, can't you still suck out a starry sky level powerhouse? Carl said here with a proud face. Chapter 79, Your Plan is Too Slow. Target, Planet Castley. Xiao Han listened to Carl's great plan, and a glimmer radiated from his eyes. Right, the sun is the most powerful source of energy in the entire solar system. As long as he pumps hard, he will be able to drain the sun one day. At that time, not to mention Carl's so-called skybreaking, it is not impossible to reach the realm above the star ocean level. Wait, didn't you just say that there are quite a few of my powers in the universe? According to you, shouldn't there be quite a few energy-absorbing aliens in the Milky Way galaxy? If they acted as you planned, I'm afraid that they would be able to surpass the star ocean level in a few tens of thousands of years. Xiao Han suddenly discovered a loophole in Carl's mouth. That's right, I said this type of psychic ability in the universe quite a lot, but did not say as the Milky Way. In the Milky Way, in your psychic ability only exists in the legend. If not, I once copied the secret see a public database. Words still do not know there is this kind of psychic ability. After all, the universe is so big, I didn't expect to actually see you on Earth with energy conversion ability of the demon-level genius. Xiao Han's follow-up question made Carl smile slightly. To be honest, when he saw that Xiao Han was able to transform energy, thus making himself powerful, Carl was incomparably excited. Because this kind of genius was enough to become a galactic hegemon if nurtured properly. Knowing that the human race was equivalent to what he had nurtured, he naturally hoped that the race he had nurtured would rise and not end up playing himself to death like the Mayan civilization and a few other civilizations. So according to you, I'm still considered a genius. Xiao Han smiled helplessly, but what Carl said made sense. It was definitely possible for himself to eventually become a galactic overlord if he was fortunate enough to keep going. Of course, the premise was that he merely possessed only the so-called transformation ability. And in fact, the alien ability that the current Xiao Han possessed was the system against the heavens, which could not only enhance his own strength, but also improve his martial arts skills by leaps and bounds at the same time. Your plan, I'm in favor of it. However, there is one thing that I don't agree with. Carl was still planning how he would nurture Xiao Han in the future when Xiao Han suddenly said. Carl froze. That one point? I asked myself that my plan doesn't seem to have any loopholes, right? It's already the best at the moment. He said to Xiao Han in doubt. There are naturally no loopholes, it's just that this plan of yours is really too slow. If it's just about leaving the Earth to travel to other planets, it can be done by now. Xiao Han said with full of concern. He dared to say such big words. Naturally he had his basis. How can you leave now? How is it possible? I have explored the Earth countless times. Except for my ship, there is absolutely no other ship exists. There is no doubt about it. Carl said firmly. And this ship cannot take off. Of course he knows. Do not look at the appearance of not much damage, but power, systems and so on all damaged. Even if repaired, there is no corresponding energy.
Even if it was repaired, there was no corresponding energy source. If one wanted to push such a ship to fly hundreds of light years away, the energy source used was not nuclear power generation. However, Xiaohan smiled. In the next moment, Xiaohan's gaze was directed towards a spaceship. Class D airship, a product of Atlantis 30 million years ago, it has the function of spatial leaping and the function of human dormancy. However, due to engine damage and energy depletion, it is unable to fly, reparable, repair needs 100,000 upgrade points. Can be recharged. Repairing requires 100,000 upgrade points. After repairing or recharging, the host will take direct control of the ship. Upgrade requirements 3 million. If he didn't know the data of the airship, Xiaohan wouldn't have let out the big words that he could take Carl away. However, it only consumed 200,000 energy points, so Xiaohan could still bear this consumption. This ship is not the best ship in Atlantis, is it? Xiaohan asked directly to Carl. Carl was stunned, but still nodded. That's right, this airship is merely a D-class airship, as one of the Atlantis transportation ships, but because of this, it was not noticed and eventually returned to Earth without any problems. Carl nodded slightly. Airships were categorized into Class A, which corresponded to ordinary civilian airships that could only fly over short distances like the Earth and the Moon. Class B was able to explore the entire solar system, while Class C was able to go back and forth between two small galaxies. And when it comes to Class D, can only go back and forth between tens of thousands of small galaxies. Of course, at this level, one can already come into contact with other civilizations. According to the classification, this level of technological items corresponds to the level of Grand Master. You should be thankful that this ship is only a D-class, not an E-class or even higher. Xiaohan laughed, and then directly crouched down and touched the ground while Carl was dumbfounded. System, repair the ship and recharge it at the same time. Xiaohan calmly spoke to the system. As Xiaohan finished speaking, a wave of terrifying energy instantly erupted from Xiaohan's hands. The terror of this surge of power caused Carl, who was on the side, to instantly freeze. His body instantly transformed into countless messages and began to calculate what kind of energy Xiaohan was using. However, even he, the highest intelligence of the Atlantis civilization, was still unable to analyze a single bit of how this energy worked and its effectiveness. What was this kid hiding? What kind of energy is this horrible energy? When has this kind of energy ever appeared on Earth? Carl felt like he was about to crash. At the same time, he didn't realize that he and Xiaohan slowly started to establish some kind of connection, some kind of master-servant connection. When he realized it, he had somehow become Xiaohan's slave. It was also at this point that Carl felt as if the entire airship had been revitalized. Start overhauling the airship. Carl hurriedly ordered, and in the next moment, the airship flew into operation. The drop test was complete, there was no damage, and there was enough energy to take off at any time. However, the results of the inspection was what confused Carl. Of course, he didn't realize that he was only concerned about how the ship was doing since the beginning, but he didn't care about the fact that he was enslaved by Xiaohan. This was the terror of the system, allowing him to be unconsciously controlled by Xiaohan. Ding, the ship is repaired and recharged. Total upgrade points consumed, 200,000. It was at this moment that a system beep appeared in Xiaohan's mind. Is it done? Xiaohan nodded with satisfaction, then slowly stood up straight. Carl. Xiaohan calmly said. Back to master. What command? Carl naturally said to Xiaohan, completely not feeling a trace of the wrong scripture. How long does it take to fly to the nearest living planet? Xiaohan calmly said to Carl. Back to master. The nearest living planet is called Castley Star. It takes 15 days, 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 5 seconds to launch the ship at full power. If you are not afraid of damaging the ship's maximum speed, it will only take 5 days, 4 hours, 45 minutes and 7 seconds. Carl said to Xiaohan with immense respect. Okay, in that case, start the ship. Target. Next stop. Castle Star. Chapter 80, 1,075,000 upgrade points, a terrifying boost. In the endless starry sky. A silver-colored airship flew towards the distance at an extremely terrifying speed. Xiaohan was sitting in the airship's cultivation room. Beside him, it was a generator that had been upgraded to 10 by Xiaohan. Generator 10, it can generate electricity from weak starlight, free aura, or even dark energy, cosmic rays, and so on. At the same time, the output of electricity is accurate to 0.00001 V 10 million V, storage capacity, upgrade consumption, 100,000. This generator was upgraded to this level by Xiaohan and had become incomparably terrifying. After Xiaohan flew out of the Earth, he sent it to the sun and absorbed the electricity for 10 hours. At this moment, the amount of electricity inside was enough for Xiaohan to use for more than 10 days. And even if it's gone, the least in the universe seems to be the stars, the big deal is to throw it in and replenish it again. In other words, the current Xiaohan already had a nearly endless amount of energy points. Of course, this was only temporary. System, how many upgrade points do I have now? Xiaohan directly spoke to the system. Ding, the host currently has a total number of upgrade points, 175,000. The system quickly replied. I can't believe it's already this much. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and then looked towards his attribute table. Upgrade all my attributes to 300,000. Xiao Han spoke to the system. Boom. However, as Xiao Han's words fell, an incomparably terrifying energy instantly began to crazily raise Xiao Han's physical body as well as his soul. An endless amount of terrifying energy crazily transformed Xiao Han's flesh, his soul. And Xiao Han also felt his bones slowly begin to bloom with a hint of silver light. It is said that the bones of a grandmaster are silver white, and it seems that I'm starting to move in that direction first in as well. Xiao Han felt the terrifying power contained within that hint of silver light. Ding, flesh upgrading is complete. Consumed upgrade points, 750,000. With a system beat, the energy in Xiao Han's body also instantly disappeared. However, the terrifying physical body as well as soul power left behind by the energy was a qualitative leap in Xiao Han's strength. System, upgrade my other skills besides flying daggers, these unused skills. And this time, Xiao Han did not choose to upgrade all of his skills. The reason was simple. Skills such as flying daggers, Xiao Han seemed to have no use for them at this time. After knowing the cultivation method of possessing a soul master, Xiao Han decided to develop his focus towards Inferno power. Because Carl had said that the power of the supernatural ability was the most powerful against martial artists of the same rank, regardless of whether it was in the early or late stages. Of course, this was for the case where the opponent's talent was the same as his own. After all, there was a saying that there were no trashy martial arts, only trashy people. Ding, start upgrading. With the system beat, Xiao Han's upgrade points began to decrease rapidly. The original 1 million upgrade points instantly bottomed out. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade. Acquired skills, Inferno Force LV5, Blade Technique LV11, Cloud Pushing Palm LV10, Instantaneous Shift LV1, Hidden Steps LV8, Dragon Chopper Decision LV11, True Elemental Force First Turn. Acquired items, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor 1, Blood Drinking Sword 4, Brocade Pouch 10. Consumed upgrade points, 93,000. There was basically no difference between what Xiao Han had calculated before. A wave of upgrades came down instantly and Xiao Hang's upgrade points were only left at 70,000 points. However, this upgrade had greatly increased Xiao Han's strength. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial arts realm, early master level. Strength, True Yuan Power, first turn 030-0000, additive strength 3000. Occupation, intermediate Xian rank pharmacist, intermediate Xian rank formation master. Physical body, 300000. Speed, 300,000. Soul, 300,000. Skills, Blade Technique LV11 0.3 million, Cloud Pushing Palm LV10 0.1 million, Instantaneous Shift LV1 0.3 million, Hidden Step LV8 0.1 million, Dragon Chopping Decision LV11 0.3 million, Divine Fate Divine Calculation LV2 0.1 million. Talent, Power of Inferno LV5 0.3 million. Equipment, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor LV1, Blood Drinking Sword LV4, Brocade Pouch LV10 1 billion cubes. Upgrade points, 75,400. It's worth mentioning that Xiao Han's body substitution technique, after upgrading, has smoothly reached several times that of instantaneous migration, and a single movement is enough to span a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Moreover, after upgrading to LV3, the Supreme Transformation power was upgraded once more, directly becoming the power of True Essence. Just what this transformation meant, Xiao Han currently didn't know. And the original 15 times bonus had directly reached a terrifying 30 times. One must know that ordinary innate true chi could only add up to as much as 15 times of one's combat power. Master! We have reached our destination. However, right at this moment, Carl's voice appeared in front of Xiao Han. Have we arrived? It's actually so fast. Xiao Han was overwhelmed with emotion. The items of this advanced civilization were just terrifying. If an ordinary airship flew even at the speed of light, it would take at least a full 100 years to fly to this place. If for a civilization, 100 years is just a snap of the fingers, but for Xiao Han it is a very long time. By the way, Carl, do you know what a turn of True Essence power means? Xiao Han curiously said to Carl. When Carl heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Naturally, he knew that the power of True Essence was an individual condensed after the innate True Essence had materialized, and as long as one became a Patriarch level 1 could condense the power of True Essence. After that, the combat energy used by Grand Masters, Skybreakers, and even Starry Sky levels and Starry Sea levels were all True Yuan power. It was rumored that True Essence power could be condensed, and each time it was condensed, it was upgraded by 1 turn. There were 9 turns in total. After 9 revolutions, one could use True Essence power to condense their own domain. If you can successfully condense your realm, anyone within the realm who is 1 or 2 realms higher than you will be no match for you. But it's a pity that the power of True Element can't be condensed. Unfortunately, it is incredibly difficult to condense the power of True Essence. It is very difficult to condense. Some Star Ocean level powerhouses even had only one turn of true essence power. Carl's words made Xiao Han nod slightly. In other words, it wasn't the case that the higher the realm, the greater the strength of the condensation of true essence power? Only those geniuses could have true essence power that surpassed their peers? Thinking about this, Xiao Han understood somewhat. And what others couldn't just raise themselves seemed to be able to raise themselves just by smashing upgrade points. Hang on, isn't this a hang up for me? The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. Well, since we're here, then let's go and take a look. A second planet with life? I wonder if there are any good things. Xiao Han looked towards the window of the spaceship beyond. Only an emerald green planet appeared in front of Xiao Han's eyes. The level of technological development on this planet was very backward. However, martial arts was extremely strong, at least it was better than the Earth that had its spiritual veins cut off. Thinking of this, Xiao Han opened the hatch and swooped down towards the planet. Yen Domain. With a low drink, endless flames instantly erupted around Xiao Han's body. The flames transformed into a divine dragon, which roared as it charged towards the Earth. Boom! With an earth-shaking roar, Xiao Han's figure had landed on top of the Earth, instantly blasting the Earth out of a tens of kilometers deep pit. Chapter 81, Robbed, All Spirit Stones Handed Over. Castley Star. A planet where martial arts flourished. More than 10 times the size of Earth, with a population of tens of billions. There are countless sects on top of the planet. Dominating this place are powerful clans, the most powerful being the 10 great clans, all of which have innate level martial emperors in their ranks. Some of them even had more than one innate expert. And today, it was the day of the 10 great sects opening of the mountain to select disciples. The holy sons and core disciples from countless sects had arrived at the most prosperous place on the planet days or even months in advance. Martial God City. There were hundreds of thousands of talented teenagers from all over the world in the square in the center of Martial God City, and all of these teenagers were waiting eagerly for the arrival of the Martial God test. Dang! With a loud sound that shook the sky and earth, all the people in the entire Martial God City looked towards the Martial God Square with solemnity. Once every 10 years, the Martial God test now begins. Welcome the 10 great sect patriarchs. A loud voice instantly spread throughout the entire Martial God City. And in the next moment, 10 people with terrifying auras emanating from their bodies slowly walked out from the Martial God Hall. And these 10 people were the 10 strongest sect lords of the world. The aura emanating from the 10 people caused everyone present to only grit their teeth. The might of the innate is too terrifying. Boom! However, right at this moment, a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly came from the distance. In the next moment, an aura that caused everyone present to turn pale came from the distance. The terror of the aura directly caused the countless talented youngsters who were originally gasping for air from the pressure of the innate might to instantly slump to the ground. Patriarch's Chi. This was the Chi of a patriarch. The face of the mad prison sect patriarch changed slightly, and his gaze coldly looked towards the distance. However, he found a sea of fire outside Martial God City, and in the midst of the sea of fire a divine dragon of hundreds of feet rose up into the sky. What kind of creature is that? When has such a creature ever appeared above the northern part of my Martial God? The Snowcloud sect patriarch's vermilion lips pressed slightly as she spoke in a grave manner. No, that is a person. A person who can manipulate flames. The face of the mad prison sect patriarch changed slightly as he spoke in a grave manner. It's coming from a bad place, be careful. With a reminder from one of the sovereigns, sure enough, the divine dragon outside of Martial God City instantly roared and charged over in the direction of the Martial God Palace. Roar! A roar that had flames emanating from the divine dragon instantly set all of the surrounding tens of thousands of meters of houses ablaze. Oh? So it is holding some kind of examination? Xiao Han's figure slowly landed at the entrance of the Martial God Hall. The dragon of flame on his body instantly disappeared, but the surrounding hundreds of meters had been burned out by him into a huge deep pit. A piece at the bottom of the pit was burned into glassy shards. Hiss! Seeing this, the faces of the 10 great sect patriarchs instantly turned white. Such a terrifying burning power was unheard of by them. I don't know what your excellency has come to my Martial God Palace to teach me. The leader, the mad prison sect patriarch, took large steps towards Xiao Han. And Xiao Han glanced at the other party's skills and realized that none of them were worth learning for himself, and then stopped paying attention to this person. And a circle scanned down Xiao Han but found that the martial arts planet, all the skills are about martial arts, although there are a lot of sword law, weapon law, or some cultivation techniques, but compared to Xiao Han cultivated is still a lot weaker, so Xiao Han did not go to copy. After all, these feats of cultivation again, it is impossible to stack up with Xiao Han, wasting so many upgrade points for what? At once Xiao Han was a little disappointed, did not expect to come to such a planet seems to have no gains. After all, he knew that the most powerful people on this planet were all here. Robbing. Hand over all of your spirit stones. However, Xiao Han's first words instantly made the hundreds of thousands of students present who didn't dare to take a breath drop their jaws in shock. Robbery? The mad prison sovereign was so shocked by Xiao Han's words that he stuttered. That's right, be numb, hand over all the spirit stones or don't blame me for not being polite. Xiao Han snorted and then slowly spoke. At this moment, the faces of the 10 sect leaders went cold. Robbery? Robbing their 10 great sects in front of so many people? This person was simply rubbing their faces on the ground. This kind of madness is simply outrageous, Your Excellency, although the strength is strong, but you do not forget, our 10 great sects are here, join forces, you will not be able to get a good fruit to eat. Born with an explosive temper, the Bakudan sect's patriarch instantly shouted at Xiao Han in a loud voice. The Bakudan sect's leader instantly shouted at Xiao Han with a loud voice. Boom! However, with a loud sound that shook the sky and earth, a pillar of fire that fell from the sky instantly blasted the explosive flame sect master tens of meters into the ground. The terrifying flames instantly burned it into black charcoal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy and gaining upgrade points, 8,452. With a system beep afterward, Xiao Han turned his gaze towards the other few sect patriarchs. At this moment, these sect lords had already turned pale. Killed in seconds? Where had this heard of an innate expert being killed in seconds? It seemed that they had still underestimated the strength of a sect master level powerhouse. How many of you want to be like him? Xiao Han asked with a smile. To be honest, Xiao Han even wanted to fight with himself at the drop of a hat, that way he would be able to waste them all without a care in the world. After all, these people can be the upgrade points for some activities. Hand it over, we'll hand it over, please wait a bit senior. I will immediately order someone to go back and fetch them. The Mad Prison Sect Patriarch, as the leading elder brother, hurriedly spoke to Xiao Han. Afterwards, he hurriedly handed over the gate key of the sect treasury to the most powerful Taishan elder to go back and fetch the spirit stones. Several other sect lords were also appalled and ordered them to go down. All of the 10 major sects' residences were in the vicinity of the martial god temple. After all, this was a world ruled by sects, as the top sects they were naturally all together. More than 10 minutes later, one clan elder after another hurriedly carried a box made of jade back before the martial god hall. Ding! Start absorbing upgrade points. With a system beat, the aura in the treasure box madly surged towards Xiao Han. Ding! Upgrade points 1200. Ding! Upgrade points 1100. Ding! Upgrade points 1500. Ding! Upgrade points 1100. Ding! Upgrade point 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a total of 456,200 upgrade points. As the last system beat fell, Xiao Han, who had already been emptied of his family's wealth, instantly filled up his family's wealth. Not bad. More than 400 spirit stones. However, did you guys have a private stash? However, Xiao Han laughed. His words instantly caused the faces of all the clan heads present to change drastically. No, absolutely not, how dare we? The Mad Prison Sect Patriarch still wanted to argue, however, the next moment, Xiao Han's body instantly exploded with a terrifying flame power. Put! All of the 9 men among the 10 sect masters spat out blood and flew out backwards, and at the same time, all of the elders of the 10 sects also flew out backwards. The Snowcloud Sect Patriarch looked at Xiao Han with a panicked face, her pretty face a little white. I don't hit women, don't worry. However, after Xiao Han left such a sentence, he instantly turned into a fire dragon and rose up to the sky, flying towards the starry sky. Chapter 82, The Classification of Cosmic Civilizations. Master, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much again is simply a miracle. Ah. Carl saw Xiao Han after the horror said, is too horrible, before Xiao Han's strength although powerful but is only in the master level or so, not too horrible, however, this time out of customs, just a few days time Xiao Han's strength actually had such a horrible promotion is simply a miracle. But using 10% of the power you make such a fuss? Aren't you known as the first intelligence of Atlantis? Blankly glancing at Carl who was making a fuss. Xiao Han's words almost made Carl angry and spit out blood. He is the first Atlantis can only write, but even if the day this he has not heard of what kind of talent in such a short period of time to grow into this kind of strong person. By the way, didn't you say before that the technology of the Castley planet is incredibly developed? What kind of spirit is this planet? Not to mention the technology is not even the shadow of the former technology cannot be found. Xiao Han looked at Carl with a frown on his face. Ahem, master, I forgot to tell you before, Castley planet is really the most developed planet around 30 million years ago, but 30 million years ago, the sea has changed, the species on Castley planet are afraid of extinction dozens of times. Carl helplessly said to Xiao Han, also is, after all, if the Castelli planet really did not go extinct, 30 million years of time has long been led above the race to become also a large race of the galaxy. After all, 30 million years of time Carl himself casually get a little means have cultivated a number of civilizations. These civilizations have almost reached the level of the planet. In that case, what are we going to do now? Xiao Han said breathlessly, can we only aimlessly search in the universe? No need master, I just detected a lot of technological signals around planet Castley, which means that there are a lot of technological items from planet Castley left around this planet.
Speaking of which, Carl sent the signal source to Xiao Han, who saw that there were actually quite a few planets in this star system that had corresponding signal sources, meaning that the previous Castley planet had already developed the entire star system once.
You mean, find these signal sources and then find the latest map of the star field? Xiao Han suddenly realized.
Master is really smart, that's right, I have observed the half-life of the Castley planet, his biological extinction last time to now should be a full 2 million years, 2 million years of time, although it is already enough to make some of the planets extinct, but I just need to find those planets that are just beginning to develop, and at the same time have the potential to do so. I believe that the 2 million years is enough to allow these planets to develop to a certain level of strength.
And it's not too late to start heading towards extinction.
Carl smiled and spoke to Xiao Han.
Hang on, then don't hurry up. Do you want to stay here for a few more years?
Xiao Han looked at the self-congratulatory Carl and spat at once.
Good. I'll take action right away.
Carl awkwardly said directly after the control of the ship towards the surrounding planets. With a search, really let Carl found a lot of wreckage of the ship, will be inside the database as well as valuable things all packed away, finally found a planet in line with what Carl said. Master, 3,000 light years away from here there is a planet called Snorlan Planet. Snorlan Planet, if my analysis is not wrong, now they have become a fourth-order cosmic civilization. Carl said respectfully to Xiao Han.
Fourth order? That's not bad, let's go and take a look. Xiao Han nodded slightly.
The division of cosmic civilizations is very simple. The first order is the undeveloped ones that have not yet been enlightened, that is, the ones that have not come out from the planet like Planet Scully just now. The second order was the ones that had begun to explore their own galaxies like Earth. The third order is to begin to explore the planet outside the galaxy, and the fourth order is even more powerful, has access to the universe civilization began to deal with other intelligent life.
The fifth order, on the other hand, is able to cover a medium-sized galaxy, such as the Milky Way.
As for the sixth order civilizations, they were civilizations that had already stepped out of medium-sized galaxies and started communicating with other medium-sized galaxies. The Atlantis civilization had previously reached the fifth order, while the several major races in the Milky Way were of the sixth order.
The civilization crushed it, leaving the Atlantis civilization without a single population left in the end. Although Carl said several civilizations are afraid of so join hands to suppress. In fact, the so-called join hands but lazy waste of time, the senior casually gave an order, Atlantis on the demise. This is the terrible gap between civilizations.
Of course, to make up for the civilization gap is also a method, that is, the martial arts road. There was once a third-order cosmic civilization that found a backward first-order civilization that had nothing but martial arts, and immediately gave an order to occupy it and seize its resources. However, although this first-order civilization was incomparably backward in terms of technological power, the martial way was actually so developed that it possessed terrifying powerhouses at the starry sky level. This fourth-order civilization was directly smashed into the center of the civilization by a starry sky-level powerhouse with his own strength. It was only after this battle that many people included martial artist strength into the civilization ranks as well. Those who possessed a patriarch-level powerhouse were first order, grand patriarchs were second order, those who were sky-breaking powerhouses were third order, and those who were starry sky-level powerhouses were fourth-order civilizations. A civilization with a star-ocean-level powerhouse was a fifth-order civilization. The strength of civilizations graded by martial arts was far more terrifying than technological civilizations. However, it was only a one-man war, whereas the technological civilization was a full-scale war. And planet Snorland was a fourth-order planet, which meant that he already had enough strength to walk around the galaxy without worrying about being enslaved.
How many days does it take to get to planet Snorland? Xiao Han asked to Carl.
It would take a month if he didn't take into account the engine wear and tear, but the engine would be damaged after a month. Carl knew that Xiao Han hadn't spent a month from cultivation until now, so naturally, it was impossible to waste this month traveling through the cosmic stars, yet this was already the limit of a D-class ship.
A month?
First fly at top speed, I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Han, with a raised eyebrow, didn't have much to worry about as he looked at his attribute backstage and instantly had an idea.
Good. Obey.
Although Carl was curious, he still followed Xiao Han's instructions to start practicing spatial leaping towards the coordinates where planet Snorland was located.
And 3 days later, Xiao Han was once again out of the gate. System, upgrade the spaceship. Xiao Han directly spoke to the system.
That's right, Xiao Han's goal was to upgrade the spaceship. These few days together with the upgrade points snatched from Planet Scully, plus Xiao Han's sleepless energy absorption, it was enough for Xiao Han to obtain more than 1,000,000 upgrade points. Ding, accepting the command to start upgrading the spaceship. As the system responded, the entire spaceship was instantly enveloped by a massive force.
Chapter 83 Class D Airship 1.
Xiao Han's terrifying talent. Ding, congratulations to the host on the end of upgrading the airship.
Obtained item, D-Class Airship 1.
With a system beep, Xiao Han realized that the airship under his feet had been greatly upgraded from the material above. D-Class Airship 1 has strong power and range, and is equipped with a D-Class 1 particle cannon, which is very powerful. Next upgrade consumption, 3 million. According to the system's nature, upgrading twice raises the level of an item, and the current airship should be equivalent to having some of the capabilities of an E-class airship as well.
Carl, how many more days will it take to reach planet Snorland now? Xiaohan smiled and said to Carl.
And with the upgrading of the spaceship, Carl, in existence as a think tank, also received a lot of benefits, and the computing speed directly increased by more than 10 times. The number of times Carl was shocked, this kind of divine skill he only existed in the imagination.
Report back to the master. Now the airship's flight speed has reached 5 times the original, that is to say, this time we only need 5 days and a few hours to arrive. Carl was a bit excited to know technology can increase the speed of 5 times. This speed is not inferior to a most ordinary E-class airship. And he had probed a bit, even the strength, as well as other properties are completely no less than an E-class ship. Oh? There was actually such a big increase?
Xiaohan was also a bit surprised. That's right, master, it's worth mentioning that there are actually more particle cannons on top of the ship, which can only be possessed by E-class fighters. Carl was naturally very excited, knowing that the airship was only a transportation ship before, which meant that it didn't have much offensive power. Although it was a D-class ship, the weapons it carried were only C-class ones.
However, now the weapons were replaced by cannons.
That is to say, now this airship could completely say that it was an E-class airship, and it was also a combat-type airship.
There weren't even many of these ships in the entire Fourth Order civilization.
It seems that the upgrade of the system is far from simple. Also, every skill I have now is several times more powerful than those of the same rank. But it's good that there's such a big increase with this consumption. The system is really something.
Xiaohan nodded with satisfaction.
In that case, let's go full speed ahead. Xiaohan waved his hand, and in the next moment, the ship instantly erupted with an incomparably terrifying speed and disappeared into this starfield. Snorland Starfield. That's right, it was the starfield. Snorland Star, which had become a Fourth Order civilization, had already included the entire galaxy as well as the surrounding star systems all within the core of the civilization. It has also become one of the major transportation hubs within tens of thousands of light-years around. It was worth mentioning here that the Milky Way galaxy was far larger than the 100,000 light-years detected by humans by quite a bit. A full 10 million light-years in diameter. After all, it was also true that humans had only explored 5% of the oceans of their own planet, and they wanted to explore the Milky Way galaxy, and even the entire universe, and they were also fed up. And within tens of thousands of light-years around this area, the Snorland Starfield is the absolute hegemony level. Of course, this hegemony was the scaly starfield that Xiaohan had gone to before 30 million years ago. The best thing about this type of starfield is that it is a trading center. Even if Xiaohan goes there, he won't be expelled, otherwise with Xiaohan's character, it is inevitable that he will be anal with the other side. The final result is nothing more than Xiaohan getting killed, or Xiaohan getting them killed, but the probability is still Xiaohan getting them killed. Buzz. With a spatial fluctuation around them, a silver-colored spaceship appeared at the edge of the Scully starfield. Just after it appeared, recognition messages were sent out from the surroundings. Luckily, although this spaceship was 30 million years old, Carl had gotten quite a few identification messages from above the spaceships in the Scully starfield. Plus, there was Carl, the top intelligence brain of a Fifth Order civilization, which had also been upgraded by Xiaohan. Against a mere Fourth Order civilization, it was simply not too easy to muddle through. Hello, esteemed adventurer, your port of call is 15. The arrival of a ship labeled E-class instantly startled the diplomatic chief of the starfield. One should know that even if one had the technology, it would be incredibly difficult to build an E-class ship, and there were only a mere 5 of them in the entire Snorland starfield. Therefore, it could be said that Xiaohan's current status was definitely at the super VIP level. As the airship slowly docked at the harbor, Xiaohan also walked out of the airship. As Xiaohan walked out, there was already a pair of Snorrans waiting here. What made Xiaohan curious was that for some reason, the appearance of these intelligent races was basically the same. They were all in human form, with only slight differences, such as the Snorlans, who were all gray-skinned and had larger eyes. Dear Cosmic Adventurer, welcome. The Snorland Starfield will provide you with dedicated service. I'm the senior supervisor of the foreign religion, Lostar. The middle-aged man at the head spoke respectfully to Xiaohan. Those who could use an E-class ship as a means of transportation were invariably people from the 5-star great races, and all of them were at least the royal families of the great races. This kind of person, their 4th-level civilization didn't dare to mess with at will. Xiaohan's fluent universal language let him know that Xiaohan was definitely from a big race. Well, hello, I'm here to purchase some things, take me to the nearest star exchange. Xiaohan nodded slightly. The middle-aged man was powerful, also a 3-star Zongshire level powerhouse. But as a civil official Xiaohan's strength could pinch a few to death with one hand. After all, the strongest person of a 4-star technological civilization was only a sky-breaking level powerhouse. And this level of powerhouse wouldn't even show up once in thousands of years. Good sir, please follow me. Lostar smiled faintly. Not much of a surprise, the people who came to their starfield were basically here to resupply supplies and trade, otherwise who would be idle and bored to come to this kind of trading class starfield. Under the leadership of Lostar, Xiaohan took an intergalactic spaceship to a planet that was made up of countless pieces of machinery. This planet was the trading center of the positive starfield. Hello sir, this is a protective particle shield. The gravitational force of the trading center is very strong and there are countless cosmic rays, only people above the level of Grandmaster can withstand them. Before stepping out of the ship, Lostar respectfully gave Xiaohan a cell phone-sized device. After the device was opened, a particle shield would be formed, which could block attacks below the level of a Grandmaster. No need, it's only at the Zhongshu level, it can't hurt me yet. However, Xiaohan smiled faintly and rejected Lostar's good intentions.
Lostar's face instantly changed. Hiss. Such a young sect master level powerhouse? How was this possible?
Lostar looked at Xiaohan in disbelief, knowing that they came with a combat power analyzer similar to the one in Dragon Ball, which could not only analyze combat power but also age and even physical condition.
Xiaohan had hidden his breath and naturally couldn't detect his combat power, but he couldn't hide his age.
Xiaohan didn't care about Lostar's horror, but directly took big steps towards the outside of the airship.
Buzz. As a wave of fluctuations swept over Xiaohan, these fluctuations were instantly absorbed completely by Xiaohan's body.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the radiant energy.
Upgrade Point 1. Chapter 84, Give me 10,000 Spirit Stones. Upgrade Point 2. Ding, Upgrade Point 2. Ding, Upgrade Point 3.
One system beep after another appeared in Xiaohan's mind.
And these beeps were 2 points a second, 1 point a second and even 3 points a second. Radiant energy?
No wonder even the Grandmaster level is difficult to withstand, so it is so strong. Xiaohan was looking at the countless radiant energies rushing towards his body with the corners of his mouth rising slightly. To be honest, he wished that this energy was a bit more massive. After all, the speed of this upgrade point was already about twice as fast as the speed of his own upgrade using lightning power.
Sir, if you are definitely in some discomfort, be sure to let me know.
Lostar glanced at Xiaohan, who froze for a moment, then hurriedly said. To put it bluntly, this pussy still didn't believe that Xiaohan could possess the strength of a Grandmaster level. One must know that even if the civilization level was no matter how high, racial talent was always limited. There were no more than 2 geniuses in the entire Snorland Starfield who could become a Zhongshu level at Xiaohan's age. And the only one was still the strongest person in the star domain, the Snorland Emperor.
No harm done, let's go.
Xiaohan smiled, and then a trace of true essence power instantly emanated from his body, lifting his entire body up towards the front. This time, Lostar finally believed that only at the level of a Grandmaster could one fly through the air. Xiaohan, who was so relaxed right now, was definitely a Zhongshu level powerhouse.
Mr. Xiaohan.
Moreover, the gravity of this planet was more than 10 times that of an ordinary planet.
Lostar hurriedly followed.
Sir, what do you need to purchase? I can prepare it for you.
Lostar asked to Xiaohan curiously. Also,
I want to procure a batch of spirit stones, or some high-energy items similar to spirit stones. Xiaohan nodded his head. Yes, it was always impossible for him to find it faster than such a so-called senior supervisor of the foreign teaching department.
Spirit stones? Okay, may I ask how much amount does sir need? Lostar asked curiously. Naturally, the more the better. Preferably above 10,000.
Xiaohan smiled faintly. The amount of spirit stones, although the production of an ordinary planet altogether for 1,000 years would only be around 1,000. But it can't be helped that this is a trading center. The number of planets under his command is high.
Air. 10,000.
However, Lostar was confused. This number, although it is only inferior spirit stone, but what is a spirit stone? That is the core part of a planet's spirit vein. Each one is incomparably precious, and 10,000, if there is no great master level of wealth, I'm afraid I can't afford to buy it. That's right, it's 10,000. You contact the seller for me first, and I'll prepare the money afterward.
Xiaohan naturally knew what the other party was thinking. Isn't he afraid that he can't afford it? Not to mention, Xiaohan really can't afford it. After all, he didn't have a dime right now.
However, Xiaohan, who had already elevated his pill refining skill to the top of the Xian rank, was not vain at all. Money or something, he would be able to get it himself soon. If Lostar knew Xiaohan's thoughts, he was afraid that he would be wronged to death, because there was not much of a market for lower-grade spirit stones, although they were precious, but it was incredibly difficult to absorb the aura within them, and it was not much faster than one's own cultivation.
Procurement of so many, is it want to pave the floor tiles?
As for Xiaohan cannot afford to buy, this point he never doubt, a Kenrighty-class airship at the same time have more than 10 years old on the great master level strength, the race is certainly incomparably large, this kind of young man rich a match. Yes, please wait, I will place the order for you right away. Lostar respectfully said to Xiaohan. Well, that would be troublesome, by the way I have some leftover elixirs here, please help me out. Since the source of spirit stones was there, then there must be enough money. Xiaohan directly pulled out a porcelain bottle from his pocket.
Lostar was stunned, using the leftover elixir?
He then opened the bottle in confusion. However, the next moment, the fragrance of the elixir inside the bottle instantly made his face change dramatically.
Zone breaking pill? This was the zone breaking pill. Zone Breaking Pill, a Xian rank advanced elixir. Each one of them could allow a person at the innate limit to break through to the Zone Master level. It could be said that this type of elixir was definitely the most sought after. Because the innate limit to the sovereign level doesn't just mean great strength, but also a lifespan of close to 500 years. As long as it comes out, countless people who have no hope of becoming a Zongsher will grab it. The price is definitely comparable to many of the top Xian class pills. Look carefully, this is the Great Zone Breaking Pill. However, Xiaohan's words instantly struck Lostar like a thunderbolt. Great Broken Pill? Lostar hurriedly used his analyzer to start analyzing it. Drops of analysis results. Great Broken Pill, low grade. Using one of these pills will allow a Grandmaster to break through to a Grandmaster. Color, perfect. Side effects, none. The Great Pill of Breakthrough. There are 3 more? And they're still of perfect grade. What kind of concept is this? It means that the person who made this pill is at least a high-level Earth rank. Even a 6th rank civilization, not to mention a 4th rank civilization, would have to treat such a noble alchemist with respect. Sir, are you sure you want to sell these 3 pills? Lostar took a deep breath and spoke gruffly to Xiaohan. These 3 pills meant 3 Grandmaster level powerhouses. Although they were a 4-star civilization but excluding one of the strongest people, the sky-breaking level Snorlan Emperor, the other strongest people were at the peak of Grandmaster. In other words, 3 pills could produce 3 large families that were famous within the star domain, and the family rankings could enter at least 200. Its value was much higher. Aha! Let's do it! You can estimate how much galaxy coins it's worth. Xiaohan said calmly. These 3 pills were upgraded after Xiaohan directly refined 3 Zongdan breaking pills. This was also the reason why Lostar had recognized the mistake in the beginning. The 3 pills had consumed 3.3 million upgrade points of Xiaohan. It directly emptied all of Xiaohan's inventory. However, if he could buy 10,000 spirit stones, the upgrade points would instantly reach 10 million, and Xiaohan would still be able to calculate this account. Xiaohan's so-called galaxy coins were naturally the common currency in the Milky Way. However, under the galactic coins, there are also star coins. A star coin is equivalent to 10,000 renminbi according to its purchasing power, while the galaxy coin is equivalent to 100 million star coins. Respectfully, my lord, the price of a normal Earth rank low-grade elixir is usually around 10,000 galactic coins, but this is the perfect level elixir that needs to be raised 3 times. At the same time, the difficulty of refining the Grandmaster's pills as well as the degree of preciousness will have to raise the price by another 3 times, which means that the price of each one can reach 100,000 galactic coins, but of course if you don't mind the trouble, my lord, we can completely auction it off. At that time, the price should be able to increase by another 20-30%. Lostar respectfully spoke to Xiaohan. How much is a lower grade spirit stone? Xiaohan asked. A lower grade spirit stone is 10 galactic coins. Lostar said respectfully. So that's 30,000 spirit stones? Recycle it directly, no need to auction it off. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. Then he directly said. Chapter 85, Upgrade Points Skyrocket. 30 million upgrade points. Xiaohan's 3 great clan breaking pills were instantly killed in seconds once they were sold. At the same time, the executives of the dozens of living planets within the entire starfield were all eagerly trying to inquire about the person who made the sale. These family heads were all considered first-class families in this starfield, but what was missing from the top families was a sufficient number of great masters. In this universe only a Grand Master level or above could form a fighting force, or else they couldn't even fly out of the planet. And just as Xiaohan waited for the spirit stones to be delivered, in the middle of a planet within the starfield. Did you find out? The people from the Ministry of Foreign Education or not? At the top of a building and its luxury. An old man with an icy face said to a middle-aged man under his command. Yes, master, we have already sent a lot of gifts, but the Ministry of Foreign Education those people softly but not hard to say the information of the person who sells pills. The big man was a 5-star sect master, while the old man was a peak sect master powerhouse. Above the level of Zongsher will be divided into 1 star to 10 stars, 10 stars is the peak. The division of strength is a little more precise. Humph. That low-star kid is putting me down just because he has a grandmaster at his back. Although the old man wasn't very strong, his family was a genuine and powerful family ranked in the top 50. He had snatched one of the 3 great clan breaking dawn that were sold earlier, but he was not satisfied and wanted to find the person who sold the dawn. As long as he found that person and drew him in, and took control of the source of the pills, then together with him becoming a grandmaster, under the combination, his family's strength could definitely become a top 10 great family. Such a chance to soar to the heavens was not just for him, it was for many clans. However, right at this moment, the heads of these families received a message at the same time. What? The person who sold the elixir was returning to leave the starfield the day after tomorrow? The old man stood up fiercely. If this message was correct, it would mean that he could control Xiaohan's movements, thus stopping him in advance. At that time, obtaining the source of the elixir would be absolutely easy. Order, inquire if the source of the message is correct. All the family heads of all the great families gave the same order. If it was correct, Xiaohan was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get out of the Snorland starfield this time. Carl, has the news been distributed? In the phantom ship, Xiaohan calmly said to Carl. Yes, master, according to your order, all the messages have been distributed. Carl respectfully said to Xiaohan. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll prepare myself to meet these lovely mobile upgrade points. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. His purpose was very simple. It was important to know that it was impossible to fight within the starfield, and if a fight broke out, it would be blacklisted by all the trading hubs within the Milky Way, and if you wanted to enter the trading hubs in the future, you could only spend a huge amount of money to eliminate the blacklist. Although Xiaohan is not afraid of news leaks after all, there is Carl, but Carl can only block a moment, cannot block a world, and the starfield is within the level of the broken air super strong. Now Xiaohan wants to go against the broken air, that is to come to the 300 million upgrade points are not enough. Because after reaching the Grand Master, the difference between each level was 1,000 times. This was also the reason why Carl had previously said that he just couldn't upgrade Xiaohan to the Skybreaker level even if he exhausted the resources of the entire planet. However, since these people from the great families had been wanting news about themselves, Xiaohan naturally wouldn't let them go home disappointed. The drop had a guest visiting. And just then, a silhouette appeared outside Xiaohan's airship. It had finally arrived. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. Then he ordered Carl to directly open the hatch. Respected Mr. Xiaohan, we meet again. Lostar smiled and spoke to Xiaohan. Yes, I've brought everything I wanted? Xiaohan smiled faintly. After striking out with 3 perfect grade great broken Zongdan, Xiaohan's galaxy coins were directly raised to 300,000 coins. All of these galaxy coins were transferred by Xiaohan to buy a lot of spirit stones. 1. Mr. Xiaohan, this is the 30,000 spirit stones you asked for, because the quantity is really a bit large, so we almost emptied out the entire Starfield's inventory to gather this many spirit stones. Lostar smiled and placed a huge box in front of Xiaohan. 30,000 spirit stones, that was the equivalent of collecting all the inventory of 30 planets with spiritual chi within 1,000 years. It was important to realize that planets with auras basically had life. And there were only dozens of planets with life in the entire Snorland starfield. Tough luck to you guys. Xiaohan smiled faintly. Buying things at these trading centers is just convenient. In addition, this is the herbs you asked for. Since they are all low-level herbs, we at the trading center are giving them to Mr. Xiaohan as a gift. At the same time, behind Lostar there were dozens of martial artists carrying huge boxes of medicinal herbs. Then, thank you very much. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. These herbs were all prepared for him to use later to upgrade and refine pills. In fact, the herbs for many pills were very simple, only that the herbs were not old enough. But Xiaohan's system was just enough to solve this problem. After sending off Lostar and his group, Xiaohan glanced at the distance thoughtfully. I can't believe I'm being followed, but it's good that you guys won't be absent if you know that I'm really here. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment, he directly closed the hatch. Xiaohan then directly opened the spirit storage box that was filled with 30,000 spirit stones. Ding, found energy. Is the spiritual energy absorbed? The system's beep also reached Xiaohan's mind in an instant. Absorb all of it. Xiaohan didn't hesitate to directly order it. Boom. And as Xiaohan's voice fell, 30,000 aura rays instantly surged towards Xiaohan. The terrifying aura directly enveloped Xiaohan's entire body. Ding, upgrade points 1200. Ding, upgrade point 1100. Ding, upgrade points 1300. Ding, upgrade points 1100. A loud system beep frantically echoed in Xiaohan's mind. And Xiaohan's upgrade points were also increasing by leaps and bounds. 30,000 spirit stones would mean more than 30 million upgrade points. Such a large amount of upgrade points consumed Xiaohan for more than an hour before it was all absorbed. As expected, the speed of absorbing spiritual chi was the fastest. 1 second could actually absorb a full 10,000 upgrade points. Xiaohan looked at his upgrade point balance with satisfaction. Ding, the total number of upgrade points. More than 30 million upgrade points. If all of them were used, it would be enough to increase Xiaohan's power by more than 10 times. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly as he looked beyond the airship. System, give all 3 of my attributes an upgrade to 10 million points. With Xiaohan's order, a huge amount of energy instantly surged into Xiaohan's body. Chapter 86, End of Novice Mode, Level Normalization. Boom. A roar like thunder echoed through Xiaohan's body. On the other hand, Carl on the side was shocked, because in his detector Xiaohan's physical strength was rising rapidly. It was the power of the soul that was also starting to climb at a rapid pace. The terrifying speed of the enhancement made Carl think that his intelligent life was not dreaming. And this enhancement had lasted for more than an hour before it slowly came to an end. Xiaohan's original aura was directly boosted by tens of times. Boom! As the aura on Xiaohan's body instantly erupted, the entire E-class spaceship was instantly shaken by this terrifying aura to the point that it couldn't stop trembling. A trace of cracks actually appeared on top of the airship, and it was only because the airship hastily made protective mechanisms that it wasn't torn apart by this force. Hiss. How can this be possible? An E-class ship can withstand the attacks of a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. What level of strength has the Master reached? Carl couldn't believe it as he looked at Xiao Han, whose body was glowing with a hint of silver. His true chi turned silver, which meant that Xiao Han's strength had increased to the Grandmaster realm. And looking at the degree of silver in the color of Xiao Han's true chi, it should have reached the 4-star Grandmaster level. And it wasn't even an ordinary 4-star Grandmaster. More than 10 million physical strength, the Master's power had actually increased by so much. Carl was a little disbelieving, but with the facts in front of him, there was no way for him not to believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the realm of a Grandmaster. The system ends the novice mode. However, right at this moment, a system beep was transmitted to Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han snapped his eyes open, and a hot flame power flickered from within his eyes. System, what is the meaning of novice mode? Xiao Han asked directly to the system. Ding! Novice mode is just to allow the host to better use the system, so the system after upgrading the use of 12 this method to indicate the strength of skills, items. It is also to make it easier for the host to memorize. Now that the host has been exposed to the classification of the martial arts, all items will be graded in strict accordance with the external classification of items. Other than this point, the rest did not change. The system's words caused Xiao Han to nod at once. I see, but system, you said that the novice mode was considered to make it easier for me to memorize, are you damn sure? Xiao Han still remembered his own skills. What 1, what plus 8? The final level is actually the same. Xiao Han's head is messed up. Now the system is still shamelessly saying that the previous kind is convenient to memorize? Ding! Okay. However, Xiao Han was completely helpless against the system that was talking nonsense with its eyes open. In that case, let's call up the new attribute table. I'd like to see what's changed. Xiao Han's eyes flashed as he directly spoke to the system. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial realm, Grandmaster, 4 stars. Power, True Yuan power, first turn 0.3 million, bonus strength, 3000. Occupation, Xian rank top pharmacist, 0.3 million, Xian rank intermediate formation master, 0.3 million. Flesh, 10 million. Speed, 10 million. Soul, 10 million. Technique, Dragon Slashing, decrease spirit rank, Patriarch elementary, 0.3 million. Combat skill, Blade technique, Grandmaster elementary, 0.3 million. Skills, Pai Yun Palm mortal rank, innate top, 0.1 million. Instantaneous shift earth rank, Patriarch elementary, 0.3 million. Hidden step mortal rank, innate top, 0.1 million. Heavenly fate divine calculation earth rank, innate top, 0.1 million. Talent, power of Inferno Grandmaster Junior, 0.3 million. Equipment, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor Spirit Grade, Xian rank low, 0.10 million. Blood Drinking Mad Sword Earth rank, Xian rank intermediate, 0.3 million. Brocade Pouch Spirit Grade, Xian rank low, 0.10 million. Upgrade points, 657-5400. Note, Cultivation Realm Technique Quality Level, Mortal. Spirit. Earth. Heaven. Equivalent to some of the white, green, blue, and so on. And the grade is divided by Cultivation Realm. For the same level, the higher the quality, naturally, the more terrifying the power, and a heavenly ranked quality martial skill can casually abuse a strong person 1 or 2 levels higher than oneself. Looking at his attribute table, Xiao Han was a bit baffled. This dog system didn't lie to me, it really got complicated. Xiao Han was speechless, but looking carefully, Xiao Han realized that it was countless times more refreshing than the previous one or LV1 or something like that. And there is also an additional quality division. At the same time, skills are also divided into 3 types of techniques, as well as combat skills and martial arts. This kind of division naturally allows Xiao Han to look at a glance to move. The original skills and weapons have quality, no wonder. A chopper is upgraded, then the blood drinking blood crazy knife is more horrible, also difficult to reach the point of blood drinking blood crazy knife. It turns out that the quality of the skill is in charge. Thinking about this, Xiao Han somewhat understood. But system, can you upgrade the quality of the item? Xiao Han asked curiously to the system. Ding! System cannot directly upgrade the quality of the item, but can be indirectly upgraded, like the airship under your feet, if according to the quality of the calculation, just equivalent to the mortal class airships, but after the system upgraded once after the tip of the sound to the mortal airships and the top of the goods, so he was just D-level, can be compared to the E-class airships. If it is upgraded a few more times, it can be upgraded to Spirit class, Earth class, or even Heaven class. The system's calm reply made Xiao Han realize. I see, no wonder after upgrading the system, the items not only became stronger but also more powerful than their counterparts. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was instantly excited. It seems that this system of his is still very bullish. But since this is the case, system, raise all my martial arts, techniques, dongfu and true essence power to the top level of Zongshi. Xiao Han calmly ordered to the system as to why he didn't raise it to Grand Master. There was no way, poor. With Xiao Han's order, a terrifying force around him began to converge towards Xiao Han.
In the next moment, a distinct strand of knowledge soared into Xiao Han's mind. Not only was it just knowledge, but Xiao Han's entire body seemed to have entered a space, and in this space Xiao Han began to skillfully practice all the martial arts and techniques he possessed. At the same time, the yen force stored in the sea of consciousness was also condensing at a rapid pace. Each time the strength of the condensation will be upgraded by 1 grade. Time passed rapidly in this space. 1 day, 10 days. 1 year and 10 years. In this mindless space Xiao Han had passed 100,000 years. However, as Xiao Han's eyes opened, he realized that only an instant of time had passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade of all skills. Upgrade points consumed, 4.1 million. With a system beep, Xiao Han's attribute table was refreshed.
There's still this much? Since that's the case, it's time to upgrade the strength of the true Qi once more, as well as the strength of the feats. Chapter 87, Grandmaster 4 stars. Fishing for law enforcement? Seeing that he still had 2 million upgrade points, Xiao Han wasn't prepared to keep them. After all, he was about to go to battle, so he naturally upgraded the 2 abilities he currently needed the most. In the next moment, the heat flow that had just fallen silent surged up again. The terrifying heat flowed rapidly in Xiao Han's flesh. The true essence power in Xiao Han's dantian began to compress at a rapid pace under the crushing force of this stream of heat. Twice as much. The same size of true essence power was compressed 10 times its size before that stream of heat finally disappeared slowly. Xiao Han also felt that his true elemental force became incomparably stronger, and the combat power he was able to exert directly became much stronger. At the same time, Xiao Han's dragon slashing decision was also finished upgrading.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade. Upgrade points consumed, 2 million. Attribute table.
Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial realm, Grand Master, 4 stars.
Power, True Yuan Power, 3rd turn 010000000000, additive strength 50 times. Occupation, Xian rank top pharmacist, 03 million Xian rank advanced formation master 01 million.
Flesh, 10 million.
Speed, 10 million.
Soul, 10 million.
Technique, Dragon Slaying Decree Spirit rank, Grandmaster lower rank, 010000000000. Combat skill, Blade Technique Grandmaster top level, 0100000000. Skills, Payan Palm Mortal Rank, Grandmaster Top, 010000000000. Instantaneous Shift Earth Rank, Grandmaster Top, 010000000000. Stealth Step Mortal Rank, Grandmaster Top, 010000000000. Heavenly Fate Divine Calculation Earth Rank, Grandmaster Top, 010000000000. Talent, Inflammation Power Spirit Rank, Grandmaster Top, 01 million. Equipment, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor Spirit Rank, Xian Rank Premium, 01 million. Blood Drinking Mad Sword Earth Rank, Xian Rank Premium, 01 million. Brocade Pouch Spirit Rank, Xian Rank Premium, 01 million. Upgrade points, 475400. Consuming a full 36 million upgrade points in one go made Xiao Han happy as hell. In fact, Xiao Han could have hit on Earth. Then wait for his strength to slowly increase. After all, there is the existence of the sun's own temporary energy is not to worry about. But with the system to absorb electrical energy, thermal energy, and even nuclear energy, the speed of the most is only 2 points a second. That is to say, 36 million to be a full 18 million. That's 10,000 hours. And after 10,000 hours, it's almost a year's time. And now Xiao Han out less than 10 days, get the upgrade points as a full 40 million. As for the danger, if Xiao Han didn't have enough certainty, how could he leave the Earth and head towards the cosmic stars? Carl, send out the message that I'll go back early and leave now. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. Half a day had already passed, and those who wanted to trade with themselves or those who wanted to take themselves captive or those who wanted to threaten themselves, since Xiao Han was already prepared, then Xiao Han would not stay here to waste time anymore. Point 1. Yes, Master, I have already spread the news to all the big clans. It is expected that there will be a ship waiting for Master's arrival outside the Snorland Starfield in half an hour. Carl respectfully said to Xiao Han. Very well, since it's so let's set sail. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. In the next moment, the airship slowly flew under Carl's control. On the other hand, the news of Xiao Han's departure from the Snorland Starfield had also reached the ears of the great clans in the Snorland Starfield. One after another, D-class airships departed from the Starfield in the direction of Xiao Han's location. Ancestor, those clans have gone after Mr. Xiao Han. Do we need to make any countermeasures? Toastal asked curiously as he stood in front of the Starfield's highest star chief. And he was also Toastal's. This was also the reason why Toastal was able to become the senior director of the Ministry of Foreign Education with the strength of a Zongshire level. Otherwise it would be impossible to have a Zongshire level powerhouse even if the position was just above a clerical position. But it couldn't be helped, who made his family's oldest ancestor the most powerful person other than the ruler Snoren.
These families were already crazy for wanting to be amongst the top 10 families to enter the top 10, and they didn't think about how powerful the background of someone who could use an E-class airship would be, and furthermore, this information was obviously distributed by Xiaohan. Toastal saw that his old ancestor didn't say anything, and then spat helplessly. You're still underestimating these families. They aren't that stupid. At most, they're just going to discuss cooperation. To really make a move, they wouldn't dare to do it if you gave them 10 guts. But think of it this way. This young man definitely has something in mind. The corners of the Star Chief's mouth rose slightly, and endless curiosity radiated from his eyes. Prepare the airship, I'll go and meet this young man as well. The corners of the Star Chief's mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment, he directly got up and ordered towards Tostar. Outside the Snorland starfield, a silver-colored airship slowly flew out of the protective range of the starfield. However, in the next moment, one airship after another appeared in the surroundings. Have they all finally arrived? But the number of people is a bit low. Shouldn't there be over 200 clans? There were only 100 airships. In the main control room, Xiaohan looked at the outside world and saw the corners of his mouth rise slightly as he looked at the airships parked in the void. Master, they all sent requests, wanting to form an alliance with Master and then monopolize the market for the Great Broken Sect pill of the attitude. Well, it's not bad. At this moment, Carl, who was on the side, said with a smile, I really don't know where these people get their self-confidence, actually thinking that they can control this kind of market. Even the royal family has not come to talk to me about this. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly, said disdainfully. In fact, they are not stupid, they all just came to explore the master's opinion. If the master does not agree, it seems that they can only leave. However, Carl was smiling and said, In other words, they won't make a move. Xiaohan froze. If that was the case, wouldn't he have come to wait for them for nothing? Theoretically, yes, but if the master said that you just accidentally picked up the airship and the elixir, there might be a portion of the family elders who might have a lustful desire to kill the master, regardless of the circumstances. After all, an E-class airship was worth a lot of money, and if they could get it, it would be enough to make them a top 10 family. However, Carl was the one who spoke out a ploy that made Xiaohan's eyes light up. Hang on, this method is good. When the time comes, I will be able to get these old things killed in name only. Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Just follow your method. Xiaohan smiled faintly. However, the next moment, all the old ancestors above the airships received a reply from Xiaohan. The general content was very simple, that is to say, Xiaohan summoned all of you actually wanted to sell a few other pills, and at the same time also implicitly mentioned up his own airships and pills were obtained somewhere. There was no more unable to cooperate with these families, so that they would forgive them. In the tone of voice, Xiaohan showed incomparable humility. At the same time, these messages are very implicitly mentioned. Like those who accidentally got a treasure and want to make a move. Come on, let's see those of you with more guts. Xiaohan looked at the family ship outside the airship with an evil gaze. Chapter 88. A knife to kill more than a dozen great master powerhouses. Old Ancestor analyzed. From his words there were indeed some doubts, such as the fact that he didn't know the names of those powerful races. And the incomparable eagerness to get his hands on the money, all of which were enough to show that he really just got the wealth by accident. In the middle of a D-class airship, the light in Thoth's eyes grew stronger as he listened to the analysis of his family's scion. I told you, how could a son of a big family with an E-class airship come here just to buy a little bit of lower-grade spirit stones that don't have much use? There's definitely a problem in it. The corners of Thoth's mouth rose slightly. If that was true, it would also mean that it would be possible to get more than just a small monopoly on the Great Broken Clan Dan. From the meaning in Xiaohan's words, it could be analyzed that there were quite a few E-class airships in the place where Xiaohan got the airship elixir, although they might all be broken, but even the broken ones were still worth several times more than the ordinary D-class airships. That is to say, as long as their family got the address of the location of this airship, in the future, not to mention becoming one of the top 10 families, it would be possible for them to become the most powerful family under the royal family. Pass the order down, prepare to attack. A trace of ferocity flashed in Thoth's eyes, and then he directly ordered. The same scene was playing out in the surrounding nearly 100 airships. Of course there were also a few airships that wimped out, and then just expressed their hearts of wanting to buy the elixir. Boom! However, right at this moment, the first D-class airship moved. The D-class turrets were instantly erupting with terrifying attacks, instantly blasting over towards the airship Xiaohan was in. Boom! Immediately after that, the 100 airships were all unable to hold back, and all of them erupted with terrifying attacks towards Xiaohan. Even an E-class ship would be scrapped if it was hit by the terrifying attacks. Of course, it was only scrapped, not beyond repair. Inferno shield. However, just as a pillar of light was about to blast at Xiaohan's airship, with a calm voice, a shield made of terrifying flame elements instantly enveloped the airship. Boom! As the attack hit the shield, a series of booms instantly spread throughout the starry sky. It was important to know that it was impossible to spread sound in the starry sky, but as long as one's power reached a certain level, which was the Grandmaster level, at that time, they would be able to make the surrounding space tremble slightly with their powerful force, and they would then be able to spread sound. And the attacks of these D-class ships were also at the level of Grandmaster. Thus, it was enough to make the surrounding starry space erupt with a roar. TSK. However, just then a mocking sound came out from the void. The faces of all the airship ancestors who heard this mocking voice changed slightly. Impossible, just an E-class airship was sneak attacked by so many of our D-class airships, how can it still be alive? These family ancestors led the family elites to look at the sea of fire outside the airship, and their faces slowly became heavy. You have to know that now they are facing a strength of a horrible E-level ship, if the other side counterattack, the presence of a family fleet, but to lose at least 10. No one wanted to die. So they chose to sneak attack. However, the result didn't seem to be as simple as they had imagined. I didn't expect you Fourth Order Civilization family elders are so bold that you even dare to make a move on a me that has an E-class ship. And right after the flames dispersed, only Xiao Han's figure appeared in the void. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was emanating a terrifying strand of flame power. This strand of flame power was like a fire dragon enveloping the surrounding hundreds of kilometers in a sea of fire. Drops of energy intensity for Star Grandmaster. Drops of energy intensity for Star Grandmaster. A sound of alarm spread through every ship, yet everyone breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the realistic combat power values above the battle meter. Humph! But it's just a 4-star Grandmaster, actually so rampant. A family ancestor snorted coldly. Since he had already made his move, it was no longer that important whether Xiao Han was a member of a great race or not. The big deal was to become an interstellar wanderer, but if Xiao Han didn't die now, it would be them who would die. Once again, all the ships unanimously launched their most powerful attacks. And this time, the target was no longer the previous ship but the current Xiao Han. Boom! With a terrifying roar, the turrets carried by the airships instantly erupted. A pillar of light instantly came towards Xiao Han. Humph! Unconscionable! Xiao Han coldly snorted. The next moment Xiao Han's right hand slightly trembled. The blood-drinking wild knife instantly appeared in his hand. Xiao Han then placed his foot a little and slashed out towards the hundreds of light pillars. In an instant, a tens of thousands of meters long blade aura instantly erupted from the tip of the blade. The blood-red blade aura instantly cut through hundreds of light pillars. Boom! Immediately afterward, a series of booming sounds once again resounded throughout the starry sky. In the next moment, Xiao Han's voice rushed out of the sea of fire that even they could not resist amidst the horrified gazes of a group of family elders. Not good, this kid's strength is far more than a 4-star Grandmaster. All of you old friends, help me to kill this person. A red-haired old man at the head of the group roared out in a low voice as he saw this with an ugly expression on his face. His low shout instantly spread throughout this starry sky. I'll come to assist you. I will also come. And the old man. At this moment, in the face of Xiao Han, whose strength was unknown, all the family veterans present instantly united their front. It was important to realize that none of the family ancestors who dared to come here were strong at the Grand Master level. One by one, they directly rushed out and tried to resist Xiao Han's attack. Red Gold Chop. Berserk Lion Fist. Fire Woe. One harsh cry after another erupted from the mouth of a family ancestor. One had to know that if every Grand Master level powerhouse fought, it was possible for an asteroid to be destroyed. And there were more than 100 Grand Master level super powerhouses here. All of them instantly erupted with the most powerful attacks. The space around them began to tremble uncontrollably. Humph! Self-importance. Xiao Han let out a low drink that instantly erupted. The next moment, the long knife in his right hand slashed out. A blood-colored blade aura that was even more terrifying than before exploded. At the same time, Xiao Han's left hand slapped out with a palm. Roar! In the next instant, a roaring fire dragon roared towards the front directly from within Xiao Han's right hand. The fire dragon instantly crossed over the blood-colored blade awnings to directly collide with 100 attacks that were enough to destroy a planet. The flames in the sky directly enveloped the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. And in the midst of the sea of flames, that one saber on flashed away. Put! More than a dozen Grandmaster-level powerhouses were instantly swept by the blade on that suddenly rushed out, and were directly cut off at the waist. In an instant, everyone who had thought that their own old ancestor was sure to win froze. Chapter 89, Silver War God. Kasrath. Dead. Dead. One by one, they looked in disbelief at the more than a dozen Grandmaster-level powerhouses floating in the void in the distance who were already dead. It was the Star Chief who was hiding in the shadows who instantly stood up from atop the airship seat. From the moment Xiao Han erupted with the strength of a Grandmaster, he knew that something big had happened. Such a genius character, that is, the Sixth Order civilization could not be cultivated, but knowing that the matter has come to this point cannot be satisfactorily resolved, he can only pray that these stupid hangers can realize the seriousness of the matter, will be all the evidence of the existence of Xiao Han, erase. However, it had only taken a few seconds for more than a dozen great masters to die. Moreover, there were Grand Masters with more than 6 or 7 stars within these Grand Masters. The most powerful of these people's physical strength had reached 30 to 40 million Ah. Yet they were instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy.
Ding, 100,000 upgrade points.
Ding, 200,000 upgrade points. Ding, 200,000 upgrade points. Ding, 2 million upgrade points.
As Xiaohan instantly killed more than a dozen Grandmaster level powerhouses, Xiaohan's upgrade points also rose crazily. With just this, a full 8 million or so upgrade points had risen. It was important to realize that the system could absorb the life energy of the opponent to form upgrade points. The number of upgrade points was generally 1/20th of the opponent's physical value. And those who gave Xiaohan 2 million, 3 million upgrade points at a time, their own physical value definitely reached a horrifying 40 million, 60 million. However, in front of Xiaohan, this kind of strong person can be killed in seconds with just one slash.
Days? You're going to die yourself, and you're still in the mood to care about others?
Looking at those old men who were scared, Xiaohan smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth, and in the next moment, his feet instantly disappeared in the same place. Appearing again had already arrived behind several Grandmaster powerhouses.
Drink!
After Xiaohan let out a stern cry, a sword once again chopped out.
Another 7 or 8 Great Master level powerhouses were instantly seconded. Dead again? Damn it, everyone all together, attack that kid when you see him.
I don't believe that a kid who doesn't even have all his teeth can be so wild. To be honest, these great masters are afraid to know their battle instrument has a real-time tracking function, but now facing Xiaohan this function is completely useless. This was because Xiaohan, who possessed Earth rank skills, was completely beyond the ability of these battle instruments to track.
Puff! Another sound of a knife entering the body came, and the next moment an old man's head shot up into the sky. Poof!
However, before they could react, 3 more heads were chopped off with a single slash. Blood directly dyed one of the individual bodies around them red. To be honest, which one of these great patriarch powerhouses did not have the blood of over tens of thousands of people stained on their hands? After all, the lifespan of a Grandmaster powerhouse of 5,000 years was not something to be taken lightly.
5,000 years of time to kill a little more seriously as 10 million people have been eliminated. However, now they were beginning to be afraid after seeing people of their own level being killed one by one. This was perhaps the fear of the inferior to the superior.
Poof! One after another, blood rays rose to the sky. Every blood light that rose to the sky meant that a Grandmaster was instantly killed. As Xiaohan killed a full 60 to 70 Grandmaster powerhouses one by one with his sword, the Zhongsher level present finally became afraid.
Quickly, run!
It'll be fine if we run back to the coverage area of the starfield.
Devil spirit, this kid is a devil spirit.
One after another Grandmaster powerhouse had a mental breakdown, and seeing that their own ancestors were actually scared to the point of crying out, those clan elites were also in a hurry, hastily launching their airships and rushing towards the coverage area of the Snorland starfield.
You want to run? Think I'm made of clay?
Xiaohan smiled disdainfully, and in the next moment, the soul power in his sea of consciousness began to surge madly.
Hum.
A cold hum carrying endless soul power instantly blasted in the minds of everyone present.
Put.
The remaining 30 or so clan ancestors instantly spewed out a large mouthful of silver-colored blood. Their complexions instantly shriveled several times after the blood spilled. However, they had suffered a heavy blow to their spirit just above, yet the 100 family sons and daughters present had their souls directly destroyed by Xiaohan's cold snort. The airship without human control suddenly flew around like a drunk driver. This move is really not good, headache is dead. Xiaohan also rubbed his temples helplessly. Although this move had horrifying killing power and was a wide-range attack, using it was incredibly draining of mental energy. After all, Xiaohan didn't have a lot of techniques on how to use this, and could only rely on the brute force of the spirit. Seeing Xiaohan's agonized head, the dozens of great master powerhouses who had suffered a heavy blow to their spirit were overjoyed, and then they hurriedly urged their entire body to start running away.
That's right, it was running away. As for going back to fight with Xiaohan? They weren't crazy yet, they naturally knew that the current Xiaohan was just equivalent to a fever and cold. How can you expect an ordinary person to hammer a Superman with a cold to death with his fists? However, looking at the fleeing crowd, Xiaohan smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, a flying dagger condensed with the power of inflammation instantly appeared in Xiaohan's right hand. You want to run? You think I'm just a decoration?
With a cold snort, Xiaohan's right hand instantly swung, and dozens of flying daggers with the power of heat instantly shot out from his hand. The flying daggers traced a path of red light in the void. These rays of light instantly passed through the void and shot directly towards the fleeing Grandmasters. From the aura emanating from above the Inferno force, it was foreseeable that as long as they were hit by the blast, none of them would be able to survive. Alas! Enough! However, right at this moment, a sigh came out from the void. The next moment a weapon on instantly cut through the void, and the next moment, dozens of Xiaohan's flying daggers transformed into Inferno were instantly chopped by the sword on into flaming points of light in the sky. And underneath the points of light, slowly flew out an old man holding a long silver weapon with a silver battle armor. And after seeing the weapon-wielding old man, the several great masters who had originally fled early actually stopped with a shocked face. The chief star chief of the military. The silver-colored war god. Kasrath.
The Chief Star Commander had struck. Ha, the old immortal finally doesn't have to die. The Silver God of War is a terrifying being who is said to have destroyed a third-order civilization. He is also the most powerful being in the entire civilization, except for the Snorlan Emperor. Although his realm is only 10 stars, it is said that even a sky-breaking powerhouse cannot kill him. With such a strong person present, they don't have to die. Humph. However, right at this moment, Kasrith let out a cold snort, and in the next moment he instantly swept his silver-colored long weapon within his right hand. A silver weapon instantly blasted towards the 30 or so celebratory-faced great masters. Chapter 90 Galactic Genius Battle. Hoof. However, right at this moment, Kasrith let out a cold snort, and in the next moment, the silver-colored long weapon in his right hand instantly swept. A silver-colored weapon instantly blasted towards the 30 or so celebratory-faced great masters. Boom. In the next instant, this terrifying weapon instantly exploded into countless tiny weapon intent. Poof. In an instant, the countless weapons blasted the only remaining 30 or so grandmaster powerhouses present into sieves. This old man, he's so handsome. Looking at the old man in silver battle armor, Xiao Han slightly sighed with emotion. As for why the other party was blasting all of these grandmasters to death, Xiao Han was not interested at all. Your Excellency is Xiao Han, little friend, right? The corners of Kasrith's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Xiao Han. So what if you are? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. This old man is not easy to deal with, because Xiao actually found out that the other party possesses weapon law skills and is as high as the Grandmaster level, coupled with the fact that the other party's realm is a 10-star Grandmaster, which means that the other party's physical strength is more than 50 times that of Xiao Han. Note, the difference in power between the Grandmaster realm and the Skybreaking realm is 1,000 times. After all, they are all martial artists who are heading towards the stars, and the power value of a 1-star Grandmaster is 1 million, 2-star 2 million, 3-star 4 million, 4-star is 8 million, all the way up to the 10-star 512 million, and if it is upgraded to the Skybreaking is just over a billion in power value. Before those family ancestors, although the strength of the weapon is powerful, some are even also reached hundreds of millions of power value, but after that the true essence strength of 3 turns at the same time embracing the sword technique Xiao Han is enough to crush them. And now, this old man, although the strength of true essence is still 1 turn, but his weapon law skill has reached the peak of the terrifying Sec Master. That is, the same realm as Xiao Han. Combined with 50 times the physical strength, if he just got up, Xiao Han could only use blood rage. I am the old ancestor of Slodhar. That kid said that little friend's strength is incomparably strong, so his hand is a little itchy, so he wants to come and try. Unfortunately, just came to see these unprofitable things are offending your excellency. Please don't be angry, little friend. Kasrith smiled slightly apologetically and said to Xiao Han. And as he shot out to kill these people, he actually wanted to express his apology in person. Because, from the time Xiao Han had erupted his own terrifying combat power, he knew that Xiao Han, even if he wasn't a dignitary of some great race, he was definitely a disciple of some super powerhouse, or else it would be absolutely impossible to teach such a gifted teenager. Therefore, Xiao Han absolutely could not afford to be offended. Oh? Fighting? I'm not interested. Unless you make some kind of prize or something. Xiao Han heard the words of the other side, was speechless. He is not a fighting maniac, you say. I just won't be able to kill you. Can't kill you. What do I bother to do? I can't kill you. What am I bothering with? However, when he heard Xiao Han's words, Kasrith was immediately baffled. Xiao Han was actually not the kind of fighting maniac in his imagination. How could he lure those little cuties if he wasn't a fighting maniac? He was not aware that Xiao Han was only a maniac, and that he was not a maniac, but a maniac. Of course, he didn't know that Xiao Han only wanted to hammer them to death. It wasn't like fighting them. Aha! In that case, it's the old man's offense. Kasrith looked at Xiao Han helplessly. Since the other party didn't want to fight with him, he couldn't just charge up directly. If he won, he might get the other party to find his parents to exterminate him, and if he lost, what to do if he got screwed over by Xiao Han? By the way, old man, since you are the ancestor of the Lostar family, I wonder if you can get some more spirit stones over here. I happen to have quite a few materials, pills and weapons here ready to go out. Xiao Han had scavenged quite a few good things from the hands of those 100 or so dead old ancestors. Naturally, he wanted to strike these things out. After all, what he could get after striking out was his own. Kasrith was speechless at once. Xiao Han, this kid had killed his own Starfield's people, and actually wanted to sell back the trophies. Wasn't this bullying people too much? Unable to do anything, Kasrith finally agreed to Xiao Han's deal, and eventually bought them all back at market price. Xiao Han, on the other hand, took 5 million galactic coins with him and left the Snorlan Starfield on a spaceship. Kasrith, on the other hand, resold it for a higher price. Both of them had made a lot of money. System, how many upgrade points do I have now? Above the airship, Xiao Han calmly asked the system. Ding, total upgrade points, 325 million. A system beep sounded and came along with it, while Xiao Han took a look and actually had so many upgrade points when the corner of his mouth rose slightly. More than 300 million upgrade points. I wonder if I can raise my strength by a notch. But before that, Xiao Han still had some things to ask Carl. Carl, where exactly can I find the access device for the virtual universe world you mentioned before? Xiaohan had always been a little curious about the virtual universe that Carl had spoken of. It was said that it was a powerful network that linked billions of star fields in the universe. It was only that it was incredibly difficult to purchase an access device. At least Xiaohan didn't have one when he looked at the Snorland Starfield, the trading hub. Master, you've underestimated the virtual universe. The Milky Way is insignificant in the entire universe. Wanting to obtain the virtual universe accessor, he was afraid that only the royal family of those most powerful of those races would be qualified to use it. And he was only the lowest level of power when he entered the virtual universe. The reason why the Atlantis civilization developed so fast was because it unintentionally obtained an accessor, and that was why it was exterminated by several major races. Carl said here some helpless, to say that success is also the access device, defeat is also the access device. Atlantis civilization, if the good development, 30 million years of time, can also be among the top of the fifth order civilization. Although it is countless times slower, but it is not as bad as being exterminated. So troublesome? Then how am I going to find an accessor? Is it hard to wait for me to go to another galaxy? Xiaohan was a bit helpless. From the division of cosmic galactic forces, the entire Milky Way galaxy added up to just a relatively remote intermediate galaxy. And above there are advanced galaxies, and advanced galaxies contain like the Milky Way. Such galaxies are hundreds of trillions of galaxies. To wait for Xiaohan to go to a galaxy that can be purchased to the access device, not to mention whether there is enough money, on the distance alone, with the current speed of the ship, is afraid to fly to the end of the world. No need. Master, do you know that the Galactic Genius Battle? However, right at this moment, Carl was slightly smiling. Galactic Genius Battle? What is that thing? Xiaohan was a little curious. Galactic Genius Battle is the entire galaxy by the 10 major races jointly initiated a tournament, originally wanted to compete between the various major races of the young generation strength situation, but later slowly developed into the entire galaxy's largest tournament. The information I got from the Snorland Starfield shows that the tournament has continued until now, and is still held once every 1,000 years. And there is only one criterion for the tournament. That is, all youngsters under the age of 500. As long as they go to the competition location at the opening time of the tournament, they can participate. The purpose was also to select some talented youngsters to inject new blood into the 10 races. When Carl said this, Xiaohan naturally understood a little. The entire galaxy is going? How many upgrade points should there be if they were all killed? Chapter 91, Cosmic Pirates. Kill wildly. Xiaohan's words would definitely scare Carl to death if he knew. Kill all of them? There are hundreds of millions of gifted youngsters, can you kill them all? Xiaohan's words would have scared Carl to death if he knew. That's right, as long as the master participated in the tournament will have the opportunity to contact the royal family and then get a virtual universe access device, is not simple and cozy, but nevertheless. At that time, we are going to have to die in the waves. Carl said here slightly excited. To be honest, being hunted down, he was never afraid. 30 million years, he actually saw a trace of hope for revenge. To know the loss of a royal family for the 10 races of this level 6 civilization than the loss of a subordinate level 5 civilization to the damage is even greater. Wandering in death? Hey, isn't it just being chased? Counter-killing won't be enough. However, it was still necessary to be prepared for everything. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly, and Carl's suggestion naturally satisfied him. After all, hundreds of millions of talented youngsters, no matter what, after 500 years, they were all at least at the Zhongshe level, right? Although it was impossible to kill all of them, it was always possible to kill 1% of them. When the time came to obtain a few billion tens of billions of upgrade points was not easy and enjoyable? But only once in 1,000 years. When is the next time? Xiaohan asked suspiciously. If you have to wait a few years, then also play the wool. Hey, Master, this time we have come to the right time. A month later is the time of the competition, but with our speed a month cannot arrive, so please Master again upgrade the ship. Carl said here some embarrassment. There is still a month will be held, but this year's location is in the center of the galaxy. If according to common sense, just once upgraded the D-class ship is absolutely cannot catch up. Not to mention a month or even 10 years may not be able to reach. Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Just 1 month would not be bad. The next moment, Xiaohan directly communicated with System 1. Upgrade the airship. Xiaohan directly said to the system. Ding started upgrading the airship. Directly upgrading 3 times. With a system beep, the entirety of the airship began to change at a rapid pace. The entire cabin of the airship slowly began to expand. The original size of tens of kilometers directly reached 100 kilometers. The fuselage also became incomparably smooth. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade. Total consumption of upgrade points, 111 million. Phantom Shadow Ship. Grade, D-Class Top. Quality, Spirit Rank. Speed, 10 billion. Defense, 10 billion. Main gun power, 10 billion. Next upgrade consumption, 1 billion.
Remarks, the speed and defense power of the Phantom ship, which has been upgraded to the Spirit class, has reached the medium level of Class E. At the same time, the weapon damage value has also reached the corresponding level. Looking at the attributes of the Phantom ship, Xiaohan nodded slightly. Before the upgrade, the Shadow ship's speed and defense were comparable, but it was only comparable. According to the numerical value, it should be about 900 million speed and defense. Therefore, in the appraisal, it would be regarded as an E-class ship, but an E-class ship was powerful enough to explode into a space-breaking level of power. Now, it had completely reached the speed of an E-class ship. The speed had increased by 11 times, along with the space jump speed also increasing by 11 times, which meant that the overall speed had increased by more than 100 times. Carl, how long will it take for the ship to arrive? Xiaohan asked directly to Carl. Master, according to the normal speed of the spaceship now, it will arrive in 2 months and 19 days, and if we don't take into account the wear and tear of the spaceship, it will arrive in 25 days. Carl excitedly said to Xiaohan. E-class airship although 30 million years ago, he had piloted tens of thousands of airships at the same time, but now it was different, because the times were different now, and to be able to pilot an E-class airship was already an incomparably happy thing. Very well. In that case, full speed ahead. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. As for the engine loss, it was just a small matter. It's just a big deal to fix it. The next moment the airship instantly disappeared into the starry sky. There is a group called cosmic pirates in the universe. Their target is naturally those passing ships. Boss, we found an E-class ship. But that ship is a bit strange, there is actually only one pilot. The maniac killing cosmic pirates is the largest pirate group in the surrounding galaxies. And just now, the maniac killed received a message from his own men. What, E-class ship you kid dare to see? Looking for death? Mad Kill is a 10-star master, strength, although not compared to the silver god of war Kasrith, but is also incomparably powerful. A hand of Mad Kill knife law so that passing through the merchant fleet is not trembling with fear of encountering the Madless Universe pirate group. An E-class airship so that there is also a breakthrough level of strong town even if there is no. E-class airships themselves are equipped with airship weapons is also incomparably powerful. Not a boss, with a ship as strange, seems to be the old type of transportation ship, and from the data displayed in the combat strength tester, the driver inside the strength is only the Great Master realm. After being scolded by his own boss, this Grand Master 7-star pirate helplessly told Berserkers all the information he had gotten. What? A Grand Master level pilot? Are you sure? Berserk Kill's face instantly changed. This kind of driver was definitely one of those great races of Dzongshire. But they were pirates, that is, if Xiaohan was the old man of the Yellow Emperor, they were not afraid. That is to say, a ship that they can seize at will is not far away in the neighborhood, just waiting for him to give the order to seize it. That's right, boss, in order not to make a mistake, I've personally gone to confirm it, although it may have alarmed the other party, but the other party seems to have no intention of accelerating the escape. The 7-star Grand Master level pirate hurriedly said. Then what are we waiting for? Prepare my ship to catch up at full speed. Maniac killing caricatured a laugh, an E-class airship equivalent to their savings of 1,000 years. As long as they robbed it, Xiaohan was one of the top 10 races. As long as they hid, they could still spend their days drinking. Anyway, it's not like they haven't robbed the children of the big families. Long ago ready boss, just waiting for you to give the word. Maniac Kill's follower hemmed and hawed and spoke smugly. Carl, are you sure they're coming back to chase me? Xiaohan, who was traveling at a normal speed inside the airship, curiously asked to Carl. Affirmative master, I've monitored that their airship has taken off, and the target is us. Carl smiled faintly. That's good, robbing pirates this program is not bad, give you credit. Xiaohan nodded with satisfaction. You know, flying amongst the stars can be very boring. Moreover, using electricity to raise one's eye upgrade points was already very slow. Xiaohan, who was used to tens of millions of points and hundreds of millions of upgrade points all at once, were to look at those hundreds of thousands of upgrade points only in a day. Therefore, Carl designed a route for Xiaohan, and this route just happened to pass some of the most powerful pirate groups nearby. Boom! However, right at this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly resounded throughout the airship. Chapter 92, A Battle Between Swordsmen. Boom! With a terrifying roar, Xiaohan's airship began to violently also shake. Boom! The next moment, another countless roars reached Xiaohan's mind. The entire airship shook violently amidst the roars. These people. They were really violent, using knives and weapons as soon as they came up. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment, his foot instantly made a point, and with a burst of spatial distortion, Xiaohan instantly appeared outside the airship. Boss, that kid came out. The pirate member saw Xiaohan's figure and then hurriedly said towards his own boss. What? Came out? Berserkers were slightly stunned, it was only after a few blasts. Just came out by himself? Is it out to surrender? Open the hatch, I'll go out to see what this kid wants to do. Spirit. Maniac Kill gave a fierce smile and then spoke to his men. Yes, boss. The henchman hurriedly took control of the ship and opened the hatch of the ship.
And the next moment, Maniac Kill directly flew out.
In the middle of the Star River, martial artists were often quite a bit more powerful than the airship. Therefore, they were not worried at all if their family boss would be slaughtered.
Oh, did it come out?
Xiaohan looked at the distance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he looked at the huge airship that bore the pirate logo. This airship's grade was the peak of D-class, and Xiaohan's Phantom Shadow ship was exactly the same, but the gap between the two was worlds apart. And outside the pirate ship, a burly man flew out holding a long sword.
Kid, do you want to surrender?
As long as you kowtow a few times to the big lordess, we can consider releasing you.
Ha!
Maniacal Killing laughed a few times, his open face causing the tens of thousands of followers behind him to all laugh maniacally.
Mad, met a group of cuties. Xiaohan's face instantly darkened. The other side is to see their own initiative to come out of own give up resistance? Also is, after all, Xiaohan's airship although E-level but is a transportation airship, that is to say the weapons and equipment in it can kill a great master is good, and wildly kill this level of strongman can only E-level weapons can kill, so they are naturally incomparably arrogant. Fire Dragon.
Just as Berserk Kill and his party were about to watch Xiaohan lose his voice, Xiaohan moved. With a low drink, Xiaohan's right hand instantly erupted with incomparably terrifying flame power, and above a burning star around him instantly roared as a fire dragon was drawn out by Xiaohan. The fiery dragon's hideous body flew rapidly towards Xiaohan's direction in the starry sky.
Alien? This kid is an Inferno alien?
Maniacal Slayer's Telson shrunk slightly.
He had seen a lot of aberrants, however, an Inferno aberrant was a spirit-ranked aberrant, and his strength was far more powerful than an aberrant of the same rank.
Humph.
But it's just a 4-star Grand Master level alien, it's the Inferno system, so what?
Berserker snorted coldly, and in the next moment, a dazzling silver light instantly erupted from within his right hand. The silver true essence instantly caused the black long sword in his hand to transform into a silver long sword.
Maniacal Slaughter Blade Technique. A blade of silence. As Berserkers bellowed, the long blade in his hand chopped down towards the void. The silver-colored blade instantly charged towards Xiaohan's roaring fire dragon. Boom! With a heaven-shaking rush, Xiaohan's fire dragon was instantly split into two. However, Berserker's face was slightly cold. Because he realized that Xiaohan's fire dragon actually didn't disappear, but instantly transformed into two smaller fire dragons that continued to blast towards him. Humph! I'll see how many times you can split it.
Berserker snorted coldly, and the next long blade in his right hand was like a raging storm that madly chopped down towards the void.
In just an instant, Berserkers chopped out hundreds of thousands of blades.
Hundreds of kilometers long horrifying blade awnings cut through the starry sky like meteors and crashed on top of Xiaohan's two fire dragons.
Pooh! In an instant, the two fire dragons were torn into countless flame fragments floating in the void.
These fragments were still bombarding towards Berserkers like rain, however, they could not even break through Berserker Shaw's defense.
Kid, are you tickling me? Berserk Kill let out a cold laugh. One. Boom!
However, an earth-shattering roar instantly caused Mad Killer to freeze. He looked towards his back in disbelief, but realized that his pirate group had actually been turned into a roiling flame in the starry sky. The ship that he consumed countless efforts to build out was actually instantly destroyed in the flames. And the men he had trained for thousands of years were all dead.
Who said I was going to attack you? If your own followers are so weak, don't bring them out to fight. Don't you know how to drag them back?
Xiaohan smiled faintly, his tone filled with mockery towards Berserkers. The flame energy that had been torn apart by Berserkers into billions of points of light once again instantly transformed into a fire dragon after traversing Berserkers, and although its power was greatly reduced, it still instantly shattered the ship's fuel depot.
Maniac Kill Pirate Universe Group finally only left the lightstick like Maniac Kill.
Looking at his thousands of years of hard work all destroyed, Berserker's eyes instantly became blood red. One must know that trying to cultivate so many men had cost him countless hours of effort. Yet in just an instant, they were all destroyed by Xiaohan.
Kid, I'm going to kill you. Berserk Kill instantly erupted.
A surge of heavenly blade intent erupted from within his body.
Endless blade awnings rushed out madly from within his body. Using a sword? Then let's see whose blade is more strengthened.
Xiaohan coldly snorted, and in the next moment, a blood-red long knife instantly appeared in his right hand. Endless saber intent also instantly rushed up into the sky. This blade intent was far more pure as well as solid than Berserker's. Mad San's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this. He did not expect that Xiaohan's most powerful thing was not the Inferno ability, but actually the blade technique. The terror that erupted from this stream of blade technique made his face incomparably grave.
Good saber intent.
Berserkers couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If it was usual to see Xiaohan's blade technique, he would definitely let Xiaohan go. It was the love of the blade, however, now the hatred between the two was not shared.
Your knife intent, it's not bad either.
Xiaohan replied calmly, with a Grandmaster level having a Grandmaster level blade intent, this talent was enough to make a lot of geniuses envious. However, compared to Xiaohan, a Grandmaster level blade intent was many times worse. Of course, even if Xiao Han had raised his 3 circumference to 8,000 points, which was the realm of the 7-star Grandmaster from the physical body, was also 10 times worse than the Berserkers. However, the power level and the crushing of the blade level were enough to make up for these gaps.
Humph. Kid, I'm coming.
Berserker snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his hands instantly erupted with endless true essence. The body directly turned into a silver stream of light rushing over towards Xiao Han.
Drink.
Xiao Han also let out a low drink, while the dragon slashing true chi in his body crazily surged.
Chapter 93 Instantaneous Flash. Terrifying Might.
After the true chi surged into the blood-drinking berserk slaying, it instantly turned into a blood-red color. The true chi attached itself to Xiao Han's body, making Xiao Han's body plated with a layer of blood aura 1. Berserk slaying blade technique, killing 1 blade. And right at this moment, Berserker killing let out a bellowing cry and directly chopped over towards Xiao Han with a knife.
Humph.
Xiao Han coldly grunted, instantly erupted with endless blade intent and crashed together towards maniacal killing.
Boom.
An earth-shaking roar directly shook the surrounding starry sky with a tremor. The two of them clashed madly in the endless void, and it could be said that this battle had been the only time Xiao Han had let go of his hands since he had practiced martial arts 1. Of course, this was without the use of blood rage.
Boom.
Countless collision sounds made the surrounding starry sky tremble crazily, and the figures of the two of them kept hitting the top of a star on the side.
Countless magma and flames were blasted into the sky by the two. The terrifying gravitational force was completely unable to stop the movements of the two. Ha! What a ing pain in the ass.
Berserkers laughed maniacally. This kind of sound battle he hadn't experienced in thousands of years, to be exact. Since becoming a pirate, this kind of battle didn't suit him anymore. After all, the pirate wants to kill in 1 hit, completely, not to leave the other side the slightest room for resistance. And now the fight between the two let him rekindle the flame of fighting. Xiao Han was also rapidly fusing the skills he had mastered as well as his soaring physical strength. After all, these physical strength and skills were already his own, but he had never fought so recklessly. To be honest, at the beginning against the Mad Killer, Xiao Han also fell into the wind, but as time went by, against the Mad Killer more and more hand over hand. By now, he had enough certainty to defeat Mad Killer.
Boom. As the two collided once more, their bodies instantly exploded back tens of thousands of kilometers.
Above a sea of fire in the star, the two men faced each other in the air. Kid, your strength is very good, however, next I will use my most powerful move, either you die or I die. And Mad Killer seems to have figured something out. The corner of his mouth coldly smiled, calmly said to Xiao Han.
Do it. Let me see what you can do in the end.
Xiao Han made a slight stroke with his right hand, and the blood-drinking berserker in his hand bloomed with a hint of bloodlight. Kid, remember, the blade technique to kill you is called the Berserk Slaying Blade Technique, which was created by Laozi himself. Berserk Kill raised his voice to the sky. In the next moment, his right hand instantly raised the knife above his head.
Maniacal Killing Blade Technique. On. Instantaneous Flash. As Maniac Killer let out a loud shout,
the long blade in his hand fell with a roar.
In the next moment, a blade aura erupted.
The speed was so fast that even Xiao Han's face changed instantly. It was impossible to dodge. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers actually appeared in front of Xiao Han in an instant, and with a mere flash of a thought, the blade aura instantly passed through his body.
Put.
And in the distance, a mouthful of blood spewed out of Berserker's mouth. This one, condensed my 300 years of energy, can die under this knife, count your luck.
Mad Kill calmly said. Puff.
However, in the next moment, Mad Killer violently stared at his eyes. A sharp pain instantly came from his chest.
Sorry, round speed, or I am fast.
Xiao Han's voice suddenly came from behind Mad Killer's back, and Mad Killer's telson contracted violently.
Impossible, how is this possible? Weren't you just tens of thousands of kilometers away? I clearly saw you get hit by my instantaneous flash.
Berserkers couldn't believe it as he looked at this long blood-red blade emerging from his chest. At the same time, he could feel his essence blood being rapidly absorbed by this long blade. Your blade is truly terrifying. You actually comprehended a hint of spatial mysteries. It's a pity that I'm using pure spatial power. But go in peace, your blade technique, I will help you carry it forward. Xiao Han's smile made Berserkers a little fearful. It was only now that he suddenly reacted to how young Xiao Han was. At this age, he had actually reached this rank.
Ding discovered martial skill, Berserk Kill Blade Technique Spirit Rank, Sovereign Elementary whether or not to learn. Learning consumption, 100,000.
This system beep had appeared a long time ago, just Xiao Han did not learn, after all, defeating the other party with the other party's martial arts, also and could not explain anything, therefore Xiao Han decided to learn after defeating the other party.
Learn it. Xiao Han nodded slightly.
Ding start learning the maniacal killing blade technique. With a system beep, all the knowledge of the berserking blade technique instantly appeared in Xiao Han's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the study and obtaining the maniacal killing blade technique spirit rank, sovereign beginner, 0.3 million. Maniacal Killing Blade Technique, created by the Cosmic Pirate. Maniacal Killing. There are 3 styles in total. First style, Killing.
Second style, Silence. Third stance, Instantaneous Flash.
The first 2 styles are just ordinary mortal rank martial arts. The last style is Spirit rank, possessing supreme attack power as well as attack speed. However, it can only attack in a straight line, and also requires a great amount of power consumption. It can be improved after upgrading. The system's beep caused Xiao Han to nod slightly. Such a powerful martial arts skill, if it is upgraded to the ground level to truly touch the space level, then it is definitely Xiao Han's great killing move. I did not expect that I crazy kill today actually died in the hands of a kid like you. It is simply a big joke. Ha, brothers, the boss, I came to you. Mad Killer's voice had become hoarse, and at the same time, as his voice was transmitted, his body was slowly burned up by the terrifying heat around him. Xiao Han smiled as he looked at one of the powerhouses who had been surged from behind by himself. Instantaneous movement was just too buggy. Even with preparation it was difficult to defend, not to mention, who would have thought that Xiao Han would be able to comprehend spatial level Upanishads. One must know that just instantaneous transfer had already obtained an Earth rank grade. Carl had said that the entire galaxy was afraid that there hadn't been any Earth rank techniques or any martial arts. As Xiao Han finished speaking, Berserker's body was instantly scorched into flying ash by the surrounding flames. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Ding! 10 million upgrade points. With the death of Maniac Killer, it also meant that the Maniac Killer Cosmic Pirate Corps was permanently removed from its name. After thousands of years of mingling around the surrounding star fields, they finally died under Xiao Han's hands. At the same time, the benefit that Xiao Han brought was the tens of millions of upgrade points. System, how many upgrade points do I have now? Xiao Han directly spoke to the system. Ding! Total upgrade points, 112 million. Previously, Xiao Han's triple data was raised to 80 million just in time to use a full 210 million upgrade points, plus the 100 million or so from the airship upgrade. The last time he had gained just a few tens of millions of upgrade points. Now, together with the upgrade points from the maniacal killing pirates, there were exactly 110 million upgrade points. However, this time Xiao Han wasn't prepared to upgrade any of his stats. Let's go, arrive at the center of the galaxy first. There are quite a few pirate groups along the way. Chapter 94, Galactic Starfield. 1 billion upgrade points. Boom! With a terrifying roar in the starry sky, a pirate fleet was instantly enveloped in endless flames. And in the midst of the sea of fire, a teenager rushed out stepping on a fire dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining upgrade points, 155,420,000. A system tone reached Xiao Han's mind. And the commonplace Xiao Han was directly back on top of his airship. Welcome back, master. This time it took a lot less time than the last time, Carl said respectfully to Xiao Han. The opponent this time was only a little stronger than last time, not surprisingly. Xiao Han slowly landed on the floor of the airship. However, master, because of the one-time bandit suppression, our journey has now been delayed quite a bit. If we go out to kill the pirate group again, there might be a possibility that we won't be able to catch up with the final registration. And Carl spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. Since this is the case, then there is no need to stop at the fastest speed and the fastest path, and go straight ahead at full speed. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow and then spoke directly to Carl. If he accidentally couldn't catch up, then it would be difficult. After all, there were only the last 4 or 5 days, so even if they went looking for the pirate group, they wouldn't be able to find much. Moreover, Xiao Han looked at his backstage, but found that the number of upgrade points had broken 1 billion. Experiencing life is over, and it's time to upgrade my martial arts level. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. System, upgrade all 3 of my attributes to 300 million. The remaining attribute points will raise all my martial arts to Grandmaster Intermediate. Xiao Han spoke directly to the system. Ding! Started to upgrade. Boom! As the aura on Xiao Han's body instantly erupted, the entire airship that had already reached D grade was instantly shaken by this terrifying aura and couldn't stop trembling. It was a good thing that the airship had been upgraded by Xiao Han to the peak of D grade, otherwise it would have been blasted to pieces by Xiao Han in an instant. But even so, the airship began to tremble violently. Time passed minute by minute, and the 900 million upgrade points were quickly consumed. And what immediately followed was countless knowledge surging towards Xiao Han's mind. From the knife technique to the control of Inferno force and instantaneous shift and so on. If an ordinary person wanted to upgrade these skills, it would take at least thousands of years. Compared to the proficiency of a Grandmaster level, under this proficiency, it would be incomparably difficult to upgrade one level. And with the help of the system, Xiao Han had instantly upgraded all of his martial arts skills after spending only a split second. At the same time, Xiao Han's true chi condensation level was also instantly raised by 1 turn, and the original true essence power was directly strengthened by a full several times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, all attributes have been upgraded. Consumption of upgrade points, 90 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All skills have been upgraded, consuming 154 million upgrade points.
Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes after a system beep. A flash of unrivaled and terrifying blade awnings instantly flashed through his eyes. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial realm, Grandmaster, 9 stars. Power, True Yuan Power, 4th turn 010-000-0000, bonus strength, 70 times. Occupation, Earth rank Intermediate Alchemist, 010-000-0000, Earth rank Intermediate Formation Master 010-000-0000. Flesh, 30 billion. Speed, 30 billion. Soul, 30 million. Technique, Dragon Slashing Decree Spirit Grade, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Combat Skill, Blade Technique Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Skills, Payan Palm Mortal Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Instantaneous Shift Earth Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Stealth Step Mortal Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Divine Fate Divine Calculation Earth Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Frenzy Killing Blade Technique Spirit Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Talent, Inferno Power Spirit Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-00000. Equipment, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor Spirit Grade, Earth Grade Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Blood Drinking Berserker Earth Grade Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Brocade Pouch Spirit Grade, Earth Grade Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Upgrade points, 85.4 million. This time, the upgrade was directly from the original Clan Master top level to Grand Clan Master intermediate level. A full 2 ranks had been crossed. At the Grandmaster rank, it was just like the martial realm, each rank was divided into low, intermediate, and high, and each rank was a tenfold increase. This meant that Xiao Han would find it far more difficult to raise his martial skill level than his cultivation level in the future. After all, the body only had 3 attributes, but there were more than 10 types of martial skills. As time passed, Xiao Han would naturally remove some of the martial skills that he couldn't use. However, all of these current martial arts, Xiao Han could really use them. So they were also capped. There were still the last 5 days to go. I wonder how prosperous the center of the Milky Way is. I'm really looking forward to it. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly as he thought of this. The Phantom Shadow Ship, on the other hand, instantly started up at this time and flew towards the distant starry sky. The center of the Milky Way galaxy was the Milky Way starfield. By the combined efforts of the 10 major races' star-ocean-level ancestors, the planets within hundreds of light-years around were converged to this place. Eventually became a huge star field with tens of thousands of living planets. These tens of thousands of living planets were jointly managed by the 10 races, and also became the transit center for those level 6 and 7 races that could trade between intermediate galaxies. And in the very center of the Milky Way starfield, there was the largest planet in the Milky Way discovered so far. The diameter exceeds that of an average star by a factor of 10. The gravitational force was as high as tens of millions of times that of Earth. However, fortunately, there is an anti-gravity device on top of this planet, so although the gravity is huge, it is only 1,000 times that of the Earth. But even so, only people above the innate level could survive on this planet. And the location where the Galactic Genius battle was held was above this planet called Silver Star. Buzz. With a burst of spatial fluctuation, a spaceship appeared outside the galaxy starfield. And the spaceship was none other than the Phantom Shadow Ship that Xiao Han was in. Master, we have arrived. Inside the spaceship, Carl's voice reached Xiao Han's room. HM. Prepare to enter the galactic starfield. Xiao Han nodded slightly and spoke to Carl. Soon, the airship entered the interior of the starfield under Carl's control. At this moment, Carl had been completely disguised as an ordinary trade ship after upgrading, while in fusion. And during this period of time when the Galactic Genius battle was about to begin, countless ancient clans that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years would send their own talented youngsters. Compared to these people, the Phantom Shadow Ship was already considered a good ship with complete documents. Therefore, Xiao Han smoothly entered the harbor of the galaxy starfield. All the ships docked above the surrounding ports were basically E-class ships. There were even F-class ships. After all, there were still quite a few fifth-order civilizations in the galaxy. Hundreds of them were still there. Xiao Han's spaceship would appear less conspicuous. Dropping please all those who have come to the Galaxy Starfield and are ready to sign up for the Galactic Genius Battle, log on to the official Galaxy website as soon as possible to sign up. Chapter 95, Pill Refining. Purchase 300,000 Spirit Stones. Drop please all people who came to the Galaxy Starfield who are ready to sign up for the Galactic Genius Battle, log in to the official Galaxy website to sign up as soon as possible. However, just as Xiao Han had just stepped out of the spaceship, an icy electronic tone spread throughout the harbor. Galaxy official website? Xiao Han froze, then took out his smartwatch and started to log on. The watch was a pirate watch that Xiao Han had gotten from some pirate. This wristwatch was also snatched by Xiao Han from some pirate's hands. It was equivalent to a mobile computer, but it was countless times more powerful. Sure enough, as Xiao Han opened his smartwatch, a virtual projection desktop appeared in front of Xiao Han. On top of the desktop was an additional icon similar to the appearance of the Milky Way. After clicking on it, it was the registration portal for the Genius Battle that was at the top. Xiao Han paid 10,000 galactic coins and enrolled himself smoothly. Dear Genius Battle registrants, please go to the Genius Battle pickup and drop-off location on each administrative planet before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning at Cosmic Time, and prepare to go to Silver Star to accept the Genius Battle's audition. At the same time, the Genius Battle is risky, so please purchase the appropriate insurance just in case. A prompt message then appeared in Xiao Han's virtual mailbox. However, Xiao Han was speechless when he saw the last message. Insurance? The original thing is that there are all in the universe. Xiao Han said, extremely speechless, but at this time he was not much interested in these insurance sales. After shutting down his brain, Xiao Han headed towards the nearest trading star. After coming here, if he didn't purchase a wave of upgrade points, he would be sorry. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's speed under his feet became even faster. Soon Xiao Han arrived at the nearest trading planet in an interplanetary bus ship. As the trading hub of a large galaxy, it could be said that here, as long as Xiao Han had money, he could basically buy anything. Of course, wanting to sell anything could also be sold directly. The spaceship is about to arrive at Trading Star 9277. Please come to your personal trading room under the guidance of the guide. On top of the ship were many people from all over the galaxy, just like Xiao Han. There were also locals from the galaxy. There were also locals from the Galactic Star region, that is, ordinary civilians from the 10 major races. After the bus ship landed on the trading planet, Xiao Han was led by the staff to a separate private room. Dear customer, this is Galaxy 9277 Trading Planet. You can directly place an order on the network for any item you wish to purchase, and we will directly deliver the goods to your private room in a confidential manner. At the same time, if you want to sell any item, the package room together with the Galaxy Center department of the Mastermind, you can analyze the pricing of your items. If the price reaches a certain level, we can take the way of auction. After the guide and Xiao Han finished speaking, he left to receive other guests. After all, if it was claimed to be confidential, it was naturally impossible for other people to be present. Call up the mall. The sight of the projection in Xiao Han's void then slowly spoke into the void. In the next moment, the virtual projection instantly listed out the classification table of the mall. Call up the Spirit Stone categorization. Xiao Han said. Soon, one by one, stores, individuals, and merchants selling spirit stones all appeared in front of Xiao Han. However, there were not only lower-grade spirit stones here, there were likewise medium-grade spirit stones. The price of lower-grade spirit stones was still the normal 10 galaxy coins apiece. However, the middle-grade spirit stone was a terrifying 100 million galactic coins apiece. A full $10 million price difference. It was said that the energy inside a medium-grade spirit stone was 1,000,000 times that of a low-grade spirit stone. But the price actually differed by 10 million times, saying that it was the difference between the utilization rate and the absorption speed, and it was not known if it was true. Xiao Han frowned, but now he didn't have much money. Naturally, he wouldn't go for the cost-effective medium-grade spirit stone, which was 10 times less. Perhaps he would start using the medium-grade spirit stone only after his absorption speed of the lower-grade spirit stone reached saturation. Xiao Han, who thought of this, directly clicked on the order. I have 3 million galactic coins here, just enough to purchase 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Let's buy them first and use them first. Xiao Han thought here and directly clicked on the order form. 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones would take at least a few days to collect, enough if they were in a star field like Snorland. However, in this trading center of the entire galaxy, Xiao Han was able to purchase 3 billion lower-grade spirit stones and have them shipped very quickly. This was the major reason why Xiao Han had to go out of the solar system earlier. In addition, it should be possible to refine pills here. Xiao Han looked at the more than 200 square feet of space in the middle of the private room, and then directly took out his sensor. Then Xiao Han took out a handful of herbs that he had directly upgraded to the master level and threw them all into the alchemy furnace. Don't look at the low-level pills above the master, each one only consumed Xiao Han 100,000 upgrade points. If it was refined into an elixir, the cost of an elixir would only add up to about 1,000,000 upgrade points. But if these were refined into pills, it would definitely be tens of times more profitable. After all, an Earth rank pharmacist corresponded to a Grand Master rank. Strong people of this rank were very rich. As Xiao Han threw all the herbs into the alchemy furnace, Xiao Han's right hand slightly shook. Boom! A terrifying flame power rose up from within the furnace. If it was any other alchemist, he would never dare to refine dozens of pills together like Xiao Han did. It was important to realize that Xiao Han was not only refining dozens together now, but also dozens of different pills at the same time. He just wanted to find out which kind of elixir had the highest profit. Moreover, he was refining the rarer elixirs among the elixirs he knew. As time passed, the medicinal herbs in Xiao Han's Dan furnace turned into a mass of liquid. These medicinal liquids slowly fused into a single elixir of different colors and medicinal effects. Spirit injection seal method. Suddenly, just as the pill was about to take shape, Xiao Han let out a low gulp, and his hands instantly erupted with a seal that emitted a mysterious aura. The seal is the power of the runes that an alchemist burns on top of the elixir before the elixir is completed. With these seals, the medicinal effect of a pill could be brought into play. As for how much it can be utilized, it completely depends on the strength of the individual. Some alchemists' strength is not good, even if the success of the refining of pills can only let the pills to play out 1/10 of the medicinal effect. But the powerful alchemist is able to play 50%, 60%, and which incomparably powerful alchemist can refine a 90% of the medicinal effect of the pill. And 10% of the medicinal effect is called the perfect level of the elixir. The great clan-breaking pill that Xiao Han had refined earlier was a perfect level pill. Boom! 2 hours later, with a roar, dozens of pills that emitted terrifying valley fluctuations instantly rushed out from the furnace cauldron. These fluctuations were actually comparable to the full power outburst of a 5 or 6 star grandmaster. Collect! Xiao Han waved his big hand and instantly, dozens of pills all rushed towards Xiao Han, eventually landing in Xiao Han's right hand. Galaxy Mastermind, analyze these pills, the price of each one. Chapter 96, Ground Level Martial Skills, Spirit Seal. Drop. Analyze the results. Violet Flame Pill. Grade, Earth Rank Intermediate. Color, Perfect. Refining difficulty and potency, Rare. Effects, refining the elixir with the power of fire and inflammation can greatly enhance the flame strength of flame cultivators. It is a rare permanent gain type of elixir. Estimated recovery price, 100,000. Auction price, 150,000. Yuan Dan. Grade, Intermediate Earth Stage. Color, Perfect. Refining difficulty and efficacy, Rare. Effects, an elixir based on countless spiritual medicines. It can enhance the strength of true essence power, with a 50% hope of increasing from first turn true essence power to second turn. The success rate of a perfect grade elixir is 80%. Estimated recovery price, $200,000. Auction price, $300,000. One after another, the medicinal properties of the pills were analyzed by the Galaxy Center Department's mastermind. The prices of these pills were all about the same as the price of the Grand Breakthrough pill that Xiao Han had refined before, but the Grand Breakthrough pill had been upgraded once by Xiao Han using upgrade points. After all, the degree of rarity was similar. Now, these only needed to be refined by Xiao Han himself, and the cost was much lower. And the price of many of them was up to 200,000 to 300,000 apiece. What kind of concept is this? That is, if converted into spirit stones and then absorbed, a full 20 to 30 million upgrade points 20 to 30 times the profit Of course, the usual alchemist's profit was usually 1 or 2 times. For one thing, the pills they made were ordinary pills, with low difficulty in refining, and at the same time, there was no colorful effect. And the color is not good. And these rare grade pills were enough for Xiao Han to sell at a better price. Recycle them all. Xiao Han waved his hand without any hesitation. And as Xiao Han finished speaking, a special material created a password box appeared in the ground, and inside there was a single elixir bottle that was specially designed to prevent elixirs. Xiao Han put the pills into each of the pill bottles, and then the code box slowly sank into the ground again. Drop. The account transferred a balance, 12.5 million galaxy coins. At the same time, the galactic coins arrived directly into the account. Within the few hours Xiao Han had been refining the pills, the spirit stones had already been delivered to Xiao Han's storage compartment. Call out my spirit stones. Xiao Han directly spoke to the Center Department mastermind. And the next moment, the same password box that was several times larger appeared in front of Xiao Han. As the box opened, countless strands of aura that gathered into a small river rushed towards Xiao Han. The terrifying speed directly liquefied a shower of aura in the surrounding area. Ding started absorbing energy, aura. Ding upgrade points 1200. Ding upgrade point 1100. Ding upgrade point 1300. Ding, 1200 upgrade points. A series of system beeps resounded in Xiao Han's mind. 300,000 galaxy coins should be able to absorb quite a bit of time, so let's buy some martial arts skills first. Xiao Han naturally didn't make money for the purpose of just purchasing spirit stones. You have to know that many of the techniques Xiao Han is using right now can be of the mortal rank although the rank is not low, but if he meets a rich son of the same rank, what to do with an earth rank technique to show himself? Of course, can use on the ground level martial arts. At the same time, the level is also suitable for the entire galaxy. In addition to, Xiao Han is afraid that cannot find 10 people. Therefore, Xiao Han's target this time was those spirit order techniques. Mastermind, call up all the spirit rank martial arts for me. Xiao Han directly spoke to the center section's mastermind. As Xiao Han's words fell, a variety of martial arts, feats, and techniques that were listed for sale instantly appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Martial skills that retrieve the Inferno ability. Minimum spirit rank. Xiao Han spoke again. His current Inferno power was extremely powerful, but what was lacking were the corresponding martial skills. Any abnormal ability had a martial skill, and without one it was equivalent to attacking someone without a weapon. The gap between the two was very large. In the end, Xiao Han selected one of the martial arts. Martial skill, Yen Domain Chop. Grade, Spirit Stage. Grade, Grandmaster Martial Skill. Description, use the power of inflammation to condense a chopping attack on the opponent. Powerful. Price, 1 million galaxy coins. After that, Xiao Han had started searching from other martial arts, such as palm techniques and the like. In the end, he changed all of his martial arts, those few mortal rank martial arts. Also searched for a mental power attack spell. Martial skill, Spirit Seal. Grade, Spirit Rank. Rank, Grandmaster Martial Skill. Description, using the spirit to condense a terrifying spiritual seal to crush the enemy. The more runes engraved on the seal, the greater the power, the strongest can reach the Earth rank. Price, 5 million galactic coins. Price, 5 million galactic coins. Although this spirit seal is very expensive, but if you can cultivate to the extreme is incomparably powerful. However, this so-called extreme seems to be just a tease. Because from the records of the Milky Way, countless people had purchased this martial skill, and there was only one final result, and that was failure to cultivate. That's right, it was a cultivation failure, not that it was impossible to cultivate to the limit, rather it wasn't even introductory. Therefore it was once suspected to be a fake martial art. However, the official statement, cultivation will be, although not many people but there are, unable to start, can only say that you are too much trash. For the official statement, these bought martial arts but cannot get started, are angry to spit blood, and ultimately can only silently bring this one gongfai to the coffin. Xiao Han, on the other hand, naturally bought it without any cultivation problems. Because it was a merit class, Xiao Han purchased it and sent it directly to Xiao Han's intelligent wristwatch. System, learn them all. Xiao Han looked at the several techniques and said directly to the system. Ding, start learning. With the system's beep, the next instant, Xiao Han's entire body directly came into an endless void. In this void, Xiao Han began to cultivate at a rapid pace. Time passed day by day, and Xiao Han's comprehension of the several techniques became more and more powerful. Eventually, until it was completely learned. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial skills, Yen Domain Chop Spirit Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-00009 Heaven's Thunderling Step Spirit Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-00000 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Skypalm Spirit Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-00000 Spirit Seal Earth Rank, Grandmaster Intermediate, 010-000-0000. Total upgrade points consumed, 44 million. 4 million for learning, 40 million for upgrading. However, after a system prompt, Xiao Han's attribute table changed completely. At the spirit realm level, cultivation techniques of the same tier are several times more powerful than those of the mortal realm. The price was also more than 10 times higher, though this was still relatively affordable since it was a technique from the Grandmaster realm. It's important to note that only Xiao Han has the system, others do not. The grade of a martial art technique does not change. A spirit tier Grandmaster level cultivation technique remains a Grandmaster level technique. Even if the practitioner is incredibly powerful, their rank remains Grandmaster level and won't change to Starry Sky tier just because the user is a Starry Sky tier powerhouse. Otherwise, Xiao Han would still be using ordinary level techniques. Xiao Han absorbed energy points, learned techniques, and refined pills, and before he knew it, over 10 hours had passed. When Xiao Han purchased 1 million spirit stones for the fourth time, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning of the next day in cosmic time. Chapter 97, Star Rank Super Powerful Being, the Prisoner of the Heavens. I now have 180 million spirit stones. That means I can obtain 18 billion upgrade points. However, at the system's current absorption rate for low-grade spirit stones, it would take 18 million seconds to absorb all 18 billion points. At this moment, Xiao Han was already seated aboard the spaceship heading toward the Silver Star. However, thinking about his current energy absorption rate, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. 18,000 seconds, that is 40 to 50 hours. It seems that once my strength reaches the next tier, I'll really have to start using mid-grade spirit stones. Xiao Han sighed helplessly. Mid-grade spirit stones are extremely expensive, but the absorption speed of low-grade spirit stones is simply too slow. Of course, this was still in the near future. From the current perspective, being able to increase his attributes by 18 billion in just 2 days was already an incredibly terrifying speed. Xiao Han saw no need to waste resources excessively just to speed things up. As Xiao Han continued to ponder, the public transport spaceship had already arrived at his destination, Silver Star. As he stepped onto Silver Star, Xiao Han immediately felt a tremendous pressure.
After all, a gravity 100 times that of Earth was no joke.
An ordinary person would be crushed into pulp in an instant.
And this was because the entire planet was equipped with G-class anti-gravity devices. This device directly adjusted gravity from tens of millions of times Earth's gravity down to just 100 times.
Otherwise, even a Grandmaster-level powerhouse would be doomed. Indeed, this is the core of the Milky Way. Its technological prowess is truly awe-inspiring. Xiao Han couldn't help but marvel.
If he were still on Earth, he might have to wait tens of thousands of years for the sun and surrounding stars to be completely drained before witnessing anything like this. Upon arriving at the Silver Star, Xiao Han was immediately transported to the base of a terrifying tower hundreds of thousands of kilometers tall. And here was a vast plaza, whose area was likely hundreds of times the size of Earth spread out. Within it stood trillions of genius teenagers from level 4 civilizations across the entire Milky Way. Of course, most level 4 civilizations would bring thousands of their most talented young geniuses.
Of course, the entry fees were naturally paid by the families of these young geniuses. Only the truly exceptional geniuses were sponsored by their civilization's royal family. All of them arrived here aboard E-class spacecraft, departing years in advance. In the end, it seems like only Xiao Han came here alone. However, at that very moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted from the void. The next moment, a gigantic shadow tens of thousands of miles tall appeared above Xiao Han and the billions of other teenagers. The terrifying aura emanating from the shadowy figure crushed everyone present, nearly forcing them to their knees. Once the illusory figure solidified, it took the form of a man clad in golden armor. Everyone.
The man spoke slowly.
As soon as his words fell, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. What an overwhelming aura!
This person's strength must be legendary, on par with the stars themselves.
Xiao Han stared intently at the illusory figure in the sky. And this is the strength of my future enemy. No, my opponent is even stronger.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han's battle intent grew even stronger. I am the clan leader of the Genyu clan, Genyu.
I am also the examiner for this Galaxy Genius War.
And my purpose in coming here is to ensure that this examination is fair. The words of Genyu caused countless young geniuses to take a deep breath.
It's actually Emperor Genyu.
Legend has it that he is the warden of the Galaxy Prison, with strength reaching the limits of the starry sky, and is a candidate to become the 7th-star sea-level superpower in the galaxy.
Wow! This noble is so powerful?
I've heard of the Galaxy Prison. It's where all prisoners of Breakthrough Realm and above in the entire galaxy are imprisoned. I never expected the Guardian to be Emperor Genyu. The whispers of those around him quickly gave Xiao Han an understanding of Genyu's power. At the same time, Xiao Han also felt a hint of curiosity about the so-called Galactic Prison they were talking about. The first round will be a mass screening due to the large number of participants. After this round, only 1 million will remain to advance to the elimination rounds. After the prison lord finished speaking, he waved his massive hand.
In the next instant, countless pod-like structures suddenly emerged from the ground. These are the War Soul login devices. Once you enter the War Soul, you will be assigned to different battle arenas for arena matches. There are a total of 10 million arenas. Whether you can survive and remain will depend entirely on your own abilities. After speaking, the login devices slowly opened one by one. Those who had used them before logged in effortlessly and entered the War Soul. A virtual game? Carl had mentioned that this game was the most powerful virtual game in the Galaxy Star domain, with a realism rate exceeding 99%. Thinking of this, Xiao Han walked directly toward the nearest login device. As soon as he lay down, a series of authentication processes began. Beep. Battle Soul internal system activated, scanning target data, establishing target character. Character creation complete. Shall we begin the game? A series of electronic voices echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Enter. Xiao Han nodded slightly, and in the next moment, his consciousness instantly left his body. When he regained consciousness, Xiao Han found himself in a room. Beep. Welcome to the War Soul beta server. This beta server was created for the Galaxy Genius War. The current phase is the preliminary round. You have two options to choose from. 1. Become the champion and accept challenges from countless geniuses. If you survive until the end, you will advance to the second phase and receive a reward of 1 billion galaxy coins. Becoming the champion is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Failure means elimination. 2. Become a challenger. If you can successfully survive until the end without being defeated, you will advance to the second phase. Challengers have 2 chances. Please make your choice quickly. The number of arena champions is limited. Xiao Han just realized he had entered the Battle Soul realm when he heard a prompt from the sky. The champion has only 1 chance? That means there's no room for failure? Xiao Han felt a bit frustrated. Among those under 500 years old, there seemed to be super geniuses at the breaker of the void level. Those geniuses are all core talents from level 6 civilizations. Screw it, I'm not afraid. I just want to test how strong I am now. Even if they're breakthrough realm, they're probably no more than 3 stars. Xiaohan thought about it and immediately chose to become the champion. Ding! You are the 545,555th person to choose to become the ringmaster. Wishing you success in reaching the final stage. The prompt appeared again, causing Xiaohan to sigh in relief. At least he made it in time. However, despite the large number of participants, few were willing to risk their lives for 1 billion galactic coins. After all, many claimed they didn't have the strength to endure for so long. Only those at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, or even the breakthrough realm geniuses, would dare to choose this path. As a ripple spread out, Xiaohan's figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his original position. He reappeared on a stage. Ding! You have become the arena master. Please prepare to accept challenges from challengers. Chapter 98, Can you level up in the game too? With a cold electronic voice, a figure suddenly appeared before Xiaohan's eyes. This person was a young boy. The battle time limit is 1 minute. If no winner is determined, the central mainframe will decide the outcome. A sound rang out again in the sky. However, the young man across from him immediately launched an attack upon seeing Xiaohan. Damn it, a high-ranking master is this arrogant? Upon seeing that the opponent was merely a master, Xiaohan was speechless. The next moment, a palm strike was unleashed. Puff! The master-level youth was instantly shattered into a shower of light by Xiaohan's single palm strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy. Ding! Leveled up by 1,000 points. However, at that very moment, the system's notification sounded in Xiaohan's mind. Shattered spiritual energy? Could it be because I killed him, causing his spiritual energy to be damaged, and thus absorbed by the system? Thinking this, Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile. 1,000 level up points, that's equivalent to 1% of the opponent's physical strength. Compared to killing him and obtaining 5 times the life energy, but don't forget, this is a virtual game, and the opponent isn't really dead. Simply killing the opponent once in the game and obtaining upgrade points equivalent to 1/5 of their life energy is already extremely advantageous. It seems like this elimination round will yield quite a few upgrade points. Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile. After all, there are a staggering number of participants, with tens of billions of players. That means each person will have to fight tens of thousands of battles. Of course, even if you fight 1 match per minute, it would still take over 100 days. Thinking about it, Xiaohan felt a bit overwhelmed. The champion wins. The next challenger steps forward. Attention! The top 100 challengers who defeat the most opponents after the elimination rounds will receive heavenly grade pills as rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Another alert sounded in Xiaohan's mind. This time, Xiaohan finally understood the organizer's intentions. After all, in the virtual world, participants don't feel any weakness, meaning they can unleash their most powerful moves right from the start. The weakest would be eliminated first. In other words, a match wouldn't even take a minute, let alone a second. That's why the organizers were offering such generous rewards to the top 100. Heavenly grade. Those are equivalent to the strength of a breakthrough realm expert. Many breakthrough realm experts could only afford a few of those with their lifetime savings. It seems I need to step up my game. Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile. The next moment, he unleashed the flaming domain slash, instantly reducing the newly arrived challenger to. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy. Ding! Level up points, 4,000. Champion victorious. The next match is about to begin. As the system's notification sound faded, another challenger appeared before Xiaohan. However, without exception, every new opponent was instantly defeated by Xiaohan in the blink of an eye. After all, the number of participants in the preliminary round had reached a staggering number of trillions, and 99% of them were at the master level. The remaining few were grandmasters, and as for those who had broken through the void, Xiaohan estimated there were no more than 1,000 in total. And among those 1,000, Xiaohan would never encounter them, because anyone at that level would never participate as a challenger, they would all have become champions themselves. The rewards for ring masters were naturally even more generous. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed shattered spiritual energy. Ding! Leveled up by 4,000 points. Ding! 10,000 level up points. Ding! 9,000 level up points. Ding! 45,000 level up points. As one opponent after another was defeated by Xiaohan, his level up points also rose rapidly. In just 1 second, the system would arrange 7 or 8, even 10 opponents, meaning Xiaohan could gain nearly 7 or 8,000 upgrade points in a single second. This speed is far faster than absorbing low-grade spirit stones. And at Xiaohan's current pace, the number of opponents he faces will definitely exceed 10,000. Outside. I never expected these arena masters to be so powerful. I've gone up twice, and both times I was killed instantly. Who isn't? We're just here to make a show. Sigh, I spent 10,000 galactic coins and got killed twice. What a loss. We're still better off. Some were killed by soul attacks and are still recovering their spiritual energy there. In just the first 5 hours, billions of people have been eliminated. That means, on average, each champion faced around 100,000 opponents in just 5 hours. After all, challengers get 2 chances. If this pace continues, the tournament will end in another 5 or 6 hours. At this pace, it's much faster than previously estimated. Look at the rankings. The first place player has already killed over 200,000 people. Just then, someone pointed at the rankings in astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow! It's Ultras. Isn't he the young clan leader of the Blood Flame clan from the top 10 6th-tier civilizations? His strength is truly terrifying. I never expected him to be under 500 years old." Not only that, while the clan leader of the Blood Flame clan is already over 200,000 years old, Ultras was born only 300 years ago. The rankings on the kill count leaderboard are extremely prominent and can be used to judge the strength of an individual. However, no one noticed Xiao Han, who was at the bottom of the rankings, around the 90th position. And the number of people Xiao Han has killed has reached over 1 million. What kind of beasts are these people? They've already reached 2 million. Looking at the top few on the rankings, Xiao Han was speechless. Even giving his all, he could only manage to rank within the top 100. Wait a moment. I killed them all using the Flaming Domain Slash. While the Flaming Domain Slash does have a fast casting speed, it certainly doesn't reach the speed of teleportation. Suddenly, Xiao Han had an epiphany. To be honest, these people kill quickly because their attack speed is fast, not because their strength is significantly greater than his. Let's try it. With that thought, Xiao Han activated teleportation and appeared in front of the newly appeared opponent in the next moment. Puff! As Xiao Han swung his blade, the opponent instantly turned into a shower of light particles. Ding! Level up points, 70,000. A Grandmaster of the 3rd or 4th star was instantly killed by Xiao Han. This speed was 3 times faster than when he had previously used the Flaming Domain Slash. Good method. Now watch me surpass you all. Xiao Han chuckled. Since he had decided to make a splash, there was no need to hold back. In the next instant, Xiao Han's figure flashed across the entire stage at an unimaginably terrifying speed, taking the life of an opponent with each flash. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy. Ding! Leveled up, 8,000 experience points. Ding! Level up points, 7,000. Ding! Level up points, 2,000. Ding! 100,000 level up points. Chapter 99, defeating 4 million players, earning 200 billion upgrade points. The Galaxy Genius War Preliminary Stage Arena. A young man wielding a long weapon pierced a Grandmaster level opponent with his weapon and looked up at the rankings. Humph! You've merely mastered the quick sword technique, how dare you be so arrogant? Ultras, wait until the finals, I'll pierce your heart with my long weapon and show you who the true young master is. The youth sneered disdainfully. He had never really agreed with the rankings in the preliminaries. After all, no matter how fast one could attack with a weapon, it couldn't compare to those with mental abilities or warriors like Ultras who had mastered the essence of speed. Nevertheless, his terrifying strength of breaking through the sky at the 3rd star level had still secured him a ranking in the 80s. Ha! My ranking dropped? Suddenly, the young man's expression changed slightly. After all, half the time had already passed, everyone's speed had stabilized, and the rankings were set. Even a difference of 1,000 heads was terrifying, let alone the fact that there were tens of thousands of heads separating each rank now. Yet someone had overtaken him under such a gap. Xiao Han. I've never heard of him. Which low-tier star system is he from? The young man's pupils contracted slightly. Wait, his kill speed is over 3 times faster than mine? Suddenly, the young man's expression changed. 3 times faster? What did that even mean? After all, he was one of the strongest fighters on the field. With his 3-star breaking the void cultivation, it was practically impossible to be any stronger at his age of 500 years. And now, there is someone with a kill speed 3 times faster than his own. That means if the opponent had unleashed their full power from the start, becoming the first place winner would be a foregone conclusion. And things were unfolding exactly as he had imagined. Xiao Han's ranking was rising rapidly, climbing several places every minute. Countless people watching the live stream had their minds filled with the name Xiao Han. Who is this Xiao Han? I've never heard of him before. Wow! Someone who isn't from the top 10 races managed to make it into the top 10? What kind of existence is this person? I've never heard of him before. You know, even those with a little fame have some sort of reputation. I never expected Xiao Han to emerge without any prior information. If it weren't for this tournament, he might still be unknown to the world. This competition was the most grand event in 1,000 years, and it was broadcast throughout the entire galaxy. And Xiao Han's ranking surged all the way up, directly surpassing the prodigies of 5th and 6th tier civilizations. He ultimately made it into the top 10. At this pace, it's estimated that within an hour, at most, he could surpass the first place Alteris. And such a prodigiously talented individual had gone unnoticed. Wow! It's Xiao Han. His strength is that terrifying. Kasrat, watching the broadcast, couldn't believe his eyes.
In just 1 month, Xiao Han had not only arrived in the Galaxy Star domain but had also entered the Genius War.
What's even more terrifying is that he's already reached the top 10.
Such an existence, if allowed to grow, might become another super powerful being on the level of the stars.
Of course, that's assuming he's nurtured by a 6th-tier civilization and doesn't get killed along the way. Fortunately, we didn't confront him earlier.
This young man didn't kill those who had no ill intent. He's truly a rare good person in the starry sky. Kasrat had been somewhat displeased earlier because Xiao Han had killed so many ancestral elders of the Snowran star system. However, now he is relieved that Xiao Han didn't kill him.
And this is the benefit of true strength being demonstrated.
Ding, 8,000 upgrade points.
Ding. Level up points, 7,000. Ding. Level up points, 2,000. Ding. Level up points, 100,000.
Several hours later, after Xiao Han instantly defeated a challenger, no new challengers appeared around him.
Phew. Finally over. Xiao Han exhaled slightly.
He had single-handedly slaughtered over 4 million people. He directly reached the pinnacle of the rankings, while the previous first place, Ultras, had to settle for second place with over 350,000 people. However, Xiao Han's level up points had reached a staggering 200 billion.
That's right, over 200 billion.
After all, the number of Grand Masters is extremely limited, with the majority being at the Master level.
A single Grandmaster can only provide between 1,000 and 10,000 upgrade points. In fact, the average is just a few thousand.
Reaching over 200 billion was already beyond Xiao Han's wildest expectations.
He's got so much money now, he doesn't even know what to do with it.
Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. However, the next moment, his figure was instantly teleported off the stage. When he reappeared, he was back in the same room he had been in before.
Congratulations, contestant.
You have successfully defended the stage and ranked first. Your rewards will be distributed once you return to the real world. Total rewards, 100 million galaxy coins. 1 intermediate grade heavenly grade pill.
Meanwhile, a guiding spirit's voice echoed through the void.
100 million galaxy coins. With that, Xiao Han could purchase 10 million low-grade spirit stones, which would yield 100 billion upgrade points upon absorption. Of course, 100 billion upgrade points are still highly appealing to Xiao Han,
even though Xiao Han already has 200 billion.
As for the heavenly realm, Xiao Han plans to sell them, and the price will definitely exceed 100 million galaxy coins.
Take me back. Xiao Han nodded slightly.
He then transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the War Soul world. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Han had already returned to the Silver Star. Xiao Han had just stepped out of the landing pod when, in the next moment, his body was pulled by a force and flew toward the sky. Along with him, there were a full 10 million others being pulled by the same force. All of them were the strongest who had passed the first round of the selection process. These elite warriors were mostly from the 10 great races of Jiurong City. The remaining few were powerful geniuses from the 5th-tier civilization. Only a very small number were super geniuses from the 4th-tier civilization.
Of course, everyone was speculating about who Xiao Han really was.
As Xiao Han and his group gradually ascended into the sky, everyone else also arrived at the first floor of that tower.
The threshold of the first floor alone was several kilometers high. As the million people landed, a figure suddenly appeared above everyone. This person was none other than Jin Yu. Congratulations to all of you. You have entered the second round.
Though he spoke these words, but Jin Yu's cold face showed no trace of congratulations. Those who knew his position were well aware that a terrifyingly powerful being who had suppressed all prisoners of the breaker level and above across the entire galaxy would never smile every day.
The second round is an elimination round.
After this round, only 1,000 of you will remain to compete for the title of the strongest genius of this generation in the galaxy. Jin Yu had no time for idle chatter. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, everyone around him stiffened in shock. Out of 10 million, only 1,000 remain a result of selecting 1 in 10,000. That elimination rate is truly staggering.
At that moment, Jin Yu spoke again.
This round wasn't testing combat power, but talent.
Having a powerful realm didn't necessarily mean one was an absolute genius.
Only those who could crush their peers at the same level could be considered super geniuses.
Chapter 100, The Best Place to Level Up.
As soon as Jin Yu spoke, the younger geniuses with lower realms around him immediately perked up. Although all of them had passed the first round, they were all at least 7th-ranked Grandmasters. However, the difference between one star rank and another was absolutely vast. It could be said that if he were merely a 7-star Grandmaster, even if their combat power were dozens of times stronger, they would still be unable to defeat even an ordinary breakthrough-level expert. Some nobles from 6-star great clans could easily cultivate a genius youngster to the breaker of the Void Realm before the age of 500 by investing massive resources.
Yet these individuals were so weak that they might not even be able to defeat the weakest of their peers. If the ultimate winner of this competition were such a person, this Galaxy Genius War would be better renamed the Galaxy Pay to Win Championship. The second round of the assessment is simple: conquer this tower. This tower, known as the Silver Star Tower, was created by the 10 strongest beings of the 10 great races, along with a Hong-level artifact master, as the ultimate magical treasure. The elite disciples of the 10 great races all train here, and the top 10 in this competition will be granted the opportunity to train within the tower for 100 years. The tower has a total of 100 floors. The first floor will pit you against 2 opponents of similar cultivation levels. The second floor has 4 opponents, the third floor has 8, and so on, with 1,024 opponents on the 10th floor. The 11th floor will feature opponents 1-star rank stronger than you. As for how far you can advance, it all depends on you. Shinyu spoke up to this point and actually smiled, glancing thoughtfully at several young men at the breakthrough realm level. All of these youths had grim expressions on their faces. To be honest, Jinyu, along with many high-ranking officials, despises such opportunistic individuals the most. For a moment of pleasure, they completely ruined their future. However, Jinyu didn't say much. He simply waved his hand, and Xiao Han and the other 10 million contestants instantly flew toward the first floor. Boom! As soon as Xiao Han entered the space of the first layer, he was instantly enveloped by a beam of light and vanished from his original spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a planet covered in lush green vegetation. Roar! However, at that moment, 2 roars suddenly echoed from the sky. In the next instant, 2 massive green-scaled lizards with long wings charged toward Xiao Han, tearing at him viciously. Oh no, isn't that a dragon? Xiao Han stared at the terrifying dragon thousands of meters long in the sky and froze in shock. However, the strength of the 2 dragons had reached the same level as Xiao Han 9-star Grandmaster. Roar! With each furious roar, the 2 dragons unleashed an endless torrent of wood spirit energy from their mouths. This surge of wood spirit energy violently accelerated the growth of countless flowers and plants in the surrounding earth. In the next moment, these flowers and plants completely enveloped Xiao Han. Not bad. They've managed to enhance the resilience of some grass to the top tier of the earth realm. Xiao Han cast a slightly approving glance at the 2 dragons in the sky, and in the next instant, an endless torrent of terrifying flame energy erupted from his body. These flames faintly emitted a faint purple glow. Flame domain slash. In the next instant, with a low shout from Xiao Han, 2 terrifying flames erupted, instantly shattering the flowers and grassing him, and simultaneously incinerating the 2 giant dragons in the sky into a pile of ashes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy. Ding! Level up points, 2,560,000. Ding! 2,560,000 experience points gained. 2 consecutive system notifications followed. They're not living beings? Just virtual projections? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. But upon further thought, he calmed down. After all, if they were just holding a competition, there was no way the 10 great races would go to such lengths to capture so many living creatures for the participants to kill. First layer completed. Proceeding to the second layer. A beep also sounded from the void. The next moment, Xiao Han's vision blurred, and he instantly arrived in the second layer. It was another planet, but this one was vastly different from the previous ones, an endless desert planet. Suddenly, the sand around him began to swirl rapidly, with countless grains rushing toward the sky. 4 massive sand formations appeared before Xiao Han. These 4 sand masses swiftly coalesced into one, eventually forming 4 gigantic sand giants. Isn't this the fierce Sand People clan? Could the Silver Star Tower be able to replicate the appearance and combat methods of many races within the Milky Way, then create templates for us testers to challenge? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, analyzing the Silver Star Tower's operational mechanism. Moreover, to ensure the battle was 100% realistic, these illusory opponents must have been infused with a significant amount of spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, it was a Hong-grade magical artifact crafted by a Hong-grade weapon refiner. As for the grades of weapons and elixirs, Xiao Han had only come across 4 grades so far: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The Heaven grade corresponds to the Breaker level, while the Starry Sky grade above it corresponds to the Cosmic Primordial level. The Primordial level corresponds to the Starry Sky level, while the Hong level corresponds to the Star Sea level. The most powerful artifact in the Milky Way might just be this Silver Star Tower. It not only represents the inseparable relationship between the 10 major races but also possesses unimaginable power. It seems like avenging the Atlantis civilization will be a long and arduous journey. Xiao Han thought helplessly. However, after learning the identity of the killer, Xiao Han swept his hand and instantly unleashed a terrifying blade intent. Boom! Following 4 deafening explosions, the 4 sand men instantly shattered into countless fragments. In theory, these sand creatures should be impossible to kill even if reduced to ashes, but Xiao Han's blade intent contained endless destructive power. It directly shattered the sand men's souls into countless fragments. With their souls reduced to fragments, even if the Sandmen possessed the ability to defy the heavens, they could never be revived. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy. Ding! Level up points, 256,000. Ding! 2,560,000 experience points gained. 4 consecutive system notification sounds followed. 1 million upgrade points were instantly obtained. And next, Xiao Han began his elimination journey. In the 3rd layer, he obtained a whopping 20 million, in the 4th layer 40 million, in the 5th layer a staggering 80 million, and in the 6th layer 160 million. In the 7th layer, he obtained 320 million. Upon reaching the 10th layer, 1,000 opponents identical in strength to himself were instantly defeated by Xiao Han. After the instant kills, Xiao Han directly obtained a staggering 52 billion upgrade points. Congratulations to the challenger for successfully reaching the 11th layer. As Xiao Han entered the 11th layer, the outside world erupted in chaos. It's Xiao Han again. He's already in the 2nd round, yet he's still in 1st place. That's right, the 2nd place contender, the Weapon Emperor Telwea, has only just entered the 9th floor. Genius, an unparalleled genius. Look at those so-called breakthrough-level geniuses, they were defeated in the 1st layer. Chapter 101, Overwhelming Growth. Xiao Han's actions naturally shocked countless people, as he had been eliminating every opponent in a single strike to save time. While the other competitors were indeed powerful, when facing hundreds or even thousands of opponents of the same level, they could only instantly defeat dozens at a time. However, eliminating hundreds in a single strike was an incredibly difficult feat. Damn it, why is this kid so powerful? It's all the organizers' fault. Why did they organize such a meaningless competition? Isn't being powerful enough for a martial artist? Exactly. Even if he's a genius, if he faces me at the Broken Void level, I'll take him out in one strike. The eliminated Breakthrough Realm geniuses from the major clans gathered together after being kicked out of the Silver Star Tower, venting their anger. Humph. A bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to rely on their family's resources dare to mock others here? Just then, a disdainful voice reached their ears. Upon hearing the voice, the group of prodigies erupted in anger, turning to confront the speaker and give him a lesson in life. However, upon seeing who had spoken, everyone's expressions changed instantly. They had seen the Emperor of the prison. We've seen the Emperor of the underworld. That's right, the speaker was none other than the Lord of the prison. Looking at over 100 young geniuses who had become breakthrough realm cultivators through drugs or special methods, the Lord of the prison shook his head in disappointment. Do you know that countless martial artists have endured countless hardships to become breakthrough realm experts? And in the 4th tier civilizations, only the level of an ancient ancestor can reach this rank. Yet you, at such a young age, have reached this level without knowing how to cultivate diligently, only scheming and plotting against one another. One day, the very realm you now boast about will become the shame of your entire lives. Genyu's calm words made the young geniuses feel a bit afraid. However, it was only because of Genyu's reputation that they were afraid, not because of the content of his words. These people's personalities are already set. It wasn't something that could be changed by Genyu's words alone. Genyu looked at the young men but said nothing more. You will see in time. Those who can defeat enemies of higher ranks may not be as strong as you now, but in the future, your strength won't even be enough to qualify you as their servants. Genyu sneered disdainfully. He had said all he needed to say. These young masters couldn't hear it, and there was nothing he could do about it. You must understand that he once was merely a genius from a 4th tier civilization. It was only through becoming the first in the 2nd round of the Genius War that he achieved his current status. After tens of thousands of years of development, none of the disciples from the great races who were once stronger than him and won the competition have reached the Star Realm except for him. And that was the difference. Time ticked away second by second. At this moment, Xiao Han had also successfully broken through to the 20th layer. As Xiao Han's figure landed on the flaming ground of the 20th layer, thousands of fire spirits, condensed from the flames of the earth, appeared before him. Fire spirits? This silver star is incredible, he can even mimic fire spirits. Xiao Han was taken aback. Fire spirits are innate spiritual beings that are only born on the larger stars in the heavens. The flames they utilize are all of the spiritual grade. The more powerful ones even possess earth-grade flames. Legend has it that a 9th tier civilization was completely incinerated because a heaven tier fire spirit was born within its borders. Of course, whenever these fire spirits appear, they are all captured by powerful alchemists and weaponsmiths. After all, possessing a fire spirit makes alchemy and weapon forging dozens of times more convenient. Boom! With a series of thunderous explosions, over 1,000 fire spirits erupted into endless pillars of flame. A spirit tier fire spirit of the 10-star Grandmaster level combined, their power was already sufficient to annihilate some 1 or 2-star breakthrough level geniuses. This trial of the Silver Star Tower is truly challenging. Xiao Han sighed helplessly. In the next moment, Xiao Han's consciousness erupted, and a massive spiritual seal was instantly into existence. Boom!
As the spiritual seal crashed down, over 1,000 fire spirits were instantly suppressed. Fire spirits, is this what you call a difficult trial? With just one move, he instantly killed over 1,000 fire spirits of a higher realm than himself.
Xiao Han's current strength had reached a terrifying level.
Of course, the power Xiao Han had used was less than 10% of his full strength.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy. Ding, leveled up, gaining 5.12 million experience points.
Ding! 5.12 million experience points earned. Ding! 5.12 million experience points gained.
Over 1,000 fire spirits directly contributed a staggering 100 billion upgrade points to Xiao Han. Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a bit moved. These upgrade points came way too easily. Life energy differs from other forms of energy. The stronger the opponent, the faster Xiao Han absorbs it. For example, if Xiao Han were to kill the population of a planet, assuming each person is worth 0.5 points, he would gain a staggering several billion upgrade points. However, since this life energy comes from ordinary people, the absorption speed is only slightly faster than that of low-grade spirit stones. This means that it would take Xiao Han dozens of days to fully absorb those billions of life energy points. But these fire spirits are different. Having reached the terrifying realm of a 10-star Grandmaster, Xiao Han can absorb over 100 billion units of life energy in an instant. In summary, the lower the energy grade, the slower the absorption efficiency. Even if he absorbed ordinary flame energy until he died, Xiao Han would still be unable to reach his current realm. But he has no idea how many such powerful beings of the Breaker of the Void realm there are ahead.
Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation.
Congratulations to the participant for passing the 20th layer. Proceed to the 21st layer.
With a beat, Xiao Han's figure vanished instantly from his original position. When he reappeared, he found himself in a completely new scene.
This was in outer space. And the opponents had transformed from the original 1,100-star Grandmaster Fire Spirit into 2 Breaker-level Star Beasts.
At that moment, the surrounding space began to tremble violently.
The 2 star beasts instantly charged toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly, and a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand.
Annihilation. With a low shout from Xiao Han, the longsword in his hand slashed out instantly. Roar!
The 2 star beasts seemed to sense the intense danger and erupted into a series of furious roars.
However, the blade's aura was utterly terrifying.
The 2 terrifying attacks sliced through the void, striking the 2 star beasts directly.
Puff! Puff!
As 2 streams of blood shot into the sky, 2 terrifying heads, each thousands of meters in diameter, erupted into the heavens.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy.
Ding!
Level up points, 10,240,000.
Ding!
10,240,000 experience points earned.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the shattered spiritual energy.
Chapter 102, My Father's 10 Supreme Beings Who Dares to Kill Me. Damn it, damn it.
Why are you so powerful?
Alterus wielded his long sword and attacked the void.
The dozens of 5-star void-piercing level star beasts before him were instantly obliterated by his terrifying attacks.
Congratulations, contestant.
You have successfully advanced to the 29th layer.
Alterus heard the prompt but felt no joy. Instead, a surge of anger welled up within him. Because at that moment, he was only ranked 3rd.
Ahead of him was not only Terwia, the small weapon emperor, but also an unknown rookie.
And Telwia was only 1 layer ahead of him.
However, Xiao Han had already reached the terrifying 39th floor. A full 10 layers. The gap between them was like climbing to the heavens. It could be said that even if he were given 10 days, he would still be unable to reach the 39th layer, because the move he had just used was his most powerful one. All the opponents within the Silver Star Tower possessed Spirit Tier strength, not the ordinary Mortal Tier. If they were just Mortal Tier, with his talent, reaching the 49th layer wouldn't even be possible. However, Spirit Realm cultivators can already kill opponents of higher realms. And he is 2 realms above them.
Within the Milky Way, those who can reach the 20th floor are all geniuses of the Spirit Realm.
Killing opponents of higher ranks is common, but once you reach the 40th floor and above, only Earth-ranked geniuses can emerge victorious. And Xiao Han has now reached the pinnacle of Ling-tier geniuses.
However, he cannot reach that level. Roar!
Just then, a series of terrifying roars echoed from all directions. In the next instant, a horde of stone giants charged toward Ultras with frenzied roars.
The essence of speed. Infinite slaughter. Alterus roared in anger, instantly unleashing his most powerful sword technique. In an instant, countless sword intentions engulfed the entire 29th layer. In an instant, all the powerful beings were completely annihilated.
This was not a game, so all physical strength was limited. Even Ultras, who had used his 2 strongest trump cards consecutively, could no longer hold on. Ultimately, after breaking through another 5 or 6 layers, he was overwhelmed and killed by the gatekeepers of the 34th layer. He died in the most gruesome manner.
Even after he emerged outside the Silver Star Tower, he continued to scream for help. Ha! Isn't this the legendary Ultras? He's actually begging for mercy here. Yeah, he's so weak. He's even afraid of these virtual opponents. The noble disciples who had been severely disciplined by the prison guards burst into wild laughter upon seeing Ultras. One after another, they seemed determined to vent all their frustration onto Ultras. Seeking death. The ultimate speed technique. Infinite slaughter. However, Ultras was no one to be trifled with. With a furious roar, the long sword in his hand erupted with one. Endless sword beams instantly engulfed the surrounding area for tens of thousands of kilometers. The over 100 6th-tier civilization nobles, who had broken through the first and second stars, were instantly shattered by the sword beams. However, aside from these young masters, the other participants remained unscathed. Ultras! You dare to act within my jurisdiction? Do you think I don't exist? However, at that moment, a cold voice echoed in Ultra's ears. Ultra's expression changed drastically, for he recognized the voice as that of Jinyu. In the next instant, the figure of the prison warden appeared before Ultras. Your Majesty Jinyu, I did not mean to offend you. These people above are simply too arrogant. If I have offended you in any way, please punish me. Ultra's face turned deathly pale. He knew that his father had told him countless times never to provoke the other Star Sea-level powerhouses, but especially not the prison warden. Because the prison warden's temper was such that even his father, who was as powerful as a Star Sea-level being, dared not provoke him lightly. Humph. Since this is your first offense and there were extenuating circumstances, I will overlook it this time. But if there is a next time, don't blame me for not sparing that old man Shuaiyan's face. Jinyu snorted coldly, waving his hand to instantly incinerate the corpses of the deceased young masters. Earlier, he had taught these young masters, but none of them listened. Some even thought he was looking for trouble. From that moment on, he had been harboring some anger, and Ultra's actions had provided the perfect outlet for his frustration. The Cunningham could have easily stopped Alteris, but he chose not to act. It was all because he was in a bad mood. Upon hearing that Jinyu hadn't punished him, Ultras was taken aback. But upon remembering his father's status, he immediately understood. That's right, my father is Bloodflame. One of the 10 supreme beings of the Milky Way. Even if Jinyu is powerful, how dare he punish me? Killing me is out of the question. Ultras immediately misinterpreted the situation, and his initial panic vanished instantly. However, at that very moment, another figure appeared beside Ultras amidst a spatial distortion. It was none other than Telwea. Upon seeing him, Ultra's eyes immediately flashed with a burst of flame. The opponent was 5 levels above him. He had failed at the 39th layer. This made Ultra's expression turn grim. Hey! Isn't this Ultra's henchman? Not bad, reaching this level. Telwea smiled upon seeing Ultras. His mindset was calm because he knew that every few generations, there would be an outlier whose talent far surpassed their peers. Xiao Han was one of them. If he couldn't beat him, he couldn't beat him. He could always catch up later. As long as he can outdo Ultras, that's all that matters. Upon hearing Telwea's words, Ultras' face turned dark. He gave the other a cold glance and then ignored him completely. I never thought we'd encounter such a genius in our generation. It's just bad luck. Telwea's words made Ultras, who was already looking grim, look even worse. Just a commoner, yet he dares to compete with us, the descendants of great races? He must be out of his mind. Ultras had already made up his mind to eliminate Xiao Han at the first opportunity. Telwea, standing beside him, shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. That's just the kind of person Ultras is. But he wasn't any less resentful. After all, he possessed endless resources and limitless techniques, yet he had been outdone by a commoner from some 4th-tier civilization. No one could understand that feeling. Look, Xiao Han has entered the 61st layer. Chapter 103, DXIN. Domain Lord Level Supreme Being. The 61st layer. A middle-aged man wielding a long sword was furiously clashing with Xiao Han's blood-red long blade. At that moment, Xiao Han's body erupted with an unimaginably terrifying blood energy. At the same time, a faint, terrifying imperial aura emanated from the dragon armor on his body. Boom! As the two collided once more, both Xiao Han and the middle-aged man were instantly sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. After stabilizing himself, Xiao Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, who is this guy? Is the 5-star breaker really this powerful? Xiao Han was speechless. He had even used his most powerful blood rage technique, yet he was still only at a stalemate. In other words, if the opponent's combat talent were ranked by grade, it would definitely be at the Earth realm level. You're quite strong. I never expected someone to finally recognize me within the Milky Way after all these years. The middle-aged man spoke up, expressing his utmost admiration for Xiao Han's strength. Oh? You have consciousness. Xiao Han was taken aback. He had assumed that the opponents here were all data-driven templates without consciousness. But the middle-aged man before him was completely different. Of course I have consciousness. However, it is merely a fragment of my spiritual awareness. Let me introduce myself. I am DXIN. I am the creator of this silver star tower. However, DXIN's words left Xiaohan speechless. You're the Hong level forging master? Xiaohan exclaimed in surprise. Hong level? That's correct. 50,000 years ago, I was indeed a Hong level alchemist. However, now I am a Zhou level alchemist. Nevertheless, the silver star tower has always been my pride. DXIN looked at the silver star tower proudly and said, Damn it, 50,000 years ago. Doesn't that mean you've already surpassed the star C rank? Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. A Zhou class artifact forger has already surpassed the star C class level, and that level is called Domain Lord. 300,000 years ago, I was on the verge of breaking through and happened to arrive in the Milky Way galaxy. I was invited by those 10 little ones to join forces and build a silver star tower. Their philosophy gave me a glimmer of hope for breakthrough, so I used the silver star tower as my medium for breakthrough and eventually became a Zhou tier alchemist. The silver star tower was left behind on Silver Star, but I also left a fragment of my soul to see when the Milky Way would produce someone with combat talent reaching the quasi-heavenly rank. I never imagined that I would actually wait for this day. DXIN stroked his chin and looked at Xiaohan with satisfaction. Indeed, Xiaohan's combat talent had already reached the terrifying quasi-heavenly realm. After all, someone who could surpass 7 minor realms and fight to a standstill against a superpowered individual with Earth-tier combat talent possesses such terrifying talent that it has reached the quasi-heavenly realm. Of course, the heavenly realm is no easy feat. Even at the quasi-heavenly realm, Xiaohan has only just barely reached it. Oh, you've seen it too. I don't care if I'm quasi-heavenly realm or not, but I'm still going to defeat you. Xiaohan's gaze toward DXIN grew solemn in an instant. Oh, defeat me? If you truly possess heavenly realm talent, it might be possible. However, with your current combat strength, attempting to defeat me by transcending 6 minor realms is simply impossible. DXIN shook his head helplessly. Is it really impossible? Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile. System, start upgrading all my skills. Upgrade them all directly to the breaker of the heavens intermediate realm. Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile. The next moment, he directly contacted the system through his thoughts. Having reached the 61st layer, Xiaohan now possessed an astonishing 310 billion upgrade points. Each of the first 20 levels granted him 10 billion points, but after that, every 10 levels doubled the points earned due to the opponent's strength doubling. 30 levels yielded 200 billion, while 40 levels brought a staggering 400 billion, and 50 levels reached 800 billion. Just the 60th floor alone had increased Xiaohan's upgrade points by a staggering 1,600 billion. With such a massive amount of upgrade points, Xiaohan's current strength had skyrocketed. Ding! The system began upgrading the host's true essence energy, martial arts techniques, and cultivation methods. With a system prompt, a faint, mystical aura began to emanate from Xiaohan's body. HM? Is he about to break through? No, if he breaks through, my strength will also increase. A breakthrough in cultivation realm wouldn't be enough to defeat me. Dixin suddenly noticed Xiaohan's changes and furrowed his brows slightly. However, to his surprise, Xiaohan's realm remained unchanged. Ding! Congratulations, host. All skills have been upgraded to Grandmaster Advanced. Upgrade points consumed, 1.6 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host. All skills have been upgraded to Grandmaster Top Tier. Upgrade points consumed, 16 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host. All skills have been upgraded to the initial stage of the Breaker Realm. Upgrade points consumed, 160 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host. All skills have been upgraded to the Intermediate Breakthrough Realm. Upgrade points consumed, 160 billion. After 3 consecutive system prompts, the aura emanating from Xiaohan's body became incredibly mysterious. The change in his strength caused Emperor Xin, who stood before him, to furrow his brows deeply, as he could not fathom the nature of Xiaohan's current transformation. As for why he didn't directly break through his physical strength, the reason was simple: Xiaohan was currently inside someone else's magical artifact. If others discovered he could freely set his cultivation realm, they would never spare him. The only solution was for Xiaohan to slowly elevate his cultivation realm. System, boost all my attributes to 10 billion. Xiaohan spoke calmly to the system. Boom! Following the system's thunderous roar, Xiaohan instantly felt his strength surging wildly throughout his body. In just an instant, all of Xiaohan's attributes had broken through the 10 billion mark. System, display my attributes. Xiaohan mentally commanded the system. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Martial arts realm, breakthrough realm, first star. Chi power, true yuan energy, 7th transformation 010000 billion, strength bonus, 200x. Occupation, intermediate level alchemist of the heavenly realm, 01000 billion, intermediate level array master of the heavenly realm, 01000 billion. Physical strength 10 billion. Speed 10 billion. Soul 10 billion. Technique Dragon Slaying Decision Spirit Grade, Sky Shattering Intermediate, 01000 billion. Combat Techniques, Sword Technique Breaking the Void, 01000 billion. Skills Flame Domain / Spirit Grade, Sky Breaking Grade, 01000 billion. 9 Heavens Thunderling Step Spirit Grade, Sky Breaking Grade, 01000 billion. 10,000 Nations Earth Shattering Poem Spirit Grade, Sky Shattering Grade, 01000 billion. Spiritual Seal Earth Grade, Sky Shattering Grade, 01000 billion. Teleportation Earth Grade, Sky Shattering Grade, 01000 billion. Heavens Will Divine Calculation Earth Grade, Sky Shattering Grade, 01000 billion. Frenzy / Sword Technique Spirit Grade, Sky Shattering Grade, 01000 billion. Talent Flame Power Spirit Realm, Sky Shattering Grade, 0.1 trillion. Equipment Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor Spirit Tier, Heaven Tier Intermediate, 01000 billion. Blood Drinking Mad Blade Earth Tier, Heaven Tier Intermediate, 01000 billion. Silk Pouch Spirit Tier, Heaven Tier Intermediate, 01000 billion. Level Up Points 1360 billion. Chapter 104 Instantly Defeating Emperor Xin. He was summoned. This kid actually managed to elevate his cultivation realm. Wait, his aura seemed to have changed significantly before his cultivation realm increased. Emperor Xin furrowed his brows. As Xiaohan's cultivation realm rose, Emperor Xin's original 5-star breaker of the heavens realm slowly ascended to 7-star. This is why advancing one's cultivation realm is useless, because when you advance, your opponent's cultivation realm also advances. Moreover, rashly advancing one's cultivation realm completely nullifies any advantages one originally possessed. For example, a genius at the level, with level skill proficiency, has no equal among peers of the same rank. However, once they reach the Grandmaster level, even though they still possess innate level skill proficiency, not only can they not defeat those of the same rank, but even those of lower ranks can easily slaughter them. As for Xin, even though he has advanced 2 minor realms, his martial arts rank and skill proficiency have also increased. He still retains his original Earth tier talent. However, Xiaohan, who directly advanced 1 major realm, would have his original quasi-heavenly realm talent drop to Earth realm talent if he were an ordinary person. Boom! However, at that moment, Xiaohan erupted, emanating an endless terrifying aura from his entire body. This aura crushed the surrounding space, causing it to tremble violently. This aura was hundreds of times more ferocious than before. Heavenly realm talent. Impossible. How could this kid possibly have heavenly realm talent? Xin's expression flickered slightly. A heavenly ranked talent is not just a minor talent in a small galaxy. Even in advanced star systems with civilizations of the 7th or 8th tier, such a talent is an incredibly powerful existence. If nurtured properly, a heavenly realm talent might one day surpass a domain lord and become a realm lord capable of founding an 8th tier civilization. After all, he, Xin, was merely a quasi-heavenly realm talent, and his current cultivation level was already his absolute limit. The reason he left the Silver Star Tower was simple: he wanted to find a suitable heir for himself. He didn't consider the art of weapon forging, as true geniuses in that field are rare and hard to find. However, he must choose his martial arts successor with the utmost care. However, Xiaohan's heavenly ranked talent has now shocked him. Because his heavenly realm talent far surpasses his teaching capabilities, he doesn't want to mislead his disciple. However, if Xiaohan were to remain in the Milky Way, this heavenly realm talent would be wasted. Young friend, would you be willing to? Dixin smiled slightly, ready to directly take Xiaohan as his disciple. However, the next moment, he noticed a dazzling sword beam that seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth, hurtling toward him. The speed was so fast that even Emperor Xin couldn't see it clearly. Emperor Xin's expression froze instantly. After uttering a curse, Emperor Xin's figure was instantly split in two by Xiaohan's sword, ultimately disintegrating into countless specks of light. Ding! Leveled up, 64 billion points. A system prompt sounded, causing Xiaohan to pause for a moment. What was that alchemist about to say just now? Xiaohan scratched his head in confusion. The other person hadn't finished speaking before Xiaohan had already used a flash move to kill him. If anyone outside knew about this, they'd be utterly shocked. Emperor Xin. A fragment of a Zotier weapon forger was killed by that kid Xiaohan in a single strike, and he was 6 minor realms above him. Never mind, earning level up points is more important. Xiaohan shrugged indifferently. Contestant kills Silver Star Tower Administrator. Silver Star Order is about to be re-established. All candidates are being expelled. However, at that very moment, a loud voice suddenly echoed in the ears of everyone still cultivating within the Silver Star Tower. What? The Silver Star Tower Administrator was killed? What's going on? The Silver Star Tower still has administrators? Who is this heartless person killing the administrator like that? Countless contestants who had been hoping to achieve good results instantly began cursing angrily. However, the next moment, everyone was forcefully expelled from the Silver Star Tower by a powerful force. Those who had already been kicked out were completely bewildered. Is this exam time limited? How could it just send everyone out like that? After some investigation, those who had been kicked out earlier became excited. Because being kicked out early definitely meant they would benefit and ultimately make it into the top 1,000. Administrators? The Silver Star Tower has administrators. Those old guys never mentioned anything about them. Not only the contestants, but even Jinyu, the chief examiner, furrowed his brows slightly, as he had never heard him mention any administrators in the Silver Star Tower before. However, since there's an issue, as the chief examiner, he has to step in and resolve it. That alchemist is screwing me over. He can't be killed? If he can't be killed, why did you come out here to show off your skills? Xiao Han was utterly speechless at that moment. You see, he had originally planned to make a good profit, but who would have thought he'd be called out like this? Everyone. Just as Xiao Han was feeling helpless, a loud voice echoed from the sky once again. The second round had ended prematurely for certain reasons, but the outcome was already decided. In the path of martial arts, besides strength, there is also a certain amount of luck. Without the necessary luck, even the most talented individuals would struggle to reach the pinnacle. Therefore, the top 1,000 will proceed to the next round. Those ranked 1,000th and below, regardless of the reason, must leave immediately. Jinyu's words were cold and ruthless, causing the faces of those who had intended to cause trouble to turn pale instantly. To be honest, they dared not cause trouble. Because in front of Jinyu, causing trouble only leads to one outcome, death. As Jinyu's words fell, one by one, the eliminated contestants flew back in the direction they had come from, looking dejected. Alright, next up is the final round of this genius battle. In this round, the top 10 will be selected. As for the rewards, it's simple, the top 10 will each be awarded a small star domain as their territory. Additionally, they will have the opportunity to train within the Silver Star Tower, with a time limit of 100 years. Everyone will have the chance to be taken as disciples by the 10 Supreme Masters. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on you. When Shinyu mentioned being taken as a disciple by the 10 Supreme Masters, he clearly sneered in disdain. As if this opportunity, which was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for anyone, was nothing but hot air. Of course, the 1,000 students present were naturally all excited. After all, not everyone has a Supreme Elder Father of Star Sea level like Ultras. However, Ultras turned his gaze toward Xiao Han, with a faint, cruel smile on his lips. As if he intended to devour Xiao Han whole. But at that moment, he was no better, wanting to grind this insignificant brat into dust. What's this guy staring at me for? Is he or something? Xiao Han, staring intently at Alteris, shuddered. This psychopath was best kept at a distance. Boom! Suddenly, a series of deafening roars erupted from beneath the ground. In the next instant, a massive arena rose up from the earth. This was the final battlefield for the next round. Chapter 105, Defeating Ultras. As Shinyu spoke, everyone looked down at the platform beneath their feet. Everyone was a bit confused. The arena battle had just ended not too long ago, hadn't it? Why was it starting again? Everyone present looked at Jinyu with curiosity, but just then, Jinyu spoke. The final match will take place on this stage, and the rules are simple, whoever lasts the longest will be the ultimate victor. Jinyu's words were simple, but those who had advanced to the second round with higher cultivation levels couldn't help but change their expression slightly. After all, this stage was home to the most powerful super strong warriors with the Breaking the Void 3rd star cultivation level. And some of them were only 7th or 8th star grandmasters. The previous round was a test of combat talent, but in the martial arts world, strength has always been the ultimate measure of one's worth. Since talent has already been tested, there is no need to continue testing it. Strength is the very foundation of a martial artist's existence. This match had no rules, the only objective was to kill your opponent. However, external forces are strictly prohibited. Jinyu's calm words left everyone speechless. Whatever the big shot says is right. Earlier, you said talent was important, now you say martial arts strength is important. It's true that whatever the big shot says is right. However, some people heard this news and became incredibly excited. Heaven is on my side. Everyone, whoever kills that kid named Xiao Han for me, I'll guarantee him a spot in the top 10. At that moment, Ultras burst into laughter and pointed at Xiao Han with a cold smile. However, upon hearing his words, many of the talented young geniuses present were immediately intrigued. Regardless of whether Ultras can secure his own spot in the top 10, the fact that the other party is the young clan leader of the Bloodflame clan alone is enough to make nearly everyone in the entire galaxy beg for his favor. At that moment, they seemed to see an opportunity to reach the pinnacle of life. The heavenly prisoner in the sky remained silent upon hearing this. He had said before that life and death were determined by fate, and wealth and honor were decided by heaven. If Xiao Han could survive, that would be best. But if he couldn't, even if he had extraordinary talent, he wouldn't save him. After all, this was a matter for the younger generation, the elders would not interfere. Third round, begin. At the sound of Jinyu's command, nearly 1,000 genius youths erupted simultaneously. 90% of them immediately charged toward Xiaohan. Flame Dragon Break. Red Sand Demon Fist. Great Sun Soaring Heaven. Hundreds of diverse martial arts techniques were unleashed toward Xiaohan with reckless abandon.
Such overwhelming might even cause the small weapon Emperor Turwia to furrow his brows slightly. Hundreds of people, 99% of whom were at the breaker of the void level, and all were geniuses capable of fighting at least 2 or 3 levels above their own. If they all unleashed their full power, he might not even be able to withstand it, let alone Xiaohan, whose cultivation level was merely at the 9th star of the Grandmaster realm.
Annihilation. However, Xiaohan moved. With just a calm utterance of destroy, an endless torrent of terrifying mental energy swept across the entire stage. All the geniuses attacking him froze in place. Bang! In the next moment, these young geniuses collapsed to the ground under the horrified gaze of Turwia. A mental shockwave? How could such a basic mental attack kill them all?
Turwia couldn't believe what he was seeing, staring at the bodies littering the ground. The original 1,000 had been reduced to just over 10, and none of them had even attacked Xiaohan.
Dead? Ultra's expression darkened slightly. The subordinates he had just recruited were dead, leaving him, the young clan leader, with no face to show. These worthless fools need me to do the work. With a cold snort, Ultras instantly pulled out a long sword from his storage ring and charged toward Xiaohan with a furious swing. The essence of speed, infinite slaughter. Ultras roared, swinging his sword wildly at Xiaohan. The terrifying speed left Turwia unable to catch even the slightest trace of his movements. Indeed, although this Alterus was not particularly impressive in appearance, his strength was still formidable. Fast? Let's compare.
Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile as he frantically calculated his escape route after killing this fool in his mind.
Ultimately, he struck. Swish! A flash of red blood light vanished in an instant.
Xiaohan had already retracted his long sword.
Sigh. I really have to start running now.
A sigh escaped his lips. However, the next moment, the countless sword beams that were about to strike Xiaohan shattered instantly.
Puff!
At the same time, Ultras exploded violently, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky. This scene instantly left all the surrounding contestants speechless, and everyone watching the match was left in a daze.
Prince Ultras is dead. Isn't he the young clan leader of the Blood Flame clan? This kid is courting death. This is bad. This is bad. The death of a young clan leader from a level 6 civilization is equivalent to directly challenging that civilization.
Although many viewers in the live stream had grown to despise this arrogant young clan leader, his death would be akin to the entire galaxy being turned upside down. Xiaohan, however, instantly appeared before Ultras and snatched the storage ring from him.
Humph!
Just then, a cold snort echoed through the sky, and a gigantic hand descended toward Xiaohan.
Blood slaughter, this is the competition I'm overseeing. You dare to act first? Do you not regard me at all?
Just as the palm was about to smash the ground, the icy voice of Jinyu echoed.
Puff!
Instantly, an endless cold glow erupted, severing the massive palm in an instant.
Boom!
With a deafening crash, the massive hand slammed into the ground. In the next instant, a blood-red giant with a severed arm appeared before Jinyu.
Jinyu! Are you really going to defy my Blood Flame clan?
Shueisha coldly snorted, speaking to Jinyu with icy words.
At that moment, Shueisha was utterly panicked.
The young clan leader he was tasked with protecting had been killed right under his nose. If the Blood Flame Supreme blamed him, he would be killed.
Humph!
Even that old Blood Flame dares not speak to me like that.
Who do you think you are? However, Jinyu's domineering words caused Shueisha's expression to change instantly. That's right.
Although Jinyu hadn't reached the Star Sea realm, his combat power was so immense that his strength had already surpassed the Starry Sky realm. Even Blood Yin dared not speak of defying him in his presence.
This is a competition. During the competition, I make the rules. After the competition, if you Blood Yin people want to kill this kid, it has nothing to do with me. Remember, this grand competition was organized by the 10 great races and they invited me to be the referee. Jinyu's calm words caused Shueisha's eyes to light up. It seems that Jinyu isn't really trying to protect Xiaohan, he's just saving face. Two elders,
Xiaohan seems to have already left.
Chapter 105, Virtual Universe Access Device. Chapter 106, Virtual Universe Interface.
Gentlemen, Xiaohan seems to have already left. However, at that very moment, Telwia's awkward voice echoed from below, leaving Shueisha and Jinyu stunned.
Left already? This is Silver Star. Where could he have gone? However, when the two of them looked up at the stage, they didn't see anyone there. He's really gone.
Jinyu let out a curse, and his divine sense instantly spread throughout the entire Silver Star, even covering the surrounding planets. However, the result left him stunned. Xiaohan was gone. However, they didn't know that while he was arguing with Shueisha, Xiaohan had already teleported away from Silver Star. At this moment, Xiaohan's teleportation skill had reached the terrifying breaking the void level, with a single teleportation spanning an astonishing 100 billion kilometers.
Moreover, Xiaohan's mental power could reach its limit multiple times in an instant.
In the minute it took the two of them to speak, Xiaohan had already arrived at the spaceship port, boarded the shadow ship, and immediately fled toward the outer reaches of the Milky Way star domain.
Seal off the entire star domain. I don't believe he can fly away now.
Shueisha's expression changed, and he immediately issued orders to his AI. It must be noted that Bloodkill is also a star-level powerhouse, though he serves as a bodyguard, his authority is no less terrifying.
With a single command, the Milky Way star domain sprang into action. An endless star array instantly enveloped the entire star domain.
However, they had underestimated Xiaohan's speed. Before the integrated star domain array could fully activate, Xiaohan had already teleported out of the star domain. At the same time, he used his spaceship to open a spatial jump and departed long before the array could fully activate, traveling an unknown number of light years away. Tens of thousands of light years away from the Milky Way star domain, before a massive star hundreds of times larger than the sun. A man with a figure so massive it could block out the sun sat in the void, absorbing the flame energy of this star.
Puff! Suddenly, the man spits out a mouthful of blood.
The man's eyes widened in shock.
Yaoer is dead.
The man was none other than the current clan leader of the Bloodflame clan, Bloodflame. He was also the father of Ultras. With his son's death, he, as a father, felt it instantly. The Bloodflame clan reproduces by dividing their own flame essence into a new life form. In other words, it is asexual reproduction, meaning that Bloodflame is both the father and the mother of Ultras. Ultras was the last son Bloodflame could conceive before breaking through to the Domain Lord level, as his lifespan had already passed its peak, making further advancement impossible. Yet, just moments ago, his last son had died. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, Bloodflame instantly transformed into an old man.
Bloodflame clan, issue the order. Bring the murderer of my youngest son before me.
Bloodflame's eyes turned blood red, and the endless flames instantly crushed the nearby star.
Clan leader.
We have received intelligence from Bloodkill that the one who killed the young clan leader has fled the Milky Way star domain.
However, the next moment, the voice transmitted from Bloodflame's neural interface sent him into a rage.
You're all useless. Search for the killer's whereabouts with all your strength. If you let him escape, I'll make Bloodkill pay with his life.
Shuaiyan's furious roar sent the members of the Bloodkill clan trembling in fear.
They immediately began contacting the other 9 major races to launch a search for Xiaohan's whereabouts within the Milky Way. However, Xiaohan was well aware that all 10 races, and indeed everyone within the Milky Way galaxy, were searching for him. Therefore, Xiaohan had already boarded a spaceship and was heading toward the outer reaches of the Milky Way galaxy.
Carl. Is this the interface you mentioned?
Inside the spaceship, Xiaohan completely ignored the commotion outside. Instead, he held a wrist-like device and spoke to Carl.
The master wouldn't be wrong. Although the model of this interface is different from the ones I've seen before, it's definitely a virtual universe interface. And its level is even higher than the ones we used in the Atlantis civilization. Carl exclaimed excitedly to Xiaohan.
After all, the value of an interface is so great that even the combined resources of a 5th-tier civilization couldn't match it.
If that's the case, will I be tracked if I use it now?
Xiaohan furrowed his brows and said to Carl.
There's an 80% chance it would, because this access device is a family-type device. If the owner uses it, the family patriarch can retrieve the location information.
However, Carl said awkwardly.
Damn it. Are you kidding me? If it can be traced, why did I steal it in the first place? Xiaohan felt an urge to strangle Carl.
He could escape because the Jinyu clan wasn't watching him, but if they had prepared, his teleportation range wouldn't allow him to escape their divine sense, meaning he'd be trapped. If the other party discovered his location, a Bloodflame clan chieftain of Star Sea level would definitely find him and eliminate him.
Even with teleportation, he couldn't escape. I was just joking around.
I just wanted you, my master, to interact with the high-ranking officials of the Milky Way so you could improve your strength faster. I didn't expect you to actually kill a royal family member. Carl felt a bit awkward. He had indeed said earlier that if it came to it, he'd let Xiaohan take one, but he never expected Xiaohan to actually take one and kill a royal family member. Now, they could only truly flee for their lives. However, as a slave of Xiaohan, he was only concerned about Xiaohan's safety.
Is there no way out?
Xiaohan frowned and said to Carl.
There was no way out. The virtual universe was said to be controlled by the most advanced artificial intelligence in the universe.
Unless they found someone stronger than him to erase the data, there was no way to avoid being tracked down.
But the central AI of the virtual universe is the most powerful entity. How could there be anything stronger than it?
Carl said helplessly to Xiaohan. However, Carl's words suddenly enlightened Xiaohan.
The most powerful entity in the universe. Then shouldn't the system, which claims to be above all worlds, be able to erase it at will?
Xiaohan thought of this and became excited.
Immediately, Xiaohan opened the attribute table of the virtual universe interface. Virtual Universe Access Device. The virtual universe is a virtual world constructed by the most powerful network in the universe.
This access device is a standard mobile access device, allowing users to log into the virtual universe within its coverage area.
Note, this access device is bound and can be tracked. Unbinding requires 100 billion upgrade points.
Upon seeing the access device's properties, Xiao Han's eyes lit up.
Only 100 billion to unbind?
As for why he couldn't upgrade, Xiao Han thought about it and let it go.
If unbinding costs 100 billion, upgrading must require tens of trillions or even more. Since Xiao Han currently lacks sufficient upgrade points, the system naturally does not prompt him to upgrade. However, Xiao Han didn't bother with it at the moment, as he only needed the login function. System, unbind it. Xiao Han directly addressed the system.
In the next instant, a streak of light flashed by.
Ding! Unbinding complete. Chapter 107, Entering the Virtual Universe. A vast worldview. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound to the interface.
There are currently virtual universe network hosts nearby that you can log into at any time.
As Xiao Han's 100 billion upgrade points were used, the system's notification sound also rang out.
Is it ready?
Xiao Han smiled slightly and immediately connected his consciousness to the interface.
Beep. New user detected. Create a new character?
At that very moment, a voice filled with emotion echoed in Xiao Han's mind.
Create it. Xiao Han responded mentally. Beep. Character creation successful.
You can now log into the virtual universe using any login device.
The character cannot be deleted. The prompt sounded again. Carl, wake me up if anything happens. I'm going to check out what this virtual universe is all about.
Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile, and the next moment, he clicked login. A wave of unconscious energy instantly enveloped Xiao Han's consciousness, and the next moment, his consciousness was transported to another dimension. When Xiao Han opened his eyes again, he found himself in the same room as before when he had logged into the War Soul.
Master, the War Soul you mentioned is a small game under the virtual universe.
You can download it and log in via a local area network. Many star systems rely on similar games to generate income. Virtual Universe also adopts this default format. However, at that moment, a fairy resembling a young girl appeared before Xiao Han. The fairy was only thumb-sized but looked exactly like a human.
I am your master's guide spirit. If you have any instructions in the future, you may ask me.
The guide fairy spoke respectfully to Xiao Han.
All right.
Since that's the case, I'll call you Xiao Ling.
Please first introduce me to the situation of the virtual universe. Xiao Han nodded slightly and then spoke to the guide fairy. Yes, master.
Xiao Ling respectfully addressed Xiao Han. In the next moment, with a flick of her small hand, Xiao Han instantly appeared in an endless starry sky.
Master, this is the universe we are in. Within the universe, galaxies are divided into 4 levels.
Xiao Ling began to expand the star map. Soon, a galaxy that caused Xiao Han's pupils to contract slightly appeared before his eyes.
This is the solar system where you were born, master. That's right. The solar system appeared before Xiao Han, meaning that all his activities in the solar system, including his departure from it, had been monitored by the virtual universe? Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but be shocked. What did Carl mean when he said that the virtual universe is the most powerful central brain of the entire universe? This ability was already equivalent to the will of the universe itself.
However, such miniature star systems are not included in calculations, as they are simply too small and too numerous in the universe to be named or numbered. Xiao Ling continued to explain to Xiao Han. The star map began to slowly contract. Soon, a small star domain appeared before Xiao Han. It was a galaxy composed of dozens of star systems. This is a low-level galaxy, the most basic form of galactic structure. Next come intermediate-level galaxies, such as the Milky Way. Generally, intermediate-level galaxies contain at least 1 trillion low-level galaxies. The scene contracted again, and the Milky Way appeared before Xiao Han's eyes.
Xiao Han nodded.
He knew all this, but Xiao Ling had mentioned 4 levels, and they had only passed through 2 so far. Thinking of the 2 remaining levels, Xiao Han grew slightly excited. Above intermediate galaxies are advanced galaxies, and the advanced galaxy where the Milky Way is located is called the Dragon Ascension Galaxy. The ruler of the Dragon Ascension Galaxy is the Dragon Ascension Empire. Under the Dragon Ascension Empire, there are as many as 84 trillion galaxies like the Milky Way. Xiao Ling's words caused Xiao Han's pupils to contract slightly.
8 trillion? What did that number even mean?
The star map contracted into a vast galaxy resembling a soaring divine dragon. As he looked at the countless intermediate galaxies, even more surprises followed, for with so many intermediate galaxies came an abundance of resources. Which meant that his future potential was truly terrifying. Xiao Hantong couldn't help but imagine the day when he would be powerful enough to drain several star systems dry. Above the advanced star systems lay over 1,000 top-tier star systems.
Under Xiao Ling's contraction, the star map contracted.
Finally, a star map composed of countless points of light appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Each of these light points represented a high-level star system. This was the Shuabei Galaxy, home to the Longting Advanced Galaxy, ruled by the Shuajin Universe Kingdom, established by the Shuajin Supreme Being. However, Xiaoling slowly revealed everything she knew to Xiao Han. But Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. Shuabei Galaxy? Isn't that the name of an element? Xiao Han was a bit confused. There are over 3,000 types of elements, with the 5 basic elements gold, wood, water, fire, and earth being the lowest tier. However, those who have mastered elemental power and become psychics are all based on these 5 elements. Above these are the spirit tier elements, and Xiao Han's flame power is one of them. Ultra's speed element is also one of them. Above the spirit tier elements are the earth tier elements, which are all incredibly terrifying existences. The Shugold power is one of them, and there are others like the Yin Yang power, and so on. However, mastering these elemental powers means that even with weak combat strength, one is still a genius with earth tier combat talent. With some martial arts talent, becoming a heaven tier combat genius is straightforward. And my virtual universe exists above all these 1,000+ top tier star systems. However, at that moment, Xiaoling's words caused Xiao Han's pupils to contract slightly. But thinking about it, if it can be used by over 1,000 top tier universes, its rank must not be 4th. However, the fact that it surpasses over 1,000 top-tier star systems is truly shocking to Xiao Hantong. These are the power divisions within some universes. Since the master hasn't come into contact with them yet, I mentioned it briefly. Now, let me tell the master about the virtual universe. Xiaoling smiled and said to Xiao Hantong. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Those power divisions were indeed important, but for Xiao Han, who knew nothing about them, they seemed meaningless. After all, even if he knew, he couldn't access that level of existence. The priority now is to first understand the situation of the virtual universe. Since the Master-S access device was only a low-level one, it could only connect to the internal local area network of the Dragon Ascension Empire. Unless there was a major event or the Master upgraded to a mid-level access device, they couldn't access the internal network of the Shugold Cosmic Kingdom. The price of an intermediate access device is 7 trillion Dragon Ascension coins. That's 7 trillion Galaxy coins. However, given the Master's current strength and talent, it should only be a matter of time before he has the opportunity to access that level. Xiaoling's words caused Xiao Han to nod slightly. Although his own talent and strength were powerful, compared to the entire Longting star system, he still lacked a great deal. After all, the Longting star system is simply too vast, with a nation comprising trillions of galaxies, enough to provide Xiao Han with any resources he desires. The virtual universe is divided into 3 major sections. Chapter 108, Battle Zone. Countless opponents. The virtual universe is divided into 3 major sections. Xiao Ling began to speak slowly to Xiao Han. One of the 3 sections is the battle section. Within the battle sector, the master can connect with countless genius youths within the Longting star system to fight together. Additionally, the battle sector features the top 10 rankings, which correspond to all strength rankings from the Mingjing stage all the way up to the Domain Lord level. If the master has sufficient strength, entering the top 100 million of the rankings will grant a significant amount of Dragon Ascension coins as a reward. Those on the top 10 rankings can obtain a free intermediate virtual universe access device upon their first entry into the top 10,000 of any ranking list. This allows them to challenge the rankings of the higher tier Shugold Universe domestic network. Xiao Ling only told Xiao Han about the first major section, and Xiao Han's eyes lit up instantly. He never expected such a good thing to exist. Although I seem to be able to use the system to directly upgrade to an intermediate virtual universe access device, the upgrade points required are extremely high. In other words, the only way for me to access the inner network of the Shugold universe is to challenge the rankings. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. Challenge. He really wanted to see how powerful these so-called geniuses within the Dragon Ascension Empire truly were. After the combat section came the shopping section, where users could purchase anything available within the entire Dragon Ascension Empire. Additionally, the virtual universe company's logistics ensured delivery to your hands at the fastest possible speed. The third section is the lifestyle section, which is essentially a second universe. This is where the concept of the virtual universe originates. Here, you can enjoy any treatment you desire, provided you have sufficient funds. There are also numerous professional guilds where you can interact with alchemists, weaponsmiths, rune masters, and other experts across the Dragon Ascension Empire. Xiao Ling slowly explained all the section information to Xiao Han, who now had a basic understanding. Of course, to gain a deeper understanding, Xiao Han would need to experience it firsthand. Since that's the case, take me to see the combat module first. Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke directly to Xiao Ling. Yes, master. Xiao Ling bowed respectfully to Xiao Han. In the next moment, Xiao Han instantly transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the room. When he reappeared, Xiao Han was already on a stage. This stage could change its size, environment, and even the climate according to Xiao Han's thoughts. However, these were merely basic functions. What truly caught Xiao Han's attention was the projection suspended in the sky. The projection displayed several options. Random battle, choose an opponent of similar cultivation level to fight against. Custom battle, define your opponent's level, abilities, martial arts, and more to customize your battle. Defining complex parameters may incur additional fees. Friendly PvP, battle against your friends. Ranking challenge, challenge the top 10 rankings. Bounty hunt, join the bounty hunt to accept challenges from all players of the same level. A minimum challenge fee is required. Among all these events, what Xiao Han cares about most is the custom challenge. Don't forget, Xiao Han possesses the ability to learn others' techniques and even master their elemental powers. If Xiao Han can customize an opponent with Earth tier elemental power and learn their elemental power, he can instantly master an incredibly powerful skill. Moreover, Xiao Han can not only learn elemental power but also the Earth tier techniques and martial arts. Xiao Ling, how many Dragon Ascension coins are needed to customize the cheapest opponent with Earth tier elemental power? Xiao Han asked Xiao Ling. Master, the weakest opponent with Earth tier elemental power already has Earth tier talent. If customized, it would require at least 100 Dragon Ascension coins. This is assuming the master does not upgrade their realm. If they upgrade, the opponent's strength will increase, and the price will be higher. However, Xiao Ling's words left Xiao Han speechless. 100 coins? That's 100 billion galaxy coins, enough to obtain 1 trillion upgrade points. Can my galaxy coins be upgraded into Dragon Ascension coins? Xiao Han asked doubtfully, unsure if his galaxy coins had been frozen by the people of the Galaxy Star System. It's possible, Master. You currently have 104 million galaxy coins in the Galaxy Star System, which can be exchanged for 1 Dragon Ascension coin. Xiao Ling's words made Xiao Han nod slightly. Let's exchange them first. Xiao Han said directly, after all, the money left there would eventually be taken by others. After all, galaxy coins are issued by the 10 major families of the galaxy. Congratulations, Master. You now have 1 Dragon Ascension coin in your Dragon Ascension account. Xiao Ling spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. Although there's only one, it's still the universal currency of a high-level star system. Many people find it difficult to obtain, let alone use it. Open the Dragon Ascension strongest rankings for the breaker level tier immediately. Xiao Han ordered Xiao Ling directly. Yes, Master. As soon as Xiao Ling finished speaking, the option page for Xiao Han's SkyClan instantly transformed into 10 massive boards, each spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. Each panel listed 100 million names. Master, these are the top 10 rankings. With your current strength, you can only participate in the breaker level rankings. Shall we begin the challenge? If you choose to challenge, you must start from the last position. Xiao Ling spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. Alright, let's begin now. Xiao Han also wanted to see how far he could rank, so he directly said to Xiao Ling. Begin the ranking challenge. Target, breakthrough rankings. Your current ranking is 152,554. Matching opponents for you. As Xiao Ling finished speaking, a ranking suddenly appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Damn, that's so long? Xiao Han was speechless. But upon further reflection, he calmed down. After all, the Longtian ranking chart contains trillions of intermediate star systems. Each galaxy has countless powerful beings who possess access devices, with each device capable of connecting to tens of thousands of users. And the breaker level should be a relatively common rank. After all, the stronger ones become fewer in number, while the weaker ones don't even qualify for an access device. 1. At that moment, a figure appeared before Xiao Han. The figure was a young man at the first rank of the breaker of the void tier. Puff. However, before the youth could react, he was instantly defeated by Xiao Han, instantly turning into a shower of light particles. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the spiritual energy from your travels. You have gained 10 million upgrade points. Just like the War Soul, Xiao Han also gained 10 million upgrade points for defeating an ordinary breaker level opponent. Congratulations, Master. Your ranking has increased tenfold. Xiao Ling also hurried over to congratulate Xiao Han. With so many people on the rankings, it's impossible to only challenge the top one. Every time he wins a challenge, Xiao Han can increase his ranking by tenfold. Until Xiao Han suffered his first defeat. Challenge the next one. Chapter 109, Earth Rank Genius. Feng Ling. As Xiao Ling's words fell, a young man suddenly appeared before Xiao Han. And the young man's cultivation level remained at the first star of the Breaking the Void realm. Puff! Another flash. The fleeting blade of light instantly sliced the youth in two, and in the next moment, he shattered into countless specks of light. After all, Xiao Han had even killed a 7-star expert who had used a Earth-tier combat talent. These first and second Starbreaker talents were merely at the mortal realm, and at most no higher than the spirit realm. How could such teenagers possibly be a match for Xiao Han?
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the spiritual energy from your travels. 10 million upgrade points. The system once again granted Xiaohan a whopping 10 million upgrade points. However, Xiaohan didn't care about this level. After all, with a billion upgrade points, his target was those peak level breakers. Congratulations, Master. Your ranking has increased tenfold. Begin the next round of challenges. With Xiaoling's prompt, Xiaohan began challenging even stronger enemies. And in the following battles, Xiaohan continued his merciless one-hit kills. Ding! 10 million upgrade points. Ding! 10 million upgrade points. Ding! 20 million experience points. One after another, opponents were swiftly eliminated by Xiaohan's relentless strikes.
As Xiaohan's ranking rose higher and higher, his opponent's cultivation levels also grew increasingly powerful.
Until Xiaohan reached the 100 billionth rank. His opponent's ranks had already reached the breakthrough 10 stars level. At this point, the opponents were no longer opponents that Xiaohan could easily defeat. Boom!
On the battlefield, two figures collided wildly, one of them holding a long sword, clad in celestial dragon armor, and emanating endless blood energy that was Xiaohan. Across from Xiaohan stood a breakthrough 10-star powerhouse.
Put!
As Xiaohan's blade struck the chest of the breakthrough 10-star powerhouse, the latter was instantly cut open, spewing a mouthful of blood.
Impossible! This kid is only a breakthrough star 1. How could he possess such power? The 10-star breaker couldn't believe what he was seeing before him. This was far too powerful. This wasn't the kind of strength a 1-star breaker should possess. However, Xiaohan's innate talent made him seem to glimpse the strength of the top 10 warriors on the rankings. Skipping 10 ranks is equivalent to having the talent of a heavenly rank cultivator. Such a genius is extremely rare even in the entire Dragon Ascension star system. Such a talent has an extremely high chance of becoming a domain lord in the future. If they were to be taught by an extremely powerful mentor, they might even have a sliver of hope of becoming a domain lord. Of course, such geniuses with Heavenly Realm combat talent must maintain their Heavenly Realm genius rank at all costs. If their strength grows too powerful and their combat rank drops to quasi-Heavenly Realm, forget about becoming a domain lord. Even a domain lord would be out of reach. This is precisely why Emperor Xian became so excited upon seeing Xiaohan's combat strength improve while his talent continued to rise. Such a genius, if nurtured properly, would undoubtedly become a domain lord and inherit his martial arts legacy. However, unfortunately, he didn't get to say it before Xiaohan sliced his clone in half with a single strike. Your strength is quite impressive. Xiaohan smiled slightly as he looked at this third Breakvoid peak tier powerhouse he had faced in battle. Of course, even a breakthrough peak tier expert is merely an ordinary spirit realm talent. Their rankings are all beyond the 1 trillion mark. However, even Xiaohan, who was only at the first star of the breakthrough realm, was already struggling greatly. After all, the mere difference in cultivation realm alone grants them a 500-fold disparity in strength. This gap might not be significant if the opponent were a mortal tier talent, but the opponent was also a spirit tier cultivator, and spirit tier cultivators were several times stronger than mortal tier talents. This is why Xiaohan nearly lost. But Xiaohan dares not upgrade now. Upgrading would require a huge sum of money to challenge those teenagers with earth tier elemental power. He can't afford it now, and upgrading would make it even more unaffordable. You're not bad either. But next, it's my turn. Put. Xiaohan's opponent tried to tell Xiaohan that he had given his all, but the next moment, a long sword instantly pierced through his chest. Unfortunately, your strength isn't enough to make me fight for my life. Xiaohan smiled slightly and spoke from behind his opponent. Teleportation. It's the legendary earth tier elemental ability, teleportation. Xiaohan's opponent stared disbelievingly at his own chest before finally collapsing. Right, among earth tier elements, there is indeed an elemental power called teleportation. Xiaohan suddenly remembered that the teleportation element is a branch of the heaven tier elemental power known as spatial power. Space power aside, this teleportation power is truly powerful. It seems I already possess an earth tier elemental power. Though teleportation is powerful, it's merely auxiliary. I need an attack type earth tier elemental power to achieve a qualitative leap in my strength. Thinking of this, Xiaohan shook the light fragments on the bloodthirsty blade. Ding! 50 billion upgrade points. A 10-star breaker of the void level powerhouse could grant Xiaohan an utterly terrifying number of upgrade points. Just one alone is 50 billion. If he were to kill 100 of them, he could obtain 5 trillion. Xiao Ling challenged the next one. Xiaohan didn't hesitate, he hadn't reached his limit yet. Congratulations, Master. You have entered the top 1 billion. The rankings are within reach. The next opponent is arriving shortly. Please prepare. Xiao Ling spoke respectfully to Xiaohan. However, the next moment, a young man with flowing long hair suddenly appeared before Xiaohan's eyes. The youth was clad in white, with a faint breeze emanating from his body. However, this wind energy was not ordinary wind. Oh? I didn't expect such a young brother with such talent. The youth smiled slightly upon seeing Xiaohan. Thank you for the compliment.
Your hurricane-like wind power is also quite powerful. Xiao Han smiled slightly, instantly discerning that the other's elemental power was a hurricane force comparable to his own spirit tear flame power.
However, the physical destructive power of hurricane force is far superior to that of flame force. On the other hand, the magical damage of flame force is much more powerful.
Oh? Judging by your cultivation level, you're only at the first star of the breakthrough realm. I never expected you to reach the top billion. That's truly surprising.
However, upon seeing Xiao Han's cultivation level, even the young man couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly.
You're only at the 7th ranked breakthrough realm, aren't you? If the 100 millionth rank is only at this level, then if you were to reach the 10th ranked breakthrough realm, you'd definitely make it into the top million of the rankings.
Xiao Han smiled faintly. It's not that everyone in this ranking is at the 7th star level.
It just means that if you only have a spirit tier talent, you need at least the 7th star level to have a chance of entering the top 100 million. However, for those with Earth tier talent or even quasi-heaven tier genius, reaching the top 100 million is achievable with 7 or 8 stars.
Even 4 or 5 stars.
Perhaps.
Since we're already on the stage, let's get started. Chapter 110, Burst. Spiritual Seal. Chapter 110, Explosion. Spiritual Seal.
The young man seemed to think of something, smiled slightly, and then a long sword appeared in his right hand. An endless torrent of terrifying wind energy erupted from his body. The wind power instantly destroyed the surrounding stage.
Exactly what I wanted.
Xiao Han also smiled, and in the next instant, his body erupted with boundless flames, while his blood rage erupted simultaneously. Fortunately, this was a virtual universe, so as long as he won, the blood energy required for Xiao Han's blood rage would be replenished. As Xiao Han's momentum erupted, the young man's previously indifferent gaze suddenly grew solemn.
How powerful is that secret technique? Is it inherent to that weapon? Such a terrifying weapon, has it already reached the Earth tier quality? Countless thoughts flashed through the young man's mind. A weapon of Earth rank quality is sufficient to grant a person combat talent approaching Earth rank. With a little effort, becoming an Earth rank genius is entirely possible.
However, if one relies on a weapon to reach this level, their combat talent would inevitably plummet below Earth rank once they advanced. At this thought, his initial apprehension toward Xiao Han diminished by several fold. However, he didn't know that Xiao Han's weapon could upgrade its grade in tandem with his own strength. If he ever got lucky, it could even break through to the heaven grade realm and become a heaven grade weapon.
This is the true horror of the system.
However, even if Xiao Han's abilities were obtained through external means, his innate talent alone had already reached at least the quasi-heavenly rank level.
Such talent was something the young man couldn't afford to ignore. The sigh of the wind.
With a deep sigh, the young man's hands erupted with endless wind energy, which surged into the long sword and instantly transformed into countless sword intentions. These sword intents erupted outward, transforming into countless sword energies that charged toward Xiao Han.
Impressive power. Xiao Han's pupils contracted slightly.
The young man's strength was far greater than he had imagined. The next moment, his right hand trembled.
Endless flashes. With a low growl, Xiao Han moved.
The blood-red long sword in his hand erupted with an endless stream of sword beams.
The speed at which these blade beams erupted was utterly terrifying. Each strike was a single flash.
The young man's sword chi had barely reached halfway when it was instantly shattered and obliterated by Xiao Han's blade beams.
Speed-based martial arts technique.
The young man's pupils contracted slightly, instilling a wind shield that enveloped the space around him.
Boom! One terrifying explosion after another echoed across the entire stage. Hi-ya!
With a loud shout, the young man burst out of the explosion circle and swung his sword toward Xiao Han.
Humph!
Xiao Han coldly snorted, swinging his long sword downward with both hands.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, the two were instantly knocked back tens of thousands of kilometers by the terrifying force of the impact.
However, in the next instant, they collided once more.
Endless flames and winds raged freely in the void, while Xiao Han and his men clashed furiously. With each collision, a large section of the formation collapsed. With each collision, countless dust particles were blasted into the sky. As time passed, the blood rage energy Xiao Han had stored was about to be depleted.
However, the young man's true essence power was also dwindling to just 10%. Boom! After the final clash, the two were instantly knocked back tens of thousands of kilometers. Whoosh! The young man took a deep breath, staring at Xiao Han in disbelief. This kid's strength is truly terrifying.
I had thought Xiao Han relied on the power of his weapon, but now I realized that even without a weapon, if the two were of the same level, even if I were 2 levels above him, I would still be defeated quickly. I never expected that after emerging from seclusion this time, I would encounter a young man with true heavenly rank combat talent.
Let me introduce myself. I am Fengling, from the Dragon Ascension Empire.
Fengling spoke to Xiao Han with a touch of emotion.
However, he didn't know that Xiao Han hadn't even used his most powerful attack yet.
After all, if teleportation were to be unleashed, even the strongest youth would be unable to withstand Xiao Han's sudden attack.
Fengling?
My name is Xiao Han, from the Milky Way of the Dragon Ascending Empire.
Xiao Han did not hide his name. After all, even if someone from the Milky Way is powerful, they wouldn't just come through the network to fight me, would they? If the opponent were truly that powerful, they would already be the ruler of the universe. The Milky Way?
Fengling was taken aback, as he had never heard of this name before. After all, there were countless star systems within the Dragon Ascension Empire, and a small star system like the Milky Way was hardly worth mentioning. After all, even among intermediate-level star systems, there are still differences in strength. A place like the Milky Way, which had only recently entered the sixth stage of civilization, was dwarfed by many intermediate-level star systems, whose territories were millions of times larger than its own.
Since our strength is almost depleted, let us use our final move.
The outcome will depend on our true strength. Fengling knew that continuing the battle would only lead to both sides exhausting their strength, with the one with more reserves emerging victorious.
There is absolutely no point in continuing. Exactly. Since that's the case, so be it.
Xiao Han smiled faintly, then flickered his right hand slightly, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand vanished instantly.
Fengling's pupils contracted slightly. Could he have an even more powerful weapon?
As soon as Fengling thought this, he realized he was wrong.
Because he saw Xiao Han begin to frantically form seals. At the same time, waves of violent mental pressure crushed down from the void. Mental attack. His strongest move is a mental attack. Fengling panicked instantly.
After all, mental attacks were the bane of countless martial artists, as they were impossible to defend against. Moreover, martial artists typically focused on cultivating their martial arts, paying little attention to mental cultivation. Even though Fengling possessed Earth-tier combat talent, his soul combat talent was merely at the mortal realm. And Xiao Han dared to use a soul attack because he had his own reasons. Kill him before he can launch his attack.
Fengling's expression grew grim.
In the next moment, an endless, merciless wind force erupted from his hands. He channeled all his wind energy into the tip of his sword.
Wind Saint's Scar. One sword pierces the heavens.
Fengling let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding space to explode with a deafening boom. However, the next moment, a terrifying sword beam tens of thousands of kilometers longed on the tip of his long sword.
Roar! As Fengling roared once more,
his long sword crashed down toward Xiao Han. The sheer might of the attack caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. However, at that very moment, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes.
Spiritual secret technique. Spiritual seal.
A low shout erupted from Xiao Han's mouth.
Endless soul pressure instantly engulfed tens of thousands of kilometers around him.
However, the next moment, a gigantic seal that pierced the heavens and the earth crashed down.
Earth-tier martial art. It's an Earth-tier mental martial art. Fengling couldn't believe it as he sensed the spiritual seal descending from the sky with his mental energy.
However, the next moment, his soul was struck by the seal, instantly shattered into fragments.
Boom!
The sword beam stretching tens of thousands of kilometers also exploded into pieces in an instant.
Chapter 111, halted at 40 million. Ah! A palace situated amidst the endless cosmic turbulence of the universe.
A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire palace. An old man cultivating in the main hall of the palace suddenly opened his eyes and, with a single step, appeared in a side hall.
Linger, what happened to you?
The old man, seeing his most cherished grandson clutching his head and kneeling on the ground, hurriedly pulled him up and began to examine his entire body.
Soul severely injured. What on earth happened?
The old man furrowed his brows slightly, then took out a pill and fed it into Fengling's mouth. Within just a few breaths, Fengling slowly opened his eyes.
Linger, what happened?
Why was your soul nearly shattered?
The old man asked in confusion. How could he allow his own grandson to be attacked here? It was an absolute disgrace.
Unless the attacker was a powerhouse of that realm. After breaking through the void realm, I was bored and decided to take a trip to the virtual universe. I never expected to encounter a teenager with combat power on par with the heavenly realm. In the end, when we clashed with our ultimate techniques, his mental martial arts shattered my soul. If it weren't for the protective mechanisms of the virtual universe, I would have died long ago.
Fengling said to himself in fear.
Wait. That's impossible. You were injured in the virtual universe. Even if your soul was shattered, you wouldn't have been harmed. The virtual universe wouldn't allow it.
However, Fengling couldn't believe it.
I don't know either, but I was injured.
Maybe the virtual universe saw that I was fine and didn't heal me properly. Fengling said uncertainly.
However, Fengling furrowed his brows, but after much thought, it seemed like the only possibility. However, you've only recently advanced to the Break the Void realm. Your martial arts techniques and skill levels haven't caught up with your cultivation realm yet.
Stay home and cultivate properly. Wait until you regain your heavenly realm combat talent before coming out again.
I'm taking your interface device with me. The old man glared fiercely at Fengling, but fortunately, he hadn't injured his core essence, so it could still be healed.
Otherwise, this youngster's talent would be ruined. Yes. I won't go out. Fengling hurriedly replied.
That's right.
When Fengling was at the Grandmaster level, his talent was Heavenly Realm 1. And he was ranked first on the Grandmaster rankings. However, after recently advancing, he jumped directly from Grandmaster 10 stars to Breakthrough Realm 7 stars. This caused his martial arts and techniques to lag far behind his cultivation level, ultimately causing him to stagnate at the top 10 billion of the Breakthrough Realm. However, someone like him only needs to seclude himself for a few hundred years, and his talent will return to the heavenly rank. At that time, he will undoubtedly secure a spot among the top 10 in the Breakthrough Realm rankings. Of course, his top priority now is to quickly restore his innate talent to level 1. Otherwise, everything will be reduced to nothingness. Xiaohan, I wonder if by the time I emerge from seclusion next time, you'll already be the top ranked in the Breakthrough Realm rankings. Fengling said with some anticipation, because then he could fight Xiaohan again. However, after 200 years, when he finally emerged from seclusion, he discovered that in this era, the brightest star in the entire universe was none other than Xiaohan. Ding! Level up points, 64 billion. Although Ling Feng was powerful, his cultivation realm remained ordinary, just a 7th rank cultivator. Not only did Xiaohan exert a great deal of effort, but in the end, he gained little. Sigh. It seems I still need to target opponents with weaker innate talent. Xiaohan said helplessly. Master, you have now reached the top 100 million on the rankings. Another upgrade will take you into the top 100,000. Shall we continue the challenge? Xiaoling's voice echoed once more in Xiaohan's mind. Challenge? Why not challenge? Xiaohan raised his eyebrows. He began his challenge once more. However, at this level, Xiaohan's opponents had become even stronger. Comparing himself to Fengling, who ranked in the top 100 million, wasn't because he didn't want to improve, but because he simply didn't have the strength to do so. Although Xiaohan was stronger, it was only by a hair's breadth. Ding! Leveled up by 50 billion. Ding! 50 billion upgrade points. Ding! 50 billion upgrade points. Ding! 50 billion upgrade points. With each victory, Xiaohan gains 50 billion upgrade points. Once he reached the top 100 million, Xiaohan directly challenged the 10 millionth rank, but was ultimately defeated. With no choice, Xiaohan had to start challenging again from the 100 millionth rank. Ultimately, even with teleportation, Xiaohan was stopped at the 54 millionth rank. However, by the time he reached this rank, Xiaohan had already fought 30 battles, winning some and losing others. Congratulations, Master. You are now a member of the rankings. We wish you the best of luck in reaching the top soon. Xiaoling also looked at Xiaohan in astonishment. To reach this rank with the strength of a star-breaking first-rank warrior was nothing short of a miracle. Ordinary Heavenly Realm combat talent users could never achieve such a feat. If Xiaohan could reach 10 star break the sky, or even just 5 or 6 stars, he might be able to reach the top. Such an astonishing achievement has not been seen in the Dragon Ascension Empire for billions of years. However, at this moment, Xiaohan was not concerned with any of that. System, how many upgrade points do I have now? Xiaohan spoke calmly to the system. Ding! Host, your current total upgrade points are 310 billion. The system responded instantly, but Xiaohan furrowed his brows upon hearing the number. 300 billion? All my skills have already reached the advanced sky-breaking level. To upgrade to the advanced level, each skill requires 100 billion. That means I can only upgrade 2 or 3 skills now? However, while 2 or 3 skills could significantly boost Xiaohan's strength, reaching the top 1000 would be incredibly difficult. Anyway, there's no rush to use the intermediate virtual universe access device yet. I'd better focus on making money first. Xiaohan thought this through and immediately exited the rankings mode. Xiaoling, open the bounty arena. Xiaohan said directly to Xiaoling. Yes, master. Xiaoling said softly. The next moment, Xiaohan's vision was filled with rows of already ongoing arenas. Below each arena's name were values in Dragon Ascension coins. Some had just a few, while others had tens of thousands, even millions. The Master Arena is where you set up an arena and use the lowest dragon coin value as the bounty. Other challengers can come to challenge you, and the bounty amount must be matched with the corresponding dragon coins. Whoever wins becomes the new arena master, and the bounty accumulates until the winner removes the arena to claim the reward. In other words, if the host is strong enough to keep winning, they can turn a single dragon coin into 1,000 with just 11 wins. Winning 22 matches earns 1 million Dragon Ascension coins. Additionally, unless the champion sets a restriction, challengers cannot be of a higher cultivation level than the champion's 5-star rank. Xiaoling's words made Xiaohan's eyes light up. Great idea. Set up a stage for me, with a bounty of 1 Dragon Ascension coin. Xiaohan waved his hand generously and bet all his Dragon Ascension coins on the challenge. Chapter 112, Target Yin Yang Power. Congratulations, Master. You have become the Arena Master. You can now set the highest cultivation level for challengers. At the same time, your cultivation level will be publicly announced. Xiaoling respectfully said to Xiaohan. Set the highest realm to below Breakthrough of the Void, 6 stars.
Xiao Han did not directly set it to 10 stars. He only had one Dragon Ascension coin, and if he lost it, he would have to resort to other methods. At 6-star breaking the void, even if the opponent is a genius with Heavenly Realm combat talent, Xiao Han still has a decent chance of defeating them. With Xiao Han's command, they once again returned to the stage. However, this time, Xiao Han could only wait for others to challenge him. Although one Dragon Ascension coin seemed insignificant, its value was equivalent to 100 billion upgrade points. From this figure alone, one could understand its immense worth. A single Dragon Ascension coin is equivalent to the entire fortune of a 3 or 4 star breaker of the heavens. Therefore, Xiao Han's stage had only been open for a few seconds before someone challenged him. It's really just a 1-star breaker of the void rookie. Kid, you're opening a stage at your cultivation level? Do you have too much money? The opponent was a burly man. And the giant's strength was precisely the high-level tier Xiao Han had set 6-star breakthrough realm. Although the burly man isn't a spirit realm or even earth realm talent. However, at this level, if facing a star-breaking first-rank opponent, only a super genius at the peak of the earth realm could defeat him. Enough talk, let's get started. Xiao Han, upon seeing the opponent, his eyes lit up instantly. Just a 6-star breaker of the void, and the lowest tier mortal talent at that Xiao Han could take him out with a single move. Hey! You're pretty arrogant, kid. The giant laughed, then a massive sword appeared in his hand, ready to strike at Xiao Han. At the same time, Xiao Han also moved. As Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly, a terrifying blade of light erupted from his hand. The blade's speed was so fast that the burly man didn't even have a moment to react. Puff! In the next instant, the giant's head flew into the sky. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the surrounding ground red. In the next moment, the giant's body slowly disintegrated into specks of light and vanished into the void. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained 3.2 billion upgrade points. Congratulations, master. Your reward pool has successfully accumulated 2 Dragon Ascension coins. Would you like to continue to the next stage? Xiao Ling exclaimed excitedly to Xiao Han. 1. Alright. Let's begin. Xiao Han nodded slightly and continued speaking to Xiao Ling. Just a few seconds later, another powerful opponent appeared before Xiao Han. As before, facing Xiao Han, a 1-star breakthrough tier cultivator, no earth tier talent would dare to bully the weaker. Of course, the main reason was that the opponent simply didn't bother with Xiao Han's single Dragon Ascension coin. However, the limit Xiao Han had set attracted quite a few ordinary tier talent novices. It could be said that with such a group, they were perfectly positioned to wait every day for newcomers like Xiao Han or arrogant geniuses to come and hand over their money. However, this time, Xiao Han was not the same spirit tier or earth tier genius they had encountered before, but a Xiao Han who could effortlessly slaughter even those with the same tier heaven tier talent. Victory after victory has caused Xiao Han's prize money to accumulate directly to 512 coins. However, at this level, Xiao Han waited over 10 minutes without anyone coming to challenge him. Master, opponents at the 6th rank of the Break the Void realm don't have that many Dragon Ascension coins. Even the disciples of major clans don't have the necessary savings. Master, could you please increase the level of your challenge opponents? Xiao Ling said to Xiao Han. There's no other choice. Xiao Han sighed helplessly. Indeed, for a 6th tier breaker, a lifetime savings of a few hundred was already considered decent. Previously, even those with a few hundred had thought themselves weaklings, only coming to pick up the scraps. You must know that in the previous match, Xiao Han's opponent had already reached the Earth Realm level. Now, 512 Dragon Ascension coins would definitely deter many people. Xiao Ling raised the challenge setting to 9 stars. Xiao Han spoke calmly to Xiao Han. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. If it came to it, he would simply upgrade his martial arts techniques. By then, even someone with heaven tier strength would have to kneel before him. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Han raised his settings to 9 stars, those who had been watching him, all 8 and 9-star practitioners, immediately clicked to challenge him. An 8-star martial artist was immediately teleported over. As everyone knew, those who dared to challenge after seeing the records of the challenger's strength in Xiao Han's arena matches were all confident in their own abilities. This 8-star martial artist was a super genius with Earth Realm talent. Boom! However, in the next instant, the genius was sent flying out as a beam of light. Why is his strength so much lower than Ling Feng's, even though they're both Earth tier geniuses? Xiao Han shook his head. After all, Ling Feng is only a 7-star warrior. Next, Xiao Han's opponents appeared one after another. The original 512 upgrade points were boosted to over 8,000. That's enough for now. 8,000 isn't a huge number, but it's more than enough. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Over 8,000 points were already equivalent to the total assets of countless 10-star breakers. However, since Xiao Han now had enough Dragon Ascension coins, he naturally wouldn't linger here wasting time. Xiao Ling, take me off the stage and open custom mode. I want to customize my opponents. Xiao Han spoke calmly to Xiao Ling. Yes, master. Your arena has been withdrawn.
You can now specify the conditions for the opponents you wish to search for. Xiao Ling respectfully replied to Xiao Han. Search criteria: possessing Earth rank elemental power, Yin power or Yang power, along with the corresponding cultivation technique, and a cultivation realm below 5-star breakthrough. Xiao Han input all his conditions in one breath. Master, your conditions are very stringent. A single search will require 3,000 Dragon Ascension coins. Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiao Han. Earlier, Xiao Ling had mentioned that 100 Dragon Ascension coins were merely the cheapest price for an Earth tier elemental power user. And now Xiao Han's requirements were for the extremely rare Yin Yang power. The difference must be enormous. Phew. Thankfully, it's enough. Search. Xiao Han sighed in relief. After all, upgrading each type of elemental power to his corresponding realm required an enormous amount of upgrade points. Therefore, Xiao Han could only choose the strongest few among them. Of course, there are at least 10 types of elemental power stronger than Yin or Yang within the Earth tier alone. However, if the two were combined, Xiao Han believed that there was an 80% chance they could surpass Earth tier elemental energies. After all, Yin and Yang energies are two opposing forces. The benefits one could gain after mastering them were beyond Xiao Han's imagination. Good master. Consume 3,000 dragon coins to begin the search. If the search fails, the dragon coins will be returned to the master. After Xiao Ling's prompt, Xiao Han fell into silent waiting. Those who possess either of these two powers are few and far between throughout the entire Dragon Ascension star system. And those who could do so at the level Xiao Han mentioned were even fewer. Beep. Search complete. Opponent. Chapter 113, The Power of Yang. The Holy Scriptures of Yin and Yang. Beep. Search complete, opponent matched. However, with a beep, Xiao Han's heart finally settled. Phew, thankfully the match was successful. Xiao Han exhaled in relief. If it hadn't worked, he would have had to wait a very long time. Because he could only search within the Shugold Cosmos Kingdom after obtaining the intermediate interface. And by then, who knows how much time would have passed. With a ripple of energy, a figure slowly materialized before Xiao Han. However, when the figure appeared, Xiao Han was completely stunned. A delicate, 7 or 8-year-old girl appeared before Xiao Han. Yet her cultivation level was only at the stage. What's going on here? Xiao Han was completely bewildered. Master, you only set an upper limit and didn't set a lower limit, so it matched someone at the level. Xiao Ling explained to Xiao Han with a smile. Xiao Han sighed helplessly, but it didn't matter. After all, it was the same either way. It's just a matter of spending more upgrade points. Hey! Are you searching for someone, big brother? Just then, the little girl across from him excitedly looked at Xiao Han and spoke up. Yes. Xiao Han smiled helplessly. Big brother is so kind, giving Xiaoyan so much money to buy good food. However, the little girl's words left Xiao Han speechless. The money spent on these searches is essentially the same as paying someone to fight. I didn't expect this little girl to just click agree to buy snacks. Watching the little girl's excited expression, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. After all, it's all being given away, might as well give it to this little girl to make her happy. System. Detect all the skills and elemental powers the little girl possesses. Xiao Han directly addressed the system in his mind. Ding. Skill detected, Yangshan Nia innate level, Earth rank. Skill detected, Yin Yang sacred innate tier, Earth rank. Detected elemental power, Yang power innate grade, Earth rank. Just 3 skills, yet all of them are Earth rank 1. Moreover, Xiao Han noticed that this young girl actually possessed level proficiency. Xiao Han instinctively pulled up the inherent rankings within the Dragon Ascension strongest list. However, the name at the top of the list left Xiao Han speechless, Yangshan Shuiyun. Yangshan? What a powerful name. He never expected this young girl to be the top ranked on the inborn rankings. But upon reflection, it made sense. Possessing Earth tier elemental power, along with martial arts techniques, and having mastery of these techniques at the innate level. You must know that each of these conditions would make someone a super genius with Earth tier talent in Dongrong City. Combined together, she's already considered powerful even among those at the heavenly realm. System, learn everything. Xiao Han didn't hesitate and clicked to learn everything. Ding. Learning has begun. As the system's prompt sounded, Xiao Han instantly felt a surge of power slowly emerging within his body. In his spiritual sea, that force slowly gathered into a white crescent. It resembled the white half of a Tai Chi symbol. Since he was only at the level, Xiao Han instantly mastered all 3 skills. Hoo! The elemental power of the Earth realm is indeed profound. Xiao Han exhaled slightly. He then turned his gaze toward the young girl. The girl was staring at him with a pair of curious, wide eyes. Big brother, why do you have the same aura as my father? The little girl asked Xiao Han curiously. Perhaps it's because we get along so well. Xiao Han smiled slightly, then walked over and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Normally, the little girl would never let anyone touch her head, as that was something only her father was allowed to do. However, this time, she didn't resist Xiao Han at all. Oh, and about the money the big brother gave you, you mustn't tell anyone else. Make sure to hide it well so that no bad people see it.
Although it's highly unlikely that someone with such powerful martial arts skills would come from a small family, there are always exceptions. Xiao Han didn't want the little girl to get hurt because of him.
Alright. Xiao Yun understands. Shui Yun nodded happily.
Oh, and big brother, Shui Yun also has something for you.
I've already sent it to your email. Make sure to check it. And when you have time, you must come visit Yuner to play.
Shui Yun suddenly thought of something and happily said to Xiao Han.
Alright, if I have time, big brother will come find you.
By the way, big brother's name is Xiao Han. Xiao Han said with a smile. After Xiao Han finished speaking, Shui Yun slowly turned into a beam of light and vanished from the stage.
Phew. I didn't expect to match with a kid. Xiao Han said helplessly. Master, you've received a friend request and an email.
Just then, Xiao Ling spoke to Xiao Han.
Accept it. Xiao Han nodded slightly, knowing it was a message from Yangshan Shui Yun.
Upon checking the email, Xiao Han discovered that it contained a wooden carving of Shui Yun.
Master, this is a physical email. If you click accept, the package will be delivered to your hands. Additionally, the sender will not know your location.
Xiao Ling hurriedly explained to Xiao Han. As his guide spirit, she was well aware of Xiao Han's concerns. After all, to better serve Xiao Han, she had been granted access to all of his information by the virtual universe. And naturally knew that Xiao Han was currently being pursued. However, all guide spirits swear to follow their masters to the death, so in theory, the entire virtual universes would not interfere.
Do I need to pay any shipping fees?
Xiao Han was a bit confused.
The other party has already paid.
Xiao Ling's words made Xiao Han pause for a moment.
However, since it had already been paid, Xiao Han wouldn't refuse it. Then just take it.
Xiao Han said this and then no longer paid attention. Additionally, search for opponents who use yin energy, specifically those below the 5-star breakthrough realm.
Xiao Han hadn't forgotten that he still needed yang energy to complete his yin-yang energy. Alright, master.
This search will still require 3,000 Tinglong coins.
Please wait a moment.
Xiao Ling spoke slowly to Xiao Han. Soon, a search bar appeared in the sky once more. The Dragon Ascension Star System, the imperial city of an intermediate-level star system.
Damn it, just because I lack natural talent, they won't give me any resources. I'm at least royal blood, damn it.
A young boy, unwilling to accept his fate, punched the training stone in the courtyard repeatedly. At 15 years old, he was a member of the imperial family of this intermediate star system. However, at 15, he was still unable to out any inner energy, and even his own father had no idea why. In the martial arts world, everyone strives for martial arts cultivation. As a natural, he was naturally deprived of all resources. But he refused to accept it. Why couldn't he cultivate inner energy? Ding! Master, good news. You've been selected by a wealthy individual in the virtual universe to be their opponent. Accepting the challenge will grant you 2,800 Dragon Ascension coins. Chapter 113, Everything for Yin Power. Chapter 114, All for the Yin Power. What? Over 2,000 Dragon Ascension coins? Just to find me, a worthless. Delster couldn't believe his ears. Yes, master. He was matched through official channels, specifically the virtual universe. As long as the master doesn't reveal their information, the other party won't know your identity. Anyway, the master meets the other party's search criteria. Just take the money first. Delster's elf transmitted a voice through the interface, instructing him. Alright, let's take it first. Maybe with this money, I can find out why I can't cultivate in the virtual universe. Thinking this, Delster hurriedly instructed his guide spirit to accept Xiao Han's invitation. Master, the acceptance is complete. Please enter the virtual universe immediately. The guide spirit excitedly said to Delster. You must know that all guide spirits are completely devoted to serving their masters. Therefore, seeing such a rare opportunity, she was also very happy. Over 2,000 Dragon Ascension coins. That's more than the pocket money of Delster's older brothers combined over hundreds of years. Meanwhile, Xiao Han was still anxiously waiting for his opponent to appear. The reason was that there were simply too few opponents who possessed the yin energy that Xiao Han was seeking. After all, those with Earth-tier talent, if they have even a modicum of cultivation talent, can easily become a generation of strong individuals. Becoming a star sea-level powerhouse isn't that difficult in the future. However, every few hundred years, the entire Dragon Ascension star system might only produce one person who has mastered the yin force. And over the course of hundreds of years, there was no guarantee that Xiao Han would even encounter such an opponent. B. Target confirmed. The opponent is entering the virtual universe. Please wait. However, at that very moment, a notification sound suddenly caught Xiao Han's attention. Finally found. Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. After all, an opponent with yin energy is truly rare. As a ripple spread out, a young boy suddenly appeared before Xiao Han's eyes.
However, the boy's condition left Xiaohan speechless. Xiaoling, what's going on here? The previous girl, though young, was at least a. What's the deal with this guy? Xiaohan was speechless. He's just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person possess Yin energy? The system didn't give any prompts either. Master. The opponent must have Yin energy. The virtual universe's central brain wouldn't be wrong. It's probably because they haven't cultivated it yet, so they can't channel that power. Xiaoling hurriedly said. Xiaohan was at a loss for words. He couldn't just give up like this. After all, he had spent money on this, and money was the least of his concerns. The real issue was that finding another possessor of Yin energy would be extremely difficult. You didn't see that both times, the ones who accepted the invitation were people with very weak abilities. Brother, why haven't you cultivated at all? Xiaohan said helplessly to the other person. However, Delst heard Xiaohan's words and couldn't help but smile wryly. I want to as well, but my body is in some kind of condition that prevents me from cultivating. Although the alchemist who examined me said there is powerful energy within my body, I can't channel it out. Delster had long since grown accustomed to this situation and naturally wouldn't hide anything. After all, he had just received 2,800 from Xiaohan, and he still felt a bit uneasy inside. Unable to channel? Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. He instantly appeared in front of Delster and grabbed his hand. Delster hurriedly tried to pull his hand away, but found he couldn't move it. Damn it, is this guy a complete control freak? Did I pay him just to be tormented like this? Delster thought about it and felt like killing himself. Fortunately, Xiaohan released his hand instantly. Your problem isn't that serious, is it? Who treated you? They can't even recognize a common spirit rejecting body? However, as soon as Xiaohan finished speaking, Delster's eyes widened in shock. Rejecting spirit body? Senior, are you saying I have a rejecting spirit body? Delster was immediately overcome with emotion, as this was the first time anyone had ever mentioned the reason for his condition. Nonsense, do you think I'm lying to you? Xiaohan rolled his eyes. Master, you're actually a spirit rejecting body. However, Delst's spirit was staring at him in disbelief. Seeing his spirit so shocked, Delster immediately started daydreaming. Could it be that my constitution is so extraordinary? Delst exclaimed excitedly. However, his elf replied with a bitter smile, the spirit-rejecting body, as recorded in the public database, is a type of body from the early days of the universe that was forgotten by heaven and earth, unable to absorb any spiritual energy or power. Although there are solutions, they have long been lost. Even if the method were still known, it would only be in the hands of a master alchemist of the Master of the Universe rank. The elf's words left Delst stunned as if struck by lightning. The cause has been identified, but you're telling me only a universe-level alchemist can solve it? What does that even mean? It's like finding the cause of your illness but having no cure, just wait to die. It's not that mysterious. It's just a spirit-rejecting body. Come here, I'll heal you for free. Xiaohan looked at Delst and his elf, who were on the brink of death, and was speechless. He had just said it was a minor issue, yet these two were so pessimistic? If he weren't urgently in need of Yin energy, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath on them. What? Senior, you can cure me? Delster, upon hearing Xiaohan's words, immediately knelt down before him as if he had found a lifeline. As long as you can cure my spirit-rejecting body, I, Delst, will be your servant for life to repay you. Delster spoke solemnly to Xiaohan. Enough with the nonsense. I'm starting now. Xiaohan shook his head helplessly. If this were on Earth, lacking martial arts talent would simply mean you couldn't practice martial arts, no big deal. But Delster possessed a virtual universe access device, and his expensive attire clearly indicated his high status. In this kind of organization, lacking talent was no different from being dead. Boom! After speaking, Xiaohan suddenly erupted with an endless terrifying aura. The ground around him collapsed rapidly, while his hands swiftly struck countless seals into the void. Xiaohan finally realized that his alchemy seemed different from others. After all, he possessed the rejecting spirit body and its solution, which were unknown to countless others. It seemed he might possess countless unknown abilities he was simply unaware of. And the seal technique Xiaohan was currently forming was the countermeasure for the spirit-rejecting body. As Xiaohan's hands swiftly formed the seals, countless mystical seals surged into the void, eventually coalescing into a mystical rune in the sky. Soul-breaking seal technique. Break! With a low shout, the rune symbol crashed down onto Delst's soul. Chapter 115, Heavenly Elemental Realm, Yin-Yang Power. Boom! A series of deafening explosions erupted from Delst's body. Each explosion felt like a shackle being shattered. After a few breaths, faint streams of energy began to emanate from his body. Qi energy? Master, you've truly mastered Qi energy. Delsta's spirit exclaimed excitedly beside him. Delsta's face was also filled with excitement. Dawn! The next moment, Delst knelt heavily before Xiaohan. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I, Delster, will definitely repay your kindness in the future if I ever have the chance. Delster said tearfully with gratitude. Your kindness has already been repaid. We likely won't have the chance to meet again in the future. By the way, you possess yin energy. With your family's influence, you should be able to find some cultivation techniques to help you train. How far you can go ultimately depends on you. Xiao Han waved his hand and directly copied the yin energy that the other had just awakened. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained elemental power. Yin power. Ding! Alert, the host possesses two opposing elements. The two opposing elements will begin to react against each other. Please prepare immediately. However, at that moment, the system's alert caused Xiao Han's pupils to contract slightly. I have to log off first. Xiao Han had no time to deal with Delst and simply clicked to log out, leaving Delster and his elf behind, completely bewildered. Did that senior say I've already repaid my debt? When did that happen? Delster looked utterly confused, but at that moment, a powerful aura began to emanate from his body. Master, you've made it big. You actually possess yin energy. This is earth tier elemental energy. At that moment, Delst's spirit was overjoyed and exclaimed to Delst. Really? Delst couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the energy emanating from his hands. As his spirit-rejecting body was lifted, the potency of the countless pills and rare herbs he had consumed began to erupt. In an instant, his cultivation reached the terrifying level of a grandmaster. Moreover, with his mastery of yin energy, he could now reach the earth realm in combat talent even without any cultivation techniques, relying solely on the power of yin energy. On the other side, Xiao Han's consciousness had already withdrawn from the virtual universe and returned to the shadow ship. System, what's happening? Xiao Han watched as the two elemental forces within his body began to collide violently. However, the yin force, which was only 1/10,000th of the yang force, instantly fell into a disadvantage, as if it were about to be swallowed whole in the next moment. Ding! Yin and yang energies are the two opposing forces in the universe. Like light and darkness, one cannot exist without the other. However, the host has now obtained both forces through the system's power, causing them to begin repelling each other. The stronger will grow stronger, while the weaker will be devoured. The solution has two steps. 1. The host must elevate the levels of both elemental forces to the same level. However, the first method only prevents the two forces from devouring each other. Once one force weakens, it will be consumed by the other. 2. The host must find a way for the two to coexist. This is the only way to completely resolve the rejection between the two elemental powers. The system swiftly explained the two methods to Xiao Han. Come on, hurry up and upgrade me. System, upgrade all yin yang energy to breakthrough advanced. Xiao Han hurriedly said to the system. Ding! Upgrade beginning. With a system prompt, the system began to operate at high speed. In the next instant, the two elements that had been clashing violently began to surge wildly. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Not only did the quantity surge wildly, but the quality was also being enhanced at an unprecedented rate. When both reached the advanced Grandmaster level, the two forces that had been attacking each other suddenly calmed down, as if they were mutually on guard. Ding! Congratulations, host! Both elemental forces have been upgraded to the advanced breaker through level. Upgrade points consumed, 222.2 billion. The system's notification sound followed. However, at that very moment, Xiao Han's body began to automatically activate the yin-yang sacred he had recently obtained. Under the influence of the yin-yang sacred, the yin and yang energies began to fuse together at an incredibly slow pace. The parts that merged together showed no signs of conflict whatsoever. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he opened the introduction to the yin-yang sacred. Yin-yang sacred, a martial art created by the supreme masters of yin and yang. After the supreme deities of yin and yang perished in the outer realms, their martial art was obtained by their descendants, the yin clan and the yang clan. The yin-yang sacred can fully unleash the power of yin and yang energies. Possessing this power, the sacred can unleash the might of the earth realm peak level. However, if one simultaneously possesses both yin and yang energies, the rank of the yin-yang sacred will be elevated to the heaven realm. Xiao Han read the description and his eyes widened in astonishment. The supreme beings of yin and yang? That's equivalent to the creators of the Shuojin universe, the Shuojin supreme beings. Although he didn't know what the rank of a supreme being was, Xiao Han knew that even the strongest being in a high-level star system, such as the Longting star system, had already reached the peak of the Realm Lord realm. And how many more ranks were there above Realm Lord before reaching Supreme Being? Xiao Han had no idea. System, you just said we need to find a medium to balance the two elemental energies. Can the yin-yang sacred do that? Xiao Han asked the system seriously. Ding! It can. However, the yin-yang sacred must be at least at the breaker of the void level. Otherwise, the conversion speed at the current rate would take 10 years. The system's affirmative response made Xiao Han's eyes light up. Let's upgrade. Raise it to the breaker of the void intermediate level, and while we're at it, upgrade the yang god / to the breaker of the void intermediate level as well. Xiao Han didn't hesitate and issued the command directly. Ding! The upgrade began. as soon as Xiao Han gave the order. The system's prompt appeared instantly, and in the next moment, the two techniques began to rise. The true energy condensed by the original Zhanlong decision was instantly overwhelmed by the yin-yang energy condensed by the yin-yang sacred. The refinement and power of the yin-yang energy far surpassed the Zhanlong true qi by dozens of times. Simply switching martial arts techniques allowed Xiao Han to unleash terrifying combat power on par with a heavenly ranked talent, even without using the blood rage of the blood-drinking mad sword. And this was merely the beginning. As time passed, all of Xiao Han's true energy was completely replaced. The yin-yang energy within his spiritual sea began to fuse together at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, a rapidly spinning Tai Chi diagram appeared within Xiao Han's spiritual sea. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained heavenly rank elemental power. Yin-yang power. Chapter 116, The Terrifying Yin-yang Power. In the virtual universe. On the custom-made arena, a figure was furiously attacking the shield formed by yin-yang energy surrounding Xiao Han. Boom! Countless terrifying explosions echoed throughout the entire space. However, no matter how fiercely the sword-wielding warrior attacked Xiao Han, the shield formed by the yin-yang energy remained incredibly sturdy. The Earth-tier talent, breaking the void 10 stars, couldn't even break through the defense. This yin-yang power is simply overwhelming. Xiao Han was extremely satisfied. Though he could now advance his cultivation realm, he chose not to, as he wanted to test the extent of his strength's improvement. Advancing his realm recklessly would render the test meaningless. Damn it, how is this kid so powerful? Where did he come from? The young man holding the sword looked slightly displeased. After all, as someone ranked within the top million on the rankings, his talent was extraordinary. Yet Xiao Han had managed to block all his attacks with just a shield. Kid, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Let's see if your shield can withstand it. The young man holding the knife's expression grew solemn in an instant. At the same time, endless sword intent surged wildly from his hands. Is he finally going to use that move? Xiao Han smiled faintly. He naturally knew what that move was, a Earth-tier martial art technique. Though it was only at the Grandmaster level of mastery, combined with the young man's natural talent, it was more than enough to unleash tremendous power. And this move had already been mastered by Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han only wanted to test the limits of his shield. Horizontal slash. Crimson flame sword technique. With a furious roar, the young man seemed to be engulfed in flames, instantly unleashing an endless torrent of terrifying energy. In the next instant, the long sword in his hand transformed into a massive flaming blade. Slash. With another roar, the giant blade in his hands crashed down with a thunderous boom. The overwhelming might crushed the surrounding earth, causing it to collapse hundreds of meters downward. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the giant blade struck Xiao Han's shield with tremendous force. The entire custom space was instantly illuminated by this terrifying blade intent. Endless flames seemed to scorch the earth to a crisp. Crack! Finally, Xiao Han's shield cracked. However, it was only cracked. The young man holding the sword showed no sign of joy. This was no joke. This strike was the culmination of all his strength, which meant that he now had not a single ounce of strength left. Meanwhile, Xiao Han's shield had merely been sliced open. It was merely cracked, not shattered. This scene made his expression incredibly grim. Indeed, the difference in cultivation was too great. Even with yin-yang energy surpassing 10 ranks, fighting against a earth-rank talent was still extremely taxing. Xiao Han looked helplessly at his shattered shield. If other Heavenly Realm geniuses found out, they would be furious. Because if they had encountered a geniuses with a Break the Void 10-star cultivation and Earth Realm combat talent at the Break the Void 1-star stage, they would have been killed instantly. However, Xiao Han had managed to withstand the fatal strike of a breakthrough 10-star genius solely by relying on the inherent defensive capabilities of his true qi. Now that you know the limit, you're useless. Xiao Han smiled faintly. He had already mastered this Earth-tier martial art, the Crimson Flame sword technique. Destroy! The next moment, with a low shout from Xiao Han, the yin-yang shield that had been shattered by the attack exploded instantly. Boom! A terrifying explosion, several times more powerful than the Crimson Flame sword technique, erupted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire custom challenge space was engulfed by the terrifying explosion. When the explosion finally subsided, there was no one left on the battlefield. Congratulations, Master! You have defeated your opponent. You now possess the strength to claim the top spot on the challenge rankings. Shall we go for it? Xiao Ling excitedly said to Xiao Han. That's a good idea. And the Dragon Ascension chart seems to have no one left worth challenging. I wonder if there are any sufficiently powerful opponents on the Shuajin chart. Xiao Han smiled slightly. However, before that, it would be best to first upgrade all the other martial arts techniques to the Earth Realm. Xiao Han looked at his spirit tier martial arts techniques with a hint of resignation. After all, before this, Xiao Han had only been in an ordinary intermediate star system, where even Earth tier martial arts techniques were rare, let alone having all of them upgraded to Earth tier. But now that he had a sufficient platform, Xiao Han naturally wouldn't give up. Ding! Host, there's no need to worry about the martial arts techniques ranks. If you merely want Earth tier techniques, simply upgrade all your current techniques to the advanced stage of the Breaking the Void realm, and they will all be upgraded to Earth tier. However, at that moment, the system's prompt sounded in Xiao Han's mind. What system? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Han was speechless. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he had already selected all his martial arts techniques earlier, and their attributes were highly compatible with his own. Replacing them would be a waste of upgrade points. Since that's the case, Xiaoling, open the Breaking the Void rankings. I'm going to challenge the top-ranked person. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Yes, master. I'll open it for you right away. Xiaoling smiled slightly. In the next moment, the custom template in the sky above Xiao Han instantly transformed into 10 massive rankings. Among the top rankings on the sky-splitting rankings, Xiao Han was in the middle of the front row. Let the challenge begin. Xiao Han nodded slightly. However, the next moment, the sky began to rapidly match opponents with available time. According to Xiao Han's direct challenge, he was facing opponents ranked 10 times higher than his own, which was over 4 million. With a spatial fluctuation, a young man suddenly appeared before Xiao Han. The duel began. With a sound from the sky, the youth across from him moved. Sun-eating weapon technique. With a loud roar, the long weapon in the young man's hand suddenly burst into an endless glow. The light surged toward Xiao Han with overwhelming force, but within the light were countless weapon-like beams. These weapon tips violently slammed toward Xiao Han. Flashy and gaudy. Xiao Han smiled slightly, then flickered his fingertip, causing a beam of yin-yang energy to erupt instantly. The beam instantly pierced through all the weapon sparks. Puff! A moment later, the young man holding the weapon stared in disbelief at his chest. His chest had been pierced by a massive gash, and within it, a furious force was violently tearing apart his body. Boom! In the next instant, with a series of explosions, his figure instantly turned into countless specks of light and vanished before Xiao Han's eyes. Ding! 50 billion experience points gained. The system's notification sound followed immediately. The yin-yang power is truly terrifying. Chapter 116, Body. The body of a mad warrior. Chapter 117, Constitution. The body of a berserker. Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After all, even when he had used his weapon at full power earlier, he hadn't been able to defeat his opponent. Yet now, he had instantly killed the opponent using only the power of the yin-yang forces. Congratulations, Master, on defeating your opponent. Matching the next opponent. Xiaoling immediately matched Xiao Han with the next opponent. Xiao Han didn't say anything. His goal this time was naturally to be first, and above first was the even more powerful Shugold rankings. With another spatial fluctuation, Xiao Han's next opponent appeared once more. The Milky Way star domain. At that moment, the Milky Way star domain was engulfed in an unimaginably terrifying catastrophe. A superpowered being capable of destroying an entire star system had descended upon the galaxy star domain. At that moment, the 10 supreme beings of the Milky Way were all staring in horror at the figure before the Silver Star Tower. This figure was a middle-aged man. He wore a gray robe, with a long sword and a hammer emblem embroidered on his chest. Below, the character Zhou was prominently displayed. And he was none other than the forger of the Silver Star Tower, Emperor Xin. You mean that kid killed your son and ran away? Xin didn't even turn his head as he spoke. Yes, senior. That boy killed my son and then fled the entire galaxy star domain. And the consciousness you left behind in the Silver Star Tower was also severed by him. Shui Yan hurriedly said to Xin. He had thought that Emperor Xin had come all this way to investigate the matter of the shattered consciousness within the Silver Star Tower. That was my consciousness. I naturally know it was that brat who shattered it. But I ask you, why did your son die? Dixin spoke, but his words caused the 10-star sea-level experts present to narrow their eyes slightly. Because they detected a hint of impatience in Emperor Xion's words. And that impatience was directed at them. My son was killed in a duel with the other party, and... Enough! However, before Shui Yan could finish speaking, Emperor Xian coldly snorted, and the terrifying aura of a domain lord-level powerhouse erupted from his body. The faces of the 10 supreme beings turned deathly pale. Your son died because he was outmatched. Now you, as his father, dare to come here seeking revenge? Do you know that even the son of the ruler of the Longting star system, the son of the Longting Earth, was killed by someone 1,000,000 years ago? The Longting Great Yen City did not hold the other party accountable, and that person has since become the great general of the Longting Empire, the Junyu Jiawine, having contributed countless merits to the empire. The path of the warrior is one of life and death. Dixin's icy words caused the 10 supreme beings to lower their heads in fear, dared not speak a word. Enough! If you cannot even ensure the fairness of the competition, the Silver Star Tower remaining here is a disgrace. I shall take it away today. Emperor Xian coldly glanced at the 10 supreme beings, then with a sweep of his hand, he directly absorbed the terrifying tower stretching tens of thousands of kilometers into the sky.
In the next instant, it vanished from the silver star.
Quick! Quickly issue the order to withdraw all pursuit commands targeting Xiaohan. That's right, issue the order, tear up all the pursuit orders. Not a single one is to be left behind. If you discover Xiaohan, return immediately and report to me.
The 10 supreme beings were all terrified. Even domain lords had come to seek retribution. Fortunately, the other party wasn't a murderous individual, otherwise, the entire Milky Way would never again have any Star Sea Realm experts. Of course, Xiaohan was unaware of any of this.
You are Xiaohan. It is said that you rose from 40 millionth place to the top 10?
In the virtual universe, Xiaohan was unaware that the true form of DXIN, whom he had defeated in an instant, had already found the Milky Way. At that moment, standing before him was a young boy dressed in a black martial arts uniform. The youth stared at Xiaohan with an intense look in his eyes.
It's me. Seeing the other's gaze, Xiaohan naturally didn't think the other had taken a liking to him. After all, they were both grown men. Such a gaze was something Xiaohan had only ever seen in those who were obsessed with martial arts. Clearly, the top-ranked Mo Long before him was one such person. That's right, at this moment, Xiaohan had already swept through the ranks to reach the top of the rankings. Along the way, he had slaughtered hundreds of opponents. Now, standing before Xiaohan was Mo Long, the top-ranked fighter on the breakthrough rankings, who also possessed heavenly tier combat talent. It was said that he was also a member of the imperial family of the Dragon Ascension Empire, though not of the direct line. I'd been waiting for you all day, and you actually showed up.
Come on, let me see just how powerful you really are. Mo Long rubbed his hands excitedly, and a long weapon appeared in his hands.
A long weapon entirely black in color.
Xiaohan, to avoid trouble, immediately concealed his cultivation level. If he were to break through the rankings with the strength of a breakthrough star, it might attract the attention of some powerful figures.
As you wish. Xiaohan smiled slightly.
In truth, dealing with a martial arts fanatic was easy, just knock them down. There was no need to bother with anything else.
Once they're knocked down, they'll behave themselves.
In the next instant, a blood-red long sword appeared in Xiaohan's right hand. The terrifying power contained within the blade caused the pupils of the opposing Mo Long Tong to contract slightly. It's also a Earth-tier weapon. It seems my brother's strength might be far greater than I imagined.
Mo Long smiled faintly. In the next instant, an endless darkness erupted from his body. Dark elemental energy surged onto the black-colored long weapon in his hands. Spirit-tier elemental power. Dark power? Xiaohan smiled faintly.
The next moment, the yin-yang energy within his body erupted suddenly. At the same time, flames erupted from his hands, enveloping the bloodthirsty blade.
Flame power? Interesting.
Even with the eyes of the ink dragon, he could only discern that Xiaohan had used flame energy, as yin-yang energy was akin to an intangible force. Only when Xiaohan wanted it to take physical form would it manifest. The next moment, Mo Long moved. He took a huge step forward and charged toward Xiaohan in an instant.
Boom!
The surrounding earth began to shake violently. With each step the black dragon took, the ground collapsed by dozens of meters. What terrifying physical strength!
Xiaohan's pupils contracted slightly.
The physical strength of the black dragon far exceeded that of a breakthrough 10-star.
This left Xiaohan somewhat puzzled. Dragons soaring through the skies.
Just then, Mo Long let out a low growl, and the black-colored long weapon in his hand erupted with power. In the next instant, a black divine dragon roared forth, charging toward Xiaohan.
Scarlet flame sword technique.
Xiaohan coldly snorted, then planted his foot on the ground and charged toward the dragon, swinging his long sword downward.
Boom!
The divine dragon was instantly shattered by the terrifying attack of yin-yang energy and flame energy contained within Xiaohan's single strike.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered new data, Constitution. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have discovered a new trait, Frenzy Warrior's Body Spirit Tier.
Do you wish to copy it? Chapter 117, 2 trillion upgrade points. Chapter 118, 2 trillion upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering new data, Constitution. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on discovering your physique, Berserker's Body Spirit Tier.
Do you wish to copy it?
However, at that very moment, 2 consecutive system prompts echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Xiaohan, who had already unleashed his strongest attack and was about to finish off Mo Long, suddenly froze.
A golden opportunity. Mo Long saw the opening in Xiaohan's defense and his eyes lit up. The long weapon in his hand erupted with a thunderous crash.
The terrifying might crushed the surrounding ground, causing it to tremble violently.
Humph. However, Xiaohan reacted instantly.
He swung his sword, deflecting Mo Long's long weapon, then stepped aside.
Berserker's body? What is this thing? Xiaohan asked the system in confusion. Ding! Constitution is a powerful innate talent cultivated by great beings who have comprehended the mysteries of the heavens and earth. Moreover, this talent has a certain probability of being inherited. The Mo Long before him was the descendant of a once fierce, powerful warrior, having inherited part of that warrior's physique.
Although he has only reached the spirit realm, his potential for power growth is immense. The system's words instantly clarified everything for Xiaohan. In other words, this is a privilege reserved for the great clans? Thinking of this, Xiaohan couldn't help but sigh. This world truly has no fairness. Some are born at the finish line. No wonder this black dragon, despite its immense power and exceptional martial arts talent, managed to outshine all its powerful opponents and claim the top spot on the rankings. After all, Xiaohan's previous opponent was ranked third on the list, and he not only possessed Earth-tier weapons, Earth-tier cultivation techniques, and martial arts skills. He even had an Earth-tier understanding of elemental power, but since Xiaohan already possessed Yin-Yang power, he didn't bother to replicate it. However, according to that brother, Mo Long's strength far surpassed his own. Now Xiaohan finally understands why. This guy is just a second-generation prodigy. Let's copy him first. Xiaohan smiled slightly without hesitation. The stronger his opponent's special abilities, the happier he became. After all, they're all just here to gain experience. Boom! As soon as Xiaohan finished speaking, a terrifying force surged into his body. This force began to rapidly transform Xiaohan's physical body. In just an instant, the strength of Xiaohan's physique increased by a full tenfold. As the force subsided, Xiaohan could feel the changes in his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the physique, Berserker's body spirit rank. Following the system's notification sound, Xiaohan immediately looked at his physical constitution. Frenzy Warrior's body, grade, spirit tier. This physique is forged by the mightiest frenzy warriors, condensing their ultimate frenetic energy. If one possesses a physique of Earth tier or higher, they can directly awaken Earth tier elemental power, frenetic power. Traits: enhances physical strength by 10 times. Skill: Berserk. Upon using Berserk, the user unleashes twice their normal combat power. Upgrade requirements: 1 trillion upgrade points. The description of the Berserker's body is simple, yet its abilities left Xiaohan extremely satisfied. Even in its ordinary state, it can enhance combat power by tenfold, and during rage, it can further boost overall combat power by twofold. What an incredibly powerful physique! Xiaohan clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power erupting within his body. Your strength is indeed impressive, but I haven't used my full power yet. Mo Long smiled slightly. He had nearly been defeated by Xiaohan's single move and dared not take him lightly anymore. Oh? Then show me what you've got. Xiaohan smiled faintly, then immediately sheathed the bloodthirsty blade. I'll make my move. Mo Long, who had been so underestimated by Xiaohan, grew furious and immediately summoned the chaotic power within his bloodline. Rampage! With a furious roar, Mo Long's body erupted with an endless torrent of terrifying energy. This force surged straight into the sky, and a black energy erupted from his body. It was actually the chaotic power. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. Of course, at this point, both Mo Long and Xiaohan could only summon a tiny fraction of the chaotic power to enhance their strength. To fully control the fury and reach a state where it could be unleashed at any moment, one would need to wait until their physique reached the Earth realm. For Xiaohan, improving his physique only required purchased upgrade points. However, for Mo Long, there was only one method: reincarnation. But he didn't have such good luck. Boom! Endless terrifying energy shook the surrounding Earth, causing it to collapse in waves. Roar! Mo Long let out a low growl and charged toward Xiaohan in an instant. The might he carried was so overwhelming that even a star-level powerhouse below 4 stars would be instantly killed. And that was the true terror of a Heavenly Realm ability user. However, Xiaohan moved. His right hand struck out with a punch. A simple, unassuming punch, yet it contained unimaginable power. The black dragon's long weapon shattered instantly under the punch, and his body, like his weapon, was obliterated by Xiaohan's single strike in the midst of his horrified gaze. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire space. A massive crater tens of thousands of kilometers wide appeared directly in front of Xiaohan. Congratulations to the winner! You have become the top-ranked fighter in the Dragon Ascension Empire's Breaker class rankings. A loud voice echoed from the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've earned 50 billion upgrade points. A system notification sound followed shortly after. Xiaoling, when will my intermediate access device for the virtual universe arrive? Xiaohan ignored the rankings of first and second place and instead asked Xiaoling about the issue he was most concerned about at the moment. Master, according to the delivery speed of the virtual universe, it will take a full month to reach your hands. Unless you choose to pay for shipping yourself, in which case it could arrive as soon as one day. Xiaoling hurriedly replied to Xiaohan. Pay for shipping myself? How many Longting coins would that cost? Xiaohan furrowed his brows. If you want it to arrive in one day, the shipping fee is 30 million. However, Xiaoling's words left Xiaohan speechless. Is there a slightly cheaper option? Xiaohan sighed helplessly. Where would he get 3 million from? The next tier down is the current free option. Although it's free, since it's a reward item, the virtual universe will use a better spaceship for delivery.
If you go with the cheapest option, it might take tens of thousands of years to arrive. Xiao Ling said helplessly. Never mind, let's just wait. Maybe we can earn enough money in a month. Xiao Han's lips curled slightly upward as he looked at his upgrade points, which had already reached over 2 trillion. That's right, 2 trillion. From yesterday to today, Xiao Han had been challenging the rankings non-stop. When he reached first place, he had defeated over 400 opponents, each of whom had reached the terrifying peak of the Breaker realm. Since all the necessary martial arts techniques are already prepared, it's time to advance my cultivation realm. System, boost each attribute by 5 trillion. Chapter 119, let's go. I'll take you to avenge yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your 3 attributes have been upgraded. A moment later, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. From 10 billion attributes to 5 trillion, this meant that Xiao Han's strength had increased by a full 500 times. The power of the 10 stars of the void is indeed formidable. Now, I should be able to obliterate the 10 stars of the starry sky. Xiao Han clenched his fists. There was a reason he had chosen to elevate his cultivation realm at this moment. What Xiao Han was about to do next was a major undertaking. Xiao Ling, take me out. Xiao Han spoke slowly to Xiao Ling. Yes, master. Xiao Ling nodded slightly, and in the next moment, Xiao Han's consciousness was instantly expelled from the virtual universe. When Xiao Han reappeared, he had already returned to the shadow ship. Master, you're awake. Carl saw Xiao Han open his eyes and respectfully addressed him. Has anything happened in the past few days? Xiao Han nodded slightly. He had been in the virtual universe for 3 or 4 days. And the gains from those 3 or 4 days were immense. Nothing much. I received several messages from the Milky Way galaxy, all of which mentioned lifting the pursuit of the master. Carl spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han merely sneered in disdain. Lift? No matter the reason, if they want to hunt me down, let them hunt me down. If they want to lift it, let them lift it? Do they think I'm made of clay? Return to the Milky Way star domain. I'll take you there to seek revenge. Xiao Han sneered coldly, issuing a command to Carl with an icy tone. The aura emanating from his body caused Carl's pupils to contract slightly. Yes, master. Carl exclaimed excitedly to Xiao Han. The next moment, the spaceship immediately lifted all signal jamming and sped off into the distance. What do you think it means when the Supreme Commander ordered us to recall all the assassination orders targeting Xiao Han? A pilot aboard a search vessel rushing back toward the Milky Way galaxy asked the other crew members curiously. These were the search ships responsible for pursuing Xiao Han over the past few days. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy protection. Use the book robot and select Xiaohu for a stable and reliable experience, no pitfalls. I don't know either. They said an extremely powerful martial artist arrived at Silver Star 2 days ago. Could that be the reason? Another team member is also puzzled, as Xiao Han killed the young clan leader of the Bloodflame clan. Such a major incident wouldn't be abandoned so easily. A powerful warrior? I told you that Xiao Han must have come from somewhere else. He arrived and defeated all the geniuses of the star domain, leaving them speechless. It must be a disciple from a prominent family in another star system. One by one, the team members began to speculate wildly. However, just at that moment, a silver spaceship suddenly flew past them. But upon seeing the ship's design, everyone was instantly stunned. Isn't that Xiao Han's spaceship? It's definitely Xiao Han's spaceship. Should we stop it? Stop it. The arrest warrant has been revoked. He's now an innocent man. What are you going to do if you stop him? However, just as the fleet was still wondering where Xiao Han was going, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, fiery dragons formed from flames charged toward them with relentless fury. Trouble! They're attacking us! Activate the defensive shields! A scream echoed throughout all the ships. However, they had underestimated Xiao Han's fire dragons. The protective shields formed by the spaceships were shattered in an instant by the fire dragons. Boom! Following the deafening explosions, the entire fleet instantly turned into fireworks in the starry sky. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed life energy. Ding! 5 million experience points gained. Ding! 1.2 million upgrade points. Ding! 10 million upgrade points. Ding! 500,000 upgrade points. One after another, the notification sounds echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Even the weakest astronauts in these fleets were at the master level, yet each ship carried tens of thousands of them. Combined, they contributed a staggering 300 billion upgrade points to Xiao Han. However, this was merely one of the many fleets Xiao Han had defeated along the way. Master, the Silver Star domain is ahead. At that moment, Carl's voice also reached Xiao Han's ears. Before him, a star system composed of dozens of star systems appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Beyond the star systems, a massive formation enveloped the entire star system. The Milky Way star domain, the strongest warriors of the 10 great races should all be here. Xiao Han's gaze flickered slightly. This time, his target was the 10 great clans.
Master, I have marked all the bases of the 10 great races. Based on my estimates, there should only be some clan elders guarding these bases, while those 10 old fools are likely all in their respective clan star domains. Carl spoke respectfully to Xiao Han.
Not there?
That's a pity. A flash of coldness flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. If they were here, Xiao Han wouldn't hesitate to kill all 10 of them. As for whether his strength was sufficient, once he destroyed the lower ranks and obtained the upgrade points, it would be enough to significantly enhance his cultivation realm.
Is the nearest family the Castle family?
Then we'll start with the Castle family first.
Xiao Han's lips curled slightly upward, and the next moment, he vanished from the spaceship with a single step. After a few teleports, Xiao Han instantly arrived in a bustling star domain. A massive planet appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Alert! Alert! Enemies are invading the planet. Alert! Alert! Enemies have invaded the planet. Alert! Alert! Enemies have invaded the planet. Alert! Alert! Enemies are invading the planet. Xiao Han had just arrived in the atmosphere of the planet when he heard countless loud alarm sounds echoing across the entire planet.
Humph! Who dares to cause trouble at the Castle family's base? A cold voice echoed from below, and in the next moment, a towering figure with 5 stars in the sky, accompanied by several peak-level experts, charged toward Xiao Han.
Scarlet Flame Sword Technique.
Xiao Han glanced indifferently at the giant and the other experts charging toward him, then let out a low growl. The blood-red long sword in his hand erupted with power. A terrifying giant blade tens of millions of kilometers long appeared in Xiao Han's hands. As Xiao Han swung his blade downward, the terrifying might instantly crushed the planet below into layers of shattered debris.
This is bad. He's at the peak of the starry sky realm. Quick, call for help. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. This aura was far too terrifying, he could barely even breathe. However, Xiao Han's gigantic blade struck down in an instant. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire homeworld of the Castle family was instantly obliterated. Countless lives were instantly obliterated in the explosion. Even the middle-aged man was instantly incinerated into nothingness by the crimson flames. Ding! Begin absorbing life energy. Chapter 120, Destruction, Xiao Han's terrifying power. Ding! Began absorbing life energy. A series of system prompts echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Ding! Level up points, 800 billion. Ding! 250 billion upgrade points. Ding! 250 billion experience points. Ding! Level up points, 100. With each system prompt, Xiao Han's level began to rise rapidly, reaching 2 trillion in just a few seconds. However, the pace of the increase slowed down afterward. System, how many upgrade points can be absorbed from this planet? Xiao Han directly asked the system. Ding! After absorbing all the upgrade points on this planet, the host will obtain 100 trillion upgrade points. However, it will take 3 years because most of the residents are below the Grandmaster level. The system's prompt caused Xiao Han's brows to furrow. 100 million trillion? If Xiao Han were to kill a star sea-level powerhouse, he could obtain that much in an instant, as their life energy is incredibly condensed. However, Xiao Han had just killed an entire planet's population. Although the combined life energy was still terrifying, its lower energy grade severely limited the absorption speed. Forget it, absorb it for a few minutes and leave. Xiao Han had no reason to linger any longer. At this point, he prioritized absorbing life energy of higher grades. After all, speed is key. In just 5 minutes, Xiao Han had already absorbed a full 10 trillion upgrade points. But after that, it would take an entire hour just to increase by another trillion. For now, if things wrap up and there is an opportunity, he'll come back here to stay for a few days. For now, Xiao Han didn't want the members of the other families to escape. The next moment, Xiao Han touched the ground and vanished instantly. However, the destruction of the Castle family's base sent shockwaves throughout the entire star domain. Countless people fled in panic toward the edges of the star domain. Because the final distress signal sent by the elderly member of the Castle family, the man from Zhongning who had been instantly killed by Xiao Han, showed a gigantic sword piercing the heavens, leaving no room for even the slightest thought of resistance. Even the leaders of other family outposts turned deathly pale. Xiao Han? It's actually Xiao Han? He's returned, and his strength has become so powerful. Shueisha watched the final smile of Xiao Han on the screen with terror, feeling a chill run through his body. His hands had just been healed, greatly reducing his strength. Even if his strength hadn't been reduced, he couldn't possibly match the man who had been killed by Xiao Han in an instant. I have an idea. Since you don't want Xiao Han to kill you, why not just kill yourself? However, at that moment, a mocking voice echoed in Shueisha's mind. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shueisha's face turned deathly pale. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked toward the source of the voice, only to discover that it was indeed Xiao Han. At that moment, Xiao Han had already arrived at the Bloodline clan's camp. Xiao Han, do you know that my ancestor is Shuiyan? With his star sea level strength, no matter how powerful you are, you could never be his match. Shueisha coldly said to Xiao Han. Oh, Impossible? Xiao Han's lips curled slightly upward, and in the next moment, an unmatched force erupted from his hands. The yin-yang energy, alternating between black and white, emitted a pressure that made Shueisha feel a more noble aura than that of the Bloodline clan leader. Upon seeing this force, Shueisha's pupils contracted slightly. You've actually mastered star sea-level power. Shueisha looked at the power in Xiao Han's hands with a bitter expression. Back then, I should have killed you outright. Shueisha snorted coldly. Can you even kill me now? You never had a chance, not even back then. Xiao Han sneered disdainfully. The next moment, the yin-yang power in his hands erupted instantly, completely obliterating Bloodkill's physical form and soul. In the next instant, Xiao Han channeled the yin-yang energy into the ground. He then vanished into the void with a single teleportation. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the massive planet was instantly obliterated by Xiao Han's yin-yang energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Han was frantically absorbing life energy within the endless flames of the planet's destruction. The destruction of another planet truly terrified countless beings across countless star systems. One after another, spaceships fled toward the outer reaches of the Milky Way galaxy. Boom! However, at that very moment, terrifying booms echoed from within the star domain. All those fleeing turned in horror to see the 10 planets where the 10 major races had established their bases in the Milky Way star domain shattering one after another. Even the star-level powerhouses who had dominated the Milky Way for tens of thousands of years were all killed in the explosions. This matter is between me, Xiao Han, and the 10 great races. The other races may continue to reside in the Milky Way star domain. Of course, the condition is that I do not wish to see any members of the 10 great races in the Milky Way star domain ever again. As for those 10 old fools, I will send them all to hell within 3 days. Just as everyone was filled with terror, believing their end had come, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the star domain. The content of the voice instantly filled countless other racial powerhouses with joy. Xiao Han is only targeting the 10 great races? Of course. Now that the home planets of the great races have been destroyed, they are still alive, so Xiao Han naturally doesn't want to settle scores with them. Otherwise, at his level, eliminating them all would be as easy as pie. Boom! However, at that moment, a series of explosions suddenly rang out from all around. Fleeting streaks of fire darted through the fleet surrounding them. One after another, spaceships were instantly destroyed as they were pierced through. Countless people who had thought Xiao Han was deceiving them suddenly realized that the destroyed ships were all from the 10 great races. Meanwhile, Xiao Han was seated cross-legged deep within the star system, frantically absorbing the life energy of the Guardians. Ding! Level up points, 15 billion. Ding! Level up points, 250 billion. Ding! Level up points, 100 million. The system prompts echoed one after another in Xiao Han's mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Han stared at his attribute panel. It had already reached 100 million billion. That should be enough to take on those old-timers. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. The 10 shattered planets had each granted him 10 trillion upgrade points. Now, Xiao Han channeled all his life energy around his body, meaning that from now on, as long as he sat there, the upgrade points would keep rising. Of course, the speed wasn't as fast as before, but even so, he was still gaining around 1 trillion upgrade points per hour. System, help me. Upgrade all my skills to the low-level star realm. At the same time, boost all my 3 primary attributes to 25 trillion. Chapter 121, Advancement. Starry Sky Realm. Xiao Han directly addressed the system. Boom! Following the system's deafening roar, Xiao Han suddenly realized that his strength was surging wildly. The surrounding star domain began to shatter violently. In just an instant, all of Xiao Han's attributes had broken through the 25 trillion point mark. However, this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, an endless stream of information erupted into Xiao Han's mind. The cultivation techniques, martial arts, and true qi condensation levels that had once been separate entities all surged upward with unprecedented intensity. This time, the improvement was different from every previous one. This time, Xiao Han felt that these powers were undergoing a fundamental transformation. Take the heavenly dragon armor on Xiao Han's body, for example. Mysterious runes began to slowly emerge on the armor, and these runes started to rapidly absorb all the energy from Xiao Han's body. Yin-yang energy flowed through the runes, and instantly, the runes emitted an unprecedentedly powerful force. The dragon patterns carved into the armor also let out a series of roars. Ding! Congratulations, host! All skills have been upgraded to the initial stage of the Starry Sky Realm. Upgrade points consumed, 12 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, host! All techniques have been upgraded to the initial stage of the Starry Sky Realm. Upgrade points consumed, 1 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, host! All elemental power proficiency has been upgraded to Starry Sky Realm Beginner. Upgrade points consumed, 3 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, host! All weapon grades have been upgraded to the initial stage of the Wasteland Realm. Upgrade points consumed, 4 trillion.
In just an instant, Xiao Han had consumed a staggering 95 trillion upgrade points.
However, Xiao Han's power increase was utterly terrifying.
As Xiao Han slowly rose from the void, the surrounding star domain was instantly crushed by his power, collapsing in an instant. Even the space itself began to show tiny cracks.
Breaking the void.
At the breaking the void level, one can already tear open a certain amount of space.
However, these cracks are of little use.
Only after reaching the domain lord level can one achieve spatial teleportation like Xiao Han, tearing open space to move through it.
This is also why Emperor Xin was able to locate Xiao Han in just a day or two.
However, while that teleportation could cover vast distances, it required a significant amount of time. In battle, opportunities are fleeting. If one were to use space breaking to escape, the opponent could kill you tens of thousands of times.
Xiao Han's teleportation, however, is entirely different.
Its speed is significantly faster than Xiao Han's attack speed.
In combat, if the opponent is not careful, they will be instantly overwhelmed by Xiao Han.
Even if one's strength is far above that of a domain lord, it's the same.
System, bring up my attribute sheet.
Xiao Han sighed softly before addressing the system.
Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial arts realm, starry sky realm, 5 stars.
True Yuan power, 8 transformations 0.01 billion, power boost, 300x.
Constitution, berserker's body spirit rank, 1000 trillion.
Occupation, low-ranked alchemist of the wasteland realm 0.01 trillion, low-ranked array master of the wasteland realm 0.01 trillion. Physical strength, 25 trillion.
Speed, 25 trillion. Soul, 25 trillion.
Technique, Yin Yang Holy Heaven rank, Starry Sky low tier, 0.10 trillion. Combat techniques, Sword technique earth rank, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion. Skills, Flame domain / earth rank, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion 9 heavens thunderling step earth rank, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion 10,000 nations earth shattering palm earth rank, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion spiritual seal earth tier, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion teleportation earth tier, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion heavens will divine calculation earth tier, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion crimson flame sword technique earth tier, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion yang god / earth tier, Starry Sky low tier, 0.1 trillion. Talents, Flame power earth rank, Starry Sky low tier, 0.10 trillion Yin Yang power heaven rank, Starry Sky low tier, 0.10 trillion. Equipment, Yin Yang divine dragon armor earth rank, wasteland rank low tier, 0.10 trillion, blood drinking mad blade earth rank, wasteland rank low tier, 0.10 trillion, storage ring earth rank, wasteland rank low tier, 0.10 trillion.
Level up points, 9 trillion.
As the system stated, all of Xiao Han's martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and weapons have now been upgraded to Earth tier.
This means that the power Xiao Han can now unleash is vastly different from before. It's time to clean up the major races in the Milky Way.
However, I wonder where they've hidden the Silver Star Tower.
If I had it, my strength should be able to continue improving rapidly.
What puzzled Xiao Han was that the Silver Star Tower had vanished without a trace.
However, Xiao Han didn't dwell on it.
No matter how deeply the enemy had hidden it, as long as he eradicated the 10 major races, he was confident he would find it. With that thought, Xiao Han raised an eyebrow and immediately leaped forward, disappearing into the distance. As for the life energy he could still absorb here, Xiao Han paid no attention to it.
Because, in the distance, there was even purer life energy waiting for him.
With just a single teleportation, Xiao Han arrived outside the Milky Way star domain, a place he had previously reached after teleporting dozens of times.
Greetings, Master.
Carl spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. At that moment, he was utterly shocked, for Xiao Han had destroyed the headquarters of all 10 major clans' places that housed super-powered beings of star-level strength. The strength of a star-level powerhouse was something even the Atlantis civilization of his previous life could only match with the power of the Atlantis king.
And yet, how long had Xiao Han been out of Earth?
He could even casually eliminate Starfield-level super-powerful beings. Let's go find the family headquarters of the 10 great races. Xiao Han smiled slightly, then tapped his foot and instantly teleported the entire spaceship. To be honest, if it weren't for Carl, I'd still be stuck on Earth. And Carl had only one request when he first spoke, to help the Atlantis civilization seek revenge once he had the strength. Therefore, even if the 10 great civilizations didn't pursue him, their downfall was inevitable. Therefore, Xiao Han naturally had no qualms about sending them all to hell.
What? The family headquarters in the Galaxy Star domain has been destroyed. Who did this? Still on that immense star, Shuiyan coldly stared at the virtual projection of his family's liaison officer before him and spoke. It was Xiao Han. The message from the family headquarters confirmed it was Xiao Han who did it. However, after that message was transmitted, no further information has been received. Blood Kill has also been killed. The family liaison officer trembled as he spoke to Shuiyan. Xiao Han? Are you kidding me? Xiao Han is just a grandmaster. How could he possibly have the strength to kill a bloodslaughter of the starfield level? Hearing the other's ridiculous words, Shui Yan exploded with rage. If he weren't thousands of light years away, he would have crushed the other's neck on the spot. Boom! However, as soon as he finished cursing, a deafening explosion echoed from the other side of the video feed. The liaison officer was instantly engulfed by a wall of flames. However, for some reason, the connection didn't cut off. Blood Flame, the clan leader, seems to doubt my strength. Chapter 122, The Power That Causes the Blood Flame Clan to Collapse. However, in the next moment, a handsome young man suddenly appeared on the screen. And this youth was none other than Xiao Han, whom the Blood Flame Clan despised so much they wanted to grind his bones to dust but dared not lay a finger on him. Who would have thought that Xiao Han would dare to come here and humiliate him like this? You brat, do you think having Emperor Xin backing you makes you so arrogant? Remember this is the Milky Way, ruled by the 10 great races. If I find out which planet you're on, I'll show you what it means to have your family destroyed. Looking at the destroyed Blood Flame star domain, Blood Flame was completely consumed by rage. His words instantly made Xiao Han's gaze grow cold and fierce. You wait, I'll come find you immediately. However, Xiao Han left only those words before instantly shattering the communicator. Find me. You'll regret it. Shui Yan snorted coldly and immediately contacted representatives from the other major races. In the next moment, 9 virtual projections appeared before Shui Yan. Shui Yan, it's all your fault. Look at what Xiao Han has done. He's destroyed 3 of our home planets. What are we supposed to do now? That's right, Xiao Han is now under Emperor Xion's protection. How can we go after him? Shui Yan, you better give us an explanation. That's right. You started this. Although the 10 major races are on the same side, we're not going to die with you. However, as soon as they saw Blood Flame, everyone began to wildly curse him. You must know that if it weren't for Shui Yan, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Do you think you can escape now? My Blood Yin clan's homeworld was just destroyed by Xiao Han, and given his personality, do you really think you can escape? Shui Yan's icy words instantly silenced the few tribal chieftains of the major races who were still shouting. Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait for him to destroy our ancestral planet as well? The clan leader of the Snow Demon clan said coldly. Of course not. Our only option now is to gather all our ancestors and kill Xiao Han directly. He will come looking for me shortly. My coordinates are here, and I have already summoned all the ancient ancestors from other star domains. Once Xiao Han arrives, he will have no choice but to die. Blood Flame's words left everyone speechless. What about the elder Xin? Some people spoke with concern. Dixin? A joke. We're about to be wiped out. Why fear a single Dixin? If it comes to it, we'll just offer him some benefits. I don't believe he'd destroy our entire galaxy for a teenager he's never even met. Shui Yan said coldly. His words instantly snapped the others back to reality. Yes, we can pay a price, but if Xiao Han is still alive, who knows how powerful he might become one day, capable of annihilating us with a single flick of his finger. After all, Xiao Han's growth had filled them with unbearable fear. Alright, the Snow Demon clan will arrive within a few days. If Xiao Han comes, do your best to hold him off. Our clan will do the same. Seconded. Everyone had made up their minds on how to ensure Xiao Han's death in this star domain. However, at that moment, Xiao Han was hiding in the void not far from Shui Yan. These old fools are all scum. If it weren't for Xiao Han truly threatening them, I doubt they would have bothered to save my Blood Flame clan even if it meant our extinction. The so-called alliance agreement is nothing but a joke. Shui Yan sneered disdainfully, then transmitted the current situation of the Shui Yan clan to all its former clan leaders. He was not the first clan leader of the Blood Flame clan. After all, the Blood Flame clan had existed in the entire Milky Way for over 100 million years. However, his strength was merely at the star sea level, and the lifespan of a star sea level being was only 1,000,000 years. Over the course of 100 million years, the Blood Flame clan had seen hundreds of clan leaders come and go. Nevertheless, due to restrictions such as bloodline, vision, and other factors, the Blood Flame clan had never produced a single domain lord level powerhouse. After all, reaching the domain lord level is not something one can achieve simply by wanting to. Those ancient ancestors who lived for over 1,000,000 years have all passed away, and the reinforcements the Blood Flame clan managed to gather amount to only 4 or 5 individuals. Each of them is an ancestor from his own generation. The other 10 major clans are no different, having summoned back all their surviving ancestral elders who had been seeking opportunities elsewhere. Of course, these elders did not hesitate to scold the current clan leaders harshly. How dare they bring the clan to the brink of extinction and anger a powerful figure like Emperor Xin? However, there was nothing they could do. Since they were all family members, these elderly clan leaders had no choice but to return to handle the aftermath. Perhaps out of respect for them, Emperor Xin would not hold them accountable. As for Xiao Han, no one would bother with a mere upstart who killed a few star-level trash. Xiao Han, didn't you say you were coming to find me? I've set up a trap here. I don't believe you can survive and return alive. Shui Yan sneered coldly, muttering under his breath. Oh? Do you think bringing some trash will scare me?
However, at that moment, a cold voice echoed in Shui Yan's ears. Shui Yan's pupils contracted instantly, and in the next moment, a massive sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword toward the direction of Xiao Han's voice.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire starry sky. However, the next moment, Blood Yan was utterly shocked.
Because he saw that Xiao Han had caught his blade with nothing but his bare hands.
Impossible! How could your physical strength be so powerful? Blood Flame roared in anger.
He was a 3-star sea-level cultivator. He had spent a full 300,000 years at this level. A single strike like that would make even peers of the same rank dare not underestimate you. A mere 3rd-rank Star Sea Realm cultivator, look at you.
Alright, I now have a rough idea of your strength, and you know mine as well. Why don't you go to hell and wait for your ancestor to come find you?
Xiao Han finished speaking, and his gaze instantly turned cold. The next moment, a terrifying flame energy erupted from the data in his hands. This terrifying flame energy had evolved from the flame element, reaching the terrifying Earth realm. Even within the Earth realm, it was an incredibly powerful existence. However, even this single flame caused the surrounding space to begin warping.
You underestimate me.
Let you see that the power of the Star Sea realm isn't as simple as you think. Blood Flame roared in fury, about to draw his sword, but a flash of fire appeared.
Terrifying Yen energy instantly engulfed Blood Flame entirely. Ah! Damn it, you brat, you'll pay for this.
Shui Yan felt endless pain as he was burned by the flames, but he could only roar angrily at Xiao Han before being reduced to ashes by the terrifying flames. However, before the enemy died, Xiao Han snatched the storage ring from him. As the ashes drifted away, it signaled the complete demise of the ruler of the Milky Way and the clan leader of the Blood Flame clan.
Chapter 123, Farewell, Emperor Xin.
Take a disciple? Of course. Xiao Han looked at the starry sky around him, feeling a bit emotional. Just a few days ago, he had been fleeing for his life from several star-level pursuers, yet after obtaining the virtual universe for such a short time, he never imagined he would have grown to this level. However, the retired elders of the 10 great races were all coming soon, so he needed to prepare a proper gift for them. As Xiao Han thought this, a sudden idea struck him.
Got it. That's it.
Xiao Han casually pulled out one after another of the mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. These spirit stones were all taken from Shui Yan's body. Of course, there was also a batch he had seized from the trading center in the Galaxy Star domain.
Combined, there were tens of thousands of them.
The absorption rate of mid-grade spirit stones was quite fast, with 10 being absorbed per second, equating to 100 billion energy points. Xiao Han felt satisfied with this absorption rate, and in the virtual universe, the price of mid-grade spirit stones was only 1/10 of what they cost in the shopping malls of the Milky Way.
In other words, the price is normal. However, Xiao Han wasn't using these mid-grade spirit stones to enhance his upgrade points.
Suddenly, Xiao Han instantly sent 10,000 spirit stones into an area spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers around him. In the next moment, Xiao Han's hands began to form one powerful seal after another. Each of these seals contained boundless power. Each one contained terrifying power.
The 10,000 stars collapse array. Activated. With a low shout from Xiao Han,
the surrounding star systems erupted with endless terrifying power, but this powerly surged toward Xiao Han.
Ultimately, eyed at the center of the array into an array core imbued with the power of countless stars. Whoosh! Xiao Han exhaled slowly.
The 10,000 stars collapse array, a low-tier array of the wasteland grade, yet its rank was Earth grade.
However, its current power could only kill enemies below the Star Sea grade.
That's right, Starry Sky grade. But the people from the 10 great races are all Star Sea grade. Xiao Han was well aware of this. He then turned his gaze toward the distant stars. There's not enough energy, I'll have to use you all as a makeshift solution.
Xiao Han sighed helplessly, then tapped his foot.
The 10,000 stars falling array. 10,000 stars is a numerical term, but the number of planets Xiao Han had summoned was less than 100, so it couldn't unleash its full power. Xiao Han tapped his foot again, instantly teleporting tens of thousands of light years away.
Before him appeared a massive star.
Xiao Han immediately enveloped it with his divine consciousness. Another teleportation, and he returned to his previous position. The star that had just entered was being absorbed by the array core at the center of the array, drawing in the star's energy.
Next, Xiao Han began to transport one star after another at an pace.
The 10,000 stars falling array was incredibly powerful and of a very high rank, but obtaining enough stellar energy was extremely difficult. If one could move stars as freely as Xiao Han, this array would have already reached the heavenly realm. In other words, the array's true rank was indeed heavenly realm, but its difficulty was too great, so it was weakened to earthly realm.
And someone with the power to move so many stars wouldn't bother with a mere wasteland tier array.
Even if this wasteland tier array could kill a Star Sea tier being.
After all, the 10 great races spent millions of years, sacrificing over 10 generations of clan leaders, and in the end, they could only move dozens of star systems to obtain a single Milky Way star domain.
Meanwhile, the power of this array began to rise rapidly after Xiao Han transplanted one star after another into it. Each star implanted generates a massive amount of stellar energy, which, when gathered together, can unleash a power capable of instantly annihilating dozens of star C-tier beings. By this point, Xiao Han had already implanted a staggering 30,000 stars. Xiao Han looked at the star domain completely filled with stars and was speechless. It seems I need to set up another illusory array. With that thought, Xiao Han once again produced 10,000 spirit stones. It was no small feat, as the next moment, another Earth-tier wasteland-grade low-level array enveloped the 10,000 stars falling array from the outside. As the array activated, the tens of thousands of stars in this section of the sky vanished instantly, leaving only the single star that had been there before. Even the faint outline of Shui Yan could be seen. Alright, since that's the case, let's wait for them to take the bait. Xiao Han clapped his hands. I never expected your array talent to be so powerful. However, at that very moment, a voice filled with emotion echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han's pupils contracted slightly, and the next moment, his gaze followed the source of the voice. There stood a middle-aged man not far away, as if he had been watching Xiao Han set up the array all day long. Deshin. It's you. Xiao Han's pupils contracted slightly. He had already learned from Shui Yan and his ancestral elder that Shui Yan had once come to the Milky Way, and his purpose was to find him. And it seemed like he didn't have any ill intentions. Of course, it was directed at him. You little brat, you're pretty bold. You know I'm the domain lord and yet you dare to call me by my name. Dishin heard Xiao Hanton's voice and sighed helplessly. What are you here for, ? However, Xiao Han ignored DXIN's complaint and directly asked him. However, DXIN couldn't help but laugh helplessly after hearing this. Before I came here, I had originally planned to take you as my disciple. But now your strength has grown so powerful. If I were to offer you discipleship now, you wouldn't agree, would you? DXIN was also speechless. Xiao Han's strength had improved so quickly, and after leaving the Silver Star, he had been searching for Xiao Han's whereabouts. Upon learning that Xiao Han had stolen a virtual universe access device, he even searched for Xiao Han's name on the virtual universe's breakthrough rankings. After all, with Xiao Han's talent, entering the rankings was no problem at all. However, what he didn't expect was that not only had Xiao Han entered the rankings, but he had also become the top-ranked individual on the breaker rankings. Instantly, his desire to take him as a disciple vanished. After all, such a genius would be hard to come by, even for someone like him, a domain lord. And now, seeing that Xiao Han had reached the Starry Sky level and had killed a Star Sea level opponent and crushed an Ant level opponent with ease, he immediately abandoned the idea of taking Xiao Han as his disciple. Agree. Why not agree? However, Xiao Han's words left him completely speechless. What? You agree? Are you sure? It took him a full 10 seconds to process what Xiao Han had said. He then asked Xiao Han in astonishment. That's right, why wouldn't I agree? After all, you're a powerful domain lord level expert and a Zo level weapon forger. It's an honor to become your disciple. Xiao Han chuckled, making DXIN feel a bit unrealistic. Yeah, I'm this powerful, wouldn't it be a waste to take on a Star Realm disciple? Isn't that okay? DXIN suddenly remembered that he had been recently overwhelmed by Xiao Han's strength, so he felt a bit inferior. By the way, does becoming your disciple come with any benefits? Like, can you let your disciple play with that Silver Star Tower thing every now and then? Chapter 124, Return to Earth. Emperor Xin was startled by Xiao Han's words. Of course, such a small thing is no problem to give you. Dishin said calmly. I wonder what the upper limit of the strength that can be cultivated by the trialists within the Silver Star Tower is? Xiao Han didn't directly ask to become his disciple. Instead, he posed the most crucial question. The Silver Star Tower is a Hong-grade magical artifact, though it is extremely close to the Zo-grade level, it has not yet reached that tier. Therefore, it can only condense one Star C-tier peak level trialist each year. This is also why I left my will within the Silver Star Tower. However, Emperor Xion's words instantly extinguished all of Xiao Han's interest. Only Star C level peak? If that's the case, then I'll have to decline. Xiao Han sighed helplessly, thinking that if it takes a year to produce just one Star C level peak trialist, he might as well go to the virtual universe and find someone on the rankings to fight. DXIN was speechless upon hearing this. If you won't become my disciple, why are you teasing me? Cough. Though we have no master-disciple connection, we can still be friends. I am Dishin of the Longting Empire. As a Zo-level weapon forger, if you ever come to the Dragon Ascension Empire's star domain, you can come to the Weapon Forging Guild to find me. Dishin spoke calmly to Xiao Han. If I ever get the chance, I will definitely go. Xiao Han nodded slightly. As for whether to go find Emperor Xin or not, that's another matter. I don't think I can ask him for anything anyway. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not disturb you further. I shall take my leave. Dixin sighed helplessly, bowed his hands, and then broke through the void, disappearing into the distance. Xiao Han, however, narrowed his eyes slightly and used his innate teleportation ability to memorize the coordinates of DXAN's teleportation. Perhaps it would come in handy someday. Since everything is settled, there's no need to linger here any longer. Xiao Han glanced at the large array he had set up and nodded satisfactorily. That's right, he wasn't planning to wait here for the enemy to come to him. The reason was simple: Xiao Han didn't have the time to waste here. After all, Shui Yan and those old men had already mentioned that returning would take at least several days, and those few days would be wasted here. It would be better to return home first. It had been 3 months since he had left, and he wondered how things were on Earth. Xiao Han smiled slightly, but he knew that with Lu Bowen protecting his mother, nothing would go wrong. Still, he decided to set up a teleportation array nearby first. As Xiao Han thought this, another 10,000 spirit stones were sent into the void. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If all of them were released, they would be enough to turn an entire star domain into a cultivation paradise. As the spirit stones entered the void, the surrounding space was instantly connected. He then communicated with the teleportation array he had set up before leaving Earth. Earth, it's been a long time. With a sigh of emotion, Xiao Han stepped into the teleportation array. In an instant, he vanished from this void. The teleportation array instantly vanished, and without strength surpassing Xiao Han's by dozens of times, it was impossible to detect the array's existence. Earth. Beyond Earth, as a spatial fluctuation rippled through the void, Xiao Han's figure suddenly appeared outside the atmosphere. Looking at the water-blue planet before him, Xiao Han smiled slightly. His gaze immediately fixed on the city of Tianyun on the ground below. What caught his eye was the villa of the Mo Yun Tianjia. However, to Xiao Han's surprise, his mother wasn't there. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was still at the small eatery from before. Mom really is, she just can't bear to leave her snack shop, can she? Xiao Han was speechless, but he understood. The snack shop was the sole source of income that his mother had managed single-handedly after his father's death to support the entire family. It held countless hopes and dreams for her mother. Xiao Han took a step forward and instantly found himself in a dark corner. Watching his mother bustling about in the distance, he smiled slightly. At least before leaving, he had enhanced his mother's physical condition to the point where even someone with inner strength couldn't harm her. Otherwise, with all the hard work she does every day, she would have already fallen ill. Madam, a bowl of your signature bean paste porridge, with 2 fried dough sticks. Me too, boss, add a steamer of buns for me. I'll add a pan-fried bun. From a distance, Xiao Han could already hear several calls. Many of these people were familiar to Xiao Han. They were regular customers who had been coming here for years. Coming right up. Coming right up. Zhao's mother watched the bustling business and was naturally overjoyed. Although there were many orders, Zhao's mother efficiently served all the dishes in an orderly manner. Madam, it's been ages since I last saw your son. I heard he got into Shuweimu University? A middle-aged man from the construction site next door asked with a smile. Old Lu, you didn't know? The boss's son is a child prodigy. Not only did he get into Shuweimu University, but he's already working as a senior executive at Yulong Group, earning several million yuan a year. What? I just went home for a month. Isn't Xiao Han only 16 years old? That's why they call him a child prodigy. The boss's wife now lives in Moyun Tianjiao, a luxury villa worth tens of millions of dollars. The conversation eventually turned to Xiao Han. Xiao Han? He is not as amazing as you all say. He is currently studying in Yancheng and doesn't he have much time to come back? Zhao's mother smiled as she explained to the uncles one by one. However, there was a hint of longing in her words. During the few months Xiao Han had been away from home, she had been thinking of him constantly. Although Lu Bowen had said that Xiao Han had gone abroad for a while and would return soon, Zhao's mother knew better. How could he be abroad for so long without any news, not even a single phone call? Mom! I'm back! Just then, a familiar voice reached Xiao Mu's ears. Zhao's mother froze in place. Looking out the store, she saw Xiao Han, dressed in ordinary earth attire and dragging a suitcase, standing at the store entrance with a smile on his face, saying to Zhao's mother, You're back? It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Zhao's mother hurried over, looking at Xiao Han to see if anything was different, while muttering to herself. School's out, so I came back for a few days. I've been on the bus all day and I'm starving. Xiao Han looked pitiful. Good. 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 Mom will make you something to eat. Come inside first. Zhao's mother excitedly pulled Xiao Han toward the store. With the other hand, she effortlessly lifted Xiao Han's luggage as if it were a feather. Across the street, Lu Bowen, who was watching Zhao's mother from a tea house, saw this and his eyes widened in shock. The young master is back? Just this aura alone has become so mysterious. It seems the young master's abilities have made tremendous progress. Lu Bowen was naturally overjoyed to see Xiao Han return. And it wasn't just him, everyone who knew that Xiao Han had returned was in an uproar. Chapter 125, Rebuilding the Earth's Spiritual Veins. Dragon Soul.
Is the information confirmed? The Grand Hall Master asked the domineering sword-wielding subordinate with a solemn expression. Yes, Grand Hall Master.
Our intelligence system has been monitoring every street and alley using facial recognition technology, and Xiaohan appeared in Tianyun City a few hours ago. Badeo replied respectfully to the Grand Hall Master. The Grand Hall Master's expression grew even more solemn.
He's actually returned? That means he passed the test on that spaceship?
The Grand Hall Master was deeply shocked, but upon recalling Xiaohan's extraordinary talent and strength, he eventually calmed down. After Xiaohan disappeared, he was approached by an ancient monster who should have been dead for hundreds of years. The old monster had simply forgotten the way back to Tianyun City and had come to ask for directions. At first, they had assumed that Xiaohan's master was this mysterious master-level powerhouse. However, after further investigation, they discovered that this superpowered individual was merely Xiaohan's mother's bodyguard. This revelation left the entire Dragon Soul clan in shock. Remove all protection. Since Xiaohan has returned, his mother will not face any issues either. The Grand Hall Master spoke calmly. Although there was that mysterious master, everything was under control. However, if that mysterious master were to have an emergency and Zhao's mother were to encounter trouble, Xiaohan returning would likely cause such a commotion that he could overturn the entire Yinsha kingdom. At the Grand Hall Master's command, all the powerful warriors guarding Zhao's mother vanished. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, who was being worried about by the entire earth, was busy working in a small eatery, serving one customer after another. He worked non-stop until nightfall. Phew! Finally finished. It was more exhausting than fighting a Star Sea-level opponent. Xiaohan looked at the last customer leaving the shop and sighed in relief. Star Sea-level? What's that? Zhao's mother tidied up the kitchen and curiously asked Xiaohan.
Oh, nothing much. By the way, Mom, has anything happened recently? Xiaohan asked his mother curiously. Nothing much. What's wrong? Oh, right, GXIN will be coming to help out at the store during the holiday. You just left her there without even saying goodbye. Just like your old man.
Zhao's mother said this and glared at Xiaohan angrily.
Xiaohan was speechless. His father was dead, wasn't he? He was alive and well. However, thinking of his father, Xiaohan's eyes narrowed slightly. According to legend, when the yin-yang energy is cultivated to its peak, it can reverse the cycle of life and death, bringing the dead back to life and causing the living to die instantly. I wonder if it's true. Thinking of this, Xiaohan felt a surge of motivation. Mom, don't worry. I'll handle Zixin's matter. I'll go find her later. Xiaohan said helplessly. What he feared most now was his mother's anger. Young master, you're back. Just then, Lu Bowen walked into the small shop and respectfully addressed Xiaohan. Mr. Lu, you've worked hard while I was away. Xiaohan smiled slightly. Master, you're too kind. It's my duty, and I didn't do anything special. Lu Bowen shook his head with a smile. By the way, let's go home first. Mom will cook something delicious for you when we get home.
Zhao's mother finished speaking with a smile and led Xiaohan toward their home. However, the direction of their home was not the Mayan Tianjiao, but the old house where Xiaohan had lived for 16 years.
Mom! You still can't forget this place, can you? Xiaohan thought helplessly.
Upon returning home, he saw that all the furnishings were exactly the same as before they moved. A familiar and comfortable feeling washed over him. Indeed, this was the only place that could ever be Xiaohan's true home. At night, Xiaohan stood in the void, gazing down at the earth's surface. Master, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Is something wrong? Bai Ying flew into the void and asked Xiaohan curiously. Master Lu, after I came out of the spaceship this time, I went directly into the universe and encountered many incredibly powerful civilizations. Xiaohan began to speak slowly. What? You went into the universe? There are other civilizations? Lu Bowen's expression changed instantly. He had been free from the seal for over 3 months. During this time, he had studied all of history from ancient times to the present. He had also developed a keen interest in technology, as mastering such knowledge was effortless for someone with his soul strength. And he naturally knew what Xiaohan meant by other civilizations. Indeed, they were other civilizations. Compared to these civilizations, the entire Earth was no more than an ant. However, fortunately, he now held a certain status within the entire Milky Way. Therefore, the primary purpose of his return is to revive Earth's spiritual energy and reopen the path of martial arts. Xiaohan's expression grew solemn. Xiaohan's words immediately caught Lu Bowen's attention. If the young master truly intends to revive the spiritual energy, this old servant will risk my life to assist you in completing this task. Lu Bowen's current position was quite awkward. Back then, Zhu Changba wanted to eliminate all martial artists in the world. Since Zhu Changba was the emperor, and Lu Bowen served him, he was bound by the ancient mindset and could only sever the spiritual veins to reassure Zhu Changba. Now, having embraced modern ideas, Lu Lao regretted his past actions. If he had known Zhu Changba's true nature earlier, he would have struck him down with a single blow, and none of this would have happened.
With the spiritual veins severed, the Earth's spiritual energy will gradually diminish. The spiritual veins are the springs from which the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth originate. Without the source, there is no flow. The spiritual energy accumulated in the heavens and earth over the centuries has already been largely depleted. And the culprit, to put it bluntly, was none other than Lu Bowen. Rebuilding the spiritual veins is straightforward, but the key is that after rebuilding them, more people will awaken their special abilities. Previously, the likelihood of awakening supernatural abilities was only 1 in 100 million. However, after reviving the spiritual energy, this number will increase significantly. Those who awaken special abilities are different from ordinary martial artists, who are bound by dragon souls or other forms of martial arts constraints. If left unchecked, those who awaken special abilities may commit acts harmful to the earth. This matter will require Lu Lao to exert extra effort. Xiao Han spoke calmly to Lu Bowen. As for reviving spiritual energy, it's really not a big deal. All it takes is a mid-grade spiritual stone buried deep within the Earth's core. At that point, the spiritual energy content of the entire planet will increase by thousands of times compared to before. With a few more arrays set up, a single mid-grade spirit stone would be sufficient to sustain Earth's spiritual energy consumption for 10,000 years. Of course, what Xiao Han needs is not merely a few thousand times the spiritual energy content. If we're going to do this, let's do it big. Whatever the young master commands, this old servant will carry out to the letter. Bai Ying bowed respectfully toward Xiao Han. Very well, since that is the case, I will begin immediately. Chapter 126, The Teleportation Array from Hundreds of Millions of Years Ago. Deep within the Earth's core. The Earth's core is slowly rotating, and it can be said that the Earth's magnetic field is entirely generated by this core. Without the core, the Earth would collapse in no time. With a spatial fluctuation, Xiao Han's figure appeared beside the Earth's core. The Earth's core has such an ancient age, this is truly unexpected. Upon seeing the Earth's core, Xiao Han couldn't help but marvel. The Earth's age is over 100 billion years, though this is merely an estimate by so-called experts. However, what Xiao Han saw was far more than just 100 billion years. The rings on the Earth's core recorded a span of time that had reached a full trillion years. In just 3 million years, Earth had completely erased the traces of Atlantis, the Maya civilization, and other ancient civilizations. During those over 1,000 billion years, had countless civilizations also emerged on Earth? Xiao Han shook his head helplessly at this thought. Perhaps the answer to this question could only be found when he became powerful enough to peer through time and see the past. For now, let's focus on reviving the Earth's spiritual energy. As Xiao Han thought this, he focused his mind, and instantly, numerous mid-grade spiritual stones appeared before him. The spiritual energy contained within mid-grade spiritual stones was incredibly terrifying, equivalent to 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. And on an ordinary planet, the annual production of low-grade spiritual stones was only 1. In other words, a single mid-grade spirit stone might take Earth 1,000,000 years to cultivate. And this is under the condition that no living beings are competing for the spiritual energy. Spirit Gathering Array. Activate. As Xiao Han uttered a low command, the 10,000 spirit stones in his hand were instantly hurled one after another into the Earth's core. In the next instant, the spiritual energy emanating from the Earth's core surged tens of thousands of times over. And this was only the beginning. Xiao Han let out a cold snort as his hands began to wildly strike out countless seals. These seals began to swiftly fly toward the Earth's core. With each seal striking down, the spiritual energy content in the surrounding area increased slightly. At the same time, the spiritual energy drifting in the void around the Earth was swiftly absorbed by the planet. 100 million kilometers. 1 billion kilometers. Until the spiritual energy within tens of billions of kilometers began to surge toward the Earth's absorption rate finally ceased to increase. Xiao Han's hands slowly came to a stop. As the void rippled, the mid-grade spiritual stones embedded within the Earth's core began to merge into a terrifying spiritual energy array. The terror of this spirit-gathering array was enough to make countless rulers of intermediate-level star systems drool with envy. A wasteland-grade Earth-tier array, a spirit-gathering array. Combined with my 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, this will be enough to elevate the martial arts prowess of Earth's warriors by 2 major realms within a century. Xiao Han nodded satisfactorily. With this array, the development of martial arts on Earth would accelerate significantly. Of course, achieving a certain level of martial arts development would naturally require considerable time. Carl, you will now serve as the supervisor of Earth's order. Draft a comprehensive set of laws and regulations to be handed over to all national administrative agencies. Any martial artists or psychics who violate these laws will be handed over to you for handling. Within 100 years, I hope Earth can grow into a low-level star system. Xiao Han's thoughts directly connected with Carl, who was flying through the universe. Understood, Master. The order of Earth is now in my hands. Carl spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. However, Master, after the spiritual energy has revived, there are still some issues in certain areas. Should you be aware of them?
However, at that moment, Carl spoke to Xiaohan.
Ha? Issues? Where are the issues?
Xiaohan furrowed his brows and instantly teleported into the shadow ship.
It's here.
Carl respectfully pointed to a specific location on the moon above Earth. As the spiritual energy levels on Earth began to surge, those on the moon also rose rapidly. Once the spiritual energy reached a certain threshold, the moon began to emit strange fluctuations.
Xiaohan noticed that spiritual energy was converging toward the back of the moon. Xiaohan's eyebrows shot up. An array. I never expected there to be an array. And it's a teleportation array. Xiaohan stared in disbelief at the array fluctuations on the moon's far side. Why is there a teleportation array on Earth? This teleportation array was no ordinary one, it seemed to be at least at the wasteland level. No wonder the people of Atlantis hadn't discovered it.
Xiaohan furrowed his brows. He could tell at a glance that this array was at least hundreds of millions of years old, possibly even older.
Which means there were other civilizations on Earth before the Atlantis civilization? Master, I have found no records of any prehistoric ruins in all the records of the Atlantis civilization.
Carl's words left Xiaohan puzzled. Even with the Atlantis civilization's technology, they hadn't found a single trace.
There were only two possible explanations.
The first was that this civilization was so ancient that time had erased all traces of its existence.
The other reason is that this array was not left behind by the Earth's original inhabitants.
Regardless, an array that has existed for hundreds of millions of years should have long since ceased to function.
Now that it has been activated by spiritual energy, it remains to be seen whether it can be reactivated.
Xiaohan raised an eyebrow and teleported directly to the far side of the moon.
The array continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy.
The array's fluctuations, which had been emanating outward, grew even more powerful.
Shielding seal technique.
Xiaohan growled, and in the next moment, his hands erupted with one after another of the seal techniques.
These seal techniques instantly imprinted themselves into the unknown teleportation array.
However, a sudden fluctuation caused Xiaohan's pupils to contract slightly.
A reaction?
Does that mean the target teleportation array of this formation is still functional? Thinking of this, Xiaohan was somewhat surprised.
A formation that had been in place for hundreds of millions of years was still functional? What did that even mean? What on earth was it constructed with?
Xiaohan furrowed his brows. As for entering, he wouldn't risk it without sufficient confidence. Since even the Atlantis civilization had no records of it, there should be no other records on Earth either.
Xiaohan frowned deeply.
Forget it, let's seal the formation first and come back to investigate when we're stronger. Xiaohan thought this through, then swung his hand forcefully, unleashing a powerful sealing energy.
This energy instantly severed the spiritual energy flowing into the array.
The array, which had been rapidly recovering, suddenly fell silent. At this moment, the array's grade had risen from the original waste level to the flood level.
This array was far from as simple as it appeared.
If it had sufficient energy, who knew what level it could reach? Xiaohan stroked his chin. Having elevated the array to the Han level, he knew he currently lacked the ability to explore the world beyond it.
Chapter 127, Spiritual Energy Awakens. Global Upheaval.
After all, Xiaohan had no idea how powerful the beings who could construct such an array were, and the fact that the array was still functional meant that the spiritual energy concentration on the opposite side had sustained it for hundreds of millions of years. And over the course of those hundreds of millions of years, how powerful warriors must have been nurtured behind the array. Never mind, I'll wait until I'm stronger before going to investigate.
For now, the urgent task at hand is to clean up the mess on Earth. Xiaohan sighed helplessly.
It had only been over an hour, yet Earth was already in complete chaos.
Mount Tai is the foremost of the 5 great mountains. Countless legends have been passed down from its peaks to this day.
And today, the summit of Mount Tai suddenly burst into an endless glow. This scene was witnessed by all the residents surrounding Mount Tai.
Mom, look! Is there a deity appearing on Mount Tai?
A child excitedly pointed toward the summit of Mount Tai in the distance. The child's mother hurried over. Initially thinking her child was playing tricks, but upon seeing the rays of light emanating from the summit, she quickly covered her mouth.
Those beams of light shot into the sky, enveloping an area of thousands of kilometers around.
The same scene unfolded on other famous peaks such as Kunlun Mountain, Huangshan, and Amei Mountain. It wasn't just during the scorching summer, it also happened on famous mountains in other countries, or even large lakes. Even the entire ocean began to erupt with endless rays of light. Those enveloped by the glow immediately felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Even countless vegetative patients and those with paralysis began to slowly recover under the glow.
However, some individuals with extraordinary talents awoke to their abilities.
Fire abilities, water abilities, or other abilities, of course, these are all the lowest tier abilities of the mortal realm. Nevertheless, even those who had just obtained these abilities were endowed with immense power.
Some even engulfed an entire building during their awakening. What is going on? How could such a massive amount of spiritual energy be emerging from the ground? The Dragon Soul faction is currently in a state of chaos.
The Grand Hall Master stood in the Heavenly Eye Hall, watching hundreds of data processors frantically calculating the supernatural ability outbreaks erupting across the land of Yenxia. Members of the Dragon Soul organization from all over the Yenxia region have been mobilized, with everyone swiftly apprehending those who have suddenly awakened their abilities and begun causing chaos within the country. At this moment, the Dragon Soul's manpower is severely insufficient.
Grand Hall Master, could this be due to the return of Senior Xiaohan?
Just then, the head of a branch hall spoke solemnly to the Grand Hall Master. However, the leader's words instantly snapped the Grand Hall Master out of his thoughts.
Perhaps that is the case. But since it is Xiaohan's move, he must have made preparations as well.
The Grand Hall Master thought to himself, his expression growing even more somber. Although he knew that Xiaohan might not pose a threat to Yenxia or even Earth, he had to consider that Xiaohan had just emerged from an alien spacecraft.
What if he had been brainwashed by the aliens?
Thinking about the consequences if Xiaohan's abilities were brainwashed, the head of the main hall felt a sudden sense of panic.
Something's wrong. Someone's hacked into our internal network.
Suddenly, a data technician screamed in alarm.
The next moment, all the computers and the large screens went black.
In the next instant, a virtual image appeared on all the screens. This virtual image didn't just appear at the Dragon Soul headquarters, it appeared on every device capable of displaying images across the entire planet.
Everyone.
The virtual image was none other than Carl. Carl's voice caused everyone to fall silent.
Who is this person? Investigate immediately.
The Grand Master spoke solemnly to everyone present.
However, all the computers are currently under control. Investigating is like trying to catch a dream.
Even if they cut the network cables or unplug the power, the images will not disappear.
The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has already revived. Many of you should have already noticed the changes in yourselves.
At that moment, Carl spoke again. His words caused those whose bodies had just begun to change to immediately grow vigilant.
After all, in this day and age, who hasn't seen some movies about aliens conducting experiments on Earth? Don't worry.
The revival of the celestial and terrestrial energies benefits all life on Earth. That is my master's intention.
However, to prevent you from doing anything reckless due to your newly acquired powers, my master has ordered me to oversee all psychics and martial artists on Earth from this day forward.
Perhaps some of you don't know what martial artists or psychics are, but from today onward, you will be able to find all the relevant explanations and cultivation techniques for both on the internet.
I will also post the corresponding laws online.
If anyone dares to violate these laws, the consequences will be dire. Unfortunately, there are already quite a few people on Earth who have already annoyed me, so these individuals will have to say goodbye. Carl's calm words caused those who had awakened their abilities to look panicked. After all, the proportion of those with abilities has risen from 1 in 100 million to a terrifying 1 in 10,000.
That means 1 in 10,000 people.
There are a total of over 700,000 individuals with special abilities on Earth. However, at that very moment, beams of blinding light suddenly erupted from the sky. These beams illuminated the sky completely.
Boom!
Immediately afterward, every city on Earth heard a series of deafening booms. After each boom, those who had just awakened their abilities vanished forever from the human world. Meanwhile, the scene began to broadcast this bloody massacre live. These individuals had all used their abilities to attack others.
Some had possessed martial arts prowess even before the spiritual energy revival, but they had done evil deeds.
For the safety of others, I had no choice but to eliminate them. Carl's words remained calm. But to the countless martial artists listening, his words were terrifying. For they had witnessed their friends, masters, and disciples being obliterated by a destructive beam of light that descended from the heavens.
The echoes of countless explosions still reverberated through the air. Master, look!
It's the hidden killers. However, at that very moment, a data analyst hurriedly reported to the Grand Hall Master.
On the screen, a figure atop an unknown island was instantly obliterated by countless beams of light descending from the sky. Such a scene left everyone present holding their breath.
The hidden assassin leader, who had dominated the international stage for centuries, was destroyed in an instant.
Connect me to Xiaohan's phone.
The Grand Hall Master, upon witnessing this, panicked. After all, he had killed many people under the Dragon Soul faction, though they were all fugitives or martial artists who posed a threat to society.
However, seeing that the hidden assassins had been killed, if the Grand Hall Master did not react, the next target would be the Dragon Soul headquarters. What then? Wait! There's one more thing. Chapter 128, Promotion. Star C rank.
However, at that very moment, Carl spoke again. The Grand Hall Master, who had been about to call Xiaohan, immediately stopped what he was doing. All those who had awakened or successfully condensed their inner energy were taken to the corresponding martial arts academies for unified training in management. Here, you will receive benefits commensurate with your strength, benefits that would take decades of struggle in the outside world to obtain. Of course, the principal of this martial arts academy is a master-level expert. As for what this represents, you will all find out once you review the information I will provide shortly.
After Carl finished speaking, all the footage suddenly cut off. These were all instructions given by Xiao Han. As for what the future holds, Xiao Han has entrusted everything to Lu Bowen and Carl. For Carl, the vendetta against Atlantis has been settled, and the human race is the force he has been secretly cultivating. It can be said that the current mission aligns perfectly with his intentions. Send a message to all those on Earth who are still alive and have reached the Huatang level or above, inviting them to teach at the Martial Arts Academy. Of course, they can choose not to come, unless they don't want to become or even more powerful martial artists. Xiao Han knew that one Lu Bowen was insufficient. Sure enough, upon receiving Carl's message, everyone immediately expressed their intention to depart for the location where the Martial Arts Academy would be established. The location, of course, was the vast, boundless plaza where Xiao Han had previously filled in the Taiwan Strait. In the center of the square, towering buildings hundreds to thousands of meters high, brimming with cutting-edge technology, rose from the ground. The buildings were so exquisite that countless designers would be amazed by their beauty. Of course, the towering walls surrounding the area kept everyone's curious gazes at bay. Even the most advanced detection devices couldn't capture what was happening inside. And this is the Martial Arts Academy that Xiao Han has built, and Lu Bowen has already moved in successfully. The rest is up to you. After speaking to Carl, Xiao Han instantly teleported away from the moon. Meanwhile, Earth was already in an uproar. However, Xiao Han paid no attention to this. After explaining to his mother that all of this was his doing, he returned to his room and fell asleep. He slept for 3 or 4 days straight. You see, since leaving home, Xiao Han hadn't had much rest. Though with his abilities, even without rest, it wouldn't have mattered much. However, a habit formed over more than a decade was hard to break. Sigh. After a deep breath, Xiao Han finally woke up. Of course, he woke up because the array he had set up countless light years away had activated. Finally, it's here? Xiao Han stretched lazily, and the next moment, he teleported directly to the teleportation array. As the teleportation array activated, Xiao Han instantly arrived in the star domain where he had set up the 10,000 stars falling array. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed life energy. Ding! Leveled up by 400 trillion points. Ding! 800 trillion upgrade points. Ding! 200 trillion upgrade points. As soon as Xiao Han appeared, he felt waves of terrifying life energy surging toward him, and the purity of this life energy was incredibly profound. In an instant, all the life energy was completely absorbed by Xiao Han. A staggering 152 trillion upgrade points appeared in Xiao Han's backend. Based on a 20% absorption rate, this meant that the master's strength was 800 trillion, making him a super powerful star C 4-star expert. That's an astonishing 32 star C level beings. Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. The combined strength of all the star C level beings from the 10 great races was already terrifying, yet they had contributed so many upgrade points to him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han slowly opened his attribute panel. System, enhance all my attributes, all my martial arts techniques, and all my cultivation methods. Upgrade everything to the highest possible level. Xiao Han directly addressed the system. Ding! Command accepted, enhancement beginning. With a system prompt, an immense surge of chaotic energy erupted from Xiao Han's body. This chaotic energy began to surge toward Xiao Han's body. Within his body, this power began to wildly enhance his physical form and soul power. At the same time, countless memories flooded into Xiao Han's mind. Time passed second by second, and all of Xiao Han's power reached an unprecedented level of enhancement. After all, the current level up was equivalent to a staggering 15 trillion points. This was 100 times more than the upgrade points Xiao Han had obtained previously. Such an overwhelming number of upgrade points, Xiao Han naturally wouldn't use them sparingly. After all, what becomes his own is the best. Ding! Congratulations, host. All strength enhancements have been completed. At that very moment, a system notification sound echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han could feel the boundless power surging within his body. And he knew that if he could unleash all of this power, destroying a low-level star system would be a simple matter. System, show me my attribute panel. Xiao Han spoke calmly to the system. Attribute panel. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial arts realm, Star C realm, 3 stars. True Yuan power, 8 transformations 0.00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000
occupation, advanced alchemist of the wasteland realm 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000szoooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooooo oooooooooo. Physical strength 4000 trillion. Speed 4000 trillion. Soul 4000 trillion. Physical strength 4000 trillion. Technique, Yin Yang Holy Heaven Rank, Advanced Starry Sky, 01000 trillion. Combat Techniques, Sword Technique Earth Rank, Advanced Starry Sky, 01000 trillion. Skills, Flame Domain / Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion 9 Heavens Thunder Ling Step Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion 10,000 Nations Earth Shattering Palm Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion Spiritual Seal Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion Teleportation Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion Heavens Will Divine Calculation Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion Crimson Flame Sword Technique Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion Yang God / Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion. Talents, Flame Power Earth Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion Yin Yang Power Heaven Tier, Starry Sky Advanced, 01000 trillion. Equipment, Yin Yang Divine Dragon Armor Earth Tier, Wasteland Tier Advanced, 01000 trillion, Blood Drinking Mad Blade Earth Tier, Wasteland Tier Advanced, 01000 trillion, Storage Ring Earth Tier, Wasteland Tier Advanced, 01000 trillion.
Level up points, 1900 trillion.
At this point, Xiaohan's cultivation realm had successfully broken through to the terrifying Star Sea realm, 3rd star. This level of power signifies that Xiaohan is now capable of establishing an empire spanning a mid-tier star system.
Oh, right, the Mad Warrior's body seems to be upgradable.
Xiaohan suddenly realized that his Berserker's body now only required 1 trillion upgrade points to level up, and he already possessed all the necessary points.
System.
Upgrade my Berserker's body.
Chapter 129, Earth Tier Constitution, Berserker Body. Boom.
In the depths of the endless starry sky, Xiaohan's body emanated an endless aura of terror. The power contained within this aura caused the surrounding starry sky to tremble violently.
Countless planets and stars were crushed into stardust by the overwhelming force of this aura. Roar! Xiaohan suddenly let out a fierce shout.
In an instant, the surrounding starry sky trembled violently from the force of his shout.
Fury!
As Xiaohan roared in anger, a surge of pitch-black energy erupted from his body. However, this energy instantly boosted Xiaohan's momentum by a staggering several dozen times. The surrounding space could no longer withstand Xiaohan's power and began to shatter violently.
Crackle! Crackle!
The sound of the void shattering caused Xiaohan's lips to curl into a slight smile.
The upgraded Berserker's body is indeed powerful.
It can directly enhance my own strength by nearly 100-fold.
Xiaohan couldn't help but marvel.
Frenzy Body, Rank, Earth Tier, a physique forged by the mightiest frenzy warriors by condensing the ultimate frenzy energy.
With elemental power, Berserk Power.
Characteristics, can enhance physical strength by 20 times. Skill, Berserk. Upon activating Berserk, unleashes 5 times one's combat power.
Upgrade requirements, 10 trillion upgrade points.
At this point, the Berserker's body has been upgraded to the Berserker's body, and Xiaohan has successfully comprehended the elemental power of Berserker's power from within. It is important to note that the Rage elemental power is a powerful Earth Tier elemental power, and now it can be directly mastered simply by possessing the appropriate physique. This also makes Xiaohan curious about how powerful the physiques of the geniuses from the top tier families will be.
Of course, if possible, Xiaohan wouldn't mind replacing the Berserker's body. Xiaohan slowly dispersed the aura of Berserk power surrounding his body. The next moment, Xiaohan touched the ground with his feet and instantly vanished into the starry sky. Earth, Martial Arts Academy. With a spatial fluctuation, Xiaohan's figure appeared in the principal's office.
Upon seeing Xiaohan, Lu Bowen hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully toward him.
Greetings, young master. Lu Bowen said. How is the recruitment of students going? Xiaohan nodded slightly. Master, there are now over 1 million students who have registered globally. Given the school's facilities, all of them can be accommodated.
However, since their ranks are determined by the level of spiritual energy they have absorbed, their innate talent is generally not very good. Lu Bowen respectfully reported all the details to Xiaohan.
Is that so?
If that's the case, their development will be very slow in the future. Xiaohan furrowed his brows. He knew that while strength could be rapidly improved with resources, talent was a different matter. Talent was innate, and trying to improve it was like trying to climb a mountain with a shovel. Select 10,000 individuals with slightly better innate talent and decent character, then bring them to the training ground.
Xiaohan suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Lu Bowen. Xiaohan walked directly toward the training ground.
After hearing this, Lu Bowen hurriedly contacted the deputy academy head, Long Hunda Dian, and several other instructors, bringing all the teachers at the Dark Chi level to gather all the students who met Xiaohan's criteria at the martial arts arena.
Over 10,000 students looked around curiously.
Their eyes sparkled with excitement, for they had heard that they would get to see the Earth's strongest warrior, the divine being who had revived the spiritual energy. Although they had only been exposed to martial arts for a few days, those few days had completely transformed their lives.
What level of power does the Supreme Being possess? The Dean's strength is already at the Master level. I'd say the Supreme Being's strength is almost certainly at the Grandmaster level. Sigh. That's impossible. The Breaking the Voids level is a being that can live for 5,000 years. Such an existence, if still alive, would definitely be recorded in history books. Didn't you see that the Dean was the divine being who founded the Great Sun Moon Dynasty back then?
10,000 students are naturally all very curious about Xiao Han. You must know that they all became warriors because of the revival of spiritual energy, and it was Xiao Han who orchestrated the revival of spiritual energy. It can be said that Xiao Han now truly deserves the title of Earth's Supreme Being. No one could help but be curious about this being that surpasses the entire planet. However, at that very moment, Xiao Han's figure suddenly appeared above the martial arts arena. The Supreme Being. We have seen the Supreme Being. Xiao Han appeared slowly, and Lu Bowen led the others in bowing respectfully to Xiao Han. All the students, upon hearing this, hurriedly bowed their hands toward Xiao Han.
The Supreme Being? What a terrible name.
Xiao Han was speechless, but he didn't say much.
Everyone.
Today, I have gathered you all here for one purpose only, to enhance your martial arts potential. I hope you will all make new progress in your martial arts cultivation. Xiao Han didn't feel like wasting time, so he spoke a few casual words before mentally communicating with the system.
However, his 2 sentences left everyone present speechless. Enhance aptitude? Isn't that just enhancing one's innate talent? Can talent actually be enhanced?
All the students looked at Xiao Han in confusion. After all, in the information they had received over the past few days, there was no mention of qualifications being able to be improved. Some ancient texts even explicitly stated that qualifications could only be slightly improved by reincarnating or finding extremely rare and powerful treasures. Yet here was Xiao Han, claiming he could enhance everyone's qualifications. Of course, these students had only been exposed to martial arts for a few days, so they naturally assumed that as long as one was powerful enough, nothing was impossible.
System, enhance everyone's innate talent to the Breaker rank level. Enhance Lu Bowen's innate talent to the Starry Sky rank level.
Xiao Han spoke calmly to the system.
Ding. Command accepted, beginning enhancement.
With a system prompt, Xiao Han waved his hand, and in the next moment, streams of spiritual energy rained down on the 10,000 students below, as well as the teachers, even Lu Bowen and the Hall Master. As the brilliant light surged into each person's body, everyone felt their absorption of surrounding spiritual energy skyrocket at an unprecedented rate. And this surge was tens of thousands of times faster than before.
Boom!
Suddenly, Zhao Wuji, the patriarch of the Zhao family at the peak of the Huatian realm, erupted with an incredibly terrifying aura. In the next moment, the true qi around him began to surge toward him with unprecedented force. Zhao Wuji's aged appearance began to rapidly transform into that of a much younger man.
Innate true qi. Has the old man broken through?
The other few cultivators at the Huatian realm who witnessed this scene were instantly stunned. At the same time, a hint of disbelief flickered in their hearts. They never expected him to actually break through to the innate level.
Boom!
However, another burst of energy erupted, and another Huatian level expert had broken through.
Chapter 130, Cultivation Speed 100 times faster. The Power of Faith.
Time ticked by, and within just one day, the entire training ground had produced a total of 5 innate level experts.
The Grand Hall Master couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation.
After all, even with his extraordinary talent, it had taken him a full 20 years to break through, and that was only with the urging of the aliens. Yet now, these old men had broken through simply because of a small favor from Xiao Han.
This won't do. If I don't hurry up and cultivate, I'll be left behind by the times.
The Grand Hall Master was suddenly filled with boundless determination.
Thank you, Supreme Being, for your generous gift. Thank you, Supreme Being, for your generous gift.
Excitedly, the elderly who had just broken through to Theleble began to kneel before Xiao Han with reverence. No one knew what this meant for these elderly men, whose ages had already surpassed 200.
This was equivalent to gaining hundreds of years of life.
Others also hurriedly bowed to Xiao Han in gratitude.
Go down. Just keep cultivating hard in the future.
Xiao Han waved his hand, and a spatial fluctuation rippled through the air. In an instant, he sent everyone away, leaving only Lu Lao and the Hall Master on the field. The two of you, as the headmasters, must ensure that the human race develops as quickly as possible in the days to come. The spiritual energy concentration on Earth has now reached thousands of times that of the outer universe. Even the cultivation sanctuaries within the Milky Way cannot match Earth's spiritual energy concentration. I will renovate all the cultivation rooms. Unless there are special circumstances, all the martial artists will cultivate at the school in the future.
Xiao Han had no intention of letting them rest.
Earth has been weak for millions of years. To develop to the point where it can directly take over the entire Milky Way will require a significant amount of time. Xiao Han does not have that much time to waste with them. As you command, young master.
I will strictly supervise all the students from now on,
Lu Lao said respectfully.
Xiaohan, you hold me in such high regard, I will not disappoint you. I will do my utmost to handle every detail of school affairs. The Grand Hallmaster also solemnly assured Xiaohan. Alright, since that is the case, I will begin the transformation of the entire school. Xiaohan nodded slightly, then with a sweep of his hand, sent the two away. System, upgrade the training ground. Xiaohan spoke directly to the system. Ding! The upgrade of the training ground has begun. As the system's prompt sounded, a mysterious aura began to emanate from Xiaohan's hands, rushingly into the ground. Ding! The martial arts arena has been upgraded to. Building, martial arts arena. Grade. Attributes, cultivation speed plus 150, martial arts understanding plus 5x, recovery speed plus 10x. A tier martial arts arena can be considered an incredibly martial arts arena. After all, in the entire universe, locations that can enhance cultivation speed and martial arts comprehension speed are places born from the heavens and earth. Despite being only at the Xian Tian level, this martial arts arena is so coveted that even in an intermediate star system, countless people would flock back to vie for it. And this is the true marvel of the system. Continue to upgrade, directly to advanced starry sky. Xiaohan did not spare his upgrade points, as he could always earn more in the virtual universe if needed. Ding! Martial Arts Arena upgraded to Starry Sky Advanced, consumption, 100 trillion upgrade points. Building, Martial Arts Arena. Level, Starry Sky Advanced. Quality, Earth Tier. Attributes, Cultivation Speed 100, Martial Arts Understanding 500x. Recovery Speed 1000x. Function, Gravity Adjustment 1G to 30 million G. Self-contained space, the size of the martial arts arena can be expanded by 10 million times in length, width, and height, but the external structure remains unchanged. However, upon seeing the attributes of this training ground, Xiaohan's pupils contracted slightly. 100 times faster cultivation speed? How stupid was I before? This system could have been used to upgrade my strength all along. Xiaohan finally regretted not having properly developed the system earlier. After all, upon closer inspection, the system's true power far exceeded his imagination. If anyone knew that this training ground could increase cultivation speed by 100-fold, even a realm lord would come to it. Xiaohan's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, these things were useless to him, as his cultivation had been entirely enhanced by the system's growth. The system's upgrade speed was absolutely countless times faster than a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed. But for others, it's different. Take, for example, the students whose talents he had just enhanced. Originally, Xiaohan Tong had planned to take 100 years to elevate their strength to the breaker rank level, but now, a single year would be more than enough. In fact, with the doubled understanding of martial arts, they might even become powerful breakthrough realm experts in just a few months. Moreover, the most crucial factor is the gravity adjustment system, which can directly adjust gravity by a factor of 1 to 30 million. This is incredibly useful before reaching the starry sky level, as physical training requires sufficient pressure to enhance the body more rapidly. The ability to create a self-contained space was also a surprise to Xiaohan. Increasing the length, width, and height by 10 million times means this training ground can expand to dozens of times the size of Earth. With such an enormous space in the training ground already reaching Starfield level standards, even if these beasts were to destroy it, the training ground would remain intact. If this pace continues, the human race could conquer the Milky Way within a decade. Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. After all, although his strength had grown immensely, he couldn't possibly stay here guarding such a small place every day. There was still infinite space outside waiting for Xiaohan to explore. However, power breeds ambition, and this is something everyone possesses. If they turn against me later, that would be troublesome. Xiaohan thought about this and rubbed his chin. Wait, what about the power of faith? By combining the methods of the three major religions with the system, perhaps I can create what I desire. With that thought, Xiaohan casually picked up a massive piece of metal. As Xiaohan unleashed his crimson flame power, the metal was instantly melted into a towering, terrifying metal statue tens of thousands of feet tall. Fortunately, the size of the training ground had already been expanded to its maximum by Xiaohan, otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough space for the statue. Structure, statue. Rank, Master Level. Attributes, Defense 100,000. An ordinary statue with nothing special except for its hardness. System, upgraded directly to Starry Sky Advanced. Xiaohan directly addressed the system. Ding! Command accepted. Upgrading now. With a system prompt, the statue before Xiaohan began to transform wildly. Originally, the statue Xiaohan had forged was already lifelike, but now it seemed to have come to life. Building, statue. Grade, Starry Sky Advanced. Quality, Earth Tier. Attributes, Defense Power 100 trillion, Attack Power 100 trillion. Skill, Follower summoning anyone who views this statue 3 or more times will form a belief. The more times it is viewed, the stronger the belief becomes. Blessing of the Faithful, all those who believe in Xiaohan will receive a blessing of 10 in cultivation speed and 10 in martial arts talent. Divine Punishment, channel the power of faith to strike sinners within a radius of 100,000 light years. Chapter 131, Goodbye, Zhao Zixin. Sigh. Xiao Han looked at the statue's attributes and sucked in a cold breath. Just looking at this thing for a few seconds can make people start worshipping me? This thing is practically a divine artifact of the ruling class. Xiao Han looked at the statue and stroked his chin. Although he could turn everyone on Earth into his loyal followers, what would be the point of that? Let's just leave it at the Martial Arts Academy for now. Once the students there have grown stronger, we'll bring the statue to the Galaxy Star domain. Xiao Han thought about this and didn't give the statue another thought. He immediately summoned Lu Lao and the others to the Martial Arts Academy and sealed all the students within the academy for a year. After a year, when you all come out, each of you will be able to stand on your own. Xiao Han spoke calmly to all the students present. Even those students whose talents hadn't been enhanced by Xiao Han would become at least Grandmaster level experts after a year. After completing all this, Xiao Han touched the ground and vanished from the Martial Arts Academy. Shui Mu University. With nearly a century of history, Waterwood University has always been the flagship institution among all universities in the entire Yanxia region. It could be said that the number of social elites produced here was truly staggering. Of course, it is also a university that countless students aspire to attend. However, after Xiao Han's Martial Arts Academy was established, the status of Waterwood University and North Capital City University was instantly overshadowed. Now, the most coveted university on the entire planet is the Martial Arts Academy. This is because, after enrolling 1 million students, it immediately ceased admissions. Moreover, these students are all exceptionally talented individuals, carefully selected by Carl from around the globe for their extraordinary martial arts potential. Moreover, their character is rigorously vetted. As a result, countless people consider it an honor to be admitted to the Martial Arts Academy. More than a month has passed since the start of the semester, and I haven't registered yet. I wonder if the school still has my enrollment records. Xiao Han stood helplessly at the school gate. Of course, he wasn't here to attend school, he was here because Zhao Zixin was also enrolled in this institution. Next, Xiao Han enveloped his consciousness around the entire university. Found her. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and immediately spotted Zhao Zixin's location. The next moment, with a ripple in space, Xiao Han vanished from where he stood. Gxin, where is the boyfriend you keep talking about? Why haven't you brought him to meet us? It's been over a month now, and you said he was also in our school, right? In the cafeteria, a girl with a childlike face teased Zhao Zixin. He's a busy man. Next time, I'll bring him over when he comes back. Zhao Zixin gave a helpless smile, but even the young girls could sense her disappointment. Beautiful lady, may I sit here? Just then, a voice with a magnetic tone appeared beside the two of them. Upon hearing the familiar pickup line, the young girl with the baby face furrowed her brows. Who are you? Get lost, go pick up girls somewhere else. If you come back here, I'll break your legs. The young girl angrily shouted at the person who had spoken. Can't you see your best friend is in trouble? Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh in frustration. He had only asked if he could sit here. He never expected this delicate-looking girl to have such a fiery temper. Xiao Han? At that moment, Zhao Zixin stared at Xiao Han across from her in disbelief. I'm back. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Zhao Zixin had naturally learned from Xiao's mother that he had gone to a dangerous place. Over the past few months, she had been constantly worried about Xiao Han's safety. Gxin, isn't this guy your boyfriend? He does look decent enough. The young girl with the baby face, seeing Zhao Zixin's expression, immediately realized she had just shouted at the other girl's boyfriend. She immediately felt embarrassed and said, Oh, right, Xiao Han, this is my roommate, Wang Ye. Wang Ye is Xiao Han, my high school classmate. Zhao Zixin hurriedly introduced them. However, Xiao Han and Zhao Zixin had never confirmed their relationship, and Zhao Zixin didn't even know what Xiao Han really felt about her. Hello, I'm Zhao Zixin's boyfriend. Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han directly addressed Wang Ye. As soon as Xiao Han spoke, Zhao Zixin's face turned red, but this time she kept her eyes fixed on Xiao Han and didn't lower her head like she had before. Hello, Zixin. Since your boyfriend is here, I won't bother you too. I'll head back to my host now. You two take your time chatting. Wang Ye suddenly remembered something and glanced at the two of them, who were completely engrossed in each other. She didn't want to be a third wheel, so she quickly left, leaving Xiao Han and Zhao Zixin alone. You're quite the roommate, aren't you? Xiao Han smiled. Yeah, thanks to her. Zhao Zixin smiled faintly. And Xiao Han naturally understood the meaning behind her words. With Zhao Zixin's beauty, she was undoubtedly a campus beauty in school, and it was inevitable that some flies would come to bother her. And Wang Ye, who seemed delicate but had a fiery temper, naturally helped fend off many of the harassers. By the way, did you do all the things that happened these past 2 days? Zhao Zixin asked Xiao Han curiously. You figured it out? Yes, I did experience quite a lot during the 2 months I was away. Xiao Han smiled slightly and began to slowly explain his experiences to Zhao Zixin. Zhao Zixin was naturally moved to tears by Xiao Han's story. Meanwhile, the actions of the two were noticed by a young man nearby, who grew jealous to the point of envy. Soon, numerous posts began appearing in the online forum. The first campus beauty of Shuemu University has been claimed. Shocking. Our school's campus beauty has been taken by someone from another school. This proves how poor the guys at Waterwood University are at flirting these days. Under each post, many people began to cheer, though most were just making casual remarks. After all, whether she had a boyfriend or not seemed irrelevant to them. However, some were furious. What should we do? I never thought Zhao Zixin already had a boyfriend. A sycophant with a sour expression said to his boss. His boss, Su Wei, was the president of the Taekwondo club. He wasn't from any prominent family. After all, the members of prominent families had long since issued a strict order. Anyone daring to covet Xiao Han's woman was essentially asking for trouble. Humph, it must be some student from that lowly school. Even the campus beauty of my Waterwood University dares to covet her. As a sports scholarship student, Su Wei was immensely proud of his status as a student at Waterwood University. In his eyes, aside from students from North Capital City University, everyone else was trash. Yeah, what are you going to do now, Wei? The sycophant curiously asked his master. What else can we do? Let's gather the brothers and give that kid a beating, so he knows not everyone is fair game. My brother Su Chang can't even get a girl? Su Wei's words instantly filled the eyes of the Taekwondo club members with endless admiration. And the source of that admiration, of course, was Su Chang, the brother Su Wei had mentioned. Chapter 132, Marry Me. I want Zhao Zixin. When are you planning to leave this time? On the forest path, Zhao Zixin curiously asked Xiao Han. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han furrowed his brows. He wasn't entirely sure when he would depart again. However, he knew that the time wouldn't be too late. Now that I have the virtual universe access device, I can be anywhere within the Milky Way. However, even so, I will not stay away for more than a year. Xiao Han sighed helplessly. There isn't much to do on Earth. As long as others are there, I just need to keep getting stronger until no power in the universe dares to touch Earth. However, before that, I will ensure that Earth's strength develops rapidly. By the way, do you have any interest in learning martial arts? Xiao Han asked curiously to Zhao Zixin. Ha? Me? Of course. Ever since I learned that Wang knew martial arts, I've wanted to learn. But my talent is limited, I'll probably only reach the Mingjin level at best. My father didn't push me further. Zhao Zixin said helplessly. With me here, talent isn't an issue. If you truly want to learn, I'll start teaching you tomorrow. Xiao Han smiled slightly, but just then, his brows furrowed. A group of young men in Taekwondo uniforms walked toward Xiao Han. Are you the one who came to harass Zhao Zixin? The leader, Su Wei, coldly looked at Xiao Han and spoke. Oh? It seems flies are everywhere. If I don't hurry, my wife might get snatched away. However, Xiao Han completely ignored these ants and instead mocked himself as he spoke to Zhao Zixin. I have no interest in them. Zhao Zixin's face turned red with embarrassment. Ha, I'm just teasing you. I know that, of course. Xiao Han pinched Zhao Zixin's cheek. The playful banter between the two instantly made Su Wei explode. Damn it, guys, take them down. With a loud shout, Su Wei immediately charged forward with a group of henchmen. However, Xiao Han didn't even glance at them. In the next instant, several martial artists appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Taekwondo club was lying on the ground, their limbs all broken. Screams echoed throughout the small forest. Zhao Jia's shadow guards had seen the supreme being. All the shadow guards who appeared were women, tasked with secretly protecting Zhao Zixin. These people had previously only been pursuing her normally. They never expected that this time they would dare to act in front of Xiao Han. They were truly courting death. Thank you for protecting Zixin's safety. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Damn it. My leg. You know who my brother is, don't you? At that moment, Su Wei lay on the ground, shouting angrily at Xiao Han. Oh? His brother is. Xiao Han was taken aback. Could his older brother be some high-ranking official? Reporting to the Supreme Commander, Su Wei's older brother is named Su Chang, and he is an ordinary student at the Martial Arts Academy. However, the words of the Shadow Guard squad leader left Xiao Han speechless. Contact Zhao Laoyi and send him and his brother to America to work as laborers. Xiao Han waved his hand dismissively and immediately took Zhao Zixin's hand and left. Such lowly insects wasting his breath were already a great honor for him. Meanwhile, a few minutes later, Su Chang, who was still daydreaming about becoming an unparalleled martial artist at the Martial Arts Academy, was suddenly approached by a school instructor who directly destroyed his GC, threw him onto a plane, and sent him to a coal mine in America a few hours later. Without his protection, Su Wei, a commoner, would never dare to act so brazenly in Beisho City. And that was the terrifying aspect of the Martial Arts Academy. The status of every student was incredibly exalted. Of course, after this incident, the academy began investigating students with problematic family backgrounds or circumstances. Anyone found to have issues was expelled immediately. In severe cases, their cultivation was stripped. Xiao Han, of course, knew nothing of this. At night, Xiao Han sat on the moon with Zhao Zixin, gazing at the distant earth. GXIN. Will you marry me? Xiao Han suddenly pulled out a diamond ring from his storage ring. Of course, this diamond ring was a terrifying existence obtained by Xiao Han after upgrading to the starry sky level. Its effect was so powerful that even a realm lord would go mad. Ah! Zhao Zixin was completely stunned by Xiao Han's proposal. Although she had fantasized about similar scenarios countless times over the past few months, she had only dared to imagine confessing her feelings. Now Xiao Han was proposing directly. I know this is abrupt, but I've thought it through. Whether I confess my feelings or propose, it's the same to me. My girlfriend, even if she doesn't marry me in the future, no one will dare to covet her. Otherwise, I'll wipe out their entire clan. So after much consideration, I decided to just propose directly. Otherwise, proposing later would be troublesome. However, Xiao Han's domineering words made Zhao Zixin's face turn bright red. Can I say no? You're so domineering 1T you abuse me in the future. Zhao Zixin blushed and muttered softly with her head down. Ha, since you've agreed, you're my fiancé now. Xiao Han chuckled, then quickly slipped the ring onto her ring finger. This should go on the middle finger for an engagement ring. Zhao Zixin said to Xiao Han without saying a word. What? Oh. Xiao Han looked completely confused. Is that even a thing? As a straight guy who skipped the whole confession part, how was he supposed to know which finger to put the engagement ring on? Watching Xiao Han fumble around trying to put the ring on her finger, Zhao Zixin couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Seeing Zhao Zixin's expression, Xiao Han felt a surge of emotion and kissed her passionately. The next morning, Xiao Han gently placed Zhao Zixin in his arms, then prepared breakfast and brought it over. At that moment, Zhao Zixin had already woken up and was hiding under the covers pretending to sleep. Little lazybones, still not awake? Xiao Han chuckled and reached his hand under the covers. Ah, you pervert! Zhao Zixin screamed. Rogue? The rogue is behind you. Xiao Han chuckled again and slipped back under the covers. 2 hours later, Xiao Han had already brought Zhao Zixin back to the Zhao family's front door. Zhao Wuji, the patriarch of the Zhao family, heard that Xiao Han had arrived and rushed excitedly to the front gate to greet him. Zhao Yunlong and the others behind him were panting heavily from the chase. Old ancestor, please take it easy. We don't have the cultivation level of A-tier cultivator. Zhao Yunlong caught up and looked speechless. Spit! You brat, you've only just broken through to the Huatang realm? That's a disgrace. When we meet the Supreme Lord, I'll beg him for a chance to improve your cultivation potential. Zhao Yunlong looked at his most promising grandson with disappointment. Back then, he had closed himself away to break through to the innate realm, spending over a decade in seclusion. Upon emerging, so many major events had already unfolded. If Zhao Zilong hadn't already died, he would have personally cleaned house long ago. Zhao Lao, Zhao Uncle, how have you been? At that moment, Xiao Han's voice also reached Zhao Yunlong and Zhao Wuji's ears. Chapter 133, The Laboratory. 1,000 times faster research speed. Xiao Han, I never expected your strength to have improved so much in just a few months. Zhao Yunlong looked at the ethereal aura emanating from Xiao Han and sighed helplessly. Uncle Zhao, you're too kind. Haven't you also reached the Huatong realm? Xiao Han smiled faintly. Zhao Yunlong was speechless upon hearing this. How could that be the same? I've only just reached the Hualing realm, and you've already surpassed it by several levels. Ha, what are you still standing here for? Let's go inside and talk. Zhao Wuji glanced at Xiao Han holding Zhao Zixin's hand, then smiled slightly and warmly ushered Xiao Han into the Zhao family. Once inside the Zhao family compound, Xiao Han began discussing the engagement arrangements with the Zhao family. It was ultimately decided that they would marry 3 years later, once both had turned 20. As for the rest, Xiao Han didn't give it much thought. After all, the Zhao family would handle everything. At night, Xiao Han stood in the void, gazing down at Earth. The Earth's current technological strength was still rather weak. It seemed that they would need to first enhance the Earth's technological capabilities. Xiao Han knew that in the Great Cosmic Era, the level of technology was of utmost importance. Though technology might seem insignificant compared to martial artists who could destroy the heavens and earth with a single move, it was only through advanced technology that one could access the power of higher-level star systems. Although Xiao Han's current strength was already formidable, he remained an extremely insignificant existence within the entire universe. Therefore, although Xiao Han wanted to quickly enhance Earth's technological strength, he could only rely on his own strength for now. Once he becomes powerful enough, enhancing technology will be as easy as flipping a switch. Of course, technological advancement takes a great deal of time, so Xiao Han must prepare in advance. Immediately, Xiao Han retrieved all the knowledge about advanced civilizations recorded by Carl. Carl, has the research institute you were tasked with building been completed yet? Xiao Han directly asked Carl's consciousness through his smart wristwatch. Reporting to the master, everything is ready. The research institute is located underground at the Martial Arts Academy. And all the researchers I was instructed to gather have been assembled. We are waiting for your orders.
Carl's respectful voice came through the smartwatch.
Excellent. Xiaohan nodded slightly, then teleported instantly, disappearing from his original location.
When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the research institute Carl had mentioned. Below the vast martial arts academy, a terrifying underground research facility spanning hundreds of square kilometers stood firmly on the ground. Countless high-tech devices surpassing Earth's technology by millions of years were crammed into every corner.
Building, Research Institute. Quality, Common Grade. Rank, Breaker Class.
Notes, possesses nearly all the top-tier equipment and research data in the galaxy, making research on lower-tier technology twice as effective here.
System, begin upgrading the entire Research Institute.
Xiaohan didn't hesitate and directly addressed the system. Any buildings not upgraded by the system have extremely basic functions. Even with abundant research materials, they are of little use to current Earthlings. As Xiaohan's words fell, countless beams of light erupted from his body. These beams contained countless profound energies, so powerful that even Xiaohan himself couldn't analyze a single thread of them.
Boom!
Countless beams of light instantly enveloped the entire research institute, and the space within began to expand. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. The already vast research institute expanded by tens of thousands of times. It could be said that even if the entire Earth were placed inside, there would be no room to spare.
Building, Research Institute. Grade, Starry Sky Advanced. Quality, Earth Tier. Attributes, Defense Power 10 quadrillion, Research Speed 1000, Intelligence 10, Enlightenment 100. Skill, Research Restructuring. Any ongoing research will encounter unexpected incidents, forcing it to restart from the beginning. This skill allows you to directly save research progress before any mistakes occur, enabling unlimited restarts of experiments. Mystical Enhancement. This skill imbues research results with a certain mystical tendency, potentially yielding unexpected rewards.
As the system upgrade was completed, Xiaohan looked at the results and nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't know what the last skill meant, Xiaohan knew it might prove useful in the future. Of course, what he valued most was the attribute that had been enhanced. With the boost from intelligence, enlightenment, and research speed, a year might be enough to advance Earth's technology by tens of thousands of years, making it a fifth-tier civilization with ease. It's important to note that even the Atlantis civilization, which existed before the fifth-tier civilization, took tens of thousands of years to develop despite its advanced intelligence and innate talents. Meanwhile, the Blood Flame clan and the other 10 major races had existed in the Milky Way for tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years before becoming the weakest sixth-tier civilization. For Earth to reach the fifth stage in just 1 year is simply unimaginable. Of course, all of this is contingent on Xiaohan having sufficient upgrade points. After all, upgrading a single advanced-level celestial structure alone cost Xiaohan 100 trillion upgrade points. If he were on Earth, even if he drained the energy from hundreds of nearby stars, he wouldn't be able to collect that many upgrade points. Carl, bring all those researchers to this research institute immediately and begin their studies.
Provide them with the highest and protection.
Xiaohan spoke calmly to Carl.
As you command, Master.
Carl hurriedly replied. The changes at the research institute were also within his sight, but he had long since grown accustomed to Xiaohan's enigmatic nature. Oh, and make sure to have them check on the statue I erected at the martial arts academy from time to time.
Xiaohan suddenly remembered something and said.
As for the purpose, it was very simple. After all, these were the greatest driving forces for the human race's future technological development. If they lacked sufficient loyalty, Xiaohan would have to clean up the mess later, which would be a real hassle. After saying this, Xiaohan returned home, and the next moment, he directly entered the virtual universe. After a series of fluctuations, Xiaohan once again found himself in his initial room.
Master, you're finally back.
Xiaohan had barely arrived when he heard a joyful voice, and the source of that voice was naturally Xiaoling.
Hey, I was only gone for a few days. Look how worried you were.
Xiaohan smiled slightly and then ruffled Xiaoling's hair. Master, your strength has grown so much. Xiaoling watched as Xiaohan's strength had improved and couldn't help but feel excited. That's right, Starsea Realm, 3rd star, it's indeed improved a lot.
Chapter 134, The Yin-Yang Divine Tree.
Yes, Starsea Realm, 3rd star, that's indeed a significant improvement.
Xiaohan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional.
Indeed, when he left earlier, his cultivation level was barely at the Starry Sky Realm, but now he had already reached the Starsea Realm upon his return.
By the way, Master, didn't you receive an email earlier? That email has already been delivered to the vicinity of the Milky Way and is expected to arrive in a few minutes. If you hadn't come in, I was going to contact you myself.
Just then, Xiaoling's words caused Xiaohan to pause in surprise. He suddenly remembered that when he had copied the Yang energy earlier, he had indeed received an email.
Wait. It's already here? It's only been a little over a week.
Xiaohan was puzzled.
Master, the sender used express delivery.
Based on the shipping location of the intermediate virtual universe interface currently in transit, it should only take a few hours to reach you.
The main reason is that the sender is currently not within the borders of the Dragon Ascension Empire. Xiao Ling's words made Xiao Han's eyes widen in shock. Wow, no wonder they have such a vast array of Earth-tier elemental techniques and martial arts. Their financial resources are far beyond what even a major family in the Dragon Ascension Empire could match. Thinking about this, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel curious about the origins of the Yangshan clan. Although the system had mentioned that the other party was a descendant of a Yin-Yang Supreme Being, the system had also stated that the Yin-Yang Supreme Beings had perished in the Outer Realms. This meant that the Yangshan clan no longer had any Supreme Beings. I wonder where such a family ranks in terms of strength across the entire universe. Since we've arrived, I'll go greet them. Xiao Ling, arrange the delivery address to the Silver Star. Xiao Han spoke calmly to Xiao Ling. Yes, master. After speaking, Xiao Ling immediately changed the delivery address in the backend. Xiao Han also left the virtual universe and instantly teleported to Silver Star. Xiao Han looked at the vanished Silver Star Tower with a hint of disappointment. However, upon reflection, the Silver Star Tower seemed to have lost its purpose for someone of his current star sea-level cultivation. With the virtual universe at his disposal, he no longer needed the Silver Star Tower. However, at that moment, a ripple suddenly appeared above Xiao Han. In the next instant, a terrifying spaceship tens of trillions of kilometers long appeared above the Silver Star. The ship was so massive it could easily contain billions of Earths. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the spaceship caused Xiao Han's expression to grow solemn. It was a level spaceship. Xiao Han was taken aback. A Realm Lord level being? That was a terrifying powerhouse capable of directly creating an empire as vast as the Dragon Ascension Empire. It was well known that controlling a Realm Lord level spaceship required at least tens of thousands of Domain Lord level experts. Or it would require a single Realm Lord level powerhouse to oversee the operation. Thinking of this, Xiao Han gazed intently at the spaceship in the sky. Fortunately, the logo of the Virtual Universe Transportation Company was enormous on the spaceship, and Xiao Han spotted it immediately. Therefore, Xiao Han didn't feel much concern. As long as it belonged to the Virtual Universe Company, it would be under the jurisdiction of the entire Virtual Universe Company. After all, the company's power was so great that even ordinary supreme beings dared not offend it. Crack! At that moment, an old man dressed in Virtual Universe Corporation attire led thousands of powerful individuals emanating terrifying auras as they escorted a box made of an unknown material descending from the sky. This must be Mr. Xiao Han, the first-ranked individual on the Dragon Ascension Empire's sky-splitting rankings. After landing on the ground, the old man and his companions bowed respectfully to Xiao Han. His attitude left Xiao Han momentarily speechless. After all, the aura emanating from the old man was something Xiao Han could discern at a glance. He was undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful Realm Lord level expert. However, Xiao Han didn't dwell on it, merely marveling at the impeccable service of the Virtual Universe Company. The old gentleman recognizes me. Xiao Han asked with a smile, not denying it. After all, he was merely the top-ranked individual on the Empire's rankings, while the other party was on an entirely different level. After all, even the top-ranked individual on the Empire's rankings only possessed a sliver of potential to become a Domain Lord, whereas the other party had likely encountered countless top-ranked individuals throughout his lifetime. Mr. Xiao Han is now a renowned figure in the Dragon Ascension Empire. We've all heard about you during our few hours passing through the Empire. By the way, this is the cargo owner entrusted us to escort. Please check if it's correct, Mr. Xiao Han. The old man smiled slightly, then carefully took the box made of an unknown material from his assistant's hands and handed it to Xiao Han with a sense of urgency. Thank you very much. Xiao Han nodded, took the box, and immediately placed his hand on it. Fingerprint verification successful. Genetic verification successful. Soul verification successful. True Chi verification successful. A series of verification messages came from the box. 2 seconds later, the box slowly opened. However, inside the box was a small wooden carving of a little girl. Seeing that it was just an ordinary wooden carving, the escort guards present were all completely baffled. After all, this escort mission had cost a whopping 10,000 cosmic coins. Cosmic coins were a terrifying existence 2 tiers higher than Dragon Ascension coins. After all, cosmic coins are the highest tier currency in the entire universe, and only Realm Lords or higher can use them. Those below Realm Lords don't even have the qualifications to come into contact with them. 1 cosmic coin is equivalent to 100 million Shugold coins, which are the highest grade currency used in the Shugold Cosmic Kingdom. And 1 Shugold coin is equivalent to 100 million Dragon Ascension coins. In other words, the cost of this escort mission is equivalent to the lifetime wealth of an ordinary Realm Lord level powerhouse. And now, it's merely for escorting a worthless piece of wood. At this thought, the gazes of those present toward Xiao Han changed. This kid must have hooked up with some rich family's daughter, even going after a child. It's outrageous. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. However, when Xiao Han looked at the wooden carving, his pupils contracted slightly. Item: Yin Yang Divine Tree Wood Carving. Grade: Eternal Advanced. Rank, holy rank.
Attributes: Yin Yang Power Attack 100, Yin Yang Power Cultivation Speed 10,000, Yin Yang Power Affinity 10,000.
Skill, Yin Yang Inversion, can use Yin Yang power to invert Yin and Yang, thereby achieving the effect of resurrecting the dead and annihilating the living.
Usage conditions: possess Yin Yang power and be 2 levels lower than the target. Description: a wood carving crafted from the branches of the Yin Yang tree. The Yin Yang tree originated from the fragmentation of the world tree, with its broken branches forming 10 trees, the 10 most powerful divine trees in the cosmos.
In ancient times, each tree transformed into a supreme being, guarding the entire universe.
Ultimately, all 10 supreme beings perished in battle beyond the cosmos.
The Yangshan clan still possesses a small remnant branch of the Yin Yang divine tree.
Every clan member possessing Yang energy is granted a fragment of the branch as the foundation for their cultivation.
Chapter 135, The Holy Artifact.
Xiao Han was stunned upon reading the description of this wooden carving.
Carved from the branches of the Yin Yang divine tree? It was actually the legendary holy artifact? This isn't a joke, is it? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded.
The value of this item was so immense that if sold, it could easily purchase hundreds of Dragon Ascension empires. Yet, it had been given to him by that little brat Shuai-yun.
No way, this must be returned. Xiao Han's gaze suddenly sharpened.
It wasn't that the item was useless to Xiao Han, on the contrary, it was practically a divine artifact for him.
After all, it was a branch of the Yin Yang divine tree, and Xiao Han possessed Yin Yang power.
Even a 100-fold increase in combat power would be enough to make his strength skyrocket. Even now, he was confident he could take on a mid-tier domain lord. You must understand that the gap between Star Sea level domain lords is utterly terrifying. It's not something that can be measured by numbers alone. To surpass even one minor realm is already extremely terrifying, let alone attempting to leap over 10 or more realms.
However, Xiao Han also knows that Yangshan Shuai-yun, though much older in age, has the mental maturity of a child.
After all, in many great races, individuals who are thousands or even tens of thousands of years old are considered adults, and such a wooden statue is undoubtedly the most crucial aid on the path to growth for the other party. Xiao Han was confident that even without the branch of the Yin Yang divine tree, he could still reach the pinnacle. After all, with the system, his future achievements were beyond his own imagination. But the situation was different for the other party. If they couldn't keep up in the early stages, their foundations would be damaged, and their future achievements would be greatly diminished.
Elder, can I refuse this item? Please help me return it. Xiao Han said awkwardly.
Xiao Han's words left the other person speechless.
Refuse it?
That's a bit troublesome. We need to contact the sender first. We can only send it back if she agrees, as the shipping cost is quite expensive.
The old man frowned and rubbed his chin.
If it were just regular shipping, it wouldn't be a big deal, but these items are valuable, and even he, a high-ranking expert, dared not make such a decision on his own.
This is troublesome. Xiao Han nodded slightly, then ordered Xiao Ling to contact Yangshan Shuai-yun in the virtual universe.
Master, the target is currently not near the Longting star system.
The low-level virtual universe interface cannot establish contact.
However, Xiao Ling's words caused Xiao Han's brows to furrow.
This is troublesome. Xiao Han felt a headache coming on.
After all, he needed to explain things clearly to the other party. After all, it was a gift from a young lady, and returning it without explanation might cause her distress.
All right, Mr. Xiao Han.
Just then, the old man smiled slightly. Has the other party agreed? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao Han. The other party said that you don't need to worry about the value of the item. Just keep it. The item can only unleash its full power when it's in your hands. If you want to return it, have Mr. Xiao Han send it back himself. The old man sighed helplessly but also sighed in relief. After all, if the return were successful, he would have to cover the fuel costs for this trip. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes widened in shock. It seems that Shuai-yun has noticed that I possess the power of Yang.
However, giving such a generous gift to someone you've only just met, is this what they call being wealthy and extravagant?
Xiao Han sighed helplessly.
Alright, since that's the case, I'll accept it.
Xiao Han smiled faintly and directly imprinted his soul, true chi, and consciousness onto the virtual contract the other party presented. Since that's the case, we won't disturb Mr. Xiao Han any further. We wish Mr. Xiao Han prosperity in martial arts and boundless fortune.
Oh, and don't forget to leave a good review.
The old man smiled at Xiao Han.
Xiao Han couldn't help but marvel. The virtual universe company was truly terrifying. No wonder they controlled the entire virtual universe. Even a realm lord seemed to hold a relatively low status within it. After bidding farewell to the virtual universe's spacecraft, Xiao Han instantly teleported into the virtual universe. Looking around at the warehouse environment, Xiao Han furrowed his brows slightly. It seems my strength is still insufficient.
I must strive to enhance my power as much as possible.
At my current level, I wouldn't even stand a chance against a realm lord. I'd be instantly defeated. This won't do. Xiao Han's expression grew solemn. Xiao Ling, besides the virtual universe, are there any other places where I can kill a large number of warriors? Xiao Han asked Xiao Ling curiously. After all, the fastest way for him to improve his strength was by killing opponents, but achieving that in the real world was extremely difficult. After all, the number of opponents Xiao Han needed to kill was absolutely enormous. Some masters, if they want to kill a large number of opponents, the best place is the Starry Sky Battlefield. Xiao Ling respectfully replied to Xiao Han. The Starry Sky Battlefield. What is that place? Xiao Han asked with some confusion. He had never heard of such a place before. Master, when we talk about the Starry Sky Battlefield, we must mention the division of power across the entire universe. After saying this, Xiao Ling waved her small hand, and a massive light sphere instantly appeared before Xiao Han. Beyond the sphere, countless runes began to emerge. This is the universe we are currently in. Xiao Ling's words caused Xiao Han's pupils to contract slightly. The universe actually looks like this. Xiao Han stared at the mystical runes and felt a sudden dizziness, quickly averting his gaze. Master, the runes beyond the universe are the runes of the 3,000 laws. Your current strength has not yet reached the level to interact with the laws, so even a single glance can feel oppressive. Xiao Ling hurriedly reminded Xiao Hantong. As she spoke, Xiao Ling waved her small hand again, and the scene instantly shifted into the depths of the universe. Here was an endless expanse of stars. Within this starry sky, countless points of light were flickering. Each of these points of light was a terrifying advanced star system. These countless advanced galaxies converged to form one after another of the top-tier galaxies. The universe is divided into three major factions. The first is the Alliance of Intelligent Races, jointly constructed by the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Supreme Council of Intelligent Races. It comprises over 1,000 top-tier galaxies. Xiao Ling spoke, marking the entire territory of the Intelligent Species Alliance. However, this region accounted for only 1/10 of the entire universe. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han furrowed his brows slightly. What about the other two factions? Xiao Han asked in confusion. The other two factions, one is the Star Beast Alliance. As she finished speaking, Xiao Ling waved her small hand, and the scene instantly filled with countless terrifying creatures, some of which caused Xiao Han's pupils to contract slightly. Chapter 136, Division of Cosmic Powers. The Heavenly Demon Clan. A divine dragon? Xiao Hantong couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at one of the leading star beasts in the scene. Not only was there a divine dragon, but there were also phoenixes, Shilin, and more. The divine dragon the master spoke of was the Divine Dragon Clan. One of the oldest races within the Star Beast Alliance, it was said that in ancient times, the Divine Dragon Clan was the most powerful race in the universe. Of course, even now, the Dragon Clan's strength is no joke. Legend has it that there are as many as 10 supreme beings within the clan. As for why the master knows about the Divine Dragon Clan, it might be because of the records left behind by the Atlantis civilization. Xiao Ling smiled at Xiao Han and said. Xiao Han nodded slightly upon hearing this. After all, Atlantis had also come into contact with the virtual universe and was naturally aware of the division of cosmic powers. The Star Beast clan, led by the Beast God Alliance, boasts over 500 supreme beings. Due to their powerful race and overwhelming numbers, the Star Beast clan has always been the arch-enemy of intelligent races, occupying nearly 1/5 of the universe, while their members outnumber intelligent races by dozens of times. Xiao Ling circled a section of the screen, showing a starry sky tightly adjacent to the intelligent races. The two factions occupied only a small portion of the space. Combined, the two major factions did not even occupy half the territory of a single faction. What kind of faction was this? Xiao Han asked Xiao Ling curiously. After all, this was also an enemy he would eventually have to face, so Xiao Han naturally wanted to ask for clarification. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling immediately grew serious. Reporting to the master, the last faction is called the Heavenly Demon Clan. The Heavenly Demon Clan, to be precise, are not sentient beings of this universe. As she spoke, the previous scene suddenly filled with countless races of various appearances. However, these races shared one common feature: each had a pair of blood-red flesh wings on their backs. Moreover, the number of these wings varied from one being to another. The Tianma clan? They're not beings from this universe? What's going on? Xiao Han asked Xiao Ling with a puzzled expression. The Tianma clan is a race that invaded this universe in ancient times. However, under the self-sacrificing efforts of the Yin-Yang Supreme Beings and the Destruction Supreme Beings, the entrance to the universe was sealed, and many powerful members of the Tianma clan were slain. Ultimately, they successfully repelled the Tianma clan's invasion. However, before that, countless powerful members of the Heavenly Demon Clan had already entered the universe. Without reinforcements, they could only settle down and eventually form a faction opposing the intelligent races and the Star Beast clan. Under the joint efforts of the two major factions, the Demon Clan was barely held back beyond the defensive lines of the two races. The cosmic battlefield I mentioned earlier is the border where the three races meet. After finishing her explanation, Xiao Ling highlighted an area on the map. At the junction of the three races lay a vast empty region. This was the location of the cosmic battlefield. Oh, and Master, the strength of the Celestial Demon clan is also divided based on the number of wings they have. Celestial demons are extremely powerful from the moment they are born, and even the weakest two-winged celestial demons are already powerful star realm level warriors. 4-winged heavenly demons are star sea level, 6-winged heavenly demons are domain lords, and 8-winged heavenly demons are terrifying realm kings. Realm lords have begun to gradually comprehend the power of the laws, making their strength utterly terrifying. 10-winged heavenly demons are eternal level powerhouses. Eternal level beings have already comprehended the power of the laws to a certain extent and condensed their divine essence. At this level, they can destroy intermediate star systems with a single wave of their hand. However, those above the 10-winged heavenly demon are jointly restricted by the 3 races and cannot act freely, as their destructive power is simply too overwhelming. In other words, if the master wishes to venture into the cosmic battlefield for training, it would be the best choice possible, as there will undoubtedly be more than enough opponents there for the master to hone their skills. Xiaoling's words reached this point, and Xiaohan's eyes lit up instantly. Indeed, while the cosmic battlefield is dangerous, the opportunities there are something that cannot be found in ordinary places. If I were to go now, I could undoubtedly greatly enhance my strength. Xiaohan thought about this and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. However, there was one major problem standing in his way. Ugh. Although I can now set up a teleportation array, the journey would require crossing the ranges of hundreds of top-tier star systems. At my current speed, even if I managed to reach the destination, it would likely take billions of years. Xiaohan did a quick calculation and was completely dumbfounded. Such a vast distance was simply impossible to traverse on his own. Master, don't worry about this. Anyone with strength reaching the star sea level or above who wishes to go to the cosmic battlefield to fight the heavenly demons will definitely receive support from the Wisdom Alliance. Therefore, the Wisdom Alliance issued an announcement billions of years ago: anyone wishing to go to the cosmic battlefield can use the interstellar teleportation arrays in any top-tier universe for free to reach the cosmic battlefield. Master simply needs to travel to Yen City in the Dragon Ascension Empire, then use the teleportation array from Yen City to reach the teleportation star domain of the Shugold Cosmic Kingdom. From there, you can board the interstellar teleportation array within the teleportation star domain to arrive directly at the cosmic battlefield. If the fastest route is planned, the master will reach the cosmic battlefield in just 1 year. Xiaoling's words caused Xiaohan's eyes to light up instantly. Only 1 year. And that's without even improving my own strength. If that's the case, I'll handle all matters on Earth first and then head straight to the cosmic battlefield. However, before that, I must prioritize enhancing my strength. Thinking of this, Xiaohan's expression grew solemn. Xiaoling, I'm going to challenge the star sea level rankings of the Dragon Ascension universe. Xiaohan said directly to Xiaoling. Alright, Master, the challenge will begin immediately. Xiaoling, upon hearing this, hurriedly replied with respect to Xiaohan. In the next instant, Xiaohan's figure instantly transformed into countless specks of light and vanished from the initial room. When Xiaohan reappeared, he was already on the stage. Before him were 10 massive rankings. Among these 10 rankings, the first place in the breakthrough realm was no longer Xiaohan, as his cultivation had already reached the powerful Star Sea realm. The first place on the breaker rankings had once again been claimed by the previous first place holder, Emolong. This kid had already reached the 0 point but still refused to break through. It seemed he was another youngster blinded by glory. Xiaohan looked at Emolong's name and shook his head. For a martial artist, what matters most isn't these empty titles. You must understand that many people don't break through before reaching the 0 point because they believe they can still grow stronger. However, once they reach the 0 point, the limit of their innate talent, they choose to break through. Because even if they don't break through, they won't become stronger. Staying stuck at a certain level is just a waste of time. But Emolong seems to have been blinded by the allure of being first. Master, your current ranking is 152455524. The challenge for the Star Sea rankings is about to begin. Please prepare. Chapter 137, Power Surge. The Supreme Realm. Boom. On the stage, Xiaohan's figure was wildly clashing with a middle-aged man wielding a sword. The blood-stained long sword in his hands erupted with terrifying blood energy. Meanwhile, an endless glow of bloodlight emanated from all around Xiaohan. Sword piercing the heavens. With a loud roar, the middle-aged man's sword in his right hand suddenly erupted with endless sword beams. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and terrifying sword chi rippled through the surrounding void, causing it to tremble violently. Countless sword chi instantly coalesced into a terrifying giant sword, crashing toward Xiaohan. The surrounding void was shattered by the sword's strike. Truly the strongest in the Star Sea realm, this power is indeed formidable. Xiaohan's lips curled slightly upward as he watched the sword hurtling toward him. Xiaohan moved. A faint aura of yin-yang energy began to emanate from his body. The strength of the top-ranked individual was already sufficient to eliminate ordinary domain lord-level experts. At this point, Xiaohan could only use yin-yang energy of the heavenly rank to slay his opponent. Yangshan Slash. Xiaohan uttered a low cry, and in the next instant, the yin-yang energy erupting from his hands shot skyward, transforming into a massive black and white blade that obscured the sun. Roar! As Xiaohan roared, the giant blade moved. The terrifying power erupting from the blade instantly tore apart the space within tens of billions of kilometers. Impossible! A combat talent at the peak of the heavenly rank. How could this be? The middle-aged man stared in disbelief at the terrifying blade descending from the sky, his eyes vacant as he muttered to himself. In the next instant, the black and white giant sword collided with the opponent's giant sword. In the next instant, the giant sword shattered into countless specks of light. However, the next moment, the Yang Xinjiang crashed down with a thunderous roar. The terrifying might shattered the entire stage. The ground instantly turned into nothingness, and the middle-aged man also instantly turned into countless specks of light and vanished into the virtual universe. The chaotic yin-yang energies raged freely across the stage before slowly fading away. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the peak of the Starsea realm, 52 trillion upgrade points. Congratulations, master, you have defeated the top-ranked player in the Starsea realm. You are now the new number 1 on the rankings. Xiaoling's congratulatory voice echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Xiaohan smiled slightly and then glanced at his system interface. Total upgrade points, 115 billion. It had been exactly 1 week since Xiaohan obtained the wooden carving of Yangshan Shuayun. Over the past week, Xiaohan had been relentlessly climbing the rankings. In just 1 week, he had killed hundreds of Starsea realm experts, with over 100 of them being at the peak of the Starsea realm. Calculating that each person grants 1% of their attributes as upgrade points, Xiaohan had now obtained a staggering 115 billion upgrade points. With so many upgrade points, it's enough to boost my strength by an entire level. Thinking of this, Xiaohan slowly opened his attribute panel. System, enhance all my attributes, all my martial arts techniques, and all my cultivation methods. Upgrade everything to the highest possible level. Xiaohan directly addressed the system. His previous attributes were only 400 million billion, and this upgrade alone was enough to increase his strength by more than tenfold. However, he still had other martial arts techniques and cultivation methods that needed improvement. Therefore, Xiaohan did not immediately allocate all his upgrade points to his 3 primary attributes but instead included all his martial arts techniques and cultivation methods within his upgrade scope. The system responded swiftly. Ding! Accepting the command, enhancement begins. Following the system's prompt, a surge of mysterious warm energy erupted from Xiaohan's body. These currents began to surgely toward Xiaohan's body. These forces began to violently transform Xiaohan's physical body and soul power. With every inch of skin or thread of soul energy that passed through him, Xiaohan could feel his soul and physical body undergoing profound transformations. At the same time, countless memories flooded into Xiaohan's mind. These memories were all about the usage and techniques of countless martial arts and cultivation methods. Xiaohan's consciousness seemed to have entered an endless dark space. In this space, Xiaohan frantically cultivated all his martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. At the same time, the several elemental energies within his spiritual sea began to solidify rapidly under the flow of warm currents. Xiaohan could feel that he could now harness the elemental energies to unleash even greater power. Time passed second by second, and all of Xiaohan's strength reached an unprecedented level of enhancement. Not only his physical body, but also his soul and every aspect of his being. And at that very moment, a system notification sound echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Xiaohan could sense the boundless power surging within his body. And he knew that if he could unleash all of this power, destroying an intermediate star system would be a simple matter. However, at that very moment, Xiaohan felt the true essence energy within his dantian begin to undergo changes. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your true essence energy has reached the 9th transformation. True essence energy is about to begin transforming into domain energy. This system prompt caused Xiaohan's pupils to contract slightly. Domain power? Xiaohan had heard the system mention domain power numerous times before. Legend had it that true Yuan energy had 9 transformations, and upon reaching the 9th transformation, one would condense their own domain energy. The power of domain energy was said to be sufficient to transform an ordinary martial artist into a genius with at least heaven-tier combat talent. It is said that domain power is something only those who have reached the Realm Lord realm have a sliver of a chance to comprehend, and some even become eternal tier powerhouses without ever being able to condense their own domain power. Thinking of this, Xiaohan felt a surge of excitement. He didn't know what kind of domain power his own would be, as even domains had varying degrees of strength. As the system's voice faded, the true essence energy within Xiaohan's dantian began to slowly radiate outward, enveloping him. This true energy caused the surrounding void to tremble in waves. As time slowly passed, Xiaohan felt his true essence energy begin to form an incredibly mysterious zone around him. At the same time, Xiaohan felt that within this zone, he seemed to be able to control any elemental power. This feeling was akin to that of a god. Of course, domain power only controls elemental forces, it does not control the laws of the universe. However, even if it were a law, as long as Xiao Han's domain power grew just a fraction stronger, it could still be suppressed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully mastered the Earth Tier domain, Supreme Domain. First Tier. Ding! Domain quality is divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The lowest grade is the Yellow Tier domain, and the strongest is the Heaven Tier domain. Additionally, domains are divided into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th tier being the highest. Domain ranks can be improved through deeper research into domains, but the quality of a domain cannot be enhanced. At that moment, the system also responded. Chapter 138, Preparations Before Departure. A supreme domain of the Earth realm? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Although it wasn't the best Heaven Tier domain, from the system's words, Xiao Han knew that Earth Tier domains had not appeared in the entire universe for tens of billions of years, let alone a Heaven Tier domain's power. After all, every domain power was stronger than any Heaven Tier combat talent of a super genius. Even if this domain power was merely Yellow Tier. And now, Xiao Han's Earth Tier domain gave him the confidence that he might not even lose to a Realm Lord level powerhouse. Ding! Congratulations, host! All martial arts techniques, elemental powers, and professions have been upgraded to the lower level of the Starsea realm. Upgrade points consumed 25 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host! All martial arts techniques, elemental powers, and professions have been upgraded to the intermediate level of the Starsea realm. Upgrade points consumed 25 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your 3 primary attributes have all been upgraded to 30 billion. Upgrade points consumed 884 billion. A system prompt also echoed in Xiao Han's mind. 30 billion attributes directly elevated Xiao Han's level to Starsea realm, 9 star. The peak of the Starsea realm, 512 billion, was no longer far away. Thinking of this, Xiao Han smiled slightly. System, show me my attribute table. Xiao Han spoke calmly to the system. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial arts realm, Starsea realm, 9 stars. Supreme domain, first tier 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000Hong Tier Intermediate Alchemist 0.010 billion, Hong Tier Intermediate Array Master 0.010 billion. Physical Strength 30 billion. Speed 30 billion. Soul 30 billion. Technique Yin Yang Sacred Heaven Rank, Starsea Intermediate 0.010 billion. Combat Techniques, Sword Technique Earth Rank, Starsea Intermediate 0.10 billion. Skills, Flame Domain / Earth Tier, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 billion 9 Heavens Thunderling Step Earth Tier, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 billion 10,000 Nations Earth Shattering Palm Earth Tier, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 billion Spiritual Seal Earth Realm, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 trillion Teleportation Earth Realm, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 trillion Heavens Will Divine Calculation Earth Realm, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 trillion Crimson Flame. Sword Technique Earth Realm, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 trillion Yang God / Earth Realm, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 trillion. Talents, Yen Power Earth Realm, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 trillion Yin Yang Power Heaven Realm, Starsea Intermediate, 0.10 trillion. Equipment, Yin Yang Divine Dragon Armor Earth Rank, Hong Rank Intermediate, 0.10 billion, Blood Drinking Mad Blade Earth Rank, Hong Rank Intermediate, 0.10 billion, Storage Ring Earth Rank, Hong Rank Intermediate, 0.10 billion. Upgrade points, 5,400 trillion. Phew, this time's power boost, though it seems smaller than previous ones on paper, is definitely the biggest in terms of combat strength. Xiao Han looked at his domain power with great satisfaction. You must understand that his true essence energy has now transformed into domain power, meaning that when he activates his domain power, his true essence energy is effectively unlimited. However, the use of true essence power requires a massive amount of divine soul power as a supplement. Fortunately, Xiao Han currently possesses an immense amount of divine soul power. After all, martial artists primarily cultivate physical strength, and while they also cultivate soul power, it pales in comparison to that of psychics or divine soul cultivators. Xiao Han, however, cultivates both, so his divine soul power is now absolutely immense. With my current strength, I would definitely have the ability to protect myself on the cosmic battlefield. It seems I need to speed up this journey, but before leaving, I must first enhance the defenses around Earth. Xiao Han thought of this and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. It must be understood that although Earth has entered an extremely rapid period of development, this development requires time. Although the Martial Arts Academy can accelerate cultivation speed by 1,000-fold and even enhance martial arts talent. However, the universe is vast, and there are countless powerful beings.
If any of these powerful beings were to accidentally discover the martial arts academy and witness its marvels, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it by force. After all, a thousandfold increase in cultivation speed is a terrifying figure. Even a realm king, or even an eternal being above the realm king, would envy such power. Therefore, Xiaohan must prepare thoroughly before leaving. My current array formation prowess has reached the Hong level, meaning I can now set up Hong level array formations. However, Hong level Earth grade array formations possess power comparable to Zhou level array formations, and ordinary domain lords would find them nearly impossible to breach. Xiaohan thought about this and began to recall all the Hong level Earth grade array formations he knew. It must be noted that the Earth tier rank is an incredibly powerful tier at any time, as reaching this rank means one can use weapons, array formations, cultivation techniques, and martial arts to kill opponents of higher ranks. In the cosmos, those who can deploy Earth tier array formations hold a status equivalent to that of an array master one rank higher than them. Xiaoling, get me out of here! Xiaohan shouted directly at Xiaoling. The next moment, Xiaohan's consciousness was instantly teleported out of the virtual universe. In the next instant, Xiaohan found himself back on the silver star. Xiaohan looked down at the silver star beneath his feet. Although the silver star was the symbol of the Milky Way, it had previously only been used to hold the silver star tower. Now that the silver star tower had vanished, it meant the silver star was no longer useful. Xiaohan thought about this and rubbed his chin. Then, as if he had thought of something, since it was useless, he would turn it into something useful. Xiaohan smiled, and in the next moment, his divine consciousness erupted violently from his mind. Terrifying divine consciousness energy instantly enveloped the entire silver star, with endless divine consciousness energy violently crushing the entire silver star. The once massive planet, with a diameter of billions of kilometers, was instantly crushed by Xiaohan's divine consciousness, collapsing at an unimaginable speed. Such terrifying divine consciousness power relentlessly assaulted the entire silver star at all times. And then, the silver star began to rapidly reshape itself. A human-shaped outline rapidly took form. As time passed, the outline became increasingly distinct, and within just 10 seconds, Xiaohan's figure appeared in the starry sky. A terrifying stone statue towering tens of millions of kilometers high, it was countless times larger than the stone statue on Earth. Since Earth had already begun to be developed by Xiaohan into a realm for his followers, the powerful beings of the entire Milky Way galaxy could not be spared either. After all, those who are not of our kind have different hearts. Xiaohan not killing these races was already a tremendous favor. Thinking this, Xiaohan swept his hand forward, sending countless upgrade points toward the stone statue suspended in the starry sky. Ding! Statue upgrade beginning. Ding! Congratulations, host! The statue has been upgraded to the Breaker of the Void tier. Ding! Congratulations, host! The statue has been upgraded to Starfield tier. Ding! Congratulations, host! The statue has been upgraded to Starseed tier. Total upgrade points consumed, 111 trillion. Meanwhile, the terrifying statue in the starry sky began to emit an endless divine glow after completing its upgrade, silently gazing at the entire Milky Way like a deity. Chapter 139, Powerful Skills, Divine Descent. System, display the statue's attributes. Xiaohan looked at the statue with curiosity and asked the system, after all, this statue was one level higher than the one on Earth. In other words, its power and abilities were undoubtedly superior to the previous one. As Xiaohan finished speaking, a series of attributes appeared in his mind, instantly catching his attention. Structure, statue. Grade, low tier star C realm. Quality, Earth tier. Attributes, defense power, advanced star C realm. Attack power, advanced star C realm. Skill, followers summoning anyone who views the statue once or more will form a belief. The more times it is viewed, the stronger the belief becomes. Applicable to cultivators below star C realm advanced. Blessing of the faithful, all those who believe in Xiaohan will receive a 50% boost to cultivation speed and a 50% boost to martial arts talent. Divine punishment, channel faith power to strike sinners within the covered area millions of light years. Divine descent, can use the faith power accumulated by the statue to summon the statue's owner, Xiaohan's consciousness, to protect the followers. However, a corresponding priest is required as the summoner. Not only have all attributes become stronger, but there's also an additional skill. Xiaohan looked at the final divine descent skill and his eyes lit up. This meant that even if he was countless light years away from the Milky Way, as long as he possessed the power of faith, he could instantly return to the Milky Way? However, it requires a priest to summon him, so he must find a suitable candidate for the role of priest. As Xiaohan thought this, his divine consciousness instantly enveloped the entire Milky Way star domain. The entire Milky Way star domain had already been in turmoil for several minutes. As the center of the Milky Way star domain, the silver star could be considered its landmark, and from any of the thousands of life-supporting planets within it, the silver star could be seen. However, just a few minutes ago, the entire silver star began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Everyone in the entire Milky Way star domain was filled with terror, believing that another powerful being had arrived.
After all, just a short time ago, Xiao Han had annihilated the 10 great races and unified the entire Milky Way star domain, completely overturning the balance that had existed for billions of years. Fortunately, Xiao Han did not unleash a massacre on them, otherwise no race would have survived. Now, no one knew whether the changes in the Silver Star were good or bad. However, once the Silver Star slowly took on Xiao Han's appearance, everyone finally began to relax. It was Xiao Han's doing after all. Thank goodness. I thought this time it was another powerful being from a mid-tier star system coming to claim territory. That said, Xiao Han's rule over the Milky Way galaxy is indeed far superior to that of the 10 great races. That's right. If it weren't for the 10 great races holding us back, our few races would have already reached 6th tier civilization. Those who can reach the Milky Way star domain are the highest-ranking members of at least a 4th tier civilization. Though their strength may not be the strongest, their influence is equivalent to 99% of the power in the entire Milky Way galaxy. This is why the 10 great races joined forces to create and jointly rule this star domain. Controlling the Milky Way star domain is equivalent to controlling the entire Milky Way galaxy. At this moment, the main leadership of the galaxy had not yet noticed that their consciousness was undergoing a profound transformation with each glance at the sculpture. In their eyes, Xiao Han was not a demon, but he certainly wasn't a good person either. After all, Xiao Han had annihilated the most powerful race in the entire galaxy. This effectively exposed the entire Milky Way galaxy to the gaze of other intermediate star systems. The slightest carelessness could result in these star systems directly enslaving them. However, now, a faint sense of admiration began to form in their hearts toward Xiao Han. And this admiration grew deeper with each subsequent glance at the statue. Who would have thought it was Xiao Han's doing? But I wonder what the reason behind Xiao Han's construction of this statue could be. In the Milky Way star domain, on a massive planet, a silver-haired old man with an iron-blooded aura stared at Xiao Han's statue with a puzzled expression. He was none other than Jinyu, the one responsible for the Galaxy Genius War. He was currently the most powerful martial artist in the Milky Way. His strength at the peak of the star realm, combined with his Earth-tier combat talent, allowed him to look down upon the entire Milky Way with arrogance. However, even with his immense power, he couldn't help but feel his admiration for Xiao Han growing deeper and deeper within his heart. From the very beginning, he had little resistance toward Xiao Han, and now, under the divine power of the statue he worshipped, he was among the first to begin worshipping Xiao Han. However, at that very moment, Jinyu suddenly sensed his own aura surging wildly. The flow of true qi within his body instantly increased by more than 50 times. Even his innate talent for martial arts had increased by a full 50 times. Having already reached the limit of the starry sky, he broke through the limit with this enhancement. Boom! A series of ferocious energy burst out from his body. These surges of energy directly crushed the surrounding hundreds of billions of kilometers, causing them to tremble violently. This is the power of the Star Sea realm. Shenyu stared in disbelief at the energy surging within his body, feeling his talent skyrocket, his mind overwhelmed by endless shock. In the next instant, he turned his gaze toward the colossal statue in the starry sky, which seemed to face him no matter which direction one looked from. In the next instant, Jinyu knelt down on one knee with reverence and bowed toward the statue. At the same time, a massive golden force surged forth from his body, instantly transforming into a golden beam that shot toward the statue, ultimately merging into it. Congratulations, Jinyu. At that very moment, a calm voice echoed in Jinyu's mind. Jinyu couldn't believe his eyes as he looked up, only to find that Xiao Han's figure was standing right before him. Greetings, Lord Xiao Han. If it weren't for Lord Xiao Han, I would have needed tens of thousands of years to reach the Star Sea realm. Jinyu's admiration for Xiao Han had reached its peak, and he was naturally overjoyed to see him. However, as the guardian of the highest prison in the entire Milky Way, he did not show much emotion on his face, remaining as cold as ever. However, from his tone, Xiao Han could sense the gratitude of the other party. Seeing Jinyu's reaction, Xiao Han was naturally very satisfied. He had both strength and ability. Additionally, under the divine power of Xiao Han's divine statue, Jinyu's reverence for him would only grow stronger over time. At that moment, Xiao Han's expression suddenly grew serious. Since that is the case, starting today, Jinyu, you shall serve as the first divine official of the Milky Way galaxy and safeguard its safety for me. Chapter 140, The Powerful Combination Array. Departure. Since that is the case, starting today, Jinyu, you shall serve as the first divine official of the Milky Way galaxy and safeguard its security for me. Xiao Han's words echoed in Jinyu's mind like divine music. In the next instant, a golden energy beam shot out from the statue in the distance. This energy was nearly identical to the faith energy that had previously emanated from Jinyu's body. However, once this force entered Jinyu's body, he instantly felt that the world around him had changed. He could now sense the faith levels, strength, and inner thoughts of all believers within the range of the divine statue's influence. Of course, as the master of the divine statue, Xiao Han naturally possessed these abilities, and now he had simply transferred them to Jinyu. Moreover, Jinyu discovered that he could now channel the statue's power to inflict divine punishment on all living beings within a radius of 10 million light-years.
Additionally, he could use the divine statue to summon Xiao Han.
Thank you, Father God, for your blessings. I will do my utmost to protect the entire Milky Way.
Zhenyu spoke respectfully to Xiao Han.
Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction after hearing this.
Since that is the case, the Milky Way is now in your hands. By the way, I will be leaving the Milky Way for a while.
If I do not return within a year, you must assist me in relocating my home, Earth.
At that time, simply relocate the entire solar system to the Milky Way. Xiao Han thought for a moment and began to outline his plan step by step.
As for Earth, he decided not to go there to say goodbye, for now it would be too much trouble. I will strictly follow the instructions of the Father God.
Zhenyu spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. But the next moment, he noticed that Xiao Han had already vanished from his sight. When Xiao Han reappeared, he was now in the vicinity of the solar system. He then took out all his advanced materials and began to strike toward the solar system. One after another, the materials were violently driven into the surrounding spatial barriers. At the same time, Xiao Han's hands did not stop, as he began to imprint countless array patterns into these materials. These array markings contained countless array energies, which seamlessly connected all the array materials together. It should be noted that these high-grade materials were obtained from the storage rings of the deceased star sea-level powerhouses of the 10 great races, all of which were star sea-level materials. To forge a mid-hone level array, only a portion of such materials would suffice. However, Xiao Han had brought out all of them. Because Xiao Han aims to forge a composite grand array. As Xiao Han's hands began to furiously strike out array marks, the first array was finally completed. Countless spatial energies began surgingly toward the array. Terrifying tearing forces ripped the surrounding space apart. It is important to note that to achieve the level of tearing apart space, one must at least reach the Domain Lord tier. In other words, the power of this array has already reached, or even surpassed, the Domain Lord tier. The Void Slaughter array was complete. There were still 8 more arrays to go. Xiao Han looked at the inside in relief. He immediately continued to strike out countless array marks with both hands. These array marks instantly poured into the newly constructed Void Slaughter array, then emerged again from every array node of the Void Slaughter array, and finally poured into another batch of array foundations. Building combination arrays is truly troublesome. Not only must all the arrays have the same number of array nodes, but they must also share the same array frequency to connect seamlessly. If it weren't for the system upgrading his array master rank to master all the arrays in the world, connecting all these arrays would be extremely difficult. Xiao Han thought to himself with relief. The array formations Xiao Han had prepared were mostly already lost to the entire universe. Even if they hadn't been lost, mastering them all and combining them simultaneously would be a feat even a Zhou tier array master would struggle to achieve. Unless this Zhou tier array master could effortlessly set up Earth tier quality array formations. But who would be so bored as to waste their time setting up such a complicated array formation at that level? Wouldn't it be simpler to use that time to set up a Zhou tier array of Earth tier quality? As time passed, the array nodes Xiao Han had set up around the entire solar system began to link together at an astonishing speed, and waves of unified array fluctuations began to emanate outward. These fluctuations enveloped the entire solar system. At the same time, these array fluctuations grew increasingly powerful yet more subtle. As Xiao Han successfully completed the 9th array, an anomaly occurred. The entire combined array erupted with boundless array power. This power absorbed the spiritual energy within tens of thousands of light years, then converged toward the solar system. Earth, which had already seen its spiritual energy concentration increase by 10,000 times, began to surge once again at an astonishing rate. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Continued to rise steadily until it reached a terrifying concentration of 100,000 times the original level before slowly stabilizing. This spiritual energy concentration was 100 times higher than that of the Milky Way galaxy. It might even rival the spiritual energy concentration of the Dragon Ascension Empire. Of course, compared to the major clans of the Dragon Ascension Empire, which possess realm master level powerhouses, it still falls short. However, for Earth, a civilization that has only just begun, the spiritual energy concentration is simply off the charts. Earth, which was originally estimated to take a year to produce a large number of breakthrough level powerhouses, could now produce star level powerhouses within a single year. At that point, Earth's martial arts strength will reach the level of a 5th tier civilization. Such an improvement cannot be considered insignificant. As for the divine statues on Earth, with Xiao Han having elevated the statue of the Silver Star to the Starsea realm, the divine statue on Earth has also been enveloped within it. Although the divine statue remains at the Star Realm level, its capabilities now match those of a Starsea realm statue. At that moment, as the concentration of spiritual energy around them reached its peak, the surrounding arrays slowly faded away. Soon, not a single trace of their existence could be found. Even a domain lord would only barely detect the existence of the array. Breaking through it would be impossible without reaching the advanced level of a domain lord. At this level, it could be detected by the divine statue even before reaching Earth, at which point Xiao Han could appear directly to eliminate the enemies.
With everything in place, it seems the time has come to set off for the cosmic battlefield. Xiao Han's gaze grew slightly intense. With the enhancement of his current strength, reaching Yen City in the Dragon Ascension universe might not take too long, a month or so should be sufficient. As for the intermediate virtual universe access device, Xiao Han planned to obtain it along the way, as the current method was simply too slow. Thinking of this, Xiao Han looked toward Earth. As for Zhao Zixin and his family, he had already given each of them a virtual universe access device. If they wanted to meet, they could do so within the virtual universe. Earth, farewell. With that, Xiao Han's figure vanished into the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 141, Impossible. This is Earth tier elemental power? Finally. I've reached the breakthrough realm. Under the rule of the Dragon Ascension Empire, Yen City is located in a mid-tier star system dozens of times larger than the Milky Way. This Yen City was built upon a vast northern land forged by super-powered beings. A young man emanating endless dark energy smiled faintly. He is Delster, the one whose spirit-rejecting body was unlocked by Xiao Han. After Xiao Han lifted the restrictions on his physical constitution, he underwent a month of rigorous training and finally reached the breakthrough realm. Of course, this was all thanks to the fact that, during his time with the spirit-rejecting body, his father had fed him numerous rare and precious treasures. The energy contained within these treasures allowed him to achieve such a level in just 1 month. Moreover, since the Yin energy had been suppressed by the spirit-rejecting body for over a decade, his cultivation base was exceptionally stable. Congratulations, Master. As long as you continue to strive forward, surpassing the other princes in the future will be no problem at all. The elf from Delster hurriedly congratulated him. Of course I will. I'm only 18 years old. At this age, the other princes are at most grand masters. Even now, only the eldest prince has reached the star realm, while the others are merely at the breaking void level. If we were to fight, it's anyone's game. Delster was incredibly confident. After all, with his Yin energy, even learning a little martial art would make him a genius with Earth-tier combat talent. If he delved deeper, he could become a genius with Heaven-tier combat talent. Though he was only at the first rank of Sky-breaking realm, defeating someone at the Star-breaking realm would pose no problem. Dong. However, at that moment, the sound of bells rang out across the entire city of Yanqing. Every time the bells tolled, Delster's heart trembled. This is bad. It's the Yen City soul-binding bell ringing. According to legend, the soul-binding bell only rings when the nation faces extinction or when the emperor is replaced. Delst's expression changed instantly, and he immediately shot into the sky, flying toward the center of Yen City. It was known that since Delster discovered he couldn't cultivate, he had been hiding in his palace and rarely ventured out. As a result, only a few people in the entire kingdom were aware of his existence as a prince. At the same time, numerous imperial family members and imperial generals were also flying toward the center of Yen City. Upon seeing Delster flying through the sky, all of them paled. Isn't that the legendary 8th prince? How could the 8th prince have reached the sky-breaking realm? How is that possible? Wasn't the 8th prince said to be unable to cultivate? How could he have reached the sky-breaking realm at the age of 17? Sigh. With such talent, if he had risen to power earlier, he would have been nurtured by the entire nation. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Yes, I wonder if the 8th prince will even survive this incident. Sighs of regret echoed around them, causing Delster's eyes to narrow in alarm. What event are these people talking about? Even a prince like him can't survive. What on earth has happened? Delst's face darkened, but he continued flying toward the imperial palace at the center of Yen City. He believed that as long as he demonstrated his talent, his father would definitely protect him. However, just as he arrived at the palace, a scene that left him pale as a ghost unfolded before his eyes. 2nd prince. 3rd prince. 4th. Delster couldn't believe his eyes as he saw several princes who had been beheaded in front of the palace. It's the 8th prince. Quick, catch him. I never thought this kid would come here to die. But isn't this kid A? How did he become A? Who cares? The eldest prince never intended to spare this worthless fool. Now that he's here, let's kill him together. The tens of thousands of guards stationed in front of the palace suddenly spotted Delster and let out a savage laugh. In the next moment, tens of thousands of breaker-level guards charged toward Delst. They're the first princess men. Could it be that the first prince has turned against the other princes? Delst naturally knew the identities of these guards. They were all the first prince's men. And these guards had actually beheaded the prince. This was utterly unforgivable. Thinking of this, Delster's body erupted with terrifying Yin energy. Over the past month, he had been in constant cultivation. Though his control over his Yin energy was still imperfect, he could at least harness it to some extent. Yin piercing. With a low growl, Delster's right hand struck out. In the next instant, an endless torrent of Yin energy erupted from his hands. These Yin energies instantly transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through dozens of breaker-level guards who were closest to him. Boom! In the next instant, Delst's Yin energy exploded outward, engulfing the guards and everyone around them in an endless wave of destructive force. This is Earth-tier elemental power.
Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Though the Yin energy was too for anyone to identify its elemental origin, many could sense that its power was undeniably that of Earth-tier elemental energy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone at the first level of the Breaker Realm to unleash such overwhelming power solely through elemental energy. However, even so, the guards did not retreat. After all, no matter how talented Delst was, he was still only at the first level of the Breaker Realm. Among them, the strongest of the tens of thousands of Breaker Realm cultivators had reached the 7th or 8th layer of the Breaker Realm. Facing Delst, there was only victory, no defeat. With this in mind, the tens of thousands of guards charged once more. Delst's face turned grim, but he still unleashed his immense power and charged toward the countless guards. Terrifying Yin energy surged from his body, violently colliding with each guard. Countless guards were instantly blown to pieces by the overwhelming Yin energy. However, these guards were battle-hardened veterans with immense strength. Though many were killed, they quickly overwhelmed Delster with their numerical superiority, forcing him into a corner. Boom! Finally, a 7th-tier breaker of the Void Realm expert spotted a weakness and struck Delster's chest with a single blow. Put! Delstert, severely wounded, spat out a large mouthful of pitch-black blood. However, what truly alarmed the guards was that Delster, despite his injuries, suddenly erupted with an even more powerful aura. Those who had previously studied the Yin force in records immediately paled at the sight. Yin energy. This is Yin energy, a Earth-tier elemental force. What? Yin energy? Doesn't that mean the more negative states he has, the stronger he becomes? Who cares? Negative status is paid for with one's life. I don't believe this kid has immortality. Chapter 142, Want to live? Then become a male slave. Chapter 142, Want to survive? Then become a male slave. Elemental power is a manifestation of weakened law power. There are 3,000 laws of the universe, which means there are 3,000 types of elemental power. These 3,000 types of elemental power are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow based on their mystery, power, and special effects. As the Yin elemental power of the Earth tier, it can unleash power no less than that of other ordinary Earth tier elemental powers in battle. However, it possesses one most powerful trait. That is the ability to absorb all negative energy as its source of power. Injury is also a form of negative energy. Additionally, energies such as fear, jealousy, and anger are also energy sources for Yin energy. Once it absorbs enough negative energy, Yin force can unleash power that can even rival heaven tier elemental forces. Of course, it is only comparable. Yang energy, on the other hand, is exactly the opposite. It can absorb any and all positive energy. Currently, Delst is absorbing the fear, greed, and anger emitted by the surrounding guards as the battle progresses. Combined with his own injuries, his power has surged dramatically. Hi-ya! Delst let out a fierce shout, and in the next moment, his right hand struck out. Endless Yin energy instantly transforms into a terrifying giant hand with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, emanating a chilling Yin energy. Boom! As the dark energy giant hand crashes down, nearly 10,000 guards of the breaker level are instantly killed by a single slap. It directly shattered the encircling forces of tens of thousands, creating a massive gap. This single strike sent the remaining tens of thousands of guards, who were watching from a distance, into a state of panic, causing their faces to pale slightly. Of course, among these high-ranking officials were those with Starfield-level strength, but they were terrified solely by Delster's terrifying innate talent. Delster did not hesitate, unleashing one palm strike after another. The terrifying slaughter caused the high-ranking officials observing the situation to pale slightly. Run! Run quickly! His strength is too overwhelming. Hurry and find the captain. A terrified shout rang out from the center of the ranks, and all the guards snapped out of their fear. In the next moment, they began to flee frantically. The several giant hands Delst had summoned continued to descend with each thunderous crash. At that moment, Delst's aura grew incredibly cold due to the Yin energy. Of course, although his strength was formidable, the guards were no pushovers either, and their numbers were vast. As a result, nearly 10,000 guards managed to escape. Delst then flew directly to the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Delthuz! Come out here! A cold, low shout erupted from Delster's mouth. Crash! However, at that moment, the sound of applause echoed throughout the entire main hall. The next moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe slowly emerged from behind the screens of the main hall. Beside him was an old man, who glanced at Delst with interest before sitting down at a nearby seat and leisurely began to drink tea. The aura emanating from this middle-aged man was that of the terrifying Star Sea realm. However, upon seeing the golden robe on the other's body, Delstert's eyes widened in shock. Eighth brother, I never expected it. I never thought that you, a worthless, would ever have a chance to turn the tables. The middle-aged man spoke. That's right, he was the eldest prince, Delthuz. How dare you usurp the throne? You even killed all the crown princes. Delthuz, aren't you afraid that the ancestral elders who are traveling abroad will return and kill you? Delster said with an icy expression. However,
Upon hearing his words, Del suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Usurp the throne? Eighth brother, don't speak nonsense. The throne was handed to me by our late father emperor on his deathbed. As for the ancestors you mentioned, Delphos spoke up to this point, casually clapping his hands, and in the next moment, one after another, elderly figures appeared in the main hall. Each of the old men emanated the aura of the Starsea realm, with the strongest among them reaching the peak of the Starsea realm. The appearance of these elders caused Delst's expression to change slightly. Elders, is what Del said the truth? Although Delster already knew the answer, he took a deep breath and asked coldly. However, the elders merely glanced at the old man who had been sitting beside Delphos since his arrival, then sighed. Delphos was correct, he is now the new emperor. Little 8, you and your ancestor should leave. The eldest ancestor stepped forward and said helplessly. Leave? This young man is so talented, do you think I would let him go? However, Del, standing beside him, sneered disdainfully. To be honest, Delst's talent and strength filled him with immense concern. With time, such talent and strength might even allow him to become a domain lord. By then, I would have no choice but to die. How dare you? Little 8 is our clan's prince. You can kill the others, but we old fools won't say a word. But Little 8's life is off limits. Another hot-tempered elder immediately shouted in anger. Boom! However, a terrifying explosion erupted instantly. The cursing elder exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The bloodlight dyed the entire hall red. One after another, do none of you even bother to acknowledge this old man? At that very moment, the old man who had been sipping tea all along finally spoke. Looking at the blood mist filling the sky, all the elders' faces turned pitch black. However, thinking of the old man's power, these former emperors of the empire, who had roamed the universe for tens of thousands of years, could only sigh helplessly. Lord Kuling Domain, please have mercy. The young one is still young. We old fools will never return here again. Please spare him. The supreme ancestor suddenly bowed respectfully toward the lord of the Kuling Domain, speaking to him in an extremely humble manner. Spare him? All right. However, at that moment, the lord of the Kuling Domain slightly raised the corners of his mouth and spoke. Delphos' face turned deathly pale, and the other elders, upon hearing this, were overjoyed. Master, you must not spare this young man. If he grows stronger in the future, even you might not be his match. Delphos hurriedly began to urge him anxiously. Nonsense. If Delster returns alive, he will be the first to die. There's no doubt that he'll surpass me. At that moment, Delster finally realized who this Kalaying Domain Lord truly was. His father had 3 concubines, one of whom was his mother, and the other was the mother of the other princes besides the eldest prince. According to legend, the eldest prince's mother was a direct descendant of a 7th-tier civilization. Of course, the reason she was married off here was simply to incorporate this intermediate star domain into their territory. This Kellan Domain Lord was the ancestor of that 7th-tier civilization. Let him go, if you must, but only if this young man renounces his cultivation and comes to serve my family as a male slave. Chapter 143, Xiaohan steps in. Your strength is so weak. Let him go, if you must, but only if this brat destroys his own cultivation and comes to my clan to serve as a male slave. However, the words of the Domain Lord of Kellan immediately caused the expressions of the elders present to grow grim once more. Ha! Right. How could I have overlooked that? This kid has such exceptional talent. If he returns to the main clan as a breeding tool, he might be able to cultivate some exceptionally talented assassins for our clan. Delphos burst into laughter upon hearing the words of the Domain Lord of Kuling. The expressions of the others present turned pitch black in an instant. The extinction of Een. However, at that very moment, a cold voice erupted from Delph's mouth. In the next instant, all the Een energy on his body erupted violently. Instantly, his entire body transformed into a black beam of light and charged toward Delphos. Seeing this, Delphos, who had been laughing moments ago, instantly turned pale. Humph. Overestimating your abilities. With a cold laugh, Delphos struck out with a palm. The terrifying power of the Starsea realm erupted instantly. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Delst's body shattered into pieces, turning into a swirling vortex of dark energy. Xiao Ba! The supreme ancestor roared furiously, glaring coldly at Delster, who had already turned into a swirling vortex of Een energy. Old fool, I spared your life and did not allow Tai to kill you. That was already a tremendous favor. If you dare to cause trouble here again, you will risk your life. Have you thought this through? The entire Imperial clan now has only me as the legitimate bloodline. Delster snorted coldly, then turned to the several furious old ancestors and spoke in an icy tone. His words, however, caused the old ancestors to calm down. That's right. Although Delphos's mother was a descendant of the ruler of the Korling domain, his father was their direct bloodline. If Del were to die, the lord of the Kalaying domain would certainly kill them without a second thought. At that point, their entire branch would have no choice but to face certain death. Enough, enough. The affairs of the nation will be left to you. We old men will head to the cosmic battlefield. Take care of yourself. The Supreme Ancestor spoke dejectedly. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave at all. However, at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. Oh, did I arrive too late? Xiaohan looked at the lingering yin energy in the surrounding void and furrowed his brows. However, Xiaohan's arrival caused everyone present to change expression instantly. Even the Kuling Domain Lord, who had been sitting there leisurely sipping tea, paled. Because he hadn't noticed even the slightest trace of Xiaohan's movements, not even the spatial fluctuations around him. However, upon seeing Xiaohan's Star Sea Realm, 9th tier cultivation, the Kuling Domain Lord no longer paid him any mind. After all, the gap between a Domain Lord and a Star Sea Realm cultivator was utterly terrifying. Even those with Earth tier combat talent found it nearly impossible to bridge this gap. Only the rare Heaven Realm geniuses in the entire Dragon Ascension Empire possess the strength to do so. Who dares to come to my Yen city and cause trouble? Delphos roared, glaring coldly at Xiaohan. His aura was imposing, and he truly had the air of an emperor. You're the one who killed Delster. Xiaohan raised his eyebrows upon seeing Delphos. His words caused Del's face to darken instantly. So this kid has backers? I knew it. How could a worthless become a breakthrough-level powerhouse in just a few years? It was you helping him. Delphos sneered coldly. With a Domain Lord as his backer, he had nothing to fear. Besides, he was an emperor, and his ancestor wouldn't allow an outsider to lay a finger on him. If it's you, then you're dead. However, Xiaohan ignored the arrogant Delasis. A surge of yin energy swept past in an instant. Put! Before anyone could react, Del Sar's chest was instantly pierced by the dark energy. The terrifying yin energy instantly destroyed all life within Del Sars. Ding! Absorbing life energy, gaining upgrade points, 500 trillion. A stream of life energy that no one could detect also surged into Xiaohan's body. Meanwhile, the already deceased Del still wore a cold smile on his face. The next moment, his lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The deafening sounds jolted everyone still in shock back to reality. Dead! Dead! The Supreme Ancestor couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the last direct descendant of the royal family. He was now the rightful king of the kingdom. Humph! You're asking for death. The next moment, a cold snort erupted from the mouth of the Lord of the Kuling Domain. Boom! At the same time, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from his body. The terrifying aura directly crushed the entire northern region, causing it to tremble violently. Countless beings living in the northern region were instantly crushed to pieces. Such terrifying might was recognized by all the present Supreme Ancestors. The Kuling Domain Lord was using his full strength. Run! The Supreme Ancestor hurriedly shouted to the few ancestors beside him, and in the next moment, everyone rushed toward the distance. He could clearly see that the elemental power Xiaohan was using was the same as Delst's Earth-tier elemental power. Combined with Xiaohan's cultivation level, it was impossible for him not to master martial arts techniques at his rank. In other words, Xiaohan's combat talent was undoubtedly Heaven tier, and the combat power unleashed by a Heaven tier combat talent at the 9-star Sea realm would definitely be at the Domain Lord level. In other words, this battle was at the Domain Lord level. Even if they were at the peak of the Star Sea realm, they couldn't intervene. Besides, why would they? One wanted to enslave their entire clan, and the other had killed their last direct descendant. They would rather see both of them perish together. Boy, who are you? Why are you opposing me, Kuling? Kuling immediately revealed his name. After all, as a Domain Lord, he still had a shred of fame throughout the Dragon Ascension star system. I thought having a Domain Lord to practice on would be good, but it's a pity you're just a 3-star Domain Lord. Your strength is a bit lacking. Xiaohan looked at Kuling's strength and shook his head in dissatisfaction. It seemed as though he was looking down on Kuling's cultivation level. Well, Xiaohan truly looked down on him. Xiaohan's words immediately made Kuling's expression grow even more grim. A mere Star Sea realm cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly? If that's the case, I'll show you what a Domain Lord's strength truly is. As he spoke, an overwhelmingly terrifying earthbound force erupted from Kuling's body. The next moment, he moved, delivering a punch toward Xiaohan. Earth Demon Fist. Vaguely visible on his fist was a Domain Lord level gauntlet. At the same time, endless earth energy surged wildly across the entire fist. This single punch was powerful enough to destroy dozens of small star systems. However, Xiaohan simply extended a finger from his right hand. Xiaohan's action immediately enraged Kuling so much that his beard stood on end. To try to block his punch with just one finger was an outright insult. Boom! Finally, Kuling's fist crashed down onto Xiaohan's finger. Chapter 144, The Mysterious Secret Realm. Time rewinds to a few days earlier. In the endless expanse of space, Xiaohan's figure darted through the void at an astonishing speed. With each teleportation, he could traverse tens of thousands of light years in an instant. In just half a minute, Xiaohan had already left the Milky Way's gravitational pull behind. He continued his uninterrupted leaps, swiftly heading toward the center of the Dragon Ascension Empire.
Over the past few days, Xiao Han had leaped a distance of hundreds of billions of light years. However, just over 10 seconds ago, Xiao Han suddenly sensed a familiar Yin energy.
No doubt about it, this Yin energy belonged to Delster. I never expected it to pass through this intermediate star system where that kid is. It's fate, but his aura seems a bit chaotic. Is he fighting for his life? There's even a Domain Lord level aura. I wonder what rank he is. Hopefully he's at the peak of the Domain Lord realm, otherwise, it won't be much fun. Thinking this, Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Since he was already here, he might as well go take a look. Perhaps he could find a Domain Lord to practice on. Immediately, Xiao Han began to sense Delster's location. Found it! Xiao Han's eyes flashed. Delster's location was still quite far away, but thanks to the special connection between the Yin energies, Xiao Han could sense it. Having pinpointed the enemy's location, Xiao Han immediately teleported there. However, in the end, Xiao Han arrived too late. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the terrifying fist of a Domain Lord level powerhouse struck Xiao Han's fingertip. The northern ground beneath his feet was instantly crushed by the terrifying force of the impact. Countless residents were instantly obliterated by the single punch. Only those whose strength had reached the star realm or above managed to survive. Everyone in the starry sky stared at the shattered void, unable to believe what they were seeing, swallowing hard in disbelief. Thank goodness we escaped quickly, otherwise, if we had been nearby, we would have been killed by that punch. Several ancient ancestors stared at the shattered space in disbelief. They finally understood the gap in power between the Domain Lord and the Starsea realm experts. This gap was truly like heaven and earth. The only question was whether that young man could survive the Domain Lord's punch. The Supreme Ancestor glared down at the disintegrating northern region below. To be honest, he had hoped that both of them would die, but that was impossible. Therefore, the best outcome would be for Xiao Han to be strong enough to kill Kuling, otherwise they wouldn't survive either. However, that hope vanished the moment the explosion occurred. What kind of Starsea realm cultivator could possibly survive such a massive disparity? But as the shattered space rapidly began to heal, the scene that unfolded left them speechless. Xiao Han's right hand casually caught Kuling's full force attack. SSSSSS. A single finger had blocked the Domain Lord's punch? How is that possible? The Supreme Ancestor couldn't believe it and sucked in a cold breath. All the other ancient ancestors who witnessed this scene were also filled with shock. After all, Domain Lords were considered absolute super powerful beings in their eyes. Yet this level of super powerful being now stood before Xiao Han, unable to break through even with a single finger. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. However, now that the facts were right before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Your strength isn't enough. You didn't reach this level on your own, did you? Xiao Han felt the power contained in that punch and his brows furrowed instantly. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Kuling's expression changed slightly. Xiao Han immediately realized he had guessed correctly. You brat, come and die. Kuling, trying to hide his panic, roared angrily and charged forward with a punch aimed at Xiao Han. It seems you old man has some secrets. If you reveal them, I'll spare your life. Xiao Han casually flickered his fingertips, and a terrifying force erupted from his fingertips. Kuling's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late. In the next instant, his fist collided with Xiao Han's fingertip. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, the sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the surrounding starry sky. Kuling's fist exploded into pieces, followed by his entire arm, and then half of his body shattered instantly. The intense pain made Kuling gasp in shock. A terrifying force continued to ravage the wounds on his body at an alarming speed. It felt as though he could be destroyed at any moment. Xiao Han's overwhelming power finally caused Kuling's expression to turn terrified. How about it? Consider my offer, or else I'll have no choice but to search your soul. Xiao Han's lips curled slightly upward. The next moment, his fingertip touched Kuling's forehead, as if Kuling dared to say no, his soul would be instantly obliterated. I'll talk. Senior, don't kill me. In the end, fear overcame Kuling. He spoke to Xiao Han with a deathly pale face. Xiao Han smiled slightly upon hearing this, then lowered his hand and looked at Kuling with a calm expression. My cultivation level was indeed achieved through external forces. After saying this, Kuling took a deep breath. This was his greatest secret, but at this moment, it was his only chance to survive. The simplest method to enable someone to reach the Domain Lord realm through external forces is a Zo-tier pill, and all such pills are of Earth-tier quality. Even a realm lord might not be able to afford them. Your worth is probably beyond what anyone could afford. With your talent, you couldn't have been chosen by some powerful figure to be given such precious pills. Your situation must mean you've obtained the inheritance of some powerful being, right? Xiao Han said with a smile. Xiao Han's words left Kuling with a helpless smile. That's right. A pill of that grade would cost more than the entire value of my family, so I became a Domain Lord by using the benefits I gained from a secret realm in the universe 10,000 years ago to purchase the domain-breaking pill and successfully advance. Kuling spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. Oh? Tell me more. Xiao Han was taken aback. A secret realm that holds the domain-breaking pill is almost certainly the final resting place of a domain lord. Such a place might yield some rewards if visited. If it's not too far, Xiao Han wouldn't mind taking a look.
10 million years ago, this junior offended an enemy and was chased to a star domain 52 billion light-years away from here.
In that star domain, there was a wormhole. As everyone knows, entering an unknown wormhole almost always means certain death. In desperation, I charged in. After all, not going in meant certain death, while going in at least offered a sliver of hope. After entering the wormhole, I was immediately teleported to an unfamiliar space. In that space, I saw a shattered northern landscape. Beyond the northern region floated numerous powerful beings who had perished there, with the strongest among them reaching the realm of a domain lord. It was by obtaining their wealth that I was able to purchase a broken domain pill in the virtual universe. I had originally planned to explore further, but my enemies had caught up with me. At this point, Kuling's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, but it wasn't fear of his enemies. Chapter 145, Reversing Yin and Yang, Resurrection from the Dead. Oh? Your enemies found you? Xiao Han asked curiously. However, Kuling merely shook his head with a wry smile. No, I hid in a hurry, and my enemy didn't notice me. However, just as he thought I was hiding deep inside and came to the northern sky to search for me, a beam of light descended and instantly obliterated him, leaving only an unconscious corpse. That beam of light was definitely not just the power of a realm lord. I'm certain that the realm lord level powerhouse was killed by that beam of light. As Kuling spoke, a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han had been monitoring the opponent's spiritual fluctuations and found that they were not lying, so he was immediately drawn in by their words. A beam capable of annihilating a realm lord? Could it merely be a defensive mechanism? It couldn't possibly be someone hiding there, could it? Xiao Han rubbed his chin, curious. If it were a defensive array, that would be quite surprising. An array capable of annihilating a realm lord would at least be a universe-level array, and one that could continue functioning after annihilating a realm lord would be at least a mid-tier universe-level array. Of course, Xiao Han knew it was more likely a high-tier array. In other words, the opponent was most likely a high-tier U-class array master, and to reach that array mastery level, one would at least be at the peak of the realm lord realm, or even a legendary eternal tier powerhouse. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's head began to ache. If it's a realm lord at the peak of their power, that's still manageable, but if it's an eternal level powerhouse, going in there would be certain death. Xiao Han felt helpless. At this point, going there wouldn't yield much, so it might be better to first enhance his strength and come back later if necessary. Master, is this information of any use to you? Kuling spoke respectfully to Xiao Han, his gaze fixed on him with a hint of hope. Though the chances of Xiao Han bypassing him were low, there was still a possibility, wasn't there? I said I'd let you go, and I won't go back on my word. Xiao Han smiled slightly, but his smile made Kuling swallow hard. The next moment, Xiao Han swept his hand forward, and his palm pressed directly onto Kuling's head. Just as Kuling thought he was about to die, the surrounding space suddenly began to warp. The next thing Kuling realized was that he had been transported in front of a massive divine statue. He then felt his body suddenly restrained by a terrifying force. This force emanated directly from the statue. His eyes could only stare fixedly at the massive statue. Is this statue the one belonging to that kid? Why is he trapping me here? Is he just trying to make me admire his handsomeness? Kuling looked at the statue in terror, his mind racing with wild thoughts. However, he didn't notice that as time passed second by second, a hint of respect began to grow in his heart toward Xiao Han. This respect soon turned into admiration, and that admiration was deepening at an astonishing rate. But he couldn't see that Xiao Han was standing not far behind him. Your servant greets the Father God. Zhenyu's figure appeared before Xiao Han. This is the bodyguard I found for the Milky Way. His strength is passable. In 5 minutes, his restraints will be lifted, and from then on, you will be in command of all matters. Xiao Han spoke calmly to Zhenyu, then vanished without a trace. Farewell, Father God. Zhenyu bowed respectfully toward the direction where Xiao Han had vanished. The next moment, in the same starfield where he had previously battled Kuling, Xiao Han's figure slowly materialized in the void. The range of an ordinary Han-level teleportation array seemed to have reached its limit. Xiao Han looked down at the teleportation array beneath his feet, which had already exhausted its energy after just 2 teleports, and shook his head helplessly. He had constructed teleportation arrays in both the Milky Way star domain and the solar system, and those arrays were of intermediate-grade Earth-tier quality. They could handle Xiao Han's teleportation multiple times. However, the teleportation array under his feet was merely a hastily constructed ordinary Han-level teleportation array. Consider that he had been away for over 10 days, and the distance to the Milky Way was likely close to 100 billion light-years. This distance had already pushed the Han-level teleportation array to its limits. In other words, he can no longer return at will unless his array techniques advance by several major realms. Let's deal with future matters later. First, let's handle the current situation. Xiaohan shook his head to clear his thoughts, then glanced around him. He had only been dead for a few minutes, his soul energy shouldn't have dissipated that quickly. With that thought, Xiaohan swept his hand out in a wide arc. In the next moment, countless specks of light swiftly gathered and coalesced before Xiaohan. These light points contained a faint trace of soul energy. This kid's soul strength is so weak. Aren't they all supposed to have broken through the void? That's right, these soul energies were the soul fragments of Delster. Xiaohan looked at the faint soul energy and sighed helplessly. A soul power at the breaker of the void level is weaker than that of an innate cultivator. However, upon reflection, this was understandable. After all, Delst had only begun his cultivation journey recently, and soul power was incredibly difficult to cultivate, leading to his current state. Thinking this, Xiaohan tapped his right hand, and one by one, medicinal herbs flew out of his ring. He then directly refined these herbs and infused them into Delster's soul. Instantly, Delster's soul power began to rise rapidly. However, even so, this was merely forcing Delster's soul to gather together. It was like piecing together a broken piece of glass it would shatter again at the slightest touch. In the next moment, Xiaohan flipped his right hand, and a wooden carving carved from yin-yang branches appeared in his palm. Immediately afterward, Xiaohan channeled his yin-yang energy into the carving with all his might. Yin-yang inversion. Reverse the yin-yang. With a low shout from Xiaohan, the yin-yang energy, enhanced by the branches of the yin-yang divine tree, erupted violently from the wooden carving. Xiaohan stared intently at the re-emerging force. At the same time, his mind swiftly analyzed the operational principles of the yin-yang inversion technique. In an instant, Xiaohan, who had a profound understanding of yin-yang energy, fully mastered this technique. Of course, without the aid of the wooden carving, Xiaohan still struggled to use it alone. After all, reversing the yin and yang to bring the dead back to life was something even the current Xiaohan found extremely challenging. At that moment, the energy erupting from the wooden carving surged into the shattered soul fragments. Under the refinement of the yin-yang energies, the soul energies began to fuse together at an astonishing speed, much like glass melting and coalescing under high heat. If that were all, reversing yin and yang wouldn't be so miraculous. What happened next left even Xiaohan, the user, in awe. Chapter 146, The Holy Sun. Intermediate Virtual Universe Access Device. As the surrounding space rippled, countless strands of law energy began to rain down from the heavens, swiftly converging toward the soul energy. Could yin-yang energy actually manipulate other law energies to repair the physical body? How is that possible? Unless my yin-yang energy has been transformed into yin-yang law through the mediation of the yin-yang divine tree. Thinking of this, Xiaohan felt utterly astonished. After all, he was currently only at the Starsea realm, and even the slightest manipulation of law energies was something only a realm lord could achieve. Indeed, it was no wonder it was a sacred artifact. Such power, if used in battle to enhance one's strength by 100-fold, was definitely not something the system was joking about. Xiaohan felt the countless types of law energies being mobilized by the yin-yang law energies around him, and his gaze grew sharp. He noticed that these law energies were beginning to rapidly take shape. Soon, a skeletal frame appeared before Xiaohan's eyes. Immediately afterward, flesh, hair, and other bodily features began to materialize out of thin air, rapidly taking shape. Such power left Xiaohan slightly amazed. As time passed, Delster's figure slowly materialized in the void. Xiaohan examined this physical form and found it identical to the previous one, with not a single difference. Go! Xiaohan's right hand trembled slightly, and the soul in his hand was instantly struck out. Delster's soul quickly merged into his physical body. At the same time, it merged with the physical body at an extremely fast speed. Wake up! As Xiaohan growled, Delster slowly opened his eyes. Amidst the endless starry sky, Xiaohan's figure was leaping wildly. Each leap covered tens of light years in distance. After saving Delster, he immediately transported him to the Milky Way galaxy, where he would be trained by his old enemy, Kuling. With Kuling's knowledge, Delster's natural talent, and the blessings of the divine statue, Delster's strength would undoubtedly rise at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, Xiaohan's figure was speeding toward the direction of the Dragon Ascension Empire. Just as Xiaohan teleported into a star domain, he suddenly came to a halt. Xiaoling, is the virtual universe's spaceship nearby? Xiaohan furrowed his brows and asked Xiaoling directly. That's correct. Xiaohan came here specifically to wait for the virtual universe's spaceship. Yes, master. According to the logistics information, their spaceship is right nearby. I've already shared your coordinates with them. Xiaoling replied respectfully to Xiaohan. Alright, I understand. Xiaohan nodded and immediately expanded his consciousness outward. Sure enough, a spaceship soon appeared near Xiaohan. However, this spaceship was merely a domain lord-level vessel after all. The realm lord-level spaceships had already arrived. After a series of verifications, Xiaohan finally obtained the intermediate-level virtual universe access device. Xiaoling, rebind me. After sending off the virtual universe logistics spacecraft, Xiaohan directly addressed Xiaoling. Yes, master. As Xiao Ling's respectful voice faded, Xiaohan felt his consciousness connection shift directly from the previous low-level access device to the intermediate access device. Finally got the intermediate level access device. Let's first check what level the powerful beings in the Shuajin Universe Kingdom are. Xiaohan looked at the interface and raised an eyebrow. The next moment, Xiaohan used a small portion of his consciousness to control his body and teleport toward the Dragon Ascension Empire, while the majority of his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Of course, for safety's sake, Xiaohan summoned his heavenly dragon armor and reinforced it with yin-yang energy. The black and white dragon armor, emanating an endless aura of slaughter, perfectly enveloped Xiaohan's body. It could be said that if any other martial artist attempted to break through Xiaohan's defenses, only a powerhouse at the Realm Lord level would have a chance of succeeding. Immediately afterward, as the world spun violently, Xiaohan's consciousness instantly separated from his body and entered the virtual universe. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself back in the same small warehouse. Congratulations, Master. Your virtual universe interface has been upgraded to intermediate level. Xiao Ling's respectful voice echoed in Xiaohan's mind. After waiting so long, it's finally here. Xiao Ling, take me to see what the differences are first. Xiaohan nodded with a smile. Yes, Master. After speaking, Xiao Ling began to explain the differences between the intermediate and basic virtual universes to Xiaohan. Actually, the biggest difference lies in the scope of the area it can access. Currently, Xiaohan is capable of accessing the entire Shuajin Universe Kingdom. This means Xiaohan can participate in the Shuajin Universe Kingdom's ranking competitions. This was also the aspect that concerned Xiaohan the most. After all, with his current strength, he is unmatched among peers in the Longting Empire, but within the entire Shuajin Universe Kingdom, it's anyone's guess. Master, your combat talent, if fully unleashed, should be equivalent to a genius at the advanced stage of the Heavenly Realm. Above Heavenly Realm Advanced lies Heavenly Realm Peak. Such geniuses are currently fewer than 3 individuals when combining the entire Shugald Cosmic Kingdom. However, within the entire universe, there exist demonic geniuses of the Holy Sun tier who surpass even Heavenly Realm Peak geniuses. Against such geniuses of the same rank, you might not be their match. Of course, such geniuses only appear once every several hundred billion years in the Shugald Cosmic Kingdom. Xiao Ling seemed to know Xiaohan's thoughts and immediately said to him, Holy Suns? Xiaohan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Yes, Master. The Holy Suns are the most elite geniuses of all races in the entire universe. The appearance of even one such genius would cause any race to spare no effort to protect them. The Shuajin Universe Kingdom happened to give birth to a Holy Sun 1,000 years ago, named Shuyan. He is the youngest son of the current strongest being in Shuajin and is now a superpowered being at the peak of a domain lord's strength. Xiao Ling stopped speaking and immediately played a video of the so-called Holy Sun's battle before Xiaohan. A young man wielding a long weapon, his body erupting with terrifying waves of destructive power, stood facing a monstrous beast whose form stretched across billions of kilometers. However, the fluctuations emanating from the youth caused Xiaohan's pupils to contract slightly. It's domain power. Xiaohan looked at the aura erupting from the teenager's body and was momentarily surprised, but upon reflection, he calmed down. After all, he too possessed a domain, along with yin-yang power comparable to heaven-tier elemental power. Even with his earth-tier equipment and earth-tier martial arts techniques, his combat power had only reached the advanced stage of the heavenly realm. But the other party was a Holy Sun, meaning that everything about him was undoubtedly superior to Xiao Hantong's. Therefore, possessing a domain didn't seem all that surprising. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body didn't seem to be elemental power, but rather law power. Xiao Ling, what kind of law power is this? How could it possess such terrifying might? Chapter 147, Dragon Ascends the North. Xiaohan furrowed his brows and asked Xiao Ling. Master, the law energy that Shuyan the Holy Sun has mastered is the Destruction Law, one of the major celestial tier laws. Since he is the direct disciple of the ultimate destroyer, all the cultivation techniques and martial arts he currently practices are celestial tier techniques. Once his strength reaches the eternal realm, he will be granted a saint tier cultivation technique. The destruction-themed long weapon he holds is the weapon used by the Supreme Master of Destruction in his youth, a sacred artifact. Even his domain power is the Earth tier War God domain. However, after Xiao Ling revealed all of the opponent's hidden cards and skills to Xiaohan, Xiaohan immediately understood what it meant to be wealthy and powerful. Damn it, I've worked my ass off for so long and only managed to get this much, while this kid was born with so many good things. What a spoiled rich kid. Xiaohan was speechless. However, if Shuayan knew what Xiaohan was thinking, he would probably be furious. Even if he were as wealthy as Xiaohan, he would still have to rely on his own efforts. Who was like Xiaohan, just killing people and resources to get so many good things? Of course, if you were to participate in the Shuayan Universe Kingdom's rankings now, you would definitely be the first in the Starsea realm. However, if you were to participate in the Domain Lord level rankings, you might not even make it into the top 100,000. Xiao Ling spoke respectfully to Xiaohan. I understand that, but what I need right now are upgrade points. Going to the Starsea realm to compete is just asking for trouble.
Xiao Han rolled his eyes at Xiao Ling. The reason he hadn't participated in the Domain Lord level rankings of the Dragon Ascension Empire was because there were hardly any participants in the entire rankings, maybe a million at most. With such a small pool, Xiao Han could easily become the top in just a few matches, but it wouldn't be worth it. It's better to wait a couple more days and go straight for the Shuajin rankings. Since it's all the same, Xiao Ling, just open the Domain Lord level rankings for me.
I want to compete.
Xiao Han spoke calmly to Xiao Ling.
Yes, master.
Xiao Ling nodded slightly, then waved her hand.
In the next moment, Xiao Han's figure vanished from the original spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in a starry sky. Has the Domain Lord level arena been replaced with a starry sky?
Xiao Han raised his eyebrows upon seeing this, but upon further thought, it made sense. After all, Domain Lord level power had already reached the terrifying level of being able to destroy entire star systems. If they were still on a stage, even the largest stage wouldn't be big enough for them.
Detected, contestant's realm is Starsea realm, 9th tier. Confirm participation in the Domain Lord level rankings.
However, at that moment, a prompt sounded from the sky.
Confirm. Xiao Han didn't hesitate and spoke directly.
After all, he wasn't here for empty glory, but to enhance his own strength.
Beep. Accepting the command, matching players has begun. Beep. Your current ranking is 5442511141.
You will be matched with an opponent ranked 10 times higher than you. Please prepare yourself. After 2 consecutive beeps, Xiao Han immediately saw a cluster of light points forming rapidly in front of him. And the method by which these light points were forming was identical to the technique he had used to reverse the flow of yin and yang to revive Delst.
Whoa! This virtual universe is actually using the laws of the universe to reshape a person from scratch.
What level of power is required to achieve such a feat?
Xiao Han couldn't believe it.
After all, in this virtual universe, the number of people who had died and then been revived in an instant was beyond what numbers could describe. Among those resurrected were even realm lords and eternal level powerhouses. The energy consumed in such a feat was beyond calculation. After all, he had personally experienced the horror of such energy consumption when he had been resurrected. As a result, Xiao Han's perception of the entire virtual universe had risen by more than one level. With a spatial fluctuation, a middle-aged figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Han. The middle-aged man held a massive hammer, standing over 10 meters tall. Of course, in appearance, he bore a striking resemblance to the human race. However, his cultivation level was merely at the first rank of the Domain Lord realm.
And it seemed like he had only recently broken through. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked here. It's actually a little spirit? The giant across from him froze upon seeing Xiao Han's cultivation level.
After all, while there were many who dared to challenge the rankings at the Starsea realm, encountering one was an extremely rare occurrence.
Stop wasting time. If you're going to fight, do it quickly. Xiao Han didn't bother with small talk and addressed the other party directly. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, the big man's expression turned cold. You little brat, dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you think you're a genius in heavenly realm combat? Dare to be so arrogant?
I'll show you the difference between a Domain Lord and the Starsea realm. As he spoke, the giant hammer in the man's hand crashed down toward Xiao Han, and the sheer force of the blow instantly shattered billions of kilometers of planets in the surrounding area.
Boring.
Xiao Han shook his head helplessly, then gently pointed his fingertip at the giant hammer. In the next instant, a terrifying flame of energy erupted from his hand. The scorching energy instantly incinerated the giant hammer in the giant's hands into ashes. Before the giant could react, the searing heat engulfed him entirely. Boom! With a deafening roar, the giant's figure vanished into the starry sky. Countless destructive energies echoed throughout the surrounding starry sky.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the wandering soul energy. You have gained 100 billion upgrade points. A Domain Lord of the first rank has a base physical strength of 100 billion, and obtaining 1% of that would grant 1 billion to Xiao Han. This figure is already quite impressive, equivalent to Xiao Han currently needing to kill over 100 of this level to elevate his strength by 1 tier. Of course, if it were a Domain Lord at the peak of their power, killing one would grant 500 trillion upgrade points.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. Drip, contestant Xiao Han successfully defeated his opponent. Shall you continue the challenge? A prompt immediately appeared in the sky.
Continue the challenge.
Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke directly into the void. Dragon Ascension Empire.
It is the ruling empire of the advanced star system where the Milky Way is located.
It commands over hundreds of millions of intermediate star systems.
The Milky Way is merely one of the countless minuscule star systems within it.
The city of Yincheng within the Dragon Ascension Empire is situated at the very center of the galaxy.
Here floats a terrifying northern region spanning an unimaginable number of light years in width. Countless races thrive within this vast expanse. This vast northern region is known as the Dragon Ascension North.
Due to its powerful anti-gravity devices, the gravity in the entire northern region is only 10 times that of Earth, which is merely the most basic gravity in the entire universe. Additionally, a powerful cosmic level array firmly safeguards the entire northern region within its confines. As a spatial fluctuation rippled through the air, Xiaohan's figure slowly materialized at the edge of the dragon ascending north. Chapter 148, System's Second Upgrade. Finally, we've arrived. Xiaohan looked down at the northern landscape below him and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It had been a week since he obtained the virtual universe access device, and during that week, he had immersed most of his consciousness in the virtual universe. After 7 days of non-stop combat, Xiaohan had directly climbed to the top 100,000 of the Domain Lord rankings. At this rank, Xiaohan discovered that his opponents were almost all celestial tier combat geniuses from various empires. Moreover, their cultivation levels had reached the terrifying Domain Lord limit. Such geniuses could easily annihilate even weaker Domain Lords. At this level, Xiaohan, who was several major tiers below, found it increasingly difficult to progress further. However, even so, it's important to note that each Domain Lord limit could grant Xiaohan an astonishing 1 trillion upgrade points, and in just 7 days, Xiaohan had killed over 100 Domain Lord limits. This means that Xiaohan now possesses an astonishingly vast number of upgrade points over 10 trillion. Xiaohan looked down at the dragon rising north below him and couldn't help but think that if he were to push his strength to its absolute limit, he might be able to destroy this entire northern region. And this thought wasn't something Xiaohan was casually entertaining. System, enhance my overall strength. Xiaohan directly addressed the system. Ding! Detecting that the host's strength is about to reach the Domain Lord level. Shall I activate the system upgrade mode? But at that moment, the system's prompt sound startled Xiaohan. System upgrade? What's being upgraded? Xiaohan was puzzled. After the last system upgrade, all his skills had been standardized. What changes would this upgrade bring? Ding! Due to the host's upgrade points and the sheer magnitude of their strength, the system finds it inconvenient for the host to comprehend the current conversion methods. Therefore, the system will upgrade the attribute conversion methods. Furthermore, once reaching the Realm Lord tier and above, physical strength's destructive power will no longer be the focus, but rather the confrontation of law-based power. Thus, after this upgrade, the option to convert elemental power into law-based power will be unlocked. The system's message made Xiaohan pause for a moment, but upon checking his upgrade points, the terrifying figure of 10 trillion was indeed inconvenient for calculation in memory. If that's the case, then let's upgrade. Xiaohan nodded slightly. Ding! System upgrade beginning. Upon receiving Xiaohan's command, the system swiftly began to run. A progress bar suddenly appeared on Xiaohan's screen. The progress bar slowly began to rise under Xiaohan's watchful eye. 1 minute per bar, that would take nearly 2 hours. Xiaohan was taken aback but had no choice. Since that's the case, let's enter Longting North first. With that thought, Xiaohan took a step forward and flew toward the nearest array entrance. As the core of the entire Longting Empire, the entire Longting North was naturally bristling with defenses. Of course, the lowest level defenses were manned by Domain Lords of the Advanced Realm, so few would notice someone of Xiaohan's cultivation level. The array entrance closest to Xiaohan was a small, unprotected area in the northern region. Its diameter was a staggering hundreds of millions of kilometers. Yet, despite its immense size, this northern region was minuscule in comparison to the entire Dragon Ascension North. Because there are as many as several 100,000 such array entrance points surrounding the entire Dragon Ascension northern region. Thud! Thud! Xiaohan slowly landed on this northern region, and before him was a massive teleportation array of the Hong tier. Countless martial artists from other star systems were heading toward the teleportation array. Everyone, line up in order. 1,000 people per batch. The teleportation fee is 1 mid-grade spirit stone per person. Pay up voluntarily. Domain Lords and above are free. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the void. A Starsea Realm Peak Tier expert, accompanied by a group of mid to low tier Starsea Realm experts, floated in the void, observing the coming and going of the crowd. Beneath their feet was a storage specifically designed to collect spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone per person was equivalent to the total assets of a breakthrough realm cultivator. Of course, those who had come from other star systems to Dragon Ascension Northern region were at least star realm level powerhouses. Though it was painful, many still paid the mid-grade spirit stone. After all, coming to Longting North might allow them to recoup these expenses quickly. Xiaohan's cultivation level was at the 9th rank of the Starsea realm, still some distance away from the Domain Lord, so he tossed a mid-grade spirit stone into the storage compartment. Xiaohan, who had paid the spirit stone, was not harassed by the guards, as they were official troops and would not engage in such actions seen in novels, where someone is robbed simply because they don't like someone's appearance. Xiaohan then boarded the teleportation array and was instantly transported to Longting North. When he opened his eyes again, Xiaohan found himself in a massive square.
On the square, he saw countless Hong-tier teleportation arrays, with some Zhou-tier teleportation arrays in the inner circle. At the very center was a universe-level teleportation array. This universe-level teleportation array was the main array leading to the teleportation star domain of the Shugold Cosmic Kingdom. Once there, Xiaohan could directly board an interstellar teleportation array and head straight to the cosmic battlefield. Xiaohan thought of this and immediately took large strides toward the U-tier teleportation array. The other martial artists who had entered with him through the other teleportation arrays, numbering tens of thousands, also flew toward the universe-level teleportation array. The weakest among them were at the Star Sea realm. After all, those below the Star Sea realm cannot ride the interstellar teleportation array for free. What? Isn't it supposed to be free to go to the cosmic battlefield? Why do we have to pay? Just then, a startled cry rang out from ahead. Xiaohan looked ahead and saw tens of thousands of martial artists with grim expressions confronting a group of Domain Lord level guards in battle armor stationed before the U-tier teleportation array. That's right, I checked the official website. All teleportation arrays to the cosmic battlefield are free. Are you embezzling funds? That's right. The cosmic battlefield is the last line of defense for our intelligent species. You dare to block people from passing through here? Do you have any sense of justice? That's right. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones per teleportation. You're trying to bleed us dry. The words of the tens of thousands of martial artists ahead caused the expressions of the tens of thousands of Star Sea realm martial artists beside Xiaohan to change. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones? That's nearly the entire fortune of a mid to high-level Star Sea realm martial artist. If we give it all away, we might not even be able to purchase enough resources once we reach the cosmic battlefield. What enraged them even more was that some Domain Lord level martial artists were allowed to pass without paying a single coin. This was clearly extortion targeting them, the Star Sea realm martial artists. Xiaoling, is this teleportation array free? Xiaohan asked Xiaoling with some confusion. Yes, master. These universe-tier teleportation arrays were constructed by top-tier array masters from various star systems and assigned to high-tier star systems for management. In other words, they have no right to charge here. Chapter 149, Deliberately Looking for Trouble. Using an excuse to kill. Not qualified to collect money? That would violate the regulations of the top-tier galaxy. Do they dare to do that? Xiaohan furrowed his brows and asked Xiaoling. Yes, master. This does violate the regulations of the top-tier star system. However, many high-tier star systems risk punishment by using teleportation maintenance fees as an excuse to charge extra spirit stones. In reality, maintenance has always been handled by array masters dispatched by the top-tier cosmic nations on a regular basis. After all, the profit is enormous. The spirit stones collected in a year are enough to cover the military expenses of a high-tier galaxy for an entire year. Xiaoling's words left Xiaohan slightly astonished. The profits were that enormous. No wonder these high-tier star systems dare to act so boldly. As for complaints, sending a group of Star Sea realm cultivators to complain against a high-tier star system is, in essence, a futile effort. In the end, they might even be punished by the higher-ups of the advanced star system. Xiaoling, if I were to clash with the Dragon Ascension Empire over this matter, would the Shugold Cosmic Nation intervene? Just then, Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke a sentence that left Xiaoling momentarily speechless. No, they won't. If the master has enough strength, even if the Dragon Ascension Empire were to be annihilated, the Shuojin Cosmic Kingdom wouldn't intervene. After all, the Dragon Ascension Empire has been constantly complained about by other advanced star systems for its exorbitant teleportation fees. Other advanced star systems charge at most 10,000, 1,000, or even just a symbolic few hundred. An empire like the Dragon Ascension Empire, which charges 1 million spirit stones at a time, is rare even within the entire Shuojin Cosmos Kingdom. There was once another empire that did the same thing, but it was wiped out by a passing eternal level powerhouse who took a disliking to it. Xiaoling respectfully answered Xiaohan's question. Her little mind quickly figured out what Xiaohan was planning to do. Though she was a bit worried, she would support all of Xiaohan's decisions. That was the duty of these auxiliary elves. Excellent. Since that's the case, I can only harvest a wave of level-up points. Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile. The next moment, he accelerated and flew toward the U-tier teleportation array. Xiaohan completely ignored the guards stationed before the teleportation array and flew right past them. However, Xiaohan's actions instantly enraged the guards stationed at the U-class teleportation array. Humph. Kid, didn't you see the notice posted here? A cold voice rang out from the ranks of the guards. The next moment, a Domain Lord 4th rank guard charged at Xiaohan with his weapon. It was clear that he intended to make an example of him. Every day, they had to kill those who caused trouble to ensure that the martial artists would obediently pay their dues. Attack! However, Xiaohan's eyes grew cold. With a slight flick of his right hand, a blue flame erupted from his palm, shooting directly toward the tip of the guard's weapon. In an instant, the blue flame swept across the guard's body. Puff! In the next instant, under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, the guard's body was instantly incinerated by the terrifying flame. Only countless ashes drifted into the void. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have defeated a domain lord of the 4th rank and obtained 40 billion upgrade points. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Xiao Han's mind. Dead! Dead! How powerful! This person is only at the 9th level of the Star Sea realm. How could he possibly kill a domain lord level commander? A genius with heavenly ranked talent? This kid is a genius with heavenly ranked talent. Shouts of horror echoed from all around. It was well known that only a genius with a low-tier heavenly realm talent could kill a domain lord with Star Sea realm strength. Those with mid-tier heavenly realm talent can easily kill a domain lord at the 7th or 8th level. And those with advanced heavenly realm talent can directly obliterate a domain lord at their peak. Of course, to kill a typical realm lord level powerhouse at the Star Sea realm, only a heavenly ranked genius at the peak of their tier could achieve such a feat. Currently, Xiao Han's strength, when utilizing the branches of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and his domain power, has already reached the peak of the heavenly realm. However, he is still far from the level of a holy sun. However, ordinary domain lords would not stand a chance against Xiao Han. Previously, Xiao Ling's assessment of Xiao Han's strength did not take into account the Yin-Yang tree branch. Even within the entire Shuajin universe kingdom, Xiao Han's strength is already an incredibly powerful existence, let alone within the Dragon Ascension Empire. After all, the Emperor of the Dragon Ascension Empire is only at the peak of the Realm Lord tier. You dare to kill someone! At that moment, the generals who had witnessed their comrades' deaths roared in anger. Instantly, hundreds of Domain Lord level generals erupted with terrifying aura, charging toward Xiao Han. This is bad. A Domain Lord level battle. Run! Everyone who witnessed this scene panicked. A Domain Lord level battle was something they, as Star Sea Realm cultivators, could never hope to participate in. Even a single touch would mean certain death. In an instant, all the Star Sea Realm cultivators fled toward the horizon. Should we act? Perfect. Xiao Han's lips curled into a faint smile. The next moment, his hand flickered, and the bloodthirsty blade appeared in his grasp. In the next instant, an endless surge of blood energy began to emanate from Xiao Han's body. These surges of blood energy caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Flame Domain Sword Technique. Xiao Han calmly uttered a low command, swinging his blade forward. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of yen energy erupted from his body, instantly transforming into countless blade-like streaks. The aura contained within these blade beams caused the faces of the domain-level generals to turn deathly pale. This is bad. This kid isn't ordinary. Flee quickly. We can't hold him off. Hurry and notify General Long Xiao. I'll hold him off, you all run. With a series of terrified shouts, dozens of domain lord-level generals of the 7th and 8th ranks instantly launched powerful attacks toward Xiao Han. Meanwhile, the hundreds of other generals hurriedly fled toward the distance, attempting to escape. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Xiao Han sneered disdainfully. With a flick of his thoughts, the thousands of sword beams he had unleashed vanished into thin air. Puff! Thousands of piercing sounds echoed through the void. The attacks that had been hurled toward Xiao Han exploded into fragments, but at the same time, hundreds of domain-level generals were instantly reduced to countless shards. Instant teleportation is pretty useful. Xiao Han smiled and looked at the surging streams of immense life force emerging from the corpses. This life forcefully surged toward Xiao Han's body. Ding! Obtained upgrade points, 80 billion upgrade points. Ding! Obtained upgrade points, 640 billion upgrade points. Ding! 320 billion upgrade points obtained. Chapter 149, Battle Against the World's Strongest. Chapter 150, Battle Against a World-Class Powerhouse. Ding! Obtained upgrade points, 160 billion upgrade points. One system notification after another echoed in Xiao Han's mind. In just an instant, Xiao Han had gained an astonishing number of upgrade points, tens of trillions. The sheer number of these upgrade points was utterly terrifying, enough to instantly elevate Xiao Han's strength to the peak of a domain lord. However, since the system was currently upgrading, Xiao Han didn't rush. Who dares to come and cause trouble in the dragon ascending north? Just then, a loud voice echoed from the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, causing all the elemental energies around Xiao Han to tremble slightly. Of course, Xiao Han's yin-yang energy was of the heavenly realm elemental energy, but under the suppression of this mysterious aura, it was also somewhat difficult to control. Is this the power of the laws? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. He sensed that the water elemental energies around him were unusually active. It must be the water law force. According to legend, the Dragon Roar, the great general of the Dragon Ascending Empire, is a powerful warrior who has mastered the water law force to an extraordinary degree. Seeing him today, it is indeed true. Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. There was not a single trace of fear in his heart, even though he knew the other party was a realm lord.
because the opponent's cultivation level was merely at the second rank of Realm Lord. However, to avoid being overwhelmed by the other's aura, Xiao Han immediately unleashed his domain power. Under the resistance of his domain power, the water law energy descending from the sky was instantly blocked and kept at 100 meters away from Xiao Han. Domain power is capable of withstanding the power of the laws. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the void, followed by an old man clad in blood-red armor emerging from the void. As he took a step forward, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Upon seeing Xiao Han's cultivation level, the figure's eyes widened in shock. Star Sea Realm. You're Xiao Han. Long Xiao couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at Xiao Han. After all, Xiao Han's name was renowned throughout the entire Long Xiao Empire, and before this, he had been the top-ranked cultivator in the Star Sea Realm. Who would have thought that in just a few days, Xiao Han could already defeat so many Domain Lord level experts? I never thought that an unknown junior like me could be remembered by General Long Xiao. This is truly unexpected. Xiao Han smiled faintly and spoke calmly. However, General Long Xiao's brows furrowed. If it were anyone else, even at the peak of the Domain Lord realm, he would have intervened to kill them. However, Xiao Han was different. After all, anyone who could rank first on the Starsea Realm's lower-tier rankings was a super-powered combat genius with Heavenly Realm combat talent, and Xiao Han was the first on the Starsea Realm's rankings. This meant that even if Xiao Han were to become a Domain Lord, his combat talent would still be at the Earth Realm level. Such a genius was a rarity in the entire empire, appearing only once every tens of thousands of years. However, Xiao Han had killed the commander of the U-tier Transcendent Array. It was well known that the commanders here were equivalent to the face of the Imperial family. Xiao Han was essentially slapping the Imperial family in the face. Originally, the Dragon Ascension Empire intended to find you and cultivate you extensively. Unfortunately, you have now violated the Empire's laws. Today, I, Long Xiao, will personally execute you, so that all the geniuses of the world know that even if you are a genius, you must not be arrogant if you have not yet grown strong. Long Xiao's words were firm and resolute. Xiao Han heard them and sneered disdainfully. In the end, the Longting royal family still refused to admit their mistake. You must understand that even if this matter were to reach the highest levels of the galaxy, Xiao Han would still be in the right. However, if Xiao Han weren't so powerful, he would have died in vain today. Humph. Just then, Long Xiao let out a cold snort and moved instantly. A pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. This blade was surging with endless water-based magical energy. Original Water Slash. With a low growl, Long Xiao swung his blade down toward Xiao Han with tremendous force. The surrounding void was shattered layer by the blade. The power of the laws is indeed formidable. But I'm no pushover either. Xiao Han coldly snorted, then the bloodthirsty blade in his hand erupted with a terrifying surge of blood energy. At the same time, the yin-yang branches appeared instantly on Xiao Han's neck. Blood Rage. With a low growl, Xiao Han's entire body erupted with a terrifying surge of blood energy. The blood energy directly dyed Xiao Han's long hair a deep red. The blood energy. Xiao Han's aura instantly reached the peak of a Domain Lord. However, this was still far from enough. Frenzy. With another low growl, the faint thread of black, chaotic energy within Xiao Han's bloodline erupted from his body. The chaotic energy emitted an endless aura of destruction. This destructive aura made Xiao Han's aura become incredibly brutal. With each surge of Xiao Han's aura, Long Xiao's eyes flickered with a hint of horror. However, when Xiao Han's aura reached its peak, Long Xiao couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. This kid is no ordinary opponent, we can't underestimate him. Thinking this, Long Xiao gripped his sword tightly, and all the water-based law energies surged into his black long sword. Dragon Roar Water Abyss Slash. A low roar erupted from Long Xiao's mouth as he swung his blade once more. This strike was incredibly fast, instantly catching up to his previous water slash. It merely grazed it before the water slash vanished into thin air. The dragon-shaped blade aura continued to charge toward Xiao Han like a ferocious divine dragon. Supreme Domain, one slash to destroy the gods. In the next instant, Xiao Han moved. The blood-drinking mad blade in his hand trembled violently. In the next instant, he swung his right hand with tremendous force. A black and red blade of light, resembling a blood-red moon in the night sky, collided with the dragon soul blade of light formed from water-based laws by Long Xiao's strike. Boom! In an instant, the two blade beams collided, and the next moment, a terrifying shockwave exploded outward. Long Xiao's expression changed as he tried to flee, but the next instant, he was struck directly by the shockwave. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from Long Xiao's mouth. His body shot toward the distance like a beam of light. On the other side, Xiao Han was also engulfed by the shockwave. However, Xiao Han, who had already prepared, channeled all his yin-yang energy into the wooden carving of the yin-yang divine tree between his neck. In the next instant, a shield formed from yin-yang energy instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius around Xiao Han. Boom! And in the next instant, Xiao Han was completely engulfed by the shockwave. Chapter 151, Reversing Life and Death, Slaughtering a Realm Lord level powerhouse. Boom!
The earth-shattering roar echoed across the entire northern region of Longting. Within the Dragon Ascension Empire at the northern center, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes.
This is the aura of the dragon roar.
The middle-aged man abruptly rose from the imperial throne, his gaze instantly piercing through countless light-years toward the direction of the U-tier teleportation array. However, the scene before him caused his expression to change drastically.
Bastard! How dare you!
A furious shout erupted from his mouth. In the next moment, the Dragon Ascension Emperor swung his hand, shattering the space before him, and his figure instantly plunged into the shattered void.
Before that, puff!
After being hit by the terrifying shockwave, Long Xiao instantly spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his body was violently thrown backward. Along the way, countless massive peaks were shattered one after another by his body. Finally, his body was stopped by a mountain peak towering hundreds of millions of meters high. However, this mountain peak shattered into pieces with just a fraction of its remaining force.
Cough! Who is this kid? How could he possess such overwhelming power?
Long Xiao gazed at the terrifying explosion core in the distance. Within the core, a mysterious water elemental law raged wildly, while two other forces, one of raw elemental power and the other of fiery energy, collided violently. Though both were earth-tier elements, they were still merely elemental energies, yet they managed to neutralize his water-based law energy.
That kid seemed to be engulfed by the explosion. He was as good as dead.
Even I would have no chance of survival if I were caught in that explosion. Long Xiao could clearly sense that Xiao Han had been swallowed by the explosion.
If he can survive this, then Xiao Han, a Starsea Realm cultivator, might defy the heavens.
What a pity. If that kid hadn't killed those guards, he might have become a Realm Lord level powerhouse. With his talent, even establishing a nation larger than the Dragon Ascension Empire wouldn't be impossible. Long Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. The aftereffects of the impact had shattered his internal organs, but at his level, recovery was incredibly swift. In just a few seconds, he was nearly back to full strength. At that moment, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from behind Long Xiao. Long Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, and his long sword instinctively slashed toward his back.
Yin Yang Divine Slash.
However, a cold voice echoed from behind him, and simultaneously, Long Xiao felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura of supreme power. The water-based law energies surrounding him suddenly lost all connection.
Domain? Impossible. This is a domain.
Long Xiao roared in sheer terror.
Crack!
However, the next moment, a terrifying black and white blade slashed through Long Xiao's black longsword.
This weapon of the Domain Lord class was shattered in an instant by that terrifying attack.
The black and white blade, though weakened, still instantly pierced through Long Xiao's waist.
Puff!
The black and white blade directly pierced through Long Xiao's body, severing him at the waist. Where the blade passed, a force capable of reversing the balance of yin and yang instantly enveloped Long Xiao's entire body.
At that moment, Long Xiao knew he was doomed. Immediately afterward, Xiao Han's voice slowly echoed before Long Xiao. It's you! You're still alive!
Long Xiao couldn't believe it, but upon reflecting on how the other had appeared behind him without a sound, he understood. The only possible explanation for appearing behind a domain lord without a sound was the instant element. The teleportation unleashed by the instant element was far more precise and concealed than even the most skilled domain lords or eternal level powerhouses breaking through the void.
I'm naturally still alive. Your strength isn't enough to kill me.
Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly as he sheathed the bloodthirsty blade in his hand.
He then spoke calmly to Long Xiao.
As for Long Xiao, his life and death had already been reversed by the yin-yang force. He was merely experiencing a final burst of energy. Even if Xiao Han let him attack freely, he couldn't kill himself.
Sand.
Sure enough, with a series of rustling sounds, Long Xiao began to slowly turn into sand.
You've won, Xiao Han. Your strength is truly rare even in the entire Shuajin Universe Kingdom.
Unfortunately, before I died, I already sent the message to the Dragon Ascension Emperor.
You have no hope of escaping now. However, being able to fight such a genius like you, even if I die, it's worth it.
Long Xiao smiled. The next moment, his head also slowly turned into flying sand and eventually dissipated into the void.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for defeating the second-ranked Realm Lord.
You have obtained 800 trillion upgrade points. With Long Xiao's death, Xiao Han's upgrade points instantly increased by a staggering 80 trillion billion points. However, Long Xiao's words caused Xiao Han's brows to furrow. Xiao Han knew this was no place to linger, so he immediately stepped forward and prepared to leave.
Bastard!
How dare you!
At that moment, a furious voice erupted from the void.
Xiao Han immediately felt an endless darkness law force enveloping him.
It was the Dragon Ascension Realm Lord who had intervened. The Dragon Ascension Realm Lord was none other than the founder of the Dragon Ascension Empire, a terrifyingly powerful being whose strength had reached the 8th star of the Realm Lord realm. Xiao Han furrowed his brows. In the next instant, his domain power erupted, directly shattering the surrounding darkness law energy.
Run! Xiao Han moved his mind, and in the next instant he transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the distance at an incredible speed. After breaking free from the enemy's dark energies range, Xiao Han immediately teleported toward the Universe Tier teleportation array. In an instant, Xiao Han arrived above the U-Tier teleportation array. It was important to note that this array was protected by a built-in U-Tier Advanced Guardian array. Although Xiao Han and Long Zhao's attacks were terrifyingly powerful, they were unable to break through this array. Upon arriving at the U-Class teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately activated an array seal, triggering the entire teleportation array. In the next moment, the entire array began to activate. Fortunately, this array was originally open-ended. As long as the array's grade reached the Zhou tier, it could be activated. Although Xiao Han hadn't yet reached the Zhou tier array master's strength, he was already very close. Additionally, due to Xiao Han's unique abilities, he was able to activate this U-tier array with ease. Boy, can you escape! However, at that very moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black dragon robe, exuding the aura of an emperor, appeared in the void. He looked at Xiao Han, who was about to be teleported away, and with a sweep of his dragon-like hand, a dark beast roared out from his palm. The darkness power contained within was utterly terrifying. If Xiao Han were hit, even with his immense power, he would be doomed. At that very moment, a spatial fluctuation erupted suddenly. Chapter 152, A 100 Billion Bounty. Escape. And just then, a spatial fluctuation suddenly swept through the area. Xiao Han's figure vanished from the array in an instant. However, the dark beast formed from darkness also vanished along with him. Boom! The U-Tier teleportation array also exploded into pieces at that moment. You escaped quickly, but the teleportation array was destroyed during the process. This will definitely trigger a void turbulence. Even eternal tier powerhouses can perish in a void turbulence. I'll see how you survive. Long Tang Emperor snorted coldly. However, when he looked at the shattered teleportation array, his head suddenly grew 2 sizes larger. That damned brat! I will track down your entire clan and slaughter every last one of you. How dare you cause such immense losses to this emperor? The Dragon Ascension Emperor was furious. After all, within the Dragon Ascension Empire, there were already few realm lords, and among those under his command, there were only 2 or 3. Now one had been killed by Xiao Han. Moreover, he had destroyed the Universe Tier teleportation array, meaning that he would now have to fund the reconstruction of a new one himself. This expenditure alone would be enough to leave the entire Dragon Ascension Empire struggling to recover for billions of years. And all of this was caused by Xiao Han. If given the chance, he would absolutely tear Xiao Han to pieces. Issue the order, search relentlessly for any information related to Xiao Han. Anyone who finds him will be rewarded with 100 billion Dragon Ascension coins. The words of the Dragon Ascension Emperor instantly spread throughout the entire virtual universe under the Dragon Ascension Empire's jurisdiction. Within an hour, the hundreds of billions of intermediate star systems under his command all received the news. At the same time, the original message was to reward Xiao Han for becoming the top-ranked individual in the Star Sea realm and to strongly support him. The purpose, of course, was to lure Xiao Han's friends into believing it was true and betray Xiao Han's information. 100 billion Dragon Ascension coins. Each coin is worth 1 trillion galaxy coins. Such a quantity of Dragon Ascension coins would be enough to send any domain lord, or even a realm lord level powerhouse, into a frenzy. He didn't believe that Xiao Han's friends or acquaintances could resist such temptation. 100 billion Dragon Ascension coins. All for information about Xiao Han. Meanwhile, Emperor Xan, who was in a mid-tier star system near the Milky Way, heard the news and immediately furrowed his brows. To be honest, even as a Zhou-level artifact forger, he would be envious of 100 billion Dragon Ascension coins. But when he thought of Xiao Han's talent, his brows furrowed again. It was said that just over an hour ago, someone had caused a commotion in the Dragon Ascension Empire, killed General Long Zhao, and then escaped safely under the pursuit of the Dragon Ascension Emperor. After that, the Dragon Ascension Emperor issued this bounty. Could the person who killed General Long Zhao be Xiao Han? Emperor Xian thought of this and his eyebrows immediately raised. Upon further reflection, it seemed like the only possibility. However, if that were true, things would be in serious trouble. Just over a month ago, Xiao Han was only at the Star Sea realm, yet now he has reached the terrifying realm lord level. Such a prodigious talent, I absolutely cannot afford to offend him. 100 billion Dragon Ascension coins? That's a fortune, but you'd better have the life to spend it. He was well aware of Xiao Han's growth rate. If he let him escape, it would mean that the entire Dragon Ascension Empire might be destroyed in the near future. And even if he were as powerful as he claimed, he couldn't possibly escape the enemy's pursuit. Dishin thought of this and immediately opened his virtual account, sending all the information about Xiao Han's wanted status to him and instructing him to be careful. After all, to curry favor with someone, one must show some consideration. If anyone betrays Xiao Han and he takes it out on me, I wouldn't even deserve it. Fortunately, I had obtained Xiao Han's account last time. Otherwise, if I were implicated, I wouldn't even know how I'd die.
Being able to kill a realm lord means Xiao Han's strength could instantly overwhelm me, let alone when he returns after mastering his skills. Speaking of which, there must be someone in the Milky Way who knows about Xiao Han. I must hurry there immediately. If they really believe it. Thinking of this, DXIN hurriedly teleported toward the Milky Way. Since he had decided to curry favor with Xiao Han, he naturally had to make a gesture. He was gambling now, betting that the person who killed the Realm Lord and then fled was Xiao Han, and that Xiao Han had enough potential to return in a short time and kill the Dragon Ascending Emperor. If he lost, the outcome was clear: he would be implicated and killed along with the Milky Way. If he won, based on his understanding of Xiao Han would likely grant him some benefits in the future. Such benefits from a powerful being might give him a chance to become a Realm Lord himself. However, in his mind, he believed his chances of winning were extremely high. With a sense of satisfaction, he swiftly headed toward the shattered void of the Milky Way star domain. However, he did not know that once he arrived at the Milky Way star domain and saw Xiao Han's statue, his life would be over. Time rewound to an hour earlier. The cosmic tier teleportation array activated with a series of spatial fluctuations. In the next instant, Xiao Han's figure vanished from the void. Roar! However, a roaring wild beast was also teleported into the spatial tunnel along with him. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed under his breath, quickly summoning his domain and yin-yang energy to defend himself frantically. However, the next moment, he was swallowed whole by the wild beast transformed by the Dark Law's power. The next moment, the wild beast erupted with endless brilliance and exploded. Boom! Following a deafening explosion, the terrifying power of the Dark Beast's explosion instantly shattered the surrounding spatial tunnel. The teleportation array also shattered, and Xiao Han's blood-soaked body appeared in the void. The already chaotic spatial currents around him became wildly turbulent. Damn it, I don't want to die here. Xiao Han roared in anger, and in the next moment, all the power within his body erupted wildly, channeling every ounce of energy into activating the sliver of teleportation power within him. And a miracle occurred. Under the guidance of the teleportation energy, a spatial fissure appeared beneath Xiao Han's feet. Though its destination was unknown, Xiao Han knew it was his only chance of survival. Death is death, but at least it's better than waiting to die here. With that thought, Xiao Han mustered his last ounce of strength and charged toward the spatial fissure. As soon as he emerged from the spatial fissure, Xiao Han lost all consciousness. Within the territory of the Star Beast clan. Northern Dragon Realm. The universe is divided into three major factions: the Star Beast clan, the Intelligent Races, and the Heavenly Demon clan. Among the Star Beast clan, one of the most powerful races is the Divine Dragon clan. Chapter 153, Northern Dragon Clan. Little Green Dragon? Coincidentally, Xiao Han arrived at the core region of the Northern Dragon clan after using the teleportation array. However, at that very moment, a small dragon with green scales and a round, plump body was bouncing and playing in the dense forest. I'm a little green dragon. Little green dragon. I have many little secrets, but I won't tell you. I won't. With a soft voice, the little green dragon was tripped by Xiao Han, who had been unconscious for over a month. Ouch, this hurts so much. The little green dragon pitifully rubbed his head. He was a Western dragon, and of course, he was still a member of the Divine Dragon clan. Just then, Xiao Han's figure suddenly caught the little green dragon's attention. She quickly sniffed with her little nose and realized that Xiao Han wasn't a divine dragon. Ha! This thing looks so much like my mother after she transformed. Could it be the legendary intelligent species? Little Qinglong's eyes lit up upon seeing Xiao Han. After all, the wise race rarely appeared in the territory of the Starbeast clan. If they did, they were almost certainly destined to become food or slaves. He seems injured, but Mom said that many intelligent beings are very malicious. I wonder if he's the same. Out of curiosity, the little green dragon picked up a small twig with its plump little claws and poked at Xiao Han. When Xiao Qinglong saw that Xiao Han didn't move, he felt relieved. Wait, all the others have pets, but I don't. I'll take him back and have him healed so they'll know that this little one also has a pet. The little green dragon thought of this and immediately flapped its tiny wings, lifting its round, plump body off the ground. Then she grabbed Xiao Han's clothes and pulled him up. Wow! So heavy! Xiao Qinglong's chubby face immediately turned sour. But when she thought about how she would be admired by Dehei and the others when she brought her own pet back, she suddenly felt a surge of strength. Immediately, Xiao Qinglong's fleshy wings began flapping rapidly, carrying Xiao Han toward the distance. Fortunately, this was the territory of their branch of the Divine Dragons, and there were no other star beasts in the vicinity. Even if there were, they would be their subordinates. You see, little Qinglong possessed the pure bloodline of the Divine Dragon clan. According to the records of the Yanxia, the Divine Dragon's physical form is the main entity, while the Divine Dragon with the same appearance as those recorded in the West is the main soul. Upon closer examination, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, their strength is not significantly different. As a member of the pure-blooded Divine Dragon clan, Xiao Qinglong's status within the Wisdom Alliance is far higher than that of the imperial family of the Dragon Ascension Empire.
This is because both of her parents are powerful beings of the Realm Lord tier or above. The Demon Dragon Divine Dynasty is the territory of the Demon Dragon clan, spanning nearly thousands of light years in size to the north of the Divine Dragons. There are over 100 million dragons with pure Divine Dragon bloodline. It is important to note that pure-blooded Divine Dragons become powerful realm-ruling level beings upon reaching adulthood. However, Xiao Qinglong is an anomaly, as her father is a Qinglong, and he belongs to the Eastern Divine Dragon clan. However, from the day she was born until now, she has never seen her father. Nevertheless, due to her pure bloodline, her status is the same as that of ordinary divine dragons. It was in her family's backyard that Xiao Qinglong found Xiao Han. Xiao Qinglong's home is actually a cave with an entrance thousands of kilometers high. Of course, the cave is beautifully decorated and fully equipped, rivaling any ordinary castle. However, the dragon clan has grown accustomed to living in caves. Mom! Look what I brought back. Xiao Qinglong, drenched in sweat, carried Xiao Han and flew him to the threshold of the cave entrance, which was hundreds of kilometers high. Just the threshold alone had taken all of Xiao Qinglong's strength. Oh! What did Xiao Bao bring back that's so exciting? At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in black robes flew out of the cave. She was none other than Xiao Qinglong's mother, Karina. However, upon seeing Xiao Han, the woman immediately furrowed her brows. The wise race. Karina's current appearance was the transformed form of little Qinglong's mother. Any star beast that reaches the domain lord level gains the ability to transform, but transformation cannot be done at will, it is entirely up to fate. However, if you are considered a great beauty among star beasts, you will transform into an absolutely stunning beauty. On the other hand, if even your own kind look at you and want to hit their heads against a wall, you'll just be an ugly mess after shapeshifting. Yeah, I found her in the back mountain. I plan to make her my pet. Then I'll make Big Black and the others look at me with new eyes. Xiao Qinglong said this while clenching his little fists angrily. Clearly, the Big Black she mentioned had bullied her quite a bit in the past. Kalina heard Xiao Bao's words and shook her head helplessly. She quickly placed her hand on Xiao Han's forehead. Excessive mental energy consumption, and there are spatial markings on his body. He must have been accidentally teleported here. However, for someone at the 9th level of the Starsea realm to survive the chaotic spatial currents, he must be a person with extraordinary luck. Kalina slowly withdrew her hand, then flipped her right palm, and a bracelet appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the bracelet flew directly to Xiao Han's hand and secured itself in place. Immediately afterward, Kalina placed a pill into Xiao Han's mouth. Xiao Bao can certainly take him in, but you must remember under no circumstances should you remove this bracelet. Kalina said gently to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Now I have a pet too. This is great. Excited, Xiao Bao jumped around happily near Xiao Han. His injuries will take a few more days to heal, so during this time, Xiao Bao, you must take good care of him. Kalina smiled at Xiao Bao and said, then gently waved her hand. Xiao Han was then taken to a room inside the cave. Little Bao hurried over excitedly. Seeing Xiao Bao so happy, Kalina also smiled slightly. This child has great potential, he will surely become a realm lord in the future. With his protection, even when I'm not around, he can ensure Xiao Bao's safety. Thinking of this, Karina turned her gaze toward the distant starry sky. Xingyun, when will you finally find a way to resolve Xiao Bao's physical condition? It's been 1,000 years already. Kalina's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Xiao Qinglong, as a descendant of the Qinglong clan and the Maluo clan, he was born with the power of destruction and the power of the mystical wood. Both are earth-tier elemental powers, but one is focused on destruction while the other is focused on creation. The two forces are mutually restraining, so it has been a full 1,000 years, and little Qinglong has yet to embark on the path of cultivation. For if he does, he will awaken both elemental powers, and the result would be his death from the collision of the two forces. Xiao Qinglong's father discovered this issue when Xiao Qinglong was still an egg, so he left the territory to seek a solution in the cosmic battlefield. Fortunately, dragons have an extremely long lifespan, and 1,000 years is merely the juvenile stage. At this moment, Xiao Han's consciousness was shrouded in darkness. Where am I? Chapter 154, System Upgrade Complete. Endless void, endless darkness. Xiao Han felt the surroundings but couldn't escape. Just then, the pill that Karina had fed to Xiao Han instantly dissolved within his body. At the same time, Xiao Han, whose consciousness was trapped in endless darkness, suddenly sensed a beam of light ahead of him. An exit. Xiao Han's consciousness snapped back to clarity, and in the next moment, his consciousness burst through the opening and escaped. Yikes! It's been 2 days already, and he's still not awake? Could he be dead? Xiao Bao had been watching over Xiao Han for 2 days, and seeing him still unconscious, he helplessly scratched his little head. Cough. However, at that very moment, a series of loud coughing sounds suddenly reached Xiao Bao's ears. Xiao Bao's eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly leaned her chubby little face closer. Where am I? Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and found himself in what seemed to be a luxurious room. Wait, wasn't I swallowed by the void turbulence? Could I have been teleported to some civilized planet?
In an instant, Xiaohan recalled what had happened earlier. However, just then, a tiger-headed dragon's head peered curiously at him. This startled Xiaohan. Upon closer inspection, it was a small dragon. Xiaohan felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Wow! You finally woke up. If you hadn't woken up, I would have thought you were dead. If you were dead, I wouldn't have a pet anymore. The little green dragon exclaimed excitedly to Xiaohan. Xiaohan. Pet? Hearing those two words and looking at the little green dragon's appearance, Xiaohan suddenly had an uneasy feeling. Oh no, I've fallen into a dragon's nest and been mistaken for a pet. Xiaohan looked at the beast ring on his hand and was speechless. He had seen this item before. After all, he had fought against many people who owned beast pets while in the virtual universe. However, the beast taming ring wasn't exclusive to intelligent species. Among the Star Beast clan, those with higher intelligence also used it to find bodyguards for their offspring. So that meant he was now this little creature's pet? System, has the upgrade been completed? Xiaohan ignored the little green dragon staring at him in astonishment and spoke to the system instead. Ding! The system had already completed its upgrade a month ago, but the hostess soul had been severely injured at the time, so it couldn't contact the host. The system's message also reached Xiaohan's mind at the same time. Soul severely injured? It must have been when I overexerted myself by unleashing all my power at the end. Xiaohan nodded slightly. After all, being able to break out of the chaotic void currents at that moment had already come at a minimal cost. Under normal circumstances, even if Xiaohan had advanced another major realm in strength, he would have had no chance of survival. Dragon Ascending Emperor. Since you let me live, when I return, it will be your time to die. A ruthless gleam flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. The little green dragon beside him was startled by Xiaohan and quickly hid aside. This guy is so fierce. He scared the life out of me. The little green dragon peeked out from the corner, worried that Xiaohan might come after her. System, tell me about the changes after your upgrade. Xiaohan immediately addressed the system. Ding! This upgrade primarily involves the following changes to the system, with the most significant being the reorganization of the host's strength. However, these changes will only become visible once the host has upgraded all skills, martial arts, and attributes to Domain Lord level. The system's calm electronic voice sounded again. Xiaohan nodded in understanding. Let's start upgrading then. Xiaohan directly addressed the system. Ding! The host's realm is beginning to upgrade. Please prepare. Following the system's prompt, Xiaohan instantly felt his physical strength and spiritual power surge wildly. All his martial arts techniques, innate abilities, and physical constitution began to be rapidly enhanced at that very moment. In just an instant, all of Xiaohan's attributes were elevated by a tier, directly reaching the level of a Domain Lord. In the next instant, all his martial arts techniques also instantly reached the Domain Lord level. However, something completely unexpected happened. Boom! As Xiaohan's yin-yang power, instant power, berserk power, and yen power, among other elemental powers, instantly upgraded to Domain Lord level, he suddenly found his consciousness being violently hurled into a void. Where am I? Xiaohan looked around at the endless void and furrowed his brows. Beneath his feet lay a vast blue ocean. Within this ocean, Xiaohan could actually sense his own mental fluctuations. Is this my spiritual sea? Xiaohan was startled. He wasn't the first to focus on his spiritual sea, but this time was different from before. After all, this time his entire consciousness had entered his spiritual sea. Xiaohan had never heard of such a situation before, though it was possible that his experience was simply limited. However, at that moment, Xiaohan suddenly felt waves of energy surging down from above him. Xiaohan looked up and immediately noticed several massive light spheres suspended in the sky above him. The largest of them was a white and black Tai Chi sphere, with mysterious yin-yang energies spreading across its surface. On the other side was a pitch-black sphere, emanating a violent energy. This was the embodiment of Xiaohan's chaotic energy. Additionally, there was a blue flame-colored yen force sphere and a transparent shun force sphere. These were the primary elemental energies that Xiaohan currently possessed. Wait a moment, I recall that these elemental energies were previously in gaseous form, freely flowing through the void, never condensing like this before. Seeing this, Xiaohan was somewhat surprised, but he suddenly recalled the system's previous mention that after an upgrade, the primary elemental energies could be upgraded to law energies. Thinking of this, Xiaohan looked up at the elemental energies in the sky with anticipation. At that moment, waves of fluctuations once again swept through the air, and Xiaohan immediately noticed that countless runes were emerging from each of the four massive light spheres. No two runes were the same. Moreover, the aura emitted by the runes on each different elemental light sphere was completely distinct. As the runes emerged, the entire elemental light sphere was instantly compressed by dozens of times. Another wave of runes erupted, causing the elemental light spheres to compress once more. Each compression directly shrinks the elemental light spheres down to the size of a fist. Crack! Crack!
Suddenly, the sound of shattering echoed in Xiao Han's ears. Chapter 155, The Power of the Laws, Law Crystals. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the sound of shattering echoed in Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han's pupils contracted slightly. He knew that the main event was about to begin. Thinking this, Xiao Han's gaze immediately turned toward the cracked elemental light spheres in the sky. Each orb was now covered in tiny cracks, and beams of light began to emanate from the fissures. At the same time, the runes that had emerged began to fade back into the void. Puff! Four consecutive explosive sounds echoed in Xiao Han's ears, and simultaneously, several light spheres exploded. Countless fragments of the elemental light spheres turned into a shower of light points and vanished into the sky. After the fragments exploded, four crystal-clear rhombus-shaped crystals remained at the core. One black and white, one entirely black, one deep blue, and one transparent. Each of these four crystals bore a uniquely shaped rune engraved upon its surface. Xiao Han instantly recognized that this rune was one of the countless floating runes that had appeared earlier. However, only one of them, seemingly the simplest in structure, appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host! All elemental energies have successfully upgraded to law energies. They have also successfully condensed into law crystals. The current strength of the law crystal is 1 law rune. At that moment, the system's prompt sound instantly echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Han instantly felt a powerful force propel his consciousness out of his spiritual sea. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Han found himself still sitting on the bed. The little green dragon, which had been watching him, jumped in surprise when Xiao Han opened his eyes again. It turned out he had been condensing the law crystal. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows, and in the next moment, he suddenly felt 5 different types of law energies swirling around him. Under Xiao Han's control, these law energies were incredibly responsive. They were far more powerful than the elemental energies he had previously wielded, by more than 100-fold. Ding! All attribute tables have been updated. More features are available for the host to explore on their own. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Once again, the attribute table underwent a significant transformation. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial arts realm, domain lord, 1st tier. Supreme domain, 3rd tier 010, power boost, 1000x. Physical constitution, berserker's body heavenly rank, 1 million. Occupation, cosmic rank junior alchemist, 010 cosmic rank junior array master 010. Dragon flight power, 1. Flying dragon speed, 1. Dragon soul, 1. Technique, Yin Yang Holy Heavenly Rank, Domain Lord Low Level, 010. Combat techniques, Sword Technique Domain Lord Low Rank, 010. Skills, Flaming Domain Divine / Heavenly Rank, Domain Lord Low Tier, 010 9 Heavens Thunderstep Heavenly Rank, Domain Lord Low Tier, 010 World Shaking Strike Heavenly Rank, Domain Lord Low Tier, 010 Heavens Destiny Divination Heavenly Realm, Domain Lord Low Tier, 010 Crimson Flame Sword Technique Heavenly Realm, Domain Lord Low Tier, 010 Yin Yang Divine / Heavenly Realm, Domain Lord Low Tier, 010. Law Power, Flame Law Earth Tier, 1 Law Rune, 010 Yin Yang Law Heaven Tier, 1 Law Rune, 010 Berserk Law Earth Tier, 1 Law Rune, 010 Instant Law Earth Tier, 1 Law Rune, 010. Equipment, Yin Yang Divine Dragon Armor Heavenly Rank, Cosmic Rank Low Tier, 010, Blood Drinking Mad Blade Heavenly Rank, Cosmic Rank Low Tier, 010, Storage Ring Heavenly Rank, Cosmic Rank Low Tier, 010. Enhancement Upgrade Points, 2700. Looking at his rapidly declining attributes, Xiao Han was completely baffled. System, can you explain this? Xiao Han stared at the attribute table, feeling frustrated and confused. He could guess what one dragon's power meant, but the rest left him completely baffled. Ding! The host's current realm has reached Domain Lord, so all martial arts, techniques, and other qualities have been upgraded to heavenly rank. The next upgrade to Holy Realm will occur once the host's strength reaches Eternal. However, the limit for enhancing law power is Earth Tier. To reach Heaven Tier, the host must independently comprehend Heaven Tier law power. The system's first explanation immediately caught Xiao Han's attention. Heaven Tier items were an incredibly rare resource throughout the entire universe. Originally, he had obtained an intermediate tier virtual universe interface just to try and see if he could be matched with some super powerful beings possessing Heaven Tier martial arts techniques. If he could learn them to enhance his own strength. This time, the system directly upgraded all of his martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and weapons to Heavenly Realm, meaning his combat talent had now reached the level of a Saint Son. The second change was that the host's physical strength, speed, and soul power began to use the calculation methods of a flying dragon. In the universe, the strength of dragons is the most standard measure of power. Flying dragons are a relatively pure-blooded branch of the dragon clan, and their strength upon reaching adulthood is equivalent to the first level of Domain Lord. Moreover, their strength, speed, and divine soul power are all the most standard for Domain Lord first rank, so the strength calculation method for Domain Lords in the universe is based on flying dragon power.
Correspondingly, the host's upgrade points have been enhanced to a standard of 1:100 billion billion.
One enhanced upgrade point is equivalent to 100 billion billion upgrade points. This makes it easier for the host to calculate in the future. Other upgrade methods remain unchanged, but the host's total upgrade points appear to have decreased. This is merely for the host's convenience in remembering. The system slowly explained the changes to the attribute table. The system's explanation caused Xiaohan to nod slightly. By the way, system, what's the difference between the strength of the law force? Xiaohan asked curiously. Currently, all of his elemental powers have reached the level required to condense law power, but Xiaohan still has little understanding of law power itself. The strength of law power depends on its quality and the number of law runes, the system replied. Law runes of the same quantity naturally have higher quality and greater power. Among rule forces of the same quality, the more rule runes there are, the stronger the rule force becomes. For those above the Realm Lord level, strength is actually determined by the number of laws they possess. A single law rune represents the weakest level of a Realm Lord. 2 rune symbols correspond to the second tier, 4 to the third tier. Following this pattern, 10 symbols equate to 512 units of law power. Above the 10th level lies the Realm Lord's limit. The Realm Lord's limit requires a minimum of 1,000 law runes and can reach up to 100,000 law runes. Once the number of law runes reaches 3,000 or more, one can choose whether to break through to the Eternal Realm. However, the success rate is only 30%. After that, for every additional 1,000 law runes, the success rate increases by 10%. The system's explanation caused Xiaohan to nod slightly. So that means I can now defeat the weakest Realm Lord using only the power of the laws alone. Chapter 156, Advancement. Domain Lord, 8th tier. So that means I can now kill the weakest Domain Lord using only the power of the laws. Xiaohan couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of the law's power. Ding! Not only that, but the Yin-Yang law power, which combines the host's Yin law and Yang law, is an incredibly powerful heaven-tier law power. It is on the same level as the death law, destruction law, life law, and the heaven and earth law. Therefore, the host could annihilate the weakest realm lord at the 6th or 7th rank using just one Yin-Yang law rune. The system's words made Xiaohan realize that he had underestimated the power of the heavenly rank Yin-Yang law. However, system, if that's the case, does that mean I only need to upgrade one type of power in the future? Suddenly, Xiaohan realized that the strength of the law power is determined by the number of runes. In other words, even if his strength increases tenfold, his law power won't increase much. Overall strength would only increase tenfold. Even if he were to elevate the power of the laws to the corresponding level, his strength would not increase, effectively meaning that he only needed to enhance one of the 2 power systems, making it completely unnecessary to enhance the other. Ding, that's not the case. The strength of the law power is still limited by one's overall strength. If one's strength is too weak, simply releasing the law power alone could kill the host. It's like a child holding a sniper rifle, the recoil alone could shatter their shoulder. Similarly, if the host's law power is too low, even if they are extremely powerful, they will struggle to defeat opponents of the same tier. After all, the power of the laws is the primary combat method of beings at the Realm Lord level and above. Additionally, I have some news for the host. The more law power one comprehends, the greater the benefits after becoming an eternal tier powerhouse. These benefits will undoubtedly impact the host's future development, and this influence is something even the system cannot fully compensate for. The system quickly responded to Xiaohan's question. After listening, Xiaohan nodded slightly, but the system's final reminder caught his attention. The more law power one possesses, the greater the benefits? And even the system cannot compensate for such a gap? It seems I must acquire more elemental power to serve as my law power. After all, my strength allows me to kill opponents of higher tiers, and I don't lack upgrade points. I'll secure all the law power I can get first. Thinking this, Xiaohan rubbed his chin. As for the consumption issue, he could always go to the virtual universe later to slaughter some enemies. However, since law power is so powerful, and I currently have 2,700 enhancement upgrade points, system, use all of them to upgrade my strength. Xiaohan thought this through and immediately issued the command to the system. Ding! Command accepted. Beginning to enhance the host's realm. As the system's prompt sounded, Xiaohan instantly felt the law energy throughout his body begin to surge wildly once again, and the speed of this enhancement was extremely fast. A series of mysterious warm currents erupted from Xiaohan's body. These warm currents began to surge toward Xiaohan's body with wild abandon. These energies began to violently transform Xiaohan's soul power. With every inch of skin or thread of soul power that passed through him, Xiaohan could feel his soul undergoing profound transformations. At the same time, countless memories flooded into Xiaohan's mind. These memories were all about the usage and techniques of countless martial arts and cultivation methods. Xiaohan's consciousness seemed to have entered an endless dark space. Within this space, Xiaohan frantically cultivated all his martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. At the same time, the several elemental energies within his spiritual sea began to solidify rapidly under the flow of warm currents. Xiao Han could feel that he could now harness the elemental energies with even greater power. Time passed second by second, and all of Xiao Han's strength reached an unprecedented level of enhancement. This was not limited to his physical body but extended to his soul and every aspect of his being. Finally, as time slowly passed, the warm currents within Xiao Han's body began to gradually subside. As the warm currents subsided, Xiao Han suddenly felt the terrifying power contained within his physical body. Crackle! 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 Xiao Han casually moved his body and heard a series of crisp sounds emanating from within. The sound waves produced by these crisp noises shook the surrounding space. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human. Martial arts realm, domain lord, 8th tier. Supreme domain, 5th tier 01000, power boost, 1000x. Physical constitution, berserk body heavenly rank, 01000000. Occupation, Zotir Advanced Alchemist 01000, Zotir Advanced Array Master 01000. Dragon Flight Power, 333. Flying Dragon Speed, 333. Dragon Soul, 333. Technique, Yin Yang Sacred Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000. Combat Techniques, Sword Technique Domain Lord Advanced, 01000. Skill, Flaming Domain Divine / Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 010009 Heavens Thunderling Step Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 World Shaking Strike Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 Heavens Will Divine Calculation Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 Crimson Flame Sword Technique Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 Yin Yang Divine / Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000. Law Power, Yan's Law Earth Tier, 100 Law Runes, 010000 Yin Yang Law Heaven Tier, 100 Law Runes, 010000 Rage Law Earth Tier, 100 Law Runes, 010000 Instant Law Earth Tier, 100 Law Runes, 010000. Equipment, Yin Yang Divine Dragon Armor Heaven Rank, Cosmos Rank Advanced, 01000, Bloodthirsty Mad Blade Heaven Rank, Cosmos Rank Advanced, 01000, Storage Ring Heaven Rank, Cosmos Rank Advanced, 01000. Enhancement Upgrade Points, 1. This upgrade nearly allowed Xiao Han to leap over an entire tier. Now, Xiao Han can instantly kill a peak-level realm lord using only the power of the law. Phew! With such power, he might even have a sliver of self-preservation in the cosmos. Xiao Han smiled slightly and slowly stood up. At that moment, the little green dragon in front of Xiao Han was startled when he saw Xiao Han stand up. However, remembering that he had the beast-controlling ring given to him by his mother, the little green dragon grew bold and flew toward Xiao Han. Hello. My name is Xiao Bao. The little green dragon swallowed nervously and spoke to Xiao Han. You saved me. Xiao Han looked at the chubby little Xiao Bao and smiled. A dragon? That's extremely rare to see within the alliance of intelligent races. Yes. Xiao Bao found you in the back mountain. Are your injuries all healed? Xiao Bao was a bit scared, as the adult dragons in his clan had often mentioned that the intelligent races frequently captured dragon babies for food, which was terrifying. I'm naturally fine. For saving my life, I'll repay you if I ever get the chance. Xiao Han smiled slightly, then immediately gripped the beast ring with his left hand. Crack! The next moment, with a shattering sound, the beast control ring, which had been at the peak of the Zhou realm, was instantly crushed in Xiao Bao's stunned gaze. You weren't controlled. That shouldn't be possible. Chapter 157, The Dragon Clan. Xiao Bao was truly terrified now. Xiao Han was actually able to break free from the beast control ring's control, which means that without her mother around, she can only follow Xiao Han's orders. This little thing thinks it can control me? It's nowhere near ready yet. Xiao Han looked at the terrified Xiao Bao and couldn't help but smile helplessly. It was because he hadn't improved his strength. Even the beast control ring, which could control a domain lord at the peak of the Zhou stage, couldn't control him. How could it control him now? Seeing Xiao Bao cowering in fear, Xiao Han reached out and gently stroked his small head. Don't worry, you saved me, I won't harm you. By the way, where are we? After pinching the little dragon's chubby face, Xiao Han found the creature rather amusing and began to consider bringing one back as a pet. Xiao Bao relaxed upon hearing Xiao Han's words. This is the Northern Dragon Realm. We are the Western Dragon Clan, and you are currently in my home. Xiao Bao, seeing that Xiao Han didn't seem to have any ill intentions toward him, started chattering away excitedly. Meanwhile, Xiao Han gradually learned about his situation from Xiao Bao. Oh no, I've walked into a den of dragons. Xiao Han felt a headache coming on. From the information Xiao Ling had mentioned earlier, Xiao Han naturally knew about the Demon Dragon Clan. The Western Demon Dragon Clan is one of the hundreds of powerful branches within the Shenlong clan. Dragons tend to live in large groups, and even in Xiaobao's Dragon Valley, there were thousands of demon dragons. Even the most powerful dragon king of this small branch, with thousands of dragons, had already reached the terrifying eternal tier strength. In other words, Xiao Han had virtually no chance of leaving the Northern Dragon clan at this point. Thinking of this, Xiao Han felt a bit helpless, as he was still waiting to return and seek revenge. It seems he will have to stay here for now and leave once his strength has improved. As he thought this, Xiao Han looked down at the beast summoning ring he had crushed in his hand. Roar! However, at that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from outside the cave entrance. Ha, that's Mom's voice. Xiao Han, my mom's back. Upon hearing his dragon mother's voice, Xiao Bao became excited. Though he had grown familiar with Xiao Han, the fear of the intelligent race he had harbored since childhood still lingered in his heart. Xiao Han furrowed his brows, then tapped his fingertip, and the beast ring on the ground was instantly repaired. He immediately slipped it onto his wrist. Xiao Bao, mom's back. Don't mention that Xiao Han just took off the beast control ring. If you do as I say, this lollipop is yours. Xiao Han smiled and took out a reinforced lollipop from his storage ring. Item, lollipop. Grade, breaker. Grade, earth tier. Skill, sweet treat attraction, exerts an immense temptation on young creatures. As soon as the lollipop was taken out, Xiao Bao's eyes lit up. Alright, this little one is a good child who keeps secrets I won't tell a soul. After saying that, Xiao Bao quickly caught the lollipop Xiao Han gave him and carefully took a bite. He didn't even notice that his own dragon mother had returned. Thud. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cave entrance. Moments later, a woman with a stunning figure, dressed in a black robe, walked in slowly. And she was Karina. Upon seeing Xiao Han beside Xiao Bao, Karina's eyes widened in shock. You're awake. Karina furrowed her brows, for she sensed that Xiao Han's injuries had completely healed, which was utterly unimaginable. After all, Xiao Han's injuries could only be healed so quickly if he had mastered the laws of life, a feat only a super genius could achieve. However, she was unaware that as Xiao Han had enhanced his strength, the system had automatically healed all of his injuries. Yes, he's awake. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Karina's strength was at the peak of the Realm Lord level, and she had over 1,000 law runes. Though powerful, Xiao Han was confident he could defeat her in battle now. Now that you're awake, the safety of Xiao Bao is in your hands. You can have Xiao Bao take you around the Dragon Valley to familiarize yourself with the environment. Kalingna nodded slightly. She naturally had no idea that Xiao Han's strength was sufficient to remove the beast ring from his hand at will. The only one who knew about this was Xiao Bao, but he had already been bribed with a lollipop. Fortunately, Xiao Han wasn't a bad person otherwise, both Kalina and Xiao Bao might not have survived his hands. Of course. Xiao Han nodded slightly, then flickered his fingertips, and a burst of energy lifted Xiao Bao, who was still licking the lollipop, into the air. In the next moment, the two of them flew toward the entrance of the cave. Kalina watched as Xiao Han and Xiao Bao disappeared into the distance, lost in thought. Xiao Han, look here, this is where I usually play. Over there is where the adults fight every day. Above the Dragon Valley, Xiao Bao, who had finished eating his lollipop, happily introduced the surrounding environment to Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked down. The place Xiao Bao called his playground was a massive amusement park. Inside were over 10 black baby dragons that didn't seem very old. However, their method of play was fighting. The adults' fighting arena was a coliseum, where pairs of fully grown, pitch-black dragons were engaged in fierce combat. The Dragon Clan was indeed a warlike race, fighting constantly every day. No wonder they were renowned as one of the most powerful dragon clans in the entire northern region of the Divine Dragon Realm. Xiao Han watched the adult dragons, all of whom were at the Realm Lord level, and fell into deep thought. There were hundreds of different categories of dragons, and these dragons were distinct from each other in terms of species. Dragons are born with an innate understanding of corresponding elemental powers, which evolve into law-level powers over time. This marks the moment when a dragon reaches adulthood. These hundreds of different categories are determined by their dragon ancestors. Each dragon clan with a different attribute has a dragon ancestor of immense power, reaching the level of a supreme being. Below them are the dragon emperors of various branches. The rank of dragon emperors is naturally that of immortal level beings above the eternal realm. Below them are the eternal level dragon kings. This Dragon Valley is merely one of the smallest dragon valleys, classified as a low-tier dragon valley based on its rank. Intermediate dragon valleys are large dragon valleys that house dragon emperors, with at least hundreds of millions of dragons within them. As for high-level dragon valleys, they are led by super-powerful beings of the dragon ancestor level. The physical strength of dragons is generally formidable, even those Western dragons that specialize in law-based power are no exception. Dong. However, at that very moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt his heart begin to race wildly. It felt as though a force deep within the Dragon Valley was pulling him toward it. It was a connection transmitted through his bloodline. What on earth was happening? Chapter 158, The Fusion Pill. Merging the powers of two elements. What exactly is this force of attraction? Xiao Han looked at the forces pulling him from afar and furrowed his brows. Xiao Bao, what is that huge mountain deep within the Dragon Valley? Xiao Han asked Xiao Bao curiously. Xiaohan, are you talking about the dragon transformation pool? That's where we usually bathe. They said that bathing there every day can enhance the concentration of our bloodline. But I can't cultivate, so I can only stay for a few minutes each time. Big Black said he can stay in there for over an hour. Xiaobao said this, sounding a bit disappointed. Can't cultivate? Alright, I forgot to ask you how come you don't have any true chi fluctuations? Xiaohan finally remembered. At first, he thought none of the little dragons practiced cultivation, but seeing the group of young dragons below, who were still so young, yet their strength was no less than those who had broken through the sky, and some even reached the Starsea realm. This piqued Xiaohan's curiosity. Xiaobao, feeling wronged, told Xiaohan about his own issue. Possessing both destructive power and mystical wood power at the same time. Xiaohan was stunned upon hearing this. Both of these elemental powers were earth tier. If mastered properly, their strength would be no joke. After all, even Xiaohan's yin power and yang power, which are inherently opposing forces, could be fused together. How could the mere destruction power and mystic wood power fail to merge? Thinking this, Xiaohan placed his hand directly on Xiaobao's forehead. Sure enough, there were two opposing forces. Solving this seemed relatively straightforward. Xiaohan thought this through and immediately unleashed his intent, extracting two threads of destruction energy and mystic wood energy from Xiaobao's body. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying flame energy erupted from Xiaohan's right hand. At the same time, Xiaohan took out several herbs from his storage ring and threw them all into the flames emitted by the yin energy. At the same time, Xiaohan performed countless alchemy seals with his hands. Each seal contained unimaginable power. The herbs were instantly melted. Meanwhile, Xiaohan's actions quickly drew the attention of the demon dragons engaged in battle nearby. Intelligent species? How could there be intelligent species here? Our Dragon Valley is located at the northern core of the Divine Dragon Realm. How could there be intelligent beings here? Isn't that the young prince from the princess's family? Why is he with this intelligent species? The adult demon dragons, upon seeing Xiaobao and Xiaohan, immediately flew over in a defensive stance. After all, the aura Xiaohan was emitting had reached the Domain Lord level, and the arrival of a human at the Domain Lord level in Dragon Valley was no small matter. If he were to harm the dragon cub, it would be an unimaginable blow to the dragon clan. However, when they flew to Xiaohan's vicinity and saw the beast control ring on his hand, they relaxed. It turned out that the princess had arranged a guardian for Xiaobao. But this guardian seemed to be a Zhou-tier alchemist at that. Wow, a Zhou-tier alchemist? We don't have a single alchemist of that rank in Dragon Valley. It seems we won't have to take the herbs we find to other dragon valleys for refinement anymore. Upon learning that Xiaohan was an alchemist, the hundreds of demon dragons present, all of whom were at the realm lord level, softened their gazes toward him. After all, alchemy is a weakness for the dragon clan. A dragon valley with an eternal tier powerhouse doesn't even have a single Zhou-tier alchemist. This would be utterly unimaginable in the alliance of intelligent races. Just then, Xiaohan let out a cold snort, startling the dragons who had been mesmerized by the scene. The next moment, Xiaohan channeled the two streams of energy into the herbs within the flames. Immediately afterward, countless runes followed suit. In an instant, the two elemental forces merged into the medicinal liquid formed by all the herbs. Under Xiaohan's control, the medicinal liquid began to solidify rapidly. As time passed, the liquid slowly merged into a crystal-clear pill. The aura emanating from this pill caused the surrounding dragons to pause in astonishment. Although the pill's grade appeared to be Zhou-tier, why was it so much stronger than a Yu-tier pill? Sigh. Could it be the legendary Heaven-tier pill? Impossible. How could that be? A Heaven-tier pill at the Zhou-tier realm is something even a Saint Realm alchemist would struggle to refine. Could this young man be a Saint Realm alchemist? The surrounding black dragons were all chattering excitedly. Xiaohan had already noticed the black dragons and ignored them. Xiaobao, this is the Creation Fusion pill. After you take it, you'll be able to cultivate. Xiaohan casually tossed the pill, half jet black and half emerald green, to Xiaobao. Xiaobao's chubby little hands quickly caught the pill, staring at it with curiosity. A pill that can help me cultivate? Even when we invited a genuine Saint Realm alchemist to Dragon Valley, they couldn't create such a pill. How could this single pill possibly solve everything? Xiaobao, don't eat it yet. Let me take a closer look at this pill first. Just then, a black dragon nearby instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared behind Xiaobao. This black dragon's power was incredibly formidable, having reached the peak of the Realm Lord realm, making it the strongest among all the black dragons in the area. Oh, here you go, Uncle Imo-sha. Xiaobao hesitated for a moment before handing the pill to Imo-sha. Imo-sha took the pill, sniffed it, and then a surge of true energy emerged, enveloping the pill. He looked extremely professional, and the surrounding black dragons watched him nervously. He then scratched his head helplessly. I can't tell if it's poisoned either. Imo-sha's words caused the surrounding black dragons to roll their eyes. You don't think I came here to pretend, do you? What's so funny? This thing is completely different from any elixir I've ever seen before. I can't tell if it's poisonous or not either. Mo Shah hurriedly defended himself. This is an ancient pill-making method that has been extinct for ages. Even the so-called Holy Realm alchemists couldn't discern it, let alone you. But Xiao Han spoke up. His words immediately made the surrounding Dragon Clan members feel the drawbacks of their lack of education. Suddenly, Xiao Han pointed his finger, and the pill immediately flew out of Mo Shah's hand and into Xiao Bao's mouth. Gulp! Xiao Bao swallowed the pill in one gulp. This left all the dragons speechless. Damn it, we've been tricked by this kid. Mo Shah and the others erupted in anger. If Xiao Bao were to come to any harm, the Dragon King would likely strip them of their dragon scales. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Waves of destructive energy and mystical wood energy erupted from Xiao Bao's body. Immediately, this force began to rapidly converge within Xiao Bao's mind. Soon, a crystal half black and half emerald green appeared in Xiao Bao's mind. Elemental crystal? Xiao Bao has condensed a dragon crystal. Chapter 159, Awakening the Hidden Bloodline. Dragon Valley, Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool is where countless Dragon Clan members come to bathe almost every day during their youth. Its sole purpose is to solidify the divine dragon bloodline within their bodies. Legend has it that the northern region of the divine dragons is where the physical form of the ancestral dragon transformed after its death, and the water of the Dragon Transformation Pool is said to be the blood of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, the Dragon Transformation Pool has a direct connection throughout the entire Dragon North. In other words, the Dragon Transformation Pool exists throughout the entire Dragon North. This is why all dragon clans are stationed throughout the entire Dragon North. Because the dragon's northern realm is the lifeblood of their dragon clan. Of course, the Dragon Transformation Pool is of no use to any other living beings besides those with dragon blood, even if they bathe in it every day. At this moment, Xiao Han stood before the Dragon Transformation Pool of the Demon Dragon Clan. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Bao within the Dragon Transformation Pool. At that moment, Xiao Bao was completely enveloped by the churning waters of the Dragon Transformation Pool, and it seemed as though a mysterious force was rapidly transforming his flesh and blood within the pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool is most effective during the first immersion after a dragon undergoes cultivation. Although Xiao Bao had been coming here every day before, it was merely like taking a bath. Thanks to you, she was able to cultivate. If I had to find a solution on my own, I fear I would have died without finding a method to allow Xiao Bao to cultivate. Xiao Han was standing beside Karina. At that moment, Kalina's gaze toward Xiao Han was filled with gratitude. Even the nearby crowd of curious Dragon Clan members were amazed that Xiao Han could accomplish something even a Saint Realm alchemist couldn't. No problem. Xiao Bao saved me once, I'll repay her once. It's only fair. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Kalina waved her hand slightly, and the beast controlling ring on Xiao Han's hand instantly detached. Please don't hold the previous matter against me. This was all done for the safety of Xiao Bao and the others. Kalina apologized to Xiao Han. After all, Xiao Bao's ability to cultivate is equivalent to Xiao Han saving her life. After all, once Xiao Bao comes of age, he will automatically begin cultivating due to his dragon bloodline. At that time, the two energies would clash, and Xiao Bao's life would be in danger. It's only natural. If it were me, I might even be more cautious than you. Xiao Han waved his hand and turned his gaze back to Xiao Bao in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Boom! At that very moment, a terrifying energy erupted from Xiao Bao's body. The next instant, her plump body began to emit two different colored energies, which flowed gently within her body. It was as if the two energies had always been one and the same. Finally, they had successfully merged. Xiao Han sighed in relief. Although he was confident in the efficacy of his fusion pill, he didn't know if it would have the same effect on the Dragon Clan. However, it seemed to be working just fine now. By the way, Karina, do you think I can enter the Dragon Transformation Pool? Just then, Xiao Han spoke up. To be honest, from the very beginning, Xiao Han had felt the pool's pull toward him. And this force had grown even stronger since he arrived beside the Dragon Transformation Pool. He didn't know what this meant. His words left Kalina speechless. Although she was the daughter of the Dragon King of the Dragon Valley, she had no idea whether such a thing was permissible. After all, there had never been a precedent of a wise race entering the Dragon Valley. According to the clan rules of the Divine Dragon Clan, it should be possible. Kalina said uncertainly. The clan rules state that anyone who enters the Dragon Transformation Pool and absorbs the Dragon God's bloodline becomes part of the Dragon Clan, regardless of their original race. I recall that among the intelligent races, there is a race called the Dragon Blood Clan. They are the descendants of the Dragon Clan, and their strongest members often travel to the northern lands of the Divine Dragons to enhance their bloodline. However, I must warn you that if you do not possess Dragon Clan blood, even if you enter, you will gain no benefits and may even be consumed by the Dragon Soul's power, shattering your divine soul. Kalina thought for a moment and said solemnly to Xiao Han. No problem. If something goes wrong, it's my own responsibility. Since I can enter, I'll give it a try.
Xiao Han was surprised to hear that the Dragon Clan allowed other races to enter freely, but upon reflection, it made sense. Only those with Dragon Clan blood would react, and those who reacted were Dragon Clan members, their own kind.
Those who don't react simply won't gain anything by going.
Therefore, the Dragon Clan has few restrictions in this regard.
After speaking, Xiao Han touched the ground with his feet and instantly flew toward the dragon transformation pool.
To everyone's surprise, as Xiao Han approached the dragon transformation pool, the water inside began to churn violently. It seemed as though it was about to surge upward and engulf Xiao Han.
Wow! It's flooding!
Just as Xiao Bao had woken up, he was swept underwater by a huge wave. Fortunately, Kalina swiftly reached out and pulled him back up.
Mom, what is Xiao Han doing?
Xiao Bao looked at Xiao Han, who was standing above the dragon transformation pool, with a confused expression.
Meanwhile, Kalina's brows were furrowed.
The nearby magic dragons were also watching Xiao Han nervously.
He actually has dragon blood? How is that possible? Mo Sha couldn't believe it.
After all, whether Xiao Han had dragon blood was something the pure-blooded divine dragons knew very well.
After all, it was evident at a glance.
Moreover, judging from the fluctuations he had caused, the concentration of his dragon blood might even surpass that of the holy rank.
What does Saint Tier bloodline mean?
It means that once Xiao Han refines his bloodline in the dragon transformation pool, becoming an eternal tier powerhouse in the future would be incredibly easy. With the right opportunities, even becoming an immortal level powerhouse was within the realm of possibility.
Boom!
However, at that very moment, the dragon transformation pool erupted violently. Endless dragon transformation pool seawater surged skyward, rushing toward Xiao Han in the heavens. In an instant, Xiao Han was completely submerged. Seeing the dragon transformation pool water surgingly toward his body, Xiao Han immediately dived toward the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. He then sat down at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool and began absorbing the power emerging from the depths of the earth.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! The hidden bloodline has awakened, and the ancient bloodline has begun to revive. However, at that very moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's mind. As a wave of energy swept over Xiao Han's body, his consciousness instantly separated from his physical form and entered a void.
Endless darkness.
This was the only thought that crossed Xiao Han's mind upon arriving in this space. Where was he? Xiao Han furrowed his brows slightly before scanning the surrounding void in search of answers.
Roar! However, at that very moment, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the void.
In the next instant, the space around Xiao Han shattered instantly.
Chapter 160, The Creation God's Map. The Origin of the Human Race. Crackle! Crackle!
The void space around him shattered instantly, and behind the shattered space, Xiao Han saw a figure. This figure was humanoid in shape. From the figure emanated an endless aura of power, as if the heavens and earth stood before Xiao Han.
In the next instant, the figure moved. With a slight flick of his hand, an endless brilliance erupted from his palm.
These beams of light shot toward the void at an incredible speed.
Soon, a planet was born. However, upon seeing this planet, Xiao Han's pupils contracted violently. Earth! What's going on? How could I see Earth? Xiao Hanton couldn't believe his eyes.
The aura emanating from this figure was so overwhelming that Xiao Hanton estimated it to be countless times more powerful than even an eternal level being. Yet Earth had been born from such an existence. Immediately afterward, a single drop of blood trickled from the fingertips of the figure.
A single drop of blood instantly fell onto Earth, and then countless humans appeared on its surface.
The figure seemed to have understood something. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, countless stars were born from his palm in an instant.
Billions, trillions, quadrillions.
The number of stars surrounding him grew increasingly terrifying. Meanwhile, Earth continued to orbit slowly along its original path as the core of the entire universe. At the same time, human figures began to slowly appear on the stars. These figures were largely identical to the mysterious silhouette, though there were some minor differences. Only those born from his blood shared nearly identical bodily structures with him.
Then, the right hand of this figure moved once more.
Instantly, a divine dragon, emanating a powerful aura, roared forth from his hand. Following it were a phoenix, a qilin, and other creatures that had never been seen before. Among these creatures, the divine dragon, phoenix, and qilin were undoubtedly the most powerful. However, all these creatures revered the human race of Earth as their supreme beings. Could this be the primordial image of the universe?
Xiao Han was utterly astonished upon seeing this.
It turned out that the human race was actually formed from the blood of the Creator God. The scene began to speed up rapidly. Under the leadership of the human race, the power of the entire universe was rapidly surging. At the same time, the human race used their terrifying intelligence to construct a virtual universe. With the emergence of the virtual universe, the entire universe began to follow the right path. However, on a certain day, the universe was breached by a mysterious force, creating a gap.
Immediately afterward, countless extra-dimensional demons poured into the universe. The power of the extra-dimensional demons was immense.
Over 2,000 human race supreme beings, along with hundreds of other supreme beings, engaged in a decisive battle for the survival of the universe against the extra-dimensional demons. In the end, the human race and the alliance of all races were defeated.
The ancestral dragon was slain, his physical form transforming into the dragon god of the north. The ancestral phoenix underwent rebirth, forming the endless fiery realm within the universe.
The ancient ancestor of the Chilan was directly shattered, his physical form disintegrating into countless lowly lifeforms. The human race, as the former rulers, met an even more tragic fate, with all their clan members being completely annihilated. Ultimately, the Yin-Yang Supreme Being, the Qian-Kun Supreme Being, the human race's Destruction Supreme Being, the Life Supreme Being, the Death Supreme Being, and the Destiny Supreme Being joined forces to seal off the cosmic portal that had been opened by the demonic beings from beyond the cosmos. The price paid was that all the supreme beings possessing the laws of the heavenly realm, along with all other supreme beings at that time, sacrificed their core laws, ultimately perishing. Ultimately, the human race, which had once dominated the universe, was annihilated by the demonic beings who had been terrified by their previous defeat. Fortunately, before their deaths, the human race's supreme beings transferred the power of these law cores to the strongest beings of other races. Thus, just a few thousand years after the extinction of the human race, over 1,000 supreme beings from various intelligent races and hundreds of supreme beings from the Starbeast clan emerged. They managed to withstand the crisis that had nearly led to their extinction. This struggle lasted countless eras. And Shao Han thus discovered the method for the birth of supreme beings. That method involves mastering a particular law force to its absolute limit, then directly stripping its ownership from the cosmic order of the universe. In other words, within each universe, there can only be one supreme being for each type of law energy. For example, now that there is a Shugold supreme being, anyone who wants to become the new Shugold supreme being must defeat the previous one. However, only supreme beings can fight other supreme beings. There is not the slightest chance of defeating a supreme being of a higher tier. When the heavenly demons invade other universes, their sole purpose is to seize the ownership of this law force. This is why the demon clan has over 2,000 supreme beings in this universe. As the scene reached this point, it shattered instantly. And that majestic figure slowly fades away into the void. I never expected that the last remnant of the human race would give me the chance to see my consciousness one last time before it fades away. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Shao Han's mind. Shao Han raised his eyebrows. He immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, a colossal divine dragon lay coiled not far from Shao Han. And the appearance of this divine dragon was identical to that of the northern divine dragon.
You are the ancestral dragon. Shao Han's pupils contracted slightly. The ancestral dragon before him was one of the most terrifying beings from the ancient era.
Its level, as seen in the scene, was even slightly stronger than the mightiest beings of the heavenly realm's law power. Because even the strongest of the human race in ancient times, the Destruction Sovereign, was merely a disciple of the ancestral dragon.
This is why Shao Han now understood why the human race always claimed to be the descendants of dragons.
So you've already been acknowledged by that little yin-yang guy. However, the ancestral dragon did not respond to Shao Han but instead turned his gaze directly to the small wooden carving of a girl at Shao Han's waist. Looking at the carving, a hint of helplessness flashed in the ancestral dragon's eyes. Back then, the yin-yang divine tree was the very first sapling he had planted in the heavens and earth.
In the end, it still couldn't escape death. Is this what Senior Zhu Long was referring to?
It was given to me by the descendant of the yin-yang supreme being.
I only met the person once.
Speaking of which, Shao Han was still curious why the Yangshan clan would give such a precious item to him. Though it was merely a branch, the power it unleashed was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The yin-yang youth possessed the power to reverse the yin and yang, though such power was useless in the great battles of that era. However, he still left behind his consciousness, and this branch was naturally given to you. Should a new yin-yang supreme being emerge one day, perhaps he could be revived. Xu Long stared at Shao Han, his eyes flickering. His keen eyes could discern that Shao Han possessed both the yin and yang laws and had mastered them to perfection. Therefore, his words were clearly meant for Shao Han to hear. Rest assured, Senior. If I truly become such an existence, I will never allow the spirits to continue sleeping.
Chapter 161, Awakening the Ancient Bloodline, the Innate Tao Body.
Rest assured, Senior. If I truly become such an existence, I will never allow the spirits of the fallen to continue sleeping.
Shao Han spoke these words with unwavering determination.
From his bloodline, Shao Han could sense that everything he had seen before was real. And the information he had obtained from the virtual universe also confirmed that the scene he had witnessed was almost exactly as he had seen it. After learning how powerful the human race had been in ancient times, Shao Han naturally did not want the human race to remain confined to the tiny Milky Way. He had already made up his mind. If the human race can produce another genius like you, even if I, the old dragon, were to perish completely, I would have no regrets. Oh, I got so excited I forgot to mention the important matter. The ancestral dragon smiled slightly, then instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist.
In the next moment, the cloud of black mist instantly transformed into an old man. The old man had a pair of dragon horns on his head and was clad in a black robe. The destructive aura emanating from his entire body left Xiaohan feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Since you are of the human race, you should possess the pure bloodline of the human race. Therefore, when you were lost in the chaotic void currents, I guided you here using the purest bloodline of the human race. As he spoke, the old man flipped his right hand slightly, and a drop of red blood appeared in his palm. As soon as the blood appeared, Xiaohan felt his own blood begin to boil, as if this single drop of blood and his own blood were one and the same. So it was because of the elder that I was able to reach the Northern Dragon Realm. This junior expresses his deepest gratitude. Xiaohan bowed slightly to the old man. He had been curious before about how, despite being able to find the way out, he had only traveled a few billion light-years in the void turbulence. The distance to the Northern Dragon was extremely vast. It was simply impossible to claim he had reached it. At first, Xiaohan had merely attributed it to sheer luck. But now that he thought about it, even luck couldn't have brought him here. No need for formalities. You are now the last hope for the rise of the human race. Back then, the three of us, Old Feng, Old Qilin, and I were guided by the Father God to become guardians of the human race. We naturally do not wish for the human race to perish. Otherwise, if the Father God were to return, we would have no way to account for ourselves. Zhu Long smiled slightly. Enough with the formalities. Let me see how much potential you have and whether you can awaken the human race's physique successfully. Zhu Long spoke these words and immediately injected the last drop of human blood into Xiaohan's body. The blood entered Xiaohan's chest and instantly merged into his heart. As the heart is the driving force behind blood circulation, with this single drop of blood instantly flowing into the heart, the surrounding blood was instantly fused into one with it. And as the blood merged into Xiaohan's cells, the illusory figure he had seen earlier reappeared once more. Ah! A sigh escaped from the figure's lips, and in the next moment, the figure's fingertip gently pointed toward Xiaohan. A beam of light instantly vanished into Xiaohan's body. Dong! The next moment, the sound of heartbeats echoed through the surrounding void. Then, an immense amount of energy erupted from the single drop of blood. Xiaohan felt every cell in his body being intensely strengthened as the blood flowed through them. All the cells began to compress and shrink while simultaneously replicating at an unprecedented rate. In just an instant, the number of cells and molecules in Xiaohan's entire body more than doubled. However, since all his cells had also been compressed by half, his appearance remained unchanged. The only change was that the strength of his physical body and the structure of his entire body had been reinforced by a full hundredfold. However, this enhancement was merely the beginning. Dong! The heartbeat grew faster and faster, and Xiaohan's physical body began to be rapidly strengthened with each beat of his heart. 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times. Xiaohan's physical strength surges wildly. However, his cultivation realm remained stagnant at the 8th level of the Domain Lord realm. In other words, Xiaohan's combat talent continued to improve. At that very moment, a thread of stagnant blood was suddenly expelled from Xiaohan's body. Xiaohan knew that this strand of stagnant blood was the physical constitution he had previously replicated the berserker body. Clearly, the bloodline of the ancient human race was far superior to the berserker's body, so the berserker's body was directly pushed out by Xiaohan's new bloodline. Xiaohan was not the least bit surprised, as physical constitution is something that cannot coexist with another of the same kind. Moreover, the berserk bloodline was but an ant-like existence in the face of the ancient human race's bloodline. At the same time, Xiaohan felt that his understanding of the yin-yang law, the berserk law, the yen law, and the instant law was beginning to rise rapidly. Although the number of law runes remained unchanged, Xiaohan knew that he could now harness the true power of these laws. Not only that, but Xiaohan also sensed that his surroundings were filled with countless types of law energies. Though he had not yet comprehended these energies, he knew that with time and effort, he could master them as well. These were the terrifying aspects brought by the ancient human race's bloodline. To comprehend any law energy at will? Sigh. Isn't this defying the heavens? Xiaohan felt this and suddenly found it hard to believe. But the facts were right before his eyes. However, Xiaohan was unaware that the ancient human race's bloodline was also divided into tiers. Lower-tier individuals could only comprehend the law energies of the yellow rank. Intermediate-tier bloodlines can freely comprehend the law energies of both yellow and Xian ranks. The top-tier bloodlines could comprehend all Earth-tier, Mystic-tier, and Yellow-tier law energies at will. As for Heaven-tier law energies, only those with the most prestigious bloodline among the human race could comprehend them. Moreover, mastering them is not particularly difficult. However, even so, this level of bloodline is referred to by ancient humans as the innate Tao body. Of course, even the lowest-tier human bloodline is far superior to nearly all other races in the current world. After all, the power of the laws is not something that can be mastered simply by understanding it. As Xiaohan's heartbeat slowly returned to normal, he also slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully awakened the ancient bloodline and obtained the physique. Innate Tao body, a top-tier divine grade physique. One of the most advanced physiques in any universe. This physique grants the following abilities.
1. Physical strength is several times that of the same tier.
Current level, 100 times, and can be enhanced with the improvement of cultivation realm.
2. Law manipulation. When using law energy, its power is increased by 100 times, and can be further enhanced as cultivation level increases.
3. Law comprehension. Can observe all law energies in the world and freely learn all law energies below the heavenly realm.
Celestial tier law energies require a certain amount of time and innate talent.
4. Cultivation speed is the fastest among all beings in the universe. 5. Inborn ability.
Fusion with the Tao divine realm talent. Merge oneself into the Tao, gaining power countless times greater than one's own. Note, this skill requires a minimum level of supreme being to use.
Chapter 162, The Strongest Constitution in the Universe. The system's description was incredibly detailed.
Xiao Han looked at these descriptions and immediately felt that he had struck gold. At the same time, he felt that his physical body had begun to automatically cultivate itself since awakening this physique. The spiritual energy around him was surgingly into his body. Xiao Han felt that even without using the system, he could break through to the Realm Lord realm in less than a month.
Whoa! This is indeed the strongest physique in the universe. The effects are no joke. Xiao Han sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it! You awakened the Tianxian Dao body. However, what was even more unbelievable to Zhu Long was the fact that Xiao Han had awakened the.
At that moment, Zhu Long stared at Xiao Han with wide eyes, as if he were looking at a spirit.
This left Xiao Han momentarily speechless. It seems to be the innate Tao body. Is there something wrong with that? Xiao Han asked curiously. Isn't the blood from Zhu Long himself? How could he not know what level I could become? No, that's not right.
Zhu Long exclaimed in shock.
Did you even look at the creation scroll I showed you earlier?
Zhu Long sighed helplessly, rubbing his chin.
Xiao Han looked completely confused.
Could he have missed something?
Never mind, I'll tell you.
The human race was created by the Father God using his own blood, making you his direct descendants. Therefore, in terms of innate abilities, you are undoubtedly the most terrifying race in the entire universe. However, even among such a race, only one individual possesses the innate Tao body. However, that person vanished from the universe after becoming an ultimate being. If that person were still alive when the heavenly demons invade, the human race would never lose. Now, Xiao Han, a descendant of the human race from countless eras later, has awakened the innate Tao body simply by using a single drop of top-tier bloodline.
How could this not shock the ancestral dragon? Ha! Are you saying that my situation makes it impossible for me to awaken the innate Tao body? Xiao Han was taken aback. Not only that, but even awakening an intermediate-level bloodline is extremely difficult with just a single drop of top-tier bloodline. Awakening a top-tier bloodline is even more impossible, let alone the current innate Tao body. I had thought that if you could awaken an intermediate-level bloodline, it would already be a great blessing for the human race. Who would have known that you have now even awakened the innate Tao body? Zhu Long paused here, feeling a bit conflicted. Of course, as the guardian of the human race, he couldn't help but feel endless excitement. However, if he couldn't find the reason behind this, he wouldn't have much confidence either. Since I've awakened the innate Tao body, it can't possibly degenerate, can it?
Xiao Han looked at Zhu Long, who was deep in thought, and shook his head helplessly.
That's naturally impossible, unless you drain all your essence blood and give it away. Otherwise, bloodline degeneration is virtually impossible. Zhu Long nodded slightly. Then that settles it. Isn't it better that I've awakened the innate Tao body?
Xiao Han smiled at Zhu Long, who was still torn.
Zhu Long froze upon hearing this. Indeed, Xiao Han's current situation was truly extraordinary. But it's still a good thing, right? Since we can't find the cause, isn't it better to just accept it?
Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had figured out why he could awaken the innate Tao body. It was all because, in the instant his blood entered his body, he had glimpsed the back of the legendary god.
Could it be that the creator god also knew about the human race's situation and enhanced my bloodline power to the innate Tao body realm in order to revive the human race?
Thinking of this, Xiao Han's gaze flickered.
Revive the human race? Isn't that exactly what he had always wanted?
However, he had never imagined that the human race possessed such a formidable foundation. In other words, if he could find a way to awaken the ancient bloodline of the human race, their development would be utterly terrifying.
At that time, becoming the dominant power in the universe would no longer be a fantasy.
After all the current supreme beings are almost all the last-ditch measures left behind by the human race's supreme beings before their deaths. However, after countless eons, even if these supreme beings still harbored feelings of loyalty from the past, few would dare to allow the human race to once again rise above them. These simple truths are well understood by Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han must first accelerate the development of the human race while ensuring his own strength reaches a level that even the mightiest beings dare not underestimate. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that he won't be annihilated again by some traitorous supreme being. Xiao Han did not believe that the entire human race had truly been annihilated by the demon clan in the past. The path to rise is long and arduous. Xiao Han sighed helplessly. Well, the bloodline awakening has concluded, and my final mission is complete. Ah, how I long to witness the day when the human race rises again. Alas, my condition may not hold out until then. Zulong looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile, then spoke slowly. At the same time, his body began to slowly disintegrate. Oh, Xiao Han, there's one thing I want to ask of you. Just then, Zulong suddenly spoke to Xiao Han. Senior, please speak. If it is within my power, I will do it. Xiao Han bowed slightly. Zulong had waited countless eons with his remaining soul power, all for the hope that the human race might one day rise again. Such kindness, Xiao Han naturally would not forget. This is the Zuluo Dragon's order. Take it. In the future, the Dragon Clan will be your left and right arms in your rebirth. However, I still entrust you with this. If the Dragon Clan ever faces any danger in the future, please save my descendants. Xu Long spoke, then took out a token and handed it to Xiao Han. His gaze lingered fondly on all the divine dragons of the Northern Dragon Clan beyond the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Elder's instructions, Xiao Han would never forget. Xiao Han accepted the Ancestral Dragon's token and bowed respectfully toward the slowly fading figure of the Ancestral Dragon. Ha, with your words, I can rest easy. Zulong burst into laughter upon hearing Xiao Han's words. In the next instant, the last remnant of his soul instantly transformed into an endless surge of destructive energy. This destructive energy split into two streams. One instantly surged into Xiao Han's body, while the other shot skyward in the next instant. Outside, a terrifying aura erupted from the northern skies of the Divine Dragon, sending shivers down the spines of countless living beings. All beings with dragon blood in the northern region of the Divine Dragon felt a sensation as though it were coming from their father. In the next instant, the entire Dragon Soul northern region erupted with endless brilliance. This brilliance surged into the starry sky, instantly transforming into the terrifying silhouette of a divine dragon spanning trillions of light years. Countless powerful beings throughout the universe, even the mightiest of them, paled at the sight of this shadow. The Ancestral Dragon's shadow? Impossible. The Ancestral Dragon has been dead for ages. The Ancestral Dragon's shadow has reappeared. What on earth is happening? Is the cosmic catastrophe about to strike once more? Countless powerful beings gazed toward the direction of the Ancestral Dragon, unable to resist bowing slightly toward the Ancestral Dragon's illusory form from the depths of their hearts. Immediately afterward, a thunderous dragon's roar, with a might that shook the heavens and earth, echoed throughout the entire universe. Chapter 163, The Illusory Form of the Ancestral Dragon, Shockwaves Across the Realm. Xiao Han's consciousness returned to his physical body once more. He was still at the bottom of the Dragon Transformation Pool. His gaze pierced through the heavens, fixated on the arrogant Ancestral Dragon's ethereal form. Elder, farewell. Xiao Han bowed slowly, offering his final blessings to this ancient powerhouse. Perhaps sensing Xiao Han's voice, the Ancestral Dragon's illusory form shattered instantly. It transformed into countless specks of light, scattering across the entire northern region of the Divine Dragon. In an instant, all beings with dragon blood in the northern region of the Divine Dragon, whether they were powerful pure-blooded divine dragons or merely dragons with a single thread of dragon blood, felt their dragon blood power surging rapidly. However, at this moment, not a single descendant of the Dragon Clan felt joy. All gazed toward the direction where the Ancestral Dragon had vanished with unbearable sorrow. Roar! Roar! Immediately afterward, countless dragon cries echoed throughout the entire northern region of the Divine Dragon realm. It seemed as though they were all bidding farewell to the Ancestral Dragon. Not only the Northern Dragon realm, but the entire Star Beast Alliance and the alliance of intelligent races. Any powerful beings who caught sight of the Ancestral Dragon's afterimage all silently gazed in that direction. The alliance of wise races, the Yangshan Cosmic Realm. In a small world that existed independently, beneath a towering tree with black and white stripes, an old man dressed in white bowed slowly toward the distance. Why are you bowing in that direction? A delicate young girl stood beside him, curiously asking the same question. This little girl was none other than Yangshan Shuiyun, who had previously given Xiao Han a wooden carving. However, he was one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. The Yangshan Supreme Being. He was the son of the former Yin Yang Supreme Being and the heir to the Yin Yang Supreme Being. Shuiyun must not be impolite. Kneel before the Ancestral Dragon Master at once. The Yangshan Supreme Being, who had never scolded his granddaughter before, spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Shuiyun was startled and immediately knelt in that direction. Shuiyun, remember this, the Dragon Clan and our Yin Yang Divine Tree Clan are sworn allies. If the Dragon Clan ever faces danger in the future, our Yin Yang Divine Tree Clan will risk our lives to save them. The Supreme Being of the Yang Divine Realm spoke solemnly to Shuiyun. Yangshan Shuiyun nodded respectfully upon hearing this. Due to her upbringing, she seemed to understand why he was so serious.
You must know that in ancient times, the first three supreme beings were the ancestral dragon, the ancestral phoenix, and the ancestral qilin.
The ancestral dragon possessed 4 types of law-based powers, and each of them had reached the level of a supreme being. Their power far surpassed that of ordinary supreme beings. The ancestral phoenix and the qilin ancestor were no different, each possessing 2 or 3 types of law power that had reached the level of a supreme being.
Moreover, these law energies all contained law energies of the heavenly rank.
Therefore, in ancient times, all supreme beings were considered inferiors in the presence of the 3 ancient ancestors. The yin-yang ancestor was a sapling of the yin-yang divine tree discovered by Jerome, which he cultivated into its current form.
The ancestral dragon is akin to a father figure to the yin-yang ancestral elder.
Not only the Yangshan clan, but also other races with ties to the dragon clan all bowed respectfully toward the north, where the dragon god resides. Within the Dragon Valley of the Demon Dragon Clan, Xiaohan's figure remained at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. Before the ancestral dragon vanished, it had infused a strand of its power into his body. This force was filled with endless destructive power. This violent force of destruction surged into Xiaohan's spiritual sea. Upon witnessing this, Xiaohan's brows furrowed. In the next moment, his consciousness began to frantically analyze this foreign force of destruction. As he analyzed it, the destructive law energy began to slowly transform into Xiaohan's own law energy. These law energies began to form a law crystal in Xiaohan's spiritual sea, identical to the other law crystals of different types. Soon after, law runes began to emerge on the surface of the law crystal. As Xiaohan's understanding of the destruction law deepened, the number of law runes continued to increase. Finally, as the last trace of the destructive law force left by the ancestral dragon dissipated, the number of destructive law runes in Xiaohan's possession reached a level 10 times greater than that of the other types of law runes.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering the destruction law. Current number of destruction law runes, 1000.
At the same time, a system notification sounded in Xiaohan's mind.
From this point onward, Xiaohan once again possessed a powerful law force.
Of course, Zhu Long had only granted Xiaohan the opportunity to comprehend the destruction law. Without his innate Tao body, it would have been impossible for him to master the law's power to this extent so quickly. However, this was also due to the environment provided by Zhu Long. Otherwise, even if Xiaohan could comprehend the destruction law, it would have taken at least several hundred years. This was an incredibly terrifying speed for anyone, even with A. After all, the power of the destruction law was the most destructive among all heaven-tier laws.
Even the yin-yang law is far inferior.
After all, the yin-yang law is, in a certain sense, merely a combination of 2 earth-tier laws. Though powerful, it still falls short of true heaven-tier law power.
Moreover, the yin-yang law is more inclined toward support, such as reversing yin and yang.
The destruction law, however, is a pure combat-oriented law power.
System, display my current attribute table. Xiaohan directly addressed the system.
After all, his current strength had increased by more than 100-fold.
Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human. Martial arts realm, domain lord, 8th tier. Supreme domain, 5th tier 01000, strength bonus, 1000x. Constitution, innate Tao body god tier top tier, overall enhancement, 100x.
Occupation, Zo tier advanced alchemist, 01000, Zo tier advanced array master 01000.
Dragon's might, 333 bloodline boost, 100x. Flying dragon speed, 333 bloodline boost, 100x. Dragon soul, 333 bloodline enhancement 100 times.
Technique, Yin Yang Sacred Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000. Combat Techniques, Sword Technique Domain Lord Advanced, 01000. Skill, Flaming Domain Divine / Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 0100009 Heavens Thunderling Step Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 World Shaking Thunder Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 Heavens Will Divine Calculation Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 Crimson Flame Sword Technique Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000 Yin Yang Divine / Heavily Rank, Domain Lord Advanced, 01000. Law Power, Destruction Law Heavily Rank, 1000 Law Runes, 0100000 Yin Yang Law Heavily Rank, 100 Law Runes, 0100000 Other Law Powers, 3 types Earth Rank, 1000 Law Runes, 0100000. Equipment, Yin Yang Divine Dragon Armor Heavily Rank, Cosmic Rank Advanced, 01000. Blood Drinking Mad Blade Heavily Rank, Cosmic Rank Advanced, 01000. Storage Ring Heavily Rank, Cosmic Rank Advanced, 01000.
Enhancement upgrade points, 1.
Note, from now on, law power will only display heaven-tier law power.
All others will be counted by quantity. Chapter 164, The Ancestral Dragon's Edict. All dragon clans of the world dare not disobey. Boom!
After his power surged, Xiaohan shot straight up into the sky from the dragon transformation pool.
The terrifying aura emanating from his body caused the surrounding space to begin collapsing wildly. At that moment, Xiaohan seemed to have transformed into a supermassive black hole. As Xiaohan suppressed his aura, all the abnormal phenomena vanished instantly. Xiaohan, over here. Over here. Xiaobao hurriedly waved his fleshy dragon claws at Xiaohan. Xiaohan smiled and instantly teleported in front of Xiaobao. Why is there still no dragon bloodline fluctuation on your body? At that moment, Kalina stood solemnly before Xiaohan and spoke with a serious expression. It was important to note that Xiaohan still had no trace of dragon blood in his aura, which meant he was not a dragon. However, the series of dramatic events that had just unfolded all seemed to hint at the appearance of the ancestral dragon and a possible connection to Xiaohan. Xiaohan did not explain, but instead immediately produced the ancestral dragon's order. Boom! However, as soon as the ancestral dragon's order appeared, all the dragons present were filled with terror and collapsed to the ground with an incredibly respectful posture. This act of kneeling seemed to stem from their very bloodline. Even the dragon cubs around them collapsed to the ground with a thud, unable to move. The Zhurong order. Imosha couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the token radiating the majesty of the ancestral dragon. At that moment, everyone present finally understood that the Zhurong's illusory form had indeed appeared because of Xiaohan. But why would a person without dragon bloodline trigger the ancestral dragon's illusory form? Regardless of the confusion, there was no changing the fact that Xiaohan had now become the most revered existence within the entire Divine Dragon clan. It was well known that once the Zuluo Edict was issued, even dragons of the supreme sovereign rank must obey its commands. Of course, only dragons of that caliber had the right to resist. Otherwise, even dragons of the immortal realm would be controlled by Xiaohan under the pressure of the ancestral dragon's edict. Seeing how powerful the ancestral dragon's edict was, Xiaohan immediately put it away. Stand up. All of you must keep this matter strictly confidential, do not utter a word. Xiaohan spoke calmly to the demon dragons. After all, Xiaohan's current strength was not yet formidable, and he had no interest in testing whether those dragon ancestors of the supreme being level would all obey his commands. Even the ancestral dragon couldn't control so many dragon ancestors with just a single token. However, once Xiaohan reached the level of a supreme being, he believed that with the token, he could make the entire dragon clan his subordinates if he so desired. And this was one of the gifts the ancestral dragon had bestowed upon Xiaohan before its consciousness faded away. For now, Xiaohan would focus on enhancing his own strength. Strictly follow the ancestral teachings. Strictly adhere to the ancestral teachings. Strictly follow the ancestral teachings. No dragon dared to disobey Xiaohan's orders. Even the young dragons followed suit, mimicking their elders and responding in a soft, childlike voice. Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. From now on, only those present would know about today's events, unless his strength one day reached a level where he could reveal his possession of the ancestral dragon order. By the way, I'm heading to the cosmic battlefield. As for Xiaobao, I plan to take him with me. However, at that very moment, Xiaohan spoke up. His words left Karina speechless. Ancestral Emperor, this. Xiaobao's strength is still too weak. If the Ancestral Emperor is the honorific title for those who possess the ancestral dragon order within the dragon clan. Kalingna panicked immediately. After all, Xiaobao had only just begun his cultivation, and even with Xiaohan's protection, he would struggle to survive in the entire cosmic battlefield. After all, Xiaohan's cultivation realm was only at the 8th level of the Domain Lord realm. In the cosmic battlefield, the most powerful beings were super strong warriors who would reach the peak of the Realm Lord realm, having mastered over 2,000, or even 3,000, law runes. Such beings, if they were to engage in combat, could annihilate even Domain Lords at the peak of their realm with their aftereffects alone. Let alone Xiaohan, who was only at the 8th level of the Domain Lord realm. Boom! However, the moment Karina finished speaking, an endless torrent of terrifying energy erupted from Xiaohan's body. Simultaneously, waves of terrifying destructive energy roared out from his body. These waves of destructive energy instantly knocked everyone present to their knees, including even the powerful Realm Lord level experts like Karina. Everyone was left speechless and helpless. How many times had they knelt on this day? However, this time everyone was utterly shocked. Because a Domain Lord of the 8th rank had managed to force hundreds of Realm Lords to kneel on the ground, unable to move, simply by relying on the overwhelming pressure of the laws of the universe. Such power was truly terrifying beyond belief. How about that? My strength may not be much elsewhere, but in this universe where the strongest are only at the Realm Lord limit, I still have some chance of survival, right? Xiaohan smiled slightly and then addressed Kalingna and the others. Since that's the case, Little Bao will entrust you to the Ancestral Emperor. Kalingna immediately spoke to Xiaohan with respect. Xiaobao, still looking dazed, was suddenly grabbed by Xiaohan's large hand. The next moment, Xiaohan touched the ground with his foot and instantly flew toward the cosmic starry sky. Like the Alliance of the Wise Races, the Dragon Soul Northern region also had some teleportation arrays leading to the cosmic battlefield. However, Xiaohan no longer needed those things. After billions of teleports, Xiaohan finally managed to escape the gravitational pull of the Dragon Soul North. After all, the Dragon Soul North was simply too vast. This teleportation alone had cost Xiaohan over a week of time. Let's set up the teleportation array first. Xiaohan looked down at the Dragon Soul North and sighed in relief. Such a vast expanse existed nowhere else in the entire universe. After all, the Dragon Soul North was home to dozens of super-powered beings of the Supreme Being level. He then took out hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones and used the system to upgrade them all into hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate between low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, and high-grade spirit stones was the same. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones equaled 1 high-grade spirit stone. A single high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to the entire fortune of a domain lord. This expenditure alone cost Xiaohan hundreds of millions of mid-grade spirit stones in energy. That amounted to hundreds of enhancement upgrade points. After all, the energy consumed by a single enhancement upgrade point is roughly equivalent to that of a single high-grade spirit stone. It took Xiaohan an entire week to convert all those hundreds of millions of mid-grade spirit stones into upgrade points. If they had all been high-grade spirit stones, Xiaohan could have converted them all in an instant. As for Xiao Bao, he was lying in Xiaohan's storage ring, training relentlessly. Thanks to his exceptional talent, he had already elevated his strength to the Star Sea realm in just a few days. It's worth noting that Xiaohan had gone to great lengths for Xiao Bao's cultivation, even setting up a cultivation chamber within his storage ring which had already become a self-contained realm and upgrading it to the Domain Lord realm. His cultivation speed had increased by 10,000 times. With the combined effects of both, Xiao Bao's strength had reached the terrifying Star Sea realm in just 1 week. Let's get started. Xiaohan took a deep breath and instantly channeled all the spirit stones in his hands into the void. Chapter 165, Cosmic Battlefield. The Cosmic Battlefield. It was a terrifying northern region jointly constructed by the Heavenly Demon Clan, the Intelligent Race, and the Star Beast Clan. It is located at the junction of the three races. As for why this northern realm was constructed, the reason is simple. As invaders, the celestial demons are now isolated and cannot return, but they are well aware of their mission, to conquer the entire universe. However, without the endless supply of powerful beings from beyond the universe, the Celestial Demon Clan has begun to cherish their formidable combat strength. It is important to note that while the celestial demons are powerful, their method of reproduction relies on nurturing their offspring with their own essence blood. The loss of essence blood depletes their strength significantly. Some eternal level warriors, if they frequently reproduce, will see their strength plummet, and falling below the eternal level is a common occurrence. To minimize such occurrences, the only solution for the Heavenly Demon Clan is to reduce the sacrifices among their high-ranking members. Unless, of course, the universe is once again connected. Of course, such a possibility is extremely remote. After all, this barrier was constructed by sacrificing the lives of nearly all the most powerful beings in this universe. Its durability is such that breaking it would require an invincible being who has attained supreme power by mastering dozens of cosmic laws. However, such a being does not exist within the entire Demon Clan. In other words, the Tianhua clan is currently just existing in a state of aimless existence. Though they do contemplate eliminating the original inhabitants of the universe, they have no urgent plans to do so. Some have even abandoned that notion entirely. Nevertheless, battles must still be fought, as it would be unbecoming of their status to do otherwise. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon Clan agreed to create this cosmic battlefield. As for the intelligent races and the Star Beast Clan, their thoughts are largely the same, but what is more important is to quickly deplete the core forces of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Thus, the three major factions tacitly collaborated to construct this cosmic battlefield, which is no smaller than the Northern Dragon Realm, as a testing ground for the strongest beings in the universe. However, it must be said that those who gain fame in this cosmic battlefield tend to have promising futures, which is why more and more people are joining the battles there. However, there is a strict rule within the cosmic battlefield: no beings of the eternal realm or above are allowed to participate. First, the three major races do not want to lose such powerful beings. Second, if eternal level or higher beings engage in combat, a single death could result in the loss of countless lives. The cosmic battlefield is meant for testing, not as a playground for the strong to eliminate others. Of course, for those who are too talented, the three major factions will send powerful warriors to secretly assassinate them. However, to reach this level, one must at least be at the level of a Saint Sun. Just as the edge of the cosmic battlefield trembled with a spatial fluctuation, a figure suddenly appeared in the starry sky. As the fluctuations subsided, a youth clad in black and white armor, wielding a long sword that seemed to drip blood, appeared in the void. Finally, he's here. Xiaohan let out a slight sigh of relief. This time, he had directly constructed a Zhou-level peak tier array, and this array was a terrifying Tian tier quality teleportation array. Though it couldn't compare to the eternal level interstellar teleportation array, Xiaohan had infused all his instant law energy into it and activated the array at full power at the cost of it being destroyed after a single use. In the end, it successfully teleported Xiaohan to this starry sky in a single attempt.
Such a miraculous feat could only be achieved by Xiao Han. After all, the instant law is a subordinate law of the spatial law, specifically designed for instant teleportation. In terms of attack power, the instant law may not be as formidable, but in terms of support, it has saved Xiao Han's life countless times. First, I need to recover. Otherwise, I might be intercepted and killed the moment I enter. Xiao Han glanced at the vast, terrifying northern expanse in the distance and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He then crossed his legs and sat in mid-air, beginning to restore the law power and all his true essence that had been depleted. Boom! As Xiao Han began his cultivation, all the spiritual energy and law energies within several light years of him surged toward his body. Such an immense amount of law energy formed a terrifying energy vortex around Xiao Han. If even a slightly weaker realm master level expert were to enter this energy vortex, they would likely be crushed to pieces. As time passed second by second, Xiao Han's true essence energy also began to recover at an astonishing speed. Ha! There's actually a little cutie here. Cultivating here. Die. However, at that moment, a maniacal laugh echoed in Xiao Han's mind. The next moment, a terrifying sword beam instantly slashed toward Xiao Han. The power contained within that sword beam had reached the peak of the Realm Lord tier. The attack's intensity was a staggering 500,000 dragon force. Although the person who unleashed this attack was only at the 7th level of the Realm Lord realm, the sword beam hurtled toward Xiao Han at an unimaginable speed. However, just as the sword beam was about to strike Xiao Han and kill him with a single blow, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. There really are some reckless fools. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly, then gently pointed his fingertip toward the void. In the next instant, a burst of yen energy erupted from Xiao Han's fingertips. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the blue beam of light pierced through the sword beam unleashed by the realm-level powerhouse. The sword beam shattered into countless specks of light in the starry sky. Impossible! The assassin cried out in shock, and in the next instant, he was pierced through the forehead, his divine soul energy completely annihilated. Immediately afterward, a green light surged out from his body and instantly merged into Xiao Han's body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained life energy. Strengthening upgrade points, 3,200. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the law of light. Law power strength, 1 law rune. 2 system notifications echoed instantly in Xiao Han's mind. This individual was a superpowered being whose strength had reached the 7th rank of the Realm Lord realm, yet the attacks he unleashed had reached the peak of the Realm Lord realm. However, his cultivation realm remains at the 7th rank, so his physical strength should be around 640,000 dragon power. According to the system's absorption ratio of 1/20, Xiao Han absorbed over 3,200 enhancement upgrade points from the opponent. Not only that, but the opponent was also a powerful individual possessing the light law of the Xian tier law, so their law power was directly absorbed by Xiao Han. Indeed, this is the cosmic battlefield. Even a random opponent here possesses over 3,000 enhancement upgrade points. Thinking of this, Xiao Han licked his lips. It seemed like he had come to the right place this time. He then looked toward the distant cosmic battlefield and noticed that every few billion light-years along its edge, there was an interstellar teleportation array. Chapter 166, The Heavenly Demon Hunt. In the future, if Xiao Han wanted to return, he could simply board these teleportation arrays and return directly to the Alliance of Intelligent Species. Of course, if he wanted to return to the Shuojin Cosmic Kingdom, Xiao Han would have to find an interstellar teleportation array connected to the Shuojin Cosmic Kingdom. In other words, for Xiao Han to return now was virtually impossible, unless he could spend several months teleporting to the vicinity of the interstellar teleportation array connected to the Shuojin Cosmic Kingdom. However, traversing such a vast distance would require him to kill so many enemies along the way that his strength could reach the peak of the Realm Lord realm. It is said that each teleportation array has corresponding bounty measures, and these measures are based on hunting celestial demons, with unified standards enforced by both the Star Beast Alliance and the Alliance of Intelligent Races. Thinking of this, Xiao Han tapped his foot and teleported toward the nearest interstellar teleportation array. Fortunately, his coordinates were precise. Therefore, the distance to the station was not far. After just a few teleports, Xiao Han arrived at the nearest star-level teleportation array. Beyond the teleportation array lay a vast city. Above the city, a massive protective array that blocked out the sun enveloped an area of over 10,000 light-years. This array was an eternal-level protective array. It not only protected the interstellar teleportation array but also all living beings within a radius of over 10,000 light-years. It was the interstellar teleportation array of the Xianshui Cosmic Kingdom. Upon seeing the attire worn by the guards within the city, Xiao Han immediately guessed their origin. As long as they were from the Alliance of Intelligent Races, it would be fine. After all, if they were from the Star Beast Alliance, they might end up being surrounded and attacked. As for the Heavenly Demon Alliance, Xiao Han could only wait for death, as these outposts were guarded by immortal-level powerhouses. Xiao Han's frail body wouldn't stand a single blow from them. After verifying his identity as a member of the Intelligent Species Alliance, Xiao Han successfully entered the city.
The largest structure in the entire city was naturally the Bounty Hunters Guild, built outside the interstellar teleportation array. Xiao Han's target was naturally this place. After all, the corpses of the heavenly demons he had slain could be exchanged for money here. However, the prerequisite was to first register as a bounty hunter. After a few teleports, Xiao Han successfully arrived at the Bounty Hunter Guild. After undergoing strength verification, realm verification, and identity confirmation, Xiao Han obtained a black badge from a self-service window. Engraved on the badge were 6 golden stars. Xiao Ling, what does this mean? Xiao Han asked Xiao Ling, the AI on his smartwatch, curiously. Master, the rankings among bounty hunters are determined by the number of targets killed and the level of the opponents defeated, replied Xiao Ling. You are now a 6-star bounty hunter. You are also the lowest ranked bounty hunter among all bounty hunters. As long as you eliminate the corresponding opponents under the supervision of the virtual universe, you can upgrade your rank. Xiao Ling's words made Xiao Han nod slightly. He then asked Xiao Ling about the strength corresponding to each star rating. In other words, a 1-star bounty hunter has combat power equivalent to the lower level of the Star Sea realm. 2 stars are intermediate, and 3 stars are advanced? Xiao Han nodded slightly. Yes, Master. At 4 stars, it's equivalent to the lower tier Domain Lord, and 5 stars is the intermediate tier Domain Lord. Following this logic, 9 stars would be equivalent to the advanced tier Realm Lord, which is equivalent to Realm Lord levels 7 to 10. The limit of a Realm Lord is 10 stars, which means one has mastered 1,000 Dao Law runes. Of course, above that there are 11-star, 12-star, and 13-star levels. According to legend, reaching 14-star bounty hunter status grants strength comparable to the weakest eternal tier powerhouses. Therefore, the star rating of a bounty hunter is directly linked to their strength. The higher the star rank, the stronger the power, as some geniuses can even defeat opponents of higher ranks. Additionally, the higher the star rating, the greater the discounts available for shopping in the virtual universe, with even larger discounts at the Bounty Hunter Guild. Xiao Ling spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. These ranking systems made Xiao Han nod slightly. It seemed like he could potentially improve his star rating accordingly. After all, being able to keep those without discernment at a distance would save him time from wasting it on insignificant individuals. Since that's the case, I'll go hunting first. Oh, and help me purchase the latest map of demon gatherings. Xiao Han said to Xiao Ling. Yes, Master. Xiao Ling replied respectfully. As for the money, Xiao Han had previously killed a high-ranking realm master who had quite a few high-grade spirit stones. Xiao Han had just exchanged them all for cosmic coins at the Bounty Hunter Guild. Thousands of high-grade spirit stones only exchanged for a few cosmic coins, but it was more than enough for Xiao Han to purchase the map. The master has already purchased it. After speaking, Xiao Ling immediately opened the map and a projection of the map appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. The map only marked the area within 1 million light-years of the surrounding area, and the map was covered with countless light points. Xiao Ling, find the area with the densest cluster of light points. Xiao Han said again. In the next moment, Xiao Ling marked a small circle on the map, and the map began to zoom in rapidly. Ultimately, a group of tens of thousands of demonic beings appeared before Xiao Han. Of course, the data on these demonic beings indicated that most were at the Starsea realm, with only a small number of domain lords and realm lords, and at the forefront was a demonic being at the peak of the realm lord realm. Master, this is the largest group of celestial demons in this entire map. Xiao Ling spoke respectfully to Xiao Han. That's already quite impressive. Xiao Han nodded slightly, then fixed his gaze on a direction. Instantly, he teleported and vanished from his original spot. It's important to note that before coming to the northern region of the Divine Dragon, Xiao Han could teleport 10 light-years in a single instant. Now, not only has he elevated his teleportation power to the level of the teleportation law, but he also possesses 100 law runes. Additionally, he has attained the innate Dao body. Combining these two abilities, Xiao Han can now teleport a full million light-years in a single instant. This was enough to cover the entire map's range. Such an terrifying teleportation distance is something only eternal-level powerhouses in the universe can achieve. Damn it, why are there so many heavenly demons here? In the cosmic battlefield, a small squad of hundreds of Starsea realm cultivators looked around at the swarming 4-winged heavenly demons flapping their wings and felt despair fill their hearts. Among these 4-winged celestial demons, 6-winged celestial demons were also soaring through the air. It is important to note that the power of a 4-winged demon is equivalent to that of a Starsea realm expert, let alone these 6-winged demons, whose strength rivals that of a domain lord. Their squad of hundreds had only a domain lord level leader, yet this leader was instantly killed by a 6-winged demon. Kill them all. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the sky. In the next instant, a demon with 8 blood-red wings on its back coldly bore down on the small squad. Chapter 167, a single stroke slaughters a million heavenly demons. Ah! No, don't kill me. Run away quickly. Screams echoed throughout the surrounding void. This small squad was also in a dire situation. The strongest among them was only a domain lord, so the map they had purchased only covered a radius of 1,000 light years. In theory, there should be countless demons within this range for these squads to hunt, but who would have thought that there was such a massive demon army stationed right at the edge of the map? Moreover, this demon army seemed to have just arrived here, so the news hadn't spread yet. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad was wiped out. However, at that very moment, a spatial fluctuation rippled through the sky, and Xiao Han's figure appeared in the void. And the moment he appeared, he saw the squad that had already been wiped out. There's still someone left? A six-winged demon just happened to be beside Xiao Han. Spotting Xiao Han's sudden appearance, it let out a savage laugh, instilling a massive sword in its hands, and charged toward Xiao Han with a slash. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the giant sword struck Xiao Han's yin-yang divine dragon armor. Boom! In the next instant, something happened that caused the six-winged demon's expression to change drastically. The gigantic sword he hated suddenly exploded into pieces. In the next instant, Xiao Han's figure appeared behind the six-winged heavenly demon amidst a spatial fluctuation. In the next instant, Xiao Han's massive hand directly gripped the six-winged heavenly demon's head. Boom! As Xiao Han's right hand exerted a slight force, the six-winged heavenly demon's head exploded instantly. Its soul was also crushed into a swirling mass of energy in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 16 enhancement upgrade points. With a system notification sound, the six-winged heavenly demon was instantly killed by Xiao Han. Oh? There's actually a stronger opponent? Kill that brat. Seeing his own six-winged heavenly demon instantly killed by Xiao Han, the eight-winged heavenly demon furrowed his brows and immediately waved his hand. Immediately, countless demonic beings numbering in the tens of thousands surged toward Xiao Han at his command. A bunch of cannon fodder dare to act so brazenly. Xiao Han sneered disdainfully, quickly extending his right hand. In the next moment, his hand flipped, and a blue flame appeared in his palm. Humph! With a cold snort from Xiao Han, the flame erupted, sending countless sparks surging outward in all directions. Impossible! What kind of flame is this? Leader, save us! Screams of terror echoed through the air. Put! Amidst the sounds of burning, one after another, the four-winged and six-winged celestial demons charging forward were all incinerated into nothingness by Xiao Han's flames. The speed of the sparks was terrifying. Even the eight-winged demon from the city of Tianhu didn't have time to react before his body was scorched by the sparks, leaving dozens of fist-sized holes. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? The eight-winged demon was writhing in agony, swinging his demonic sword wildly at the sparks flying from Xiao Han. However, after slicing through just a few sparks, his demonic blade was already completely destroyed. In the next instant, countless sparks engulfed him, completely incinerating this heavenly demon of the eight-winged heavenly demon clan, whose strength had reached the mid-stage of the eight-winged heavenly demon realm. At the same time, all the other heavenly demons in the vicinity were also completely annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 800 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 level up points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 4 upgrade points. Xiao Han's single move directly killed one eight-winged heavenly demon, dozens of six-winged heavenly demons, and tens of thousands of four-winged heavenly demons, yet he only obtained less than 1,000 upgrade points. Well, with such a small number of level up points, it seems more profitable to kill stronger enemies. Xiao Han said helplessly. However, the number of heavenly demons I saw on the map doesn't seem that low. Suddenly, Xiao Han furrowed his brows. He immediately sent his divine sense toward the surrounding area. Everything within a light-year radius was completely enveloped by Xiao Han's divine sense. They're hiding underground? Are they planning an ambush? Xiao Han sensed that there were millions of demon army troops underground and his brows furrowed once more. Because this wave of demonic troops far exceeded the numbers recorded on the map. As Xiao Han used his divine sense to probe the surroundings, he was instantly detected by the demonic beings underground. Who cares? I was just worried about not being able to find any demonic beings. The more, the better. Regardless of what these demonic beings were up to, they had nothing to do with Xiao Han. All he wanted now was to kill them. With that thought, Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly, and the next moment, the blood-drinking mad blade appeared in his hand. In the next instant, an endless torrent of terrifying power began to erupt from within Xiao Han's body. This power surged into the blood-drinking mad blade in Xiao Han's hand. Flame Domain Divine Slash. With a low shout, Xiao Han gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands, and the tip plunged heavily into the ground. Boom! With a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, the ground beneath Xiao Han's feet began to tremble violently. Boom! Immediately, countless terrifying blue flame pillars erupted from the ground with unstoppable force. In an instant, the entire sky and earth were engulfed by these flames. Within a radius of 1 light year, the earth was scorched into nothingness by this terrifying force. Damn it, who is it? At that very moment, a furious voice echoed from beneath the ground.
In the next moment, several demonic beings with 8 wings on their backs and bodies engulfed in blue flames burst out of the ground. Xiao Han's Yen Law had been enhanced to a terrifying 100 law runes, and with the bonus from his innate divine physique, the power he unleashed was on par with the peak of a realm lord. Although it was an area attack, it still left several 8-winged demon lords at the peak of a realm lord's power tasting bitter defeat. What was even more infuriating was that the team they had painstakingly brought along to ambush the super genius of the Xianshui Universe Kingdom was instantly annihilated by Xiao Han. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 800 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,600 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3,200 upgrade points. At that very moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Xiao Han's mind. With just a single move, Xiao Han had directly eliminated dozens of realm lords and thousands of domain lords. As for the Starsea realm demons, over 1 million were killed outright. Such a terrifying number directly boosted Xiao Han's upgrade points to an astonishing 870,000. Oh? Finally showing up? What's the matter? Isn't being a mouse underground fun enough? Xiao Han glanced at the few powerful beings before him, whose strength was at the peak of the realm lord realm, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Chapter 168, The Holy Sun. Luo Shui. Realm Lord limit. Xiao Han had never feared such power. After all, the minimum standard for Realm Lord limit was merely 1,000 law runes, while Xiao Han currently possessed 1,000 law runes of the Destruction Law, and with his innate Dao body and the terrifying might of the Destruction Law itself, his 1,000 law runes could unleash the power of 3,000 law runes. At this level of strength, one can directly attain enlightenment through the power of laws, becoming an eternal level being with an immortal lifespan. Therefore, Xiao Han's strength can be said to be unmatched below the eternal level. Who are you, boy? Could it be that the Xianshui Universe Kingdom knows we're ambushing all the forces sent to stop you? The lead demon general, a realm lord at the peak of his power, extinguished all the flames on his body and coldly addressed Xiao Han. The other few realm lords at the peak of their power also mobilized all their strength to extinguish the incredibly stubborn flames of Yen. They kept a watchful eye on Xiao Han. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the flame law rune count, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the water law rune count, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering the darkness law rune count, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. At that very moment, the system automatically absorbed the opponent's law power. Xiao Han had already activated the system's automatic comprehension feature earlier. Whenever he encountered a law power he didn't possess, the system would automatically learn it. Extremely convenient. However, this also consumed a massive amount of upgrade points for Xiao Han, as each law rune with a value of 1,000 required a significant number of upgrade points to learn. HM? Are you here to ambush the people of the Xianshui Universe Kingdom? Who ordered you to make such a big fuss? Xiao Han asked the few boundary masters at the peak of their strength with curiosity. They're here to ambush me. Just then, a cold voice echoed from behind Xiao Han. Immediately afterward, an endless chill radiated toward them from the distance. Xiao Han slowly turned around and saw a young man dressed in a blue robe, holding an ice blue long sword, standing not far from him. Earth Tier Xian Ice Law? Xiao Han was taken aback, and the sword in the other's hand caused his pupils to contract. It was a holy tier weapon. However, the young man's cultivation level was merely at the 4th level of the Realm Lord realm. However, the aura he emitted was on par with that of a typical realm lord at their peak. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Xianbing law rune count, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. At that moment, the system automatically absorbed the opponent's law energy. After all, it was Earth tier law power, far surpassing the law power of other realm lords at their peak. Moreover, Xiao Han now understood why the opponent's aura was so powerful. By increasing the number of law runes to 1,000, their strength had naturally reached the peak of a realm lord. The flaming law? Your strength is formidable. However, may I have their lives? Upon seeing Xiao Han's law power, the young man furrowed his brows. It seemed as though he had a slight aversion to the flame law. After all, the Xianbing law is a water attribute law, while the Yen law is a fire attribute law, two laws that are inherently opposed to one another. Of course, this was only in response to Xiao Han's law power. He remained courteous toward Xiao Han himself, at least in his own eyes. It's not that bad. Since they came looking for you, I'll just give it to you. Xiao Han didn't care either, and besides, he wanted to see how strong the other party was. Thank you very much. The young man bowed slightly to Xiao Han, and instantly, the icy sword in his hand erupted with endless cold energy, freezing the ground in an instant. Within a range of hundreds of billions of kilometers, everything was directly frozen by the terrifying cold air. Even the surrounding space began to crackle, as if the cold air were just a hair's breadth away from freezing the very fabric of reality. Luo Shui, I didn't expect even you to know we were ambushing here.
The leader of the 8-winged heavenly demons frowned upon seeing Luo Shui. Was their security so lax? They had thought that leaking a little information would lure the enemy here, but it had been disrupted by Xiao Han. Moreover, even their target, Luo Shui, seemed to have already known their plans. Enough talk. Die. However, Luo Shui did not respond. Instead, he coldly growled, and in the next moment, his feet touched the ground, and his figure charged directly towards several peak-level realm masters. You insolent brat! Do you think we're no match for you just because we're injured? How arrogant! Humph! Kill him! One after another, the heavenly demons at the peak of the Realm Lord realm coldly snorted, then unleashed all their power, unleashing terrifying law-based attacks. Water, darkness, and fire-attributed law energy shattered the surrounding void layer by layer. All this power at the peak of the Realm Lord realm was unleashed. A single sword slashed across the sky, freezing all worlds in ice. However, at that very moment, Luo Shui intervened. With a low growl, he swiftly drew his sword. Endless streams of mystical ice energy erupted directly from his hands. Terrifying sword beams froze the surrounding void. The sword beams struck the law-based attacks unleashed by several demon lords at the peak of their power. Boom! In the next instant, dozens of terrifying explosions echoed throughout the surrounding space spanning several light years. What surprised Xiao Han was that after shattering several Realm Lord-level law attacks, Luo Shui's sword did not dissipate but instead sliced through the void, striking one after another of the 8-winged demon lords. Instantly, several 8-winged demon lords were frozen solid by the terrifying cold. With such power, you dare to come and assassinate me? Absolutely ridiculous. Luo Shui arrogantly sheathed his sword and then lightly touched the frozen 8-winged heavenly demons with his fingertips. Boom! The frozen 8-winged heavenly demons were instantly shattered along with the surrounding ice by Luo Shui's single finger. They turned into a shower of ice shards. Even their divine souls were shattered into pieces in an instant. Snap! At that very moment, Xiao Han clapped his hands and walked over. Brother Luo Shui's strength is truly formidable. No wonder he's the holy son of the Xian Shui Empire. Xiao Han said with a smile. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50,000 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50,000 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50,000 upgrade points. At the same time, a series of system notifications echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han's enhancement upgrade points had surged to an astonishing total of over 200,000 in a single wave. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Luo Shui's gaze immediately locked onto Xiao Han. The Holy Sun? That's just a fleeting notion. What I truly desire is to challenge all the geniuses in the world. Chapter 169, Advancement. Reaching the realm of the Domain Lord. A Holy Sun? That's just a fleeting notion. What I truly desire is to challenge every genius in the world. Luo Shui's words were incredibly serious, making it clear he wasn't joking, but Xiao Han was instantly speechless. If you want to challenge the world's geniuses, go ahead. Why are you looking at me? Xiao Han rolled his eyes, fully aware that he had encountered a proud and arrogant individual. After all, he had previously defeated nearly 1,000,000 heavenly demon warriors with a single move, and even the Heavenly Whose city, which was home to several realm lords at their peak, had nearly been wiped out by his blade. This young man naturally knew how powerful Xiao Han was. Moreover, Xiao Han's cultivation level was merely that of a domain lord, and upon seeing this, Luo Shui couldn't help but feel his pride wounded. This was a common flaw among geniuses. Moreover, this kid was a saint's son. Oh right, I have some business to attend to. I'll have to take my leave first. Xiao Han seemed to suddenly think of something, laughed it off, and was about to leave. After all, he had no interest in playing combat games with these young masters, especially since they had no intention of killing him. However, if he couldn't kill them, he wouldn't gain anything. Xiao Han wouldn't come here to spar with them unless he was desperate. So naturally, he'd go as far as he could. However, while Xiao Han wanted to leave, certain people didn't want him to go. Clang! With the sound of a sword ringing, a long sword emanating icy power appeared before Xiao Han. Xiao Han's brows furrowed instantly. Young man, you're playing with fire, this could be deadly. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Luo Shui slowly lowered the sword in his hand. I apologize for any offense. Please accept my challenge to a duel. However, Luo Shui merely bowed his hands toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han was speechless. If he were facing someone with a hot temper, he could just attack and have an excuse to kill them. But Luo Shui was pulling this polite nonsense. One doesn't strike a smiling face, so Xiao Han couldn't just disable him either. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Alright, if you want to compare, let's compare something else. What's so good about fighting? Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Luo Shui grew excited. His upbringing prevented him from attacking others without cause, unless they were enemies. After all, he still needed something from Xiao Han. If Xiao Han agreed, that would be best. As for what to compete in, as long as it could determine who was stronger between the two, anything would do. 10 days later. This is the place. In the void, Xiaohan stared at the map with a serious expression. On the map, a vast expanse of red dots stretched out before him in the distance. Even from this vantage point, Xiaohan could clearly see the millions of demonic troops in the distance. However, the quality of this army of millions was far superior to that of the demon army from 10 days ago. At this moment, the two of them were already 300 million light-years away from the Xian Shui Cosmic Kingdom's base.